Anyone who has served in the Navy knows that the hierarchy within it is strict, and promotions are often something that countless people dream of. It not only signifies an elevation in status, but also brings more power and resources, even granting a higher voice within Navy. However, I almost got shot by my superior because of my promotion, and I was forced to follow the hot-headed smoker to Marineford. Is this promotion really a good thing? Let me tell you, just now, I almost dealt with Brigadier General Smoker from the Navy headquarters. Yes, the one with the white hair and cigar, acting all high and mighty. I directly tied him up with a line mixed with sea prism stone, and his face turned green. The cigar almost fell out of his mouth as he pointed at me and shouted, "You added sea prism stone to the line." Of course. If I didn't add anything, how could I fight you, a Logia user? This story is a long one, starting from when my chief father-in-law, my superior Colonel Victor, called me into his office. As soon as I entered his office today, the old guy was pinching his beard, looking at me with a face like he was constipated, and asked if I knew why he called me. I said, "Sir, how would I know?" He even asked me to guess, saying it was something good. Good thing? I blurted out, "Did you find out about my relationship with Monica?" Who understands? As soon as I said it, I regretted it. This old man pulled out a revolver from who knows where, and bang, it was right on my forehead. His veins were bulging, looking like he wanted to eat me alive, shouting when I started dating his precious daughter. Let me tell you, that killing intent was definitely not a joke. If I said another word, I would have my head blown off today. My survival instinct kicked in, and I immediately gave a French salute. "Colonel, calm down. Let's talk it out. If you haven't heard, then this definitely never happened." He puffed out smoke from his cigar, threatening me with his eyes, saying, "You dare say another word?" What else could I say? I could only nod like a garlic pounder, assuring him of my innocence. Only then did he put the gun away, spat out the cigar on the floor, and stomped on it, coming over to slap my face, saying, "Last warning, stay away from my daughter, you playboy." I was truly speechless. How did I go from being a pure virgin to a playboy? If this old man had any vision, he should have packed his daughter up and sent her to me. Of course, I absolutely couldn't mention anything about his wife wanting to have a platonic relationship with me, otherwise I would definitely have to leave the office horizontally today. Seeing that I was scared, he finally seemed satisfied, lit another cigar, and asked if I had guessed what the good thing was. I didn't dare to guess anymore. Then he slammed the table and had a smug look on his face, saying, "Sith, you got promoted. You're about to go wreak havoc elsewhere, huh?" I was dumbfounded at that moment. What? Promoted? I'm a poet. No, a Navy officer with no achievements to speak of. How could I get promoted? I was doing just fine in this 177th branch, with beautiful scenery and plenty of girls, and now I have to leave? What a joke. Colonel Victor saw that I didn't believe him, sneered, and snapped his fingers. His aide pulled out a projection phone like a magic trick. The screen flashed, and a news report came up. Emergency broadcast. Judicial Island was attacked by terrorists yesterday morning. The wanted criminal Nico Robin was kidnapped. The Straw Hat Pirates claim responsibility for this incident. Bang. He turned off the projection and asked if I understood. I shook my head, wondering what that had to do with me. He then explained that Judicial Island was attacked by the Straw Hats, and the world government was furious, leading to serious consequences. Now, they needed to pull people from a Navy to form a special force directly under Judicial Island and the headquarters. In simpler terms, it was a suicide squad, and my great superior just recommended me for it. I got promoted 2 levels directly to major. I had the same expression as an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. You call this a good thing? Seeing my expression change, he slammed the revolver back on the table. Do you want to go? Or do you want a bullet? Your choice. Is there even a choice? Am I the kind of person who would give up my life for love and comfort? I immediately stood at attention. Colonel, when do I leave? Tonight. He slammed the table as if afraid that if I stayed one more second, his daughter would have 2 big fat kids with me. Fine, I'll go. Actually, I have a big secret. I'm a time traveler, and there are 12 prominent packages living in my head, which means I have 12 personalities. In my previous life, I was nicknamed Eastern Billy, and I was registered at Chingshan Mental Hospital. In this life, this body is also called Sith, but unfortunately, it doesn't have the surname D. The original owner's body was terrible, but luckily, I have teammates online. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, I immediately lay on the bed, closed my eyes, and entered my mental world. It looked as usual, gray and misty like a fairyland, with a small path burning with blue-purple flames leading straight to the main hall. In the hall, there were 12 chairs, and 2 people were already waiting there. One was a short little boy who looked about 80 like me, wearing a forehead protector from the Sand Village, codenamed Doctor. The other was ridiculous, a Digimon, a loyal Seedraman, codenamed Hermit. Yo, the poet is here. They greeted me. I floated to my chair and got straight to the point. Big trouble. They both had expressions as if they were eating melon seeds. What happened? Did your 5-timing scandal get exposed? Defamation. Pure defamation. I was anxious. Can cultural people's matters be called five-timing? Hee, both the person and the bee sneer at the same time. Monica, Stella, Morris, stop. I was wrong, okay? I quickly cover my head and surrender. We all share the same brain. And there's no privacy at all, it's too hard. I told them about my transfer to Marineford. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. These two were eyeing my body. They were eager for the Navy's 6 powers that I could learn, wanted me to work hard to take them along. So, you want us to buff you up again? The doctor hit the nail on the head. Bingo. I stopped pretending, but it seems like no new personalities have awakened today, and I probably drained you too dry, so there's probably nothing good left. This was a provocation, and they both knew it, but they fell for it. In the end, the doctor directly threw out a bombshell. I awakened my bloodline limit. Cedarman and I widened our eyes. Sharingan? Byakugan? Dream on. The doctor knocked on the table. I'm a Sand Ninja. Scorch Release. Scorch Release by Yeet Song, you get it? TCH. Scorch Release, huh? Cedarman looked disdainful being a water creature. What use was fire to it? I found a point. So you're basically Yeet Song's little brother? The doctor's face flushed, and he stubbornly said, what's wrong with being siblings? As long as there's love, age, and bloodline don't matter. Goodness, what a weirdo. I quickly changed the subject. Can you use your Scorch Release without chakra? Don't pull another stunt like last time. Just taking a bit of elementary ninjutsu from you, that would be a disaster. What's wrong with elementary ninjutsu? Chunin is still a ninja, right? The doctor argued back. Fortunately, Hermit stepped in to smooth things over. I've also made progress. I'm almost at my complete form. This is great. The physical quality of a Digimon is a solid enhancement. Come on, feel my grace. Cedarman proudly raised its head. We three placed our hands together, and wow. That feeling was like fast charging on a phone. In an instant, a surge of data flowed chaotically through my body, making me shiver with delight. Simply put, my golden fingers act as a power-sharing disk, copying and pasting each other's abilities, deleting the unusable ones, and leaving only the useful ones. The feeling of power surging was amazing. I greeted them and quickly exited the mental space. As soon as I opened my eyes, I leaped out of bed, feeling energized all over. I walked to the table and gently twisted the corner of the marble table. Hey, it was as easy as breaking a cookie. I crushed it into powder. Is this the power of the Sea Dragon Beast? Incredible. Let's try the new technique, Scorch Release. I brought my hands together, and a massive fireball emerged, red with white, terrifyingly high in temperature. Scorch Release, over steaming kill. I waved my hand casually, and 5 or 6 fireballs flashed by, instantly evaporating all the moisture from the flowers and plants in the room, turning them into dry corpses. I licked my lips. The journey to Marineford should not be boring now. Just as I was thinking about this, there was a knock at the door. Old Victor was looking for me again. I changed my clothes, strapped on my knife, and went to his office. As soon as I entered, I saw an old acquaintancia man with white hair, holding 2 cigars, his muscles bulging, and carrying a large weapon on his back. Isn't that Smoker? I muttered softly, but they heard me. Old Victor asked if we knew each other. I said I knew him, but he didn't know me. After all, he was a celebrity in the newspaper, the former base commander of Roadtown, a rising star in the Navy thanks to Luffy. Upon hearing this, Smoker's face darkened immediately, and he shot me a cold glare. I don't want to talk about that. Hey, what a temper. I shrugged. It didn't matter. I was about to no longer be a part of the Navy system. So what's there to argue with a brute like you? Seeing that the atmosphere had turned awkward, old Victor quickly intervened, saying that I would be going to Marineford on Smoker's ship shortly. Upon hearing this, I turned my eyes and said to old Victor, by the way, Uncle, it seems I've eaten a devil fruit. What? Both old Victor and Smoker widened their eyes in surprise. I scratched my head, looking innocent. Well, today I heard about my promotion, and feeling happy, I just randomly picked a fruit to eat. Old Victor pointed at his face. Do you think I'm foolish? Is it? Well, this old fox is not easy to fool. At this moment, Smoker stood up, drew out his jutty from behind, blew a smoke ring at me, and said in a cocky manner, so, Major Sis, right? Are you interested in trying out your new abilities? Goodness, this is personal revenge. I looked at old Victor, and he actually gave me a look that was very clear. Getting beaten is a small matter, but Victor's face is a big deal, so I should experience it for myself. I'm really angry right now. All right, old dang, just wait before I leave. I must have a heart-to-heart talk with your daughter. There's no way around it. I can only grit my teeth and agree. All right, Brigadier Smoker, please go easy on me and keep it to a minimum. Smoker grinned, and that smile looked more and more sinister. Definitely. I'm done for. There's no escaping this beating today. Soon, we found ourselves standing on the training ground of the branch. Smoker pointed at me with his sword like a street thug. Draw your sword. Zais, I'll let you make the first move. I drew my knife, took my stance, and felt extremely cautious. This was the strongest opponent I had encountered since my arrival in this world. I licked my lips and focused my gaze. Lord Smoker, be careful. I may not look as weak as I seem. He let out a scoff, completely dismissing me. Well, it made sense. How could a rear admiral like him, a disciple of Zephyr, possibly regard a mere lieutenant from a small place like me? I'm not angry either. Instead, I'm smiling even brighter. Then I'll be rude. Please don't slap my face. Haha, don't worry, He's laughing triumphantly. Right now, I suddenly lunged out, skipping all the fancy moves, and swung my knife straight at his neck. Clash. The knife and his hand sparked against each other. Smoker was a bit surprised by my strength, but just for a moment, he easily blocked it. He was just a bit annoyed because his show-off was interrupted. I couldn't help but mock him. No wonder you're a brigadier general. Such strength. TSK, TSK. He huffed, not saying a word, while blocking my attacks and taking deep puffs of his cigar, looking like he was about to unleash his full power. Meanwhile, old Victor surprisingly had the leisure to promote me to Smoker's lieutenant. Dashki. Hey girl, what do you think of this young man? Handsome and strong. Considerate? Dashki rolled her eyes at him. Smoker finally lost his patience, forcing me back with a swift move, smoke starting to rise from his body. Smoke launcher. So fast. His figure instantly disappeared, and the next second, he appeared behind me, his fist crashing down toward the back of my neck with a whoosh. I can't keep up with my physical techniques, and can't react at all. I can only rely on my new ability. Blaze release. Explosion wave. Just as Smoker was about to smash down on me, a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a wall of fire in front of him. The rolling heat forced him to retreat. He's a Logia user and isn't afraid of fire, but his Seastone-embedded Juddy is afraid. You think you can leave? I seized the opportunity, and 4 semi-transparent threads shot out from my hand towards him. This is a puppet technique I copied from the doctor. Although it's not as powerful as the chakra threads, binding a person is still manageable. Smoker desperately tried to block with his Juddy, but I still managed to ensnare his arm with one of the threads. Smoker, as I said, I'm not weak. I grinned. He frowned, feeling all his strength being drained away, his expression changing drastically. Seastone. You added Seastone to the thread. Bingo. You got it right. So now, what are you going to do? I brought my hands together, blaze release, oversteaming kill. 4 or 5 large fireballs flew past his body, aiming to roast him alive. Damn it. Are you trying to kill me? Smoker strained with all his might, and finally broke free from the threads before the fireballs hit, transforming into a puff of white smoke to evade. As the smoke cleared, he half kneeled on the ground, looking disheveled. Old Victor started his pitch again. Did you see that? Miss Tashiji. My sis countered him. Really? Won't you consider it? Tashiji turned her head away, not wanting to engage with him at all. Smoker stood up again, his gaze becoming extremely dangerous. He was serious now. A terrifying aura erupted in an instant, and I felt the air around us about to crack. I know. The game is over. Continuing to fight besides the sea tower stone in my hand, I have no means to threaten a serious natural-type opponent. So, after a second of thought, I decisively threw the knife to the ground, spread my hands, and shouted loudly. Commodore Smoker, I concede. The 10 hands that were almost at my forehead suddenly stopped, and Smoker's expression looked as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Pick up the knife. The battle is not over. I shook my head innocently and said, no, it's already over. You, a brigadier general from the headquarters, wouldn't stoop to arguing with someone like me, right? He glared at me, and after a while, squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. It's fine at headquarters. We have plenty of time. Hey, who knows? I'm about to join the special forces, so goodbye to you, rough soldier. At that moment, old Victor pretended to applaud as he walked over. That was brilliant. Smog snorted coldly, feeling humiliated, and left a remark about leaving tonight and preparing supplies. Then took off with Dasky without looking back. Back in the office, old Victor patted my shoulder, grinning like a flower. You really made me proud. You actually made that troublemaker Smog take a hit. I forced a smile and said, Colonel, you've gained some face, but I've made a powerful enemy. He shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. What does that have to do with me? This old guy. However, in the end, he sighed, his voice surprisingly low. Forget it. You'll be leaving soon anyway, so this entanglement will come to an end. Looking at his complicated expression, I suddenly felt that although this old fellow was a bit of a trickster, he didn't seem so bad after all. And guess what? He actually opened his heart to me. I told you, this old guy turned around and rummaged through his precious cabinet and finally pulled out a knife. The knife was shiny and bright, clearly something he cherished and used every day. He tossed it to me with a clatter and said, Here, take it. It's just a broken knife. Make do with it. I was stunned at the time and said, Uncle, this is not appropriate. This is his lifeline. How could I dare to take it? As a result, he directly stuffed the knife into my arms, saying that he was old and could no longer fight, and that a knife should see blood. Letting it rust would be the greatest insult to it. Just listen to that. The way he said it was simply full of the sense of ritual in passing down tradition. I carefully tucked the knife into my waist and asked him what his name was. He lit a cigarette and told me, with a sense of deep sorrow, that his name was Song, after an old comrade who had brought him into the Navy, a brother who was no longer alive. His greatest regret in life was not being able to make the name of the knife, Song, echo across the seas. Who understands this, family? The atmosphere had built up to this point, and I was young and impulsive, full of youthful bravado. I patted my chest and promised him, "Uncle, don't worry. I will carry Song to fame and fortune, and from now on, names like Knight from Eagle Eye and Supreme Great Knife will have to make way for us." Victor laughed when he heard this, his expression almost saying that young people are just bragging without consequences. He waved me off, telling me to hurry and leave, saying he couldn't bear to see this farewell scene. Sighing, I nodded and was about to leave when I suddenly remembered something and rushed over, lowering my voice to tell him, "Uncle, I need to remind you of something before I go." He immediately became alert, his eyes seeming to say, "What are you up to, kid?" I said, "Watch out for your wife." Guess how he responded? He slapped me dumbfounded and said, "Don't worry. I won't let her bully Monica. You just focus on your journey." I was stunned. Is that what I meant? I meant that my sister-in-law is not serious. But seeing him like that, I thought, forget it. It's not worth explaining. I've said what I needed to say. Let it be however it is. So I boarded the ship. Just as the ship had set off for a short distance, I looked back and saw our base lit up like a festival. It was like New Year's, and they were setting off fireworks. I stood on the deck, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, my melancholic aura fully on display. The girl next to me, wearing glasses, Dasky, came over after finishing her sword practice and asked me what was wrong, if I was going to miss home. I shook my head and said in a tone that suggested I had seen through life, "No, I have just witnessed the coldness of human nature." She foolishly asked me what I meant. I lost my composure at that moment and pointed at the island, cursing loudly, "Those bastards. As soon as I leave, they start beating drums and setting off firecrackers. What happened to our brotherhood over these years? Is there any justice?" Dasky rolled her eyes at me and said, "Maybe it's because you don't have many friends." I sneered and replied, "Not true. I'm quite popular in town." She asked why, and I said, because they think that once I'm gone, they have a chance with the girls. She looked me up and down, surprisingly nodded, and said, "I think your chances might actually be a bit better." I was speechless at the time and said, "Do you think the guys can't find partners because of me?" I just raised the aesthetic standards of the girls a bit. If they can't find someone, it's purely because they aren't gentle enough. She kept asking me if I was gentle, and I said, "Of course I'm gentle. I, Cece, am a poet. Gentleness is my nature." She looked skeptical and even asked if I could write poetry. I waved my hand, telling her not to worry about those details. This girl, stubborn as she is, finally said I was too fickle and Smog loved to smoke too much. She didn't want either of us and turned to leave. Sigh, I am exhausted. I could only sigh at her back, thinking what a shallow woman she is, only seeing my handsome exterior but not my gentle heart. That night, I directly entered that familiar dream, a grayish scene, still those few broken chairs. This time, I arrived early and waited for a while before the other two appeared. One a doctor and the other a hermit. As soon as the doctor sat down, he started to joke, saying, "Oh, isn't this our poet? Out of the village today. How does it feel?" I shot back, "You're the village one. Your whole family is from the village. All I have is a town. It's way more sophisticated than your sand-hidden village." His words left him silent. After all, 5 Villages gang fight isn't just a name. The hermit couldn't stand it anymore and said, all right, let's talk business." I cleared my throat and excitedly told them, "You know what? I met Smog and Dasky today. I even gave Smog a beating." The doctor started to argue again. "What's so great about Smog? I've even competed with Scorpion to see who can pee farther." The hermit quickly shut him up with a flick of his tail, urging me to continue. Just as I was about to say, I discovered a big secret. Both of them perked up their ears. I said, "Dasky has bad eyesight and can't recognize good people." They were stunned for a moment and asked, "What else?" I said, "That's it, just this." Goodness, now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. The hermit was furious, swinging his 2 tails in a cross pattern across my face. Calling for the doctor, "Come help me. Give me a hit. Isn't this pure fraud?" Today he must learn what the harsh realities of society are. The doctor was still being serious. "Bro, the Dark Four Kings have no place for you." The hermit went berserk. "Isn't it common knowledge that there are 5 in the 4 Kings? You guys have it all wrong. Take this breath of ice." Instantly, The entire dream felt like it was covered in frost. The next morning, I got up with 2 dark circles under my eyes to wash my face. Let me tell you, that hermit is really ruthless. He hung me and the doctor from the beams and only hit my face. If it weren't in a dream, my handsome face would have been ruined for sure. Just after washing my face, someone knocked on the door, saying Smoker was looking for me. On the deck, Smoker and Tashiji had already finished their morning exercises. That guy had 2 cigars in his mouth and offered me one, asking if I wanted it. I shook my head and pulled out a small box from my pocket to shake it. Smoker frowned. Lady cigarettes? I said, No, this is candy cigarettes. There are too many old smokers in the Navy, and if I don't have something in my mouth, I feel out of place with you guys. Smoker huffed, instantly displeased with me, crossing his arms and staring at the sea, looking like he didn't want to talk to a non-smoker. I didn't care about him. He stood while I stood. He enjoyed the wind while I enjoyed the wind. He smoked while I chewed candy. After a while, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started questioning my background, suspecting I might be a spy. I couldn't help but laugh. If the Navy were really that powerful, how did Virgo manage to become a vice admiral? But I kept my composure and hit him with a series of positive energy punches. I said that ever since I could remember, I was picked up by Colonel Victor, and that I would always be part of the Navy, past, present, and future. The way I said it, I almost convinced myself. Wow, my words seemed to fry his CPU. He stood there, looking at my back. His expression changed, as if he saw some kind of righteous light in me. But just when I was enjoying my moment of bravado, a storm broke out at sea. The warship rocked like a weeble, and suddenly the phone rang. It was a distress call from Gutazen, saying that pirates had landed. Before the message was finished, the signal was lost. Smoker immediately exploded, the cigar in his mouth extinguished by the rain. He kicked the railing and shouted for the crew to steer the ship towards Gutazen immediately. I held my song and stood there coldly watching. At times like this, there's no need for nonsense. We are old sailors. Just tell me who to cut. If they dare to land and massacre civilians, no matter what kind of new era pirates they are, I'll chop off as many hands as I can. Once we entered the cabin, Smoker lit another cigarette and asked me, Sis, it's been a while since you've been on the battlefield, right? Are you nervous? I could tell he was even more anxious than I was. I smiled and wiped my knife with a cloth. Don't worry, my song is already itching for action. Smoker also grinned, and at that moment, we surprisingly had some tacit understanding. By the time we reached the waters of Gutazen, it was already noon the next day. Let me tell you, that scene was simply hell on earth. The entire sea was red, filled with countless corpses. Some were Navy, some were civilians, and sharks were gnawing nearby. Smoker S2 cigars burned like they were on fire. He gripped the railing, his whole body shaking, uttering just 2 words, beasts. I said nothing, just silently gripped the handle of my knife, and several fireballs appeared in my hand. With a wave, I directly turned those man-eating sharks into charred remains. I turned around and said to him, Let's go, Smoker. The Marines on the lookout soon discovered the pirate ship ahead, belonging to the giant axe pirates with a bounty of 70 million. Without a word, Smoker immediately ordered, Fire! Ram it! With a loud boom, the 2 ships collided head-on. Smoker only told Tashiji to leave 2 alive, and then he transformed into a cloud of white smoke and rushed forward. I mingled with the crowd, the flames at my fingertips flickering like ghostly fire. Each flash added another corpse to the deck. The battle ended quickly, and several captured pirates knelt on the ground, crying and shouting that they were just watching the ship, and that the killings had nothing to do with them. Just as Smoker was about to take them down, I stepped forward. Wait. I looked at Smoker and said, I don't think we need prisoners. Tashiji exploded at that moment, saying I was crazy for wanting to kill prisoners. I ignored her, directly pulling out my orders from my pocket, which stated that I had the authority to conduct on-site trials. What are you joking about? I pointed at the pirates and coldly said to her, The stench of blood on them has soaked in. Do you believe I can still scrape flesh out from under their nails right now? If we let them go, who will spare the civilians they killed? One pirate tried to rush over, but I didn't even look at him. With a swift strike, blood splattered all over Tashiji's face. The entire world fell silent. I looked at Smoker and called his name again. He sighed and waved his hand. Do as Lieutenant Sis says. In an instant, the sound of screams echoed again. In the midst of blood and fire, the way Dasky looked at me was like staring at a devil. She muttered to herself, Is this your tenderness, Sith? Smoker, the old guy, still had some insight. Seeing that Dasky was about to break down, he went over, patted her shoulder, and started giving her a lesson. He said our Navy is divided into 3 factions. Akainu's Hawk faction, Akiji's Dove faction, and Kizuru's Slacker faction. And I, at first glance, was clearly in the Hawk faction. Because my adoptive father, Victor, used to work under the prominent figure of the Hawk faction, Admiral Spider. Dasky was taken aback, probably not expecting that the unreliable base commander had such a strong background. In the end, the little girl clenched her fists, looked at my back, and secretly vowed to keep an eye on me. I couldn't care less about her. Once on land, this town was completely destroyed, with corpses and flames everywhere. Smoker asked me if I could find anyone. What a joke. That kind of thing depends on me. My buddy's expertise is ingrained in his DNA. I squatted down, picked up a bit of soil, smelled it, and immediately pointed in a direction. This way the footprints are still fresh. Let's go. Smoker didn't waste any words and immediately led his men to follow. We marched quickly, and after a while I twitched my ears, suddenly raised my hand, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone instantly fell silent, crouched down, and slowly moved forward. The sounds of the pirates were becoming clearer and clearer. I tell you, those guys were talking so loudly, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know they were here. I took a peek, and there was a pirate standing on a freshly cooled corpse, boasting with a money bag in hand to his accomplice. The other one urged him, all right, just calm down. You've killed everyone. Who's going to lead us to that treasure of King Laurel? If we find that, we'll never have to worry about food and drink again. Why do you care about this little money? Guess what? The killer didn't appreciate it at all. He licked his lips dismissively and said, what are you afraid of? The captain already went down. These poor souls are of no use. Do they dare hide their savings? If they don't behave, they deserve to die. Besides, with their guts. Do they dare to trick us, the giant axe pirates? The other one thought this made sense, but was a bit worried. That's true. But I heard the Navy base in this town is on high alert. Won't there be any trouble? What trouble could there be? This is the 4 Seas. What powerful figures could we encounter? Our captain is destined to become a figure like the 7 warlords. When he said this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Hiding in the shadows was Zeiss, the guy next to me, exhaling a long breath, pulling out a cigarette, and sticking it in his mouth. He glanced at our boss Smoker. All right, I've heard enough. These guys are worthless. Let's take care of them. Although Smoker was displeased with Zeiss's nonchalant attitude, he didn't explode. His anger had already been ignited by these pirates. He lit a cigar and signaled behind him, making his intentions clear. Make your move, leave no one alive. I tell you, this is just like the starting gun. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the gunfire rang out in the forest, that group of pirates didn't even have time to react before falling down in droves. The guy who was shouting with a knife didn't even finish his sentence. All that was left in front of him was a flash of the blade, wielded by that girl, Dasky. Don't be fooled by her usual days. As a Navy officer, she doesn't hold back when it comes to cutting people down. In less than 2 minutes, the battle was over, and the few survivors were pinned to the ground. Smoker looked at the townsfolk next to him who were still wiping their tears, snorted coldly, and walked up to a pirate, asking from a high vantage point, "Where is your captain?" The guy was pretty tough, glaring at Smoker with blood all over his mouth, shouting, "Navy, don't get cocky. When our captain returns, it will be your death day. Kid, do you think you're a hero?" Smoker was immediately enraged, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up, cigar smoke spraying all over his face. I spit. "You're just dogs raised by the world government. Go ahead and kill me. I will never betray my brothers." Just as Smoker was about to explode, Sis held him down and smiled as he glanced at the other pirates kneeling on the ground. "All right, Smoker, it's not worth getting angry over someone like this. How about I make you a bet? They will talk." As soon as the tough pirate heard this, he laughed triumphantly. "Haha, there's not a coward in the giant axe pirates." He even spat a thick glob of phlegm at Sis. "Family, who understands?" Sis' expression turned cold. His right hand slightly raised, and that spit evaporated in midair. He bit his cigarette in half with a crunch, the sound chilling. "Don't rush. Whether they talk or not depends on them. We want talk. We will never betray our brothers. Oh, how about this?" As soon as Sis finished speaking, he flicked a fireball the size of a fingernail, directly hitting the tough guy's mouth. Oh my God, that scream made my hair stand on end. The person was visibly dehydrating, like a living mummy, desperately clutching his throat, one dry hand clutching Sis' pant leg for help. Sis kicked him away, coldly scanning the remaining pirates, who were already scared out of their wits, with puddles beneath them, not one daring to look up. So now Sis grinned, a smile that made me shiver. Is there anyone willing to tell me? At this moment, not to mention the pirates, even many of our own Navy members were too scared to lift their heads. Dasky couldn't bear it anymore and ran over to tug at Sis' sleeve. "Enough." "Sis, what? Do you think I'm too cruel?" Sis raised his voice, his eyes frighteningly red. "Am I cruel? What about the townsfolk they killed? What about the colleagues they tortured to death? They're around our age, some even younger. If I let them go today, who will let those wrong people go? Heroes? Good men? Huh. Don't joke, do they deserve it? The murderous aura around him was almost palpable. I tell you, he really looked like a devil at that moment. Now, is there anyone willing to tell me where your captain is? In the cave in the west, a pirate lay on the ground, shaking like a leaf, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Our captain got a treasure map, it from King Laurel we forced. We killed many townsfolk to find that cave. Sis squatted down, his gaze sharp as a knife. After a while, he stood up, took another piece of candy, and said to Smoker, "Let us go. Don't keep them waiting too long." Smoker nodded, said nothing, but silently tightened his grip on his weapon. I felt that he was starting to acknowledge this madman, Sis. After we left, a series of gunshots rang out behind us. Smoker took a cigar out of his pocket and handed it to Sis. "You should learn to quit that thing. This is what a man should smoke." Sis laughed heartily as he took it, but still kept the candy in his mouth. "Sure, when I decide to learn." Upon arriving at the cave, Sis pressed his hand against the ground, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Smoker, I can sense their presence. They're right here." Smoker immediately ordered, "Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle." The cave was so dark that one couldn't see their own hand, and to avoid alerting the enemy, Sis didn't light a fire. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a gigantic axe flew out of the darkness, attached to a chain, charging straight at Smoker. Smoker couldn't dodge. Behind him were ordinary sailors. He cursed loudly, his veins bulging, and with his weapon, he managed to withstand the blow, sliding back several meters. A muscular monster emerged from the darkness, covered in blood. With eyes glowing red, the new Navy star, "Smoker, why are you here in the West Sea instead of the Grand Line? You're not Angino," Smoker said, looking wary. The guy laughed maniacally. "Of course, I'm Angino, but I'm no longer the person I used to be. This power is the treasure of King Laurel." He shouted, "Kill them all." Instantly, a horde of people rushed out of the cave, all muscular, with bloodshot eyes, like drugged beasts. Sis squinted, dodging while observing, quickly realizing the problem. Even when their bodies were battered, these people were desperately stuffing a certain pill into their mouths. Taking advantage of the chaos, he picked one up and sniffed it, his face changing dramatically as he shouted, "Not good. It's a forbidden drug. Does anyone understand? It's a forbidden drug. It's that kind of contraband that can amplify a person's strength several times." This situation just got serious. The Navy couldn't hold on any longer and began to collapse. Smoker's lieutenant, covered in blood, ran to Sis. "Lieutenant Sis, what should we do?" Sis's face darkened. "You take the men and retreat to the cave entrance. I'll handle this." "Brothers, the Navy can't hold on. Charge with me." The drug pirates went even crazier, charging forward with wild howls. Sis instantly blocked the cave entrance, his eyes flashing fiercely. Seeing his stance, I knew he was about to unleash a powerful attack. He clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and then blew out forcefully. Fire release, oversteaming kill. My God, a torrent of fireballs, red mixed with white, illuminated the entire cave, as bright as day. It was simply a meteor shower. The pirates screamed in agony, instantly turning into corpses and ashes in the flames. Nearly 100 people were taken out in one move. It was game over for them. And there was one more. Sis exhaled, directing his gaze deep into the cave. A piercing scream from Ankizo echoed in the cave. He had completely gone mad. His crew was gone, and his ambitions turned to ash. With a grim face, he swung his axe wildly. "I still have a chance. As long as I kill you, I still have treasure." He swung his axe toward Dasky. At that moment, Dasky was a bit weak from the heat, watching helplessly as her sword was chopped in half. Despair filling her as she closed her eyes. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Sis. He pushed Dasky to the ground and took the blow with his shoulder. The cold blade sliced through his shoulder, exposing the white bone, blood dripping down the axe. "Sis!" Dasky was stunned, crying out to bandage him. But Sis pressed her head down. "What are you closing your eyes for on the battlefield? Ankizo isn't dead yet. What are you bandaging for?" He endured the intense pain, got up, and tossed a knife to Dasky. "Use this first. I'm going to help Smog." On the other side, Smog had already entangled Ankizo like an octopus, holding him tight, shouting angrily at Sis. "What are you waiting for? I can't hold on much longer. I'm coming." Sis exerted all his strength, stabbing into Ankizo's chest. Blood gushed out, and my heart was in my throat, thinking it was over. But then, just as I feared, Ankizo suddenly opened his eyes, roaring, his fists carrying tremendous force, smashing towards Zai's head. Zai's head buzzed, swelling like a pig's head, blood pouring out. But at this life-and-death moment, he remained surprisingly calm. He roared, grabbing Enkizuo by the collar. And a gigantic fireball burning with bone-white flames was forcibly pushed into Enkizuo's mouth. Enkizuo couldn't even make a sound, and in the blink of an eye, a living person turned to ashes in the flames. Zai's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Daski was frozen, tears and snot streaming down her face as she dropped the knife and desperately cradled Zai's head in her arms. "What happened to you, Zais? Don't scare me." Zais coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, smiled at Daski, and winked. "I'm fine, Zais, I'm a poet. The world is especially lenient with poets." Daski sobbed uncontrollably. "Zais, although you're cruel, fickle, and a bastard, you're the gentlest. You won't be hurt. So do you love me, Daski?" Daski's expression twisted as she honestly replied, "Zais, I don't want to lie to you. You're still too fickle." Zais grinned, looking at the sky, one hand resting on Daski's head. "A child who loves to speak the truth really isn't cute." Then I'll tell you, when Zais passed out, his mind probably started holding a meeting. A doctor persona popped up, squinting and joking. "Oh, isn't this my poet classmate? What happened to you in just a few days? TSK, for a woman?" Poet Zais looked a bit dumbfounded. "Huh? Woman? No, I'm a poet. How could I get hurt for a woman?" "Umph." Dr. Zais smirked. "You're not being honest." "Let me guess, Daski." Seeing the poet's face stiffen, he continued, "You just left Monica a few days ago, and you've changed your heart? You really are a scumbag." "I'm not. I'm devoted to Monica." Another hermit persona couldn't take it anymore. Right. You're devoted to Monica, but what about Stella and Mora?" Poet Zais was immediately speechless, looking aggrieved. "Fine. I was wrong, but that was just because I got injured in the head recently. My mind isn't clear." "Stop." Dr. Zais interrupted him. "Injured in the head? Not clear-headed? I have a specialist in brain development here. Want to meet?" "Who? You're not trying to crack my head open, are you?" "Huh. That's called dedicating yourself to the medical cause. Once I figure it out, I can push the medical standards of the ninja world forward 50 years. Poet Zais felt a chill in his heart, and didn't he want to talk to him anymore. Just then, a grayish-white light path extended, and a boy in a small black suit walked out, looking about 80% like Zais. "Missionary?" Poet Zais was surprised. "Missionary? Which world are you in? You seem quite fashionable." The new persona scratched his face. "It should be from the magical index world. I remember my mom is the real aunt of Shirai, Kuriko. So she has to call me brother." "So you're in Academy City now?" "Haha, not really." The missionary's expression changed. "I'm not in Academy City." "You're not in the Roman Orthodox, are you?" "That's the villain." "No." "The British Puritan? Amakusa style?" The missionary finally couldn't hold back, slapping the poet's forehead. "Can you stop using your pig brain to guess me? I'm now a believer in science, a level 4 Esper, a Dark Master, a great protector of the Science Church. Get it? Dark Master? Isn't that Newton?" The missionary tilted his head. "Japan isn't under Newton's jurisdiction." "So you're still in Japan?" "No, I'm in Siberia now." "Siberia?" Poet Zais slammed the table, exasperated. "You're in the magical index. Why are you not going to Academy City, but staying in Siberia playing in the mud?" The missionary shrugged. How would I know? How would I know what my dad was thinking? I closed my eyes and opened them, and I'm playing in Siberia." As he spoke, his figure paused, and he felt a buzz in his head. An entirely unfamiliar power exploded. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. As if a prehistoric beast in my body suddenly woke up, and all the blood was boiling. I was standing in the courtyard of Marinvanto. In the dead of night, under the moonlight, I could clearly feel every ant crawling within 10 meters. Wow, is this the legendary superpower? I stretched my right hand, and a pitch-black mist started swirling in my palm. My perception skyrocketed. This is just like observation hockey. And this black mist, I call it dark control. Power was gushing out as if it were free. I felt invincible. And then the next second, boom, black flames erupted from my body, instantly engulfing the entire courtyard. That scene, who understands? It was like hell descending, eerie and terrifying. The result was that I blew up the working Sakazuki. The next second, I was dragged to the Admiral's office, with the words "absolute justice" hanging above my head. The pressure was maxed out. Sitting across from me was Akainu Sakazuki, the wolf among ruthless people. I stood straight, not daring to make a sound. He was smoking a cigar, his eyes slicing through me like knives. "Speak, what happened?" "What can I say? I can only play dumb. Report general. I don't know. It just feels like there's a force inside me that I can't control, Duong. That's it. Guess what?" Sakazuki actually nodded, with an expression that said he understood. He checked my file and knew that my uncle was one of his old subordinates, a genuine ally. Then he slowly blew a smoke ring and said, "It should be your devil fruit awakening." It's fine. The Navy won't mind 1 or 2 rooms. Don't take it to heart. I was completely stunned at that moment. When did I eat the devil fruit? I didn't even know, but the leader said I did, so it must be true. I immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Inside, I was complaining wildly. Fine, if you say I ate it, then I must come up with something today. Then Sakazuki changed the subject and asked about the new troops I was assigned to. When I mentioned it was a joint force formed by Judicial Island and the General Staff, he snorted and looked disdainful. Is that the play-acting force formed after Judicial Island was taken down? I was sweating cold on my forehead, and I couldn't chat anymore that day. On one side was my new boss, and on the other was my immediate superior. I couldn't offend either of them. As a result, he directly threw me an olive branch. You've done well in Gutai Town. Don't play house over there anymore. I need a major on my ship. Come join me. I felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Go to your ship? Big brother, you're the #1 workaholic in the Navy, staying up late and working overtime. Hanging out with you makes 996 seem trivial. It would be like working 007 shifts nonstop. I suspect I won't last 3 months before I work myself to death. I quickly made an excuse. General, you must be joking. I'm too weak. I would just be a burden to you. It's better for me to go to the new unit and train a bit first. To my surprise, he actually believed me, thinking I was indeed too weak, and it would be a pity if I died. After a moment of thought, he tapped his fingers on the table and said, How about this? Our elite class will graduate in 6 months. I'll give you a heads up tomorrow, and you can join in and learn a few things. As for the unit, you should visit the staff department tomorrow. Wow, sneaking in through the back door to the Navy's highest institution? I want to be polite about that. Yes. Thank you, General. He even specifically reminded me that my uncle was his former soldier, and I could reach out to him if needed. I responded verbally, but inside I was thinking one thing. I need to get out of here quickly, being in the same room as this big shot. Even if he was giving me benefits, his deep and troubled demeanor made me feel like he was about to take me out at any moment. I dashed out of the office, and that silly girl Dasky was actually waiting for me downstairs, anxious and fidgeting. When she saw me come out, she rushed over. Shisi, are you okay? Admiral Sakaski didn't do anything to you, right? I smiled widely and said, It's nothing. He said I might have awakened the devil fruit. Awakened the devil fruit? She looked puzzled. I shrugged. I don't know, but Smoker definitely hasn't awakened. Seeing her getting worked up, I quickly pressed down on her shoulder and told her about how Sakazuki wanted me to transfer to the elite class. Now she was even more shocked. This batch? You're going right before graduation? I winked at her, and she sighed, looking me up and down. Your attitude is pretty good. Weren't you all desperate when you just came out of Gutai Town? I held my head and said cheekily, I'll tell you a secret. I have a private doctor whom I go to for psychological counseling every night. Dashki's vigilance instantly peaked. Who? Where? You just arrived a few days ago, and you're already trying to harm the girls? I waved my finger at her. In my dream, sis. She punched me on the head immediately, and I said, You really need to see a doctor now. Let me recommend an orthopedic doctor for you, seriously. She replied, Forget it. You should keep that doctor. I have a friend who might need him. I laughed, making friends out of thin air. The next day, I swaggered into the headquarters to report in, backed by the title of the future Admiral Sakaski of the Navy. I knocked on the office door and shouted report, with full confidence. But then a frail, elderly female voice came from inside, and I was instantly silenced. Oh no, I couldn't be arrogant anymore. A female lieutenant general, probably old enough to be my grandmother. Who could be behind that door? I pushed the door open and quickly stood at attention to salute. Admiral Crane? Admiral Crane smiled warmly, like a kind, neighborly grandma, but I knew very well that she was a tough character who could scare even Don Quixote Doflamingo. She was particularly polite, saying that my uncle used to be her subordinate and told me not to be so formal. I admired my uncle in my heart. What a guy. His connections reached the upper echelons of the Navy. Then Admiral Crane, as if she could read my mind, smiled and said, Victor is my subordinate at the headquarters. Not on my ship. I felt my face flush, caught off guard. Who knew she would suddenly shift the topic and start urging me to get married? You're already 18. Not a kid anymore. If you find someone suitable, you can start dating. Look at Sakaski and the others. At their age, they don't even have child. But then there's Boris Alino. I've heard he has an illegitimate child. I was stunned at that moment. My family. I accidentally stumbled into a high-end matchmaking scenario with a Navy admiral from another world. I thought to myself, as long as I get married before I turn 30, wouldn't I be able to easily surpass the 4 emperors and catch up with the 3 admirals? Wow, I've got another excuse to trick girls. I can only force myself to smooth things over. The generals probably. Each have their own reasons. Vice Admiral Crane crossed his arms and directly began to rant. Reasons? What reasons could there be? Over 50 and still not married. Is that sensible? Look at Carp. At that age, even Dragon has a child. Although the descendants are all a handful. I thought to myself, it's not just a matter of being worrisome. A terrorist leader and an international thief. If it weren't for the protection from officials, he would have been gone long ago. She sighed and finally brought the topic back, saying that Sikorsky had already contacted her and agreed to let me join the elite class, which coincidentally aligns with the legal training on Judicial Island. Then she looked at me meaningfully, and I immediately stood up to assure her that something like what happened in Gutai Town would never happen again. She waved her hand, saying she wasn't blaming me. On the contrary, someone appreciated me and wanted to see me next door. Just as I was about to leave, I heard her sigh behind me. I told you, there can't be a woman in the general's ranks. The warring states just don't believe it. Now look at this. Sikorsky and Borisolino are together all day, abandoning their wives and children. Who knows what they're up to? I was so shocked that my scalp felt like it was about to explode, and my pace instantly quickened. Wow, it seems like I heard some incredible gossip. Sakazuki and Borisolino? Are they forming a new CP? The circle is too chaotic. I can't handle it. I ran next door and adjusted my breathing for a while before knocking on the door. When I went in, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, the senior prosecutor of Judicial Island, Irando Riggins. Don't be fooled by his refined appearance. I used my recently awakened observation hockey to scan him, and this guy was incredibly strong, much stronger than Smoker. He was my direct superior at Judicial Island. This bureaucratic type couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning the Chief Justice, and after chatting for a long time, the core message was clear. Judicial Island was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Kid, you have to restore our face, no matter what, got it? After leaving the command center, I felt numb. The deal with Judicial Island was settled. As long as the treatment was good, I would follow through, and they also agreed to help resolve Dasky's transfer issue. A win-win situation. Then, I was sent to the naval training camp, located on the 7 islands in the doldrums. The elite class was on the most dangerous island, and the legal training for Judicial Island was on the outermost one. That overachiever, Sakazuki, even arranged for me to attend night classes, forcing me to row myself to law classes every night. Looking at the small, broken boat that was just over a meter long with only one oar, I was speechless. What kind of hellish after-school assignment was this? The warship dropped me off and left. I took the map that Sakazuki had used back in the day and headed towards the center of the island. The map indicated no danger along the way. I can't believe it. Just a few steps in, a beastly roar echoed through the forest, and a gigantic sand crocodile emerged from the ground. Damn it! I cursed under my breath, transforming into a shadow to dodge, and countered with a shadow strike. Countless black blades shot out from a shadow, piercing the crocodile like a porcupine. The smell of blood attracted more wild beasts. The entire forest erupted with chaos as hundreds of bizarre, ferocious animals charged at me like mad. This isn't an elite class. This life isn't worth living. I could only rely on my observation hockey and the newly acquired dark abilities, repeatedly leaping through the beast horde, desperately rushing towards the camp. Meanwhile, at the camp, the one-armed purple-haired instructor, former Admiral Zephyr, was glaring at a stopwatch. The elite class students were whispering, suggesting that I was a privileged individual from Judicial Island, and that Zephyr was angry, deliberately giving me a harsh initiation during the beast mating season. Zephyr indeed thought this way. He was about to retire, and Sakazuki had shoved someone like me, someone he looked down upon from Judicial Island, into his class. How could he not be furious? But no one expected things to spiral out of control. The beasts in the forest multiplied beyond expectations. I was completely surrounded with bloodthirsty beasts behind me. A giant wolf, as large as an elephant, led the charge, its face wearing a mocking, anthropomorphic expression. My anger flared up. I missed with my blade, but retaliated with 2 black-red fireballs to its face. Just then, a giant eagle swooped down from the sky. I was forced into a corner and directly conjured a huge fireball in midair, using the technique Scorch Release, over Steaming Kill to instantly evaporate the giant eagle into charcoal. Looking at the endless beast horde surrounding me, I completely lost it. All right, so this is how they want to push me to my limits, huh? I sneered, thinking, if I'm not going to have it easy, then no one else will today. Meanwhile, Zephyr also sensed something was off. The number of beasts was completely out of control. Just as he was about to send the elite class to rescue people and give me a warning, his expression suddenly became incredibly interesting. He suddenly raised his hand. Wait. He shook his head and grinned. This is really interesting. All right, mission canceled. Everyone grab a bucket. The mission is temporarily changed to firefighting. Because at that moment, I had stopped running. I directly used shadow jump to flash to the edge of the jungle, pushing all my strength to the limit, my eyes blood red, as if I was about to melt into the shadows. I formed a seal with my hands, my aura soaring into the sky, and shouted with all my strength towards the entire forest. Scorch release. Overheating kill. Once this move was unleashed, let me tell you, the whole forest just exploded. A black fire dragon spiraled into the sky. And that scene, wow, it was just like Amaterasu, incredibly impressive. I thought to myself, surely no one would dare to mess with me now, right? But just as I finished striking my pose, a cold voice whispered right next to my ear. Is that it? What do you want? My body was covered in goosebumps. Who is it? I had my observation hockey activated to the maximum, but still couldn't sense anyone. I threw a black fireball towards the direction of the voice. And with a loud boom, a tree as thick as a bowl was blown in half. Then I heard a light-hearted remark saying, not bad power, but too slow. Coming from the other side of my ear. Family, who understands? This was like a scene from a ghost story. I was starting to get nervous and forced myself to ask who he was. The voice had a hint of mockery, saying I entered his training camp and didn't even know who he was. My mind buzzed, and I tentatively called out, Admiral Zephyr. As soon as I finished speaking, a giant figure appeared in front of me. I had just sighed in relief, thinking I finally saw a living person. But this old man didn't play by the rules at all. Before I could even express my admiration, a powerful black fist, wrapped in dominance, came flying towards my stomach. Goodness, this time I saw it clearly. I quickly swung my sword to block. The blade danced like a fire wheel, thinking my defense should hold, right? But what happened? The figure vanished again. I only felt a numbness in my wrist. My sword was knocked away, and then a sharp pain struck my stomach, leaving me curled up like a cooked shrimp, kneeling on the ground. I struggled to lift my head. The old man had no idea when he started smoking a cigar again, looking at me with disdain. Your strength is decent, but your physical skills are too immature, far behind your father Sakaski. Seriously, aren't you his illegitimate child? I couldn't catch my breath at that moment. Is this Navy gossip network on 5G? It's spreading faster than CP9. This reputation is completely ruined. I couldn't be bothered with him. But the old man got even more excited and said I had to pay for setting the mountain on fire. I was so mad I laughed. You let wild beasts bite me and then expect me to pay? Is there any law left? He then said that one thing should be settled at a time. Fine. I can't beat you. I accept it. So I asked him to send the bill to Ruigens. This old man Zephyr is quite a character. When he heard this, he clicked his tongue and said our judicial island is really rich, then picked me up and threw me over his shoulder, saying my physical skills were too poor and, starting tomorrow, I would have special training every morning at 4. I thought fine if I had to make up for it. I asked him if I could beat him after that. He laughed heartily and said to talk about it when I reached my father's level. I was really going to thank him. I desperately explained that Sakazuki wasn't my father, and he just kept saying good, not like he was coaxing child. I realized that this matter couldn't be explained clearly. When he carried me to the training ground, wow, there were over 30 people standing there, all with soot on their faces from firefighting, and their eyes looked at me like knives. Zephyr, that old man, was quite mischievous. He just tossed me into the wolf's den and announced to everyone that from today on, I was one of them. Then he smiled and asked, I know some of you are not convinced. No problem. Who wants to challenge him? Step forward. Suddenly, 4 or 5 people stood up, both men and women, all with sharp eyes and a strong elite vibe. Zephyr got even more excited and asked me, do I want to fight now or wait until I'm healed? Although my stomach still hurt at that moment, I had to act tough. I coughed twice and grinned. Let's do it today, a quick battle. I still have to go back to study the law. As soon as I said this, the people below turned crimson with rage, as if they wanted to eat me. I wobbled to my feet, holding a candy cigarette, and glanced at them. Are you coming together or one by one? This really angered them. They all looked at Zephyr, waiting for a command. But Zephyr was still fanning the flames, saying something like, Sis, although your strength is good, and your father is. I interrupted him with red eyes. Shut up. I told you that guy is not my father. Zephyr had a look of amusement, asking me who my father was. I was so angry I could feel my liver hurt. Too lazy to argue with him, I just asked if we were still fighting. A tall sister stepped forward first, named Betty, looking at me with such disdain, saying I had an injury and should let her go first. I shook my head, not even drawing my sword, just holding the sheath, and said, I don't have a habit of bullying beautiful women. She snorted coldly, called me a second-generation ancestor, and then with a swoosh, she disappeared from her spot using Soru. Playing hide and seek, huh? Sorry, I directly shadow jumped above her head with a solid thunk. I knocked her out cleanly. The whole place fell silent, and the remaining 4 challengers turned pale. I smirked and continued to provoke. The Navy's 6 styles are really scary. How about you 4 come together and see if you can find a chance? Zephyr looked at this and laughed, nodding to let them all come at me together. Wow. These 4 came from 4 directions, using moonwalk and storm leg, creating quite a spectacle. I didn't waste words. I unleashed a massive black fireball straight at their faces, filling the air with black smoke. The key was to create an information gap. Once the smoke cleared, it would be my stage. I heard several muffled sounds inside, and in less than 2 minutes, when the smoke dissipated, all 4 of them were neatly lying on the ground. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and smiled as I asked Zephyr, "Teacher, does anyone else want to give it a try?" At this, no one dared to move, each of them looking at one another. Zephyr's face darkened, and he asked several times in an increasingly heavy tone, clearly about to explode. His soldiers could lose, but they couldn't back down. Just then, a short, dark-skinned Marine stood up from the crowd, his back straight and his voice loud. Zephyr asked him why he wasn't going up. Was he scared? And guess what he said? He said, "It's not that I don't dare to go up. We're just thinking." Zephyr asked him what he'd figured out. This guy calmly analyzed, saying that he didn't see clearly when he hit the first person, and the smoke was too thick to see the next 4 clearly, but he heard everything. He calculated that I took an average of 29 seconds to take down one, with an attack interval of about 24 seconds. As long as he seized that window, he could win. I was amused at the time. This kid is quite a talent. Then Zephyr asked him, "Why don't you step up?" He honestly replied, "Because I don't have the confidence to make it through that gap." Ha. Even Zephyr laughed this time. Finally, someone who can think. This little guy is called Barry, and he asked Zephyr for 3 days, saying he could lead everyone to defeat me. I almost wanted to applaud him. Teamwork, I understand that. But then Zephyr shot me a glare, telling me to be serious. Barry was quite stubborn, saying I was at most a lone tiger, while they were a pack of wolves. A pack of wolves can devour a tiger, and life or death is uncertain. Zephyr was persuaded by him and granted 7 days, 4 of which were for me to recover from my injuries. That's how it was settled. That night, Zephyr rowed me to an island. Under the moonlight, this old man started to confide in me, expressing his worries about the Navy's lack of continuity. He said the current young people are too arrogant and haven't experienced enough hardship, urging me to give them a profound lesson in 7 days. He reminisced about the past, saying that among his first batch of students were monsters like Sakazuki and Borisolino, and each subsequent batch has been worse. I nodded in agreement, thinking that in a couple of years, when the war breaks out, the New World's supernovas will emerge like dumplings, and the Navy really isn't up to par. The old man was looking for me to be the whetstone. I thought this was interesting, so I smiled and agreed, saying that a pack of wolves can devour a tiger, and I might not necessarily win. Zephyr laughed heartily, patting me on the shoulder, saying he would handle the rest. When we arrived at the exclusive island of Judicial Island, the atmosphere changed dramatically. It was all cobblestone paths, white walls, and green tiles, with agents in suits coming and going, a completely different world from the shabby huts of the elite class. A guy named Nat, with a blank expression, came to pick me up, first taking me to the medical room to treat my wounds, then informing me that all my classes were scheduled for the evening, with special instructors assigned. Wow, so they think I'm a night owl, huh? Entering the dormitory, I found it was a double room and quite tidy, but someone else was already living there. I had barely sat down when the door opened, and a man in a brown suit with a big gold chain walked in, grinning widely and revealing 2 big gold teeth. He immediately gave me a bear hug, being overly enthusiastic. This guy is called Hans Don Clara, claiming to be the prosecutor of Judicial Island, my roommate, and my future adjutant. I was taken aback. Regans hadn't mentioned this to me at all. I found an excuse to push him away, feeling quite puzzled. He flopped onto the couch, poured me a glass of red wine, and said I should be well aware of the joint forces situation. What the hell do I know? I'm from the West Sea. How would I know about the twists and turns of your higher-ups? I drank my wine in one gulp and said I didn't know anything. Clara squinted and said that my behavior made him feel insecure, always thinking that I would throw him to the sea monsters. Hey, this guy understands me pretty well. At that moment, I even had a press release planned in my mind. The prosecutor of Judicial Island heroically sacrificed himself, and I wept as I avenged him by cutting down the pirates. But then this guy, as if he could read minds, quietly asked me if I wanted to find pirates to get rid of him. I could only smile awkwardly and clink glasses with him. He told me that it was a regulation for a naval major to serve as the deputy officer of the Judicial Island, and if anything happened to him, I wouldn't be able to escape either. Then he leaned in and said, "I've looked at your resume. You never leave anyone alive in battle. You're ruthless. The people on this island are all civil officials, soft-hearted and merciful, but I have a dark enough heart not to hold you back." As soon as I heard it, I laughed and deliberately teased him. No, no, no. Lady Clara, I sis am a poet. Isn't it just right to have a literary adjutant? Clara's face instantly froze. I continued to ask, what's wrong? Don't you believe I'm a poet? He coughed and said he choked on his drink. I directly exposed him. You didn't drink just now. He became a bit impatient, slammed the table, and said, anyway, I am your best choice now. I listened to this and tightened my buttocks, feeling a shiver run through my body, quickly shrinking back. Sorry, I like women. I told you. That guy exploded right after hearing it. He yelled at me, saying he also has a fiancée. What does that mean? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, sizing him up a few times, and the look in my eyes was just like looking at the village idiot next door. I patted him on the shoulder sympathetically and said, dude, don't worry. This isn't embarrassing. My neighbor's little sister used to shout every day that she wanted to be my bride when she was 7 or 8. So, just lighten up. Well, he got anxious, really anxious. He pointed at my nose and shouted, you're just being blatantly jealous. I nearly laughed out loud. Jealous? Me jealous of you? With my looks? Finding a fiancé is a piece of cake. Besides, with your gold teeth and that slick back hairstyle, what girl would be so foolish? He was so upset that his face turned green, down his drink in one go, exposing his big gold teeth, and threatened me. Just you wait. Tomorrow, I'll bring my stunning fiancé, to show you. Just hope you don't get blinded. I chuckled. All right, I want to see which brave soul is so blind. As a result, the next day, I got up at 3 in the morning. Why? To go find old Zeph for a special meal. I sneaked out in the dark. And just after taking a few steps, suddenly someone popped up behind me, giving me a fright. It was a little soldier named Nat, walking like a ghost. Not making a sound at all. My heart sank. This place is all about hidden talents. Even the guards are this fierce. I was feeling emotional when someone on the shore called out to me. Squinting, I looked over and saw who it was. Teacher Zifa? I ran over and asked, Teacher, what are you doing here? Didn't T return to island number for last night? Guess what he said? While biting on his cigar. He leisurely blew out a smoke ring and said, leave? Why should I leave? If I leave, who will row the boat this morning? I was speechless at that moment. Who understands family matters, right? A 70-year-old man, a former admiral of the Navy. He stayed on the island all night just to get a boat ride. Truly clever. He wasn't being polite at all. He directly sat on the boat and patted the seat next to the oars, saying, what are you dawdling for? Get on, row the boat. On the boat. The old man told me he was going to teach me hockey. I got excited at the mention. He said I had some foundation in observation hockey, but time was tight. He could only stay for 2 months, and I had to master my armament hockey in that time. This is Zifa we're talking about, the chief instructor of the Navy admirals. It was like a one-on-one private lesson with Rayleigh teaching Luffy, right? Although this was like a VIP crash course in a big class, the teacher is amazing. I felt like I was about to break through my limits. At 4 in the morning, he took me to a giant rock on island number 4. I asked him what we were doing, and he lightly said 2 words, drag the mountain. I was dumbfounded and pointed to the large rock, asking, Teacher, isn't this something normal people can't do? He snorted and had a soldier next to him hand over a steel chain as thick as a baby S-arm. Then, let me tell you, I will never forget that scene in my life. A 70-year-old man, biting on a cigar, veins popping all over his body, single-handedly started jogging while dragging that mountain. After 1 lap, he didn't even breathe hard. He threw the chain to the ground and pointed his chin at me. I'm 70 years old. You're 18. I use my left hand. You use your right hand. Cool me. Just as I was about to grab the chain, he shouted stop and had 2 soldiers come over to tie the chain directly to me. He glared at me. What are you looking at? You want to run before you can walk? You're not ready for this. Hey, I have a bad temper. What do you mean I can't do it? A man can't say he can't do it. Although, I glanced at that mountain and felt a bit intimidated. It seemed like I really couldn't do it. But I couldn't lose my momentum. I got mad at that moment. My muscles tensed up, and I shouted to the sky, Teacher Zifa, I'm not going to be human anymore. All my strength exploded out in that instant. And guess what? That mountain actually moved. I dragged it little by little forward. I was sweating like it was raining, feeling like I was about to evaporate. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. What is even crazier is that Zifa, that old man, was really mischievous. He directly called over the elite class. Those guys were running along the beach with 100 kilograms of weight on their backs, shouting slogans that shook the sky, each thinking they were the chosen ones. But when they turned around, they saw a mountain slowly moving on the beach. They were all dumbfounded. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was me dragging the mountain. I bet their minds went blank at that moment, probably wondering what kind of devilish training method was this that was so far ahead. I dragged that thing for 150 meters and finally collapsed on the beach, unable to move a single finger. But I felt great, lying on the ground, I used my last bit of strength to shout at Zephyr. Teacher, how am I doing? How do I compare to Sakazuki back in the day? The old man doused me with a bucket of cold water, making me feel utterly chilled. He squatted down, patted my head, and said, "You're pretty good, a monster. But compared to Sakazuki, you're still a bit lacking. He doesn't need to put in this kind of silly effort." At that moment, the smile on my face froze, and my heart shattered into a QR code. Later, I found out that those guys from the elite class didn't believe in evil after we left. More than 20 of them rushed to try it out. What happened? 23 people together barely matched my slow crawling speed, and after just 50 meters, they all collapsed from exhaustion. One by one, they lay on the ground, questioning their lives, and a leader named Bari looked as dark as a pot bottom. Haha, is this it? Still calling themselves elite? The afternoon training was even more twisted. The old man said he wanted to train my observation hockey. He threw me into the middle of the training ground, surrounded by 100 gunmen, with hundreds of dark gun muzzles aimed right at me. My legs went weak, and my voice was shaking. Zephyr-sensei, did I offend you somehow? He wore sunglasses, grinning like an old fox, and waved his hand. Relax, it's all training. Oh, and no using your devil fruit abilities. Use a knife in your hand to block all the bullets. I was frantically reassuring myself that they must be blank rounds. Just an exercise to scare me. Then he dropped his left hand. Ready, fire. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of bullets rained down on me. My knife was almost dancing with afterimages, but a streak of blood still cut across my face. Let me tell you, when that strong smell of gunpowder hit me, I finally realized, these are real bullets. He really wants to kill me. With everything, there's always a second. In an instant, several bullets pierced through my knife barrier, embedding themselves in my forearm and thigh, blood bursting out immediately. It hurt, a piercing pain. My eyes turned red instantly, and I gritted my teeth, not making a sound. The more it hurt, the faster I swung my knife. In the end, I felt like the whole world turned into slow motion, and the trajectory of each bullet was crystal clear in my eyes. With a clang, the standard military knife in my hand couldn't withstand my strength and broke with a large gap. Only then did Zephyr raise his hand to signal everyone to stop. He once again hoisted me onto his shoulder like carrying a little chick. I was covered in blood, too exhausted to say a word, and all I heard was him chuckling lightly. You did really well today, even better than I expected. Keep it up. Before you turn 40, you will definitely surpass Sakazuki. I promise. I leaned on his shoulder and weakly rolled my eyes. 40 years old? That's ancient. I was really too tired. My eyelids felt heavy, and I fell asleep right there on his shoulder. When I woke up again, it was already dark outside. The doctor had just finished treating my wounds and said they were all superficial injuries that would heal quickly. Sitting by my bedside was Zifa's adjutant, who smiled gently when he saw I was awake and handed me a bowl of porridge from the side. I tell you, this guy is actually quite nice. He said that Zay-FA went to deal with those troublemakers in the elite class and told me to rest well and have some light seafood porridge first. After I finished the porridge and felt revived, I strolled back to the island where I was staying. Guess what? Just as I reached the shore, I saw a dude standing there like an AI robot, standing straight as a rod. When he saw me, he immediately gave me a 90-degree bow, which caught me off guard. This guy is named Nat, and he's also sent by Zay-FA to take care of me, but he's completely different from the others. He has an unchanging iceberg face and speaks in a very formal manner. I asked him why he was still here in the middle of the night, and he said he'd been on night duty yesterday and was worried about me, so he specifically came to wait for me. Wow, this sense of responsibility is simply the perfect model for a deputy. Except for the wrong gender, everything else is great. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind: poach the talent. You see, the deputy assigned to me at Judicial Island, named Clara, that guy, who understands family matters. At first glance, he looked like a treacherous minister, and at second glance, even more so. If you take a closer look, it's clear that he should be playing a villain who brings disaster to the country with that face. And his taste, with the big gold chain and big gold teeth. He looked like a complete thug. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was there to collect protection fees. So you see, someone like Nat, who talks little but gets things done reliably, is simply a treasure. I was pondering how to start poaching talent when suddenly a cheeky voice called out from the hallway. Hey sis, over here. I looked up, and sure enough, as if summoned by name, Clara was waving at me from the railing. I quickly told Nat to go back and rest, and that I would go to class with Clara. However, just as Nat turned to leave, I witnessed a scene I would never forget in my life. That eternal ice-cold face of Nat actually smiled at Clara's back. It was a gentle smile. At that moment, my CPU was overheating. A person with a deadpan expression smiling at a man? Hiss! I instantly imagined an 80-episode emotional drama. No wonder Nate, such a skilled person, was stuck being a soldier on an island. It turns out he was sent there by Clara's father. What crime did he commit? What else could it be? He must have tried to climb into the young master's bed and got caught. I'm telling you, this gossip is too juicy. I've marked this corner to keep getting the scoop. Clara saw me dazed there, came down and punched me. What are you daydreaming about? I've been waiting for you for ages. I quickly waved my hand and tentatively asked, do you know Nat? Oh, you mean him? Clara turned to glance at Nat's back. He used to work under my dad, but it seems he made some mistake and got demoted here. Confirmed. It's definitely as I thought. But then Clara's next sentence completely stunned me. He slapped his forehead and said, look at my memory. I almost forgot the main thing. Come on, let me introduce you to my fiancée, E. Fiancée? I was taken aback at that moment and followed him to a balcony. Below in the yard, a girl with a single ponytail was practicing her punches. She was tall, and her punches had a sonic boom. It was clear she was tough. Clara yelled down, hey, Melinda. The girl turned around, and upon seeing Clara, her expression instantly softened, radiating warmth. Wow, these two didn't even need to say a word. A single glance was enough. Clara proudly introduced me, saying this was his roommate and future boss, and then pointed to the girl, saying this was his fiancée, Melinda. Melinda graciously greeted me. I took a closer look. Her features were well-defined, her skin a healthy tan, but she had a rather large scar on her face. However, that scar didn't diminish her aura at all. Instead, it gave her an indescribable confidence and spirit. Clara elbowed me. So, what do you think? Pretty, right? I nodded sincerely. Beautiful. She is a rare beauty. Envious, right? Envious. I gave him enough face. The corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears as he pressed my face down. It's fine to be envious, but no funny ideas. She is my most beloved fiancée. I looked down at Melinda, who turned red upon hearing this, and my heart was filled with mixed emotions. Individually, these two aren't what you would traditionally call a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They even seem a bit flawed. But when they're together, they look so well-matched, as if made for each other. Clara noticed me zoning out again and became alert. Hey, you don't really want to compete with me, do you? I laughed and held my head, saying our FFF group doesn't burn true love. I just admire your dad. His vision is really sharp. As a result, he chuckled and put his arm around my shoulder, saying this wasn't arranged by my dad. I snatched it back myself. All right then, I'll take this dog food as a toast. I think I understand now. Although Clara seems frivolous and like a treacherous minister, someone who can show that kind of expression can't be too bad. Since we had class in the evening, we didn't stay long and went straight to the classroom. It was a large lecture hall that could accommodate 300 people, dark and empty. I turned on a light and asked him, who is the teacher sent by the Judicial Island for training? Clara grinned, revealing his big gold tooth, and said, Teacher, didn't you just meet them? I was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, are you talking about Melinda? Of course. His bragging spirit was back. She is the best among our peers. So where is she? Why didn't she come along? He immediately showed a smug smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Do you think I would let my lovely fiancée be alone with a playboy? Originally, she was supposed to teach you, but under my insistence, we switched. Switched to who? He winked at me. I went through it in my mind and tentatively asked, you? What can it be me? He looked at me with disdain. I was also a top student at the Judicial Island Law School back in the day. My grade were only second to my fiancée, Teaching you, it's more than enough. After saying that, he pulled out a dictionary-thick book titled World Government Code from behind him, ready to crush me, this crude warrior in terms of intelligence. But 2 hours later, he was wiping cold sweat, his fingers were shaking, and he looked at me as if I were a ghost. No kidding. I was operating at a level equivalent to having a supercomputer in my head. How could a few broken legal clauses possibly stump me? I crossed my legs and slouched in the chair, holding a cigarette candy, glancing at him sideways. What's wrong? Are you sure it's not you who can't handle it? He twisted his head and played dumb. I don't care, it's off work time, I want to sleep with pay. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, I underwent intense training with Zephyr, and my strength skyrocketed as if I were on a rocket. I could clearly feel the powers of the different personalities within me rapidly merging. Zephyr and his lieutenant watched every day, looking at me as if I were a monster. Zephyr's expression was a mix of pride and heartache, like a gardener whose prized cabbage, nurtured for years, was just about to be harvested but was suddenly snatched away by another pig. He kept lamenting how I was taken away by Justice Island. On the 8th day, the day finally arrived for me to face off against the elite class. On island number 4, the sky was overcast, and it looked like a heavy rain was about to fall. Zephyr stood between us, with me on one side and all the members of the elite class on the other. I rested my hand on the hilt of the knife. Looking at the group across from me, my eyes filled with mockery. I'm not worried. The leader of the opposing team, Barry, had a serious expression and said that their elite class couldn't afford to lose. This was a battle for honor. Then he asked Zephyr, "Can we send 7 people at the same time?" I couldn't help but laugh and wave my fingers at them. No need to be so complicated. All of you, come at me together. As soon as I said that, the other side erupted. A guy named Kunte was about to rush over, but was held back by Barry. Barry fixed his gaze on me. "Since Major Sis is so confident, we won't hold back. Be careful not to get your tongue caught in the wind." All right then, let's get started. The battlefield was set in a derelict building area on the island. As soon as we entered the ruins, Barry and his crew started playing tactics. The snipers took the high ground, equipped with Seastone bullets specifically designed to deal with ability users. Kunte and a few others, who practiced with iron blocks, stood in front as meat shields, while the rest formed a tight group. Everything was arranged clearly. On my side, I am alone, holding a knife, feeling their presence. 30 people, divided into several groups. A small group stealthily disappeared, definitely snipers. I scoffed internally. Seastone bullets? Did you download the wrong strategy? I'm not a devil fruit user. Seastone is useless against me. Elite? I'm taking on elites today. I formed a hand seal, and a shadow clone rushed into the abandoned building. Scorch release, steam technique. In an instant, a terrifying heat wave of black and red engulfed the entire ruins, turning the battlefield into a giant sauna. As long as I steam long enough, I don't believe anyone can hide. The black-red steam spread out, making visibility nearly zero. Barry and his group immediately became tense, putting on goggles and using observation hockey to keep watch on each other. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted through the air. There was movement ahead. Someone shouted. Barry immediately signaled, and everyone quickly assumed their formation. Their execution was indeed commendable. As for me, I'm all about being arrogant, not hiding at all, just walking out of the thick fog with a knife in hand. "Hello, everyone from the elite class." Barry squinted his eyes and immediately signaled someone to fire a flare, notifying the snipers above. He stared at me, his voice a bit crazed. "You think you could just appear in front of us so easily and really believe that one person could defeat so many of us?" I spread my hands and smiled. Why not? When power reaches a certain level, all conspiracies and tricks are just jokes. You can just push through smoothly. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-speed rotating bullet made of sea tower stone rushed towards my temple, taking advantage of the sound of his voice as cover. Goodness. He was trying to kill me from the very start. I didn't even blink, and, with a casual swipe of my right hand, I slashed the knife. Crack! With a crisp sound, that expensive bullet was sliced in half by my knife. Many people across from me turned pale, probably not even seeing how I made the move. Seastone, good technique, but still lacking when it comes to dealing with me. Just then, a strange light flashed in Barry's right eye. Boom! My brain shook violently, as if someone had struck my soul with a heavy hammer, causing a momentary freeze of 0.something seconds. "Now's the time. Move!" Barry shouted while covering his eye. Cunt and Will, those meat shields, charged at me like a torrent of steel, their arms covered in black armed color hockey. At the same time, 2 sniper bullets came flying at me. Damn, this ability is really disgusting. I opened my mouth and shouted, "Scorch release, overcooked death." 2 massive fireballs slammed towards the wall of people, while I was suddenly pulled backward by Shadow. Hard confrontation? Not a chance. I'm all about tactics. Boom! After a violent explosion, the meat wall formed by the 7 people of Quintana actually withstood my attack. They paused for just a moment before continuing to charge at me. I squinted my eyes. Things seemed a bit tricky. Another 3 bullets came flying in, and I once again used shadow jumping to dodge, landing steadily on an abandoned balcony. Their net was indeed well coordinated. I shook the sea tower stone bullet in my hand, which I didn't know when I had caught, smiled at Barry below, and patted my ear. "Oh dear, it seems I've discovered your sniper position. What do you think I should do?" Barry's face instantly stiffened. I grinned mischievously and said, "How about we make a bet?" Before I finished speaking, I vanished into the darkness. And guess what happened? The guy opposite me, named Cunt, didn't even dodge. Not only did he not evade, but he also took a stance as if he wanted to confront me head-on, holding a knife in each hand, exuding quite a bit of confidence. I have to tell you, I laughed at that moment, thinking, all right, young man, you've got guts. Let me show you what a dimensional blow feels like. I took a deep breath, and in the next moment, a flash of white light filled the world. The speed of the blade was so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. With a soft thud, blood sprayed out directly. I sheathed my knife, watching him kneel on the ground, and calmly added, then quietly die under the dazzling light of the blade. Of course, I showed mercy and didn't truly kill him. After all, this cat-and-mouse game had just begun. It would be boring to kill all the mice at once. Who understands, right? With this successful strike, they finally reacted, quickly surrounding their Captain Barry, as if protecting a queen ant. As for me, after landing the hit, I vanished back into the shadows. I tell you, this elusive assassin playstyle is really addictive. It's all about the thrill of you not seeing me, but I can hit you at any moment. That captain named Barry was quite tough. Despite a large wound on his stomach, he didn't make a sound and calmly directed, "Betty, don't mind me. Quickly find someone to carry Gunther down." He even saw through my intentions, telling his subordinates that I was toying with them and wouldn't strike while they were in danger. Well, this guy is sharp, but unfortunately, being right doesn't help him. The atmosphere on their side dropped to freezing point, everyone looking like withered eggplants. Meanwhile, I hid in the dark and watched the show, not planning to engage their main force just yet. I thought to myself, I need to take out their hidden snipers first. Those guys hiding in the corners and taking pot shots are really annoying. To be honest, those snipers are well hidden. Even my observation hockey can't spot them. But it's okay, I have a cheat. My ability is called Dark Control, and this dark mist is my territory, my eyes. I expanded the range of the dark mist. And hey, those little mice hiding in the corners, look what I found. I silently floated behind a sniper named Alan, who was holding his gun, as nervous as a quail. I leaned close to his ear and quietly asked, "What are you looking at?" The guy jumped in fright and turned around abruptly. Who? But he saw nothing. While he was in a daze, I swiftly stabbed him from behind, plunging the knife into his stomach. He let out a scream and fell over. I flipped him over and searched his body, finding 3 C-Tower stone bullets. I frowned. A bit too few. Then, the most exciting part came. I dragged the unfortunate Alan back near their main force, and, from behind the black mist, shouted, "Mr. Barry, it's Sith Express. Your delivery has arrived." After saying that, I tossed him over. Barry's face turned pale, as if he had been coated with a layer of putty. Yet he forced himself to command his men to drag the body back. Upon seeing it was Alan, he was stunned, and the faces of the people on his side turned green. Barry's fists clenched in anger, grinding his teeth as he sent 2 more men to carry Alan away. Let me tell you, the feeling of killing and striking at the heart is simply exhilarating. Not long after, another scream echoed through the darkness. I had taken out another sniper. Then, using the same trick, I tossed another delivery in front of them with a loud thud. Barry, holding his wound, started to tremble as he said, How many is this now?" The female soldier beside him, named Betty, looked numb as she replied, including Quint. "This is the 4th one. There are only 2 snipers left." Barry gasped in pain, his mental state likely shattered. He must be thinking, is this a training camp? This is simply hell mode. He ordered the injured to be sent out, and the 2 soldiers who were dispatched had expressions of relief on their faces, showing just how much pressure my black mist had put on them. I crouched on the wall, watching their startled expressions, feeling a surge of satisfaction. However, the remaining 2 snipers got smart and actually started running outside the ruins, trying to escape. If I couldn't find them, then my target would have to shift back to Bari and the others. I pulled out a few metal wires made of high-loose stone from my pocket. This thing isn't exclusive to them. Then I quietly set up a trap on their path. Sure enough, that guy Barry has sharp instincts. As they were walking, he suddenly shouted for them to stop. Just as they halted, boom, a burst of black flames erupted from the ground in front of them, creating a large pit. They were just a step away from being blown to the sky. Although they weren't directly hit, the shockwave from the explosion still sent them flying. The opportunity had come. I rushed out from the shadows, aiming a knife straight at Barry's neck. This guy's been through many battles. At the critical moment, he actually managed to block my knife. However, I slid my blade and aimed for his arm that was holding the knife. He was tough too. He just threw away the knife and threw a punch wrapped in dominance toward my chest, trying to trade blows with me. Naive, I sneered. His fist was fast, but my legs are longer than his arms. With a flying kick, I struck him right in the chest. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out, crashing right into the high-loose stone net I had set up in advance. High-loose stone? He lay paralyzed on the net, all his strength drained, staring at me fiercely. I shrugged. Guess correctly, it's over. As I prepared to send him out with a fireball in my hand, a figure rushed in to take the hit for him. It was that female soldier named Betty. She looked like a charred corpse, but was still standing, provocatively smiling at me. "Barry can't go down. The only one who can defeat you is him." I raised my eyebrows, finding the girl intriguing, but I still shook my head, turned, and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a sentence. "Mr. Barry, the 2nd round is over." I hope the next round brings me more pleasure. Huh. Before I could finish my words, I suddenly looked up at the sky. Goodness, the weather had changed. With a thunderous roar, lightning split the night sky, a fierce wind howled, and torrential raindrops poured down. My dark mist was blown away by this sudden storm. Barry, supported by someone, stood up and began to laugh maniacally at the scene. Ha ha, sis, even the heavens are on our side. Now it's our turn. I looked at his crazy appearance and simply smiled faintly. Who gave you the courage? Although I'm a poet, this kind of rough work is what I enjoy the most. Barry, forcing himself to stay focused, commanded his subordinate named Judy. Counterattack begins. Will. Steel torrent. With a single command, the human war machine formed by those few people charged toward me again, and even those two snipers who had run away returned. It seemed like they really were about to turn the tables. I charged forward against the wind and rain, wielding my knife. And didn't forget to taunt strategically. 6 people practicing with an iron block, and you call a flood? Unfortunately, as long as you're not one person, there will always be a flaw. I flashed my figure and instantly struck out 7 blades, forcing their iron tide to retreat. The 6 of them had flushed faces, but the imbalance in their strength had already exposed their flaws. I seized the opportunity, merging my body into the shadows, and instantly created 6 phantoms, striking simultaneously. Clang! After a series of metallic clashes, as the smoke cleared, all 6 of them were lying on the ground. I stepped on the leader, Will, and locked eyes with Barry. So, do you still think you can surround and kill me? Barry's expression froze. He probably never imagined that their proud combined attack could be so easily and brutally pierced through. He took a deep breath, his eyes reddening, and roared, "We haven't lost yet. Charge!" After saying that, he was the first to charge forward with his heavily injured body, looking somewhat tragic. I sneered and shook my head, then swiftly appeared at his side, stabbing a knife into his abdomen, and followed up with an elbow strike to the back of his neck. Barry, down for the count. I looked at the remaining group of shivering weaklings and coldly asked, "What about you? Will you drop your weapons or continue?" The woman named Judy rushed out with red eyes, scolding her cowardly teammates, and then charged at me with determination. "Major Sith, take this." Her strike had some force behind it, and I rarely took things seriously, gripping my knife with both hands to meet her head-on. The outcome was, of course, without suspense. She was knocked away by my slash and crashed into the wall, losing consciousness. However, with a tearing sound, I surprisingly found a blood mark on my face. I touched the wound on my face and smiled. Among this group of people, there was finally one who managed to leave a mark on me. I took a liking to this girl and thought I should ask Teacher Zifa later if we could recruit her into our unit. Just then, the 2 late-coming snipers finally fired. A bullet made of sea tower stone was headed straight for my temple. Without turning my head, I slashed back with a knife, splitting the bullet in half. Then, I aimed and conjured a dark spear to throw it, and with a loud bang, the 2 snipers were knocked out. Now, only a few misfits were left on the field. They shouted and charged forward, engaging in a meaningless last resistance. I sighed, and with a few more slashes, the world became quiet. The rain continued to fall, and I was the only one standing among the ruins. Tap, 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 footsteps approached. It was Teacher Zifa. I turned my head and smiled, saying, "Teacher, you're here. I won. 30 people, not one escaped." Teacher Zifa, with a soaked cigar in his mouth, looked a bit distracted and said, "Yes, you won." Then he suddenly added, "The science unit designed a new arm for me. I tried it yesterday and really liked it." I nodded, "That's great. So what are your plans?" Teacher Zifa suddenly laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits. "No plans. Just wanted to ask if you'd like to have a match with me while I still haven't installed my new arm. Otherwise, once it's on, you 1T have a chance to win." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. I glanced at the students lying dead on the ground, and then at the old man in front of me who was coughing like he was about to breathe his last. I felt I could do it again. "Since you said so, teacher, I 1T hold back." Before I could finish my sentence, I rushed forward with a knife. As a result, halfway through my charge, Teacher Zifa's aura suddenly changed. The black armed color hockey instantly covered his entire body, and he looked as sturdy as a bull, no longer showing any signs of weakness. I was dumbfounded on the spot, with only one thought in my mind. This old man is not following the rules, pretending to be sick to deceive me, an 18-year-old comrade. My speed is fast, but Teacher Zifa is faster. Before I even got close, he threw a punch that sent me flying 8 meters away, and he hit me in the face. Then, he pressed his whole body down on me like a truck, and I couldn't move at all. After that, it was a rain of punches, all aimed at my face. While he yelled, "The elite class are my students. I usually can't bear to hit them. How dare you go so hard? You've crossed the line. I was pressed to the ground, tears of regret streaming from the corners of my eyes. If I had known he would be so protective, I would have. I would have given Barry and the others a couple more hits, infuriating me. After a while, Teacher Zephyr probably got tired of beating me up and stood up from on top of me, sneering disdainfully, glancing at my face swollen like a pig's head, and announced, "Starting tomorrow, your training volume will double." That night, I skipped class. With a face like this, I really couldn't bear to see anyone. Lying in bed, I closed my eyes and, with a blink, found myself in the world of dreams. As soon as I entered, I saw the doctor, the hermit, and the missionary. Those three personalities gathered around a table, pointing at my face and laughing wildly. The doctor personality, slamming the table, said, "Oh, my dear friend, your new face is truly unique. Which master performed the plastic surgery on you?" I was so angry that my fists clenched tightly, but with his pig's head face, I really had no face to retort. The hermit older brother cleared his throat and forced himself to stifle his laughter. All right, let's get down to business. Poet, I heard you've been practicing your domineering aura. How's it going? As soon as boasting was mentioned, I was instantly wide awake, proudly announcing with my pig's head, "Of course, I mastered observation hockey in just 7 days, dominating the entire elite class. If it weren't for them calling my parents, why be like this?" The doctor started mocking again. "Are you sure you weren't the one getting dominated?" Just as I slammed the table and was about to retort, the missionary interrupted us, saying that his cousin, by Jing Haizi, had sent a letter again, and he had to get up quickly to retrieve it. Just as they were about to disperse, I suddenly felt a dizzying spin. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the Naruto world, in my little workshop in Sunagakure. Outside, the wind and sand were strong, and there was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this late hour? I thought, could it be Big Sister? I rushed to open the door with the brightest smile on my face. "Big Sister, are you going to eat first, take a bath, or eat?" Scorpion? Standing at the door was a red-haired scorpion, wearing his signature fake smile. My smile instantly collapsed, and I impatiently blocked the doorway. "So it's you, huh? It's so late. Do you have something to say?" Scorpion looked at me and smiled slightly. "As a member of the team, aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while?" I tell you, my hair stood on end at that moment. This guy Scorpion is as reclusive as a genius with autism. Usually, he doesn't TC any living person except for his puppets and art. Now he is blocking my doorway, smiling like a blooming flower. Can this be a good thing? My inner alarm bells were ringing, but I still had to keep up appearances. I carefully scanned him from head to toe. Really, I almost made him take off his pants for inspection, fearing he might have some poisoned needle hidden in his nail crevices. Only after confirming he was safe did I let him in, and I casually poured a cup of cool, boiled water, not even willing to put in any tea leaves. "All right, go ahead. What do you want from me?" Good heavens. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He was there, taking deep breaths, as if practicing some kind of breathing technique, muttering to himself, don't get angry. It's not worth getting angry at this bastard." I waved my hand directly and said, No. Who are we to each other? We've grown up together since childhood. Friends, comrades, right? I said this purely to annoy him. Just think about it. I used to tease him when we were kids, and that grudge has grown big. I was afraid every day that he would try to assassinate me. As a result, after he downed a glass of cold water, his anger surprisingly subsided, and he directly laid it all out. "Sith, stop pretending. I know you've awakened the Blaze release, and your strength is hidden deeper than anyone else's. Even I can't be sure I can take you down." My heart skipped a beat, and the alarm in my head nearly exploded. The newly acquired observation hockey locked onto him from every angle, but I still had to keep a cheerful smile on my face, waving my right hand in front of him. "Oh, Scorpion, what are you joking about? I'm just an ordinary medical ninja, the kind that couldn't even harm a chicken." I thought to myself, oh no, this guy isn't eyeing my bloodline limit and planning to turn me into a life-size figure for his collection, is he? Alert! I must stay on high alert. As a result, he looked up and shot me a sideways glance, his gaze icy with an indescribable weirdness, then suddenly said, "My friend, it seems you already know that I am researching human puppets." The room instantly fell silent, so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat, while the wind outside rattled the windows. We just stared at each other, the atmosphere tense enough to draw out a thread. I sighed and spoke first. "Is there really such a thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through? To be honest, I'm not really afraid of him. I know most of his tricks, but he doesn't know any of my trump cards. It's just too troublesome to deal with him in the village, especially since he has a strong background. His grandmother Chiyo and his uncle, the old man of the sea, are like living legends in the Sand Village. If it weren't for his rebellious phase, where he turned the third Kazekage into a figurine and then switched to the Akatsuki, that position of the fourth Kazekage would never have gone to Raza, that gold miner. Scorpion sat down as if nothing had happened, casually saying, "So what if I know? As long as it's you, it doesn't matter. Who understands family?" As soon as he said that, my sphincter tightened, and I almost performed a body flicker technique to run out the door. Are all artists this twisted? My body was already unconsciously moving toward the door, calculating that if he dared to use force, I would scream, "There's a clinic downstairs." Who's afraid of whom when it comes to losing face? Seeing my cowardly demeanor, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his fists cracked ominously. "What the hell are you thinking? I'm not interested in men. No, I'm not interested in any human beings, except as materials." Great, he's gone full otaku. I realized that in his eyes. A beautiful girl from the real world has less combat power than a jointed puppet. I clear my throat and put on a righteous look. "Sorry, Scorpion. As a member of the village, I have the duty to report you to your grandmother for practicing forbidden techniques." He gave me a look that seemed to say, "Are you stupid?" and sneered, patting my shoulder. "Zais, do you know? Actually, we are accomplices." "What do you mean?" I narrowed my eyes, sensing that things were not simple. In the literal sense, he smiled confidently. "All the materials I have are from you." Materials? Bodies. My mind buzzed. I was the leader of the medical team in the village, although I didn't have many proper doctors under me. All the bodies of ninjas from the village and enemy spies had to go through my hands. If he was planning to use my name to steal bodies from a morgue, that's it. I'm in deep trouble. That old lady Chiyo would definitely throw me under the bus to protect her precious grandson. I swallowed hard, sweat pouring down. You wouldn't be stealing corpses under my name, would you?" "No." He laughed even more happily, his face almost pressed against mine. "I only went to retrieve the corpse after getting your consent." "I consented? How could I possibly consent?" My eyes were about to pop out. He chuckled and pointed at the scaled model of Yeet Song on my shelf. "Do you remember this? I clearly told you that making this model required 2 corpses as materials. And what did you do? You were so excited without a second thought. You just handed me the stamp. Can you blame me for that?" My expression froze on the spot. I remembered that at the time. I didn't hear a single word of what he was babbling about for this figure. Goodness, I've been backstabbed by the figure assassin. I closed my eyes, allowed a long breath, and accepted my fate. "Go ahead, tell me, what is the purpose of going to such lengths to drag me into this?" "I want to go to the land of Earth." His eyes narrowed, filled with calculations. "What do you want to do in the land of Earth?" I grabbed his sleeve tightly at this critical moment. Does he want to betray the village? Scorpion licked his lips, his gaze wild like a madman. Bloodline limit. My informant discovered an explosive release ninja, a top-notch material for making puppets. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the members of the Umbu were perched on my windowsill like owls. "Lord Zais, Lord Wind Shadow, is looking for you. I'm tired of these assassination enthusiasts. When will our medical ninjas stand up? We're looked down upon every day. Our village clinic has even resorted to hiring a puppet master as a part-time doctor. Besides me, everyone else is a twisted individual obsessed with toxins, thinking only about turning people into figurines. Meanwhile, the neighboring Hidden Leaf village is advancing in biological modifications and creating artificial humans, while we can't even manage a cesarean section. The technological gap is just too vast. Forget it. While I'm under this roof, I need to keep the village's biggest Scorpion stable first. When I arrived at the Wind Shadow's office, it was quite the scene. The third Wind Shadow sat in the middle, with the 2 old geezers, Chiyo and Hai Laozong, on his left, and Scorpion standing on his right like a debt collector, his gaze fierce enough to want to turn the Wind Shadow into the latest figurine on the spot. That poor third Wind Shadow ended up being the strongest Wind Shadow in history, who was later turned into a figurine by the 15-year-old Scorpion. As soon as he saw me, he forced a smile and started trying to recruit me. "Sith, I heard you've awakened your bloodline limit. Are you interested in changing jobs and joining my Shadow Guard?" "The Shadow Guard? That's a high-level reserve. If it were my silly sister Yetzong, she would probably bow down on the spot. But I'm not stupid. Isn't this just trying to poach me in front of Chiyo? The Wind Shadow's own son, Rasha, is still in line, and if I take this big piece of cake, I might choke on it." I shook my head directly, looking serious. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord F-ing Ying, but I would prefer to apply for a special fund to train medical ninjas." Guess what? The third Hokage's face turned dark, probably cursing me for being ungrateful. He is currently broke, with the budget from the Daime being slashed repeatedly. Where would he find money to waste on me? Enough. He slammed the table, pulled out a mission order from the drawer, and threw it into my arms. S-rank mission. Investigate the truth behind the explosive unit in a Wagakure of the land of Earth. You will go with Scorpion. Don't bother me unless it's necessary. After saying that, he ran off like he was fleeing from debt, afraid I would ask him for money again. Granny Chio, having enjoyed the show, called me over with a smile, took my hand, and asked warmly, "The child has grown up and is getting more handsome. Are there any girls you like in a village? Tell Grandma, and I'll help you." My face stiffened. She couldn't really think there was something between me and Scorpion. Could she? I quickly found an excuse. "Teacher, let's talk about it when the mission is over." As soon as Scorpion and I left, I could guess that Chio would immediately tell Chio's grandfather. "Quick, find a fiancé, E for Sasori. We can't let him get too close to Scorpion." She was still hoping her precious grandson would become the next Kazekage. Once we left the village, Scorpion and I headed straight for the Land of Earth. In a tiny oasis in the Land of Wind, Scorpion spread out a scroll with the mission information. The village's mission was just a cover. He grinned and pointed at a photo. Our real target was him, the explosion release user Kuratsuchi, a newly promoted jonin from Awagakure. He was deeply trusted by the 3rd Suchikage. Anoki. He wouldn't be easy to deal with, but it was fine. They were soon going to conduct training exercises at the border with the Land of Waterfall, and that would be our opportunity. After that, it was a grueling 7-day and 8-night march. We bypassed the Land of Rain and entered the Land of Earth and the Land of Birds. Let me tell you, life in this small country is really tough. When there's war, they are the battlefield. When there's peace, they become the leaks for the big countries. The Land of Birds makes a profit by reselling the minerals from the Land of Earth to our Sunagakure, making 3 to 4 times the difference. It's simply heartless. Scorpion remained in his bulky puppet shell the whole time, constantly cursing the 3rd Kazekage as useless. The atmosphere between us was incredibly tense, but I was used to it. Luckily, I had observation hockey, which helped me avoid several patrols of IWA shinobi along the way. Of course, I used half of that hockey to sense enemies, and the other half to guard against this good teammate beside me. Finally, after the long trek, we approached our mission target. The sky was getting darker, and the cold wind, blowing from the northern part of the Land of Earth, swept across my face. I stepped on a giant rock, with a blade of grass in my mouth, and the sweet aroma of malt filled my mouth. It was a novel taste, but before I could savor it, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I tell you, my sensory ability suddenly went dead like a phone losing signal. The surroundings became eerily silent. Family, who understands? Just a second ago, there were bugs chirping, and the next second, the entire world was on mute, quiet enough to make one shiver. I felt something was off and turned to the Scorpion next to me, who was playing with puppets, and asked, "Dude, is your informant reliable? Don't tell me it was a $9 free shipping deal." The Scorpion didn't even lift his head, fiddling with his precious puppet, and coldly replied, "My informant doesn't make mistakes." Wow, such confidence. But I didn't trust it. I immediately tightened my grip on the knife, my body covered in goosebumps, and shouted at him, "There is something wrong around us. Your informant sold us out." I swear 1,000 thoughts flashed through my mind. I even suspected that this Scorpion was setting me up, trying to use the rock ninja to take me out so he could turn me into one of his so-called eternal artworks. This kid's mind is filled with nothing but puppets, and everyone looks like prime material to him. Are you doubting me? The Scorpion finally stopped playing with his wood and turned his pale puppet face towards me, giving me chills down my spine. The air felt like it was about to freeze. Time to play it cool. I quickly put on a smile and said, "How could that be? We are life and death friends." But in my heart, I thought, fine, even if you want to mess with me, we have to deal with this crowd outside first. I'll remember you're dead. Just then, I felt it. People were everywhere, a massive crowd. There were at least 80 of them. My face turned green instantly, and I pulled out my knife, shouting, "Too many enemies, prepare to run." After saying that, I transformed into a shadow and desperately rushed southward. The south leads to the Land of Grass, the territory of the Leaf Village. Even if those rock ninjas are powerful, they wouldn't dare to chase us into that territory. Or it would mean war with the Leaf Village. The Scorpion was also quick on the uptake, closely following behind me. He wasn't the later S-rank big shot who could destroy a nation by himself. Facing this situation, he had to kneel. However, I felt something was off with the way he looked at me, a burning gaze like Orochimaru looking at Sasuke, making me feel uneasy all over. As we were running, suddenly a big guy jumped out in front of me, with a hairstyle like a Super Saiyan, blocking my way in the blink of an eye, yelling from Sunagakure, "I heard you were looking for me. I'm here in person, surprised?" Saying that, he threw a punch at me, and the chakra wrapped around his fist looked terrifying. I reacted quickly, my body instinctively sinking into the shadow to dodge. His punch smashed into the stone with a bang, and the boulder the size of a water buffalo was instantly shattered into pieces. Without saying a word, I hung upside down from a tree, half of my body hidden in the shadow, forming a hand seal. Scorch release. Overheating kill. A massive black-red fireball appeared out of nowhere, bringing with it a heat so intense it could ignite the air, and it was hurled directly at that scion. The surrounding grass and trees instantly withered, and then whoosh. They were all burned to ashes. Scorch release. That guy's face turned pale. It seemed my sister Yetsong's reputation was quite formidable. He immediately cowered, knowing he couldn't take that hit, and his hands moved so fast they left afterimages as he shouted, "Earth release. Earth flow wall." A wall of earth rose up, and he began to retreat. What happened next? That wall crumbled like paper, not even lasting a second before my fireball obliterated it. A terrifying wave of heat spread, as if a small sun had risen in this desolate place. As the smoke cleared, a massive deep pit was left in the ground, with the stones inside turned to magma. The scion's face went pale with fear, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was probably relieved he and T recklessly challenged my sister to a one-on-one fight. On the other side, Scorpion was also engaged in battle with the rock ninja, his 10 puppets soaring through the air while he occasionally stole glances at me. I saw him silently assess my attack power against his wooden shell's defense, likely deciding to temporarily abandon the idea of turning me into a figurine. The explosive release scion had completely lost his nerve, switching from offense to defense, creating distance between us and playing a guerrilla warfare style, occasionally tossing kunai with explosive tags to harass me. I was overjoyed. What ninjas feared most was losing their edge. Once you start to hesitate, death isn't far away. Shadow jump. The shadow behind me twisted and instantly flashed to his back, slashing a knife toward his neck. He reacted quickly, like a beast, instinctively dodging to the side. But then the most daring move came. Realizing he couldn't evade, he actually used a hell swamp on himself. Damn, he let himself fall in the muddy pit and then took the opportunity to slip away using the rock concealment technique. Folks, this move left me dumbfounded. Ninjutsu could be played like this? It truly opened the door to a new world. I didn't have time to chase after him. I shouted to Scorpion, "The enemy's main force is coming. Let's go." Without a second thought, Scorpion controlled his puppet to unleash a wave of poison needles and followed me. Just as we ran into a narrow canyon flanked by giant rock mountains, I felt something was off. The air suddenly became scorching hot, a temperature more overwhelming than my blaze release. I abruptly stopped, raised my hand, and shouted, "Stop. There's something ahead." In the next moment, my vision was filled with flowing lava. Like a raging red river, it turned the entire night sky into daylight. At that moment, I felt a darkness in my eyes. It was over. This was a trap. It was the Four Tails Jinchuriki from Awagakure, Old Z. They had brought out the nuclear weapons from the village. I wanted to curse. Was it really necessary? We were just a second-generation official and a little genius, and you go straight for the Jinchuriki? That's not how you use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At the end of the lava river, that Old Z with a full red beard, dressed like a monk, was grinning widely and laughing brilliantly. He said we were quite famous, the grandchildren and disciples of Chiyo, especially my lava release and shadow secret techniques, which were too dangerous and had to be nipped in the bud. I tried to imitate that explosive escape technique and created an Earth-style wall, hoping it could hold off for a moment. The situation was even worse for Scorpion. All his puppets were made of wood, and they were instantly destroyed upon contact with the lava. We both risked our lives, using our shadow abilities to pull ourselves up to the top of the rock mountain. Looking down at the surging lava below, my heart racing. That old guy, Old Purple, didn't give us a chance to catch our breath. With a body flicker technique, he appeared right in front of me, half of his body wrapped in lava chakra, and threw a punch. I didn't dare to engage him in close combat. One hit and I'll be done for. I could only keep using Shadow Assault, shooting out Black Blade from the shadows to harass him. As a result, he sprouted a lava tail behind him, which easily shattered all my attacks with a single swing. Scorpion wanted help and threw out a bunch of poison Simbon. But what happened? They didn't even touch the edges of his clothes before being incinerated into steam by the high temperature. Scorpion's expression at that moment was a mix of anger and helplessness. It felt like his art was being rubbed into the ground. Old Purple, displeased with Scorpion, unleashed another fireball. I couldn't just watch him go down like this. After all, he was still a teammate. Gritting my teeth, I unleashed a big move, Scorch Release, overheating Killing Wave. A black-red fire dragon shot out from the shadows, colliding with his lava fireball. Boom! There was a massive explosion, lighting up the entire sky, and a shockwave sent the surrounding rock ninjas flying, causing casualties everywhere. Taking advantage of the smoke, I grabbed Scorpion and ran south. However, that old guy had a four-tailed radar inside him and instantly detected us. He suddenly turned around, his chakra surging, entering the state of a tailed beast with 3 tails, and opened his mouth to start forming a sphere. Tail beast bomb. I was completely stunned, with only one sentence in my mind. Italy cannon. Fire. Brother, is this really necessary? I'm just a nobody who hasn't even left the newbie village, and you're using tailed beast balls against me? There was no time to think. Old Purple opened fire. I could only mobilize all my shadow powers to form a huge black lid in front of me, protecting me and Scorpion tightly. The whole world was shaking, and the towering rock mountains around us evaporated in an instant. After the storm passed, we were both injured, looking like we had just been pulled out of an oven, and our chakra was nearly depleted. Taking advantage of the smoke, we finally managed to escape from that hellish place. But it wasn't over yet. After dawn, that explosive pursuit came after us again, hovering around like a fly, primarily engaging in a harassment strategy, waiting for us to exhaust our last bit of strength. Scorpion was already done for, and I was at my limit, so I just collapsed on the ground and stopped running. Today, right here, I'm going to kill this pesky nuisance. Seeing that we were completely down, he was so smug, slowly walking out with a perverted smile on his face, stepping on my left hand where it was forming seals, grinding it back and forth, and babbling endlessly. Aren't you strong? Get up and fight me. Go ahead, scream, and I'll let you go. He was just about to curse back when suddenly, with a puff, a knife pierced through the position of his heart. It was a puppet hand gripping the knife. He looked down in disbelief, his strength instantly drained, and he fell straight down. I shrugged, gasping for breath, and said, I'm sorry, I'm actually a puppeteer too. It's just that I'm poor and can't afford a whole one, so this broken hand is just right. I pushed aside his corpse, took a military ration pill from my pocket, and stuffed it into my mouth. The taste, let me tell you, was so bitter that it made me question my life. I also tossed one to Scorpion, and that young master took a bite and nearly vomited on the spot, probably even more disdainful of the fragile human body. Just like that, the two of us dragged our half-dead selves and finally sneaked into the land of grass without any incidents. We randomly found a shabby inn and could finally lie down. This trip really took a huge detour, almost costing us our lives. I tell you, as soon as I lay down, I felt uncomfortable all over. We are ninjas, not on vacation. That guy Scorpion is off to gather his puppet materials, and I need to replenish some medicinal herbs. Goodness, this land of grass is like a world of ice and fire. The rich area is filled with lights and music. The decadent sounds make my head ache, but as soon as I turn the corner into the slums, it's a different story. Every household lives in thatched huts, like a primitive tribe. My goal this time is those farmers being exploited by heartless merchants. I'll buy the herbs directly from them, saving money for myself and allowing them to earn more. A win-win, you understand? I randomly opened a door, and as soon as it cracked open, a single eye was staring at me intently from inside. I lowered my voice, as if exchanging a secret code. Do you have any medicine? The man, upon hearing this, reacted as if he had seen a long-lost relative and quickly pulled me inside. The room was barren, with just a pile of firewood. His wife and children were huddled in the corner, counting the few pieces of grass they had gathered today. He scooped me a bowl of water, and let me tell you, the water in that jug was almost green, but I drank it anyway, just to show some respect. I'll get straight to the point. I'll buy it 4 times the market price, whatever you have. I'll take it all. The big guy was so excited that his hands were shaking. He was just about to ask his wife to get the goods when his son, a little kid who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, suddenly stood up and said, No, Dad, we can't sell it to him. I was taken aback at the time. Hey, this little guy has quite an opinion. Guess what he said? He said, the adults in the village said that these people are foreigners who come to take our resources. We need to sell the medicinal herbs to the merchants in the village, pay our taxes well, and only then can the village build schools and hospitals, so that our grass country can become strong. Who understands this? The family members. This kid has been brainwashed, cleaner than my white coat. His father exploded right there, pointing at his nose and scolding. Strong? What a joke. How did your grandfather die? He starved to death just to save money for your tuition. If it weren't for these foreigners, you wouldn't even be able to afford school. That little brat turned red in the face, but still stubbornly said, Anyway, we just can't sell. I really can't bear to look. What is this all about? In the end, it was still his father who made the decision and sold all the herbs to me. I went to 7 or 8 shops in a row, and my scrolls were stuffed full. I had almost spent all my money looking at these hard-working herb farmers who can't even afford a proper meal. I felt a tightness in my chest. This broken world really needs a reset. Just as I was contemplating life, I suddenly heard a movement in my ears and caught a woman's sharp scream coming from the corner. Help! Get out of the way! I was really angry at that moment and thought to myself, perfect, I'll take a stand for justice today. I followed the sound and found a dilapidated thatch hut that looked like it was about to collapse. Without saying a word, I kicked the door down. I'm not sorry at all for interrupting your good deeds, I said with a cold smile while leaning against the door frame. Then I took a closer look and, good heavens, inside were two guys wearing straw ninja headbands hunched over a little girl. Gnawing on her? I mean literally gnawing. The girl was as thin as a stick, with a head of red hair and bite marks all over her arms. My first reaction was, could this be Xianglin? No. Wait, this is an airport. It doesn't match at all. The two straw ninjas were interrupted in their feeding and glared at me with displeasure. Who are you? I turned around and smiled playfully. I am just a wandering Ronin, helping those in need when I see injustice. A Ronin? A worthless piece of trash that should have been swept into the garbage long ago, daring to meddle in the affairs of our grass ninja village? I raised my eyebrow and said, who knows who will sweep whom? The two guys immediately became furious and pulled out their kunai, charging at me. The red-haired girl surprisingly wanted to save me, hugging one of the ninja's legs and shouting, you should run. They won't do anything to me. As a result, the ninja kicked her away. My gaze turned cold, and in a flash, I caught her in my arms. She felt as light as a feather. I leaned down and smelled her hair. It was quite fragrant, so I casually said, Miss, has anyone ever told you that your hair is beautiful? The two grass ninjas went crazy, forming hand signs and spitting fireballs. Bastard! Let her go. She's the property of our village. Property? I laughed. Playing with fire in front of me? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Holding her, I swayed my body, and the flash of my blade filled the room with blood in an instant. I whispered to the little one in my arms, I'm sorry, but from the moment I saw you, you belong to me. She trembled in my embrace, looked up at me with her big, watery eyes, and asked a question that made my heart stop. Are you going to bite me too? I told you when she said that, I froze completely, feeling as if my soul was being interrogated. She saw that I didn't respond and gave a sorrowful smile. As expected, you are all the same. I really didn't dare to look down at her, afraid I wouldn't be able to control my emotions. I could only rub her red hair and say in the gentlest voice of my life, in this broken world, who isn't being used while they are alive? Since you don't want to be the meat on the chopping block, come be my shadow. If we're both going to be used, then why can't it be me? She stared at me intensely, as if she wanted to carve my face into her heart. After a long time, she suddenly said, can you make me stronger? Well, at least I can teach you how to refine chakra. Okay, I'll go with you. What's your name? I don't have a name. From today on, you can call me Uzumaki-mu. Good grief, such a cringy name, I thought, but I didn't complain and let it be. Just as I had picked her up and steadied myself, another grass ninja rushed in through the door. Seeing the pile of corpses, his eyes turned red. You bastard. Who the hell are you? I held on to Wu in the whirlpool and turned around. I've already said, I'm just a drifter. Then I looked down at her in my arms and asked, Wu, do you want to see me dance? Her eyes lit up and she nodded emphatically. That guy yelled and charged over. I drew my knife. The cold light flashed, and before he could react, blood sprayed from his neck. Just then, a signal flare shot up into the sky. Great, I've stirred up a hornet's nest. I held Wu and asked her, are you scared? She shook her head and even smiled, saying, the worst that can happen is death, but sometimes death is a luxury for me. Her words struck a chord in my heart. All right, that's intense. I laughed heartily and said, then I'll take you out to kill, and let you experience what it's like to dance on the edge of a knife. Let me tell you, the ninjas from Grass Ninja Village are really weak. I carried a person and charged back and forth among them. It felt like strolling in my own backyard. They couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. These people kept shouting, are you a warrior from the land of iron? As I chopped away, I helplessly corrected, how many times do I have to say it? I'm a Ronin. As more and more people gathered, finally someone who could unleash a fireball appeared. Things were starting to look interesting. I jumped to the side to dodge a shadow attack and swiftly took him out. Just then, an overwhelming presence descended upon me. A middle-aged man with a big beard stood on the rooftop, holding a shuriken the size of a door, glaring at me as if he wanted to swallow me whole. Samurai, does your iron country want to go to war with our grass country? Hey, another hard-of-hearing one. I grinned. I already told you I'm not a samurai. To prove it, I formed a hand seal. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Several large wind balls flew straight at his face. The village chief was no pushover either. He twirled the massive shuriken like a windmill, blocking all my wind balls, then smashed it down towards me. We exchanged a few clangs of steel, and when he realized he couldn't match my strength, he created some distance and began to unleash water style, sending a torrent of water rushing towards me. I used the fire dragon to block for a moment, and while the steam was billowing, I took off running. If I didn't run now, I would really be worn out here. As a result, at this most tense moment, let me tell you, a dramatic scene unfolded. In the center of Grass Ninja Village, there was a loud explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose up. The village chief went crazy on the spot, his eyes bloodshot, probably because it was his little treasury. He threw a shuriken at me and then roared for his subordinates to follow him, while he himself rushed back towards the explosion without looking back. To stabilize the outside, one must first secure the inside. This guy understands politics. Now, this is a great opportunity. I held onto the swirling vortex and ran like mad, teasing her as I went. How about it, Woo? Exciting, isn't it? Dancing on the edge of a knife feels like this. Her little face was flushed red from the blood, overly excited, nodding her little head like a garlic pounder. Yes, it's really exciting. Then she suddenly opened her arms and shouted in an extremely uninhibited posture. From this moment on, let Grass Ninja Village feel pain. I stumbled and almost fell off the roof. This unlucky kid, who taught him these cringy lines? Ugh, so unlucky. Could it be the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan, the gene for nonsense? At this moment, in a corner of the hidden grass village, Scorpion, draped in a black cloak and with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, was listening to his subordinates report keywords like Ronin, ponytail, and longsword. And he was about to explode with anger. He spat out a breath and cursed inwardly. Damn you, Zeiss. You said you would rest for a few days, and you go out and stir up such a big mess. Now I have to clean up after you. Do you know that explosions being so fleeting are really not beautiful at all? After running all night, he finally shook off his pursuers. That little girl Uzumaki was so excited along the way, like she was on a caffeine high. I estimate that I won't be able to survive in the land of grass anymore. My reputation has gone straight to full hatred. But finding an Uzumaki clan member is worth it. Now the problem is how to settle her. Bring her back to Sunagakure? Impossible. The higher-ups in the village, those old foxes, would treat an Uzumaki like they found a gold mine, right? I can't protect her. Plus, I have to leave myself an escape route after all. Our silly big sister Yetsong will eventually be sold by the village. I need to establish a base outside. After thinking it over, the Iron Country seems the most suitable. It's a neutral country. Everyone is a soldier, and it's tough enough. The key is that it's full of blacksmiths, and there aren't many good doctors, which conveniently allows for no hidden identity, setting up a pharmacy or something like that to slowly develop power. The plan is on. I share my idea with her and then asked her, "You should have guessed my identity, right?" Vortex nodded slightly, clenched her small fist, and her eyes were filled with enthusiasm. You're a rogue ninja from the 5 great nations, right? What are we going to do now? Spread pain? Or assassinate the important figures of the great nations? My eyelids were twitching wildly at that moment. Something was off. Is this still the soft and cute little creature I just picked up? Could have been possessed by someone. I half squatted down and pinched her little face, cautiously testing the code. The king covers the earth tiger? The way she looked at me was just like how those smart folks waiting in line to buy cyber divine water looked at each other. I got up in a flash, and this little girl has turned the world upside down. As a result, she sighed, hugged my arm, and said, "I can feel other people's hearts. I know you mean no harm and that you won't really be angry. Although it seems like your brain isn't working too well, don't worry. I will take good care of you." I took 2 deep breaths, telling myself not to get angry, not to get angry. Listen carefully, I said to her slowly. I am a ninja from Sunagakure, Sisu, the leader of the medical team. Not a rogue ninja. The body of Uzumaki Mu instantly froze. For her, the words Sunagakure were 1,000 times more terrifying than a rogue ninja. The 5 great nations are not good. As a result, the next second, this girl put on a performance worthy of a Sichuan opera face change. I'm telling you, it was unbelievable. With tears still on her face, she trembled as she raised her head, transforming back into that pitiful look, asking if I would take her back to Sunagakure. I felt that something was off. Good heavens, what acting skills, a tea art master. I directly told her no. I plan to send you to the land of iron, to leave myself a way out. Guess what? Her eyes lit up instantly, and she clung to me like a koala, excitedly asking, "Really? When are we leaving? When are you betraying the village?" I was dumbfounded. Who wants to betray the village? I told her that this matter hasn't even started. You wait for me to meet someone first, get some startup capital. I'm currently as broke as a church mouse. Then I want to see my big fool friend, Scorpion. The land of grass is so comfortable with dense forests everywhere. Unlike our wind country, which is so poor it only has sand left. I jumped down from the tree with this little oil bottle, and Scorpion's cold voice rang out. You're here. He was wrapped in a big trench coat, looking like a villain who couldn't be seen, with eyes as sharp as knives. When he glanced at Uzumaki Mu's face, he even exclaimed, saying something about high-quality materials. My face darkened instantly, and I pressed down on Uzumaki Mu's head, telling him, you can forget about that. She's very important to me. As a result, this unfortunate kid started daydreaming again, lowering her head with a flushed face. Important? Of course she is important. She is my way out. In case I can't get Scorpion onto the 4th Kazakage's throne and my own strength isn't enough, then the Land of Iron is my only retreat. This is called being prepared. Scorpion then asked how I planned to handle it, and I said I couldn't put all my eggs in one basket. I had to keep a backup outside to avoid being dragged down by you. Scorpion was taken aback and asked what I meant. I directly laid it all out face to face with him, of course, half true and half false. I gritted my teeth and said, how many years have we known each other? Can you hide your little problems from me? I know you want to get rid of the 3rd Kazakage. I certainly can't tell the truth. He has to take the blame. Otherwise, how can I prime money from that stingy guy? When Scorpion heard this, he actually admitted it, saying that the death of the 3rd Hokage would be good for everyone. I immediately retorted, good for everyone? Once the 3rd dies, will those old-timers in the village let you be at ease? Or do you want to become the Hokage yourself? Scorpion laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke and said he had no interest in that. If I wanted it, he would let me have it. Easy to say. I made it clear that aside from him and Rasha, no one else could hold that position. I pressured him. You can assassinate the 3rd, but you have to properly stage a coup and take the position of the 4th yourself. Otherwise, I won't agree to it. We were stuck like that, looking at each other with the back of our heads. After a while, it was Scorpion who softened first and asked me what I really wanted to do. I took the opportunity to put my arm around his shoulder and said, Bro, I need a little startup capital. Can you support me? He wasn't pleased and said, why should I help you when you seem to want to ruin my plans? I chuckled and said, we're friends. Why be so clear-cut about it? Besides, I haven't stopped you, have I? How about I give you 2 bottles of this new poison I've made? I tell you, Scorpion really has no resistance to my poison. While others focus on the effects of their poisons, I emphasize the aesthetics, fragrance, and taste. It's truly an art. As soon as he heard that, he immediately backed down and asked how much I wanted. I shot for the stars. How about 2 million taels? Are you robbing me? He exclaimed. 1 million. Take it or leave it. Of course I want it. I laughed like a fox, thinking, what a generous guy, being the son of a high-ranking official. I expected him to offer at most 500,000. In the end, we agreed. He would wait for me for a month, and when I returned, I would give him the corpse of the explosive escape hunter. Deal. After finalizing things with Scorpion, I headed straight to the Iron Country with Vortex now. The place was completely different from ours, with heavy snow falling and water freezing as it dripped. We changed into thick clothes and walked through the snow. She was as happy as a playful dog, running around everywhere. Throughout the journey, she wouldn't stop repeating Trader Village like a broken record, urging me every day to stay in the Iron Country. I told her that Trader Village would be hunted down, and she said, isn't that exciting? Who understands my family? I was a bit numbed by her words. After 2 more days of travel, we finally arrived at the capital of the Iron Country. It was a giant city made entirely of metal, with armored warriors at the gates, exuding an intimidating aura, blending with the ice and snow. After paying the fee and using fake identities, we entered the city. It was bustling with activity, filled with pedestrians carrying swords, much livelier than our sand-hidden village. As soon as we entered the city, a big brother driving a horse-drawn carriage approached us enthusiastically. I chatted with him for a bit, making up a story that I was a doctor from another place looking to open a clinic in the capital to make a living. Guess what? As soon as he heard I was a doctor, his eyes lit up like he had found a rare treasure. He whipped the horse's rear and took off, excitedly saying that their street urgently needed a doctor. Turns out I was a scarce resource here. The big brother's name was Xiong Chuanjunjia, and he was indeed nice, helping me find a shop with a good location at a cheap price. The Iron Country was strange. There were over 10 blacksmith shops on one street, but not a single clinic. When I opened my pharmacy, I named it a pharmacy with a sign made of iron, which supposedly could be taken down as a weapon during battles, emphasizing a wartime theme. However, within 2 days of opening, I was already dubbed a gynecological expert. The customers were all young girls and young married women, each claiming they had cold hands and feet, dizziness, and blurred vision. But they just wanted to see this handsome doctor. My eyes were almost dazzled. I simply told them to drink more hot water and sent them away. Vortex No was secretly enjoying herself next to me, As soon as a woman came in, she shouted at the door like a guard. Next. Finally, a serious patient arrived, claiming to have a cold. I asked Vortex No to get the medicine and taught her how to examine patients. This girl truly had a talent. She learned quickly, much faster than I did when I was studying medicine. People really can be infuriating sometimes. 5 days later, I packed my things and prepared to return. I needed to hurry back to report to Scorpion. Vortex No was very unhappy, sulking and not speaking. I sighed, rubbed her head, and promised I would definitely come back, even saying I would build an underground lab. Only then did she lift her head, tears welling up in her eyes, insisting we make a pinky promise. Sigh. Her acting skills. I'm not even sure which words are genuine and which are fake. Without the burden, my return journey was much faster, and I got back to the border of the Wind Country in less than 3 days. Scorpion was already waiting there. As soon as I returned to this sandy, desolate place, my mood soured. Seeing me come back early, Scorpion didn't say much, but I could tell he was probably overjoyed inside. After all, the corpse of the explosive escape hunter was a treasure he had been longing for. We didn't waste any time talking and went straight back to the village. As soon as we entered the village, we went our separate ways. He headed to the workshop while I had to report to the Wind Shadow. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Why was I always thinking about the Trader Village? Could it be that girl really brainwashed me? I didn't dare to think any further. When I arrived at the Wind Shadow building, I knocked on the door. The third Wind Shadow was actually in the office today. Let me tell you, this guy is a total face value king. Whoever gives him face, he returns the favor. As soon as I entered, I performed a half-kneeling salute, my movements smooth as flowing water. He was indeed pleased and told me to get up. He asked about the mission situation, and I recounted the prepared story in detail, mentioning the ambush, the exposure of the informant, and the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki. The moment the third Wind Shadow heard Four Tails Jinchuriki, his eyes lit up. Then I took out the corpse of the explosive escape hunter and told him that this guy's bloodline limit restrained puppet masters. The third Wind Shadow's face immediately turned grave. The sand-hidden village is poor. Puppet masters are our lifeline, and if they are restrained, that would be disastrous. He stared at the corpse with disgust, waved me off, and told me to leave. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly called me back, saying that in 2 months, I would follow him to the border for a change of guard. I asked why medical ninjas had to go, and he replied that it was Elder Chio's intention. Now that I had awakened my bloodline, it was time to take on more responsibilities. Well, there was no room for negotiation. Later, I found out that it was Elder Chio who arranged this behind the scenes, wanting to take the opportunity to promote my rank while also looking for a potential fiancé for me. These old folks really know how to scheme. That night, the moonlight was beautiful, perfect for catching hares. Unfortunately, there were no melons or hares here, so I could only lie on the rooftop in a daze, thinking until I fell asleep. Guess what I dreamed about? In my dream, the persona called Poet encountered the hermit. But that hermit, he evolved. He turned into a mechanical dragon. The poet didn't recognize him, and the mechanical dragon whipped him in the face with its tail, roaring, "Look closely. I am the hermit." The poet, looking aggrieved, said, "Aren't you a mudloach? How did you become this thing?" Whack! Another tail swipe, leaving a cross-shaped scar on his face. The mechanical dragon boasted, "You're the mudloach. I'm a sea dragon beast. A dragon, understand?" The doctor and the missionary also popped out, their eyes shining as they looked at the mechanical dragon, asking if he had evolved. The hermit was so smug, mocking the poet for lowering everyone's intelligence level. It's unbelievable. Let me tell you, the poet was completely stunned at that moment, his eyelids twitching wildly, complaining, "Wait, is the evolution of Digimon really this unreasonable? Can a mudloach really turn into a Gundam?" As a result, the hermit, that mechanical dragon, just gave him a big eye roll, meaning, "I'm in a good mood today, too lazy to deal with you, you idiot." He then smugly asked the doctor and the missionary, "Can you guess what I am now?" Those two had no idea. Digimon is such an old relic from years ago that remembering something like a Tyrannoman would be considered good memory. Seeing that they couldn't guess, the hermit was so proud, puffing out his chest and saying, "Let me tell you, I am the Dark Billion Dragon Beast, a failed evolution of the Sea Dragon Beast. As the saying goes, darkening makes you 10 times stronger, you know? With my double darkness, taking down the Steel Sea Dragon Beast and the Infinite Dragon Beast, becoming the new 4 heavenly kings. That's just a matter of minutes." What could the doctor and the missionary say? They could only agree, as long as he was happy. But they were also quite happy. To be honest, they were just craving the hermit's current mechanical dragon shell. It looked cool. Then, as soon as I opened my eyes, the dream ended. And I found reality was even more absurd than the dream. I just finished working out at the naval headquarters, dragging a small iron mountain and running a few laps. I feel like my strength has increased significantly. My two colleagues, Clara and Nat, looked like their eyes were about to pop out, saying that I seemed to have grown taller overnight. Wow, this feels like a second growth spurt. Just as I was about to grab a meal, a guy in a black suit stopped me and said someone at headquarters wanted to see me. At that time, I was wondering why the headquarters was looking for me. After thinking it over, I guessed that those officials from our judicial island wanted to show their presence again and were hoping to send our joint force to get involved in the war. I thought to myself, no way. With just our small number of people, we'd be nothing but cannon fodder if we went. This matter, we absolutely cannot participate in. And guess who ended up contacting me? Ruijins, that prosecutor from our judicial island, the embodiment of bureaucratic red tape. Talking to him makes me uncomfortable all over. He started off with some false pleasantries and then mysteriously leaned in to say, "Hey, Major Zeiss, have you heard? Something big has happened on Banaloo Island." I cooperatively showed a puzzled expression, and he immediately got excited, lowering his voice to say, "The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gastiace, has been captured by Blackbeard Teach." I couldn't help but exclaim wow at that moment. Even the Oscars should give me an award for that expression, which was a mix of shock and disbelief, along with a sense of confusion about what Blackbeard really was. That guy loved to see my naive reaction. And with a look of disdain, he said, "Teach wants to exchange Ace for a position in the 7 Warlords." And he also said the 7 Warlords are just dogs of the government. I thought to myself, with your level of understanding, don't lead everyone astray. Sure enough, after a bunch of nonsense, he finally got to the point. The world government was going to publicly execute Ace in Marineford, and he thought this was a good opportunity to restore the authority of our judicial island, wanting my allied forces to join in the excitement. How else can I look at it? I can only sit and watch. I subtly reminded him that our unit's strength. Doesn't he have any idea? Going there would just be sending people to their deaths, right? This guy's face immediately fell, and he slammed the table, saying, all right, I get your point. You don't need to say how they think up there. Just tell me if you're going or not. Family members, who understands? He keeps asking me how I see it. It doesn't let me speak. That's too much. With my bad temper, I almost wanted to flip the table right there. I realized he thought I was being disobedient, like a disobedient dog. Well, the consequences of being disobedient came. When he saw I didn't want to go, he immediately changed his attitude and sarcastically said, "Fine. Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. There are other tasks up there for you." I thought to myself, what good news could there be? Then he said, receiving Ace from Blackbeard and escorting him to impel down, "We still need a guard on the ship, and I think you would be a good fit." As soon as I heard it, my head buzzed. Isn't this just pushing me to my death? This task was originally meant for the Navy's direct line. So what am I, a person from Judicial Island, doing here? Am I trying to take credit? The Navy must hate me for this. If anything goes wrong halfway, I'll be the first one thrown under the bus. And it gets even worse, he added slowly. "All right, by the way, you'll also represent the government and deliver the emblematic credentials of the 7 Warlords to Blackbeard." Damn, I'm just a mere major, and I'm here to deliver a commission to Blackbeard, who is destined to become one of the 4 emperors. Isn't this pure humiliation? A person like Blackbeard has a strong sense of pride. He could tear me apart on the spot, and no one would say a word. That bastard Regans has clearly arranged this for me in terms of both my future and my life. Seeing my face turn pale, he smugly waved me off to get lost. As I walked out of that room, the murderous intent in my chest was almost impossible to suppress. These brain-dead pigs corrupted by power, and I still had hope for them? I really am foolish. Shouldn't I just be the commander of this joint force? There was no choice in this matter. Soon enough, that deadly red-headed document was handed to me. Regans even sent 2 lapdogs to follow me, under the guise of assisting, but in reality, just to watch me die. Once I boarded the Navy warship, I met the overall leader of this mission, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Let me tell you, his aura was like that of an evil dragon, smoking a cigarette, with a gaze fierce enough to kill. But when he opened his mouth, I was stunned. "You are Victor's nephew?" Goodness, it turns out he's an old comrade of my cheap uncle. This is a legendary muscle friends reunion. He made it clear that I had offended someone and that this mission was a trap. He appreciated me and asked if I wanted to stay with him and roll with him. "Can I go? That son of a gun from Ruijin GISS is still alive." I stood at attention and saluted, speaking with great fervor. "Thank you for your generosity, General, but a man's business must be resolved by a man himself. I can't just run away like a coward and embarrass you." At that moment, his killing intent surged, almost sending me away. Instead, he laughed and said he appreciated my courage, not crying or whining. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "All right, do your best, and I guarantee your safe return from this mission." With his words, I finally felt at ease. As I exited the cabin, those two dogs from Raging were still standing there like door gods, their noses in the air, looking like they thought I was done for. I glanced at them, too lazy to respond, but I was already thinking that those two pretty boys would be perfect for feeding fish. Before long, we arrived at the designated sea area. Blackbeard's iconic rickety raft came riding the waves, his laughter arriving before he did. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. With a command from General Ghost Spider, our fleet surrounded the raft. He shouted at Blackbeard, "Hand over Fire Fist Ace first." Blackbeard, being straightforward, waved his hand, and his theatrical navigator Lafitte pushed out the tightly bound Ace. General Ghost Spider glanced at me, and I knew it was my turn. I directly commanded the two pugs, "You two, follow me." Their legs turned to jelly, and they hesitated. I pressed my thumb against the knife handle, and the blade slid out with a clang. The two cowards were so scared they almost wet themselves and hurried to catch up. I brought the two of them and stepped onto Blackbeard's raft step by step. To be honest, I was feeling nervous inside. After all, we were facing the future Yonko crew, but I had to keep a steady face and not lose my momentum. Ace was there cursing at Blackbeard, and I seized the opportunity to strike, saying to Blackbeard in a sarcastic tone, "Mr. Teach, don't take it to heart. Even sons raised by the same father can turn against each other sometimes." As soon as I spoke, the air in the entire venue froze. Blackbeard's smile on his face went completely stiff. The next moment, bang, a bullet came whistling toward my forehead. It was that sniper, Van Oka. That shot was definitely a headshot, but who am I? I immediately executed a shadow leap, disappearing on the spot, then followed up with a moon step, appearing in midair, completely unscathed. At that moment, I just wanted to say, let us give him a little shock with some moves. General Ghost Spider directly threw a piece of wood from the deck over to me, and I landed lightly on it, steady as a rock. Meanwhile, the two CPs I brought along were already so scared they collapsed on the ground, their pants soaked. All the guns from the Navy were aimed squarely at Van Oka. Seeing that things had gone awry, Blackbeard quickly tried to smooth things over, laughing loudly and saying, all right, we are here to trade, not to fight." I breathed a sigh of relief. My back was covered in cold sweat, but my face still wore the same poker face. I shot a cold glance at those two cowards and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and confirm his identity." Those two didn't dare to disagree, and, trembling, they held the wanted notice up to Ace's face. I didn't let them off easily and deliberately made it difficult for them. Can a face be faked? Keep looking. Not a single inch of skin is allowed to be missed. The Blackbeard pirates were crossing their arms, watching the show, while the two CP agents were nearly in tears, gritting their teeth as they thoroughly checked Ace from head to toe. 5 minutes later, with sorrowful faces, they reported to me, "Master, we have confirmed. It is indeed him." I then made them roll back to the warship. Then I took out the Warlords of the Sea appointment letter and handed it to Blackbeard, formally congratulating him. The fat man took the document and surprisingly wanted to recruit me, saying he was very interested in me. Of course, I decisively refused. Once the transaction was completed, I walked over to Ace and effortlessly lifted him up with one hand. Let me tell you, the moment my hand was on his shoulder felt particularly surreal. This is the son of the Pirate King, the brother of the future Pirate King, and here I was, having captured him just like that. I was holding him tightly, carefully preparing to return to the warship. Just as I was about to take him away, Blackbeard suddenly shouted from behind, "Wait, damn, that killing intent was several times stronger than that of Admiral Ghost Spider." My heart jumped to my throat. This old bastard wouldn't want to go back on his word, would he? I forcibly suppressed the urge to draw my sword, not daring to show any change on my face, and slowly turned my head, coldly asking him, "Do you have something else to say, Mr. Teach?" "I told you." This old guy suddenly burst into a loud laugh. That sound was fake, and it made my back feel cold. He said, "Don't be nervous. I just have a question for you." "Nervous? I'm about to die of nervousness." "Okay." The killing intent on him became stronger, and I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my throat. I forced myself to maintain my composure and said, "You can ask. I promise to tell you everything I know." And guess what he asked? He said he had a feeling that I had something very dangerous on me, and if he let me go today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Good heavens, is this intuition equipped with radar? Unbelievable. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, and the ghostly spider general beside him had his hair standing up like an octopus, ready to strike at any moment. My heart skipped a beat, but I had to keep a straight face. In an instant, the dark instincts within me erupted. Hey, is there another darkness that dares to bare its fangs in front of me? A red-black fireball floated up behind me, forcibly suppressing the impulse to kill him, and I squeezed out a fake smile. Dangerous things? Are you referring to this? I reached out and grasped it, and that bundle of black and red flames throbbed in my hand like a heartbeat, the surrounding seawater bubbling and boiling. I tell you, at that moment, I felt like the Lord of Flames. Beside me, Ace, an ancestor of fire manipulation, stared with eyes as wide as bells. He actually felt fear for my flames. Isn't that funny? His lips were so dry they were about to crack as he asked me what kind of fire this was. Can I tell him the truth? I'm just making stuff up. Who knows? Maybe it's the fire of hellish demons. Anyway, just blame it on the demons, right? If he is so capable, he should go down and ask the demons if they really look like this. Guess what? Ace and Blackbeard are there. One with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and the other's eyes are practically overflowing with greed. Blackbeard points at me, his hands full of flashy rings shining like a nouveau riche. And he says, hee, little brother, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. I had my hand on the hilt of the knife, my back soaked in cold sweat, ready for him to strike at any moment. I directly tore down the tiger skin of the world government and raised my voice, saying, Is Mr. Teach planning to give up his position as a warlord of the sea and leave me here forever? I bet he wouldn't dare take that risk. He indeed hesitated. On one side was my unknown devil fruit, and on the other was the easily obtainable tremor fruit and the privileges of impelled down. Was there even a choice? His toothless mouth cracked open again, smiling as he said today was just a transaction, not a battle. The heavy stone in my heart finally fell to the ground, and I forced a smile. I assure you, your choice is absolutely correct. After saying that, I pushed Ace towards the warship, but then that old guy shouted, wait. I was really frustrated and cursed him 1,000 times in my heart. If you scare me into having a heart attack, can you afford to compensate for your 10 rings? In the end, he said, I just hope we won't have the day we meet on the battlefield. I made a perfunctory remark, hoping so, and then dashed back to the warship like Ace. Just as I boarded, the Navy on the lookout shouted as if they had seen a ghost. Vice Admiral, there's movement ahead. It's the Whitebeard pirates. That person is the captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista. Good grief. Just when one wave settled, another rose. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider spat out his cigarette, but crushed it with his foot and asked Blackbeard what was going on. Blackbeard was still laughing, saying that Vista had been following closely behind, and if he hadn't held back, they would have all been packed up and sent to the world government just now. Things suddenly got troublesome. Blackbeard continued to stoke the fire. Ghost Spider, what's wrong? Are you scared? If you can't handle it, we can help you hold them off. Could Ghost Spider, with a short temper, stand for this? He exploded on the spot. Are we the Navy reduced to seeking protection from pirates? Open fire. Move closer. Ace was locked in the ship's cabin, and I stood on the deck, finally calming down. This was our territory. Although I was still wary of Blackbeard, I wasn't as panicked. It was time to settle old scores. I leaned next to Ghost Spider and whispered, Vice Admiral, the priority is to get Ace to impel down. We can't act impulsively. He certainly knew the gravity of the situation, but as a Hawk faction member, he couldn't just back down like that. I directly said, please leave me a ship. I will definitely give them a proper lesson. I promised to hold them all here. Ghost Spider was silent for a moment, nodded, and turned to shout, leave ship no. 3. The others continue onward, target Justice Gate. The Navy roared as if the heavens would shake. The 2 cowardly CP members, upon hearing this, shrank back, terrified that I would remember them. Can I forget? I just shouted, hey, you two. They both trembled in fear, as if their parents had just died. Lord Sith, is there something you need? As a subordinate, shouldn't you follow me wherever I go? Do you want to be deserters? I shouted sternly. They were almost in tears, stuttering as they said, Master, we are administrative personnel and do not participate in combat. I almost laughed out loud. Do CPs still have administrative positions? Is this the latest joke from 2025? My expression darkened. Then I must take you with me. The 2 of them were completely dumbfounded, trembling like a sieve. And one of them even mustered up the courage to point at my nose. Wilson Sis, do you know who we are? We are from Ruigens University. Before he could finish his sentence, a black fireball the size of a ping-pong ball flew past his hand, and his arm instantly withered like dry firewood. A horrifying scream echoing through the sky. I wasn't negotiating with you. I was informing you. My voice was colder than the winter wind. The other CP collapsed in fear on the ground. While they were cursing me as a madman in their hearts, they still trembled and followed behind, afraid that if they lagged even a bit, their lives would be in danger. Meanwhile, on Bista's ship, his subordinates reported that we had split our forces. Bista twirled his little mustache, and upon hearing that Blackbeard had no intention of making a move, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Close in, take out this Navy, and collect some interest for Ace. The pirates on their ship instantly erupted in excitement. roaring and charging forward for Ace. I looked at this scene and sneered in my heart. This is not the new world. The Whitebeard pirates are being too arrogant. I immediately ordered, steer to the left, maintain distance, and prepare for long-range bombardment. Amidst the rumbling cannon fire, I held a cigarette candy in my mouth and began to observe the situation. Indeed, Blackbeard's crew was watching the show from a distance on small rafts, discussing with great interest who would win. Looking back at the two CP agents on my ship, they were hiding in a corner, glaring at me with resentful eyes, muttering, "That bastard Sis, once I return to Judicial Island, I will definitely report to Lord Ragens and make your life worse than death." I'm really fed up. Even if I think about it, I shouldn't have to say it out loud. Do you really think others can't hear? I narrowed my eyes and pulled out my knife. You two come here. They were so scared that they lost their wits, scrambling and begging for mercy. Lord Sis, please spare us. We won't oppose you again. I raised the corner of my mouth. Oh? I originally thought you wouldn't be willing to go with me, but now I'm relieved. Where are we going? They asked cautiously. I held the knife with my right hand, my gaze icy. Where to? Naturally, I'm going to attack Bista with you. Otherwise, did I invite you up here just to watch a show? Attack Bista. Their faces turned pale, pointing at me and shouting. Wilson Cease, you can't do this. You promised not to kill us, right? I never said I would kill you. I just wanted you to accompany me for a trip. The murderous intent in my pupils surged. These two fools have completely lost it, grabbing the collar of the Ghost Spider's deputy beside them and screaming hysterically. Stop him. This is murder. If I die, you won't be fine either. The deputy was fed up with their noise, punched one of them in the stomach, and kicked him away. Shut up. The other one wanted to curse, but the deputy retaliated with another punch, knocking out two of his teeth. I sheathed my sword and coldly said to the lieutenant, keep your distance, continue the bombardment, and be ready to assist at any moment. As for these two, if they unfortunately meet their demise, just report that they fought valiantly against dozens of pirates and perished from exhaustion. Yes, the lieutenant saluted crisply. I lowered my head and looked at the two useless beings sprawled on the ground. What are you still dawdling for? Do I have to personally invite you? They actually wanted to struggle, saying they could help me ease my relationship with Lord Ragens. What a joke. If they had the upper hand today, would they let me go? I couldn't be bothered to waste more words. With a slight motion of my index finger, a massive shadow surged into the sky. Enveloping these two, the shadow leaped. In the next moment, my body merged with the shadow, dragging the two silent packages, and silently appeared on Bista's ship like a ghost. The aura wrapped around my blade, and a black knife slashed down toward Bista's neck. Clang! Sparks flew. I almost fell for your trick, Navy. Bista coldly laughed as he blocked my surprise attack. He's a great swordsman. It's not that easy to catch him off guard. I was forced to reveal my form, but I couldn't lose my momentum. With a burst of strength in my arms, I pushed him back, then flicked my left hand, sneering. One person? No. I brought my most trusted subordinates with me. As soon as I finished speaking, two figures completely shrouded in black exploded from the shadows in the crowd, their expressions blank, charging fearlessly at the pirates. Who understands, family? It's all about utilizing waste. The pirates hadn't even reacted before their faces were smashed in. They drew their knives and stabbed. But the blades sank into the puppets' bodies, the blood flowing weakly, not at all like that of a living person. Just as one pirate was about to shout a question, with a crack, his neck was twisted. Bista instantly turned red with anger and shouted at me. Those are dead people, right? I let out a low grunt, exerting force with the long knife in my hand to create distance. Who knows? All I know is that they are my dear subordinates, who fought valiantly against pirates and died. How glorious! Bista went mad with rage, his observation hockey, scanning me frantically, and finally he discovered my left hand, which was entangled with several black threads controlling the puppets. You damn Navy! His aura surged, and he charged at me with dual blades, rose petals swirling around us. Truly worthy of facing off against Hawkeye, I felt my own momentum suppressed, but I couldn't back down. Armament hockey covered my long knife as I met him head-on, black and red flames igniting around me. Mr. Bista, it's a pleasure to spar with you, but be careful, my knife is not that simple. Clang! The two blades collided. Sparks flying, the clash of blade energy and flames exploding, the deck beneath our feet cracking inch by inch. I gained a cut on my face, and a part of his mustache was singed off by my flames. This guy's swordsmanship is too strong. The three blades clashed repeatedly in the confined space, and I was quickly overwhelmed. On the other side, the two puppets I controlled were also hacked into pieces by the pirates. Bista seized this opportunity, his pupils narrowing. A flaw? Your left hand? That is your weakness. He transformed into a whirlwind adorned with rose petals, rushing straight towards my left hand. I couldn't react in time, relying solely on my body's instincts. I abandoned the puppets, and my left hand gathered into a vortex of flames, while my right hand became a blade-like whirlwind, crashing into him head-on. Boom! We both hit the ground. A large chunk of flesh was sliced off my left arm, blood gushing, and the pain made me gasp. I won the gamble, saving my left hand, but I lost, now surrounded by the pirates. Vista walked over step by step, coldly saying, "You're dead, Navy. As a swordsman, I can give you a quick end." Lose? What are you joking about? I wiped the blood from my hand, glanced at my watch, and suddenly made a surprised expression. Oh, the time is almost up. The escort ship probably passed through the Justice Gate about 10 minutes ago. Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed in Marineford. You. Vista's mustache bristled with anger. You're challenging my bottom line. I shrugged indifferently, smiling in a particularly annoying way. No, I never lie. I'm just stating a fact. Kill him. Vista shouted furiously, and the surrounding pirates swarmed in. I tilted my head and smiled coldly, just a little bit off. I've said it before, I'm not just a pure swordsman. As soon as the words left my mouth, the black mist surged wildly around me, and I once again slipped into the shadows. Shadows leap. In the distance on a raft, Blackbeard watched with great interest. Haha, wonderful. I didn't expect Vista to be so flustered. What was that kid's name again? Sis? Next to him, Okaka was cleaning his gun, not even lifting his head. It's all because of fate. Blackbeard's face stiffened, and he turned to look at the rowing Bosch's. Bosch's knocked on the paddle in his hand. Is this paddle infested with worms? Infested with worms? Nonsense. Let me tell you. Blackbeard's face turned green at that moment. He must have been thinking about what kind of hidden talents he had recruited. He turned to ask the one with the cane, Lafitte. Did you hear that? Lafitte, with his crimson lips pursed like a vampire, slowly replied. Captain, you heard correctly. It's Sis, the wet one's Sis. My goodness, Blackbeard just exploded on spot, huh? Laughing like a villain echoing across the sea. All right, so you're wet man Sith, huh? You successfully caught my attention. I must have you. But they don't know that the battlefield has completely changed its style over here. I'll tell you in the next second, Sis directly teleported to the lookout tower. And even the BGM changed for him. Suddenly, a terrifying black fog emerged from the sea, darkening the sky and turning this area into his home ground. His domain unfolded. Sis's voice echoed ominously from all directions. Flower Sword Bista, I told you, I'm not just a pure swordsman. Now round 2 begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he melted into the black fog, disappearing without a trace. Goodness, the Whitebeard pirates were completely lost, feeling as if they had entered a haunted house. One pirate couldn't hold it anymore, sweating profusely as he fired his gun into the sky, shouting, Navy, come out. Fight us, the Whitebeard pirates, head on. Sis glanced at him from the shadows, probably thinking, oh, we have someone volunteering to fight? All right, you're the first. That voice was like a death knell. Bista felt something was wrong and suddenly turned around, shouting, Kong Jia, run. He's behind you. Too late. A huge black fireball rushed past. Bista's sword energy was fast enough to split the fireball in half, but that thing seemed to have eyes. Dodging the sword energy and continuing towards the unfortunate guy named Kong Jia. The guy was so scared he lost his mind, emptying his gun in panic, shouting, don't come near me. And then his voice just vanished. When the black fog slightly dispersed, a dry corpse lay on the ground. Folks, who understands? It was a live broadcast of human desiccation. The remaining pirates were so scared they couldn't swallow their saliva, cold sweat pouring down their backs. What kind of ability is this? It's too disgusting. Bista's hand holding the sword was trembling, gasping for breath. He had never felt so suffocated in his life. His observation hockey was fully activated, yet the black fog pressed down on him so much that he couldn't even cover a single ship, completely turning him into a live target. On a small raft in the distance, Blackbeard and his crew were also stunned, watching like it was paid content. Basis asked, Captain, we can't see anything in that blackness. What should we do? Blackbeard's eyes were shining brightly, licking his lips. Wait, that kid's fruit ability is too interesting. It can block observation hockey. If it weren't for Dad's Quake fruit being more appealing, I would really want to snatch it now. On the other side, Oka was even funnier, pretending to be mysterious as he secretly wiped his glasses, but still couldn't see anything, forcing himself to say, this is fate. Haha, fate made him a blind man. Huh? On the warship, our teammates were spirited, the lieutenant holding a telescope excitedly exclaimed. Did you see? Major Sis has completely taken control of the situation. Fire the cannons. Prepare to welcome the Major's triumph. In the black fog, Sis had already started the second round of calling out names. Like a ghost, he specifically targeted those seemingly weak minions, playing a psychological game. Shadow Strike. This time, it was even harsher. A pure black sword suddenly emerged on the deck, stabbing right through a red vest pirate with a puff. The pirate didn't even have time to scream before dropping to the ground, warm blood flowing from his body to his comrade's feet. Finally, someone completely collapsed, red-eyed, swinging a sword in the fog. Come out, you dog of the world government. Sneak attacks are nothing. The third, another fireball flew out. Were you, human or ghost? The fourth, D. The fifth. The seventh. When Sis counted to 7, Vista finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. His elegant top hat was long gone, and his little mustache was half-burnt. He felt like he wasn't fighting a person, but a devil crawling out of hell. This feeling of suffocation made him prefer to face a Yonko head-on for 3 days and nights. Devil. Sis, you are truly a devil. Vista let out a long howl, his killing intent almost solidifying, forcibly tearing a small gap in the black fog. In that moment, for a great swordsman like him, it was enough. His eyes lit up like a lock had been opened, instantly locking onto Sis's position. Found you, Sis. To defeat a devil, one must first become a devil. Vista went completely mad, roaring as he soared into the sky. You devil, die! Countless rose petals, sharp as swords, surged towards Sis like a torrent. Let me tell you, Sis's alarm bells were ringing in his heart. He knew he couldn't dodge this move. Even hiding in the darkness wouldn't save him. Is the world's great swordsman really this outrageous? Sis panicked too, his eyes narrowed, and he began to fight for his life. All his strength surged into his right arm, the dark energy making his whole arm swell black, like it was filled with oil. Want to kill me? Not that easy. Bang! 3 blades clashed in the blink of an eye, ripping the space apart with a screech. When the two landed, Sis spewed a fountain of blood from his chest. A long gash stretching from his collarbone to his lower abdomen, almost cut in half. He spat out blood, struggling to lift his head, the black fog obscuring his face, revealing only a pair of red eyes as he said softly, Flower Sword Vista. Truly a great swordsman. I admire you. Goodness. He was on the verge of death, yet still tough. He was probably also scared deep down. If a flower sword was this fierce, what kind of monsters were Mihawk and Shanks? Vista was in bad shape too, leaning on 2 western swords to avoid falling, half his face charred. His body roasted to a state resembling a dried corpse, looking more like a devil than a devil. He grinned, a vicious smile. You evil ghost, finally going to kill you. Saying that, he staggered forward, preparing to deliver the final blow. Rose dance. Countless petals infused with sword energy shot towards Sis again. Sis couldn't wait for death. He roared, I will not die by your hands. He pierced his own body with a black line, forcibly turning himself into the last puppet to control. Goodness, this guy is so ruthless to himself. Dragging his broken body, he rushed up like a puppet, colliding with Vista once more. These two were purely fighting with willpower. Whoever fell first would lose. On the warship, the lieutenant looked through the telescope and panicked. Not good. Major Sis is being impulsive. Quickly, bring the ship closer. A nearby Navy soldier hesitated, but the major said, what is the point of following orders when he's almost done for? Bring it closer. I'll take all the responsibility. The warship revved its engines and crashed into the pirate ship. The lieutenant drew his sword, stepped on the railing, pointed his long sword, and shouted the classic line. Major Sis has slain the enemy's leader. Follow me to kill. Goodness, as soon as that was shouted, the Navy charged forward like they were on adrenaline, yelling as they rushed in. They were already elite troops, and with the enemy's morale shattered by Sis, they began to push the white-beard pirates back. Sis watched this scene, dodging Vista's sword, a grim smile appearing on his face. Looks like this time I win, don't I? Vista, you're finished. You're dead. Vista's eyes turned red, looking back at his subordinates being cut down, his heart sinking. Gritting his teeth and shouting in fury, retreat. Set sail, retreat. He swung his sword to repel the Navy, preparing to deliver the final blow. If he couldn't kill Sis, he would truly retreat. Rose Slash, a massive sword aura, accompanied by roses, rushed straight at Sis's face. Sis looked at the reflection of death and sighed, truly powerful. The great swordsman Vista. But while he spoke, his body was honest. He thought to himself, as a swordsman, I should take it head on, but I can't die here. I'm a person who will do whatever it takes to win. At the critical moment, he forcibly pulled his body with shadows. The sword light barely grazed his left hand, taking away several pieces of flesh, blood gushing out wildly, but he managed to save his life. On the drifting raft, Blackbeard watched the entire drama unfold, his expression incredibly complex. Lafitte asked, "Captain, should we take this opportunity to deal with them?" Blackbeard shook his head, a hint of nonchalance on his face. "Forget it. Let him go. I have a feeling if this kid doesn't die, the world will become very interesting." He felt the darkness pulsing in his chest and suddenly laughed. "A person who will do whatever it takes? Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, I am too. I have to tell you, these two bee-kings have crossed paths in a way." On the deck, the lieutenant supports the wobbling Sis, who is shouting crazily at Bista. "Bista, you lost. The winner is me." Bista, holding dual swords with bloodshot eyes, stares at him fiercely. "Navy, this time you won. But we are the Whitebeard pirates, and we will definitely settle this score." Sis sneers inwardly. "Settle the score? By the time we meet again, it's questionable whether your Whitebeard pirates will even exist." With a command from Bista, the remaining pirates begin to retreat. The lieutenant quickly orders to get Sis back to the warship, shouting, "Call the military doctor." The doctor rushes out and gasps upon seeing Sis. "Major, multiple fractures all over, severe injury to the left arm, excessive blood loss, and the sword wound on the chest has injured the internal organs. Fortunately, there is no danger to life, but he is severely exhausted and will need some time to recover." The lieutenant breathes a sigh of relief. As long as he can recover, that's good. Retreat. Target the gates of justice. Although Sis is injured like a rag doll, the morale of the Navy is extremely high. After all, it's the Whitebeard pirates. They drove them away. Who else at sea can be their opponent? Suddenly, the din-din mushy rings, and the lieutenant answers. "This is ship number 3. The 5th Division of the Whitebeard pirates has been repelled." The din-din mushy's face changes, transforming into the cold face of Vice Admiral Spider. "Understood. I am Spider. How is Sis?" Major Sis is seriously injured, but not in life-threatening danger. Spider seems surprised for a moment, probably thinking Sis had exchanged blows with Bista and didn't expect him to still be alive. He quickly regains his composure. "Increase speed. The fleet is waiting for you at the gates of justice." More than half an hour later, the fleet gathers. The lieutenant pushes Sis in a wheelchair to meet Spider. Spider glances at Sis's unmistakable injuries and nods. "You all did very well. Once we lock Ace up and impel down, I will commend you. Those useless fools from Judicial Island can't touch you. I tell you, Ghost Spider is just like that. Few words but ruthless, focusing on practicality." The lieutenant pushed Sis and quietly asked, "Major Sis, should we go take a look at Firefist Ace now?" Sis nodded, a hint of a cold smile on his face. "You're right. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates should be worth a good look. After all, I was just nearly killed by your captain of the 5th Division." He had someone push his wheelchair into the room where Ace was held, who was bound by chains, struggling to lift his head. Sis took a glass of glowing green vegetable juice from the lieutenant and pretended to sip elegantly, glancing sideways at Ace. "Want to take a last look at the sky? Next time you come out, it'll be for your execution." Ace snorted. "Humph. I'm more interested in the wounds on your body. It was done by Vista, right? You're not feeling too good now, are you?" Sis shook the green liquid in his cup. "You know quite well, kid. That's right. I was covering the rear and had a confrontation with Vista. Thinking back, my whole body still hurts. That flower sword Vista. How could a scheming person like you be his match?" Sis leaned by the window, feeling the sea breeze, suddenly turning his head and smiling eerily. "You're right. I'm a ruthless little man. But have you ever thought about one question, since I covered the rear and returned safely? Then what about Vista?" At this, Ace trembled all over. "What did you do to him? You despicable man." Sis grabbed Ace's chin, his gaze dangerously frightening. "He's a pirate. I'm a Navy. What do you think I would do? Bastard." Ace exploded on the spot, black flames erupting from his body. Sis then leisurely said, "Don't get excited. Although what you're thinking is exactly what I want, I didn't manage to keep him. If all goes well, you should still be able to see him during your execution." Ace was breathing heavily, realizing that this man was purely toying with his emotions. "Navy Sis, do you particularly hate our Whitebeard pirates?" Sis laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Targeting? Are you kidding? A mere Whitebeard pirates isn't worth my targeting. I don't care if you're Whitebeard or Blackbeard. As long as you're a pirate, I can't stand any of you." "Why?" Ace shouted. "We haven't harmed anyone first. Becoming a pirate is the biggest mistake you made." Sis's finger slid down from his forehead. "Originally, you should have become a good Navy." "Navy? Like you, a dog for celestial dragons?" "Dog?" In an instant, Sis' figure vanished, and a knife was already pressed against Ace's neck. "I'll say this only once. No one can control me. Not the Navy, not the world government. and definitely not those lowlifes of the celestial dragons. What I want is a stepping stone that allows me to climb to the top of the world, clearing away all demons and reshaping this world order. After saying that, he returned to his polite demeanor, sheathed his knife, and left in his wheelchair. Goodbye, Volga Diaz. I hope our next conversation 1TB in front of Tombstone. As the door closed, Ace looked up at the sun outside the window, but felt cold all over. In front of the warship, the towering Justice Gate, thousands of meters high and blocking out the sun, slowly cracked open a gap amidst the steaming clouds. Just then, the snail phone rang. Hello, this is Deputy Warden Hannibal. One day, I will become the warden. Sorry, I exposed my ambition. Ghost Spider rolled his eyes, truly at a loss for this idiot. He directly stated his name, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters, escorting Fire Fist Ace, preparing for handover. Fire Fist Ace? There was a burst of noise from the snail phone. Then the expression changed to that of a cold middle-aged man. I'm Warden Magellan. Report your ship number. After confirming, Ghost Spider hung up the phone and ordered, full speed ahead, target, impel down. Over at impel down, let me tell you, those guards are all sharp as attack. They've seen more of the world than I've eaten salt. What Golden Lion, Red Count, they've all personally sent in. So, escorting an ace over here, they wouldn't even lift an eyelid. As soon as I got off the boat, I saw two giant gatekeepers standing there. One was Vice Warden Hannibal, whose ambitions seemed to be oozing out of his nostrils. The other was Warden Magellan, a real walking gas canister, wearing a gas mask and looking quite intimidating. Magellan shook hands with General Ghost Spider, and without exchanging much conversation, their eyes met, and they took Ace inside. That iron chain, let me tell you, was thicker than my arm, and Ace was tied up like a rice dumpling, pushed right through that hellish gate. Magellan personally escorted him, and then left us with his second-in-command, Hannibal. This guy immediately made a fool of himself, opening his mouth to say, "Welcome to my advanced city," and then got embarrassed and quickly corrected himself, saying he was just the deputy. I thought this guy was a bit interesting. Although he looked unreliable, he was better than those holier-than-thou types. Then Hannibal hit me with a line that completely stunned me. He looked at me and said, "I'm the secretary sent from Judicial Island, responsible for reading Ace's judgment resolution." I was furious at that moment. What the hell? A clerk? Which bastard is trying to trip me up from behind? Without thinking, it must be that old schemer Ruigens. Is he trying to say I haven't offended enough people? First, he makes me at odds with Ghost Spider, and now he wants me to offend Old Man Carp? This move is truly both malicious and foolish. But I've got connections. My friend, and I've already made arrangements with Ghost Spider. He patted me on the shoulder and told me to relax. The Navy won't mistreat a hero. As for Old Man Carp, he's too big to stoop to the level of such a petty person. I had only one thought in my mind. Ruigens, you old bastard. Just wait. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure you know why the flowers are so red. Meanwhile, over at Judicial Island, that old schemer was indeed going crazy in his office. He was smashing things around like a lunatic. The two useless subordinates he sent to harm me? Guess what? The official report from the Navy stated that they followed Major Sis into the enemy ranks, fighting valiantly against dozens of pirates, and, unfortunately, exhausted and perished. Hilarious. Ruigens himself wouldn't believe it. Those two cowards of his, fighting valiantly against dozens of pirates? They couldn't even take down a seagull. This report clearly shows that Ghost Spider is backing me up while simultaneously annoying Ruigens. That old bastard, in a fit of rage, came up with another malicious scheme and planned to come to impel down himself to pin a charge of colluding with pirates and attempting a jailbreak on me, intending to crush me right there. Fortunately, his two lackeys had some sense and told him that there was an important meeting at the world government, a great opportunity to earn merit, and they managed to persuade him. That's why Ruigens didn't come. But he still called to order that I be closely monitored at Impel Down, and once I finished reading the verdict, they would detain me. I had an injury on my leg, so I was taken to the infirmary where I encountered the real power behind Impel Down, the Vice Warden Domino. Let me tell you, this sister is something else, a total badass. With her blonde hair, sunglasses, and uniform allure, while the warden is obsessed with taking a dump. The deputy warden is ambitious, and the chief guard is a psychopathic killer. The entire Impel Down relies on her to hold it all together. I don't even know what went wrong. My mouth was faster than my brain, and I casually said, "Miss Domino, how about grabbing a meal? Who understands the family dynamics?" As soon as I said it, I wanted to slap myself. It was purely a case of professional habit. And guess what? This Ice Queen actually agreed in seconds. Time. Location, cuisine. Her 3 rapid-fire questions left me dumbfounded. It was only then that I realized that this prison was full of human-shaped gas canisters ambitious people and psychopathic killers. And suddenly having someone like me around must have been quite a novelty for her. I had one thought at that moment. It's over. I'm done for. I was simply curious whether her eyes hidden by her hair were open or closed, and how it turned into a date. Just as I was about to back out, her gaze suddenly turned cold, and the meaning was clear. Either dinner or jail time. Fine, let us eat. 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Red Lotus Grand Hotel. That place, wow. Downstairs was a mountain of knives and a forest of swords. Outside the window were sea monsters, and the background music was the wails of prisoners. This date spot was hardcore. I was dressed decently, and she looked super cool in her jeans. When we locked eyes, we both thought the other looked tacky. Then there was the menu, with things like green brainwashed slaves and bloody meat messes. I almost threw up right there. Domino looked at my cowardly face with disdain and snatched the menu away, quickly ordering a bunch of stuff. The dinner table was incredibly awkward. The conversation was the same. She ignored work talk and didn't listen to gossip. I was wondering what this girl really wanted. Finally, I had a light bulb moment and brought up Empress Hancock, saying, I heard the Empress has fallen for a guy. She exploded. Rumor. That must be a rumor. I am clearly an independent woman. When did I become a man? At that moment, my CPU was burning. Wait a minute. That's a lot of information. I leaned over and whispered to her, Sister, that guy's name is Monkey D. Luffy, not Domino. With a snap, she broke the fork in her hand, and the dark aura around her was scarier than Magellan's poisonous gas. Goodness, the case is solved. It turns out he's a hidden gay. Now, this meal I'm having is purely a psychic role, and I'm just a light bulb that pokes people in the lung. Feeling utterly miserable. Just when the atmosphere was strange, the dishes arrived. Things like rotten hand and blood-eyed demon pool sounded disgusting, but when I cautiously tasted a bite, the flavor was incredible. It warmed my heart and felt like my soul had ascended. Just as I took a bite, she finished the whole plate by herself, not leaving me even a single morsel. To regain my dignity and to have another bite of that magical dish, I threw out a bombshell. I heard that Boa Hancock wants to come visit Impel Down. Her ears perked up immediately. I added another cut, by the way. I also heard that Hancock's lover, the Straw Hat Kid, is actually the brother of Fire Fist Ace. I just have a feeling that the Straw Hat Kid will come to break into the prison. Domino looked at me at that time as if I were a fool, saying that Impel Down is a fortress that no one can break. I sneered in my heart. Those superiors from Judicial Island thought the same way back then. I didn't argue with her. After all, reality is always more magical than stories. I really want to see what kind of amazing expression she will have when Domino realizes that the Straw Hat Kid really made it in. A woman after getting angry is much scarier than a man. I'm telling you, the atmosphere in Advanced City is getting weirder by the day. A world war is on the brink, and the newspapers are filled with headlines every day, like Blackbeard becoming one of the 7 warlords and Fire Fist Ace about to be publicly executed. The Whitebeard pirates even declared that they must take him away. Goodness, isn't that just asking for a fight right at the entrance of Marine headquarters in Marineford? The whole world feels like it has hit the pause button, and everyone is waiting for this storm. As a major in the Great Prison, I can feel the tension of the impending storm even more. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock at the door, saying that the Judicial Island's decision regarding Ace's trial has arrived. I straighten my collar in front of the mirror. Today is the day to bid farewell to an era, and it must have a sense of ceremony. I looked in the mirror and felt that I had become much stronger. The scar left by Vista on my neck looked even more menacing now. I have to thank the guy in my body called the Merchant, a tough male mage who dreams of bashing people on the head with a staff every day. Now his power belongs to me, focusing on the value of a melee mage. Dressed in my justice cloak, I pushed the door open, habitually holding a cigarette candy in my mouth. Who understands my family? Clearly a naval officer, standing at this historical crossroads. I felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy in my heart. That old man, Whitebeard, although he is an enemy, is indeed a towering hero. A person like him should have died at the hands of opponents like Carp or Sengoku, but now, sigh, I feel like I am burdened with a sense of mission for this era. I'm no longer just a spectator. I am the one who will personally send Ace off and pull open the curtain for a new era. The corridor is crowded with prison guards, each one as nervous as students entering an exam hall, the sound of swallowing rising and falling. I receive the documents from a CP agent and wave my hand, ready to set off. A group of us marched boldly toward the deepest part of the prison. Suddenly, I remembered something and turned to the guard beside me, where Warden Magellan and Deputy Warden Hannibal. Report, Major, there are important visitors outside, and the warden has asked you to go to the 6th floor first. They will arrive shortly. I frowned, and my heart was clear. A big shot? Isn't that just the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? Thinking of this made me feel even heavier, and my fingertips started to spark with fire. I was just afraid that that brat Luffy would sneak in. But then I thought, what am I afraid of? When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it with earth. If he really dares to come, I'll just unleash my big move and wash the entire impel down with my scorch release. I want to see how many of these pirates can survive. Clearing the field is my specialty. With that thought, I suddenly felt enlightened. After all, they're all worthless scum. It would be better to pack them all up and send them off in this uprising, burying them with the old era and saving on food. We took the private elevator all the way down to the bottom level of the infinite hell. This place is filled with heavyweight criminals, and just one of them released could make headlines as a major villain. As soon as the elevator doors opened, it was like a festival inside. Kill the old man with the white beard. Is that old guy finally going to die? Awesome. A bunch of scum were going wild in their cells. I sniffed and could smell nothing but the stench of garbage. I am annoyed. The long knife is drawn, and with a thud, I slam the sheath onto the ground. In an instant, black shadow energy ripples out, and the entire sixth floor falls silent. Of course, the silence lasts only a moment. These fearless fools quickly start whispering and pointing again. Who was that guy? Navy? I felt a chill on my face as the long knife struck the ground again. This time, the black shadow transformed into tentacles, wrapping around the necks of all of them. I said, "Be quiet, you scum." Now, the world was finally peaceful. I walked with crisp footsteps to the innermost cell. Poor Gas D. Ace, we meet again. I forced a friendly smile. After all, I was here to send someone off, so I had to offer some final comfort, right? Ace struggled to lift his head, his face covered in blood, but he smiled even brighter than I did, looking so carefree. "Oh, Wilson, sis, are you here to send me off today?" I didn't say a word and took out a candy cigarette from my pocket and handed it over. "Want one?" "No, I don't smoke. It's candy." I squatted down, meeting his gaze. He suddenly laughed. "Your emotions are off, sis. Are you sad about my death?" I snorted. "You're overthinking it. The death of a pirate won't affect me. I'm just lamenting that an era called Whitebeard is coming to an end." I stood up and scanned the surrounding prisoners, my voice icy and cutting. "And you, poor Gas D. Ace, are the first drop of bloodshed during the transition between eras. The era will not come to a close." Ace struggled and roared at me. "Old man will never fall." I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I just threw the judicial resolution from Judicial Island right in front of him on the ground. "Look for yourself," I said. "It's all the same in the end. There's no need for all that formalism." The CP next to me turned pale and said I was breaking the rules. I waved my hand dismissively. "If the higher-ups blame me, I'll take the responsibility." Ace didn't look, but the nearby sea knight, Jean Bay, was staring intently at that piece of paper, then looked up and asked me why. "Why did you all provoke this war?" I turned my head, and oh, there are quite a few familiar faces. Jean Bay, the sea knight, Crocodile, the sand alligator. Is the 7 warlords on sale today? I just happened to see 2 of them. Jean Bay is very persistent. Why does the government want to provoke war? I let out a cold laugh, leaning against the wall as if chatting casually. Why? Maybe they want to create a rift in the new world. Perhaps the naval hawks are gaining power, dissatisfied with the previous peace policies. Or maybe it's the higher-ups wanting to establish a new balance. Balance? Crocodile, lurking in the shadows, spoke up. "This guy has a keen political sense. You really dare to say anything. With such a major upheaval in the world, what is there to be afraid of saying?" I pointed to the top of my head and added, "I have someone backing me up. They wouldn't dare do anything to me." Crocodile turned his head away, wearing a face that expressed his disdain for connections. He understood, but Jean Bay and Ace still looked confused. I didn't explain. "Anyway, there are people more suited to be commentators than I am." Sure enough, Crocodile impatiently spoke up. "The world government doesn't need such a powerful navy. The Navy has become too bloated over the past few decades. So much so that even the world government has started to fear it. Therefore, the Navy needs to be weakened." As soon as those words were spoken, there was a collective gasp around me, and the looks directed at me were filled with fear. I glanced at the clock. It was almost time. Sure enough, there was a commotion at the end of the prison. Magellan and Hannibal had arrived. Behind them was a woman who could ignite the entire hell. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Hannibal, that lively character, immediately started introducing her with a small cannon, only to be punched on the head by Magellan, instantly ruining the serious atmosphere that had been so hard to create. The prisoners in the cell went wild, each with hearts in their eyes. Let me tell you, that woman's charm is like a passive aura, an AoE that captivates everyone in the vicinity. Even I almost couldn't hold on, with my mind filled with fragmented thoughts. I gritted my teeth, slammed the sheath onto the ground again, using the pain to wake myself up. Silence. Hancock was interrupted by me, clearly displeased, and coldly asked Magellan, "Who is this guy?" "The secretary sent from Eney's lobby, Wilson Sykes." "People from Eney's lobby?" Disgust instantly filled her eyes, as if I were some lackey of the celestial dragons. I glared back defiantly. I like beautiful women, but this kind of perfection that seems almost inhuman, you understand, right? Hancock walked up to Ace and whispered something. I immediately became alert. "What are you saying to Fire Fist Ace? Do you need to manage my affairs?" "Navy." Her expression turned serious, and a wave of overwhelming conqueror's hockey pressed down on me. In the next second, she vanished from her spot and delivered a kick straight towards my neck. Clang! I blocked with my sword, her high heel striking my sheath, numbing my arm. I was stunned. Weren't we supposed to be wearing sea-prism stone handcuffs? Did she buy this from Pinduoduo? Was it watered down? Where did she get such strength? "Empress of the Pirates, what do you want?" I shouted. "Shut up. I just simply dislike you being meddlesome." She retracted her leg and kicked again. I sidestepped and drew my sword, the blade wrapped in hockey creating a sonic boom. But then, a large hand grabbed my sword. Magellan stood between us, one hand holding my sword and the other holding Hancock's small foot, his face displaying an expression of reaching the peak of life. "Enough!" he shouted at me, then immediately used his poison dragon to clear the area, poisoning those prisoners who were rushing to step on me. After that, he put on a standard sycophant face and said to Hancock, "Your Majesty, take your time. No one will disturb you." Just then, Domino rushed over, grabbing my arm and pulling me outside. As soon as we exited, she suddenly held my hand, her face flushed. "Sis, I need you." Gulp. I swallowed, my heart melted. Family. I thought my spring had finally come. I pressed my hand on her shoulder, showing what I thought was my coolest smile. "Speak, Domino, whatever it is. I will satisfy you." Domino rolled her eyes and pushed my hand away. "Stop fooling around. The Straw Hat Kid has invaded, and he's on the second level. This is the disgrace of Impelled Down. I want you to help me take him down, no mercy." And then, I spread my hands, feeling that the plot was off. "What then?" She looked puzzled. I said, "After taking down the Straw Hat Kid, don't you have anything you want to say to me?" "Oh, I understand." She patted my shoulder in realization. "Don't worry, I'll take credit for you up top." "No, I mean yourself." "Me?" Domino's face flushed again, of course. "I'm going to live happily together with Empress Hancock." I tilted my head, feeling like my soul had left my body. In my sickbed, I sat up in shock. The clown was actually me, so I'm just a thug, a tool to help her clear obstacles for chasing her goddess? I instantly lost interest. Pouting, Magellan Woon T want an outsider like me to intervene. A dark aura appeared in Domino's eyes, her smile becoming manic and eerie. A sickly pale, "Don't worry, I'll handle things with the director. The urgent matter now is the Straw Hat Kid. I want to see him dead. For that, I will borrow anyone's power. I'm telling you, the first thing that crazy woman borrowed was my power." Her pale face wore a mad smile that made my heart race. Who understands, family? This woman who turns a blind eye is the real devil. There's no escaping it. Fine, I might as well go out and stretch my muscles, since I really don't get along with that Empress inside. These days, it's bad enough for men to compete for women, but now women are also competing for women. The key is, she's completely devoted to that reckless young man, giving others no chance at all. Can't she focus and give us single handsome guys a break? I split up with Domino after we got the elevator. She went to gather people, focusing all firepower to deal a heavy blow to the Straw Hat Kid, while I was responsible for suppressing the riot on the second floor. As soon as I arrived on the second floor, my phone bug started updating the intruder situation like a menu. Suspect, Joker Buggy. Suspect, Mr. 3. Suspect, Mr. 2. Then the broadcast blared. Report. 4 individuals are engaged in a firefight with a blue gorilla on the 3rd floor. Repeat. Engaged in a firefight on the 3rd floor. Additionally, there's a riot on the 2nd floor, requesting support. I directly hung up the phone with a candy cigarette in my mouth. Not on the 2nd floor? That's just perfect. It saves me from accidentally ruining the main dish. A responsibility I can't afford. I closed my eyes, and my senses were instantly overwhelmed, like Wi-Fi signals covering everything. Hey, those rioting prisoners were huddled together like dumplings, not far from me. As soon as my figure appeared, my ears were filled with various fervent shouts. For Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is our savior. He will definitely take us out. I was thinking at the time, what kind of chosen protagonist is this Pakistani god? This is not the split fruit. This is simply the lucky koi fruit, right? It's 2025, and there's still such a pure dragon AO Tion template. It's unbelievable. Can a normal person enter Impelled Down without being detected for their abilities? Can they escape as soon as they get in? Can they casually make a group of ruthless prisoners bow down to them? This guy should be a god rather than wasting his talents. Just as I was complaining, a guard was knocked to the ground by a prisoner with a knife. These scumbags, relying on their numbers, were being held back by the Straw Hat Kid and were forcing the guards to retreat. Just as another guard was about to be chopped, I instantly sprang into action. With a clang, sparks flew, and I blocked that guy's attack with a single strike, kicking him away in the process. The surviving guard almost cried out, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Reinforcements have arrived." The prisoners instantly erupted in chaos, all their hateful glares directed at me. One of them, with hair as messy as a bird's nest, licked his lips and looked at me lewdly. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a little Navy guy. Not Magellan, not Hannibal. Do you dare meddle in our affairs? The scumbags around him joined in the mockery. Ah, double-faced madwolf. Look at this little face, so tender. Catch him. I tell you, I felt a wave of physiological discomfort right then and there. I could tolerate being confronted by someone at Hancock's level. But you bunch of misfits dare to jump in front of me? My gaze turned icy, my voice frozen, truly unaware of your own mortality. That idiot named Wu Lian actually came at me with a steel pipe aimed at my head. I gently shifted my body, flames of black and red igniting in my left hand, and grabbed him. The guy instantly let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. I didn't let him die immediately. I wanted these scumbags to witness how he painfully turned into a dry corpse in my hands. Now, the whole place was silent. Only the sound of frantic swallowing could be heard. They looked at me as if I were a true devil who had just crawled out of hell. While I was on a killing spree, on the other side, my ruthless boss, Regans, was plotting how to stab me in the back. One of his subordinates rushed over in a panic to report that someone was breaking into Impel Down. That old man, slick and malicious upon hearing this news, didn't he think about sending support? His first reaction was, "Hey, an opportunity has arisen." He immediately ordered the warship to turn towards Impel Down, preparing to capture that Straw Hat Kid who was supposedly colluding with the inside, attempting to undermine Impel Down's authority. What a clever guy, wanting to step on me to climb up. He truly deserves to prosper. The scene shifted back to the second floor of Impel Down. I took a step forward, and those pirates all stepped back in unison, with several of them so scared they collapsed on the ground. Everyone, don't panic. Yes, just one person. Someone in the crowd tried to bolster courage. Suddenly, a giant standing 5 meters tall charged at me with a net mixed with sea prism stone powder, shouting, "Die, Navy." At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. What a pathetic guy. You have no idea of my strength. Just as he jumped over my head, other pirates followed suit. My knife in hand buzzed with energy. Sword technique, draw and slash. A blinding white light flashed by. And while the giant was still wondering what a beautiful gem it was, the next second he realized he only had his head flying in the air. That Seastone net, along with all the pirates within a 10-meter radius, was cut in half by my slash. A rain of blood fell like snow, landing on my white cape, resembling a blooming red plum. I walked on the broken limbs and severed arms as if strolling through my own backyard, asking along the way, "I really don't understand. What is the government keeping you scumbags for? What value do you have that makes me want to keep you around?" As soon as I finished speaking and released my momentum, those pirates trembled like leaves in the wind. One fool even dared to call me a devil. I pinched the air, and dark mist surged up, making him experience the thrill of suffocation. The rest completely cowered, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Sir, I am of value. I know where a devil fruit is," shouted a clever one. I stopped in my tracks, so, "Tell me." The guy grinned obsequiously. "It's a zoan-type. The orange cat fruit. I feel it was meant for you." I slashed across his chest with my knife. Trash, no combat ability, and you'll just get fat. Then came the most absurd scene. A guy stood up suddenly to save his life and cut down his best friend beside him, tears streaming like crocodile tears, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry, I want to live." But before he finished, he was stabbed in the back by someone else. This was like opening Pandora's box. The entire second floor instantly turned into a real-life werewolf game, as the prisoners began fighting each other to prove their worth to me. Meanwhile, I just watched quietly, as if I were observing an absurd play. At that moment, 3 identical clowns jumped out from the corner, called the Bartons, performing a Trinity attack. They looked quite intimidating, shouting about a shadow killing technique as they surrounded me. But with a shadow leap, I disappeared from their blades and reappeared, having already slashed their 3 necks. 3 heads fell neatly to the ground simultaneously. This completely broke the remaining prisoners' morale. They cried out and rushed to the 3rd floor, claiming they were going to seek their savior, the mighty Buggy. My unnamed anger flared up. Why? Did Buggy pay for a premium membership? I raised my left hand, unleashing a blazing fireball that sealed off their escape route, then stepped forward with my knife, a single person standing like a wall. Just as I finished cleaning up the second floor, Magellan on the fourth floor finally got the news, albeit late. The chaos in the snail phone was overwhelming. One moment, they said Luffy was on the third floor, and Hannibal was nearby, making sarcastic remarks about him being too busy watching the Empress. Just as Magellan was about to send troops to the third floor to encircle and suppress, the report suddenly changed. Report: the riot on the second floor has been suppressed. Too fast. Major Sis turned it into a slaughterhouse all by himself. It's simply hell. I can imagine Magellan's constipated face, gritting his teeth and saying, "All right, forget about the second floor. Those scum should be beyond saving." He must be cursing me inside. "You brat, don't treat my prison like your personal playground." Honestly, looking at this mess, I lit a cigarette and suddenly felt something was off. I used to be quite a normal person, but now, looking at this hellish scene, I actually felt somewhat at ease. It must be the mad personality of those merchants that corrupted me. I'm inherently quite innocent. At this moment, on the third floor, Domino, that crazy woman, was busy deploying her troops. As soon as she heard that Magellan and Hannibal were coming down personally after sending off the Empress, her face turned dark. Goodness, is she afraid of losing her prey? Her murderous intent towards a Straw Hat Kid is probably stronger than her affection for the Empress. Just as she finished speaking, a fight broke out on the third floor. Let me tell you, it was total chaos. Out of nowhere, a Minotaur appeared, swinging a club larger than a person, heading straight for Little Fang's head. Little Fang, the new cross-dresser, was stunned on the spot, and before he knew it, the Minotaur was as quick as lightning, turning around and smashing the club towards a Straw Hat Kid. "Little Straw Hat, get out of the way." Little Fang, being chivalrous, didn't think twice and charged right in, taking the hit with his body. What happened? He got kicked in the waist by the Minotaur and started foaming at the mouth. Just when it seemed like both of them were done for, the Straw Hat Kid finally reacted, stretching out his arms. Let me tell you, those arms stretched long, and a rubber rocket launcher sent the Minotaur flying. But did you think that was the end? Naive. His streak of good luck was over because the true hell had arrived. Our prison warden Magellan, along with his ambitious deputy Hannibal, had personally come down to the third floor. At that moment, the phone bug in my arms suddenly rang. When I answered, the voice on the other end was as faint as a mosquito, "Sir. I'm Diff from CP Diff." "Who? I don't know him." The other side quickly added, "I'm the one who delivered the judgment to you." "Oh, I remember now. He's that little unlucky fellow." I asked him what was up, and he spoke in a hushed tone, like a thief, saying he had just received news from my superior. Regan's. As soon as I heard Regan's name, my ears perked up. Let me tell you, Diff is definitely a clever little guy. He wasn't doing well on Judicial Island, had no backing, and was strong enough to be constantly bullied by colleagues. He was sent here as punishment. But he sees clearly. He knows I'm not on good terms with Regan's, and he also knows I just suppressed the riot on the second floor by myself. This guy thinks I'm a potential stock and plans to play big, directly offering me help and betting heavily on me. He secretly told me, "Lord, Regan's old deputy just called me, saying Regan's has found evidence of you colluding with the Straw Hat Kid to attempt to overthrow Impel Down. He wants me to keep an eye on you and not let you escape." Goodness, the hat is being pinned on me. I couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that. He even added, "Don't worry, my lord. I know this is Regan's trying to frame you. He's currently on a warship coming from Marineford, so you must be careful." I let out a cold laugh. "Fine, I know. You could have a bright future. I won't mistreat you." After hanging up the phone, I stood on that pile of corpses, licking my lips, feeling incredibly excited. "Ruijins, oh, Ruijins, I haven't come to settle the score with you yet. And you've come to me. This opportunity is simply handed to me by the heavens. If I don't take you down, it would be a disgrace to the excellent conditions you've created for me." After handling this matter, I took my knife and went straight to the sixth floor. The infinite hell. The upper floors were in chaos, while this place was like a morgue. Those scum locked inside were still reminiscing about the Empress's figure. Talking about long legs, how real and white they were, their filthy words were simply unbearable to listen to. I walked in covered in blood. The smell so strong it seemed almost unbearable, with drops of blood dripping down from the knife. The pirates instantly fell silent, staring at me as if they had seen a ghost. They were familiar with this scent, but this was so intense that they had never seen or even heard of anything like it. Someone murmured, "Cough, just how many people has this guy killed? He couldn't have slaughtered an entire floor, could he? No way, this is Impel Down, apart from the Golden Lion." As he spoke, he fearfully glanced towards the deepest part of the prison, wondering how even that person couldn't escape, and how the bunch of misfits upstairs dared to cause trouble. I couldn't be bothered with them and walked straight to Ace's cell. Fire Fist Ace, surprised. That stinky woman just left, and here I am again. I shook my shoulders at him, and blood splattered on the ground. Ace looked up, his pupils dilated. He was scared that the blood was his brother Luffy's. Seeing his expression made me laugh even more, and I teased him on purpose. Don't worry, it's not your brother's. Your brother made quite a ruckus this time. The second and third floors are all in chaos. If I hadn't gone to suppress the riot, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Only then did Ace breathe a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he was screaming, Luffy, whatever you do, don't come down, you must survive. I watched him and smiled, even more sinisterly. Are you cursing me in your heart, relieved that the person who went to catch your brother wasn't me? Ace was also tough and shot back directly. So what if I am? Naive. I scoffed. What is there to be relieved about? The one go to catch him is far scarier than me. He is our real boss here, Magellan. He's doomed. Upon hearing this, Ace completely lost it. He knew how insane I could be. He had never been so humble before and began to plead with me. Wilson, Seth, I beg you, let him go. He asked, just a kid. A kid? I laughed at that. Who understands family? I couldn't handle that line. I looked down at him. Let him go? Who isn't a baby? The whole thing is about a giant baby mentality. So what? Besides, this is Magellan-S territory. Do I get to call the shots? I paused, straightened my face, and added, and I really hate that guy, lawless and causing trouble everywhere under the pirate flag. Ace was trembling with anger, the chains clanking as he struggled. Then what are you here for? To show off to me? I leaned against the wall and said slowly, I'm not that bored. I just came to tell you some news. My boss, Regan's, the bastard who sent you the indictment, actually said I colluded with your brother to overthrow Impel Down to frame me. Isn't that funny? I leaned in closer, lowered my voice, and whispered in his ear, what do you think should I really? Collude with your brother just this once and send that old thing to hell. Ace completely lost it. He was afraid I would actually go find Luffy and get him killed. He was so anxious that he even brought up our grandpa. I warn you, don't lay a hand on him. Otherwise, Vice Admiral Garp. No, Grandpa will definitely not let you off the hook. I sighed and shook my head. Sigh, you still don't understand me. This kind of thing is too troublesome. That old man Ruijin's isn't worth me spending so much effort on. Just as I finished speaking, the phone bug on my waist rang again. As soon as I answered, the voice on the other end reported, Major Zeiss, the Straw Hat Kid, has been captured. He has been poisoned and is on the brink of death, being taken to the 5th level of the extreme cold hell by Deputy Warden Hannibal. I made a helpless expression towards Ace, and he was completely stunned, his pupils dilated, and tears streamed down his face, making him a mess of snot and tears. Luffy, why did you come? The snail phone on the other end said, there's one more thing. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has arrived, and Warden Magellan wants you to go meet him. He'll be here after using the restroom. That old constipation freak. I hung up the phone and leaned in again. I brought the news. However, I have a feeling he won't die so easily, at least not this time. Ace's tears instantly stopped, staring at me intensely. Say that again. I snorted, turned around, and left. The visit was over. I need to go pick up General Ghost Spider. We'll meet again, and I hope the one who takes your life then is not me. To be honest, I quite like you. I disappeared into the darkness without looking back, leaving Ace behind to scream frantically, come back. Wilson, Seth, you better explain yourself before you leave. Ace knew in his heart that what he felt from me was the purest malice in this world. After going out, I first changed into a clean suit. I certainly didn't have the habit of receiving a general covered in blood. General Ghost Spider came down from the warship, smoking a cigarette. He sniffed and immediately caught the faint smell of blood that hadn't completely dissipated from me. With a blank expression, he asked the first question, is Fire Fist Ace doing well? Clearly, he trusted me more than those people in Impel Down. I made a reassuring expression. For now, there's no problem. But I always have a bad feeling that today's riot is just a prelude. I hope to get him out as soon as possible. Ghost Spider exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head. Impossible. What has been decided cannot be changed. Fine, I knew it would be like this. It seems that trying to take action in advance is out of the question. So where should I lay my heavenly net? The 6th floor is too heavily guarded. No chance. The 5th floor is too cold, which is disadvantageous for me. The 4th floor is nice, but it's easy to be caught between Straw Hat and Blackbeard. The 3rd floor is useless. The 2nd floor, that is where I just finished the slaughter, filled with corpses, it's practically a perfect venue tailor for my puppet technique. While I was contemplating on the warship coming from Marineford, Ruijin's, that sycophantic aide Moses, was standing at the bow. He had just received a call from D-Fay. But he didn't believe I could suppress a floor of riot on my own. Thinking it was the government's reputation, any dog could do it. He was even too lazy to wake up Ruijin's, who was still sleeping. To him, I was just an ant in the system, easily crushed by Ruijins with a finger. At this moment, on the second floor of Impelled Down, which had turned into a flesh and blood hell, I was sitting cross-legged in the center of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, quietly sharpening my knife. Countless black threads extended from my back, like octopus tentacles, piercing into the surrounding corpses. 1, 2, 3 those long-dead bodies began to come back to life one by one, their pupils devoid of any spirit, stiffly gathering towards me. This technique is much harsher than Scorpion S-100 machine manipulation. I am the biggest core. 2 hours later, nearly 1,000 corpse puppets stood in front of me, densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. I scratched my head. Wow. I didn't know I was this powerful. Controlling so many at once nearly burned my brain out. But it's okay, if the technique isn't enough. I'll make up for it with ammunition. Art is about being bold. I plan to seal the complete incineration technique within these corpses, turning each of them into moving bombs. The battlefield would be on the 4th floor, although I might be surrounded. Thinking about it the other way, wouldn't that be a chance to take them all out once Straw Hat and Blackbeard meet? The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Now the only problem is how to sneak my precious treasures to the 4th floor unnoticed. Just then, the gate of justice opened once again. This is the ship of the senior prosecutor Ruijins of Judicial Island. Please open the door. On Ghost Spider's ship, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, the corner of his mouth twisting in disdain. If you're not strong enough, you'll resort to such lowly tricks. He turned his aide and gave a command that shocked even me. Bring me my Den Mushi. Connect me to Admiral Sakazuki. Just say, Senior Prosecutor Ruijins of Judicial Island colluded with the Straw Hat Kid, incited a riot, and attempted to overthrow Impelled Down, and has been killed on the spot by Navy Major Sis. The aide was dumbfounded. Sir, that prosecutor hasn't he will die. Ghost Spider interrupted him, crushing the cigarette, but underfoot. Today he must die, whether he likes it or not. Sis will definitely not let him walk out of this door alive. I tell you, that slowly opening gate of Impelled Down, in the eyes of that officer, was no longer a door, but the mouth of a giant beast ready to swallow everything. That fool Ruijins came in, bringing along his so-called experts transferred from Judiciary Island. He was pinching a handkerchief to cover his nose, complaining about the heavy smell of blood here. His aide, named Moses, kicked a prison guard right away, arrogantly ordering him to clean the floor, as if afraid of dirtying his master's precious shoes. The prison guard, kicked and looking innocent, was cursing internally. Wasn't this smell caused by them not cleaning up? It was all because of that killing machine on the 2nd floor. But he didn't dare to say it. He could only play the role of a coward. Ruijins pretended to be a good person, coming out to pat the prison guard on the shoulder, asking kindly, Little brother, don't be nervous. I have a small question for you. Do you know about the Sith? The Sith? Which Sith? Upon hearing that name, the prison guard's heart skipped a beat, and his mind instantly flashed to the image of himself covered in blood, now genuinely scared to the point of trembling. Ruijins, a bit displeased, emphasized, It's that one, the Sith who escorted Fire Fist Ace with the Ghost Spider. Gulp. The prison guard swallowed hard, cold sweat instantly pouring down. He was also a victim of bad luck. Why'd he take this job? The person these young fools were looking for, let me tell you, is the dark side of our Navy, a living legend. Looking for him, you really want to court death. 1,000 thoughts raced through the prison guard's mind, but he still had to force a smile and stammer. Well, that person you mentioned, I'm not very familiar with him. Ruijin's face instantly darkened. Who did he think he was? I personally came to ask questions, and this little prison guard dared to play tricks on me? He patiently asked again, Then where is he? You should at least know that, right? I tell you, this is already a tremendous favor. Usually, a small character like this wouldn't dare to talk back to him. They'd have been slapped against the wall by now. The prison guard's neck was dripping with cold sweat like rain. There was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and make a hand gesture. Can I make a phone call to confirm? Ruijins grunted and released his grip, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. He nodded toward the CP beside him. Keep an eye on him. The CP nodded and followed, making it look like some kind of covert operation. So professional, it was almost laughable. The prison guard trembled as he picked up the phone, dialing nervously. He wasn't afraid of these CPs. He was afraid of the person downstairs who had a heavy hand, worrying that he might end up drenched in blood. Hello, Gate 1. Please connect me to Major Sis. We have a visitor from Justice Island. There was a pause on the other end, probably someone who knew the ropes, and after a few seconds, they replied, Major Sis is moving between the 2nd and 4th floors. If you need him, go find him on the 2nd floor. With that, they hung up abruptly. What a masterful way to pass the buck. The implication was clear. Whoever wanted to go to the 2nd floor could go. Don't expect us to send someone to guide you lot of troublemakers. The prison guard cursed coward under his breath and quickly approached Rugens, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Sir, I found out Major Sis is on the second floor. You can just take your men down. Someone will meet you there. Oh, Rugens squinted. Aren't you coming with us? You're joking, sir. It's working hours. How can I leave? The prison guard shook his head vigorously, joking about following you all to death. I'm not stupid. Rugens sensed something was off. This attitude towards advancing into the city was too ambiguous. He tapped his fingers on his thigh and turned to Moses beside him. Call Dife and ask him what the situation is with this advance into the city. I tell you, this matter is starting to get interesting. On the other side, in an office, a guy named Defer is leaning on the phone bug, swearing to Moses like there's no tomorrow. Rest assured, Lord Moses. That guy, Sis. I'm keeping a close eye on him. He behaving himself. Don't worry. Who are we to each other? We both came from Justice Island. How could I help outsiders deceive you and Lord Rugens? All right, I promise. As long as we don't disturb those big shots like Magellan, your operation this time is absolutely foolproof. His expression is so sincere. He is practically the model of a loyal minister. But once the call ends, let me tell you, his face changes faster than flipping a page. His eyes go cold in an instant, and that disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth is impossible to hide. Moses? Rugens? Just the two of you think you can move that, Lord? Naive. He picks up a glass of red wine, his face full of anticipation, hoping that the Lord will appreciate this token of loyalty from him. What guy? Turns out he is a traitor. Outside the prison, the naive Moses actually believed it. Scampering back to report to Rugens. My lord, I've clarified everything. It's fine. Not a big issue. Huh? Rugens squints. Not a big issue? So, there's still an issue? Tell me, what is going on? Moses sneaks a glance around, lowering his voice. It seems. It's because of a woman? A woman? Rugens is stunned. Who is it? So influential? The deputy warden of the Push City, Domino. I heard they are lovers. Domino? That's right. This is top secret information that Defer worked hard to find out. Moses is swearing up and down. Rugens still feels something is off. Can one woman make the entire Push City so fearful? That's not scientific. But Moses, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, is putting on a pitiful act in front of him. So Rugens sighs and pinches his chin. All right, I'll trust you once. But my heart is racing. I have a feeling something is going to happen. It's fine, my lord. Just a major. We have so many people. ISNT it just a piece of cake. Moses is still making guarantees. He suddenly feels like he forgot something important, but whatever, it's not important anyway. So, a group of people marched boldly through that big door. The surrounding guards watched their backs with expressions that were both amused and unsettling, making one feel uneasy. Meanwhile, far away in the office, Domino suddenly sneezed and shivered all over. Who understands this feeling of being wronged by public opinion coming so suddenly? Soon, they arrived at the second level, the beast hell. The elevator dinged open, and Rugens covered his nose as he stepped out. Let me tell you, that place was shrouded in mist, the smell of blood choking to the point where one couldn't open their eyes, and the ground was sticky and soft, like stepping on a carpet. He casually pointed to two people. You two go take a look. Those two professionals, back to back, cautiously moved in. After searching around, they found that not only was Sis not there, but there wasn't even a hair of a prisoner in the cells. My lord, there is no one. No one. Rugens' heart raced even faster, that ominous premonition growing stronger. He suddenly turned and glared at Moses. Are you hiding something from me? Moses was sweating cold. He remembered. Defer had reported earlier that there was a riot on the second level, right? But how could he dare to say that? Such a mistake on Justice Island could be fatal. He could only force himself to say, My lord, you're overthinking it. If there was really a problem, Sis would have acted already. Look, didn't we come back safely? Rugens thought about it too. Maybe he really was overthinking. A major. How much trouble could he cause? But he just stood there, unmoving, and Moses saw that this wouldn't do, so he took the lead. My lord, we can't delay any longer. Let us go. Although Rugens was displeased with his presumption, he knew that dragging it out wouldn't be beneficial for him. He suppressed his unease and quietly told the guard behind him, Keep a close eye on him. I feel something is off with him today. So a group of people, surrounded by Rugens' guards and layers, walked deeper into that thick fog. Rugens was still encouraging himself in his heart. Relax, he is just a little major. His position ISNT even higher than yours. He wouldn't dare do anything. But he didn't know that just above their heads, Sis was watching them like a spectator. Suddenly, whoosh, a gust of cold wind blew by, and all the mist instantly dissipated. Let me tell you about that scene. It was simply unbelievable. A figure wrapped in darkness stood silently on the high platform, arms crossed, coldly watching them. Behind him, countless blood-colored souls were howling, converging into a pair of huge, merciless eyes. He looked like a ruler who had crawled out of hell, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The office-dwelling fools from Rugens had never seen such a spectacle. Their legs turned to jelly on the spot, nearly kneeling down. Rugens, Shisi began, his voice low but striking like a hammer to their hearts. Are you here to settle things with me? Rugens had only one thought in his mind. It was over. He had hit a brick wall. This was a formidable enemy, an absolutely unbeatable foe. But his survival instinct overcame his fear, and his voice trembled. Wilson Shisi. Do you want a rebel? Shisi looked down at him with a smile. Rebel? My dear sir, I don't have the guts for that. Then why are you standing so high? Come down. I have the commendation from Judicial Island for you. Rugens tried to trick him into coming down. As long as he could escape today, he had 100 ways to deal with Shisi. However, a CP trying to rise up jumped out beside him, pointing at Shisi and shouting, Wilson Shisi, is this how you speak to your superior? Whoosh! Before he could finish, a wave of heat swept past his ear, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Half of his face was scorched like it had been seared by a branding iron, directly turned into char. Shisi's strike was as precise as a surgical operation, not a bit more, not a bit less. Now, everyone was stunned. That 2-meter-tall behemoth, Moses, directly collapsed onto the ground, sitting like a duck. Rugens looked at his screaming subordinate, hardened his heart, seized a knife from the side, and swiftly ended him. Blood splattered all over him as he spat on the ground, then put on an extremely obsequious smile, shouting at Shisi on the platform. Lord Shisi, my subordinate doesn't understand the rules. Please forgive me. I'll come up myself. Goodness, the speed of his change of face, this ability to bend and stretch, truly showed he was a seasoned bureaucrat. Unfortunately, Shisi was not buying it at all, his killing intent nearly spilling over. Farewell, my dear Lord Rugens. I'll come down myself. After all, you are my superior. The words superior were bitten down heavily. Rugens' heart sank, knowing this matter could not end well. He decisively made a few hand signals behind his back. The few CPs understood immediately and began to flank from the side. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, brew. Shisi's phone bug rang. Moses? Oh, Hannibal, what's the matter? What? The Straw Hat Kid has started a riot and has already stormed to the 4th floor? Joker Buggy? Blackbeard Teach? All right, I understand. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Shisi looked at Rugens with a smile that was exceedingly eerie. Senior Prosecutor Rugens of Judicial Island, colluding with the Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard Teach, instigating the impel-down riot, attempting to overthrow the government. Now, with evidence in hand, tell me, how should I deal with you? Rugens nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had always been the one to label others. Yet today, he was the one being splashed with dirt. You're slandering me. You traitor. Everyone, attack. Kill him on the spot. Rugens roared, charging forward with his knife. To be fair, this bureaucrat was not useless. His combat skills were quite decent. If he hadn't taken the civil route, he might have been on par with Rob Lucci. But he was facing Shisi. People nowadays were truly naive. Just as Rugens rushed halfway, Shisi's figure vanished. His pupils constricted, and when he turned his head, Shisi's face was already pressed against his ear. How could he be so fast? Shisi didn't bother to say a word. His right fist clenched, enveloped in a dark, shining hockey and black-red flames, smashing towards Rugens' face. Rugens had good combat instincts. He instinctively ducked, and the fist grazed his hair. Boom! The wall behind him exploded open, illuminating the entire 2nd floor. As the light shone, they finally realized it was not a fierce beast hell. It was a gigantic graveyard. Rugens was terrified, turning and using shave to escape madly. Shadows leaped. Shisi's figure instantly disappeared, and the next second, he appeared directly in Rugens' escape path. How could he be so fast? Rugens' eyes widened, and he could only hurriedly cross his arms to shield himself. Bang! Crack! A dull sound accompanied by the sound of bones breaking echoed. His arms were directly smashed by that punch, and he flew back like a cannonball, crashing through the wall and rolling for over 10 meters before stopping. The few CP subordinates were utterly dumbfounded. Not bad reaction. Shisi shook his hand, but unfortunately, there are still people waiting for me downstairs, so go die obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, the pure killing intent that had accumulated from his murders pressed down on those CPs like a mountain, causing them to collapse to the ground. Unable to move a single finger, Rugens, covered in blood, trembled, feeling as tense as a cornered leopard. What a joke. I am the youngest senior prosecutor of Judicial Island. How could I die here? He roared, unexpectedly bursting out all his strength against the killing intent, creating deep pits with his feet, moving so fast that he left afterimages, and threw a punch at Shishi. The CPs lying on the ground instantly ignited with hope. Maybe, just maybe they could win this time. Boom. Shishi was expressionless, casually catching Ruijin's all-out punch with one hand, his fingers like iron pincers, rendering him immobile. Have you had enough, Lord Ruijins? That faint question made Ruijins shiver all over, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He finally understood the gap between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. Well, Lord Shishi, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Bang! Shishi delivered a knee strike to Ruijin's stomach, directly shattering his internal organs. There was never any misunderstanding between us. Shishi gripped his forearm and threw him away like garbage. It has always been, you want to kill me, I want to kill you, that's all. Ruijins rolled on the ground several times, struggling to stand up, his demeanor already frantic. Impossible. I am Ruijins. I will not die. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. A gust of wind swelling behind him, using his last ounce of strength to dash toward the exit. Goodness, let me tell you, that scene was all about the unexpected. I thought he was going to go berserk and counterattack, but instead, it turned into a dramatic victory escape. Shishi was so amused he spat on the ground. What a waste of feelings. He raised his right hand, darkness converging into a spear engulfed in flames, his gaze sharp, and casually threw it out. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire fierce beast hell. At the center of the explosion, not a trace of Ruijins remained. Having dealt with him, Shishi turned to look at Moses and the others lying on the ground. Now it's your turn. Time is tight, so I won't send you off one by one. Let us go together. Flames ignited in his hands, and all that remained in Moses and the others' eyes was despair. No, Lord Sis, spare us. We can testify for you. What gave you the illusion of witnesses? A ball of fire was cast down, and the world became quiet. After confirming that there were no survivors left on the entire second level, Sis leaped down through the hole he had just created. Meanwhile, the third level had already descended into chaos. For Captain Baki, kill. Charge. Even if there are thousands of Navy outside, we must fight our way out. Support. Quickly request support. Where's the warden? Where is he? I'm telling you, the entire third level exploded at that time. Hell of hunger. All locked up are ruthless characters with bounties over 50 million. And as a result, these guys seem to have discussed it together and collectively revolted. The guard's firepower was like a squirt gun, totally insufficient. I squeezed through the crowd to take a look, and lo and behold, the one leading the charge with the red nose wasn't he anyone but Buggy the Clown. His followers, a bunch of freshly released prisoners, were all hyped up, shouting for Captain Buggy, for the savior. At that moment, I thought, savior? What kind of savior is this? This guy almost got cooked himself. The guards were on the verge of tears, unable to contact reinforcements, while the deputy warden was busy fighting with the Straw Hat Kid, leaving no one to help. Buggy was fired up. He was on a roll, dashing through the crowd with a knife in hand, his big nose nearly pointing to the sky, shouting at the exit, "Charge, everyone! Freedom is right in front of us. Once I get out, Buggy, will be the Pirate King." He was lost in his dreams when suddenly, boom, a pitch-black fireball fell from the sky like a meteor, directly landing in front of them. Standing in the firelight was a person, and as I squinted, I recognized him, Lieutenant Sis of our Navy. That gaze, I tell you, cold enough to freeze icicles, was fixed on Buggy. I heard you want to leave? Where to? That killing intent instantly silenced the entire scene. The guards were as excited as if they had seen their long-lost father. It's Lieutenant Sis. You scum are doomed. And guess what happened next? That son of a gun Buggy patted his chest, looking disdainful. What is all this? I thought it was some big shot, just a Navy lieutenant, right? His expression seemed to say, back in the day, I was on Roger's ship, bragging with Rayleigh, sweeping the toilets with the Yonko shanks. A mere lieutenant dares to block my path? He waved his hand. Brothers, don't panic. Charge. Kill him, and let him be my stepping stone. Goodness. These prisoners were a bit intimidated at first, but upon hearing this, their CPUs instantly overheated. Right, it's just a lieutenant. ISNT it? Haven T, we killed enough out there? The first division captain is mine. You are full of crap. It's the vice captain's turn. I was really amazed. They hadn't even started yet, and they were already fighting over positions. Sis's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. I tell you, the killing intent he had was honed from cutting down thousands of people, and now was shattered by this group of brain-dead guys with just one sentence. Absolutely unforgivable. The next second, with a bang, Sis vanished. His speed was like teleportation, directly plunging into the crowd of pirates. Buggy and the others widened their eyes, probably regretting charging in too fast. Too late. Sis held his knife in his right hand, black hockey coiling up, a crescent-like blade light exploded instantly. Sword technique, draw and slash. Puffed. I tell you, the scene was like blood rain falling from the sky. With just one slash, nearly 50 pirates were cut in half on the spot. That lucky Buggy was also cleaved, but thanks to his chop-chop fruit, he didn't die. Sis' eyes lit up. His expression seemed to say, "This is interesting. A slash didn't work? Huh? Fine, then I'll directly incinerate you and scatter your ashes." Sis waved his hand, and an even larger black fireball, like a small sun, flew towards Buggy. Fire release. Overwhelming vaporization. Buggy's face turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. Who understands, just at that critical moment, two guys with big snotty noses shouted and charged up, using themselves as human shield for Buggy. With a bang, those two strong men were instantly roasted into dried corpses. And before dying, they used their last ounce of strength to shout, "Captain, live on. This era shall be named. Save your Buggy." Damn. This immediately ignited the heroism of the remaining prisoners, each one crying and shouting, wanting to charge forward again. Buggy was also holding those two charred corpses, crying so loudly it was earth-shattering, pointing at Sis and cursing. And what did Sis do? He raised a hand, glanced at his watch, as if to say he was in a hurry and they should hurry up. A guy as strong as a bear couldn't take it anymore, his muscles bulging, transforming into a 10-meter-high giant bear, blocking Buggy's path, roaring, "Die, Navy. This era belongs to the savior Buggy." The bear's paw came crashing down like a small car. Sis laughed in anger. The era of Whitebeard is coming to an end, and you soft-shell shrimp think you can talk about eras in front of me? He glared, and the bear's movements instantly froze, as if it had been paralyzed. Sis snorted coldly. Shadow strike. Two blades shot out from the darkness, and with a couple of sounds, the two massive bear paws fell to the ground. The giant bear howled in agony, and Buggy took the chance to escape. Sis dealt with the giant bear in one strike, looked around with his sword drawn, and coldly asked, "I want the life of the clown Buggy. Who agrees? Who opposes?" The place fell into dead silence. A naive young man was about to say, "Captain Buggy is one of us." But before he could finish, a flash of the sword passed, and his head rolled to the ground. Sis asked again, "Is there anyone else who wants to die with him?" These pirates were quick to turn their backs. They looked at each other, silently making way for Sis. I realized that Sis was truly wicked. He not only wanted to kill, but also to break their spirits, forcing these pirates to send their own god to the guillotine. Buggy in the distance was about to go mad, realizing he had become all alone. The next second, Sis appeared beside him with a shave, his voice like a death warrant. "Where do you think you're going, Clown Buggy?" Buggy still wanted to use some treasure map to buy his life, but Sis didn't give him a chance to talk, punching him in the stomach and slamming his head into the ground. Blood gushed out. Sis squatted down, staring into his eyes, saying, "Don't think about it, just wait to die." Buggy wanted to struggle, mentioning red-haired Shanks, but Sis countered with a ball of black fire to his face, shocking him into convulsions. "It's useless. Don't think that just because you're Shank's friend, or even his wife, that I'm letting you go today." After saying that, he lifted the unconscious Buggy like a dead dog. He threw Buggy to the guards and headed directly to the entrance of the 4th level. "This is up to you. I'm going to support Hannibal." The scene shifted to the scorching hell of the 4th level. Deputy Warden Hannibal was in terrible shape, getting shot by Luffy's machine gun like a pig's head. Yet he refused to fall, getting up again and again to block Luffy, delivering his speech about justice. "Because you bastards came to the sea. How many innocent people are living in fear? This is the fortress of hell. And I said you can't pass, so don't even think about it." Just as he finished speaking, a wave of black water surged from behind, instantly swallowing his guards. A disdainful voice rang out, "Shut your filthy mouth. Justice and evil. It's utterly boring." It was Blackbeard. He stomped his giant dark foot right onto Hannibal's face. At that moment, boom, there was an explosion. Hannibal felt less pain, opened his eyes to see a steel knife wrapped in thick black hockey, firmly blocking Blackbeard's foot. A cold voice came. "Where do you think you're stepping? Scum of the sea?" Blackbeard looked down. Instead of getting angry, he laughed, his excitement evident. "Haha, it's you, this guy." Sis snorted, exerted his arm forcefully, and directly flipped Blackbeard's foot away, then countered with a slashing strike. The sword energy, bright and shining, tore through the darkness, directly clashing with Blackbeard's massive leg. Each strike was enveloped in hockey, solid as porcelain. But to be fair, Blackbeard using his legs couldn't keep up with Sis wielding his sword. After a few exchanges, He was clearly starting to struggle. But this chubby guy was also ruthless. Instead of being frightened, he grinned widely. This is getting more interesting. Suddenly, his right leg surged with power, crashing into Sis' black sword, creating a loud bang that sent shockwaves, knocking us all over. As the smoke cleared, both retreated a step, neither gaining the upper hand. At this moment, those guards who had been knocked down finally recognized the newcomer, each one getting energized like they had just been injected with adrenaline, shouting, "It's Lord Sis! Lord Sis has arrived! Reinforcements are here! These pirates are finished!" Their morale surged instantly. But what about the pirates? Everyone was dumbfounded. Luffy and the others looked at each other. "Sis? Who is that? Never heard of him." I thought to myself, their intelligence work is really terrible. They don't even recognize this guy from Judiciary Island. However, the Sea Knight Jimby had some insight. Coughed a couple of times, his expression serious, explaining to those nearby. "This guy is from Judiciary Island. The judgment resolution for Ace was delivered by him." Ace. Upon hearing this name, Luffy's eyes turned red in an instant, veins popping, the anger palpable even from 800 meters away. Without saying a word, he erupted in white steam, activating Gear Second, and vanished in a flash. Rubber rocket. Two fists came barreling in. But I tell you, Sis didn't take him seriously at all, his eyes fixed on Blackbeard, holding the half-dead buggy like he was carrying a chick. To him, Luffy was merely delivering himself. As Luffy's fists were about to reach, Sis dodged, performing a graceful aerial turn, then countered with a whip kick, enveloped in dark hockey, slamming right into Luffy's face. The air exploded. Luffy didn't even have time to react. His whole body was sent flying like a torn sack, tracing a perfect parabola in the air, spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Luffy!" Jimby's eyes nearly bulged out. He quickly jumped up to catch him. Sis, meanwhile, casually cracked his neck like he was warming up. His gaze calm as still water, then slowly issued orders. "Someone, help Deputy Warden Hannibal down. This is up to me." The guards, feeling they'd found their backbone, immediately sprang into action. Hannibal didn't want to leave, struggling on the ground. "I won't go. I want to personally lock these scoundrels back in hell." Sis slowly squatted down, staring at him, a ripple of darkness flashing in his eyes. I tell you, that gaze was terrifying. Hannibal struggled a couple of times, his eyelids started to droop. Sis softly said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely make sure they won't have it easy." "Definitely? Definitely." Hannibal muttered, "Definitely," finally unable to hold on, and fell asleep. He was just too exhausted. Sis stood up, popped a candy from his mouth, tilted his head to the remaining guards, saying, "All right, you all withdraw. Guard the exit. Don't let a single one escape." One guard protested, "Sir, we can still fight. We can't be cowards." Sis waved his hand, smiling, a smile that sent chills down my spine. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to withdraw from battle. I'm just a bit excited to the point of wanting to bury them all here, afraid of accidentally hurting you." As soon as the words fell, damn, a chilling wind rose in the entire scorching hell, and black flames suddenly erupted from behind him, instantly filling the entire floor. The temperature shot up rapidly. The darkness twisted behind him, like countless ghosts wailing. The guards swallowed hard, and I estimated they were thinking, "Goodness, this isn't support. This is truly hell coming." Without a word, they all stood at attention and saluted. "Rest assured, we will not let a single prisoner escape." Then, supporting Hannibal, they retreated without looking back. The pirates were dumbfounded. No way. They just left like that? A few bold ones had already started to dance with excitement. Hee, then we won't hold back. But for those at the level of Jean Bay and Crocodile, their expressions grew increasingly serious, and cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. They knew very well that these guards were tough nuts, and to be deterred by a single word from one person, this guy named Sis was definitely a heartless monster. Sure enough, there were always a few who didn't know better and wanted to give it a try. A dozen pirates grinned and charged toward the exit. "Where do you think you're going?" Sis's voice seemed to resonate in their ears, and he had somehow already blocked their way. "Get out of the way." A guy with a spiked club swung without thinking. Sis narrowed his eyes, his left hand still gripping Buggy-S face, while his right hand grasped the knife handle. Slash! I swear, no one saw how he drew his blade. All we saw was a shadow flash by, followed by a rain of blood and severed limbs. The faces of a dozen or so people were still filled with shock. And the next moment, their heads rolled on the ground like bowling balls. The entire scorching hell fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zeiss shook the blood off his knife, his voice as cold as ice. "Now, is there anyone who still wants to leave without saying goodbye?" He shook the clown buggy in his left hand, as if just remembering, "Oh, I almost forgot about this thing." with a squeeze of his fingers. Buggy woke up with a yelp, coughing up a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Seeing Luffy was like seeing a savior. Straw Hat Kid. Save me. He's a madman. Hurry and save me. Buggy. Luffy's eyes turned red. Bastard. Let him go quickly. Sis made an exaggerated, surprised expression. Let go? You want me to just let go? You are quite nice. All right. Who let you have such a strong background? I'll let it go. He suddenly changed the subject, smiling in a very strange way. But, can you handle him? After speaking, he suddenly threw Bucky into the sky. Bucky. Luffy rushed out without a second thought. I almost forgot to mention, Sith's voice echoed softly, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Luffy, wanting to save him. But the biggest obstacle is me. Zulfast. Luffy couldn't react at all. In a real fight, there's no time to shout out move names, kid. The Sith's knife is wrapped in domineering power, and it slashes straight at Luffy's chest. With a sudden swoosh, it was like tearing open a piece of plastic sheeting, and blood instantly stained Luffy's clothes red. Luffy bro. Straw Hat Boy. Jinbei and Ivankov launched their attacks simultaneously, one with Fishman Karate and the other with Death Wink. However, Sis evaded them with a shadow jump. At the same time, Blackbeard Sniper Van Oka also fired. The bullet accurately aimed at the spot where Sis landed. Dangerous? The voice of the Sith echoed in the air, and as his toes touched the ground, he slipped back into the shadows, perfectly avoiding the attack. I was no longer the person I was a few days ago. Back then, you couldn't hit me, and now it's the same. To be honest, I could feel that he was definitely sweating coldly on his back, but the expression on his face was remarkably calm. He actually showed mercy to Luffy, avoiding a strike to the heart, because if he really killed Luffy here, Garp and Dragon would surely scatter his ashes. Meanwhile, Ivankov hurriedly injected Luffy with a dose of adrenaline, and Luffy sprang up with a flip. The first thing he asked was, "How's Buggy doing?" Jinbei walked over holding Buggy and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've saved him." Hee, Sissy sneered, his gaze seemingly seeing through everything. "Since I dare to throw him, I must have confidence. Saved him? It's not that easy." He snapped his fingers and said, "Listen, 1, 2, 3. Baki suddenly began to struggle violently, his shriveled veins instantly swelling, his skin rapidly turning black and hot, like a red-hot iron. Black smoke surged into his 7 orifices from all directions. "Save me. Straw Hat. Save me." That scream was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In the next second, with a loud bang, black and red flames ignited on Bucky's body. Luffy has gone crazy, stepping on Buggy while wearing flip-flops, trying to extinguish the fire. Family, who understands? A living person, right in front of us, just like that, turned into a handful of ashes. Even the future Yonko, just like that, is gone. Buggy. Luffy knelt on the ground, holding the black-gray object, screaming in pain, "Bastard. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you." He rushed towards Sissy like a madman, only to be tightly held back by Jinbei. Sissy scoffed and said, "You're really meddlesome, Jinbei. You can take a gamble and see if I dare to kill him." He looked at Luffy and taunted him word by word. "Straw Hat Kid. Who do you think you are? Whitebeard. Killing whoever you want? This is impelled down. Not the East Blue. You are alive now, not because you are strong, but because your grandfather is Garp and your father is Dragon. Otherwise, do you think I couldn't kill you with that slash just now? Be more mindful. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price." Ha! A burst of loud laughter came from behind the Sith, and Blackbeard could no longer hold back. "So what price are you willing to pay, Your Excellency, the Secretary? Standing alone in front of us? Well, the spotlight is finally back on these 2 big shots." Sis patted his head, turned around, and stood between Luffy and Blackbeard, giving a perfect gentleman's bow. Then he raised a hand and pointed at Blackbeard, his voice echoing throughout the entire 4th floor. Come, look here. Let me introduce everyone with great fanfare. This is the garbage of the sea, the new warlord of the sea. Oh no, I mean the warlord with the shortest term. Former 2nd Division member of the Whitebeard Pirates, the traitor who killed 4th Division Captain Sachi for the fruit. Blackbeard Marchaldi. Teach, the captain who traded Fire Fist Ace to the government in exchange for status. He specifically raised an eyebrow at Crocodile and said, "By the way, I'm filling your gap, old sand." Crocodile's face darkened. This introduction directly shifted everyone's hatred onto Blackbeard. Jinbei was shaking with anger, and Luffy's rage instantly turned. "You are Blackbeard?" Blackbeard wasn't angry at all. He grinned with his rotten teeth and began his performance, spouting nonsense like how fate works. How Ace was captured to protect you, and that you should thank him. His crew followed suit with their sarcastic remarks. Luffy couldn't stand this and immediately broke free from Jinbei, throwing a punch that sent Blackbeard flying, crashing into the wall, and creating a big hole. But the next second, Blackbeard stood up with a sinister grin. "Dark water. His right hand erupted with a powerful suction, and Luffy's abilities instantly failed. He was sucked over like a limp doll and then slammed hard into the ground by Blackbeard, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Crocodile was dumbfounded. Blood? How could a rubber man bleed? Sif was clapping his hands on the side, looking extremely happy. Fight, it's better if you all kill each other, so I don't have to do it myself. While they were busy biting each other, let me tell you, Sif wasn't idle either. The black mist behind him had unknowingly enveloped the entire fourth layer, and outside of the small area beneath our feet, it was pitch black. The main theme was this is my territory, I make the rules. In the end, Jinbei still managed to stop Luffy, urging him to consider the bigger picture. Just then, several screams suddenly came from the black mist. Two unfortunate pirates were engulfed by the black mist and instantly fell silent. Immediately afterward, various screams echoed, with someone even shouting, Don't pull my pants. There's a monster. Oh, bang. With a crisp sound, we all felt a chill in our lower bodies. Sif's eyelids twitched. I guess he didn't expect his puppets could do this. Blackbeard also sensed that something was off. He looked at Sif, his eyes filled with unabashed greed. Sif, you've been hiding this up your sleeve? What is this? Something like Moria zombies? Isn't it the line of Doflamingo? Clearly, I am the one with the string fruit ability. How did you manage to do that? The Sith clutched his knife and let out a cold snort, as 5 or 6 hollow-eyed puppets stood in front of him. Just like what you said to Crocodile earlier, am I obligated to explain myself to you? Trash on the ocean. Huh. Blackbeard's fist is wrapped in darkness. Since you don't want to speak, I'll just take a look for myself. Dark cave path. A black hole appeared beneath the feet of the Sith, instantly swallowing the puppets. Using darkness to deal with me? The Sith's eyes widened, bloodshot with swirling shadows in his pupils. Who do you look down on? Blackbeard. He gripped his sword with both hands and slammed the sheath down on the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, all the flowing darkness around him instantly solidified. The Sith lifted his head, his gaze brimming with arrogance and a desire for dominance. The world is too small to accommodate two who play with darkness. Today, one of them must die. Meanwhile, the real boss of Impel Down, Warden Magellan, had just finished dealing with Ace's transfer and stormed into the first level of hell, roaring at his subordinates. Where's the main force of the rebellion? His subordinates quickly reported, Report, Warden. The main force of the rebellion is on the 3rd and 4th levels. The 3rd level has been half breached by Lord Sith. It's basically under control. Miss Suddy is wrapping things up. The key point is the 4th level. The Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard's groups are all gathered there. And now it's all up to Lord Sith to hold them off. I told you. Magellan turned pale at the mention and asked, What about Hannibal, the deputy warden? The deputy warden took the lead and successfully delayed the time. And now he is in the operating room, saving lives. Goodness. Magellan was so furious that he was panting. 2 groups of invaders had shown up during his term, and this record was completely ruined. But he suddenly noticed a problem and turned around to ask, Wait a minute, Blackbeard has only been here for less than an hour. How'd he shoot up to the 4th floor like a rocket? The jailer fell silent at that moment, stammering for a long time. Magellan shouted directly, Just say what you know. The prison guard stood at attention, sweating. Report to the warden. Yes, that's how it is. Because the 2nd layer has already been cleared out by Lord Sith, and now there's no one guarding it. Then, I don't know who blew a big hole between the 2nd and 3rd layers. So Blackbeard and the others, strictly speaking, only need to break through the 1st layer to jump directly to the 4th layer. I told you, after listening to Magellan, his eyelids drooped, and his head tilted. Well, that was a wasted question. Who understands this? My combat god is too powerful, clearing the map too quickly, resulting in giving the opponent a VIP express passage. What do you call this? This is called placing an order with the universe, emphasizing that wishes come true. As Magellan continued walking, he asked, What about the 5th and 6th layers? The prison guard's face looked even worse. The 5th layer has already been breached. As for the 6th layer, the situation is even worse. Besides Old Shah and Jinbei, several serious offenders have also gone missing, including the legendary Red Count, Baloric Ladefield. Huh. I tell you, when Magellan heard this name, his pupils trembled. The solitary red, that is an old monster from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. This is a huge problem. But after all, he is the warden. Leaning against the wall and taking a deep breath, his gaze became resolute again. What Red Count? Times have changed, my lord. Now is my era. In this Impel Down, I, Magellan, am the master. He waved his hand. It's not a big deal. Everything is under control. I'm on the 4th level now. That mere Straw Hat and Blackbeard can't stir up any waves. Domino, beside him, quickly reminded. Warden, The situation is so critical. Should we release Chief Jailer Shiryu? Magellan thought for a moment and shook his head. It's not that serious yet. That guy is a death row inmate. We'll keep him locked up for now. Besides, isn't there that guy Sisyphus down there holding the fort? Meanwhile, on the 6th level of Impel Down, the Infinite Hell, several guards were hurrying along when suddenly, a large hand reached out from a cell and grabbed one of the guards by the collar. Hey, wait a minute. The guard was so frightened that his legs went weak. S.H. Shiryu, Chief Jailer. I tell you, the man in prison is Shiryu of Arain. He's as ruthless as Magellan, and because of his love for killing, he went from warden to death row inmate. This guy lives in prison like it's a 5-star hotel, smoking a cigar and lounging around. Don't be nervous, Shiryu says with a smile. I'm just bored and want to chat with you. The guard is almost in tears, thinking who would dare to chat with you? Shiryu glances and guesses. Someone escaped? Or is it a big shot? He starts naming names. Is it Crocodile? Or is it Jinbei? The guard dares not say a word, and Shiryu squints his eyes, playing a game of werewolf, guessing one by one. Crescent Moon Hunter? Nope. San Juan Wolf? Too big. That would be the Red of Solitude Baroque lead? The guard's expression instantly crumbles. Shiryu sees it and realizes he's right. The guard still tries to act tough. And no, that's not true. Don't joke around. Before he finishes, bang, Shiryu pulls him over and slams him hard against the cell door, grabbing his hair and roaring. Do you dare to lie to me? Have you forgotten who I am? The guard is so scared he wets himself, crying out that this is a confidential mission. Shiryu releases him and coldly commands, Go. Bring me the keys to the warden's room. I want to get out. And no, that's not possible, warden. Shiryu immediately switches to PUA mode, launching a verbal assault on the little guard. Do you think Lead is just anyone? He is a monster who could take on Roger and Whitebeard one-on-one. Just Magellan alone? Don't joke around. Without me, this Impel Down is nothing but a copper wall and iron bastion. He is facing not just one red count, but also Blackbeard and the Straw Hat Kid. Can he handle it alone? If Impel Down falls, can you bear the responsibility? After a series of punches, he completely fries the little guard CPU. The guard trembles as he gets up, scrambling towards the warden's room. In the darkness, Shiryu reveals a sinister smile, muttering to himself, Next, get my sword and then cause a ruckus with this bunch of trash. Marineford? Such a grand scene. How can it be without me, Shiryu of the Rain? And at this moment, the 4th level. I tell you, I fought with Blackbeard until the sky turned dark and sparks flew everywhere. I was hanging upside down from the ceiling, like Spider-Man, feeling quite emotional. Blackbeard is truly strong. In order to get the dark fruit, I have been lurking on Whitebeard's ship for so many years, just like a cunning player, usually silent. But when I make a move, I astonish everyone and overwhelm us honest folks. At that moment, bang, another gunshot. The sniper named Van Oka is shooting from a distance again, and the bullet is heading straight for my forehead. I directly jumped through a shadow and suddenly appeared right in front of his face. A person who always talks about fate. Do you even know if you've ever seen your own fate? I sneered coldly and swung a knife toward his neck. Let me tell you, what snipers fear the most. It's an assassin like me who engages in face-to-face combat. That guy, Dan Oka, is not useless. As his body retreats explosively, the gun in his hand is like a Gatling, firing rapidly at me with a series of bangs. Do you think I'm a useless person who can't do anything when someone gets close to me? He shouted. I was laughing at that moment. My right hand wielding the black knife like a whirlwind. Clang, clang, clang. All the bullets were deflected by me. When it comes to cutting bullets, I'm a professional. Van Oka was pushed to the brink, his teeth biting until they bled. He forcefully loaded a specially made Seastone bullet, took a deep breath, and then he actually closed his eyes. Remember my name? I am Van Oka. He whispered, the next shot will decide our lives and deaths. Everything is left to fate. Wow. Is this a sniper or a master of metaphysics? He actually shot without any warning, just relying on his instincts. Bang. In that moment, I really felt like I was done for. That bullet was like a spear of fate, impossible to dodge. But my life is in my own hands, not determined by heaven. I am engulfed in black flames, feeling a mysterious power awaken within me, and I strike back with a blade. Is the god you believe in Odin? Sorry, we are in a materialistic world. Crack. That so-called bullet of fate has been sliced into pieces by me. Van Oka's heart shattered on the spot. His faith collapsed, and he slumped to the ground like a broken doll. Just as I was about to go up and take his head, Blackbeard suddenly appeared and blocked my knife with his body. Blood splattered everywhere. But Blackbeard acted as if nothing happened, grinning with his rotten teeth, and yelled at me. Wilson, cease. When did I allow you to lay a hand on my lovely crew? After saying that, a punch came flying over, We exchanged a blow, and a tremendous force sent me flying back to the ceiling. On the ground, Van Oka looked at the captain who stood in front of him to block the knife, and his expression changed instantly. He cried, then stood up again and raised his gun. Who understand the family? What's wrong with these people? Why do they need to charge on sight while fighting? His god is not fate, but his captain. Bang! He fired again. I was really annoyed at that moment. Those Blackbeard guys are truly irritating. Just as I was about to hide in the shadows, Blackbeard's dark water attack was unleashed, and the immense suction force pulled me right out of the shadows. How many times has this happened already? I was furious. Blackbeard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Fine, no more tricks. Let's go straight to the blade. My whole body erupted in black flames as I charged straight at Blackbeard. Blackbeard was also filled with fighting spirit, his observation haki covering his entire body. And he roared, "This era belongs to me, Blackbeard." I shouted back defiantly, "Era? Dream on. The great pirate era will be ended by my own hands." Boom! Our final showdown unleashed a world-destroying shockwave, nearly tearing apart the entire fourth layer. The Straw Hat crew hiding in the corner was dumbfounded, probably wondering where these two monsters came from. And guess what happened next? In terms of pure strength, I've really never matched up to that monster. He gradually pushed me back, but at that moment, I just laughed, a particularly mocking laugh, because that fat guy had been mistaken about one thing from start to finish. He thought my target was him. I told you at that moment, I just leaned back and merged into the shadow, leaving behind a sarcastic remark echoing through the entire hall. Guess who was next? Goodness, that fat guy with the black beard looked like his eyes were about to pop out. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he was so tense it was like he was about to explode. His observation haki was at its max, scared that I would come at him with a knife from some corner. He stared intently at the spot where I disappeared, his fists clenched tightly. And guess what happened next? I didn't intend to touch him at all. With a quick flash, I appeared right behind him, my knife raised. He was so startled that he turned around and crossed his fist to block me. I couldn't help but laugh and said to him, "Just kidding. Why does it have to be you?" Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, I disappeared once again. This time, Blackbeard was genuinely scared, his heart pounding like a drum, and he was about to grind his teeth to dust. He frantically scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, it seemed he realized something. His eyelids twitched violently as he shouted, like a pig being slaughtered, at his dim-witted crew member Bosch's, who was still watching the show. "Bosch's, run. That bastard's target is you. It's late." That guy Bosch's is still looking confused. Huh? Isn't he the captain? With a sharp sound, family members, who understands? It was a mess of blood and flesh. My knife had already plunged into his back. When he turned around, apart from the blade of my knife, he saw nothing else, and all that was left in his mouth was one sentence. "You big liar." Nonsense, such a handsome bad guy like me. Who else would I deceive if not you? Armed color domineering? He was too late, and when I struck down with my knife, I felt like I had pierced his internal organs. He was sent flying like a broken sack by my blow, becoming the first one to fall in the Blackbeard crew. Let me tell you, among these people, Basis is the easiest to bully, a pure muscle idiot. As for that sickly ship's doctor, who knows what viruses he has on him, I wouldn't touch him. If I got splattered with his blood, I'd have to go get tested later. Basis fell to the ground and still tried to struggle, his eyes fierce like he wanted to eat someone. I shook the blood off my knife, smiled playfully, and asked him, "You're the first. Are you happy?" As I spoke, I struck again, sending a black slash flying forward. This guy's eyes turned red, and he roared, "I'm the fighting champion. You cowardly sneak attack. I curse you to hell." I tilted my head at that moment, with his blood still on my face, and smiled even brighter. Hell? As if I'm not already in hell right now. Just as the knife was about to chop off his head, suddenly with a clang, it was blocked. I looked over and, good grief, it was that guy with lipstick, holding a cane like a comedian, Lafayette. He blocked my strike with a sword he drew from his cane, saving his foolish teammate. He even smiled at me. Phew. That was close. We're all in the same boat now. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, and remarked, "People on the same boat? This life and death camaraderie really doesn't seem like a freshly formed team." Just as I said that, Blackbeard's fat guy charged at me from the side, pushing me away with a swift move. I quickly pressed myself against the ceiling, looking down at them from high vantage point. Bass's was back from the brink of death, but that hateful glare, TSK. Blackbeard's whole demeanor darkened. I knew he was genuinely angry. But what good was his anger? I was fast, and he couldn't catch me. Let me tell you, if it weren't for his bunch of useless teammates dragging him down, that fat guy could actually be a force to reckon with in a one-on-one fight. He's a pure blood tank with endurance, and he would have the advantage in a protracted battle against me. Unfortunately, he's currently hampered by his teammates, and can only rage helplessly, while we were to stand still. On the other side, Jinbei's group wasn't idle either. Goodness, old veterans are indeed old veterans. With just a glance from Jinbei, Crocodile and Ivankov instantly understood. It was time to make a hasty retreat. Jinbei rallied the ragtag pirate crew, shouting, "Brothers, in a moment, the four of us at the warlord level will strike together to clear a path for you. Take the chance to run. We must survive today." You wouldn't believe it. As soon as those pirates heard this, they were instantly pumped up, shouting in agreement with their big brother, throwing out all sorts of phrases about being loyal and working hard. Then Jinbei, the Straw Hat Kid, Crocodile, and Ivankov exchanged glances and struck simultaneously. Fishman Karate, Shark Hammer, Desert Sword, Death Gaze, Gum Gum, Rope Get Lounge Hair. Boom! There was a huge explosion. I'm telling you, the scene was something else. The four big shots unleashed their ultimate moves at the same time, directly blasting a massive hole in the puppet wall of corpses I had painstakingly built. When those pirates saw the path was clear, they went wild, shouting about seeing the light of day again and rushing towards the stairs in a chaotic crowd. I couldn't help but sneer at the ceiling. These people really know how to get me in trouble. I flashed an apologetic smile at Blackbeard and the others. It seems my guests are a bit unruly, so please excuse me for a moment. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was engulfed by darkness and instantly appeared in front of the fleeing pirates, my voice ghostly. Where do you think you're going? Does anyone understand? The faces of those pirates instantly turned green. One moment they were full of morale, and the next they looked like they had seen a ghost, with their legs starting to tremble. Someone completely lost it and shouted at me, "Bastard, we are just a bunch of insignificant people. Is it interesting for you to hold on to us? Why don't you go after the 7 warlords instead?" After a long period of repression, these people went completely crazy, their eyes red, gripping weapons, and they became even more frenzied than before, charging at me as if to live by facing death, shouting, "Kill him. If we kill him, we can't survive." I let out a snort and gripped the knife with both hands. That gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. Good, it's all burning up, isn't it? Who was willing to go to hell for me as a scout? Whoosh, I flew straight out. Let me tell you, that scene was the purest, with not a hint of flashy slaughter. I didn't use any cool moves, just chopped forward in an unremarkable way. 1 slash for each, and every time I swung the blade, every time I severed their carotid arteries, it was so clear that those behind them could foresee their own fate. Blood splattered on my face, and they charged at me like moths to a flame, only to be cut down by me in an ordinary manner, bled out in an ordinary way, and turned into a new corpse on the ground in an ordinary fashion. A pirate shouted in the crowd, "I don't want to die yet." With a slash, my knife ordinary sliced across his neck. All right, now he can die. After a while, that group of pirates cowered and retreated, trembling at the entrance of the passage. I wiped the blood off my knife and turned to Jinbei, mocking him with a cold smile that could freeze ice shards. "See, hero Jinbei, you really have the demeanor of an older brother, provoking your companions to come and die. Are you big shots just sitting back and watching show?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly froze. The pirates looked at Jinbei with eyes that changed from fervor to caution and distrust. Indeed, why is it that only we are the ones who die? Why do you say we agree to work together? Yet none of you have done anything. They feel like they have been deceived and used as cannon fodder. This scorching hell is simply chilling to the bone. A pirate trembles and asks, "Brother Jinbei, why?" Let me tell you, Jinbei the old fishman is a tough character. He knows that explaining anything at this moment would be futile. He shot me a sidelong glance, and without saying a word, he threw a punch directly at me. Fishman Karate, ultimate technique, Murasame. A huge water ball came crashing towards me. With this action, he was telling everyone that Jinbei the Sea Knight, stands on the side of the pirates. Then he shouted, "You guys follow me and kill." Wow, this big brother has the demeanor of a leader, setting an example by taking the lead. The Straw Hat Kids immediately followed suit, unleashing everything they had, machine guns, desert treasure swords, new demon boxing techniques. All came crashing down. The pirates saw this and realized they had misjudged their big brother. Instantly, their doubts, regrets, and relief transformed into excitement, and once again, they surged forward, roaring to follow Jinbei and take down that bastard. I was so angry that I laughed. Well, my attempt to sow discord ended up making them more united. But it doesn't matter. I was already prepared to be besieged. I turned the blade and charged directly at them, fighting while saying, "Kizuru, Sand Crocodile, Mr. 2, Straw Hat Kid. All big shots. Dealing with so many of you at once. The Navy should pay me more." I collided fists with Jinbei and dodged Crocodile's golden hook. Guess what happened next? That fat guy Blackbeard saw I was entangled and thought it was his chance. He charged over, laughing and shouting, "Jinbei, need some help? I want that guy's life too." He threw a punch, darkness surged like a torrent, and he was shouting some of Blackbeard's cringy lines. The shadow shattered, and once again I was knocked out from shadows. I countered with a slash to his fist, but the impact made my blood surge. That wasn't the end. Jinbei and Crocodile closed in from both sides, with 5,000 Vero punches. Desert King Kong's treasure knife. With three-pronged attacks, I tell you, I've never been this helpless since I debuted. Just at that critical moment, a roar suddenly came from above the passage. Poison Dragon. 3 massive purple poison dragons descended from the sky, targeting Jinbei and Crocodile. I almost laughed out loud. Magellan, the warden of this prison, my savior, has finally arrived. I stared fiercely at Blackbeard and laughed. The ruler of hell has come. What are you going to do, Blackbeard? Blackbeard maintained his grin, still as arrogant. What to do? Just watch from hell. Watch me cause a ruckus, and then put on a great show in Marineford. He and I both exerted more strength, causing the entire 4th level to tremble violently, and the ground directly caved in. On the other side, Jinbei and Crocodile turned pale at the sight of Magellan's poison, quickly withdrawing and using ranged attacks to block. Magellan was covered in venom, forming a giant poison giant behind him, ready to unleash his ultimate move, Hell Judgment. Amidst the chaos, a man with a cigar suddenly appeared, cutting down the pesky pirates blocking the way with 2 slashes. Seeing him, Magellan's expression turned serious. "Shiryu?" The man called Shiryu sneered, completely ignoring Magellan, and instead looked with interest at Blackbeard, who had just parted ways with me, and asked, "Looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Need some help, Blackbeard, Captain Marshal D. Teach?" Blackbeard squinted his eyes and scrutinized him. "Who are you?" "Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief guard of this prison. I want to bring a group of people to join your pirate crew. Are you willing to take us?" I tell you, the gears of fate have begun to turn. Blackbeard's wild eyes met Shiryu's, and he grinned, letting out his signature eerie laugh. Why not? From the first moment I saw you, I felt we could be great partners." Blackbeard's expression at that moment was as if he wanted to shout, "This incredible fortune is finally mine." Shiryu nodded in satisfaction, spreading his arms behind him, and shouted loudly, "Then everyone come out, from the 6th level. The scraps of infinite hell." As his words fell, the darkness behind him began to stir. One by one, figures emerged, forming a massive square made up of hundreds of prisoners. Family, those are not the small fry from the 4th level. Those people, just a glance from them is like staring into the eyes of a demon. Let me tell you, those people are not human at all. They are ruthless characters that even newspapers dare not report on. Serial killers, psychopathic pirates, and gutting people for drinks are all part of their daily operations. It's like a human-shaped version of criminal law. Blackbeard has really put in some effort this time, pulling out all the evil spirits from this entire floor. If they were to be released at sea, the whole world would be turned upside down by them. That guy Blackbeard was laughing like a standard villain template, shouting at me, "How Wilson cease? Do you still think you've won for sure?" The hundreds of people behind him were also grinning maliciously, each gripping their weapons with eyes glowing green, like starving beasts that haven't eaten for 800 years seeing a fresh piece of meat. A few guys I had previously pierced with shadows even came out to greet me. "Hey, Secretary, remember us? Your ability really got us good. I'm telling you." The way they look at me is like they're staring at a prime piece of pork belly, licking their lips, gripping their spiked clubs so tightly that they're making a clicking sound, and I bet their minds are already imagining how to smash me in a meat paste. That expression is downright twisted to the extreme. I scoffed and couldn't even be bothered to look at them, directly staring at Blackbeard. "Teach, you can't really be naive enough to think you can take me down with this bunch of nobodies, can you? Nobodies?" Blackbeard was so pleased with himself, laughing. "Ha ha ha, they're all formidable heroes of the sea. It's you who is too arrogant, sis. Sooner or later, you will die because of your damn arrogance. Like today." Goodness, he had that leader's charisma maxed out, just gathered a bunch of lackeys and already felt invincible. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a grab of my left hand, the dark mist in the air instantly gathered at my fingertips as if it had received a command. Countless black threads shot down from the ceiling, piercing into my back and drilling into my veins. That feeling, let me tell you, was like thousands of ants throwing a party in my bloodstream, so painful that my head buzzed and nearly split open on the spot. I forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Teach, let me tell you a story. I have a friend who, in order to become stronger, can slice himself apart to transform from a normal person into a puppet. I admire him, but I also fear his ruthless determination. What exactly do you want to say? Are you stalling for time? Blackbeard interrupted me directly. It's useless. The eyes of the whole world are on Marineford, and the Navy doesn't care about this trivial matter here. I shook my head, and when I raised my eyes again, there were no pupils in my eyes, just a pure darkness that continuously devoured the light. I am someone who values the past. This body has been with me for so long that I can't bring myself to let it go. So, I paused for a moment. The next second, all the black mist on the entire fourth floor surged toward me in an instant, gathering around me and ultimately forming a pitch-black column of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth behind me. I was lifted directly into the air. An eerie thread spread like a spider web across every inch of the scorching hell, adorned with one after another black cocoons resembling silkworm pupa. If you got closer, you would discover that inside those cocoons were figures dressed in prison uniforms, looking as emaciated as corpses. The scene immediately fell silent. I could even hear them swallowing their saliva. These ruthless villains, who wouldn't blink while killing, were completely stunned by the sight before them. Blackbeard's eyelids were also twitching. He could feel the dark power within him trembling with fear. So I used darkness as the core to create this move. Secret technique, black sun rising, night of 100 ghosts. I let out a loud roar, and the hundreds of corpse puppets hanging in the sky ignited in black flames with a thunderous boom. They turned to ashes in an instant like kindling, but the light and heat they produced directly formed hundreds of blinding little suns on the ceiling of the fourth layer. Blackbeard, they can't change anything. I floated in midair, my voice echoing throughout hell. And from the very beginning, this scorching hell has been the graveyard I chose for all of you. I pressed down with my left hand, and hundreds of suns came crashing down to the ground like dumplings. The eyes of those pirates widened in despair, looking like copper bells. Had they fought their way out of infinite hell just to be roasted alive here? The giant named Saint One the Evil Wolf was the first to defy fate, howling as he charged up, wrapping his hands in hockey, trying to knock the suns back into the sky. What happened? His hands, bigger than houses, hadn't he even touched the sun when, with a puff, they were instantly reduced to ashes by the intense heat. Even his screams were chilling. This captain of Blackbeard's crew was eliminated before he even left the novice village. Now everyone was going crazy, deafened by the roaring sound, blood oozing from every orifice. Blackbeard, while spitting blood, wailed, "Run! Wilson, Sis, you madman!" He dragged his crew member, Bosch's, and rushed outside. He couldn't withstand the flames any longer. He finally understood that this was a trap from the very beginning. Even Magellan was cursing, "That bastard. I shouldn't have come to save him. Can't he take it easy with our people still around?" After saying that, he summoned a poisonous dragon path and dove in, frantically fleeing for his life. Jinbei's eyes were about to pop out as he looked at the apocalyptic scene before him. He lost all will to resist. He pulled Luffy and the others, using Fishman karate and a sandstorm, desperately carving out a path as they awkwardly escaped to the third level. On Blackbeard's side, things were dire. They were much farther from the exit. After just a few steps, the number of people around him dwindled, all burned to ashes. His eyes turned red with fury, and he roared at me in the sky, unleashing his conqueror's haki, forcefully tearing a path through the sea of flames with darkness and haki. However, while he was temporarily safe, the hundreds of top prisoners he had brought from the 6th level were instantly knocked unconscious by his conqueror's haki, and then engulfed by the flames, leading to their immediate demise. Shiryu and the few core crew members were stunned, but there was no time to admire their captain's prowess. Survival was paramount. That woman named Katarina Devon was the most ruthless. She kicked aside anything in her way and ran forward desperately. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle from the ground. It was her former cellmate, crying and begging, "Save me. Aren't we friends?" Guess what she did? She kicked down on that woman's head, cursing, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." But the woman refused to let go, laughing maniacally. "If you don't take me with you, then let us die together." Katarina was furious, screaming as she stomped down, crushing the woman's head like a watermelon. Goodness, what a plastic sisterhood. But just as she turned around, she found that the woman's hand was still tightly gripping her pants, now stiff. In that delay, I had already floated in front of her. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she immediately changed her demeanor, throwing me flirtatious glances and adopting a coy tone. "Lord Secretary, we can make a deal. I'm very strong. I can be your subordinate, even your dog. Please spare my life, okay?" I tell you, her mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox fruit, has a voice that carries enchantment. Ordinary people really can't withstand it. I looked at her expressionlessly and said, "Oh, is that so? Then come over and take a look." As soon as she heard there was a chance, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she walked towards me step by step, her hands quietly enveloped in dominance, her eyes filled with killing intent, just waiting to get close to me for a decisive strike. She thought I had taken a bait, but as soon as she reached me, boom, flames erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing her. She knelt on the ground, looking at me in disbelief. Why? I stepped on her, holding a candy cigarette, and helplessly pressed my forehead, saying, "To be honest, facing monsters like you, even I feel troubled. If it could be easily taken care of, only a fool would waste their energy." She cursed me madly in the flames, saying she would wait for me in hell. I thought to myself, by the time you turn to ash, how are you going to wait? On the other side, Blackbeard let out a miserable scream. It wasn't him. It was his crew member named Basis, who was down to his last breath. Basis grabbed Blackbeard's collar and urged him to go become the Pirate King, not to stay here for revenge. After saying that, he slipped away and was gone. Basis. Blackbeard howled in agony, as he was his first partner. He completely lost control, stood up from the ground, surrounded by black mist, and stared at me fiercely. "Wilson Seth, I want you dead." He told the remaining crew to leave first, saying this was a fate between him and me. His crew members were tough as well. Seeing their captain ready to risk it all, they immediately picked up their weapons, deciding to go crazy with him. "Deciding to stay, huh?" I sneered, drawing my long knife. "Staying now means you'll die." As soon as I finished speaking, we both moved at the same time. He charged at me through the rain of fire, while I descended from the sky, heavily slashing down with my domineering black blade toward the top of his head. "To be honest, I'm already tired of fighting you. Go die." And guess what? That guy Blackbeard raised his right hand and actually grabbed my blade with his bare palm. Blood flowed through his fingers, revealing white bone. But my blade couldn't go in another inch. He grinned maliciously. What remains of a swordsman without a sword? In the next moment, he suddenly exerted force, swinging me around and smashing me down onto the ground. I spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling like my organs were all displaced. Weak? I curled my lips in a smirk, my legs tightly wrapped around his arm. "How dare you say I'm weak in my own carefully laid trap?" Black threads suddenly emerged from my body, piercing directly into his arm. He grunted in pain, but still continued to smash me without care. This guy wants to exhaust me to death, relying purely on physical strength and domineering power. A glint of madness flashed in my eyes as I suddenly released the long knife in my right hand. With a clenched fist, a spear entirely composed of darkness coalesced in my grasp. With a whoosh, the spear pierced directly into Blackbeard's right eye. The sensation was like a light bulb bursting. He never expected me to abandon my knife. The offense and defense shifted in an instant. While he was caught off guard, black flames had already ignited on his left leg. With a crack, the bone of that leg was directly burned to a state of calcification, unable to support his body, and he was about to fall. Damn it! Blackbeard's remaining left eye was filled with bloodshot veins. He disregarded the spear in his eye and concentrated all his strength in his fist, delivering a powerful blow to my chest. "Even if I lose this leg, I won't let you off easy." Crack! I felt my sternum shatter, and my body flew like a cannonball, crashing into a wall several meters away. Blackbeard was also ruthless. He punched his ruined leg, shattering the bone, then crushed the dark spear embedded in his eye socket, roaring at me. "I will not spare you, Wilson Seth. I will wait for you outside Impel Down. I will take your life, for sure." I coughed up blood, struggling to stand up, probably coughing out a lung lobe. But it was worth it. I took out one of his legs and one of his eyes. This round was not a loss. I opened my mouth, blood filling it. "What the hell with your current one-eyed, lame appearance, you have a bit of a Blackbeard look. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I will personally take your head." We looked at each other across the twisted flames, both knowing that this matter was not over. The Dark King only needed one. The scene shifted, and I found myself back in that dreamlike world shrouded in gray mist. The missionary, which is me, was staring wide-eyed at the hermit. The hermit's half-metal neck creaked as he complained, "Why are only the two of us here again today? Where's everyone else?" I sighed and said, "Who knows? But I won't stay long. My dad is looking for me for something." "Hello." The hermit was taken aback. "You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have betrayed the revolution? Aren't the main characters supposed to be orphans? Why do you get to have both parents?" I gave him a disdainful glance and turned my head. "My parents are both busy. I have a sister in a house." The hermit was instantly petrified. Then I woke up. I didn't lie to him. My parents are indeed both busy. I have a sister in a house. It's just that this house is in Siberia. Outside, there's a blizzard with temperatures dropping below -30 degrees, and ice shards are hitting the windows like bullets. But the glass in my house is made of a special high polymer material with magical patterns, impervious even to missiles. There's nothing to be done. My dad is wealthy and willful. He's a true blue Chinese, and I don't know what he was thinking, insisting on settling in Siberia to play in the mud. Perhaps it's the spirit of farming as a Chinese person that's burning fiercely within him. I walked down the long corridor, the scent of pine filling the air. There was something unsettling about the house, with wisps of ghostly flames occasionally drifting by. Just then, a pale arm rested on my shoulder, and a female ghost leaned in to whisper coldly in my ear. I raised my hand to block her beautiful face, feeling a bit helpless. "Stop it, I'm only 13. It's not time for me to find a girlfriend yet." The ghost lady was still unwilling to give up, clinging to my neck and contemplating whether to take a bite out of my face. Just then, the ruby staff in my hand flashed, and a cold, threatening female voice came from it. "He has already rejected you. Didn't you hear? Hurry up and leave." The ghost lady instantly lost her courage, sheepishly released her grip, and floated away. I touched the ruby on the staff, soothing the one inside it. This staff was a baptism gift from a regional bishop of the Russian Orthodox Church, said to have once belonged to a prince-level vampire. But who knows how much truth there is to that? Let me tell you, these big shots love to exaggerate their own importance. I seriously doubt that Bishop has ever seen a real vampire in his life. Anyway, inside this staff, there's a sword made of a special metal and a ghost of a vampire residing in the ruby. Her name is Elizabeth B. Thori, a Hungarian countess, who bit herself to death at the age of 15. Goodness, it's been so many years, and she's still 15. I wonder, isn't the Russian Orthodox Church supposed to be specialized in exorcism? How could they not notice such a big dark spot right at their doorstep? But then again, in this godforsaken place, where you have to hire a tutor just to go to school, having a ghostly lady to chat with is already the peak of my luck with the opposite sex. Families just don't understand. I look this handsome, and yet this strange single life will probably last until I go to junior high in Academy City. I was just thinking when the ruby on the cane flashed secretly. I felt she was grinding her teeth at the invisible ghosts around. It was so warm in the room. My dad Luxin had been waiting for me for half a day. This guy, just like his name, is cheerful and always has a smile on his face. A complete, slow-moving antique from the last century. As soon as he saw me, he sprang up from the rocking chair. "Lukong, my little treasure, come here and let Daddy hug you." Lukong is my real name, given by him. As for the name Sith, it was purely accidental. When I was born, that bishop insisted on getting involved, bringing a bunch of impressive names like Caesar and Octavian for my dad to choose from. In the end, my dad, who was obsessed with Star Wars, playfully picked Sith, which was originally a joke, but who knew it would eventually overshadow my real name. I helplessly gave him a hug and sat down. He poured me a cup of tea, claiming it was spring tea he personally roasted, worth a fortune. I took a sip, and honestly, I couldn't appreciate it. "Thanks," but I said, "Since you miss home so much, why not go back? Why stay nailed to this miserable place?" "Yeah, going back would be nice." He sighed, a rare hint of melancholy on his face. "When your grandfather was still around." I asked him the same question. "The old house isn't gone, so why must I live under someone else's roof?" I shot him a glance, saying that someone living under someone else's roof can't afford to be as leisurely as you. He immediately stretched his back and laughed nonchalantly, saying that he hardly has a few days of leisure throughout the year. So what's wrong with taking a little break? "So, is that the reason you went to Hawaii to look at swimsuits?" Ahem. He choked a bit, and he added, "You have to know that ever since your mom subdued me, I haven't done anything out of line for many years. But she's even busier than I am." I turned my head, too lazy to pay attention to him. I dare not get involved in their affairs. My strong-willed mom could tie that playboy down to marry him back in the day, and now she could just as easily break his legs. "I don't want to discuss your family issues," I interrupted him. "Let's talk about the old house. I'm more interested in that." He obviously still wanted to struggle a bit. "You know, your mom is always so polite in front of outsiders." Seeing my silence, he had no choice but to surrender. All right. How about talking about you? I heard you've been getting close to Shirai Kuriko from Academy City. Do you like her? I actually hope you find a Chinese wife. We're just in a purely sibling relationship." I shrugged. "Just kidding. She's a hardcore Yuri fan, and I'm just a tool for her to buy computer parts. Since that's the case, how about you go back home and meet someone? It seems like my childhood friend's daughter is almost 20. My eyelids are drooping, Dad. I'm only 13. Don't you think this is a bit early?" The ruby on the cane began to shimmer again, silently protesting. He glanced at it, the smile on his face faint and elusive. He knew of Elizabeth's existence and felt somewhat reassured. He thought I hadn't been led astray by that group of old folks. This reckless determination for love was just like his. As for my strength, he had long been unable to see through it. In any case, he believed that to move against me, one would at least need to be at the level of a sage. He was also annoyed with that bishop, who always wanted to use me as cannon fodder, to challenge the LV-5S from the Academy City. Clearly not his own child, completely lacking in concern. All right, let us not talk about this. He quickly changed the subject. What were we talking about just now? The old house. I reminded him. You said you mentioned returning to the country to Grandpa. Oh, right, the old house. His expression became a bit unnatural, but he quickly returned to his lazy demeanor. The old house is great. The family sends someone to take care of it every year. And right outside are T Mountains. Living there, I feel like I could live to 100. And then, why didn't you go back? Did Grandpa refuse you? The wind and snow outside grew stronger, and he fell silent, clearly reluctant to bring it up. He took a deep breath and looked out the window. That was a story completely different from the ordinary world. Are you sure you want to hear it? I shrugged my shoulders. This world is already wonderful enough. Superpowers, magic, vampires. Apart from aliens and the leader, I fear nothing. He pointed to his forehead and said, I think you should watch more adult stuff, like Tsukasa Hojo's City Hunter. I facepalmed. So that's why my mom says you're living in the last century. You're just jealous that Sae Liao is a playboy, right? He frowned, his bronchitis acting up, turning his head away. I'm also accepting new things. I'm using smartphone now. But you're using a PHS, my dad. That thing could charge admission in a museum. I'm going crazy. Forget it. He squinted. Just know that what I'm about to say will shatter your worldview. Are you sure you want to hear it? Of course. I looked him in the eye. Whether it's a secret or a girl's skirt, hesitating isn't my style. All right. He sighed, flicking his finger. A blue flame ignited instantly, and complex characters crawled all over the walls of the room. Don't be nervous. We need to learn from others to deal with them. When doing business with the Russians, you have to know how they operate. Now, no one could disturb us. Watching his skilled magic, I seriously doubted how he was forced into marriage by my mom back in the day. He saw my curious expression and probably wanted to hit me, but didn't dare. He cleared his throat, his expression more serious than I had ever seen. Do you know about dragons? Boom. My mind felt like it had exploded, my pupils shaking. Grandpa, you're in the wrong set. Who understands family matters? This is a magical band, not a dragon clan. Aren't gods and demons more scientific than dragons? He showed a hint of sarcasm, probably remembering how he had the same expression back then. He straightened my neck, telling me to listen to him. For the past few decades, our family, including your great-grandfather and grandfather, has had one purpose in life: to find a black dragon that symbolizes the fate of the Qing dynasty and kill it. For this, they left their homes and stayed in this cursed place for almost 100 years. Qing dynasty? Fate of the nation? Black dragon? My temples were throbbing. There were too many elements. Didn't the Qing dynasty start in Changbai Mountain? Looking for a black dragon in Siberia? Dad, are you sure our family doesn't have some hereditary mental illness? He crossed his fingers, looking more serious than I had ever seen since I was born. I had also asked the old man this question. It seems off to come to Russia to search for the Qing dragon. I really did check the family genetic lineage. I pressed my lips tightly together. So what? Is there? He shook his head. No. I suspect they're just plain stupid. My face twisted in anger. I really wanted to punch that serious face of his. Is that how you talk about your own father? Well, hold on. He noticed my expression and hurriedly said, the old man gave me an explanation, but this story has to start from Zhang Sun's restoration. Stop. My head is spinning. Get to the point. Your sudden seriousness is making my heart race, and I feel like I might be silenced. He rolled his eyes and shrugged. Fine. Just remember this. That dragon was once sealed away, and it was released again during Zhang Sun's restoration. Your great-grandfather chased it all the way to Siberia, and this chase lasted for 100 years. 100 years? Did no one ever doubt whether this dragon actually existed? I asked in a deep voice. This is the territory of the Russian Orthodox Church. If there really was a dragon, those crazies would have killed it long ago, right? Doubt? Of course there were doubts. I was one of them. His expression grew serious, and his hands trembled around the teacup. Back then, I was still young, and science was at its peak. Aresta was a god in our hearts. I believed that magic would eventually return to science. How could I possibly believe in something like dragons? I told the old man that I wanted to go back home. My grandfather refused. Of course, otherwise I should be teaching at university now, not covered in the smell of copper. He paused. He didn't convince me, just threatened to break my legs. In a fit of anger, I ran away from home until I met your mother. My grandfather passed away when I was 2. It's been 11 years. Haven't you thought about going back home? No. His gaze suddenly became incredibly eerie. Do you think that's how the old man died? I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on my forehead. Is it lung cancer? Lung cancer? A man who could take down a bear with his bare hands the year he died would die of lung cancer? It's a knife wound, a stab in the back, coated with deadly poison. I don't know what he found out, and I don't want to know what dragon or luck has anything to do with me. Right now, I just want to find that bastard, take him down, and then go back home peacefully. He let out a low growl from his throat, took a deep breath to steady his emotions. To investigate his death, I looked up a lot of information, and in the end, I found out one thing. What? My heart jumped in my throat. Your great-grandfather's death wasn't that simple either. They likely died from the same poison. I want revenge. I don't care who they are, I want revenge. His eyes turned red, and his fingers left several marks on the table. What do you want to do? I became serious as well. This is a family feud. There's no escaping it. Wait. Responding to change with consistency. If they are from the same group, there's no reason they would let me go. I will continue to stay in Siberia, not for any damn black dragon, but to seek justice for the old man. I pinched my forehead. The information was overwhelming. So what should I do? No, you should do what you need to do. The corners of his mouth curled up, his gaze frighteningly cold. First, go to the Arctic, then go to Academy City to study. Acting requires a full set. The way my old man trained me is how I will train you now. If you don't put enough bait, how can a fish be caught? The Arctic? Yes, the Arctic. Our family goes to the Arctic every 10 years to look for dragons. Last time it was me. This time it's your turn. There's a ship going to the Arctic in a week. I've already bought your ticket. Is that okay? The corners of my mouth curled slightly. Of course, definitely. The car engine roared as I sat in an old used off-road vehicle, driving along the Kolyma Highway, heading to the port of Magadan. This road, over 2,000 kilometers long, connects Yakutsk and Magadan and is world famous as the Road of Bones. It is said that 100,000 prisoners died during its construction, and ghosts can still be seen today. I scoffed at this. Ghosts. I know too well. Want to encounter ghosts in broad daylight? Have you asked the lady beside me? Hiss. I felt the soft flesh and my waist being pinched hard. It is very rude to rashly guess a lady's age. Elizabeth shot me a glare. She still looked as delicate as a 15-year-old, dressed in a red and white gown, with a slender figure, except her chest was about the same size as the embroidered rose on her dress. She tightened her grip a little more, reminding me that I was only 15 and still growing. I silently turned my head away. Sister, how many 15 years have you been dead? What's the point of growing up? I don't care. I will grow anyway. Starting tomorrow, I want to drink that Musashi no milk. I looked helplessly at Elizabeth. My dear Elizabeth, how about we change the topic? Change to what? The photo album you have hidden under your bed? She squinted and leaned her face closer, her body almost transparent. Ahem, that's the manual for cultivating youth. My face flushed, and I quickly pointed outside. Hey, what you see over there? This trick never fails. And she indeed turned her head to look. In fact, I knew she wasn't curious about the outside. It was just because I was the one pointing it out. Suddenly, a longhorn sounded in my ear, as if someone was hunting. The road ahead was abruptly cut off by thick fog. Beep! Screech! The car came to a sudden stop, sliding several meters on the icy surface before halting. The driver, a former magician and my father's personal chauffeur, turned back with a troubled expression, young Master Sisyphus right now. Before he could finish his sentence, I had already seen it. In the wind and snow, several figures were riding tall horses, wrapped in grayish-white robes, holding long spears, like war gods from mythology. Sleipnir? My face instantly became serious. Goodness. The elite troops of the Russian church, specifically hunting ghosts, traitors, and political victims. The driver gritted his teeth. It was this group that had destroyed his magical society over a decade ago. I raised my head, my gaze intersecting with theirs in the wind and snow. What are these guys doing here? Is there really a ghost on this road? Or is it? I lowered my voice. Could it be that someone on this ice field is actually interested in me? What a bothersome internal power struggle. And let me tell you, this internal conflict among these people isn't a new thing. Back during the Cold War, the Americans and the Soviets were like two elementary school kids, pouring money into superpower research like crazy. We, the Rostones, were just high-class lab rats in their eyes. I originally thought that once the Soviet Union collapsed, the first to come after me would be a madman from the CIA named George Kenton. That old guy was completely obsessed with superpowers and even continued to collect lists of people like us around the world, despite the project being cut. Logically, his people should have arrived first, so why did these Russian cultists show up instead? Strange. Of course, it's also possible that there are ghosts around me, like Elizabeth. Goodness, when my waist hurt, I knew it was her. This genuine Miss Ghost had started pinching me again. She was quite self-righteous about it. Look closely. No one can find me in the cathedral. Who are these people to me? All right, you're right. But what if the bishop here isn't competent? After all, In my place, where even birds don't poop, the economic support relies entirely on my dad's greenhouse for growing potatoes. What kind of impressive character could a bishop sent here be? Definitely a punishment assignment. Excluding Elizabeth, I turned my gaze to the driver. This guy was left behind by a magical organization called the Astrological Manipulation Brigade, and he was under my father's protection. Now that these cultists have come, could they be trying to pull the old trick of purging the remnants? The driver's survival instinct kicked in, and he waved his hands frantically. No, sir. It's not me. Sweat was about to drip from his forehead. Who understands? My driver's thought process was so bizarre it could win the 2025 annual Confusing Behavior Award. He was probably playing out an 80-episode drama in his mind, worrying that if I fell for a ghost, our family line would end and he would lose his job, while also scheming that once our old British butler passed away, he would take over and turn this driver job into a hereditary position, with his descendants working for our family. He even thought Elizabeth wasn't worthy of me and that I should marry a Russian girl to expand our potato business all over Siberia. Dude, you're applying your ambition in the wrong place. Finally, he snapped out of his potato empire dream and explained, Sir, our brigade has reconciled with the Russian cult long ago. They have no reason to come after me. That was indeed true. So, eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining one, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. These people's target is me. I directly pushed the door open and got out of the car. Whoa! The biting cold wind, like a knife, swept over me, making me shiver. The group of mystics across from me sat high on their horses, looking like ice sculptures, well-equipped and clearly professional. Then there was me, just an ordinary superpower user. Staying out in this cold for too long could really be deadly. But I wasn't worried at all. Why? Because in the official records, I'm just an unremarkable LV4 superpower user. As for the title of the Black Crown of Siberia that people outside are talking about, those in the know understand. That's just a gimmick they created to hype things up against the Academy City. The guy leading the group pointed a spear at my eyes from a lofty height. His voice indistinguishable in gender. Mr. Sis, could you please come with us? Is this how you invite someone? This posture clearly indicates they're here to arrest me. I rubbed my hands together and asked, shivering, Who wants to see me? Your sect leader, Kronzar, to Aruski? That person immediately became displeased, and their tone dropped by 8 degrees. Please show some respect and address me as your majesty. I burst out laughing, covering my nose, with a face full of disdain. Your majesty? You're talking about that guy who's 2 years older than me, treated like a puppet in a suit that's too big for him? Don't make me laugh. His orders probably can't even leave his own palace. So, tell me, who sent you? You are asking for death. This comment stirred up a hornet's nest, and that guy instantly lost it, thrusting the spear in his hand towards my stomach with a whoosh. The speed was impressive, the cold light above blending with the falling snowflakes. And it was yet another standard spiritual weapon. These religious states really have money to burn. Unfortunately, he was fast, but I was faster. I stretched out my right hand, and in an instant, my entire hand was covered by a layer of black material as tough as forged iron. Before the spear even reached me, I'd already firmly grasped its tip in my hand. What were you about to say? I raised my head, the black liquid in my eyes slowly dripping down, and a smirk appeared at the corner of my mouth, making the surrounding air feel even colder. The soldier's face turned red as he exerted all his strength to pull the spear back, but it felt as if it was glued to my hand, not moving an inch. Out of strength? Then it's my turn. My voice turned cold as I gently flicked my wrist, lifting him and his horse entirely into the air. Let me tell you, I absolutely detest 2 things. One is being looked down upon, and the other is being spoken to in a commanding tone. As soon as I finished speaking, it seemed like the heavy snow had stopped, and a black tide began to surge behind me. The remaining elite soldiers were wide-eyed, their pupils filled with fear. Hey, a saint? Is this guy a saint? I didn't give them much time to react. I directly smashed these guys, along with their horses, into the thick ice like driving nails. Their specially made Sleipnir mounts were like paper in my hands, instantly shattering into pieces. Once it was done, I stood on the ice, brushed off the snow from my body, and in the gentlest tone, said the harshest words to the heads peeking out of the ice holes. This is the first time. Consider it a small warning. If you come back next time, what you'll take away is your life. Go back and tell the people behind you to stay away from me. Otherwise, if I go crazy, I really will kill. Those guys in the ice holes were shaking like leaves, watching me walk away slowly, not daring to make a sound. Back in the car, the driver remained calm, skillfully brushing the snow off me as if I had just gotten out of the car to stretch. Elizabeth also leaned over, wanted to warm me with her icy, ghostly body. What a silly little thing. She leaned on my shoulder and asked, "Are you just going to let them go?" I sighed. There's no way around it. I'm not a tough guy like the water of the rear who could just kill someone and walk away. I still have to make a living here and can't afford to have a bad relationship with the local thugs. This time was just a warning. If it comes to killing, I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. However, what I didn't expect was that there would be a twist. Shortly after we left, the captain of those soldiers, a blonde ice queen riding a horse, arrived. Her people reported shivering that I was as strong as a saint, and when she heard that, she actually laughed. Isn't that even better? She tightened her grip on the spear in her hand. We were not enemies. That damned usurper had put the archbishop under house arrest, and we needed a top expert to set things right. We had to act fast and seize this existence before other monsters could. Good grief. After all that, the ambush earlier was nothing but a large-scale interview and roadshow. A grand performance that could have been skipped, all to attract my attention and recruit me for a coup. These people are really cunning. A few days later, I stood alone at an unknown harbor in Magadan, waiting to board a ship. The driver had gone home to report, and Elizabeth, feeling cold, had curled up in my ruby cane and wouldn't come out. The sea breeze made my black trench coat flap loudly. Soon, a huge crimson icebreaker broke through the fog, named The Revenge of Queen Anne. At a glance, I could tell that the captain was definitely a die-hard fan of Blackbeard. This ship had a bad reputation. On the surface, it was an expedition vessel, but in reality, it was just a mobile den of vice at sea, engaging in gambling, smuggling, drug trafficking, you name it. I boarded the ship on a small lifeboat, and the crew looked at me with awe. My teleportation move is quite impressive. The room my dad prepared for me is nice, with a marble floor and a sea view. Elizabeth is already sprawled out in her sleep, kicking off the blanket, and I helplessly helped her cover up. I lay on the sofa, unable to sleep soundly at all, because I discovered that this ship had stopped at several secret ports along the way, and the people coming on board were not simple. There were nuns from the Russian Orthodox Church, remnants of the Knights of Orleans, CIA agents from the United States, and even practitioners from the East. I tell you, for this polar trip, the actors are basically all here, just waiting for the show to start. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the waiter gently called me from outside to have breakfast. Inside the room, Elizabeth, still sleepy, stretched lazily and shot me a glare because I teased her about not having developed well, pouting as she said, "I will grow. I've said it so many times. They will definitely grow. Okay, they will grow." I responded perfunctorily, tidied up my clothes, and stepped out with my cane. As soon as I entered the main dining hall, I was taken aback by the scene before me. Outside, it looked like a broken ship, but inside it was simply another world. White marble walls, huge crystal chandeliers, and the floor was filled with scantily clad bunny girls and men and women screaming wildly at the card tables. The entire hall was permeated with a decadent atmosphere of indulgence and excess. As soon as I walked in, 2 rows of girls immediately gathered around and bowed in unison. "Welcome, my master." I raised my hand expressionlessly, signaling them to step aside. Although people are either in their puberty or in a phase of lust, I'm not the kind of person who is casual about things. Just as I was thinking this, a familiar sharp pain shot through my waist. No need to think. It must be Elizabeth getting jealous in her cane, using her invisible authority to punish me. I shook my head, clearing unnecessary thoughts from my mind, and refocused my gaze ahead. Good heavens, the entire casino seemed to hit the mute button in an instant, and all eyes were suddenly on me. I thought to myself, come on guys, is this necessary? I just wanted to find a place to eat. But your stares make it seem like I'm here to cause trouble. I raised my hand, and a waiter in white gloves immediately floated over like a ghost. "What can I do for you, Lord Sis?" I raised an eyebrow. Dining hall, restaurant, a place to eat, lead the way. The guy's lips twitched, probably thinking in his mind that my demeanor in this luxurious cruise ship were 2 completely different worlds. But he didn't dare. His back was bent lower than mine, and there was a dangerous aura about him that even I felt was a bit excessive. I tell you, on the surface, I appeared calm and composed. But inside I was screaming, "Elizabeth, my waist, it's going to break. You little jealous pot, let go." Just as this thought flashed through my mind, the piercing pain in my waist finally stopped. I sighed in relief and was about to urge the waiter to lead the way when a casual voice came from behind. "Hey kid, pretty arrogant." With a bang, a glass shattered at my feet. I turned around, squinting my eyes to assess the situation. A blond guy, dressed casually with his shirt open, adorned with some incomprehensible tattoos on his chest, was looking at me with an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, mess with me. Play with me, give me some face?" He asked. I couldn't help but chuckle and tilted my head to reply. "How do you want to play?" I tell you, I usually have a good temper, but seeing the crowd in the hall looking at me with that kind of gaze made me feel uneasy, like I was some rare animal on display. I quickly scanned the room. Good heavens, this wasn't a casino, it was a United Nations meeting. In that corner, the nun, named Sophia, right? Her gaze was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, almost ready to devour me alive. Clearly someone with ambitions to be a queen. There was also a guy from France, looking all grim and brooding, exuding a vibe of wanting revenge, probably from some fallen night order. Oh, that sharply dressed guy over there, clearly from the CIA, you could smell the elite agent aura from 800 meters away. These people were all here to watch a show. Fine, since someone set the stage, I might as well sing a couple of lines. The blonde, seeing I didn't refuse, immediately got excited, clapping his hands and asking a woman next to him to get the cards. Young master, this is the biggest casino in the Arctic Ocean. It would be a shame not to play a couple of hands, right? His grin was like that of a hyena. I sighed and shook my head. What is wrong with people these days? Why jump into hell instead of being a good human? All right, what are we betting? What's the stake? I asked him, my expression warm. The guy sprawled on the sofa, hugging 2 beauties, his eyes filled with greed. I don't lack money or women. How about we bet that cane of yours? Just imagine how luxurious it would be to scratch an itch with that ruby. I almost burst out laughing. Good heavens. He actually dared to set his sights on Elizabeth. I spun the cane in my hand, pretending to be surprised. Wow. Are you sure? This thing could buy your whole broken ship if sold. I want it, he said, puffing out his neck. What's the matter, young master? Are you scared? My back is itching. My eyes narrowed instantly, and a gloomy aura enveloped them. I scared even myself. I tell you, no matter how much a monkey jumps, it can't touch my things. What are you betting with then? My voice instantly turned cold, and the temperature in the entire hall dropped several degrees. Women in the crowd began complaining that the air conditioning was set too low. Thud! The guy threw a green gem onto the table. An emerald. Is this enough? Not enough. I didn't even lift my eyelids. He seemed a bit irritated by my attitude, shoving the 2 women away from him. Then how about adding these 2 girls? That should be enough, right? The 2 women looked terrified. Who would want to be treated like goods? Still not enough. Do you understand? My expression completely vanished. My face cold enough to make even far-off Sophia feel the Siberian chill. Her pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. She probably had never seen such pure killing intent directed at her so-called leader. The blonde finally realized something was off, trembling like a leaf, cold sweat pouring down his face. W, what do you want? His voice was starting to tremble. I looked down at the cane, lightly tapped it, then raised my head, unexpectedly smiling again, talking to myself. Elizabeth, this guy wants to bet with you. What should we ask for? Oh, you want his life? All right, I'll win it for you right now. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at me like I was a complete madman. No, no, no. I can't bet my life with you. The blonde looked like he was about to wet himself from fear. You don't want to? My voice was low, like it had floated up from hell, and the entire hall was instantly shrouded in darkness. I walked toward him step by step, and he was so frightened that he rolled off the sofa, scrambling away while shouting, "Help. Someone's trying to break the rules. Hurry." I sighed helplessly. Since you won't bet, then there's no choice. He just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I'd back down. I changed my tone. Then I'll have to take it myself. As soon as I finished speaking, countless black tentacles suddenly sprang up from the void, instantly wrapping around his neck and lifting him into the air. I tell you, it's 2025, and the first time I used tentacles, I ended up binding a greasy man. My anime soul is weeping. The tentacles tightened, and the guy's face turned purple as he kicked frantically in the air. I looked around and laughed, saying, "You see, in this situation, who can save you? It would have been much better to bet with me. Maybe you would have won. I wanted everyone to see the consequences of touching my things." Stop. At that moment, a strong voice came from deep within the cabin. An old man with graying hair and a long braid walked out. Good heavens, what era is it that someone still has that hairstyle? He looked like a relic from the past. Are you talking to me? I glanced at him, and the pity in my eyes turned his face green. Before he could speak, a bald, muscular man next to him pointed at me and shouted in Chinese, "You dare speak to the captain like that? Let Meyerson go." Oh, so his name is Meyerson. I tilted my head, smiling even more eerily. What if I don't let go? Crack. The tentacles tightened suddenly, and the guy's neck snapped, his legs kicking out before going completely still. I tossed his corpse away like garbage. You damn it. The muscular man's eyes turned red, and he threw a punch at my face with a whoosh. Clang. I lightly raised my cane to block his fist, remaining completely unmoved. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. That's not good. Not good. With a flick of my wrist, the cane swept out with a blade-like sharpness. Puffed. The burly man spat out a fountain of blood, instantly covered in countless cuts, collapsing at the captain's feet like a broken doll, his eyes wide open. Unable to close them, life is truly fragile. The captain had beads of sweat on his forehead, probably wondering how a master he found could be as weak as paper. I slammed the cane down on the ground and stared at him. My intuition tells me that you have strong objections to my actions. The old man's facial muscles twitched, and he finally forced a smile. Lord's eyes is just joking. It's my subordinate's poor hospitality. However, since this is a casino, are you really not planning to have a game with me? If you lose, help me with something. If I lose, everything on this ship is yours. Ha ha ha. I laughed heartily, holding my forehead. You want to gamble with me? Do you even qualify to play heavenly game with me? Do you think you can defy fate? My voice suddenly turned cold, and the entire cabin felt as if it had entered an ice house. The captain's face turned pale. He had clearly heard this saying before. He gritted his teeth and tried to tempt me. Wealth, power, if you win, they are at your fingertips. TSK. I curled my lip in disdain. Have you heard of any deity gambling with mortals? As soon as I said this, not only the captain, but everyone present exploded in anger, glaring at me as if I had desecrated their ancestors for generations. They were about to curse, but found themselves unable to utter a word, only able to make incoherent sounds. It was not magic, just pure, overwhelming momentum. I was not joking. I interrupted the captain's stiff defense directly. My figure flashed, and in the next second, I was already sitting in a high-back chair, crossing my legs and swirling the glass of red wine in my hand. Deity? It's not what you think. On the magical side, they are called omniscient and omnipotent monsters. In Academy City, they're called LV6 absolute ability users. As for me, I'm indeed a bit weaker than them. I put down the wine glass and indicated a minuscule distance with my fingers, laughing eerily. However, the gap between me and them is as vast as the gap between you and me. So for you ants, does it matter if I'm an elephant or a dragon? When you die, do you still need to worry about whether you become minced meat or atoms? Just when I was reveling in my arrogance, a crisp sound of applause came from the stairs. Well said, but comparing yourself to a deity, you're still too bold. I frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. Good heavens, the leader of the right seat of the Roman Catholic Church, the fire of the right? How did he end up here? This guy was dressed in red with orange hair, looking tall and thin, but the pressure he exuded was off the charts. Do I need to report to you, the desecrator of deities, where I am? His gaze was almost ready to strike. I shrugged and drew a long knife from my cane. Then there's no helping it. Your face really deserves a beating. Bang! We instantly clashed, moving so fast that others could hardly see, only hearing the entire ship wailing under our impact. After a few exchanges, the fire of the right suddenly stopped. His expression unusually serious. The Black Crown of Siberia, everyone has underestimated you. However, I'm not here to find you today. My heart sank. An extremely ominous feeling surged up, and this feeling did not come from him. Let me show mercy, he pointed outside. 3 days ago, I felt a dragon in this glacier. Oh, by the way, it has already arrived. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, and the whole ship shook violently, as if something huge was dragging it. My face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. All right, good luck. Your Excellency, the Black Crown. A massive right hand emerged behind the fire of the right, pushing me away with tremendous force. Bye. He waved at me and crashed through the cabin, flying into the distance. Don't go. I roared. Endless darkness surged from the ship's body, transforming into a giant claw that reached out to grab him. The people below, including the ambitious nun Sophia, were all dumbfounded, mouths agape, probably thinking of nothing but exclamations. They finally understood that what I said earlier was no joke, and that Sophia, looking at me, showed not fear but even more greed. Let me tell you, this woman is something else. Her gaze was so intense it felt like she wanted to swallow me whole. And she was mumbling something about how as long as I could help her become a bishop, she'd be willing to be my lover. Goodness, sister, your ambition is impressive. I almost respect you for it. But right now, I don't have time to deal with her. That dark cloud in the sky, that grandson of fire on the right, has conjured up a big face to taunt me. I've figured it out. This bastard has been playing me from the beginning. All that provocation and sparring was just a facade. He just wants to trick me into staying here as cannon fodder to face whatever that thing is beneath the iceberg. Let me tell you, in my life, I've always been the one scheming against others. When did it become my turn to be plotted against? I was so furious I wanted to give him a triple whammy on the spot. The guy was still laughing, saying, "Oh, Zeiss, you're really interesting." I'm becoming more and more interested in you, but not today. I can't waste my power here. And then, whoosh, he disappeared. Those who play with space are dirty. If they can't win, they just run away without a word. I was so angry. I've never suffered such a big loss in speed in my life. I have to catch him and give him a good beating. I immediately wanted to use my shadow to jump up and catch up, but the space began to fold, and then there was a loud crash. It felt like I had collided with an invisible wall, and the entire space was locked down. What was going on? I had never seen this before. A tremendous gravitational force pulled me down, and I had no choice but to return to the ship. I would keep a record of the right side fire's account. I wanted to see what kind of monsters were down there. Just as I steadied myself, with a crack, the massive iceberg in front of me, as big as a mountain, suddenly split open without warning. The sound was like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. In the blink of an eye, a huge pit appeared on this permafrost, and underneath was a pool of emerald green water. Does anyone understand? This is the Arctic Ocean. Are you setting up a subtropical swimming pool here? Immediately, a faint golden light emanated from the lake's bottom, and the people on the ship went crazy in an instant. Look, what is that? Is it a palace? They were all like they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes filled with greed. After witnessing my power, now a miracle appeared. Who wouldn't be confused? They all thought they could gain some benefit from it and rise to the top in one step. But only I stood on the deck, feeling my scalp tingle. A chill rushed from my feet to the top of my head, and my muscles trembled all over. That thing down, there was a true monster, a threat 1,000 times stronger than the right side fire, even more so than the sense of crisis I felt in myself. If I had to describe it, that thing deserved to be called a god. The old captain reacted just as strongly. But while I felt fear, he was purely ecstatic. He had chanted about the Crystal Palace and the dragon's abode for a lifetime, and now he was seeing it for real. That old man was crying like a waterfall, shouting something about ancestors showing their spirit, that the Qing dynasty was coming back, acting as if he had gone mad. Does anyone understand? It was already 2025, and he was still dreaming of a Qing dynasty restoration. He let out a howl and rushed towards that ice surface like a rabbit, moving with a speed that didn't resemble an old man in his 70s or 80s at all. The first mate shouted anxiously from behind, "Hurry, grab the captain." But the old man was already up there, turning back to shout, "Don't stop me. That's our Eisen Joro ancestors. The ancestors won't harm me." In the next second, the underwater Crystal Palace suddenly floated up, and the old captain directly knelt down on the ground in front of the palace, crying and kissing the earth, his face smeared with snot and tears. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Sophia and her group of extraordinary beings. I couldn't think of any other word for this scene but a miracle, but I saw it more clearly than they did. As I got closer, I realized that this was not a magnificent palace at all. It was nothing but a ruin. Broken walls and bloodstains were everywhere, with traces of slashes and axe marks. It seemed that this so-called water dragon had a pretty tough time when it was driven out of the east back in the day. But the ordinary people on the ship didn't care about that. After a moment of daze, they went crazy. One by one, they jumped off the deck like dumplings, rushing madly towards that ruin. I watched coldly and said nothing. Stupidity comes with a price. That woman Sophia was smart. As soon as she took a step and saw I hadn't moved, she immediately stopped. But her subordinates didn't have her brains and charged forward like excited puppies. She couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. I saw her swallow hard, her face turning pale. She probably realized too, this was no god. This thing was scarier than a devil. Just then, a deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire sea surface began to boil, the waves turning bright red. I whispered, "The dragon is coming." I instinctively tightened my grip on the knife, black dominance instantly filling my body. I had never been this serious in my life. The old captain was still kowtowing, "Ancestors, please help me restore the country." Suddenly, with a splash, an enormous black creature emerged from the water. It had 2 horns on its head and a long, slender body. I can't even begin to describe it. It was both sacred and sinister, a perfect blend of angel and devil. However, divine beings cannot be looked at directly. Those at the very front, the moment they saw the dragon, blood began to flow from their eyes, and then they collapsed to the ground, lifeless as if their tendons had been pulled. The old captain was the same. Blood foam gushed from his mouth, his voice growing quieter until he died in front of the dragon vein he had searched for his entire life. Ironic, isn't it? That dragon didn't even glance at him. The people on the ship fared no better. Sophia knelt on the ground, 2 streaks of blood on her face, her head feeling like it was about to explode. But she was lucky. I bore 99 of the pressure alone, or else not a single person on that ship would have survived. In front of me, darkness formed a huge barrier which protected them. The dragon's golden eyes finally turned to me, filled with rage, and it roared at me, "Rebel." I laughed at that moment and shot back. "Stop pretending over there. Who do you think your illusions are fooling? You weak, hollow lizard. I can see it clearly. It's covered in wounds deep enough to see the bone, with shattered scales, all tattered and torn. In this state, you still want to scare me? This is just like saying, I'm fine, while the house is burning down. You filthy thing. Gordy." Good grief, it seemed to recognize the bloodline of those who hunted it back in the day, and it instantly went mad, lunging at me. That pressure was so intense that it stunned the fish in the sea, making them float up with their bellies facing the sky. I charged forward with my sword, black flames crawling all over my body. My pupils turned pure black. There was no way to escape, so I decided to fight with all my might. I thought to myself, living means fighting for oneself every day, right? I shouted at it. "You riddled with wounds, four-legged lizard, my life is right here. Come and take it if you dare." As soon as I spoke, I vanished, swept up in a storm of darkness, and brought my blade down towards its forehead. Clang! It blocked with its claw, which was so rotten that I could see the bone, yet it was still so hard. When our powers collided, a hurricane erupted on the surface of the sea, and our steel giant ship began to creak. The rebellious will ultimately perish. It opened its mouth wide and roared, and the seawater gathered into a pair of wings, directly breaking the sound barrier, shattering the entire Crystal Palace ruins. That momentum truly resembled a god, provided one ignored its nearly falling apart injuries. I snorted coldly. "Are you kidding me? If you were really that powerful, I would have died long ago, and you wouldn't have been chased from your hometown to this godforsaken place." I loosened the casing of my staff, and Elizabeth appeared behind me. "Keep an eye on those flies below. I don't want to be picked up after the fight." Elizabeth nodded, and I felt reassured. With my right hand dragging the sword, I slashed through space. As long as the sickly creature, I have a chance to win. We were in midair, wildly exchanging blows, flames and ice intertwining, turning the sky into hell. "Mortal, in terms of body, you are still far from enough." That black dragon actually let out a cold laugh, revealing its bony right claw and pressing down hard. "Damn, this is outrageous. Clearly just a rotten claw, yet a whole country's illusion appeared before my eyes. What generals chopping flags, literati composing poetry, merchants selling wine, old farmers plowing. I was completely stunned. "Seriously, are you kidding me? Your Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years, and you're giving me a history lesson here?" That pressure almost crushed me into a meat pie. My bones were cracking, my organs were ruptured, and blood surged into my nose. I knew that if I didn't fight for my life now, I would really have no chance left. I grinned fiercely and roared. "You, a four-legged lizard with a ruined family. If you want my life, you're still far from it." In the wounds on my body, darkness surged out frantically, transforming me into a blood-stained figure of black and red. I compressed all my strength into the blade, devoid of flashy effects, just pure power, like a raging storm, slashing one after another to tear that virtual realm to shreds. In that moment, I saw a flaw. The blade flashed, blood splattered, some of it mine, and some of it his. A piece of dragon claw, adorned with shattered scales and white bones, fell from the sky. Roar! The black dragon let out a painful howl, and in its golden eyes, besides anger, there was actually a hint of fear. It trembled all over, spat out a harsh word. "You wait, this isn't over," and then turned to flee. Huff! I let out a long breath, my vision darkened, and I fell from the sky as well. I was utterly exhausted. The darkness surged over to protect me, mending my body. Elizabeth floated over like a ghost, embraced me in midair, and we slowly descended to the ground. But the trouble was just beginning. Over by the ruins, that guy named Bill crawled up from the snow, his eyes lighting up as he looked at me falling from the sky. He thought he had hit the jackpot, finding a god. He licked his lips and walked over to me. "Bastard, he is mine." Sophia's voice came from the deck, and a magical spear shot through the air, blocking Bill. Good grief, another one trying to take advantage. The two of them faced off in the snow. Bill suddenly grinned sinisterly. His body vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already beside me. He was also a space manipulator. He grinned menacingly, reaching out to grab me. "God, my God, I'm finally going to get you." Just as he was about to touch me, a tearing sound. "What do you want with my little sis?" A cold yet alluring voice rang in his ear. Elizabeth appeared, stomping him to the ground, holding my knife, while the arm he had extended towards me was cleanly severed. He let out a scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Elizabeth tilted her head, pouted, and then, with a tug of her left hand, The blood from his body was pulled out like a red ribbon, and in the blink of an eye, he became a dried corpse. Having dealt with one, Elizabeth turned to Sophia. Next, it's your turn. Miss Nunn, do you have any last words? Sophia was so scared that cold sweat broke out, frantically waving her hands. Wait, I mean no harm. I just want to help. Really? Elizabeth shot her a sharp glance, then suddenly turned to look in another direction, narrowing her eyes. Over there was the spot where the dragon claw had fallen. It seemed there was another little mouse wanting to steal her loot. She coldly told Sophia, Fine, I'll trust you once. Keep an eye on him for me. I'll go collect some things. If you dare to play tricks, I'll hunt down your whole family and kill them all. That smile was sickly and eerie. Sophia trembled in fear, only able to nod and bow in agreement. Elizabeth took her staff and floated away. Her mind was racing, hoping Sophia would do something to me, giving her an excuse to kill this woman and teach me a lesson in the process. On the other side, at the edge of the snowy plain, that guy named Benjamin was quickly running towards the dragon claw. He was much smarter than Bill, not trying to grab the hot potato, that was me, but coming to pick up the ready-made equipment. He licked his lips, reaching out to grab the dragon claw. Hey, is it really okay to just take someone else's loot like that? A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. He jumped in fright, turning around abruptly. Who? Elizabeth pointed her silk-gloved finger at her lips, smiling like a little devil. Me? I'm just a poor, ordinary woman who doesn't want her husband's loot to be stolen. I heard that guy shout. Who do you think you are? D. Benjamin gripped the short knife hidden in his chest, its blade shimmering with magical light. The enemy's momentary distraction was his opportunity. As long as he seized it, he could return safely with the spoils. Truly naive humans. Elizabeth's body vanished, and then reappeared. Bill collapsed on the ground. In her red and white dress bore not a single drop of blood. Though not a saint, she was certainly not a being that an ordinary mage could touch. She raised her right hand slightly, and a strange vortex formed on the ground, wrapping around the dragon's claw still dripping with golden dragon blood. With the materials ready, the mythical item would surely repair his body, and he would be pleased. After another 2 or 3 hours in the cabin of the queen, and Sophia stood beside Sis like a silent maid, not daring to move, truly not daring to move. Even Sis had been brought back by Elizabeth herself. Elizabeth stood before Sis. The bone had already been melted into a liquid-like substance, swirling in midair. Be good, Sis, just hold on a bit. I will use magic to fill your body now. Sis's eyelids twitched. He simply did not want to open his eyes, but that did not mean he could not hear. Sophia's face was equally pale, instinctively tugging at Elizabeth's dress. Clearly a ghost, yet a normal person could touch her. This world is truly marvelous. Lady Elizabeth, Sis is a raw stone, right? Is it really okay to insert magical creations into his body? Elizabeth squinted and smiled. Are you doubting me? No, I wouldn't dare. Don't worry, unlike the self-righteous light, darkness can always encompass everything. In the pirate world, the world's largest prison, impelled down. Looks like you're doing just fine, Wilson, Sis. The scorched ground crackled under the pressure of large feet as Magellan descended from the 3rd level. Looking around, apart from the person squatting on the ground, there was not a single living soul on the 4th level, not even a piece of intact ground. The entire scorching hell had been destroyed by Sis. Relax, my warden. Think positively. If it weren't for me, you might have been beaten to death by a group by now. How unlike now, having the leisure to find me for a reckoning? Sis shook his head, lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, clearly still immersed in that madness. Chapter 127, Pirate Arc, Opening the Gates of Heaven. Magellan looked down, meeting Sis's gaze. After a moment, he looked away and sighed. You're right. If it weren't for your preparations, the one lying on the ground should be me. Magellan's gaze was sincere, showing no hint of evading responsibility. The responsibility for this matter lies entirely with me. I will personally apologize to Admiral Sengoku. If possible, I am willing to commit seppuku. All right. No need to be so serious. Things haven't reached an irretrievable point yet, have they? Sis struggled to stand up, supporting himself with a knife in his right hand. Patting Magellan's shoulder, his smile somewhat forced, but given his condition today, even managing to produce such a ghostly smile was already quite good. Moreover, he shifted his tone, raising his eyes, his gaze sharp. I don't believe a mere straw hat kid could successfully invade. Magellan was a serious person with a strong sense of collective honor. To prevent him from truly going to commit seppuku, Sis thought it necessary to steer the conversation elsewhere. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that someone among us has betrayed Impelled Down? Magellan's expression was somewhat angry, while Sis was rather teasing, repairing his body with black lines while raising an eyebrow. Isn't Shiryu of the Rain the head guard of Impelled Down? Cough. Magellan fell silent, his long face appearing somewhat dejected. I really should go die. Hum. The blood-stained cheek indeed couldn't manage a laugh. I actually think you should broaden your perspective. An internal traitor doesn't necessarily have to be from Impelled Down. There are others, like what about Judicial Island? Magellan shot a strange look at him. You want Impelled Down to help you clean up your mess? That senior prosecutor from Judicial Island is already dead by your hands. Right? Such a big matter. There should be someone to take the blame. Since a living person won't do, why not let a piece of scum who has been dead for a long time? Grinning, Sis revealed a mouthful of pale teeth. In the dim light, he appeared utterly indifferent. You're right, but the responsibility for this matter lies with me. I will take responsibility, even if it costs me my life. Magellan clenched his fists, once again bringing the conversation to the brink of life and death. Sis was somewhat speechless. He had truly never seen a high-ranking government official so eager to take the blame. No matter how others acted, he certainly couldn't do that. Reluctantly, he straightened his expression. Death can sometimes be a very simple thing, but what happens after death? Have you thought about Impelled Down? Who will take your place? My place? Magellan raised his head, his eyes somewhat confused, then became resolute. Hannibal has proven through his actions that he is a person of noble character. If it's him, I would be willing to give him the position of warden. As for me, I will go to where I should go. Hey, you can't be serious, right? Sis grimaced, waving his hand in front of him. His broken organs were still in pain. Of course, do I look like I'm joking? Or do you disagree with Hannibal? Magellan's expressionless face was indeed quite convincing. The doctor who had hurriedly come down from upstairs had already started wrapping bandages around Sis, enduring the excruciating pain. He heavily exhaled. Definitely not. In terms of bravery, Hannibal is worthy of the title of Deputy Warden of Impelled Down, but in terms of strength, he is too weak. He can't hold this world's largest prison. Humph. Magellan crossed his arms, not looking at Sis instead. His gaze passed through the large hole on the 4th level toward the 5th level, carrying an indescribable gloom. Why don't you come and be the warden of Impelled Down? No, compared to being the warden, you probably won't be the head guard more. Forget it. Don't joke with me, Magellan. I used to be a pure Navy, and now I'm affiliated with Judicial Island. Coming to Impelled Down again would make people laugh at me for being a 3-surnamed servant. Sis moved his arms. If he persisted, he should still be able to fight. 3-surnamed servant? I see you get along so well with Domino. I thought you would like it here. Magellan rarely made a joke. Sis rolled his eyes at him. The falling flowers are affectionate, while the flowing water is indifferent. That woman is a lesbian. I have no chance. I can't adapt to this closed-off life. Sis cradled his head. A man cannot say he can't, especially regarding women. Magellan turned and glanced at him sideways. Even if I don't die, I don't intend to continue sitting in this warden's position. I have to pay the price for my mistakes. For this, Sis did not continue to refute Magellan. Having a sense of responsibility is a good thing, and being willing to take on mistakes is indeed a model for the world government. He took a brand new cape from the guard beside him, casually tossed it over his shoulder, and changed the subject. What about the straw hat kid? You're not going to tell me you Haven T caught them yet, are you? Magellan's expression suddenly fell silent. With such a commotion below, how could he leave? Compared to Straw Hat Kid, he hated even more the traitor who had betrayed him, Shiryu of the Rain, who had betrayed Impelled Down. Traitors always attract hatred, especially those who turn the entire 6th level into chaos. Having one prisoner escape from the 6th level is worse than having 100 escape from other floors. And the problem is that this time, more than one had escaped. Sis' round of attacks did indeed take out quite a few, but wanting to kill them all was still too difficult for him. Down there were a bunch of genuine monsters. Everything is still under my control, outside Impelled Down. There are enough Navy forces to launch several demon-slaying orders, so escaping is not that easy. Magellan's expression was very determined, as if he were controlling everything remotely. Brew. Warden, you have a call. The guard beside him suddenly came over, holding a telephone bug. Magellan gave Sis a quiet gesture to tidy up, and picked up the receiver. This is Magellan. Magellan, what the hell are you doing? Why did the gates of justice suddenly open? Before Magellan could finish his sentence, a stream of curses came from the telephone bug, indicating that this was someone who was not afraid of Magellan's power and strength. What? The gates of justice opened? Magellan's eyes widened in shock. This news stunned him. I didn't know, wait. It was as if he suddenly remembered something, and the killing intent on him grew stronger. I'll go check on this matter immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone and muttered to himself. Shiryu? Chapter 128. The Path of the Transgender. Oh, it seems things are not as simple as you imagine, Warden. Sis cradled his head with both hands and began to make sarcastic comments, his expression somewhat mocking. There are not many opportunities to see Magellan in a tough spot. From this perspective alone, Sis might even have to thank the Straw Hat Kid. However, the Straw Hat Kid would definitely not want to see him. From the perspective of the main characters, he is an outright villain. If one day he could take down Blackbeard, he might even compete with the Gorsei Im and others for the final boss position of Pirate King. Holding a grudge against one person is not a big deal, but if that person is the Pirate King, it is another matter altogether. He is not Carp. He cannot be the kind of grand and righteous naval hero. He is a bloodthirsty beast living in the darkness, destined to feed on the blood and malice of his enemies. Humph, Magellan grunted, his dark face seeming to burn like fire. The Straw Hat Kid had swollen his left cheek and slapped his right cheek. The century-old reputation of impelled down had been tarnished by him. He couldn't face Sis anymore. So he turned his head and said to the guard beside him in a deep voice, "You guys follow me to the main control room immediately. As for Major Sis, go call Deputy Warden Domino. Let them talk." After saying that, Magellan shot Sis a glance, turned around as if to flee, realizing that he had lost more today than in the past few decades combined. Sis shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. "Is this my fault?" He took a specially made cigar candy from the guard's hand, placed it in his mouth, and leisurely walked towards the third level. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be interested, but just one Shiryu did not pique his interest. Cough, cough. He lightly coughed a couple of times, holding the cigar candy in his hand. This thing was too strong, almost sickeningly sweet. He lifted his head, his eyes gazing at the marble dome above, as if his sight pierced through time and space. Landing on a blooming transgender flower, his eyelids trembled a bit, and he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Who? He exhaled a puff of mist mixed with a sweet citrus fragrance, looking down at the long knife in his hand. Around him, it seemed there was nothing but the knife. People always come and go, and after a brief stay, he would set sail again. Shaking his head, he secretly sighed, not knowing who he was thinking of. What a pity, but beings like me, born in darkness, are destined to walk alone. Hey, little phone, can you hear me? In the main control room, Phone Cly's telephone bug had been ringing incessantly, surrounded by guards, and he could no longer take calls leisurely as before. Magellan stood in front of him, veins popping on his forehead. From the moment he stepped into this main control room, his fate had already been sealed. He could not escape. Impelled Down was so vast, but he had long lost his place there. Littushtalhut. He gritted his teeth, sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. He had to walk this last stretch of life alone. He couldn't cry. He had to smile while sending off his best friend. Fate is a fickle mistress. Why? After just meeting, must they part so quickly? He wanted to look up at the sky and ask her a question, but this was Impelled Down, the world's largest prison. Upon looking up, he could see nothing but thick walls. In fact, he also wanted to see the sky outside the walls again. The transgender flower should not be trapped in this enclosed space. But he had no regrets. He was Baroque Works' only high-ranking agent without a partner, decades of lonely waiting. A few days of friendship were enough. He closed his eyes, trying hard to squeeze the tears back into his eyes. Why did you do this again? Just like last time, Magellan pressed closer, his expression incredibly dark. To be honest, his lungs were about to explode from anger. He was not a competent warden, allowing someone to deceive him twice in the same place. If one day he was fortunate enough to descend to hell, he really didn't know how to face the predecessors of Impelled Down. Click! The bullets were chambered, and the guards' flintlock guns were aimed at Phone Cly. Hey, little phone, didn't we agree to escape together? How can I keep relying on you? The voice on the other end of the telephone bug was the Straw Hat Kid's choked voice, and Phone Cly's heart ached as if being cut by a knife. If you're there, please answer me quickly, little phone. Big brother, brother phone, please respond. Mr. 2, brother phone. The voices grew louder and more chaotic, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of cannon fire hitting the water, and his heart was as turbulent as the surging sea. Little phone, the door is about to close. We are about to leave. The Straw Hat Kid tried hard to stop his tears and raised his voice towards the telephone bug. Phone Cly's body shook. His pupils constricted. Thank you. The Straw Hat Kid's voice became heart-wrenching, causing Phone Cly to break down first, tightly holding onto the telephone bug, his whole body trembling. Enough. Between friends, just this one sentence is enough. Clearly, we agreed not to shed tears. Little Straw Hat, you must save your brother. With your strength. With your strength, you will definitely. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire continuously bombards the sea surface, and all sounds in the world are drowned out. They can hear nothing but the roar in their ears. Straw Hat, the Navy is coming, hurry. Ah, the straw hat brat is screaming in agony. With your strength, you will surely achieve victory. Phone Kale throws away the phone bug, along with his cloak, feeling envious of Ace, envious of Nami, envious of Sanji, even envious of Crocodile and Jinbei. Even he wishes he could stand beside the straw hat brat. But he cannot. He and straw hat brat are friends. And friends are those who support each other at all costs, right? Wiping away his tears, he cannot cry anymore. A friend is embarking on a journey. How can the one sending them off respond with tears? That goes against his principles. He strikes a pose, forcing a smile, showing his white teeth, facing Magellan head-on. Do you have any last words? My wish is fulfilled. Good, then go die. With poison on his hand, Magellan throws a punch at him. He doesn't dodge, as if he has lost all reason to escape. Bang! His body falls to the ground, consciousness growing fainter, eyes closing. Faravel, little Strauhat. Standing still, Magellan says nothing, the pounding in his heart unable to calm for a long time. Apart from regret, he feels nothing. So I forget it. I guess this time I'm out of luck. Take him down, and after he is revived, throw him into the 5th level. Yes, the jailer's back straightens. Magellan turns his head, and his body gradually disappears into the shadows, scratching his chin. Should I go check on Hannibal? Chapter 129. I really don't like that woman. Swish. The boundless sea constantly crashes against the walls of Impel Down. Today, the Sea King seemed to have eaten gunpowder, continuously stirring up waves outside. At this moment, there are still 4 hours until Port Gasti, Ace's execution. The largest riot in history, sparked by the Straw Hat Brat and Blackbeard Teach, has finally calmed down. Apart from some small groups of rebels still resisting in certain areas. The other escapees have either been killed or fled to the sea with the Straw Hat Brat and Blackbeard. The curtain has fallen, but its impact has just begun. Betting on the name of the world's largest prison, this will be the biggest scandal in Impel Down's history. The number of escapees has risen from just Gold Lion to 137. This is, of course, the number after excluding the 6th level. No one knows how many monsters escaped from the infinite hell, just as no one knows how many scum they have housed. Thick clouds gather in the sky, and the occasional rays of light piercing through the clouds shine down on Sisyphus, casting a thin, solitary shadow. The pure white, seemingly untainted cloak of justice billows behind him in the wind, one hand holding a cigar-shaped candy. In front of him, the deck of a warship is still ablaze with bright red flames, and a dozen Navy men are hurriedly trying to put out the fire, filling the entire space with noise. With both hands on his head, he lies on the ground. This is hardly a quiet and peaceful afternoon. A breeze blows, bringing with it a strong smell of blood, somewhat choking. Hey, Domino, do you think I'm a good person? The sea breeze always symbolizes sentimentality, and even he can't help but ask. Domino adjusts her light golden hair, her tie always perfectly knotted. Sunlight shines down, making her look like a fallen angel. She shakes her head, and for once, there is a slight curve on her iceberg-like face. A good person? Ha! Don't joke around, Sisyphus. I can say for sure that you are a bad person among bad people. You are cruel, you are bloodthirsty, you. Ha! She chuckles lightly, resting her forehead, her voice pausing, lowering her head, her gaze intertwining with Sisyphus', intensifying her tone, filled with affirmation. But I can also say for sure that you are a qualified companion. I'm very lucky to work with you, and your actions are worthy of the justice behind you. Sisyphus tilts his head and smiles as well. He is a determined person. He cannot help but inquire, but never changes. He will continue to kill many, many people. Hell is already overcrowded, and he is a devil living in this world. He raises his eyebrows at Domino, both hands outstretched, his body relaxed in a rare manner. Turns out I'm so good. Be careful. I'm a playboy. And if you're not careful, I might just take you home. So don't fall in love with me. He winks, his deep eyes holding a chilling allure that even makes Domino momentarily lose focus. She comes to her senses, raises her head, her snow-white cheeks basking in the sunlight. Who knows? If I hadn't met that one, I might really have fallen in love with you. Her gaze is somewhat playful, provoking a pout from Sisyphus. He is jealous. Boa Hancock, truly a woman with deep sins. Standing up, he brushes off the dust from his clothes, helplessly saying, "Since that is the case, then please prepare ship for me." "Oh, what? You're leaving?" Domino is somewhat flustered, thinking she has indeed hurt Sisyphus, her mind in turmoil, ultimately debating whether to prioritize the big cat or to embrace both sides. "Of course. Who told you not to keep me?" "No choice but to go find your dream girl. If I kill her, will you fall in love with me?" Sisyphus shrugs, His smile now probably the best he has had today. Domino rolls her eyes at him. She realizes he wants to show off in Marineford. Huh, sometimes he really does act like an ordinary man. If you do that, I might hate you for a lifetime. Then you would have successfully remembered me for a lifetime. Sisyphus wins. Humph. Domino snorts, a sound that says she will never talk to him again. Turning her head, I'll go prepare a ship for you. The surroundings remain noisy, but Domino feels entirely enveloped in silence, her originally bright face suddenly turning gloomy. She really is a bad woman. In that moment, she actually thought about locking Sisyphus in Impel Down. Shaking her head, her gaze sweeps across the sun. Today, as sunlight is indeed blinding. A good person? This world is too crazy. Good people don't live long, whether it's her or Sisyphus. Their hands are already stained with blood. There's south no place for them in heaven. Only hell will allow them to meet again. Hey, Sisyphus, let us go. Domino moves quickly. As the deputy warden of Impel Down, she does have the authority to commandeer a warship. Standing at the bow of the ship, she shows no intention of disembarking. Instead, extending her hand towards Sisyphus. Since she cannot lock Sisyphus up to enjoy him alone, she will let him rise like the sun in Marineford. Even if he is a villain, they should have their own sunshine. Sith made a face at her, leaped forward, and grabbed Domino's delicate hand. Hey, Domino, the riot in the great prison has just calmed down. Are you really okay with coming with me like this? Don't worry, the warden is still around, right? Although he spends all day constipated in the bathroom, his personal abilities are still quite strong. Absolutely no problem, Domino replied confidently. Oh, really? But doesn't this feel a bit like eloping? Don't you think so? Sith casually agreed, curling his lips, then changed the subject. Eloping? My abandoned old lover is taking me to elope with a prince on a white horse? Domino widened her eyes, her face full of confusion, and the thorny words naturally flowed from her lips. Painful. Sith covered his heart. Indeed, he still didn't like that woman, Boa Hancock, which was really hard to love. The warship was moving very quickly, passing through the gate of justice. They were almost at full speed. After all, they had no reason to be slower than pirates. Operating a warship was their true expertise. Facing the strong wind, Domino sat beside Sith and asked a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. By the way, Sith, how did you guess that the Straw Hat Kid and the others would start a second riot? They should have almost died. Well, Sith's expression suddenly became a bit strange. After all, he couldn't just say he had read the script. Sighing, with a somewhat helpless expression, he said, Do you believe in fate, Domino? Fate? Yes, fate. This world is very unfair. Some people are simply born great. Chapter 130. Ghosts Wandering in the Previous Era. Sith raised his head, gazing at the sky. Unlike us, whether it's the Straw Hat Kid or Blackbeard, they both possess a strange quality. No matter the predicament or what unbeatable enemies they face, they always find opportunities to turn the tide. With his hands clasped, there was a gloom in his eyes, as if dark mud was jumping around inside, and he said with a hint of self-mockery, As an enemy, I really hate this about them. They're like light, making us look like the villains, even though we were never good people to begin with. Sith reached out and grasped a ball of pitch-black flame in his hand, dancing and pulsating like a heart. Domino maintained a serious expression, surprisingly not refuting him. If everything were normal, the Straw Hat Kid should have died long ago. The moment Magellan targeted him and threw him into hell. He is not a demon from hell. There is no reason for him to climb back up. But that wasn't the case. He not only climbed back out, but also turned hell upside down, making their so-called bronze walls and iron bastions a laughingstock within the government. That damn man is really lucky. It's infuriating. Position determines stance. No matter how dazzling the opponent is, in their eyes, they're the ones to be eliminated first. With her arms crossed, Domino's gaze turned cold. What do you plan to do? Abandon those two guys and choose some easier targets? Of course not. Sith's right hand caressed the long knife at his waist, the blade scraping against the calluses, making a rustling sound. His eyes almost squinted into a thin line. I'm not someone who gives up easily. If you want to achieve something extraordinary, besides means, you also need a heart that rises to the challenge. So I've decided to make a grand appearance at Marineford. This war is far too dangerous. Dangerous enough that I want to escape, but Blackbeard provoked me. I must settle things with him. Whether now or in the future, one of us must die. Only one king can sit on the Black Throne. It will either be me or him. So where he is, I must also be. I will not die at someone else's hands, nor will I let him die at someone else's hands. This is fate. Sith pressed both hands on the railing, his gaze carrying an indescribable meaning, seeming both teasing and mocking. The sea breeze hit his face. This was clearly the doldrums. What a strange weather. However, the ultimate winner must be him and only him. He would seize that power and change this world along with it. Less than 3 hours remained until Port Gasti, Ace's execution, and the first enemy ship finally appeared on the vast sea surface. It was an affiliated pirate ship under Whitebeard. This was just the first ship. Soon came the second, the third, and the entire sea was filled with pirate ships. Have you seen Ace, little brother? We're here to save you. Each person on the ship held their weapons tightly, their eyes sharp. This was not the gaze of pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. They were all big shots, stirring up storms in the New World, each one a formidable figure. The entire Navy headquarters remained silent. The protagonists of this bloody ball had yet to make their entrance. How could the actors stir up trouble on their own? Whitebeard, where are you? Everyone in the Navy headquarters silently asked themselves, beads of sweat involuntarily falling from their foreheads, swallowing their saliva with each gulp. They felt uneasy as long as that man did not appear. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a dense sound of flowing water came from beneath the sea, and shadows appeared at the bottom of the bay. Whoosh! Everything was so abrupt. A ship resembling a giant whale surged up from the seabed. Moby Dick, this giant ship, which only existed in legends and would continue to sail through legends in the future, appeared on this grand stage that had long been constructed. The Whitebeard pirates, including 14 captains, stood together in the bay. Whitebeard, the current fleet admiral Sengoku, narrowed his eyes. A layer of gloom covering his forehead as he stared at that ship with a serious expression. As a monster from the same era as Whitebeard, he understood that guy's power better than anyone else. Monster? What is a monster? That guy is the real monster. If Whitebeard wanted to be the pirate king, he would have been one long ago. Others flock to him, yet he treats them like dirt. What treasure or honor does he care about? He has already gained treasures far more precious than these. Family. Nothing is more precious than his sons and daughters. Tap, tap, tap. From the depths of Moby Dick's shadow, a series of dense yet rhythmic sounds echoed, the sound of high-heeled boots striking the ground. It was like the march of a protagonist making their entrance, hollow, distant. Everyone turned their gaze towards it. The man named Whitebeard deserved their utmost respect. Stepping onto the deck, the sea breeze billowed his white cape behind him. No one stood higher than him, nor had anyone the right to stand higher than him. With a smile on his face, he locked eyes with Sengoku. Leaders always appreciate each other. Even the current 3 admirals of the Navy did not have the right to meet his gaze. Here, only a few, like Sengoku and the Iron Fist Carp, were qualified to face him directly. Regardless of him, or even him, each of them is a living legend, with life experiences enough to write several biographies. It's been decades since we last met, hasn't it? Sengoku. Whitebeard slowly spoke, his aged face full of confidence. He is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and wherever he is, victory is assured, both in the past and present. Sengoku did not respond, still staring intently at him, with immense strength hidden beneath his muscular arms. He clenched his fists and then relaxed. The momentum he had gathered dissipated like a thunderstorm. Although he was still the fleet admiral and his body had not aged to the point of being completely immobile, this era no longer belonged to them. The era that belonged to Roger, to the Golden Lion Shiki, to him, to Garp, and even a Whitebeard had long since ended. They were merely a group of ghosts wandering in the previous era, and every time they stirred up trouble, they were wearing down their own lives. The number of people they knew was dwindling, while new things kept emerging. Yesterday, it was the Golden Lion. Today, it is Whitebeard. So when will it be his turn? Sengoku couldn't help but think this in his heart. But the tide is coming, and whether it's him or Whitebeard, none of them can escape. They ultimately have to open the curtain for the new era. Chapter 131. I should have lived and died on my own, my beloved son. Are you okay? Seeing Sengoku not respond, Whitebeard turned his head and cast his gaze toward the execution platform in the center, his voice deafening. With one hand gripping a large sword, the veins in his arm bulged, containing enough power to change the entire world. Hold on a little longer, Ace. His gaze suddenly softened. He was never a strict father. As the patriarch of thousands in the Whitebeard pirates, his heart was big enough to embrace everything. Old man, Ace shouted towards Whitebeard, his teeth pale and the veins on his forehead bulging. He truly could not bear this heavy love. Compared to Blackbeard Teach, he was the real, unfilial son. A son should never force his father to drag his aging body onto the battlefield. Old man, everyone. It was clearly my fault for ignoring everyone's advice and running out on my own. Why wouldn't you let me live and die on my own? It was my reckless actions that led to this point. Ace's voice trembled, along with every muscle in his body shaking. Didn't he know what he was feeling right now? Joy? Fear? Or perhaps both? He was the biological son of Joel D. Roger, with sinful blood flowing through his veins. He was a sinner. This could not be cleared up. He had ignited the great pirate era, causing countless families to be torn apart. This sin had to be borne by someone. He was grateful. He was truly grateful that Whitebeard took him in as family, treated him as his own son. He had 2 homes in his life, one given by Garp and one given by Whitebeard. He really felt lucky to encounter so many wonderful people in his short life. Happiness overflowing from his chest, filling him to the brim. But he couldn't help but feel fear. Old Man S' body was no longer what it used to be. The legendary pirate Whitebeard, who once stood against 1,000 men, was now just an ordinary old man, so weak that he needed 4 to sustain his life. He dared not think about it. He couldn't envision Whitebeard fighting against the Navy. Human strength has its limits. Even the strongest man in the world would eventually tire against 100,000 Navy soldiers. He truly was an unfilial son, gritting his teeth in self-hatred. He didn't want to see bloodshed, whether it was Whitebeard or Garp, the Navy. Sometimes he really wished there was a world where he could die alone, without anyone to send him off, just him setting out on his own. No, Whitebeard slightly frowned. "It was I who asked you to go, son," he said in a deep voice, his words echoing throughout Marineford. "Liar, you clearly tried to stop me." Ace raised his head, his expression serious, feeling an indescribable pain in his heart. He just wanted Whitebeard to leave quickly. "It was I who asked you to go, right, Marco?" Whitebeard tilted his head, glancing at his outstanding eldest son, and asked in a deep voice. "Oh, I heard it too. You've really been through a lot, Ace." Marco feigned realization, then raised his head, his lazy face gathering a pair of incredibly sharp eyes. He was the captain of the 1st Division and the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, the true right-hand man of the Yonko, Whitebeard. His gaze swept across the entire scene, and his voice suddenly rose. "In these seas, everyone knows what happens to those who oppose our comrades. Those who hurt you live to see another day. Ace, wait for us. We're coming to save you." Marco's words echoed through the bay like an explosive, igniting the entire Whitebeard pirates. "Prepare to die, Navy. Ace for Ace." The pirates in the crowd erupted. That kind of momentum, that enormous killing intent, was shocking. Even the 3 admirals sitting on the platform couldn't help but glance over. "This is really annoying," Kizaru said, one hand on his forehead. Working was truly too distressing, especially when facing such a tricky task. "It's too late to say anything now." Akainu crossed his arms, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hat. Confident that the Navy was well prepared, there was no reason for failure. Here comes a group of troublemakers. Akiji's movements and expressions were extremely out of sync with the other 2. He placed his hands on his legs, his face showing no expression. But it was certain that he felt it was troublesome. This is the absolute king of the seas, the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest Yonko crew. A pirate group that even the Golden Lion's fleet cannot compare to. Whitebeard's lips curled up high, and the ground began to tremble. The Navy soldiers shook, some even unable to stand. Whether they were admirals or shichibukai, every one of them wore a serious expression in the face of such a major event. Even they could be seriously injured if they weren't careful. Sengoku's eyes sharpened. There were many new faces around him. They had not experienced Whitebeard's era and would not understand the kind of world-destroying power he possessed. With a glare, he shouted, "Don't think that just because we are numerous we can secure victory. It could very well be us facing doom. That man possesses world-destroying power." With Sengoku's words, a wave sweeping across the sky surged from both sides of Marineford. It was a power that was simply beyond human capability. Even a natural tsunami might not compare. The sky darkened, as if they were in the apocalypse. The Navy soldiers trembled all over. Whether they were the main fleet or elites drawn from various branches, they had never seen such a grand scene. That was the roar of ancient ghosts, burning the candle of life, as the old monsters of the last era once again bared their fangs to the world. The war has begun. Kill for Ace. The pirates were completely stirred up, and the battle of the Whitebeard pirates needed no warm-up. It started at its climax. Riding on the huge waves, a fleet of pirate ships came roaring in, and Whitebeard laughed heartily. In this sea, no one could be more grand than him. Waha! That uniquely personal laughter echoed in the sky, while those on the ground could do nothing but shiver. Don Quixote da Flamingo raised his head, mouth wide open, trembling with excitement. Among these people, he was truly one who had seen great sights. He thought Kaido was strong enough, but he did not expect monsters to be everywhere on the sea. What power is this? Truly a legendary monster. Fufufu. Chapter 132, When War Begins. Crack. On the execution platform, the seat representing the strongest combat power of the world government. The three admirals emitted a sound like air bursting. Suddenly, Kuzan's figure vanished and appeared in the waves. Cold air emanated from his hands, and sharp ice crystals extended from his palms into the sea. Ice Age. His voice rang out like an echo in a canyon, akin to the cold wind of December that froze the water upon contact, in the blink of an eye. The entire wave transformed into an ice glacier that seemed to never melt. Akiji, you little brat. Whitebeard chuckled, finding the situation even more interesting than he had imagined. Akiji met Whitebeard's gaze in the sky, his long, thin face devoid of the usual laziness, serious and still serious. He could not afford to be careless with this old monster who had lived from the previous era until now. Two-pronged spear, his body twisted midair, and 4 or 5 giant ice spears shot towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard did not dodge. He slightly bent his body and punched against the air barrier. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the air, and the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. With a crack, the ice spears, along with Akiji's body, turned into countless fragments. Impressive, truly impressive. Even the 3 admirals of the Navy fell to the disadvantage in the instant of collision. Even if his body is old, this man before him absolutely deserves the title of the world's strongest. Oh wow, truly strong Whitebeard. Akiji exclaimed in midair, his body falling along with the ice, his right hand pressing against the sea surface. In an instant, the cold wind surged, turning everything in his sight into a cold domain. Although he was a devil fruit user, he was not weak. When he got serious, even the sea could freeze. The sudden clash between Whitebeard and Akiji seemed to signal something. In an instant, dozens of glances were exchanged between the high-ranking members of both sides. Unanimously, they saw a fleeting opportunity for battle in each other's eyes. Here it comes. Whether it was the Navy's vice admirals or the captains and leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, they all issued attack orders almost simultaneously. Shelling, destroy the Moby Dick. Someone suddenly shouted, and smoke, cannon fire, and a rain of lead bullets ignited the entire scene. Wahaha! Freezing the sea, what a thoughtful plan. I'm filled with excitement. It's unbearable. Charge in. Amidst the howls, the Whitebeard pirates, dressed in various robes, charged into the harbor under the leadership of their captains, and amidst the sound of cannon fire, the Navy vice admirals in white cloaks leaped down from their warships. Bring the warships closer. The towering pirate flag collided directly with the Justice cloaks flying in the wind. This was a clash of the strongest forces on the sea. A contest. Life, belief, justice, glory, everything intertwined in the slaughter. Even the sun in the sky should be dimmed by it. Regardless of success or failure, the era will change. On the sea, the winds and clouds changed dramatically. The warship that had just passed through the gate of justice suddenly began to sway left and right as a giant wave surged toward the bow. Damn, what's going on? Everyone grab the railing. Hold on tight. Don't get knocked off by the waves. The temporary captain of the warship gripped the helm tightly, trying to stabilize the ship's form amidst the storm, shouting towards Sis and Domino nearby. Today's weather is truly bizarre. In his decades of sailing experience, he has never encountered such a situation in the doldrums. Is this truly a grand scene? Sis bit down on his cigar candy, his expression unusually serious. While others might not understand, he knew very well. Only the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, could stir up such monstrous waves in the doldrums, akin to the end of days. The world's strongest man, the strongest paramecia fruit, the tremor fruit, it wasn't the tremor fruit that made Whitebeard. It was Whitebeard that made the tremor fruit. That kind of hero who roamed the seas could turn even a cat with the cat fruit into the world's strongest man. Difficult to deal with. Indeed, he was a character several times more troublesome than Blackbeard Teach. Not to mention the current Teach. Even after stealing Whitebeard's powers, he might just be a mere child in comparison. Sis let out a long breath, barely stabilizing his throbbing heart, standing firmly on the deck, his legs as solid as rock. What to do? Sis. Domino looked over. Having spent years in Impel Down, she had never seen such a scene. Sis pressed his hand down, giving her a reassuring gesture. It's fine. The war has just started. His right hand rested on the long knife at his waist, the blade turning, and the brilliant blade light sliced the waves in two. Sis controlled his strength well, the blade light precisely keeping the waves beneath the ship, allowing the warship to advance rapidly over the giant waves. He aimed to shorten the distance between the warship and Marineford before Akiji could freeze the sea. Steady the helm. Keep moving forward. He turned around and ordered the Navy on the warship, his expression unchanged, his hands tightly clenched together. His heart pounded in his chest, hot blood coursing through every vein in his body. He felt like he was about to boil over. The stage, the war, everything will unfold before his eyes. This is not a stage play where only one side wins, but for a newcomer to the world stage of the sea, this stage is more than enough. If possible, he also wanted to ride the fast lane of power during the Marineford War. The fall of the Whitebeard pirates felt like a grand feast at the moment a whale descends, whether it was Blackbeard or Luffy, in a sense. They were all drawing nourishment from the corpse of the Whitebeard pirates. And now, he might be added to that list, regardless of the nobility and greatness of their personalities. They ultimately stood against each other, even to the point of life and death struggles. The Whitebeard pirates have their own persistence, and he has his ideals that he pursues with his life. He will never back down. Boarding the warship, he originally came here to deliver a funeral for the Whitebeard pirates. He brushed his hair off his forehead, and his eyes couldn't help but grin, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he slowly pushed the blade out an inch, then quickly retracted it. The momentary flash of the blade was chilling, like the bright moon on a cold winter's day. Domino placed one hand on her waist, not interrupting Zai's thoughts. Her gaze equally fixed ahead. Marineford, the meat grinder among the strongest forces on the sea. Can the man before them really rise like the sun? No, that is not right. He will shine even brighter than the sun. Chapter 133. Where I am. There's hell. What happened? How do we end up here? Suddenly caught in a huge wave, the sea surface froze, and the ship was trapped in the ice. On the ice, the Straw Hat Kid and his companions were speaking loudly. Ever since they escaped from Impel Down, their journey has been smooth sailing, without encountering any naval blockades. The world's attention was focused on Marineford, on the Whitebeard pirates. Who had the time to worry about them? The distant sea breeze brushed against their faces. The pungent smell of fish filled their nostrils, and they felt unbeatable, as if they had been given a second life, hard to describe in words. Impel Down was not a place for humans. Though they were often called beasts and demons by the common people, they still considered themselves human. With every breath, every rise of their chest, every rhythmic heartbeat, every pulse of blood, what are they if not human? They were just a little more outstanding, a little more unique, seeking enjoyment just a bit more, slightly different from the masses. Why should they be treated this way? The Navy, those meddling fools, all deserve to die. Especially the guy named Wilson's eyes. But they dared not speak it. Even if they couldn't see Zai's shadow, they wouldn't dare to curse out loud. What is cruelty? What is malice? Compared to Zai's, are they even worth mentioning? They say hell is empty and demons are on earth. Where he is not the human world at all. Wherever he is, that is the ideal hell. But now Wilson's eyes, that demon, is still clashing with Blackbeard Teach and Impel Down. Completely unconcerned with them. As long as he is not around, they would charge through even a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. Their veins bulged like sea snakes, hot blood flowing within them, and they felt an unusual exhilaration, a unique sensation after experiencing life and death. Crocodile leaped down from the ship, his heavy shoes crunching on the ice, a cigar in his mouth, still wearing that unperturbed, bitter melon expression. He looked down and said in a deep voice, "Look below. You'll know the answer." Bowing their heads, everyone followed the Straw Hat Kid and jumped down. Jinbe's pupils contracted, his expression changing again and again, unable to help but shout. Old man Ivankov also looked serious, his face painted with mysterious colors, now heavy with gravity. It seems the war has already begun. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The Straw Hat Kid, with his hands on his hips, was a pure-hearted individual who knew nothing of worldly affairs. He didn't understand what the world as power structure was or what the Whitebeard flag represented. He only had one thought right now, to rescue Ace. His eyes widened, and he spoke earnestly, "Listen, we can break out of here using my method. Now that we're here, we must race against time. There is less than 3 hours left until Ace is executed." What? Slide down this frozen giant wave on this ship? Are you crazy? This is a warship, you idiot. How could it possibly work? Gal de Rouget, who had narrowly escaped and reunited with the Straw Hat Kid, shouted like a frightened cat. "We can do it. If we work together, we can definitely make it." The Straw Hat Kid stood his ground. As he said, they had finally made it here. How could they easily retreat? We think we might be able to do it. Yeah, we're the ones who escaped from the world's largest prison. If we could escape from that place, how could we possibly fail at this? Right, we can do it. As long as we stick with the big brothers, we can do anything. Rubbing their heads, the surrounding pirates grew more and more agitated, their blood boiling and needing an outlet. Moses, just as the pirates were arguing, a phone bug on the warship suddenly rang. All warships and soldiers, attention. All warships and soldiers, attention. Target TODZ, Change formation. Implement Standard Operation 3. Prepare quickly. No mistakes allowed. It was the Navy's operational contact. It's useless. We can't understand a word. The pirates mumbled to the phone bug. Once ready, the execution of Fire Fist Ace will be carried out ahead of schedule, regardless of whether they understood the previous messages. They certainly understood the last sentence. Fire Fist Ace would be executed early. The Straw Hat Kid froze in place, unable to speak for a long time, clenching his fists. He needed to get to Ace's side right now. Hurry, he shouted, and everyone on the ship, including 2 former warlords and a high-ranking Revolutionary Army officer, sprang into action, blasting a hole in the ice rock. What is that? The massive ice rock falling from the sky instantly attracted everyone's attention, and countless people pointed at the sky. What happened? It looks like a warship fell from the sky. No, not just that. There are people up there. The Navy noticed several small black dots descending from the sky. Ace, we're here to save you. The deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. It's the Straw Hat Kid. How did he end up here? Some recognized Luffy, and their gaze quickly swept behind him, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. Sea Hero Jinbe, Sand Crocodile, Revolutionary Army Officer Ivankov, and behind them are the notorious pirates, the escaped convicts from Impel Down. The world's largest prison, Impel Down, has been breached. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. It wasn't just ordinary Navy soldiers. Even the 3 admirals and the warlords turned their gaze toward them. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, Crocodile, Jinbe, Ivankov, and the scraps who escaped from my hands. Where do you think you're going? A chilling voice suddenly echoed, and the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. In midair, the pirates' pupils contracted. Their hearts began to tremble uncontrollably. They didn't even dare to think of that name. There's something else, something in the sky. The 2 sides engaged in battle below quickly realized everything. The powerful aura was not something the newcomer wanted to conceal. It was dark, brutal, as if it could devour everything. Vista held 2 knives in his hands, slightly raising his head. Scars from flames still lingered on his face as he suddenly laughed and shouted to the sky. Wilson Seth, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 134. Wilson Seth? Who is that? A rock star? In the roar, everyone paused in surprise. Wilson Seth? Who is that? Is he some newly debuted rock star? We are on a battlefield here. Can we not have a concert? Various documents were flipped through rapidly, and communication devices were immediately activated to contact critical departments of the world government. Whether they were clerks, strategists in the Navy, or journalists gathered from around the world, each one wanted to clarify the identity of that voice. This was top-tier news, the kind that could occupy a line of bold print in a newspaper. Missing the opportunity could lead to severe consequences. As for why it would only be a line of bold print, that was naturally because all major events paled in comparison to the outcomes of the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Beep beep, okay, got it. I know. A journalist from afar hung up the phone, looking somewhat excited. He had just spoken with an official from Judicial Island. Waving a paper document in his hand, he exclaimed, I found it. I know that guy's identity. He is the senior prosecutor of Judicial Island who just suppressed the massive riot in Impel Down, Wilson Seth. Senior prosecutor of Judicial Island? The crowd around was momentarily stunned, but they did not doubt the authenticity of the news. After all, it came from Judicial Island, which was undoubtedly reliable. They were all part of the world government system. The event in Impel Down could not be hidden from Judicial Island. If Seth could suppress the Straw Hat crew alone, then what did it say about the Judicial Island that was breached by them? Was it just a worthless place that could be easily broken? Everything relied on peers for contrast. The more outstanding Seth's performance was, the more the failure of Judicial Island stood out. What to do? Eliminate him? As long as he was dead, their failure should be buried in the dust. But Seth, as luck would have it, had left Impel Down and, instead of going elsewhere, had come to Marineford. Now, all eyes in the world were focused here. What could they do? Could they still kill him? Since they couldn't deal with the one causing the problem, they had no choice but to bring him down to the same level. If Seth was a high-ranking official within the Judicial Island machinery, that made sense. Why could the Straw Hat crew break Judicial Island? It was simply because the higher-ups were not present, leaving only the minor characters hopping around. Having figured this out, the high-ranking judges of Judicial Island felt comfortable. As long as they gave Seth a nominal title, his achievements could completely be credited to Judicial Island. If they could also make a name for themselves in the top war, then these lords of Judicial Island would feel even better. As for the real power, they would wait. Once Raijin was gone, the next commander of the Allied forces would be him. Now announcing, including Crocodile and Jinbe. There are a total of 137 fugitives from Impel Down, all sentenced to death. to be executed by the governor of Judicial Island, Senior Prosecutor Wilson Seth. A broadcast announcement rang out from Marineford's Central Station as Judicial Island temporarily took over the control room, forcefully creating hype for Seth's appearance. Suddenly, a black spear with a flaming tail shot through the sky from the horizon. Shadows twisted, and darkness enveloped the entire sky. 1, 2, followed by countless fiery feathered arrows. The invisible air burned with scorching heat, rolling waves of heat, and black flames surged like an army charging toward the landing spot of the Straw Hat crew. What is that? Many people looked up, feeling a bit startled by the intense heat. Oh my, it seems we have quite a formidable character here. Borsellino smirked, his expression somewhat playful. Oh, is that the kid? Looks like he has grown quite a bit. My efforts in nurturing him weren't in vain. Akina maintained his serious demeanor, and no one knew his true thoughts, but his tone seemed somewhat positive. That devil is coming. Everyone run, seeing the familiar black flames. The pirates who had escaped from Impel Down panicked and began to scatter, their previous excitement and arrogance vanishing in an instant. No, don't come near me. You devil, why don't you just die? They cursed Seth while sweat poured down their backs, their muscles trembling uncontrollably, and for a moment, they couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance. Seth had truly left them with no good impressions. All that remained was fear. Wilson Seth? Jinbi clenched his fists, his eyes constantly glancing at the sky, his face full of apprehension. Since that bastard appeared here, could it be that Blackbeard had already been taken down by him? Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he turned to signal Crocodile. Crocodile! Crocodile took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring, nodding at Jinbi. Don't worry, I'll take action. Sandstorm, gun wave, downpour. The two acted almost simultaneously as water and sandstorm merged mid-air to create a murky flow, forming a wall completely made of mud that directly blocked the rain of fire. Useless! How can you possibly block me in such a hurry? That deep, dark voice echoed again, seeming far away yet close at hand. Vista's hands clenched tightly. There was no doubt, it was that bastard. The familiar feeling was unmistakable. The burned flesh on his neck throbbed painfully, and a fire named hatred burned in his heart, waiting to be extinguished by Seth's blood. To defeat the devil, one must first become a devil. Vista firmly remembered this, and after fighting Seth, he held it as a guideline. Instead of approaching the Straw Hat crew, he chose to circle around, waiting for the moment Seth appeared to deliver a fatal blow. Didn't he always enjoy toying with the lives and emotions of others? This time, Vista would also let him taste the bitterness of being backstabbed. That guy. Jinbi and Crocodile's faces twitched slightly as the muddy wall in front of them rapidly evaporated, turning into chunks of dry earth. This is hard to block. Don't resist. That guy came prepared. Everyone retreat now. Jinbi shouted loudly, fearing for their lives. The pirates who had escaped from Impel Down needed no further urging. Each of them wished they had 2 more legs to run away faster. Boom! Suddenly, the spear finally hit the ground, and black flames erupted like the sun, leaving a huge pit in the ice. Steam filled the air, and everything that touched it became a corpse. Chapter 135. Even hell creatures enjoy grand scenes. The flames, soaring to the sky, blocking out the sun, contained a power greater than most could imagine, descending from the sky with an almost unstoppable force. There was no need to disguise his intentions. He wanted the fugitives of Advanced City to die. Did they really think they could escape so easily from him, the mighty Whitebeard, without losing face? Whitebeard grinned, his aged face reflecting the delight of discovering a new toy. The young ones truly enjoyed grand displays. But this little fire, were they trying to set off fireworks at my birthday banquet? He chuckled lightly, his left hand clenched into a fist and punched towards the sky. Crack! In an instant, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. The wind from his punch swept through the clear skies, and the once mighty rain of fire seemed like mere sparks before him. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but it didn't even graze the hem of his clothing as it was halted mid-air. Boom! The flames exploded, dazzling like a rose of black and red. Impressive. Truly impressive. Was this the strongest power in the world? The gap between us felt as deep as an abyss. A sudden wind blew, dispersing the black mist, and from the darkness emerged Sis, holding a sword, followed by Domino and the Navy soldiers summoned from Advanced City. Compared to Sis, they were far more anxious. Sweat beading on their foreheads, their legs trembling. Was it really necessary to create such a grand scene right from the start? This was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Couldn't they just keep it steady? Sis raised his right hand slightly, turning his head to reveal a set of pristine white teeth. Thank you for accompanying me this far. I can manage the rest on my own. Please assist in other areas. Understood. Sis' command was perfectly timed. They were more than willing to leave, as the pressure from the world's strongest was anything but light. Domino hesitated, her pupils flickering, but ultimately sighed and softly said to Sis, "Be careful." After that, she withdrew from Sis' side. This was not a battlefield she could involve herself in. Lacking the strength of a warlord, she didn't even have the courage to swing her blade at Whitebeard. Now he was left alone, black flames swirling around him as he faced Whitebeard directly. The strongest in the world? What a grand title, so grand that it made him tremble all over. Struggling to breathe under such pressure, he didn't know if his actions were right or wrong, or if they made sense. Standing before Whitebeard meant he had to be prepared for death. This was not rational, as a man determined to climb step by step. It was not his style to throw himself into a battlefield so easily. Yet he couldn't help but step forward. For a moment, emotion overrode reason. He had come this far. If he couldn't face Whitebeard even once, he wouldn't be satisfied. Heroes of the sea? Legends? Huh. He was not some creature living in the sunlight. He was a vicious hunting dog thriving in hell. If he could pull this world from the vortex, he wouldn't mind if it got a bit dirty. After all, he was a creature of darkness by nature. But even as a creature of darkness, he sometimes longed to live in the light, to fight honorably, together with the greatest heroes at the end of the century. His heart raced wildly in his chest, hot blood coursing through his veins, power surging from every cell, as if he were about to unleash the strength accumulated over the past decade. Just once, let him witness the power of the ghost from the last era. His gaze darkened, black mud creeping into his pupils, reflecting a hellish scene. He raised his head, taking a deep breath, his voice low and resonant, like an echo in a valley, with dark clouds rolling behind him, hinting at a repressed, extreme rage. If that was just fireworks, then what now? Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed as Sis vanished from his spot, his left hand lifting without any warning. Blazing escape, oversteaming kill. Disregarding the companions, beneath his suit, his skin seemed covered in a layer of black and red scales, with dark gray dragon shadows entwining around him. A pitch-black, fiery dragon was pulled from the void. Suddenly, even the sky was shrouded in a layer of gray-black shadow. The dragon's head rose high, roaring towards the sky, as flames twisted the space around it. The high-pitched dragon's roar resonated across the battlefield, a terrifying aura suddenly coalescing, rich dark power pouring out like an unending tide. Hee, where did Judicial Island find such monsters? I haven't heard a single thing about this. They really know how to hide. Doflamingo licked his lips, letting out a laugh like that of a model, his nonchalant face making one want to punch him. That guy's this strong? Hancock was shocked, looking at the straw hat kid with fear in her eyes. If it weren't for Jinby and Crocodile being here, she couldn't bear to imagine Luffy's fate. He would die, surely die, right? Hidden in the crowd, Bista's fighting spirit intensified. He never expected that in just over 10 days, that guy's strength could still grow. Whitebeard smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing. It seemed things were getting interesting. That kid Wilson, Sis, did you injure Bista? Hurt my beloved son? In that case, let me witness your caliber properly. Whitebeard's body bent slightly, veins bulging in his left arm, and he threw another punch at the fire dragon. Crack! The space shattered as the punch collided directly with the fire dragon. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, dazzling light bursting forth. An unparalleled heat wave sweeping across the land, even temporarily suppressing the vibrations of the shattered space. Sis had calculated that if it was merely a vibration, then the more the force was dispersed, the more favorable it would be for Whitebeard, making it easier to counter. Conversely, if he could concentrate the power at a single point, even Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability should be able to hold out for a while longer, right? He never expected the flames to defeat Whitebeard. All he wanted was to create an opportunity, a chance to get close to Whitebeard, even if just a little. Haki enveloped his black sword, Sis twisted the blade, his body leaping, disappearing into the shadows. Shadow jump. Like a ghost, he suddenly vanished, then reappeared right behind Whitebeard. Both hands clasped together, gripping the sword handle. If flames wouldn't work, then what about swordsmanship? Chapter 136. Today's youth, one generation worse than the last swish. A cold gleam flashed across the blade, as clear as the cold moon, wielding an almost unparalleled might as it slashed towards Whitebeard's head. The space warped, creating a breathtaking beauty. Today's youth truly are one generation worse than the last. Their strength is lacking, but their tempers are quite something. Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, instead taking on a hint of mockery as he reversed his grip on the Bicento, his body slightly turning and charge straight ahead. As the strongest in the world, Whitebeard possesses an unimaginable calmness and composure. They extend from his arm to the blade, shattering the space around him. Bang! As the two blades collide, the overwhelming crushes against each other like divine might, stirring up an endless hurricane, with black and red flames swirling in the wind, forming a large sun-like figure behind him. The temperature rises, the ice crackles under the heat, turning into steam and tiny shards of ice. Whitebeard grins. You're still far from it, little ghost from Judicial Island. Be serious, don't blink, or you might really die. As his voice falls, Whitebeard presses down with his great naginata, an immense force crashing down. The blade emitting a creaking sound amidst the still feeling an unbearable weight despite being covered in. Fine beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. His muscles scream in agony, traveling from the blade to his armpit, and with a crack, the exquisite suit on his arm is torn to shreds. Sis's pupils constrict. He exerts force between his arms, using Whitebeard's strength to rapidly fly backward. He can't hold it back. With his current strength, he simply cannot withstand a serious Whitebeard. Engaging in combat? Betting his life? In the face of absolute power, it's merely a joke. With Sis's current strength, he doesn't believe he is weaker than any of the 7 warlords. He could take off Blackbeard's leg, and he could also take off Doflamingo's arm. Even against the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, he doesn't feel entirely hopeless. However, facing Whitebeard, he truly sees no glimmer of hope for victory. Whitebeard is simply too strong. Strong to the point of despair. If the gap between him and the admirals is like the over 2,000 meter high Mount Washan, then the gap between him and Whitebeard is at least like Kunlun Mountain, stretching endlessly as far as the eye can see. Other than a temporary retreat, he has no other option. His body falls into the shadows, the blade's light almost grazing past him. The cold wind carries away a few strands of hair from his forehead, and his heart races with fear. So close. He was just a hair's breadth away from being disfigured. As Whitebeard's blade passes over him, its might undiminished. A loud sound echoes as it carves a massive trench on the ice, akin to mountains and valleys. The immense pressure forces him to gasp for breath. And Sis raises his head, filled with trepidation. Whoosh! Just as he falls, a crimson rain of roses appears beside him. A deep blue shadow moves swiftly, gripping twin blades, aiming directly at his back. Wilson, Sis, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Die for me. The 2 ornate western swords are filled with dark, and Bista grins wildly. His eyes glint with madness. He truly desires Sis's life, with burn scars covering his face and his once elegant mustache completely gone. Ferocious, filled with hatred. There is only enmity between him and the man before him. Clang! Sis supports himself with his left hand, turning his body as 3 blades collide in midair. His black-red eyes meet Bista's. Bista, it's been a long time. A sneak attack? That's not your style. Huh. Bista chuckles lightly and retorts. This indeed isn't my style, but it is yours. To eliminate a devil, one must descend into hell. He exerts force between his arms, the tremendous power pressing down on Sis's blade. Sis's eyes narrow, and the ice beneath his feet shatters under the pressure. Sis sneers, his expression unchanged, shadows swirling in his eyes. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Didn't I tell you? Bista, I've never been a swordsman. Yet you dare to use a swordsman's methods against me? Don't you find that laughable? His eyes widen, and the surrounding darkness seems to come alive. Black-red swords piercing out from the shadows. Shadow strike. In an instant, centered around Sis, massive, sharp blades fill a nearly 100-meter radius, blood flowing freely, with many nearby pirates pierced through before they could escape. He is like the Prince of Wallachia, Vlad the Impaler. Wherever he goes, there are spikes. If that's the case, how will you define me, Bista? Bista's expression changes, his legs slightly bent, stepping out with a wave of infused with, leaping directly out of the thicket of swords. You're quite troublesome, aren't you? Sis tilts his head, his body appearing atop a peak, surrounded by a storm of swords, his smile resembling that of a grinning devil. Likewise, when an elegant gentleman begins to lower his guard, no one knows where his bottom line lies. Clapping his hands, his expression suddenly turns serious, then becomes extremely eerie. So, welcome to Hell's team. In a few days, you will also become a qualified devil. Wilson, Sis, what nonsense are you saying here? Do you think I would act like you? Bista, filled with rage, grips his blades and charges at Sis again. How so? Are you angry now? Boom! Sis's feet also push out against the ground, both hands gripping blades. the edges slicing through the air like a curtain of rain. To the ordinary eye, apart from the glimmers of cold light, nothing else can be seen. Both of them are renowned quick swordsmen. Within 10 steps, their swords are fast. Beyond 10 steps, their swords are still fast. Standing in the center of the battlefield, a Kainu casually tosses aside a pirate rushing at him, casting his gaze towards Sis for a moment. Indeed, he is still too young, too impatient. Can he really deal with Whitebeard now? What a self-inflicted hardship, but dealing with Bista is just right. Wilson, Sis? Does that guy's ability happen to be in the same category as mine? Moonlight Moria glances at the black spear on the ground, his brow furrowing, feeling quite unhappy. No one wants to share a similar ability with another. Whitebeard grips his Naginata, leaning the blade back against the ground. Bista, that kid is up to you. Can you handle it alone? Chapter 137. Even I, if I die, should be remembered. Don't worry, old man. Today I will definitely take his head to see you. Bista shouts back at Whitebeard, his blade becoming even fiercer, showing no mercy, each strike aimed at Sis's life. Before encountering Sis, Bista always thought of himself as a sufficiently elegant gentleman, but after meeting Sis, he realized he was wrong. On this sea, no one is a true gentleman. Everyone harbors unknown devils within, and in moments of anger, they all become beasts. He no longer hides, no longer deceives himself. The slaughter between people is not so convoluted. Straightforward, no different from wild dogs fighting over food. Oh, you want to take my head? Sis seems to have heard something amusing. His blade cuts diagonally, pushing back Bista's western sword, darkness creeping over his body, dragging him back into the shadows once again. No longer hold on to those meaningless stubbornness. You are indeed much harder to deal with than before, but so am I, Bista. I have changed too, and though it hasn't been long, I have indeed become much stronger than before. Scorching escape, over steaming kill. Sis has suddenly appeared behind him, pulling out a huge fireball from the darkness with his left hand. The black-red flames scorched the ground, and a crackling sound echoed around. That guy. Bista's pupils contracted. Sis's speed was beyond his imagination. As the fireball pressed in, Bista could truly feel the scorching heat on his skin and the hair on his forehead. Helpless, Bista stepped on the ground and dodged to the side. Although powerful, the attack was still a bit too much for them as quick attack fighters. At least with a slight sidestep, they could easily evade Sis's attack. Beneath Bista's eyes lay contempt. What progress? Just like his past terribly bad personality, Sis's was no different from a few days ago. As he dodged the attack, two figures dressed in pirate attire entered his sight. It didn't matter. Those were their own people from the Whitebeard pirates. Trustworthy? Suddenly, a slender steel knife slashed across his body, and Bista's expression froze on his face as blood flowed from his lower abdomen, accompanied by a piercing pain. His eyes widened in disbelief. Compared to his body, his heart ached even more, as if suffocating. How could this be? A traitor? Impossible. Our Whitebeard pirates can't. Suddenly, his gaze caught the black threads entwining around the opponent's body. A fire-cold anger ignited in his chest, nearly tearing him apart. Wilson, Sis, I want you dead. He howled angrily, his crimson eyes seemingly losing reason. Your heart is in disarray, Bista. Sis's figure reappeared behind him, the blade in his hand turning, the surrounding air taking on a chilling tone. In a rush, Bista performed a flip in the air, trying to dodge the knife in Sis's hand. Useless when anxious. Everyone makes mistakes, even you. The pain suddenly intensified, blood gushed from his shoulder joint, and Sis's directly severed one of his arms. Sis, you. The pain twisted his entire being, making him resemble a stray dog that had lost a fight, fleeing awkwardly into the distance. TCH. Sis sneered, blending back into the shadows, his every word hanging in the air. Bista, I am different from you. No matter how you change, it's the same. Mimicking my style? Mimicking my ruthlessness? But imitation is always just imitation. You can never become me, and you can't defeat me. For victory, I can go to any lengths, use any means. As his words fell, Sis lunged at Bista's ribs with his dual blades. Slash! At such a short distance, and with such speed, Bista had no time to react. The long black blade driving straight into his side. Puffed. A mouthful of crimson blood was spat out. This was the closest Bista had been to death in decades. Bista gritted his teeth, a fear named death blossoming in his heart. His face twisted in pain. He desperately tried to conceal his fear. Anyone could, but not Sis's. He didn't want to show that kind of weakness to him. On this sea, only those with a bit of pride can become famous pirates. He was proud. It was not just his personal pride, but also the pride of being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division. As a son, He could not tarnish Whitebeard's name. Even in death, he must not show hesitation before the enemy. Whitebeard's authority surpasses all. You can kill me, Wilson Sis's cough cough, Dad. Cough. Dad will avenge me. You cruel man who seems heartless. I will wait for you below. Bista's eyes widened, his fierce gaze meeting Sis's directly, his smile full of hatred, nostalgia, and even a hint of pity. This made Sis's extremely uncomfortable. Was he pitying? Pitying that even if I, Sis's, die, no one will avenge me? What a ridiculous feeling. Even if I die, there should be at least 2 people thinking of avenging me, right? Not even one, just a couple, right? A flicker of hesitation passed in Sis's eyes, but they quickly regained their firmness. Farewell, Bista. On this battlefield, there is no right or wrong. There is only our respective stances. The cold gleam flashed again on Sis's long knife, the blade swinging directly toward Bista's neck. Bista! Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Before Sis's blade could reach Bista, a round of diamond-formed projectiles slammed into him, sending him flying. Marco spread his arms, transforming into azure flames, rushing toward Bista's direction, scooping up his body and retreating. In this short year, the Whitebeard pirates had already lost 2 captains and several family members. They could not afford to lose anymore. On the other side, Josu's massive weight brought tremendous inertia, and with a swift motion, he sent Sis's flying far away. Zing! A knife struck the ground, cracking the ice beneath, and Sis's retreated 10 meters before regaining his footing. Careless. The already battered organs received another heavy blow, and Sis's body writhed in pain as if a storm was raging within. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, with lung tissue unmistakably visible within. Chapter 138. A low-level trap is still too mundane. Bista, how are you? Are you okay? Marco hurriedly flew Bista back to the Moby Dick, and Whitebeard lowered his head, concernedly asking Bista, his face shifting from green to white, filled with both anger and sorrow. He had wanted to take action himself. How dare they injure his beloved son like this? That was a capital offense. However, he ultimately suppressed that impulse, feeling the gaze of Sengoku the Buddha. Through the round black-framed glasses, there was an incredibly wise and profound gaze. Just as Sengoku had always feared and remained vigilant against him, he too was on guard, fearing the elderly man standing on the high platform opposite him. If he was known for his strength, claiming to be the strongest in the world, then Sengoku was undoubtedly the smartest strategist of their era. Anyone who dared to underestimate that man would pay a heavy price. This was the conclusion drawn after years of conflict. No matter what, he would never underestimate that man. Continue fighting, relying on the powerful strength of the 3 Marine admirals and the 7 warlords to keep battling them. No, that's wrong. That man wouldn't do something so foolish. His schemes must have further plans, seeking maximum profit at minimal cost. That is what the man known as Sengoku the Buddha desires in his heart. After preparing for so long, he couldn't possibly have made no moves at all. Whitebeard felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sign of his aging body, which inevitably had its share of problems here and there. His heart raced, and even he couldn't stop the palpitations. But he didn't know where that feeling of fear came from. This made him momentarily lose focus. Cough, cough. Vista was helped up by Marco, continuously spitting blood from his mouth, shaking his head. I'm fine, old man. I'm not dead yet. It's just embarrassing you. Vista's mood was somewhat low. Tarnishing Whitebeard's reputation felt worse than losing his life. Whitebeard lowered his head, looking at Vista with no blame in his eyes, only encouragement and comfort. It's all right, Vista. A momentary victory or defeat doesn't determine anything. If we lose, we can win it back in the future. As for my reputation, having you beloved sons is my greatest pride over the decades. Old man. Vista knelt on the ground, his voice even breaking with a hint of tears. It was this bond that made them willing to follow Whitebeard into danger without hesitation. His remaining hand clenched tightly, teeth gritted, silently vowing, just wait, Wilson Sis. I will avenge today's grudge with my own hands. Thinking of this, he glanced at his shoulder that had lost an arm. It was indeed tragic. The pain continued to erode his mind, but also made him more alert. It's fine, it's just one hand, right? That red-haired guy is missing one hand too. 4 true warriors, strength never falters because of physical shortcomings. He still had time, under the protection of the father known as Whitebeard. He had a long time to grow. After comforting Vista, Whitebeard gave Marco a look, signaling him to hand over a transponder snail. This is Whitebeard, is Squard there? This is Bayhead, Captain Squard? He was just here. Maybe he got separated. In the bay, a pirate with a long knife answered the transponder snail, replying to Whitebeard. Not here. Then find the Dicarbon brothers. What is the matter, old man? Amidst the sound of cannon fire, a pair of burly, fierce-looking twin brothers took the transponder snail. Whitebeard whispered a series of instructions. According to my orders, direct all the pirate crews. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates, crowded in the entire bay, began to move rapidly, abandoning the direct approach and instead flanking from both sides. Whitebeard watched this scene, nodding with some relief. If it was like this, even if the Buddha's Warring States was prepared, it wouldn't fall to a point of no return all at once. Gripping his Naginata, he locked eyes with Warring States again. So what do you plan to do now, Warring States? On the high execution platform, Carp sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, teeth clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his scarred face serious. You judged quite accurately. Did you discover it, Whitebeard? Warring States lowered his head slightly, his eyes dark, but he did not feel surprised or flustered, remaining calm as ever. A low-level trap can't fool you. It's a bit too mundane. Carp shook his head. But this ISNT something you can defend against just by feeling. Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu. Sis, with blood still dripping from his mouth, looked up and swung at Jozu, his knife-wielding right hand trembling slightly. Compared to Vista, Jozu was much harder to deal with. His diamond-like body, with a stronger and more invulnerable defense than full-body hockey, was an insurmountable existence for a swordsman. Sis tried to attack from multiple angles, forearm, chest, thigh, or the common weak points of men, but none managed to inflict a fatal wound on Jozu. This is truly frustrating. Wilson, Sis, are you out of options? Since you dare to harm my family, you should be prepared to die. He charged again, his diamond-like arm spinning rapidly. Shining collision, with incredible speed and massive weight. Jozu's attack was fierce, possessing unimaginable lethality against opponents of the same level. Even Crocodile, a natural-type devil fruit user, had been overwhelmed by this move. If he hadn't angered Akiji in the end, he might have continued winning with this attack. Sis exhaled deeply. The pain in his chest made it hard to exert his full strength, his right hand holding the knife, eyes filled with vigilance as he looked at Jozu. However, he wasn't panicked. He wasn't Crocodile after all. Though he couldn't compare to Admiral Akiji, he certainly had a wealth of methods. Darkness dragged his body into the shadows once more, evading Jozu's attack. Flame release, over boil kill. Another exceptionally large fireball brushed past Jozu's body. Jozu, undeterred, struck the flames aside. Although diamonds are essentially carbon and should not withstand fire, Jozu's defense was not solely diamond. He also wrapped a thick layer of armament hockey around the sparkling diamond, avoiding prolonged exposure to the flames while creating the illusion of being immune to all of Sis' attacks. Chapter 139. Come on, face me head on. Diamond Jozu's attacks and defenses were indeed sharp, but Sis was not without the ability to fight back, as long as the flames were large enough and burned long enough. Jozu would eventually be worn down, but the question was it really worth exhausting his stamina like this? In this situation where he was at a disadvantage, trying to limit Jozu's movements and then burning him to death was not a simple task. Not to mention Jozu's own strength. Even leaving him alone to burn would probably consume a significant amount of stamina. This was the battlefield at Marineford, a meat grinder, filled with enemies and threats everywhere. Could he really afford to expend his stamina like that? Challenging Whitebeard was to gauge the gap at the top of his world, expending great effort to wear down Jozu. What was the purpose? What benefits did it bring him? Blackbeard Teach had yet to make an appearance. Excessively depleting his stamina would only place him in a greater danger. Hidden in the shadows, Sis narrowed his eyes, gripping his long knife tightly, determined to defeat Jozu with less effort. This was truly not an easy task. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes growing fiercer, and raised his right hand. Shadow strike. Huge black spikes erupted from the ice surface, instantly covering the entire ground. Useless, Wilson, Sis. In front of my diamond-like body, your attacks are nothing more than a tickle. Both arms crossed. The diamonds on Jozu's left arm shone exceptionally brightly under the sunlight. With large strides, Jozu dove towards the spike forest. The ground trembled. Jozu charged like a massive war chariot. Crack, crack, crack. The massive black spikes shattered like glass upon collision. Sis smirked, his right hand resting on the ice surface. Darkness surged like a tide, flames spreading across the ground under the cover of darkness. Come on, Jaws, let me see your strength. The black silk twisted into a huge circle on the ground, holding his body back. In terms of weight, he was much lighter than Jaws. Faintly, he seemed to have caught a whiff of sea salt. In this world, winning is always an elusive thing, besides strength. It often requires a bit of luck and a bit of brains. A person who relies solely on brute force cannot keep winning, and Sis deeply believed that. Have you given up on running? Wilson, Sis, face me like a man. Josh shouted, baring his shoulders, and once again increased his speed. Sis slightly raised the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and scoffed. Truly a mindless brute. With his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Sis's sharp gaze scrutinized Jaws from top to bottom, clearly ready for a life-and-death struggle. Acting requires a full set. Maybe one day, when he retires from the Navy in Judiciary Island, he could be a good actor. Jaws' speed was increasing, the sunlight shining on him, resembling an armored warrior. Locking eyes with Sis, his heart raced. No, something was off. He must have made some mistake. This man in front of him was far too calm. If it were an ordinary person facing a truck, it would be impossible to remain calm, even a trained professional. Well, who practices that? In any case, Sis's expression was too calm, with not a ripple in his eyes, like a deep, still pool. He must have missed something, or there was something he overlooked. This guy definitely had an advantage. Jaws felt a bit like stopping. After all, he wasn't someone who liked to underestimate his enemies. In this new world, true fools were almost extinct. Oh, have you noticed? Jaws. Sis's voice shadowed him, ringing in his ears again. With a strong push, he pressed down on Jaws' shoulder and agilely flipped in the air, his voice low. But what good does it do to notice? You can't escape. Jaws' pupils shrank as he felt a force coming from behind, his body involuntarily falling towards the ice surface. Now he too could smell the sea salt. Damn it, it's over. Jaws' heart sank as he suddenly looked up. A mass of black-red heavenly fire came crashing down. Burning escape. Oversteaming kill. Sis's left hand pulled, and a flame large enough to cover the entire cave entrance was drawn out of thin air. You still don't die? It's foolish to have any feelings of goodwill towards enemies on the battlefield, or to hold back for personal reasons. Sympathy? Pity? These are unnecessary emotions. With the slightest misstep, they could take your life. So no matter who it is, Sis never holds back. If he fails to kill, it's either because he genuinely cannot, or because the target still has some use. Jaws was clearly the former. You little brat. Is hurting one of my sons not enough? Do you want to hurt my other son too? Whitebeard was furious, stomping his feet and bending slightly, slicing his sword towards Sis from a distance. The Warring States period is the Warring States period, and conspiracy is conspiracy. How dare you repeatedly harm my beloved son? Do you really think I'm too old to wield a sword? Hearing that roar, Sis's expression changed drastically as he quickly drew his sword to defend. The blade wrapped in a domineering aura. Whitebeard's strike was not easy to take. The space began to shatter. Even the ice beneath his feet trembled and shattered into pieces. Clang! The black sword blocked the slash from Whitebeard, and Sis was forced back several meters. Even his arm holding the sword stung from the impact. Truly an energetic old man. Helpless, Sis could only sigh and turn towards the group of fleeing criminals advancing towards the city. Whitebeard turned his head, his gaze landing on Marco. Marco, go bring Jaws back. Marco's expression was somewhat helpless. Compared to being a ship's doctor, he was more like a babysitter. On the platform, Sengoku turned to glance at Carp. It seems our Navy's younger generation still has one or two promising talents, including Jaws. Sis has already taken down 2 captains, right? Carp's face remained calm. They are indeed good, but the relationship with Judiciary Island is somewhat tricky. Sengoku did not speak. The relationships in the government over the years have always been subtle, and he sighed lightly. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things. We must focus on the present. That guy Whitebeard won't allow us any relaxation. Saying this, he turned his head and shouted down. All officers and soldiers, evacuate the ice surface immediately. We must not let the pirates reach the square. In an instant, all the projection phone bugs were cut off simultaneously. Dozens of pacifists modeled after Bartholomew Kuma and Kizuru surrounded them, starting to fire wildly in all directions, trying to contain the pirates. At this moment, the long-lost squad also boarded the Moby Dick. Chapter 140. Aju fell in love with Aquan on a starless night. Squad, are you okay? I tried to contact you earlier. Standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard turned and glanced at Squad, his eyes filled with concern. They were all his beloved sons. Whitebeard did not want to show favoritism. He felt bad whenever someone got into trouble or was injured. Squad wiped the blood from his cheek, a long sword strapped to his waist that was taller than him, walking over with an expressionless face. Zat? My crew suffered heavy losses. Lowering his head, he approached Whitebeard, his eyes finally starting to show panic, or rather, drifting, murmuring, unable to look up into Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard continued to stare at the battlefield in front of him. The current situation was still flourishing, with all the captains pressing forward. the pirates advancing step by step over the bodies of the Navy. Although part of this was due to the Navy's upper echelons not going all out, it was still a rare good scene. All combat power was pressed forward, and the enemy was chasing from behind. That was exactly what he wanted. I must also join the fray and break through the enemy lines. Whitebeard spoke to himself, not knowing what he was hinting at, glancing up at the sky, feeling a bit melancholic. If all goes well, this should be his last time taking action. He was simply too old enough to only find a captain for this group of sons and retire, but he had no regrets about his life. He had experienced the era of rocks, the era of Roger, and the reign of the four emperors. He had lived through the polarizing age of the Grand Line, experiencing things that other pirates would never even dream of. Every scar on his body was a testament to a legendary story. But even legends must eventually come to an end. Roger chose the execution ground as his curtain call, and he too chose the execution ground as his curtain call. They were both similar and different. Roger placed his life on the future, and he also placed his life on the future, but one was based on the ethereal, stirring up a storm of blood and chaos, while the other was placing the future on his son. He believed that Ace would be a good captain and would become the pirate king, even though he himself looked down on it. In a brief moment, Whitebeard thought of many things. Squard stood in front of Whitebeard, casually tossing aside the sheath of his sword, feeling a bit hesitant to look into Whitebeard's eyes. With the long knife across his front, he steeled himself, his expression suddenly turning ferocious, then abruptly disappearing, returning to calm. He was ready, even if it meant betraying the old man who had cared for him for so many years. He had to seek justice for the many brothers below. Indeed, we are all profoundly grateful to you. We would go through fire and water for the Whitebeard pirates. Squard's voice grew lower, tinged with a hint of resentment. Whitebeard did not lower his head. A leader cannot bow his head at this moment, although he too felt sorrow, as war is always accompanied by death. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen, a sensation not caused by years of injury, but the sting of a blade piercing his belly. Whitebeard slowly lowered his head, his eyes wide in disbelief, sweat trickling down his wrinkled face. His son betrayed him? How could this happen? He must still be dreaming. He pinched himself. Where was the beer he left by the bedside? On the battlefield, at the site of the battle, everyone was stunned, their pupils constricting as if in a dream. Even Sengoku and Akainu, who had given the orders, found it hard to believe their eyes. They had only intended to use Squard to create some minor trouble for Whitebeard, never expecting him to go this far. The world's strongest man was injured just like that. This world is truly strange. He could have easily dodged the attack with a slight shift of his body. Sis sighed, biting into a piece of candy, realizing that the climax and the conclusion of this grand drama were finally about to begin. He raised his head, wearing an indescribable expression. The king of the old era dying, and the king of the new era rising. Who would dominate the currents of this world? The Straw Hat Kid? Blackbeard? No. The future of this world must be in his hands. The Celestial Dragons? Pirates? The Revolutionary Army? None of them were not enemies. If he wanted to grasp the reins of the world, he had been an enemy of all from the beginning. The Navy? Eni's lobby? He wasn't sure if they were friends, allies, or tools, but he knew they could become the steps for his ascension. In this world, order and force could never be lacking. What are you doing, Squard? Marco rushed over, nearly going mad, pushing Squard to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, questioning. Why did you do that? Shut up. Aren't you the ones who forced me to do this? Squard struggled frantically, pushing Marco off him, swinging his long knife. Lying on the ground, feeling as if his spine had been broken, his spirit drained. Stop the act, Whitebeard. You've colluded with the Navy, haven't you? They will ensure the safety of your Whitebeard pirates and Ace, right? Squard shouted loudly. His voice echoed across the battlefield, leaving the Navy dumbfounded. How did they not know about this? Was it because they weren't high enough in rank? Akiji and Kizaru continuously reflected on themselves. As for the members of the Whitebeard pirates, they wished they could gouge out their own eyes, thinking they must have overslept, hearing things that weren't real. Sis rubbed his forehead. He couldn't cry. He even wanted to laugh. Guarantee the safety of the Whitebeard pirates and Ace? Could there really be such naive people in this world? What did he think the Navy's prestige was? Toilet paper? Something you could toss or trample on at will. In this day and age, even the underworld has to speak with integrity. If they say they kill your whole family, they kill your whole family. A massive, violent organization like the Navy, can they retract their words like flatulence? As long as Ace and Whitebeard don't die today, no matter how many ordinary pirates they kill, it would be a failure for the Navy. This is something that any clear-eyed person can see. Yet, such a simple lie managed to fool a seasoned veteran who had been adrift at sea for many years. How to put it? Love makes one blind. On a starless night, did Ace fall in love with a dog? Then that spider must be a ghost spider. How could the big whirlpool spider be involved? This is completely flirting with the blind, and when it's time to strike, a Kainu will still strike. Chapter 141. You are all my sons, what did you say? What's going on, Squard? The eyes of the captains of the subordinate pirate crews turned towards him, their pupils dancing in their sockets. They urgently needed Squard to give them an explanation, or they would feel uneasy. The sound of cannon fire still rumbled in the background, but none of them had the heart to fight. For a moment, the temperature on the battlefield seemed to drop significantly. "We're all done for," Squard shouted with all his might, appearing almost mad, showing the expression only seen after being betrayed by the closest person. I didn't know before. That kid Ace is actually Gold, Roger's son." He turned to face Whitebeard, who also knelt on one knee in pain, their faces aligned. "When you took me in, I was all alone, you know why, right? It's because all my companions who fought alongside me for years were killed by Roger himself. You should know how much I hate Roger." Squard's voice trembled. It should have been an accusation. But why did it sound so much like a disobedient son crying over unfair inheritance? If that's the case, you should have made it clear earlier. Ace is Roger's son, and you want to protect him as the next pirate king. Ha! I was deceived by you long ago. I even called Ace my brother. When someone as special to you as Ace was captured, you sold out 43 captains of our subordinate pirate crews to exchange for Ace's life. The Whitebeard pirates and Ace would be saved. Sengoku had already promised you, right? Squard seemed to age significantly in an instant. He didn't know how to face the man before him and could only speak for himself. Below, Sis shook his head and sighed slightly. This world's men are truly easy to deceive. 43 subordinate captains' lives to exchange for the Navy's face? Who does Squard look down upon? Usually, he would handle even the smallest matters with absolute clarity and cleanliness, but this is printed in newspapers all over the world. How could he expect to retract it without taking a head or two from the 4 emperors? For Ace, for Whitebeard, we risked our lives to come here. Just watch. Right now, it is us who have become live targets for the Navy, trapped in the ice with no way to escape. Squard cried out, and the hearts of the pirates sank completely. Those being hunted down were indeed them. It wasn't the core of the Whitebeard pirates, nor were they the captains, but the largest number of affiliated pirate crews. "Old man, is this true?" Someone below questioned. "It's already a miracle to stab you once. I'm ready. Go ahead and kill me." Squard lowered his head, his heart like dead ashes. No, that can't be right. So, they really are only targeting us. The Whitebeard pirates were in complete disarray, the scientific troops assault growing fiercer, driving the demoralized pirates step by step into the encircled area they had predetermined. If nothing unexpected happened, the once mighty Whitebeard pirates would come to an end. "Bastard, you've been played, Squard. How can you not trust the old man?" Marco grabbed Squard by the collar, and they grappled. Squard remained in that dead state. He had lost everything. "Are you also going to play dumb, Marco?" In silence, Sengoku gestured around, and his subordinates nodded. Several thick walls, like city walls, rose from beneath the ice. From the moment they entered, the Whitebeard pirates were in Sengoku's palm. No matter how great a monkey's skills are, can it still escape the Buddha's palm? "That bastard, what a disgrace! Whitebeard, I don't want to lose to you, coward." Crocodile snarled, also staring at Whitebeard, shouting in pain. In this world, many have turned their defeats into victories. But Crocodile felt deep shame. He was someone who had pride carved into his bones. To him, a battle without victory was meaningless, regardless of whether he lost to a nobody or the famous Whitebeard. However, he was not afraid of failure. No matter how badly he fell, he would always get back up, tearing apart those who stood above him. He was simply afraid of losing to a coward, which would make him a clown, nailing him to a pillar of shame for life. The world changes unpredictably, but he never expected that the one who would bring him shame would be Whitebeard. His hatred almost burned through his chest. Whitebeard did not reply. He simply held Squard tightly in his arms. "Squard, you actually turned your sword against Dad. You really are a foolish son." He paused, suddenly raising his voice, both to tell Squard and to remind himself. "Even if you're a foolish son, I still love you." Squard struggled desperately in Whitebeard's embrace, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. "What the hell? You want to take our lives? Who led you astray? So loyal and righteous." Before Squard could finish, Whitebeard interrupted him. Squard's face showed panic, sweat dripping down. "The Navy's traitor said that if I stab you, the subordinates will be saved." He sounded downcast, feeling lost. "Did it kind of say that?" Whitebeard murmured thoughtfully. "I know how much you hate Roger, but, Squard, the fact that a son pays for the father's debt is too ridiculous. What has Ace done to you? Let's all get along. It's not just Ace who is special. You're all my family. Saying this, he stood up from the deck, his eyes looking towards Sengoku on the high platform. You really are a timeless blade, Sengoku. That move you pulled was beautiful. As he spoke, his muscles began to tremble, exuding an astonishing aura. To say that I betrayed my own son. He exerted force with his left hand. The ice wall shattered along the space, facing the sea, surging violently. As a pirate, you must decide what to believe. Those who are not afraid of death, come with me. The pirates below were all stunned. Whitebeard had opened a path for them. Clenching his fist, the crowd below cheered wildly. It really is a deception by the Navy, damn it. Old man, kill. In an instant, the shouts of battle resounded through the sky. Chapter 142. The world's strongest as a drifter on the sea. There are times of rising tides and times of ebbing, but for him, his time of rising tides had long passed. Even the last bit of tide and wave would recede. No one can remain the strongest forever, even if he is Whitebeard. He is now just an ordinary old man. But as long as he can entrust the future to a young life, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his old life. His gaze roamed. Whitebeard was like a bold emperor, no longer hesitating, leaping down from the deck. When he chose to unleash himself, even the world should tremble. Positions. The strongest man in the world is about to strike. Sengoku roared to the heavens, as if unveiling the prelude to the final battle. Follow Dad. Clear the way for Dad. Squad fell for the Navy's trick, wounding the old man. How heartbreaking that was. The Navy must not be forgiven. Countless pirates surged forward, their momentum unprecedentedly strong. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Squad knelt on the ground, holding his head in his hands, as if he had gone mad, filled with thoughts of death, tears, and snot flowing down his face. What am I doing? I'm sorry, old man. I'm sorry, Ace. Damn it. I actually doubted my most beloved old man. Marco stood beside him, his expression cold, crying, "Can that bring revenge?" He said pointedly, then followed Whitebeard into battle. Inside the square, the war intensified. Even the usually arrogant giant vice admiral couldn't withstand a moment before Whitebeard. The entire island and sea tilted under Whitebeard's immense power. He alone seemed to have the might to annihilate the world. What a ridiculously powerful old man. Sis held a dark brown cigar, his expression serious, tilting his head to look at the nearby Navy. What's going on? Can't you activate the prepared ice walls? The ice layer beneath continued to crackle, vaguely revealing a dark, shiny trace, but that wall just wouldn't rise. The Navy officer next to him was of considerable rank, likely a lieutenant colonel, equipped with a transponder snail. He glanced at Sis and saluted. He didn't know Sis' true rank, but the sudden attack earlier had indeed astonished him. So he respectfully replied, "The ice layer is too thick. It will take a little more time to activate the wall. The technical department is trying to adjust." Still need to adjust? Sis frowned. They naturally wanted to make adjustments, but Whitebeard clearly did not intend to give them much time. The large Naginata, Song Yun, in his hand swung continuously, each strike claiming numerous lives. He slightly raised his head. The three admirals still stood high on the execution platform, showing no signs of wanting to intervene. He sighed helplessly. What to do? What else can he do? Could it be that he would just watch Whitebeard charge onto the execution platform? Even that giant vice admiral dared to take action. Could he not dare to do the same? On the battlefield, one is always at the mercy of circumstances. With a flash, the space intertwined and overlapped under the shadows, and Zeise's figure vanished from spot. Drawing his sword, striking, cleaving, every movement flowed like water. Bang! The clash of two blades sent ripples through the air. He was not Whitebeard's beloved son, and attempting a sneak attack was not that easy. You little brat from Justice Island. How dare you show up in front of me again? You really don't learn your lesson. Whitebeard raised his head, squinting his eyes, his gaze locking on his eyes. Filled with murderous intent, he was truly angry this time. Anyone who dared to harm his precious son would not be spared. Ha! Don't look at me with that kind of gaze, Whitebeard. After all, I didn't want to come. Fighting with a monster like you could be deadly. But I have no choice. You have your family, and I have my own convictions. With a cold smirk, he swiftly changed his moves, spinning in midair. The dense blade light swirling like a vortex, continuously striking against the large sword in Whitebeard's hands. Clang! The two blades collided, sparks flying. The crisp sound is pleasant as summer raindrops. However, a sword is a killing technique. No matter how dazzling the moves, it cannot hide its essence. Once drawn, it will inevitably see blood. Facing Zeise's frenzied attacks, Whitebeard remained unperturbed. Even though his body was blocked in place by Zeise's relentless strikes, he showed no sign of panic. He had seen many like Zeiss. His strength was considerable among the younger generation, just like Crocodile and Ace, who had once challenged him. If he could calm down and train for a few more years, his future was immeasurable. Who knows, the position Sengoku holds now might be his in the future. But it wasn't enough yet. They were still too inexperienced. Their immature tactics and weak haki, in front of a ghost from the previous era like him, were like a child's play, easily discernible in their limitations and boundaries. With a smirk, Whitebeard's feet stomped down, his arms instinctively extending, lifting the massive Naginata high, infused with an intense and rich haki, aiming straight for Zai's throat. He had no fancy tricks. When he struck, it was aimed directly at Zai's life. Zai's gaze sharpened. He quickly drew his sword to defend, blocking the inevitable path of the Naginata. Whitebeard's attack was simple, like a straight pitch in baseball, straight and true, but that didn't mean it was easy to catch. For a monster of Whitebeard's caliber, brute strength could break any technique. If you could take it, you lived. If you couldn't, you died. Simple and straightforward. Boom! The two black blades collided with immense force, producing a dull sound. With a crack, several one-finger-wide fissures appeared on the ground beneath Whitebeard, shockwaves extending out from behind Zai's, causing both the ice surface and buildings to tremble violently in an instant. Zai's face contorted, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. He had nearly summoned all his strength in such a short time. Black flames surged backward with a crackling sound, and he resembled a fallen angel from mythology, sprouting two wings of black and red. But this angel was in a precarious situation. His body trembled, his lips turning blue. This wasn't due to his weakness. He had protected all his vital organs with armament haki at the moment of the clash. Yet the residual shock waves still caused his body to quiver. Whitebeard remained calm, a hint of mockery suddenly appearing in his gaze as he looked at Zai's. Oh, is it coming next? Little brat, what about now? The veins on his arms bulged as he exerted more force. Chapter 143. The grand drama strength that can lift mountains. Vitality that covers the world. This describes Xiang Yu, but in Zai's view, it also fits Whitebeard. The Naginata swept through, shattering space. Even with some distance, Zai's couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. He estimated that he couldn't block this strike. There was a qualitative gap between them. Surrounded by darkness, he once again slipped into the shadows. If a strong attack wouldn't work, he could only kite Whitebeard. Flame escape. Oversteam kill. He pulled his hand, and a fireball as tall as a person was drawn out from the darkness, the air crackling as it burned, clearly harboring enough power to annihilate a cart full of people. But unfortunately, in front of Whitebeard, the power of this thing seemed more like a self-abandonment in a moment of desperation. An attack akin to child's play. Whitebeard grunted dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. The Naginata continued to slice horizontally, not caring whether Zai's had hidden within the layers of shadow. What is a strong person? Is merely having strength enough? No. Someone without enough confidence can never become a true strong person. Whitebeard never doubted the power he possessed, just as a true swordsman would never doubt his sword. No matter where the enemy hides, he only needs to swing his sword with force. The rest will be managed by the power he possesses. Crack! It seemed as if the sound of shattering glass echoed in Zai's ears, blood spraying from his body. It wasn't just space that shattered, but also his own body. This felt completely different from fighting Blackbeard. Blackbeard had disrupted the darkness and shadows while contending for control over them, forcing him to fall from the crevice of shadows, while Whitebeard shattered the gap between them directly with brute force. He didn't know which was more effective. He only knew that he was in excruciating pain now. His body was sent flying. Zai's gritted his teeth, feeling his blood gushing out. Every nerve and muscle in his body was tense. If he wasn't serious enough, he might really end up as collateral for Whitebeard. Struggling to control his body, he hurriedly twisted in midair, flipping over, and with the momentum, he slashed out a massive blade of light, the usual motion of drawing his sword. Sword momentum, draw sword slash. Moon step. With a leap, he created several whirlwinds beneath his feet, not looking back as he sped towards the execution platform. Time was running out. He didn't want to be left inside the encirclement, beaten to death. Crack! Suddenly, the ice surface shattered, and a massive steel wall rose from the ground. Whitebeard shook off the Naginata, raising his arm to block the blade light in front of him, black mist swirling up as he lifted his head, a wide grin on his face. Good job, little brat. Unbeknownst to him, the entire Whitebeard pirates had been firmly trapped within the encirclement, with the pacifists relentlessly pursuing from behind. Apart from the last gap in front, the Whitebeard pirates were completely in crisis. Was the encirclement wall mentioned earlier referring to this steel defense wall? Damn, it's too thick. This steel wall cannot be breached at all. Standing beneath the iron wall, the pirates continuously attacked it with their weapons, but apart from the rising smoke, the iron wall remained unmoved. The dark cannon muzzle stretched out from the iron wall, the shadow of death following them closely. Whitebeard's expression was serious. He had no time to care about the fleeing figure ahead. His full attention focused on oars. There was a chance. What are you doing? Hurry up and close the encirclement. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku shouted at the soldiers beside him. The soldiers turned around, hurriedly saluted, their foreheads covered in fine cold sweat. Report, Orr's body is massive. His blood seems to have seeped into the system, causing a temporary drop in power. Unable to lift him up. Can't close it? Then forget it. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged as he turned to Akainu. Do it. Take away their foothold. Akainu nodded, his hands transforming into magma, erupting into the sky like a volcanic explosion. Meteor volcano. In an instant, the fiery rain fell like meteors, scattering across the sky, bringing not beauty, but destruction. Boom! The rain of bullets continuously struck the ice surface, flames erupted, and many pirates were turned to ashes before they could react. The thousands of degrees of heat melted the ice, and even the Moby Dick was burned to tiny fragments. That legendary ship ultimately became a legend. Damn it! Staring at the scalding seawater beneath and the ship that was gradually turning into ruins ahead, there wasn't a single member of the Whitebeard pirates whose expression wasn't grave. With a left punch, he unleashed a blow that concentrated all of Whitebeard's power. Crack! The space shattered. Even the distant Jozu felt a chill down his spine. With a bang, a huge cloud of dust was kicked up from the iron wall, yet the wall remained unmoved. The wall didn't break. Even Dad's abilities couldn't do anything to it. That isn't ordinary iron. The voices of the pirates below trembled. They felt helpless, apart from Orr's path. They had no other choice. With swords drawn, they charged towards the opening. Staying here meant death. Compared to the doomed outcome, they had no choice but to fight desperately. Bang, bang, bang. Huge lead bullets continuously fell from the cannon mouths on the wall, and many pirates were blasted into pieces before they could even approach the breach. The opening, originally left by accident, had become a slaughterhouse for the pirates. In just a blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 members of the Whitebeard pirates and their affiliated pirate crews had been lost. Suddenly, Orr stood up again, one hand reaching towards the execution platform. Hey, shoot. Even if he could stand up now, he was at his last gasp. Take him out. The Navy below was mobilizing heavily, dense gun barrels continuously firing at him. Kizaru raised a finger, his face still carrying a slight smile. At this moment, it was most suitable to shoot through the head. Light shone at his fingertip, as if he would soon pronounce the death sentence on the demon Orrs. Boom! The lifeline of the Whitebeard pirates was as strong as the moss plants in the polar regions. A column of water shot into the sky, even attracting the attention of the 3 admirals. It's the Straw Hat Kid. Oh, have you finally made it here? On the ground, Admiral Teru had somehow appeared beside Jozu. This battle-hardened veteran showed no sign of panic, glancing at Jozu. Can you block that gap? If you want to take the stage, it will be quite a grand scene. Chapter 144. If you haven't been defeated, Teru squinted. His demeanor appeared very kind as he spoke lightly to Jozu. Cough, cough. Jozu covered his mouth and coughed twice, his chest organ still in pain. If he could choose to enhance an organ, he might choose a steel lung. As for why not his kidneys, as a man who loves to fish, his kidneys should be sturdier than steel. He slightly bowed, saluting Teru, his mouth curling up slightly. As you wish. Whoosh. A sound of breaking air echoed, and Jozu vanished from the spot. The black line supported his body, and he stood before Orrs. Navy, D. Orrs had completely lost his sanity, his massive fist coming straight at Jozu. Jozu didn't dodge, not even raising an eyelid. A massive body was indeed a significant advantage for ordinary people, but for true strong ones, a large body was merely a somewhat bulky target. Clang! The sound of the void echoed, and black mist formed a barrier in front of Jozu, his body unmoving. As he raised both hands, the darkness and fiery feathers floating in the air no longer flew chaotically, but surrounded Jozu, getting faster and faster. A vortex entirely made of black flames was forming. Flames like flowing light, shaped like sharp blades. Countless black and red shadows surrounded Jozu. The darkness seemed to have a form, and blood-colored thin wings buzzed as they spun at high speed. The flames scorched the air. The drifting blood clouds made cracking sounds. Mingling with the noise of the thin wings slicing through space, he was increasingly resembling something other than a human. Curling his lips, his smile was somewhat forced. Please accept this. It is a carefully selected gift for the curtain call of the Whitebeard pirates. In a new era, there will be no ship that can bear the Whitebeard pirates. As Josu's words fell, the iron wall composed of black arrows rapidly rose, the higher it went. The denser the darkness became, the tornado became thinner. Suddenly, that tornado seemed to reach some strange critical point. With a crack, it exploded. In an instant, the whole world seemed to lose its color, and apart from the sound of sharp instruments slicing through the air, there was nothing else. That sharp, piercing sound even made many people's eardrums bleed. The tornado collapsed, raising countless fragments, each piece a thick feathered arrow made of darkness and flames, diving down from the sky like bloodthirsty reapers. In just a blink, a moment of distraction, they pierced through Orr's massive body. Blood seeped from the wounds, steam rising from his skin, his originally huge body visibly shriveled, drawing the gazes of countless people below. What a terrifying guy, what is that? Life or soul being drained? Doflamingo kicked Crocodile aside, looking at Josu and laughing maniacally. The two separated. Crocodile also fell into silence, biting his cigar, not uttering a word. Every time he watched, he couldn't help but be shocked. Where on earth did this guy pop out from? Little Oars, Ace shouted loudly. This time it was truly over. You little brat, die. A sudden roar came from in front of Josu. Whitebeard leaped up from the ice, his naginata sweeping diagonally, clearly targeting Josu's chest. The space shattered into pieces. Even the flames suddenly paused in the air. Josu curled his lips. The long blade at his waist was swiftly drawn, slashing, blocking in front of him before the blade light reached. Cough, cough. Useless. From the moment you stepped into Marineford, the Whitebeard pirates were destined to perish. The body of Sis flew out from the air, but the flames did not stop. In the darkness, it seemed like there was an unseen will pulling the rain of fire to continue sweeping toward the water surface. On the surface of the water, a huge armored ship burst out from the depths. But before they could get close to the opening, they saw the rain of fire falling from the sky. That bastard. Many attempted to swing their weapons to block, but before they could even raise their hands, the blades turned to steam in midair. Damn it, we can't stop it. The pirates began to scream. The entire deck seemed to have fallen into hell. They just found a way out. How could they be dragged back into the abyss so easily? They clenched their teeth, wishing they could devour Sis alive. Ace. A wailing voice like a hellish banshee echoed in the air, as Sis slowly pulled his body from the wall beside the execution platform and looked up. The demon. Truly a resilient species. Ace. At this moment, Ors once again got up from the ground, his head nearly missing half, his whole body resembling a desiccated skeleton wearing human skin. To any normal person, he should have been dead by now. I admire the friendship between you, but right now, your fall is better than anything else. Sis shouted. Darkness gathered behind him again, like tentacles waving in midair. Shadow strike. Black swords shot up from the ground like spikes. Dark clouds obscured the sun, turning the area around the opening into a jungle of sword rain. Wilson, Sis, you little brat, what exactly do you want to do? With a foot stepping on the air, Whitebeard charged out from the bay. Another strike came down, cutting through the forest of swords, as if the world was trembling. The darkness flowed, shadows dragged Sis' body swiftly away from the blade's edge. It was a foolish thought to confront Whitebeard head-on. This kind of foolish opportunity should be left to Sakazuki. With his small arms and legs, 1 or 2 encounters would be enough. Playing too much would definitely lead to trouble. As the shadows retreated, Sis hung upside down on the wall, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. Angry? At this age? Can't we all be a bit more calm? There's an old saying in my hometown. Seek benevolence, and you shall find benevolence. I'm merely fulfilling your needs, after all. If you don't die, how can I face so many brothers below? Little brat, do you really think you have us today? I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared, his imposing aura shaking the ground, causing many of the Navy in front of him to collapse under that pressure, except for a few officers. Sis broke into a sweat. Glancing at the 3 admirals who were gradually approaching, his confidence suddenly surged. Can you answer me one question? How did you cultivate your confidence? You should know that you're facing the entire Navy headquarters, 3 admirals along with dozens of vice admirals, and even Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are here. And you are seriously injured. Why do you still believe you will win? Ha ha. Whitebeard laughed skyward. If you have never been defeated, then you would also believe in yourself. Chapter 145. You think you can fool me? No way. Ace, you must save Ace. Ors almost exhausted all his strength, shouting at the burning black flame ship. His body withered, clearly at the end of his life. Little Ors. Whitebeard's eyes grew darker. No one could see his eyes, but they were frighteningly somber. A group of pirates quickly gathered behind him. Raising his knife, sweeping it across, the Navy in front of him were all blown away, crashing into nearby buildings. He had lost another son, but he had no choice. There was no other path but to move forward. Boys, save Ace. He roared to the sky. Countless pirates surged forward with this momentum. Kill. Eliminate the Navy. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku rolled up his sleeves. His expression grew serious. An incredibly powerful force brewing within. In this case, we can't let it go easily. As the Fleet Admiral, he was prepared to take action. If he acted, it would surely be earth-shattering. Sis hung upside down on the wall, slightly relaxing his expression as he picked up a candy cigarette. When feeling uneasy, there's nothing better than candy as a calming agent and stress reliever. Those old cigar smokers really can't understand. But now he couldn't care less. With so many hateful gazes, if he didn't think of a way, this old candy addict might end up in hell before the old smokers in the Navy. Before they get lung cancer. Surround him, take that bastard down. In the crowd, someone shouted at Sis, and dozens of pirates surrounded him. With fierce expressions, still bearing the marks of flames, they looked like a pack of enraged beasts. Oh dear, instead of seeking help from Whitebeard. Do you think you can kill me with just a few of you? Naive. Sis turned his body and charged forward as well. There was a qualitative difference between him and Whitebeard, but was there no qualitative difference between ordinary pirates and him? His speed was incredibly fast, even leaving several afterimages in the air, his whole person like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In just a flash, he took several lives. Little brat, you are seeking your own death. Whitebeard stepped forward, stomping the ground, ice shards flying. In the smoke, his cape billowed behind him, both hands gripping his sword. He slashed from the upper left to the lower right, aiming for Sis. Boom! With a loud explosion, before the blade's light emerged, a man dressed in a sharp suit, wearing a Navy-style cap, stood in front of Whitebeard, hands in his pockets, one foot on the blade, molten lava erupting from his body. The air filled with a burning scent. This smell is much heavier than Sis. With a grim expression, Sakazuki faced Whitebeard as an admiral. He was the main force in this assassination. Whitebeard, your days of recklessness are over. If you continue to make trouble, this island will be finished. Ha! Are you afraid that I will kill that kid? The current little brat is really not honest, but whether it's you or that little brat, if you can withstand me, come and give it a try. After saying that, Whitebeard raised his left fist and punched at Akainu. Akainu slightly bent his body. His fist clenched, his whole body transformed into lava, swinging his fist to meet it, and in an instant, a thick black smoke filled with the smell of sulfur enveloped the surroundings. Sis, keep an eye on the others. Whitebeard is mine. Holding his long knife, Sis was about to approach when Sakazuki's voice rang out. Glancing back at him, he ordered. Sis nodded, holding the candy cigarette, without a hint of reluctance, turned and left. Someone wanted to show off. Only a fool would continue to be the scapegoat. If he couldn't take down Sakazuki, could he not take down him? In the midst of desperation, he might just fall. Time to slip away. Sakazuki squinted, his pupils blinking, so, straightforward. In an instant, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Whitebeard faced off against Sakazuki, Marco battled against Porcelino, and the Straw Hat Kid trembled under Kazan's pursuit. While the captain was having a great time fighting against the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Meanwhile, Sis found himself with some free time. However, this was precisely what the Navy was happy to see. Every high-ranking combatant being occupied represented a tremendous threat, as not all fighters on this battlefield were masters. Fisherman karate, ocean current, one-handed over-the-shoulder throw. Suddenly, a massive stream of water broke through the ice surface, and a blue, chubby figure gritted his teeth, charging at him like a shark. Leaving Sis alone was far too dangerous. Jinbe understood this very well, without anyone to restrain him. A freely moving master could easily kill hundreds or even thousands of enemies in a short time, and those were all elite members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the main force in rescuing Ace. He could not allow Sis to massacre them here. Moreover, this was a bay, the natural home ground of the fishmen, and if anyone was to deal with Sis, it might as well be him instead of Marco. With 2 enormous teeth pressed against his lips, he leaped into the air, throwing a punch towards Sis' lower abdomen. Sharks, after all, attack from below like the whale shark of the sea. Fisherman karate, shark-tooth fist. Stepping on a sea vortex, Jinbe resembled a true favorite of the ocean. Sis pulled back with his left hand, and a curtain of black flames formed a bright barrier in front of him, allowing him to retreat towards the back. The fire curtain collided with the water column, instantly transforming into thick mist, and Sis seized the opportunity to draw his sword. slashing toward the massive figure ahead. Through the mist, Jinbi, who had leaped up from the water's surface, spotted Sis' figure. With his powerful observation haki, Sis' attack was completely exposed. With his right hand clenched into a fist, filled with dark haki, he collided directly with Sis' long sword. The sea churned, and water droplets fell like rain. This was Jinbi's little trick. Sis let out a muffled grunt as the flames before him formed a vortex, directly vaporizing the falling rainwater. Although he was not a devil fruit user, when it came to acting, he naturally had to go all out. Sizzle, the sound of mist burning filled the air as Sis and Jinbi locked eyes. What do you want, Jinbi? Do you really not want to leave any room for yourself? You should know that you represent more than just yourself. You also carry the stance of Fishman Island. Are you really determined to clash with the Navy? Wilson, Sis, you're a smart man, but I'm not foolish either. Since I broke out of Impel Down, haven't I already lost my choice? Besides, our Fishman Island has never relied on the government. We rely on Pops. Jinbi maintained a stern expression, directly countering Sis' words. His mind was clear, and there was no way he would be fooled like he did with Squard. Chapter 146, Crocodile and Whale Shark? Couple's resemblance. Are you serious? Sis' voice turned cold. Mixing personal feelings into war is an incredibly foolish thing to do. He couldn't play the self-sacrificing good guy who helps others. With a powerful thrust, he pushed Jinbi back, aside from some truly monstrous beings. He was not afraid of anyone in terms of strength, even if that person was a former warlord of the sea. Leaping forward, he created two whirlwinds beneath his feet. Sheathing his long sword at his waist, narrowing his eyes, he unleashed a flash of light from his blade. Sword technique, draw cut. Actions must be decisive. And Sis' movements were incredibly fluid, as if every step had been calculated in his mind 1,000 times. As shadows stretched, he appeared behind Jinbi simultaneously. Shadow leap. With both hands gripping his sword, Sis struck at Jinbi's neck just as the sword light reached him. There was no need for fancy moves. They were all men of the sea, and once they stepped up, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Clang! Metal clashed in the air, creating sparks. Crocodile? Huh, a crocodile with a whale shark? Are you two developing feelings for each other? TSK. At first glance, you really do look like a couple. Sis' voice grew colder, his gaze drifting between Crocodile and Jinbi, his mood souring. Where was Doflamingo? How could he not manage to delay a crocodile? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Doflamingo with his hands in his pockets, grinning widely, shrugging his shoulders, and looking like he was enjoying the show. These lazy bastards. Sis cursed inwardly, his arm muscles bulging as he increased his strength, swinging his sword to push Crocodile back, creating distance. Jinbi shattered the sword light with a punch, moving closer as well, beads of sweat still clinging to his forehead. He felt a bit shaken. A rare apologetic smile appeared on his usually calm face. Thanks, Crocodile. Crocodile didn't respond, still biting down on his cigar, maintaining his aloof demeanor. But he slightly nodded at Jinbi, indicating a unique understanding developed from their past cooperation. Back to back, they exchanged vigilant glances. They were both prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down. While others might not know, they'd seen Sis unleash his full power with their own eyes. That overwhelming fire and darkness should never be taken lightly. Standing in front of Sis, the two exchanged looks and quickly formulated a new battle plan. Golden sandstorms swirling around them, they struck almost simultaneously. Heavy sandstorm, fisherman karate, gun wave, downpour. The water waves exploded, combining for another powerful joint attack. Compared to pure water and sand, the attack of mudslides was always more ferocious. Sis remained unfazed, the corner of his mouth curling up as he let out a muffled grunt. There was nothing surprising about this. Being besieged wasn't a new experience for him. His body shifted sideways, vanishing into a patch of shadows. You all really don't learn from your lessons. This move? Sis' words were cut off as Crocodile and Jinbi's figures disappeared from sight, the muddy flow obscuring his vision, and he could actually feel a slight unease. Things seemed to be getting interesting. He squinted, his eyes darting back and forth, his observation haki spread throughout the area. Found it. He twirled his long sword, and a massive blue shadow emerged from the swirling dust. Jinbi's expression turned fierce, even though he was known for his chivalry when it came to life-or-death situations. He was no pushover. Fisherman karate, 5,000 shark-tooth fists. With haki covering his hands, the piercing sound of air rushed past Sis' ears. Clang! He swiftly drew his sword to block, the blade colliding directly with Jinbi's iron fist, causing the air to explode and sending shockwaves that even cracked the ice beneath Sis' feet. This was not a killing move. Sis was very clear on that. If it were just to create an opportunity for Jinbe, they wouldn't need to go through such elaborate means. Where was Crocodile? Sis grew increasingly vigilant. The sandstorm was closing in, and he instinctively wanted to swing his sword to push Jinbe away. He licked his lips, feeling a few drops of mud land on them. His pupils constricted. No, this isn't seawater, this is freshwater. Bang! Suddenly, the mud and sand storm floating in midair erupted explosively. Using the force of the explosion, Crocodile leaped out from within. His speed was incredibly fast, and his attacks and thoughts moved even faster. He clearly had no intention of giving Wilson Sis any chance to breathe. I've got you, Wilson Sis, you little fire mouse hopping around everywhere. It's time for you to die. Crocodile surged forward, his aura nearly reaching its peak. The pale golden sand seemed to come alive in his hands, and in an instant, 2 sand blades were thrown his way. Desert Sword. Sis felt a chill in his heart and instinctively dodged to the side. Jinbe would not give him such an opportunity. His haki surged, transforming his fist into a palm and clamping down on Sis' long knife. With a muffled grunt, he didn't care whether the sharp blade would pierce his skin or whether the flames would burn his hands. No matter what, he had to deal a heavy blow to Sis today. Unfortunately, Sis' expression began to turn grim. He had no choice but to wrap his fingers around the hilt of the sword and, in midair, executed a flip to dodge the 2 flying knives. A couple of strands of hair fell. This time, Sis was indeed in a precarious situation. The sand blades nearly grazed his nose, and he could even feel the gritty sand swirling around them. Crocodile and Jinbe, these 2 guys. He felt a hint of resentment in his heart, not having expected their cooperation to improve so much in such a short time. Was it because they resembled a couple, or were skilled fighters all interconnected? Although he wanted to complain, Crocodile clearly had no intention of giving him any time. Without even looking, he knew the enemy had come close. Crocodile clapped his hands together, and a massive sword made entirely of sand was drawn from the air. His attack was quite crafty, in addition to the sharp blades between his hands. A sandstorm surged from the ground. Sis' face darkened, as if he could drip black water from it. He was given no leniency at all. So, this truly is the old-school warlord? Clenching his teeth, Sis pulled with his left hand, and a huge fireball shot toward Crocodile. He didn't expect a single fireball to stop Crocodile. He just needed to buy a bit of time. With a fierce look in his eyes, he turned and stepped on Jinbe's face. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Jinbe instantly became incredibly twisted, even losing a tooth from his jaw. Oof. You guys aren't too bad, but trying to take me down won't be that easy. Sis roared, using his immense strength to pull the sword from Jinbe's hand, sparks flying along with droplets of blood. Chapter 147. Careless, I didn't dodge. Withdrawing his sword and turning around, Sis executed a spin in midair and forcefully pushed, sending the long knife crashing towards Crocodile. Crocodile's expression remained unchanged, his assault unaltered, simply taking a deep puff from his cigar while gripping the sand sword to meet the attack. Bang! The 2 blades clashed, producing a metallic roar. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had already covered Sis' forehead. That was close, so close. He nearly fell into Crocodile and Jinbe's trap. Wait, it wasn't that simple. Sis' heart suddenly raced, his pupils constricting as dark flames danced within them. Beneath him, Crocodile suddenly curled his lips, his gaze so calm. Wilson Sis, do you think it's over? No. The battle has only just begun. That dangerous statement. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Jinbe charged forward again, blood still staining his face, making him look especially ferocious without one of his teeth. Fishman Karate, 7,000 tile, spinning kick. His bulky body leaped high. Beneath that layer of skin, it was not just fat. Even with his massive size, he could still move agilely. Sis squinted his eyes. Is that it? Although Jinbe was fast, he was no longer restricted in his movements. If he was careful enough, he could completely dodge. Lowering his upper body, Sis nearly lay horizontally in midair, Jinbe's hefty thigh brushing past his forehead. The sound of air shattering rang in his ears, and it was a close call. So, where's Crocodile and Jinbe's confidence coming from? While dodging, Sis thought about many things, but he didn't realize where he had underestimated them. Although facing 2 veteran warlords was indeed stressful, he should have been able to handle just a skirmish. Just as Sis was lost in thought, Crocodile snorted coldly, suddenly dispersing the desert sword in his hand, allowing Sis' long knife to cut towards his shoulder. Slish! That was the sound of the blade slicing through flesh. Damn it! They wanted to exchange injuries. Sis' eyelids twitched wildly. He hurriedly tried to pull his sword away, his expression growing darker. Did you realize? Unfortunately, it's too late. Crocodile roared, one hand wrapping around the blade, his legs lifting to clamp around Sis' waist. From the very beginning, he and Jinbei knew that to defeat Sis, they would have to pay some price. Against such a fast attacker, winning could only be achieved through trading injuries. Let go, Crocodile, let go of me. Sis raged, black-red flames igniting all over his body as he violently threw himself backward, trying to shake off Crocodile with sheer force. Cough, useless erosion cycle. A mouthful of blood was coughed out, and Crocodile's expression became increasingly frenzied, a sandstorm rising around him as he forcefully sucked the moisture from Sis. Crocodile. Sis' eyes turned red, his skin visibly shriveling, black mud seeping from his eye sockets. He looked more demonic than a devil, with his left hand reaching back. He grabbed Crocodile's thigh. I want to let you off easy. It's just water, right? Let's see who falls into hell first. Sis' voice grew increasingly shrill, flames instantly engulfing Crocodile's body, and he too began to dry up. When it came to dehydration, when had he ever feared anyone? A piercing scream came from Crocodile's mouth as he gaped, his body convulsing and his expression filled with unbearable pain. Why had he ever been treated like this? His gaze began to wander, and both hands were exerting force as if on instinct. Let go, let go. Sis' elbow continuously pounded into Crocodile's stomach, and he could already see Jinbei, the sea warrior, approaching. In a frenzy, his movements became quicker, almost leaving after images, and finally, a mouthful of blood was spat out as Crocodile's grip loosened slightly. Mortal bodies ultimately couldn't compare to a billion dragon beasts. A glint of brilliance flashed in Sis' eyes as he seized the opportunity, discarding the hilt of his sword, flipping up from the ground, and grabbing Crocodile by the collar to smash him down. Crocodile, you will die for this. You want to kill me? You're still far from that. Boom! A dull sound echoed from the ground as sparks flew. Fishman karate, 5,000 tile straight punch. A massive, completely black fist struck Sis' abdomen. Jinbei's expression darkened. He had almost let Sis escape. A tremendous force hit Sis' belly, and his pupils contracted as he was sent flying, his stomach churning violently. With a grin on his face, even after being brutally beaten, Sis felt relieved. No matter what, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, he could rely on his powerful recovery ability to wear them down. Shadows descended. Darkness crept over him again, and without caring about the long knife he had discarded, he instinctively tried to retreat backward. Whoosh! Suddenly, a western sword with blue patterns on the hilt shot in from a distance, piercing his abdomen with a hiss, and a trickle of blood gushed out. Just when he thought he was done for, Bista, you really picked a good time. A flicker of resentment passed through Sis' eyes. He didn't need to think, it was definitely that guy Bista. That familiar feeling, he remembered it clearly. This person was indeed getting more arrogant as his strength grew. If he had been a bit more cautious, how could things have reached this point? With narrowed eyes, Jinbei stomped his feet and accelerated again. As a seasoned warrior, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? The wind of his punch was fierce as he struck Sis in the chest. Fishman karate, shark wave of fist. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from the distant high wall as Sis was sent crashing into it. Dust filled the air, and Bista emerged with a grim expression, tightly gripping a red-handled western sword in his remaining hand, his pupils flickering with an indescribable excitement. He had won, it was certain. Today he would avenge the loss of his arm. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face had completely turned cold. He was the commander, not some reckless soldier on a battlefield. His focus should be on the overall situation. But the more he looked, the more troubled he became. Whitebeard was holding off Akainu and Akiji, while Marco faced off against Kazuru, and now, a competent warrior was being ambushed. What the hell? In terms of numbers, shouldn't the Navy have the advantage? The 7 warlords. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his fists clenched involuntarily. Boa Hancock? Whose side is she on? Is this how teammates act? Don Quixote Doflamingo? He couldn't even hold off a sand crocodile. Could he not slack off a bit more? Now he understood. This group of 7 warlords wasn't here to fight at all. They were just here to cause trouble for the Navy, wanting to see both the Navy and Whitebeard suffer. Chapter 148. You are a complete outsider. What a bunch of unreliable garbage from the sea. Sengoku exhaled a plume of hot air through his nostrils, his oppressive aura causing the wooden platform to creak. Adjusting his sleeves, he was ready to take action himself. He hadn't even brought out his trump card yet, and it was still too early to talk about victory or defeat. On the icy surface, Bista gripped the western sword tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Whoosh! He charged out again. He was no rookie out at sea for the first time. He was well aware of the tactics of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness. leaving no chance for Zeiss to catch his breath. He intended to kill Zeiss in the chaos. With a flick of his sword, a massive arc of sword light surged forth. He was a dual-wielding swordsman, unlike those who typically wielded a sword with one hand. Even with one arm lost, he could still unleash tremendous combat power. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman, and his mind was a bit chaotic. As a top swordsman with nearly 40 years of experience, Bista had not been without failures. On the contrary, he had fought alongside Whitebeard through thick and thin since childhood, having narrowly escaped death numerous times. But he was no longer the powerless, statusless little pirate he once was. He was now the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Bista, representing not just himself but the entire crew. His successes and failures were all branded with the label of the Whitebeard Pirates. For someone as proud as Crocodile, living in the shadow of another was indeed difficult. But not for him. He was quite satisfied with his current situation. A father capable of shielding him from the storm. Brothers with whom he could fight and share joy. He had nothing to complain about. He wanted, more than anything, to continue living this way. So he could not lose, rather. The Whitebeard Pirates could not lose. If they failed, the daily life they had once indulged in would vanish without a trace. He had to win, he must win. Bista took a deep breath, his grip on the sword becoming even more resolute. Thick black mist enveloped him, and he plunged into it, sensing that Zeiss was inside. Moving swiftly, Bista sliced through the mist with his sword. He was confident in that strike. Zeiss was definitely gravely injured now. He could win. His clang, the sound of metal clashing, that was his sword. In front of him, a black shadow was seemingly revealed by the sword light, appearing out of nowhere and then retreating rapidly. With dry skin and blood gushing from his abdomen, he recognized it was Zeiss. Licking his lips, Bista's eyes turned as blood-red as Zeiss's outer garment. Dignity? Honor? Hatred? Victory or defeat was right in front of him. He accelerated once more, the howling winds slashing at his face painfully, the sound like a knife cutting through. No matter how tough his exterior, he was still a severely injured patient. You're done for, Wilson Zeiss. The victor of this battle will ultimately be me, Bista, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He reiterated his position, leaping towards Zeiss. He could almost taste the sweetness of Zeiss's blood. However, if he could be taken down so easily, then Zeiss wouldn't be Zeiss. Darkness swirled around him, shadows pulling him to jump around constantly. He was waiting for an opportunity. When is the wolf most dangerous? Of course, a wounded wolf is the most dangerous. He still had enough patience before his blood ran dry. On the other side, Jinbei was pouring water from a bag he had found somewhere in a crocodile's mouth. After 2 or 3 minutes, Crocodile finally came back to life, supporting himself against Jinbei. He gasped for breath, his face marred with burns, making his already scarred face look even more grotesque. Go find a good doctor when we get back. I feel like there's still hope. Helping Crocodile up, Jinbei rarely teased him, feeling it was his duty to lighten the atmosphere since they had a bond forged through life and death, pushing away the blue arm resting on him. Crocodile shot Jinbei a sidelong glance. That's not funny at all, Jinbei. Despite nearly having his clothes turned to ashes, Crocodile still managed to pull out a thick cigar from somewhere. Clamping it between his teeth, his muscles trembled slightly, clearly still recovering from Zeiss's attack. Nevertheless, he had regained enough strength to fight. Strictly speaking, the physical qualities of people in the pirate world were indeed exaggerated and unscientific. His gaze swept through the thick fog, and he seemed to see Zeiss and Bista engaged in combat, his expression darkening as he turned to Jinbei. Jinbei nodded in understanding, then stepped forward, heading into the black mist. Although he is known as the Sea Hero, he always holds himself to the standards of chivalrous man. However, he is not an inflexible person. If he can eliminate a troublesome opponent, he has no qualms about kicking a man when he's down. The two exchanged glances, narrowing their eyes, and began to encircle the Sith from both sides. In the black mist, the Sith narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting left and right. Such large movements could not escape his notice. Ha ha ha, Wilson Sith, it's over. Our conflict has come to an end. Are you ready? I'm coming to take your life. Bista also sensed the presence of Jinbei and Crocodile, and he laughed loudly, his knife becoming increasingly sharp. Huh. The Sith exhaled deeply, facing so many experts. It truly was a great crisis. Blood and sweat flowed down the seams of his clothes, warm yet cold. Suddenly, the Sith's heart grew calmer. Of course, this was also unavoidable. If he wasn't calm enough, he might die. However, he did not feel despair. After all, he was well aware that being besieged not only brought crisis, but also symbolized opportunity. Despite Jinbei and Crocodile's well-coordinated efforts, Bista was thoroughly an outsider from beginning to end. A single sneak attack was nothing. The key was the tacit understanding, and Bista lacked that intimacy with the other two. A lack of coordinated synergy would inevitably disrupt the rhythm, and once the rhythm faltered, flaws would emerge, and when flaws appeared, his opportunity would come. With one hand gripping a somewhat unwieldy Western sword, the Sith bent down, trying to reduce his profile as darkness condensed and gathered within him. The opportunity he had been waiting for might soon arrive. He trusted his instincts, especially at such a life-and-death moment. Whether it was him or Bista, they both believed they would win. Chapter 149. Counterattack. Blood dripped, half of the Sith's body hidden in the shadows. He would not make the same mistake as before. If one attack failed, retreating thousands of miles was the way to survive, he constantly reminded himself. In front of him, Crocodile, the sea hero Jinbei, and the swordsman Bista formed a triangle, closing in from all sides. His situation was indeed extremely perilous. The closest ally to him was Doflamingo, but seeing his casual demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of intervening. It would be foolish to pin his hopes on others. He wouldn't be that foolish. So he wouldn't fantasize about Doflamingo coming to save him. No matter how powerful the warlords of the sea were, pirates would always be pirates. And a true reconciliation with the Navy was impossible. For the Sith's death, Doflamingo would only applaud, and if he could drag a few of his attackers down with him, he might laugh even harder, as that would eliminate more obstacles on his path to becoming Pirate King. Returning his gaze, the Sith breathed rhythmically, his right hand gripping Bista's blue-topped Western sword, his expression vigilant. Still not ready to give up? Bista sneered, trembling with excitement, raising his long sword and lunging forward. The roses danced wildly. Blood-red roses floated in the air, and his remaining Western sword pointed directly at the Sith's chest. The moment had come. He would not give the Sith any chance to turn the tables. Today, he would take Ace away and also take the Sith's life. Crocodile and Jinbei exchanged glances, nodding as they charged at the sides of the Sith, who would want to take unnecessary risks. The Sith narrowed his eyes, the black-red flames danced in his eye sockets, and the dark malice gathered like sludge beneath the flames. He was ready to counterattack. With his right hand holding the knife tightly, he took a deep breath as Bista's blade came at him, his face bearing a hint of madness. It was clear that this man desperately wanted the Sith's life. The Sith gripped his sword and stepped forward, shadows swirling around him, like a slender shadow being dragged. The sharp pain from his lower abdomen reminded him that staying in place would yield no good outcome. With Crocodile and Jinbei coming from both sides and Bista attacking head-on, moving was his only chance of survival. The Sith leaped out, his body incredibly agile as he sidestepped in midair, avoiding the blade's glow, the distance between them rapidly closing. Face to face, the Sith could even see the prominent veins bulging on Bista's forehead. Bista sneered, a momentary victory giving him immense confidence. With the three of them working together, he had no reason to lose. As his feet hit the ground, ice shards splattered, and in his rapid sprint, his cloak billowed behind him. The Western sword he had held tightly in his hand swung out, the blade's light slicing from the lower right to the upper left. He had a strange premonition that the Sith would strike from that direction. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air, and Bista smirked, vaguely sensing the tremor in the sword across from him. It was a sign of weakness. His mood lifted. It seemed the Sith's injuries were worse than he had imagined. But that was only to be expected. Daring to face two veteran warlords of the sea and a renowned swordmaster at the same time, he had to pay a price. His sword danced rapidly, creating a cold, bright curtain of rain before the Sith. To hold him back, no need to kill. As long as he could delay the Sith, he would win. With the three of them attacking together, the Sith was undoubtedly doomed. With a grim expression, the Sith's gaze moved across the curtain of blades. He had already noticed a change in Bista. In their all-out siege, he had lost the initial momentum of his fearless charge. Grinning, he realized that he had achieved his goal. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded near the Sith's ear as a massive water bullet shot towards him. Fishman Karate Ultimate Technique, Fishman Canon. The Sith pulled back with his left hand, the shadows once again dragging him backward to evade. Jinbei did not disappoint Bista's expectations. His movements were swift, his wooden clogs tapping as he reached the Sith's front, taking a stance, his fist the size of a sandbag aimed straight at the Sith. At the same time, Crocodile circled around to the Sith's other side, puffing on a cigar, his body enveloped in dust. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his face covered in burns. and his fur coat burned down a half, but that did not hinder his revenge. With his right hand, he drew a massive desert dagger from the air, charging forward while swinging it hard towards the Sith's waist. The wind howled around the blade, making a rustling sound as if it wanted to cleave the Sith in half. Naturally, the Sith would not let that happen. The surrounding shadows tugged upwards, and he leapt into the air, turning to unleash a massive blade glow. A hint of disdain flashed across Crocodile's face as his body slumped, turning into a cloud of swirling sand, bypassing the blade's glow and wrapping around the Sith's feet. Run! The only thing the Sith could do now seemed to be to escape, the darkness pulling him back while the sand followed closely. Facing 3 opponents was simply too much. Glancing around, he saw that Bista and Jinbei had already blocked his retreat. With narrowed eyes, the Sith's momentum to flee came to an abrupt halt. He turned, swinging horizontally, the blade gleaming with dark hockey. The golden hook came up, making a crisp sound in the air, and with a bend of his left hand, it immediately intercepted the western sword in the Sith's grip. A fist filled with sand and dust swept towards his arm with incredible speed, leaving a blur in its wake. His situation seemed increasingly perilous. Helpless, he had no choice but to abandon his sword and flee. Damn the western sword, it really wasn't sharp enough. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest as Bista's grotesque face filled his vision. In the end, I have won Wilson, Sis. Bista laughed, his longsword capable of crushing Sis' organs to pieces. Oh, is that so? Sis' face also broke into a smile, but it quickly turned cold as he seized Bista's remaining hand, his fingers gripping it like steel. Bista's expression changed dramatically. Beads of sweat began to pour down uncontrollably. He couldn't move. That guy's grip was just too tight. To be honest, it's not easy to face you like this, especially for the 2 of us together. Sis looked at him, blinking, his smile growing more eerie and chilling. However, you all have ultimately given me a bit of insight, since you dare to exchange injuries. Why shouldn't I? With a whoosh, darkness surged like a tide, and the 2 of them vanished from their spot, leaving Jinbei and Crocodile with ashen faces. Chapter 150. One burst of energy, then decline, and finally exhaustion. Bista, what will you do now? The surrounding black mist churned, and Sis' eerie laughter echoed around them. His voice filled the space, and Jinbei and Crocodile could not find his trace, standing back to back, their expressions grave. Their teeth were clenched so tightly that blood almost oozed out. Changes on the battlefield are common, but this one was too drastic, wasn't it? They had just been the ones shouting for blood. How had it turned so quickly to Sis? Clenching their fists, their observation hockey enveloped the area. Their eyes filled with vigilance. Hidden in the darkness, Sis' gaze never left the 2 figures before him. Their breaths were disordered. Bista's capture had indeed dealt them a significant blow. The momentum of the situation, as Chao Gui said, one burst of energy leads to decline, and then exhaustion. Once the attack halts, their momentum collapsed like a dam bursting, instantly plummeting. Sis could feel the threat emanating from Crocodile and Jinbei diminishing. If they were like a pack of wolves on the ice, now they were at best 2 domesticated hunting dogs, still dangerous but lacking that relentless ferocity. His heart trembled. Hesitating, Sis knew his opportunity was approaching, perhaps just needing a little catalyst. His right hand rose, gripping Bista's neck. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Just like the old saying, whether Navy or pirate, once they step onto the sea, they should have envisioned their own death. No need to hesitate or doubt. Everyone has their day of reaching this point. A piercing scream echoed. Jinbei's eyelids twitched. He recognized that voice. It was Bista's. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. His whole body trembling with rage. Bista, another longtime friend lost. This war was truly terrible. Hot air blew from his nose, fury nearly consuming his chest. Unsure if it was hatred for Sis or a lament for this brutal war, or perhaps both. Crocodile didn't have as much internal turmoil as Jinbei, but his mood wasn't great either. The death of a rabbit causes sorrow for a fox, an unavoidable feeling. Next, it's your turn. Sis' voice echoed in their ears, carried by the wind, like a whisper from the devil. Hiss the sound of flames igniting filled the air as a massive black fireball shot towards the space between them. That guy. Both cursed inwardly, feeling the violent power contained within the fireball. They had no choice but to leap to the sides. According to their original strategy, they shouldn't have separated, but the sudden attack from Sis was too cunning. They had no choice but to dodge instead of taking it head-on. Boom! A violent explosion erupted behind them. A massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The ice melted, releasing a plume of gray-white steam, and the distance between them increased. Darkness surged from all directions, blocking their vision. Amidst the explosion, Sis seized the opportunity to dash out, like an athlete sprinting 100 meters, faster than any sprinter. If he were in the Olympics, he was confident he could break the world record. The darkness converged, coalescing in his right hand into a sharp spear. Its tip aimed forward as he charged toward Crocodile. Taking on many opponents at once was absolutely inadvisable. It was a price paid in blood. Having just taken down one, he certainly did not want to relive the scene of being surrounded and beaten. His target was the sand crocodile. He was confident in his flames. And after being burned by him for a while, Crocodile's condition was certainly not good. The reality confirmed this, with a cigar in his mouth. Crocodile felt he had never been this thin. Even when eating the prison's pork chop rice daily, he had never felt this way. Frowning, Crocodile sensed Sis approach. A flicker of anger crossed his face. That bastard Sis, what does he take me for? A weaker man than Jinbei? In an instant, Crocodile's focus shifted slightly. But that did not hinder his defensive counterattack. Sand and dust wrapped around him, and a large hook on his left hand directly entangled the black spear. A sharp yellow, sand, giant sword shot up from the ground. Sand Desert Greatsword. Sis gripped the spear, using his fingers to gain leverage, leaping over Crocodile's attack. His body closed in again. Ignition release. Overboiling killing. With a pull of his left hand, a pitch-black fire dragon spiraled up from the darkness, at such a short distance. Crocodile's expression changed drastically as he felt the scorching heat from the fire dragon. What a troublesome bastard. Crocodile spat out the cigar from his mouth, rapidly retreating. Crocodile! Jinbei shouted, his slightly plump body rushing towards the two, but on this rapidly changing battlefield, he couldn't possibly reach them in time to stop it. The sandstorm on the ground churned like a series of tawny barriers, firmly protecting Crocodile inside. But this was just a minor hindrance. In a flash, Sis hurled the black spear. Whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air echoed. Compared to the fire dragon, the black spear's speed was deserving of the title extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip pierced through the first layer of barriers. Crack! 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 The barriers shattered, like glass mirrors being sliced open. Following the path opened by the black spear, the fire dragon surged behind it. The space distorted under the high temperature, and Crocodile's face grew increasingly grotesque. This malicious strike was enough to render his already fragile body powerless. His gaze swept across the battlefield, his brain racing as he searched for a way out. What to do? What to do? Sweat beads slowly dripped from his forehead. The fire dragon drew closer, while Jinbei was getting further away from him. Fish? Water? Crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up as he caught sight of Jinbei's shark-like, long teeth. The corners of his mouth lifted high. It seemed he had found a way to break the deadlock. Erosion reincarnation. He shouted loudly, his right hand pressed against the ground, unleashing his ability with nearly all his strength. Hurry! 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 Crocodile kept shouting in his mind, and finally, the ground dried and cracked, forming a long strip of sand. It had only been a few seconds, but Crocodile felt as if he had experienced several days. He fell forward, merging into the strip of sand. Just like a real crocodile. Now that the fish had returned to the great river, he had to settle the score with Sis properly. Chapter 151. Opportunity? Hiding beneath the sand strip, the fire dragon brushed past Crocodile's scalp, and he could even feel the scorching heat above. This fireball, if it hit him, he had no doubt would cause severe damage. Unlike the flames that had erupted from Sis earlier, one was a hasty counterattack, while the other was a carefully prepared finishing blow. The threat posed by the two was completely incomparable. Whoosh! Crocodile exhaled a long breath, still shaken. But his eyes regained their focus. No matter how powerful it was, it didn't hit him, right? Now, it was the crocodile's turn. He was going to tear Sis apart like a piece of rotten meat. Within the sand strip, Crocodile's speed increased, his expression fierce. And two long knives made of yellow sand had formed in his hands. He aimed to carve a large gash across Sis's neck. Oof! Sis's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. He could feel Jinbei gradually approaching from behind, and he needed to seize the opportunity. With a flick of his right hand in the air, a slender black spear appeared in his grasp, engulfed in flames, exuding an incredibly dangerous and terrifying aura. The two closed in suddenly. Crocodile's eyes widened, his focus sharpened. Their gazes locked, followed by the clash of the spear and sand knife. Bang! Bang! Neither was metal, yet they produced metallic clashing sounds. Both moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows several times. Although Crocodile's strength was considerable, he was too reliant on his devil fruit. In terms of physical combat, he was not on Sis's level. After just a few exchanges, Crocodile was suppressed by Sis. Wow. Crocodile, is this the extent of the power you rely on? Trying to kill me is truly laughable, although we are both warlords. Without Jinbei, you are nothing. Sis's voice was low, carrying a kind of enchanting power, as if he had an innate charisma as the ruler of darkness. Wilson, Sis, you arrogant bastard. Crocodile cursed angrily, his eyes turning red in an instant. He was a proud person. He wouldn't bow to anyone, not even Whitebeard. If it weren't for necessity, he would never team up with the Sea Knight, Jinbei. Yet Sis was now criticizing him for being inferior to Jinbei right in front of him, which was more painful than being killed. The proud giant Crocodile was provoked. He had to make Sis suffer. Of course, under normal circumstances, Crocodile would be furious. But he would never lose his composure like this. The reason was that he was not in a good state. Dehydrated, injured, months of imprisonment, and coupled with Sis's ability, it was not an exaggeration to say he was in a dire situation. Just like that, Sis simply provoked him, and he took the bait. Nearby, the sand surged. Crocodile's hands transformed into knives, soaring into the sky, and in a flash he lunged at Sis. Sis's lips curled up, and his eyes darkened. This was the effect he wanted. If he stayed hidden in the sand, he might truly have no way to deal with Crocodile, or it would waste too much time. Twirling the spear in his hand, the black flames surged like a tide, licking his lips as he faced the oncoming attack. The spear's tip slipped through the narrow gap between Crocodile's knives, and with a fierce pull of his arms, he shattered the sand knives. The path before him opened wide. Shadows stretched, and Sis performed a kick in midair, his leg infused with domineering power, striking Crocodile's waist with a whoosh. Poof! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Crocodile's eyes bulged, and then he heard a sound like air being sliced. His whole body was kicked away. Boom! The ground was once again filled with flying sand, and nearby buildings collapsed with a booming sound. Sis turned in midair, using the momentum to release a black spear with a destructive aura from his hand. The spear left his grasp, and the black flames that had been as docile as a house cat in Sis's hand instantly expanded, roaring in the air. It was not a roar, but the mournful cry of the air being torn apart. It was like a slender projectile, aimed directly at Crocodile's heart. Crocodile! Jinbei's eyes widened, his gaze fierce, staring at Sis with a roar. His hefty body erupted with an incongruous speed for his size. His eyes turned increasingly red as he reached out his right hand forward. Almost there. His eyes were filled with near despair. He couldn't catch up. Bang! The space tore apart, and a tall figure blocked in front of Crocodile, a large knife slashing down from the sky as if splitting the heavens in half. Whitebeard. TCH, I didn't expect you to save Crocodile. You couldn't even save your own son, yet you're saving your enemy. Sis pressed down on the wound at his waist, the darkness weaving like fine threads, healing his injuries as he sneered at the tall figure before him. Huff, huff. Whitebeard gasped for breath, looking at Sis with his knife raised. His condition was not too good. He was covered in wounds, with many blades still embedded in him, sticking straight into his body. There was a large hole in his chest, blood gushing out uncontrollably, a wound left by Akainu. Did he not see Vista's death? How could that be? The anger in his chest was almost bursting out, but he had no choice. When he prepared to rescue Vista, Akainu had punched him in the chest. After all, Akainu and the other Navy were not fools. They would not let a captain-level figure exit the grand stage of life without a fight. Whether it was admirals, vice admirals, rear admirals, or even ordinary sailors, they were all fighting to create opportunities for Sis. It could be said that Vista's death was not solely Sis's achievement. It was an opportunity bought with the lives of many Navy soldiers. Opportunities always flash by, just like now, where Sis failed to seize the chance to kill Crocodile. Sakazuki left a large hole in Whitebeard's chest, and he himself was knocked out of sight by Whitebeard. Compared to Sis, Crocodile's expression seemed even uglier. Cough, old man. Get out of my way, I don't need your pity, he shouted, struggling to get up from the ground with both hands propped up, coughing incessantly, feeling a dull pain in his chest, knowing he had at least 3 or 4 broken bones. Chapter 152. Forget it. I'm an orphan. Whitebeard cast a sharp glance at Crocodile, his slightly murky eyes unable to see any emotions. However, everyone on this battlefield knew that this man was about to explode with rage, the flame of anger swirling and expanding in his chest, wanting nothing more than to tear Sis apart. Countless Navy soldiers gathered on both sides, tightly surrounding the area, not daring to move until a heavyweight figure took the lead, only daring to gaze at his wounds. Sis had sharp hearing. He could even hear the sound of cold sweat sliding down the Navy soldiers' bodies. But he too, in the face of a man like Whitebeard, who could remain unguarded. With a flick of his right fingertip, two black threads shot out from his fingers, spinning through the crowd, instantly wrapping around the hilt of a long knife. Clang! Grabbing the long knife, Sis felt a bit more confident. Whitebeard, I told you. I don't need your help. That guy's life, I'll take it myself. Crocodile stared at Whitebeard, blood trickling down from his forehead into his collar, feeling deeply insulted. They had long been mortal enemies, and now pretending to be good. Who were they trying to fool? Did they really think Crocodile would cower at his feet like Fire Fist Ace and beg for mercy? Supporting himself with one hand on his waist, Crocodile appeared quite defiant despite his severe injuries. Tisish. Whitebeard snorted disdainfully, turning his head away. Crocodile? What an unlikable little brat. Hey, Whitebeard, explain to me clearly. Why did you save me? Crocodile continued to roar. Whitebeard's cold gaze fell upon him. I don't like you, Crocodile. I saved you only because you were helping to save my son. Whitebeard, repay my debts and rewards. I won't let you die easily here. Humph. Not far away. Sis sneered. What about Vista? Didn't Vista already die here? Today, none of you can leave. If you come, you must pay the price. His right hand tightened around the long knife, his voice low as black flames spread around him. Raising his head, he found that this knife was indeed still useful. You damn brat, give me your life. Whitebeard turned around and roared, the pressure from his entire body crushing towards Sis, wielding his great blade to slash at him. You think you can take my life with just a few moves? I am Whitebeard. Crack! As the blade fell, the earth trembled, and Sakazuki suddenly appeared, lifting his right foot as he blocked in front of Sis again. Boom! An explosion swept across the earth. Sakazuki raised his head, bloodied but expressionless. Old monster, your opponent is me. But. A dense sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the explosions. Jinbei, the captain of the remaining affiliated pirate crew, stood behind Whitebeard alongside the captains of other divisions, except for those engaged in battle. The two sides confronted each other, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Magma Brat, I know very well what my death will mean, so I will not die until I see my sons reach a bright future. You 1T understand. Whitebeard's words grew weaker, but no one dared to ignore this seemingly frail old man. What do you mean we don't understand? Sis' voice suddenly sounded from behind Sakazuki, filled with disdain. What sons, what fathers? It's like we in the Navy have no hearts, no parents. As if we all just popped out of stone. Who among us isn't born of a father and mother, then sent to the battlefield with our parents' reminders? He chuckled lightly, patting his head. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm an orphan. His smile lingered for just a moment before turning dark, his eyes like chisels fixed on Whitebeard. Do you think we want to go to the battlefield? Do you think we willingly leave our lives on this foreign land? Why? ISNT it, because you forced us to? This sin was created by you pirates, and you must pay for it. Every year, countless innocent civilians are slaughtered. Cities and villages are wiped out at a whim, shouting about adventure while committing acts of theft and deceit. Who should we hate? Hate certain high and mighty parasites? Of course, we should hate them, and hate them with a vengeance. But who should we hate even more? ISNT at you? ISNT at the pirates? You can say the Whitebeard pirates are spotless, not extravagant, not enjoying, using all treasures to aid the poor, but you have 16 divisions, 43 affiliated pirate crews, and tens of thousands of sons. Can you guarantee that your sons are just like you? TCH, look at those surrounding you, whose hands aren't stained with blood, whose hands aren't burdened with debts of life. Countless people admire you, setting sail with you as their goal, the sins they commit. Do they not share a part of that with you? So don't come to us with grandiose talk. Ultimately, we are all a bunch of selfish and pitiful creatures. You have your stance, and we have our existence that we swear to protect. On the battlefield, don't talk about understanding. Don't belittle us as worthless. We understand, and you don't understand either. Sis' face twisted as he shouted at Whitebeard. In an instant, Whitebeard was taken aback, the corners of his mouth curling up as he looked at Sis. It seems you're already prepared, brat. Since that's the case, let us see the true skills beneath our hands. Let me see the caliber of your navy. His explosive voice swept across Marineford, making Sengoku on the execution platform stomp in anger. With both hands crossed, he felt equally displeased. When did the Navy's caliber get judged by pirates? Whitebeard, since you want to see Ace's future, then I will let you see enough of it. Make your move. Sengoku's voice fell, and two massive long knives fell toward Ace's neck. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned toward the stage. Stop. At this critical moment, a huge wave of sound surged forward, as if an invisible wave was present. Instantly, the executioners on the platform were struck as if by a heavy blow, their heads throbbing, their bodies jerking, falling to the side. Not just the two of them, but the entire scene was in chaos. Anyone with a bit of reputation on the sea widened their eyes, looking as if they were questioning their life choices. Conqueror's Hockey? Chapter 153. I don't have a habit of watching young people act unchivalrously. Hey, wake up. Phew, that was dangerous. I almost fainted. The Straw Hat Kid is not Shanks, and neither side in the battle is just any random fighter. One moment down. The next moment, many were called back up, their gazes towards the Straw Hat Kid filled with caution. Ace's brother. That's the same Conqueror's Hockey as Old Man and red-haired Shanks. He really is hiding his strength. The timid one stepped back. Never underestimate this newcomer. As the Straw Hat Kid continued to advance, the battlefield became completely chaotic. Doberman sneered. His fierce gaze turned towards them. He is the son of the Revolutionary Army's dragon, and it's only natural that he possesses such qualifications. We cannot let the tiger return to the mountain and leave future troubles. If he escapes, he will eventually become our formidable opponent. Doberman shouted. He is one of the few clear-headed individuals among the Navy's higher-ups. Unlike some higher-ups who like to nurture pirates, he acts as ruthlessly as Sakazuki. Yes, Vice Admiral Doberman. The surrounding Navy responded and quickly gathered from all sides to attack the Straw Hat Kid. But alas, the disparity in strength was too great, and with Ivankov protecting him, they could only barely delay for a while. As for the naval officers above the captain level, their target was naturally Whitebeard. If the Straw Hat Kid is a minor ailment, then Whitebeard is the real heart disease, as long as he is alive. Which Navy dares to relax? Whitebeard swung his blade, repelling the Navy rushing towards him, straightened his body, and shouted, "Boys, protect the Straw Hat Kid Luffy with all your might." Yes, with the captain-level figures leading the way, the Revolutionary Army cadres held back, and the warlords of the sea hindered them. It didn't take long before the Straw Hat Kid truly carved out a path on the battlefield. Sakazuki's face was terrifyingly dark. When did the Navy become so humiliated? He let out a breath, tilting his head slightly, his peripheral vision just falling on Sis. "Sis, you go stop that kid. Don't worry about Vice Admiral Carp. Kill him on the spot, and I will take full responsibility." "Yes." Sis lowered his head and replied, his expression not looking good either. He had already dealt with the captain for so long, and if he let out a fire fist ace, who knows what might happen. Any unfavorable actions against him should be nipped in the bud. As for the Straw Hat Kid, let's leave it to fate. He really wanted to let that kid go. After all, too many people were involved, but he was just too annoying, like a piece of chewing gum. If he couldn't teach him a lesson, he might really think everyone was afraid of him. Under the execution platform, Revolutionary Army cadres swiftly clapped their hands together, and two giant scissors extended from their forearms, slicing through to create a passage directly to the execution platform. "Luffy, hurry up." The Straw Hat Kid nodded and quickened his pace, rapidly running upwards. Carp's fists were clenched tightly. On one side was his grandson, and on the other was the Navy he had fought for many years. It was really hard for him to weigh. He glanced at the Straw Hat Kid, closed his eyes, as if making a decision. "I'm sorry." He whispered a sentence that only he could hear, not knowing whether it was directed at the Straw Hat Kid or at Sengoku. Not far away, Sis narrowed his eyes. Pulled by the shadows, his speed increased. If the esteemed hero of the Navy fell here, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? He sympathized with Carp, but when it came to principle, he couldn't back down. If he had to hate someone, why not hate Shanks? If he hadn't gone to the East Sea, perhaps the Navy could have one more promising young officer. But the world often works that way. There are no ifs. Gripping the hilt tightly, Sis opened his eyes before Carp could make a move. A cold blade light was slashed out. "What do you think you're going, Straw Hat Kid?" The blade light slashed through, instantly tearing the passage in half. The shadows leaped, and Sis suddenly appeared above the Straw Hat Kid, flipping his body and sweeping his leg, instantly kicking the Straw Hat Kid away. The shadows dispersed, revealing Sis's face. Cough, cough. The Straw Hat Kid coughed a couple of times, struggling to raise his head, his eyes fierce, like an abandoned young beast. "Wilson, Sis, get out of my way. Get out of the way." Sis seemed to have heard something funny, the corners of his mouth curling up, shaking his head. "That won't do. As a rare young generation of Navy, I don't have the habit of letting an old man punch his own grandson. If you leave now, I might spare you for that senior's sake, otherwise." His voice suddenly turned cold, darkness swirling behind him like countless giant sea snakes opening their mouths wide. "Otherwise, you can enjoy the taste of brushing shoulders with death right here." With his long knife held horizontally, Sis was ready to strike at any moment. "Spare you? What a joke. That was just a formality." Carp was right in front of him. If he didn't take the chance to be nice, Could he still directly say he wanted the Straw Hat Kid's life? As for whether the Straw Hat Kid would accept his goodwill and go along with it, he was very confident. If the Straw Hat Kid had that kind of emotional intelligence and IQ, he wouldn't be such a hothead. Sure enough, the hateful gaze swept over. The Straw Hat Kid had no intention of reconciling with Sis. "You bastard, I haven't settled the score with you for Buggy. How dare you appear in front of me? Second gear gum rocket." As the words fell, steam erupted all over the Straw Hat Kid's body, as if he had put on a layer of red skin. With a strong push of his feet, he vanished from the spot with a whoosh. His fists, packed with immense power, struck directly towards Sis's face. Sis shrugged helplessly, indicating his innocence. His eyes sharpened, killing intent pouring in like a tidal wave. The shadows pulled him, and he too disappeared into the darkness. The Straw Hat Kid was fast, but he was faster. A pirate who hadn't even been to the New World couldn't keep up with his speed. The blade had yet to be drawn, but the hockey extended from the hilt to the bottom of the sheath, like a dark long stick, striking the Straw Hat Kid's abdomen with a whoosh. A mouthful of blood spurted from his belly, and the Straw Hat Kid was directly blasted into the ground, with both hands gripping the knife. A massive flame-black dragon was pulled from the void by him. His eyes were cold. "Goodbye, Straw Hat Kid, if he could still live." The fire dragon roared, lunging forward, and Sis turned his head, curling his lips. He had let the sea loose. If he couldn't survive this, could he still blame him? Chapter 154. War is not child's play. Two whirlwinds formed under his feet as Sis landed coldly on the execution platform, blood still fresh, slowly trickling down his pants. With an indifferent expression, he kicked away the two executioners beside him and raised his right hand towards a nearby Navy. "Please bring me that bandage." "Yes." The Navy soldier beside him closed his legs and respectfully saluted the Sith. Facing the blood-soaked Sith, they couldn't even entertain the thought of rebellion. Nor was there any need to resist. Holding the long knife against his chest, Sith suddenly sat cross-legged. Next to him was the grinning Fire Fist Ace, and the atmosphere was far from harmonious. "Long time no see. Fire Fist Ace, my old friend came all the way from Impel Down to see you off. Are you happy? I took one of Teach's legs and one of his eyes, you know." Sith shrugged and flashed what he thought was a friendly smile at Ace. Gasping for breath, Fire Fist Ace wished he could tear Sith apart. "You, the butcher who killed Vista, are you happy? I wish I could personally send you to hell." Ace's words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, his gaze fierce like a lone wolf. "Heh." Sith smirked with disdain, his right index finger pointing to the battlefield. "Did you see? Right now, on this battlefield, every minute and every second someone is being killed. Among them are both Navy and pirates. Either the Navy kills the pirates, or the pirates kill the Navy. You keep mentioning Vista as your brother, but why don't you mention the men killed by pirates under my command?" Suddenly, Fire Fist Ace was at a loss for words. Growing up with Luffy, although his mind wasn't as simple as Luffy's, he certainly couldn't be considered clever. Plus, with a bit of sense of justice, he found himself at a loss against Sith's questioning. Sith shook his head. Fire Fist Ace was much easier to deal with than his brother. At least he was a normal person. Communicating with a fool was too exhausting. You never knew when you'd be dragged down to the same level of intelligence. That was simply a disaster. Unthinkable. A Navy soldier who had been ordered to run errands hurried back, handing over a roll of bandages. Sith skillfully bandaged his wounds. Life is tough. To live comfortably, one must know a bit of everything. To be honest, he really wished he had a big sister with ample bosoms pressing against his back, bandaging his wounds. Letting out a long breath, Sith shook off those unnecessary thoughts and looked back at Fire Fist Ace. "So, don't always look at me with such naive eyes. This is a battlefield, not a game. You." After finishing his words, Sith stood up again. The grand play was nearing its end. It was time to attend the last funeral of this era. He just didn't know when that unfilial son of Whitebeard would arrive. His heart was beating fast in his chest. Another wave of darkness seemed to be approaching. That bastard. Gritting his teeth, Ace could only curse him silently in his heart. The executioner who had taken over his shoulders had now pinned him down. This time, he might really be unable to escape his fate. On the ice surface, Ivankov was holding the Straw Hat Kid. Another adrenaline shot was administered to him. Such a level of battle was too much for a newcomer on the sea. The once invincible Whitebeard pirates had finally fallen into decline under the relentless slaughter by the Navy and the Seven Warlords. 1st Division Captain Marco was injured by Kizuru. In 3rd Division, Captain Jozu, already heavily injured from his fight with Sith, had just managed to hold off Akiji for a while, but was now on the brink of collapse. His injuries were far more than just an arm. As for 5th Division Captain Vista, he was directly killed by Sith. The captains were like this. What about the ordinary pirates? Under the joint slaughter of the pacifists and the encirclement plan, they had no idea how many lives had been lost. Perhaps since the establishment of the White-Beard pirates. This was their first time suffering such heavy casualties. Even more terrifying than the casualties was the low morale of the White-Beard pirates. Sis struck down the Straw Hat Kid, which not only hindered the Straw Hat's plan to find his brother, but also shattered the White-Beard pirates' hope for rescue. Even White-Beard himself began to waver. With so many people blocking their way, did they really still have a chance to save Ace? Scanning the battlefield, the ice surface was littered with corpses. Those who were barely alive were soon met with the Navy's finishing blows. There had been enough bloodshed today. He closed his eyes, his face full of pain. He kept saying he treated everyone equally, that they were all his sons, but what was he doing now? Wasn't he the one sending his sons to the battlefield? Wielding the great Naginata in his hands, he desperately wanted to kill. Dogbite Red Lotus. Before he could think more, a massive magma explosive projectile, resembling a large dog, came hurtling toward him from not far away. Sakazuki's face was cold. Every nerve in his body was tense. The war was nearing its end. As long as he could stop the man in front of him, the Navy would win without a doubt. Excluding Whitebeard, everyone else was nothing but dirt in his eyes. Whitebeard's expression was grim. His stubbornness might be coming to an end. Gripping the great sword with both hands, he almost used all his strength. With a crack, it sounded as if even the sky was being cleaved. Akainu get lost. In the air, the shock waves rippled. Sakazuki instinctively raised his arm, magma roiling, trying to block the shockwave. But this was Whitebeard's full-force strike. Although his body was aging, the title of the world's strongest had never been relinquished before his death. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears. The blade cut through the magma, leaving a massive gash on Sakazuki's chest, and he was instantly sent flying from his position. That old man, is he still so strong? Sakazuki grimaced, being smashed from the surface down into the ground. Suddenly, a fierce scratching sound came from Whitebeard's side. Old man, we've lost. This time we lost completely. It's all my fault. Let's go. As long as we live, there is still hope for revenge. As for this place, we will take care of the rear. Although it can't make up for the sins I've committed, at least my heart will feel a bit better. Old man, please give me this chance for redemption. On the deck of the pirate ship, Squard shouted loudly at Whitebeard while holding his knife, followed by all the members of the great Whirlpool Spider Pirates. They were ready to die for Whitebeard, sharing honor and loss alike. Chapter 155. I'm a remnant of the old era. Don't do anything stupid, Squard. Come back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? On the ground, other pirates shouted loudly. They were subordinate crews of the Whitebeard pirates and could not bear to watch their companion go to his death. Squard's face darkened. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart and bluntly replied, "That's right. Who told me to do that to the old man? Even if I can't redeem myself, the only way I can find peace is this. You all hurry and escape. I'll take care of everything here." On the ground, Marco was almost going crazy. He was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates and, without a doubt, the big brother of the entire crew. He had the responsibility to take care of the other brothers. That idiot Squard had chosen the most foolish path. Before Marco could deal with his own matters, suddenly, the entire giant ship shook violently, as if it had hit a reef beneath the sea. On the deck, the pirates clanked in confusion. What happened? Why did the ship stop? Looking down, Whitebeard had one hand pressed against the ship, his head lowered, his eyes swollen with fatigue. "Old man," Squard shouted, "it's unfilial for a son to die before his father. Don't you understand this, Squard? Don't be so self-righteous. Your sword can't kill me. Life and death are fated. Today, we may not be able to save Ace, but you all cannot die here." Saying this, Whitebeard raised his head, the veins on his forehead bulging. His eyes filled with determination. "Now I give my final order as captain. Listen well, Whitebeard pirates, we must say goodbye here. Everyone must safely return to the New World." "What? Old man, wait. What do you mean by final? Don't say such ominous things. We agreed to return to the New World together, didn't we? Old man, do you want to die here?" The pirates below began to stir. Even the least sensitive among them felt Whitebeard's impending death. Whitebeard did not respond directly. He simply flexed the muscles in his arm and threw a powerful punch toward Marineford. In an instant, the entire Marineford shook. Even the Navy headquarters, symbolizing the Navy's authority, creaked ominously, on the verge of collapsing under the attack. Whitebeard single-handedly blocked the entire Navy's pursuit, with his right hand gripping the sword hilt. Sissy felt beads of sweat forming in his palm, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. Is this what it looks like when the strongest in the world goes all out? Old man. The pirates below continued to howl, but Whitebeard remained deaf to them. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship for me in the new era. Go, boys. He threw his head back and shouted. The waves rolled back, as if a massive storm was brewing. The captain of the 7th Division, resembling Captain Jack from Pirates of the Caribbean, collapsed to the ground, one hand reaching out to Whitebeard. As an elder of the Whitebeard pirates, he could not accept this outcome. Tears as big as beans flowed down like a burst dam. No, old man. The 10th Division captain, Cooliel, held his hands, dragging him back. He was also furious and helpless, but he knew that only by preserving himself could he have hope for revenge. Let us go. This is the captain's order. Whitebeard, opening a path for his subordinates, raised his head and locked eyes with a furious Sengoku. The past flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. The young captain, the young comrades, everything from his youth, and the frail old man he had become. This era no longer belonged to him. His time had long passed. I have traveled for a long time. It's time to conclude, Navy. His voice was deep yet filled with authority, like a raging wind. Sengoku furrowed his brow, his teeth clenched tightly. Could it be that he did not sense the call of the times? No, he simply wanted the next era to belong to the Navy. Whitebeard, with a slash. Marineford shook even more violently. Seawater continuously surged onto the ground, as if trying to drag the entire Marineford into the depths of the ocean. This guy, does he want to destroy the whole island? Someone in the Navy shouted, and immediately, whether they were officers or ordinary sailors, they all changed their expressions and began to scream. Quick, stop him. Fire. Fire. He can't take it anymore. Cannon fire rained down on Whitebeard, splattering blood. Even the strongest in the world, at this moment, was merely an old dragon plagued by illness, on the verge of death, life and strength gradually slipping away from him, death slowly overshadowing him. Old man, no, we can't leave you here alone. The surrounding pirates all stopped behind Whitebeard. The invincible Whitebeard pirates had been defeated, and this seemed to be an indisputable fact. They had failed to bring Ace back and had not achieved an overwhelming victory against the Navy. But they should not leave Whitebeard alone here. How could the crew abandon their captain? How could a son abandon his father? They had already lost too much and should not lose their beloved old man again. Standing in front, Whitebeard turned his head slightly, his gaze sharp. Are you all trying to defy the captain's orders? Hurry and go, you bunch of foolish sons. He shouted loudly, utterly exhausted. His life had reached its end. But the New World could not bury a legend like him. Marineford was the grave he had chosen for himself. The pirates fell silent. They could not refute him. They were simply too weak. Even if they could command the winds and waves in the New World, what would it matter? In front of the admirals in the Navy, before the strongest violent force across the seas, they were far too weak. If they were just a little stronger, if they were just a little fiercer, how could they allow their old man, who had cared for them for decades, to walk alone toward death? He was already very old. He should be lying on a ship enjoying family happiness. The mood among the Whitebeard pirates was low, but the Navy was going crazy. This was the Navy headquarters. How could they allow themselves to be buried with pirates? Kill him, hurry, and kill him. The Navy's attacks grew fiercer. Fire Fist, Ace began to struggle violently on the execution platform, veins bulging on his forehead. As this sinner, this unfilial son, he ultimately led his old man to death. Old man, let go of me. I want to save you. Sengoku's cold gaze swept over. Prepare. Execute immediately. Chapter 156. With a flick of my finger, I can touch the waves of the era. Two sharp daggers fell from the sky. Ace was still struggling, but Sengoku's focus was no longer on him. Compared to Whitebeard, even a famous Fire Fist Ace was just a minor character. Only Sissy beside him was still paying attention to everything, albeit with peripheral vision. Help me, Wilson Sissy. Help me. Ace's head was pressed firmly to the ground, his face twisted in agony, letting out a low growl from his throat. He had no one else to turn to. This world is truly ironic. 1 second, they were deadly enemies. The next, they became the only remaining lifeline. Sissy turned his head, crouching down until his gaze met Ace's. His eyes were calm, darkness spreading in his pupils, showing no ripples of emotion. He felt no sadness for Ace's premature death, nor did he gloat over the death of an enemy. His right hand landed on Fire Fist Ace's head, giving a rub. Touching a greasy head that hadn't been washed for months was indeed not a pleasant experience, but his hand was not clean either. There was blood on it, and he had no right to look down on others. Give up. Death might not be a good experience, but it's certainly not bad either. Endure it. Once you get used to it, it will be fine. The executioners on both sides looked at him as if he were a fool. Life only comes once. How can anyone get used to it? The pupils flickered left and right in the eye sockets, filled with compassion. God opens a door for you, and surely nails shut a window. The ancients did not deceive me. Although this lord is powerful, his mind cannot be considered very sharp, sometimes acting like a madman, sometimes like a fool, making him an unusual chameleon. But thinking of the pirate rookie who took over Judicial Island and Advanced City. Silently, the executioners abandoned their thoughts. This world truly has no coincidences. Everything that happens is a kind of inevitability, looking beyond the surface of things to see the essence. The future of this world is doomed. This era belongs to the insane. Ace shook his head desperately, struggling free from Sis' grip, his eyes pleading as he locked gazes with Sis. Give me 1 minute, just 1 minute I need to come to terms with this world. His voice was very low. It was shameful to admit, but the last time he had spoken so humbly was when facing Sis. The man squatting before him was a nightmare he could never shake off. However, this would finally come to an end. He would no longer have to chase Blackbeard Teach day after day, nor worry for the Straw Hat Kid. Lowering his head, his life was about to reach its end, and he could not let his beloved father go alone, no matter what. Ace seemed to have come to terms with this, but tears flowed uncontrollably down his face for reasons unknown. Why? Why? He kept questioning himself in his heart, his fists striking the ground until they bled. After a moment, he understood. He really didn't want to die at all. He still wanted to follow his father, to go on adventures with Marco, to occasionally give Luffy a smack on the head, to assert his elder brother's authority, to drink heartily and eat meat. He still wanted. He still wanted. His brothers were too noisy, and he couldn't let go. The world was too wonderful for him to abandon. Sis silently stood up, not choosing to offer false comfort, but simply stuffed a cigarette candy into his mouth. He was not qualified to sympathize with the enemy. Sympathy for the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Turning his head, he simply said one sentence. Perhaps it was harmless. His right hand raised, glancing at the executioners. 1 minute, just give him 1 minute, and after 1 minute, the execution will begin immediately. Yes. The two raised their hands to salute Sis, put down their knives, and returned to their positions. Space was now cleared for Ace. Lowering his head, Ace did not dare to look at Sis, only managing to squeeze out 2 words between his teeth. Thank you. Sis did not lower his head to look at him. The ground continued to tremble, his eyes focused only on the battle. Perhaps, but the ways of this era were indeed close to him, as if he could reach out and touch them. Father, I'm sorry I might have really dragged you down this time. Tears sparkled in Ace's eyes, his lips trembling up and down. His time was short, only 1 minute left. Ace, a sharp slash from the clouds cut down from above, Whitebeard once again repelled the nearby Navy, his body staggering. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. It was indeed that this body was nearing its limit. Bracing himself, Whitebeard's gaze shot over, landing on Ace's face. What nonsense are you talking? What father would despise his son? I should be grateful to you for accompanying me on the road to the underworld. But you are still so young. Don't blame your old man for not being able to save you. Father. Ace tightened his face, trying hard to hold back his tears. Being able to accompany his father on a journey was not something to be ashamed of. This was a blessing that all crew members envied, and he should not cry. Kneeling on the ground, he kept moving forward on his knees, loudly asking Whitebeard, Father, I mean if there's a next life, would you still be willing to take me as your son? Whitebeard gripped the large knife tightly, closing his eyes, not looking at the attacking Akainu, moving purely by instinct. It felt as if there was some fierce beast before him, scaring him into not being able to open his eyes. With all his strength, he shouted, of course, whether it's once, twice, or thousands of times, you are my most beloved son. Ace also closed his eyes, although the tears continued to flow. His heart no longer trembled. That's good, that's good, he kept repeating. The executioners glanced at the watch in their hands and moved closer. Sir, the time has. Okay, I know. Prepare for execution. Sis interrupted the executioner's words. He was not someone who couldn't see the big picture. He had shown Ace the last mercy, and it ended here. Lowering his head, are you ready? Poor gasped the Ace, to die in the name of Whitebeard's son, and not in the name of Pirate King Gold, Roger's son. Are you ready to face your death? Ace raised his head, barely holding back his tears. Whitebeard's words brought him an unexpected calmness. Come on, meeting my father, meeting Luffy, meeting my grandfather, I am already extraordinarily lucky. I have tasted a fortune that others might not finish in their lifetime in just a third of the time. It's enough. I have no regrets. Sis' gaze swept over him. You really are a person who isn't honest. How could anyone have no regrets? But having come this far, it was indeed time to end. The raised right hand fell. All right, execute. Chapter 157. Ever since you lost your right eye, you become quite handsome. As Sis' words fell, 2 gleaming long knives sliced through Ace's neck, blood splattering everywhere. Sis did not look down at him again. The Whitebeard pirates were going crazy. Ace! Whitebeard roared, wielding his naginata, delivering a horizontal slash that shattered the entire Navy headquarters building. Sengoku the Buddha stood up, his gaze sweeping over, directly ordering the surrounding Navy, all units. Attack! Ensure the Whitebeard pirates are kept here. The next era will be the Navy's era. His voice echoed throughout Marineford. All, including Sis, rushed forward, their momentum overwhelming. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates turned angrily due to Ace's death, including Marco and Jinbe, and both sides erupted into fierce combat again. As for the Straw Hat Kid, he couldn't even stand up now, being held back by Ivankov. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, feeling more dead than alive. Whitebeard said nothing more, only wore a grim expression, doing his utmost to seek justice for his son. Crack! The surrounding wind and clouds changed dramatically as a powerful iron fist struck Akainu's head. Ugh, Whitebeard! Blood seeped from Akainu's teeth, but no matter what, he was a seasoned veteran. Though he couldn't match Whitebeard, he was not so easily defeated. The right side turned to lava, and a punch aimed at Whitebeard's head. Hellhound! Whitebeard slightly turned to the side, clenching his teeth as magma grazed his face. Blood flowed freely, and the magma took away half of his cheek. Old man! The entire Whitebeard pirates paused simultaneously, turning around to watch their father die before their eyes, which was truly the greatest act of filial piety. Akainu, you bastard! Marco's arms ignited with blue flames, resembling the outstretched wings of a phoenix. He was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, and, in a sense, Whitebeard's eldest son. He had every reason to be by his father's side, especially in the face of a formidable enemy. He absolutely would not allow anyone else to take a step closer. Black lines filled the space, cutting through the air and brushing past the shadows. It was a pitch-black long knife covered in hockey. Wilson, Sis? Marco squeezed out the name between his teeth. The man before him was the bastard who blocked Luffy's attempt to save Ace, an enemy among enemies, indirectly causing the death of his own brother's nemesis. Fists engulfed in blue flames collided with a long knife filled with black flames, producing a series of metallic booms. Bang, bang, bang. The shock waves surged in the air, and Marco's expression grew increasingly grim. He couldn't defeat Sis in a short time. As Whitebeard's right-hand man, he was blocked in front of Sis like a thick wall. Whitebeard turned his head to glance at Marco. Go back, Marco. My journey has come to an end. Do not be sad and do not cry. I just want my old comrades back. As for the family, his voice paused. I entrust them all to you. Thank you, Marco, for taking care of them. After finishing his words, Whitebeard's face turned serious as he threw another punch at Sakazuki. The space exploded, and the immense force left Sakazuki gasping for air, his face contorted in agony. Crack! The marble floor made a crisp sound, and suddenly, everyone froze in place. Whitebeard's punch had actually torn the ground of Marineford in half, the waves beneath clearly visible. Following the cliff, Sakazuki failed to stand up immediately and rolled down instead. Admiral Sakazuki, damn it, the plaza has split in half, and the Whitebeard pirates are still on the other side. They're trying to escape. The Navy in the plaza began to panic, confronting the pirates across the fissure. Sengoku, the Buddha, shot a sharp gaze over, gritting his teeth as he locked eyes with Whitebeard. You've lost half your face and still have this much strength. You're indeed a guy who shouldn't be taken lightly. If you want to kill me, you're still a long way off. Raising his naginata, Whitebeard instinctively aimed to slash downwards, without Sakazuki blocking him. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. When he got angry, who knew how many people would be buried with him? Sis, with a dark expression, cleaved through the unmotivated Marco, slipping into the shadows as he hurriedly dashed toward the other side of the fissure. His heart skipped a beat. He felt it. The guy who would put an end to this drama had arrived. Hey, look, what is that? Stopping the pursuit. The surrounding Navy finally had time to cast their gaze around, eyes wide open as they pointed to the figure on the execution platform. Ha! Have you finally noticed us? A familiar laugh rang out, and Sis rolled his eyes in annoyance. Coming to pick up the scraps at a time like this. TSK, what a piece of work. Standing on the execution platform, Blackbeard spread his arms wide, looking oddly comical. The once huge belly was no longer visible, replaced by a gaunt body. One eye was covered with an eye patch, and a makeshift false leg was awkwardly placed in front of him, making him appear in a state of utter disarray. This was hardly a grand entrance. Not just him, the entire Blackbeard pirates looked far from good. Even the robust, barrel-like Baschote showed obvious signs of dehydration. Covered in soot, having hastily shifted from impel down without time to change clothes. Clap, clap, clap. The Blackbeard pirates? Sis' figure suddenly appeared atop a pile of rubble, grinning as he clapped his hands together. He always took the utmost pleasure in mocking this person. It's been a long time, Teach. Oh, no, sorry. We only saw each other this morning. I couldn't help it. Your appearance has changed so much that I didn't recognize you at first. How's that false leg working for you? And that right eye? You really are quite the man now, almost made me swoon. Wilson Sis, seeing an old friend, Blackbeard Teach let out a warm and friendly grin, his wolf-like eyes showing a unique way of greeting. Ha ha ha, you're still alive, huh? Wilson Sis, how's your chest doing? Is it still hurting? You need to take better care of yourself. We're old friends after all. Don't let yourself become a consumptive at such a young age. His tone became heavier, and all elegance and composure vanished the moment he saw Sis, replaced by anger and hatred swelling in his chest. Cough, cough. Sis coughed twice, his eyelids twitching. That bastard Blackbeard. He didn't want to bring it up, but just mentioning it made Sis feel discomfort in his lungs. Chapter 158. It's all that kid's fault for being so annoying, Blackbeard Teach? That person is Blackbeard Teach. Following Sis' gaze, everyone, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku, began to doubt their own eyes. Blackbeard Teach? Where? That little bamboo stick? Huh, what a joke. They clearly saw it this morning. That big chunk of Blackbeard has shrunk down to this? The Navy below shivered in unison, and the looks they cast at Blackbeard were filled with a hint of pity. They truly couldn't imagine what kind of torment he had endured at Sis' hands. In their minds, they had even conjured up images of Sis wielding a whip, fiercely lashing at Blackbeard while laughing maniacally. Stepping back, cautiously, the men kept their distance from Sis. Compared to the men, the women's gazes were much friendlier, or rather, it would be more accurate to say they were filled with aggressive interest. Seeing Blackbeard's lively appearance, they had only one thought, a weight loss miracle. Sis was completely a natural, harmless weight loss miracle. Unaware of the situation, the women's affection for Sis increased by one. However, at the same time, they harbored slight doubts about Sis' sexual orientation. Their faces flushed, a bit excited. Unknowingly, Sis' reputation worsened, sliding toward an unpredictable direction, regardless. He was getting further away from the ideal fishing pond. Whitebeard lifted his head, his gaze landing on Teach, his feelings somewhat complicated. He allowed a slight sigh. Despite Teach's betrayal and the loss of his beloved son's life, Teach had been an unfilial son he had cared for over the years, his heart filled with bitterness. Unsure if it was hatred, nostalgia, or a touch of regret and heartache. It seemed that Teach hadn't been doing well these days. In just a few days, he had become so thin. Cough, cough. Ignoring his image, Sis wiped his mouth with his sleeve, still coughing incessantly. Sometimes it's like this. When you can't remember, everything is peaceful and quiet, but once the topic shifts to coughing, he just can't stop. Clearing his throat and forcefully suppressing the itch in his throat, Sis redirected his gaze. Rain S. Shirey, Van Augur, Lafitte, Poison Q, the drunkard Bass Choate, the tyrant Abelo Pizarro, and a few other pirates whose names he couldn't even recall. Since the Impel Down incident, the Blackbeard pirates had truly become a talent-filled crew. With the deaths of Jozu, Baji, Katarina, and San Juan Wolf, losing a leg and an eye, he couldn't help but wonder how much they had gained from this trip. It had to be more than the rookie pirate straw hat Luffy had earned, right? Sis sneered maliciously, his gaze constantly sizing up Blackbeard's new companions, his eyes filled with malice, openly mocking them. They were born enemies. No need to disguise their animosity with false kindness. The struggle to the death was etched into their hearts. Their unconventional honesty with each other, death. Only death could stop the intertwining of their darkness. Apart from their darkness, they could share nothing else. Cough, cough, oh Teach, Baji just died not long ago. And you've already found a new favorite? Let me see. Who's in the newly formed Blackbeard pirates? The mocking voice rang out, filled with hatred. Directed not only at Blackbeard himself, but also at his crew, who would love nothing more than to tear him apart. Sis had made them suffer dearly for the grudge from Impel Down. The black sun hung high, the flame spears swept the ground, and even now, the scene made them shiver. If Sis didn't die, they would probably never forget this scene, and it might still cause them pain at night. The traitor Shirey, who colluded with the rebellion, Abelo Pizarro, the tyrant, the drunkard Bass Choate, TSK, what a rare gathering of big shots. As for the others, what a bunch of small fry you picked up from some corner. Clearly far inferior to Baji, thin as a stick. Could it be that you have a taste for this now? Sis' words took a turn, his strange gaze landing directly on Blackbeard, making him tremble with anger. His intact hands were tightly clenched, his jaw set, teeth grinding until blood nearly seeped out. Baji, That bastard Wilson Sis. How dare he even mention Baji's name? His eyes reddened. Regardless of whether he was a hero or not, his feelings for Baji were serious. If he could, he would have preferred never to have gone to Impel Down. Apart from Shiree, those prisoners he brought out from Impel Down were merely higher-grade consumables. In just one day, there was no feeling. Nothing could compare to the comrades who had supported him through thick and thin, running around together, helping him rise to the warlord of the sea. You shouldn't mention him, Sis. Grinding his teeth, the voice came out through the gaps, darkness gathering behind him, swaying like a tide, capturing everyone's gaze, devouring all light like a black hole. He was very angry, and the darkness behind him was willing to share that anger. Seawater? See Prism Stone? No. That guy in front of them was the true enemy. Kill him, devour him. The dark fruit within Blackbeard continuously released malice towards Sis. Who are you trying to scare, Blackbeard? Sis's deep voice echoed as he drew his long knife from his waist, crossing it over his chest. Black flames igniting without wind, spreading from him and quickly filling the sky opposite Blackbeard. He looked like a black sun perched on the hills, scorching the earth to crack and twist. A low, indistinct roar of an unknown beast seemed to emanate from the darkness, somewhat reminiscent of a conch. As two massive black fire serpents coiled around him, the two stood off against each other, even overshadowing Whitebeard for a moment. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. A new actor has appeared, and the show is about to start. In the center of the square, Doflamingo burst into loud laughter, somewhat manic. He never shied away from the chaos of watching a spectacle, especially not one with continuous climaxes. His voice seemed to pull everyone's attention back. Whitebeard's face was serious as he loudly asked Blackbeard, "Teach, why are you here?" Ha. Blackbeard's gaze returned to Whitebeard, his slightly sunken eye sockets rendering his eyes incredibly fierce. It's all that bastard Wilson Sis's fault. He almost made me forget my business. Old man, as your unfilial son, I must see you one last time before you set off. I'm really lucky you Haven T died at someone else's hands. Chapter 159. I once respected you from the bottom of my heart. The three parties faced off, the atmosphere temporarily falling into a stalemate. Within this small base square gathered powerful forces capable of changing the entire world. The four emperors, the Navy, the warlords of the sea, and the unparalleled criminals who escaped from the 6th level of Impel Down. The air was somewhat oppressive, and the Navy members showed fierce expressions, unable to suppress their anxiety. They had finally managed to nearly defeat Whitebeard, only for Blackbeard to jump out from some corner. Was the world playing with them? With Sis and Blackbeard's dialogue, they had confirmed the identities of the escaped criminals one by one from the list sent from Impel Down. Whether it was the traitor Shiree or the pirates whose names Sis couldn't even recall, each had once been a significant figure across the seas. A crisis, no matter how you looked at it, was a major crisis for Marineford. After enduring the devastations from both Whitebeard and Blackbeard, Marineford would surely be plowed flat. Gripping their weapons tightly, everyone present remained vigilant. Teach, you traitor, Sachi was your best friend. How could you do this? To harm a comrade. You are unworthy to be my son. In the square, Whitebeard's face twisted in rage as he roared, unleashing a shockwave with his left hand, punching toward the execution platform. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the towering execution platform was instantly shattered. Blackbeard's smile abruptly stopped, and even the darkness behind him dimmed. A gloomy expression concealed beneath his brows. Truly worthy of being the old man, despite such severe injuries, he could still unleash such immense power. Supporting himself, Blackbeard forced himself to steady his stance. The battle hadn't started yet, and he couldn't let himself panic. Lifting his head, the corners of his mouth curled up high. Even with one eye and one leg lost, it was hard to change his wicked and unruly nature. You really don't give any face, old man. Slightly bending forward, Blackbeard complained to Whitebeard, darkness concealed between his hands, already preparing for a sneak attack. He was a veteran of the Whitebeard pirates. Since joining at the age of 12, he had been with Whitebeard for over 20 years, witnessing the rise and fall of the Whitebeard pirates. Unlike Ace, no one understood this man's abilities better than him, and no one was more acutely aware of the gap between them. For the past 20 years, he has remained unchanged, just as he firmly believed that Whitebeard was invincible at the age of 12. Now approaching 40, he still believes Whitebeard is unmatched. The ones who have changed are Dad, Marco, and everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, but not him. They have all aged, their mindsets grown old, having lost that boldness and momentum to take the lead in the world. The throne of the Pirate King should have rightfully belonged to Whitebeard. when heroes are absent. It allows the young to gain fame. If Dad had rallied after Roger's death, there wouldn't be a warlord of the sea or other Yonko. Everything should have been like this. Standing before Teach, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his right hand sliding back and forth on the hilt of his naginata. Teach's little movements couldn't escape his notice. His aging body contained endless might, and before his life reached its end, he would use the last flicker of that candlelight to take the life of this rebellious son before him. For the sake of Sachi's unjust soul, I will personally slay you today and put an end to this. Ha! I've been waiting for this. With his mouth open, Blackbeard laughed loudly, then suddenly became incredibly serious. His voice rising. Dad, I've respected you for over 20 years, admired you from the bottom of my heart, truly believing you are a born king. That the title of Pirate King should belong to you. But you are old now, unable to even save a subordinate about to be executed. I even spared him on Bonero Island. 20 years ago, no, even 10 years ago, you could have absolutely saved him. With his right hand gripping the sword, Whitebeard momentarily lost his focus, and suddenly, a large hand filled with darkness reached out. The endless, thick darkness spread around like a tide, crawling up Whitebeard's pant leg. Do you see it, Dad? This is the power I took from Sachi. Before me, all abilities are ineffective. Enjoy it, Dark Water. A vortex spun in his palm as Blackbeard Teach struck at Whitebeard. Whitebeard slightly furrowed his brow. The power within him felt as if it had been pulled away, and he experienced a long-forgotten sense of weakness. But he did not panic. He was Whitebeard, who stood tall in this world, not relying on the strongest paramecia fruit. The Tremor fruit is the strongest because he consumed it, but Whitebeard was not the strongest because he ate the Tremor fruit. His right hand tightened around the hilt of the naginata, his body lunging forward to cleave down at Blackbeard. Blood splattered, as with his left hand. He grabbed Teach's face and lifted him up. Their strengths were not on the same level. With wide eyes, Blackbeard seemed unable to react. The murderous intent rushing in like a tide made him tremble all over. How could this be? No, Dad. You can't really want to kill your son, can you? Whitebeard's pupils constricted slightly, hesitating. But just then, a glint of cold light suddenly appeared behind Blackbeard. Flames surged, and with a whoosh, it suppressed the spreading black tide. Of course, he wouldn't just kill you. After all, you're his rebellious son whom he has raised for so many years. Even a dog would develop feelings, right? If he hesitated even a little, he might really find it hard to strike. But you wouldn't be naive enough to think the only one wanting to take your life is Whitebeard, would you? Marshal D. Teach. The eerie voice of Wilson Sis echoed behind Blackbeard, causing his heart to race violently, his brows furrowing, cold sweat suddenly erupting from his body, and goosebumps rising all over. Damn it, he almost forgot that bastard Wilson Sis. Darkness flickered around him, and he sensed an even stronger murderous intent than that from Whitebeard. If Whitebeard could still play the emotional card, then there was only swords drawn between him and Sis. Struggling vigorously while suspended in the air, Blackbeard shouted to the back, "Save me, hurry Shiryu Okada." With a cigar clenched in his mouth, Shiryu of the Rain charged forward, tossing aside his sword sheath. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wilson Sis, the man who made them flee in panic from impelled down. Sis turned his head and shot a glance at Shiryu, narrowing his eyes slightly, a smirk appearing on his lips as he let out a cold laugh. He didn't underestimate Shiryu. After all, he was a rare expert, but right now, he only wanted Blackbeard's life. Sis had long been plotting this moment. He and Blackbeard were of similar strength, and he had just come from a fierce battle, so neither his stamina nor anything else could compare to the lurking Blackbeard. Even if Blackbeard had lost an eye and a leg, as long as he could still stand, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. To win, everything must be considered and utilized, whether it's Whitebeard or the Admirals. As long as he could kill Blackbeard, nothing was off limits. D. Blackbeard. Just die peacefully in your dad's embrace as a bad kid. Sis shouted, his long sword drawing shadows in the air. It seemed he didn't even regard the charging Shiryu. Believing that if he could kill Blackbeard, he would rather take a hit from Shiryu. Blackbeard's lips turned purple, trembling up and down. This feeling of entrusting his life to others was truly terrible. His remaining eye fixed on Whitebeard, he realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. Being held in midair by Whitebeard, he definitely couldn't evade Sis' attack, and he knew that very well. To survive, he could only rely on the man called Dad before him. His eyes darted in their sockets, his muscles trembling incessantly. Just like in his childhood, he showed that expression of fear and helplessness, his voice trembling in the air. Dad, you would really let that guy Wilson Sis kill me, right? I'm your son, Dad, that guy is the culprit behind Ace's death. whether it was receiving, escorting, pronouncing judgment, or executing. It was all orchestrated by him. You damn it. Sis was almost amused by Blackbeard. Even at this moment, he was still trying to play tricks? Blackbeard? Ha! This man is just pathetic. The momentum of the knife did not stop, and Sis moved even faster. Whitebeard was an emotional man. He really couldn't guarantee where Whitebeard's stance lay. If Blackbeard shed a couple of tears, would Whitebeard really be able to harden his heart? No. He couldn't take that risk. In a flash, though only a brief moment had passed, everyone present felt as if they had experienced several hours of desperate fighting. The anxiety filling their hearts was truly bothersome. As Blackbeard's words fell, Whitebeard's pupils constricted, his face filled with pain. He wasn't unaware that Sis was merely a pawn used by the higher-ups of the world government to draw him out, the mastermind behind Ace's death. No, just being a high-ranking prosecutor, he was not qualified to be part of the game, but he couldn't help but feel hatred and anger. For father, the mastermind behind it all was an enemy, and wasn't the little shrimp used to execute everything also an enemy? Moreover, Sis had indeed just prevented the Straw Hat Kid's rescue. If it weren't for him, would Ace have already gained his freedom? And then there's Vista, and Vista. Thinking of Vista, the anger in Whitebeard's chest surged uncontrollably, and even a hint of tears appeared in the eyes of this tall and strong old man who had lived through several eras. You little brat from Enie's lobby. Go die. Today, whether it's you or Teach, I won't let any of you go. Whitebeard roared, swinging his great sword and instantly slashing toward Sis. As the king of the seas, both his observation hockey and armament hockey were the pinnacle of this world. Even if Sis hid in the shadows, he was as exposed as if he were naked. Marshal D. Teach was as detestable as ever, and unexpected events did indeed occur. Sis clicked his tongue, his hateful gaze directly aimed at Blackbeard. His relationship with Blackbeard was always like this, always just a little bit short. If he could move the blade forward just an inch, he could take Blackbeard's life. Sis quickly drew his sword and turned, daring to take Shire's knife head on, but he didn't dare to face Whitebeard's strike directly. If that hit, he would definitely die. The shadows dragged Sis away, leaving a deep blood mark on Blackbeard's back, faintly revealing bones and internal organs inside. But in the end, it still didn't take his life. Whitebeard once again sheltered him. This was like the story of Mr. Donwa and the wolf, or the farmer and the snake. Sis could guarantee that Whitebeard would pay the price for his mercy, or rather, his soft-heartedness. And it would be soon, today, but that had little to do with him, as he first needed to escape Whitebeard's attack. Stuck in a gap of shadows, Sis quickly darted backward. It didn't need to be far. He just needed to escape the range of Whitebeard's great sword. Sis reminded himself of this in his heart. However, Whitebeard clearly had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Even without using his abilities, he could tear through the gap with sheer physical strength in an instant, and slash towards Sis through the crack. Cold sweat beaded on Sis' forehead. Just like Blackbeard, he faced a qualitative difference compared to Whitebeard. Blackbeard couldn't withstand an earnest Whitebeard, and neither could he. But Sis was still somewhat better off than Blackbeard. He wasn't nearly as reckless. If one could become the world's strongest just by relying on their devil fruit powers, then Garp wouldn't have to struggle, nor would he need to be a Marine hero, a vice admiral in the headquarters. He could just return to the East Blue and enjoy retirement. Wouldn't that be nice? The long blade crossed in front of him, clashing violently with Whitebeard's giant Naginata. Boom! The air exploded, creating shockwaves that crushed the granite beneath them. The force of the blade passed through Sis' defense, tearing a long gash across his chest, sending him flying. How could the full power strike of the world's strongest be so easy to receive? Little did he know that even Akainu had been pinned to the ground, nearly calling out for his father. With a crooked smile, Blackbeard, who had narrowly survived, let out a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Sis. Ha ha, you have your day too, Wilson, Sis. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. Blackbeard's words were cut off as Whitebeard, with a sideways glance, glared at him fiercely while his left hand flipped in the air, pressing Teach's head down toward the ground. None of them were good people. Did he really think he would have the kindness to let Blackbeard off? With a decision made in his heart, Whitebeard's veins bulged as he increased his strength. With a crack, a large pit was left in the granite, distorting Blackbeard's face under the pressure. Blood seeped from his mouth, and one of his eyeballs bulged high, revealing fine blood vessels inside. He was afraid. After following Whitebeard for so many years, how could he not see that Whitebeard was serious? Whitebeard wanted to kill him. Whitebeard truly wanted to kill him. Chapter 161. Come on, let's use each other. Blackbeard's pupils flickered, and he suddenly felt uneasy, although he had made a decision long ago. When Whitebeard genuinely wanted to kill him, he couldn't help but tremble all over. This was the old man who had cared for him for over 20 years. Yet they had ultimately reached this life-and-death struggle. However, he only felt heartache. He did not regret it. This was an era where people were allowed to dream. Even if pointed at by thousands, even if spurned by friends and family, he still had his own dream. He wanted to use Whitebeard's strength to become Pirate King. If he could realize his dream, he would resort to any ruthless means. Hatred and ferocity flashed in his remaining eye, quickly turning into shock and disbelief. "Stop it, old man. Do you really want to kill me? Kill your son? I've been with you for over 20 years. Whitebeard's offensive did not diminish. His fingers tensed, and the vibrating force even broke free from the limits of darkness in an instant, buzzing like a bee in Blackbeard's ear. The immense power twisted his face grotesquely. His skin became a mess. Blackbeard was even more astonished. The determined old man could not be stopped by anyone. "You old bastard, can't you just die peacefully?" Grimacing, Teach shouted angrily at Whitebeard, while darkness surged around him like a flowing arrow. The more murderous intent Whitebeard exuded, the more Teach wanted to provoke him. Extremes meet. And when Whitebeard became furious to the extreme, he might find a glimmer of hope. Like Sis, those who toyed with darkness always had unique insights into manipulating people's hearts. When a person gets angry, they make mistakes, but for Whitebeard, he couldn't afford to make mistakes. Enemies wanting his life surrounded him, and one mistake would mean death. With a swing of his right hand, the massive Naginata moved with the agility of a dagger, blocking Teach's attacks with two crisp sounds. With a squeeze of his left hand, he threw Teach away. He could feel his life force rapidly diminishing within him. Arrogance and recklessness. These were your greatest weaknesses, and you will die because of them, I guarantee it. Blackbeard rolled awkwardly on the ground. Clearly, he wanted to provoke Whitebeard, but instead he found himself in a panic. Shouting to his companions behind him, "Kill him, quickly, all of you attack together." After that, aside from Shirey of the Rain, who charged at Sis, the others rushed toward Whitebeard in unison. All of them were extraordinary criminals who had escaped from Impel Down. Facing Whitebeard, they felt no fear. Even if he was the world's strongest, he was still a sick tiger. The shadows pulled Sis' body. He hadn't gone far, only coldly watching everything unfold. Blood seeped from the wound on his chest. His form swayed as the blade in his hand continuously clashed with Shirey's long sword. He didn't expect to shake off Shirey in a short time. After all, he was the one often mentioned alongside Magellan as an iron wall. If he were so easy to deal with, Impel Down would have long since turned upside down. However, as long as it was just entanglement, he was more than capable, as he was fast enough. His body leaped through the air, and with a swipe of his left hand, a black and red long spear was drawn from the darkness. Although Whitebeard was the first target of the Marines, that wasn't his concern. In his eyes, Whitebeard's life was far less important than Blackbeard's. The spearhead was aimed at Van Oka and the others, and Wilson Sis' body spun in the air before being thrown directly at them. The black and red flames trailed behind the spear like a tail feather, hot and deadly. "Wilson Sis, that damn guy, what is he doing?" As a Navy officer, is he really helping Whitebeard against us? The pirates of the Blackbeard pirates were cursing non-stop, unable to continue assisting Blackbeard, and quickly scattered in all directions. Sis' flames had left a deep psychological shadow on them. Their somewhat gaunt faces were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Sis' sudden attack. This was a war initiated by the Navy to encircle and kill the Whitebeard pirates, and now they were actually helping Whitebeard against them. Those prisoners who had just crawled out of the endless hell were deeply suspicious of Sis' sanity. As for Van Oka and Lafitte, the veterans of the Blackbeard pirates, while they also felt doubtful about Sis' actions, there was a vague suspicion in their hearts. Although they didn't know the exact relationship between Blackbeard and Sis, it was definitely related to their devil fruit abilities. That much they were sure of. They had heard from Blackbeard that the dark fruit could devour other fruit abilities, but they had never witnessed it firsthand. It was a discovery that could change the world's power dynamics. Watching Sis take action, Blackbeard's face turned green. Why bring people along? Isn't it because he was afraid he couldn't handle Dad on his own? With insufficient strength and no reinforcements, Blackbeard felt an immense hatred. If he had sent Sis to be surrounded from the start, having at least 2 people, he wouldn't be so passive now. Getting up from the ground, Blackbeard quickly retreated. If he couldn't concentrate his strength to kill Whitebeard, he could only buy time and wear him down. In fact, Sis and Blackbeard had somewhat similar thoughts. Both were stalling for time, but one wanted Whitebeard to die, while the other wanted to use the strength from Whitebeard's impending death to severely injure Blackbeard. It was pitiful. Clearly a hero of the sea, nearing death, he had become a tool for enemies to scheme against each other. However, Whitebeard himself didn't care much. If they could fight among themselves and block his enemies' attacks, that was something he welcomed. With so many experts attacking together, it was hard for him to endure. The blood flowing from his body was increasing, and he was becoming heavier without realizing it. But as long as there weren't concentrated attacks, he could hold on a little longer. At least he couldn't die before killing that unfilial son Tiki and that bastard Sis who had killed his son. The fierce gaze swept over Sis, and in his heart, he labeled Sis as arrogant, reckless, and unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth, daring to use him. He was not a sick cat. He was a ferocious tiger ready to tear apart his enemies, even while bleeding out. Compared to the pirates with their own calculations, the expressions of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, among other Navy officials, were completely unsightly. Wilson Sis, what is he doing? Doesn't he know the Navy's primary target is Whitebeard? Blackbeard is merely a minor nuisance. Ahem. Vice Admiral Tsuru coughed twice. After all, Sis was nominally her subordinate. Sis was still young. It was understandable that he was momentarily blinded by personal grievances. Today he could be said to have performed exceptionally, executing a captain and blocking Jozu and 2 warlords. We shouldn't be too harsh on him. Chapter 162. One Piece is real even now, after the breakthrough of Impelled Down, including the wise Sengoku. The Navy's high-ranking officials still didn't take Blackbeard's threat seriously. No matter how high he jumped, Blackbeard's essence was merely a warlord, and a second-rate one without a solid foundation at that. As a powerful representative among the warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo had Dressrosa as his base. And the entire Don Quixote family was a massive force with dozens of high-ranking officials involved in various black interest chains, backed by the Celestial Dragons and the world government. And with Kaido providing sales channels and protection, this was the true embryonic form of a great power. Even Crocodile had long been in control of a criminal group called Baroque Works as his subordinate force. As for Blackbeard, he didn't even have a decent ship. Apart from the lone wolf Mihawk, have you ever seen a major power leader who went out to negotiate business on a wooden raft? No doubt Blackbeard is that guy. Even when he was appointed as a warlord and handed ace over to the world government, he was on a broken wooden raft, making it hard for people to believe he could achieve anything. Not only in hardware, the Blackbeard pirates' shortcomings also reflected in their software. Although the crew was made up of experts scavenged from various places and now had a batch of repeat offenders who had served time and Impelled Down, a team hastily put together would inevitably face issues here and there. They lacked the experience of venturing and growing together and the mindset of mutual tolerance. Debuting at their peak seemed fine initially, significantly boosting the team's combat power, but over time it wouldn't necessarily hold. Without someone to keep this group of misfits in check, it was only a matter of time before the Blackbeard pirates fell apart. Blackbeard was already in his 30s, almost 40. He had long passed the rapid growth phase of strength. Unless some unexpected events occurred, his future strength would only gradually decline instead of becoming the Emperor of the Seas. Sengoku had seen too many existences like this. The threat level was incomparable to Whitebeard. According to the plan, they should have taken the opportunity to execute Whitebeard. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, unsure if he was being too harsh on Sis, but after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. There weren't many reliable young people in the Navy. It was hard to find one who was capable and could fight. And they still wouldn't seize the opportunity to use women like men and men like livestock. If everyone were like Borsalino, clocking in on time, wouldn't that spell the end for the Navy's future? Shaking his head to dismiss his excess thoughts, he issued orders to the nearby Navy to encircle from the sea. The frontline battle could continue to be stirred up by Blackbeard and Sis, but the other members of the Whitebeard pirates could not be allowed to continue to be lenient. On the other side, Blackbeard was still entangled with Whitebeard, dragging a severed leg, too afraid to confront Whitebeard head-on, manipulating darkness while dodging and limiting Whitebeard's abilities. Tiki, what's the matter? Why don't you dare to strike at me? Don't you want my life? If you have the guts, come and take it. Whitebeard roared, his large sword continuously slashing downward. Faintly, his life had already reached freezing point. Standing still, Whitebeard gasped heavily, his blood growing colder, and his vision began to double. It wasn't Blackbeard. It was Akainu, and Akainu's 2 attacks had truly injured his insides. Come over here, Tiki. The large sword slashed from the upper left to the lower right, creating a massive gash on the ground. This was his all-out strike. He had overestimated himself or underestimated Teach. Once the gap opened, the speed at which his vitality drained surpassed his imagination. After just a few blows, he had lost all strength, not only failing to take down that little brat Sisyphus, but even struggling to kill Teach. A sense of dark hatred brewed in his heart. hating himself for not having discovered Blackbeard's wolfish ambition sooner. Blackbeard suddenly jumped aside, awkwardly dodging the attack. "Cough, old man, you're done for. Each strike is weaker than the last. Today is your day of death." He opened his mouth, blood seeping from his chest, blood foam in his mouth. And as he spoke, blood sprayed everywhere. His condition wasn't good either, but in any case, he had ultimately won all of this. The one who inherited everything from Whitebeard was not his brother, Portgast Ace, nor was it the immortal Marco. It was Blackbeard, Teach. Propping himself up, his expression grew more ferocious, gripping a flintlock pistol, his index finger pulling the trigger as bullets were fired one after another. Bang, 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 at such a short distance. Even he could easily hit Whitebeard's body. Blood splattered, and Whitebeard let out a muffled groan. The world's strongest had become so weak that his armament hockey could no longer cover his body. Even ordinary lead bullets could pierce through him. "Dad!" On the other side of the canyon, the Whitebeard pirates cried out loudly. Marco's hands turned into wings, but his companions held him down tightly. This was the life path Whitebeard had painstakingly opened for them, and they absolutely could not let Marco go to his death. They had already lost too much. They could not afford to lose Marco as well. Crack, crack. Teach slumped to the ground, a metallic clanging sound coming from the flintlock. The bullets are all gone. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're truly a monster." Whitebeard straightened his back, the massive sword in his hand planted in the ground. Forcing himself to remain upright, half closing his eyes, staring dead at Blackbeard, as the past replayed in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to remember Roger and shouted loudly at Blackbeard, "It's not you. The man Roger was waiting for is not you." Just as someone has inherited Roger's will. Sooner or later, someone will inherit Ace's will. Though there is no blood relation, their flames of life will not extinguish. Since ancient times, it has been passed down from generation to generation, and then one day in the future, a person burdened with hundreds of years of history will challenge this world. Sengoku, you and the world government will one day panic over this global war. Although I have no interest when that treasure is discovered, the world will surely be turned upside down. Sengoku's face grew increasingly sinister, but Whitebeard's voice did not stop, raising his head to the sky and shouting, "One Piece exists." Chapter 163. The grandest performance of this century. Just kidding, damn it. Sengoku's brows furrowed, and his expression turned extremely grim. Whitebeard's words struck at his weak point. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, he was a top figure in the world government. And even the Gorosei dared not show him too much disrespect. Compared to the relationship between subordinates and superiors, they were more like collaborators. Just like Kazan, he could be one of the 3 admirals in the Navy, and outside the Navy, he could also be a powerful pirate. His strength made it impossible for others to do anything to him. In this world, everything is false. Money, status, fame, all of it is false. Even the lofty celestial dragons, once they lose the protection of powerful forces, become nothing. If it weren't for his tragic childhood, perhaps even Don Quixote Doflamingo would now just be a Charles who eats, sleeps, and plays with women. Strength is the only unchanging truth in this world. Whether it be wealth or status, even if discarded, as long as one has strength, they will come pouring in from all directions. Due to his own strength and status, Sengoku often had access to many confidential messages that ordinary people could hardly reach. He understood very well what the so-called One Piece meant, a truly troublesome thing. However, compared to this, he was more worried about the impending second wave of piracy. The execution of Pirate King Gold. Roger had sparked the Great Pirate Era. Hatred, plunder, and slaughter were the greatest political legacies he left behind, and now Whitebeard was bringing up old matters again. Panting heavily, Sengoku trembled with anger. If a second wave of piracy were to rise, who would pay with their lives? The Whitebeard pirates? The Revolutionary Army? No. It would be the Navy that sacrifices lives to maintain order. Just thinking about it made his heart restless. After I die, let the flood come. Whitebeard, Roger, this really is your style. On the other side, Sisyphus deflected Rain's blade, and the two separated, halting their long swords as they looked towards the towering figure. Whitebeard was no longer breathing. Sisyphus scoffed at Whitebeard's mad words. Burdened with hundreds of years of history. Challenging the world? What century are you living in, old relic? The wheels of the era can only move forward. Being obsessed with the past will only lead to being buried in the sands of time. To lead an era, is it Monkey D? What Monkey D, Faraday, or Monkey D, Banting? Even someone as outstanding as Faraday could not lead an era, let alone the Straw Hat Kid. Those who walk ahead of the times can be revolutionaries, philosophers, politicians, scientists, or doctors, but they are absolutely not pirates who are unwilling to use their brains. Struggling to stand up from the ground, Blackbeard's lips curled into a sneer, and he began to laugh wildly, his only remaining eye sharp as an eagle's. Ha ha! You're finally dead, old man. His fierce gaze swept over, and several old members of the Blackbeard pirates, including Lafitte, had already surrounded him, holding a large curtain. Are you ready, everyone? Today, we will perform the greatest drama of this century right here. Blackbeard's unique voice spread throughout the bay, attracting nearly everyone's attention. It seemed he truly resembled a big star. What are they planning to do? That bastard Teach, that old man's corpse. The approaching Navy and the pirates far across the canyon cursed angrily. As he lifted a corner of the curtain, Blackbeard's smile was incredibly sinister. Please enjoy. This will be my finest performance. The surrounding noise gradually diminished, and just as Blackbeard intended to step into the curtain, suddenly, someone snapped their fingers sharply. With a whoosh, black and red flames erupted from below, rising up without wind, instantly turning the curtain to ashes, and a massive black fire serpent descended from the sky, opening its mouth wide and lunging directly at Blackbeard. As shadows stretched, Sisyphus appeared in front of Blackbeard without him knowing when. My dear Teach, others may not understand you. But do I not understand you? I know exactly what you want to do. Do you think it's that easy to play tricks? With a roar, the flame surged threefold in the wind, charging towards Blackbeard. Sis, I knew it was you. Our abilities are similar, and I want to let you succeed. Blackbeard's face was filled with rage, resembling a ferocious dog guarding its food. Darkness surged in his hands, and a tide, made entirely of darkness, blocked the path of the fire serpent. That expression, that demeanor, completely regarded Sis as a rival for the tremor fruit. Both Blackbeard and Sis, being beings of darkness, are born predators, albeit with slightly different prey. Blackbeard seeks to hunt the tremor fruit from Whitebeard, while Sis's interest has never been in such a thing. What he has wanted from the start is the dark fruit within Blackbeard. For an ordinary person, consuming a devil fruit might be a step to the heavens, but for Sis, an ordinary devil fruit, even a Logia type, is merely a side dish. Besides elementalization, he possesses all the abilities of a typical Logia devil fruit user. Fire, darkness, a powerful body, and regenerative abilities. He can be considered a devil fruit user with multiple abilities. The most critical point is that he lacks the weaknesses of a devil fruit user. Even Sea Prism Stone is merely a slightly harder rock to him. Without this weakness, he can often deliver the most lethal blow to his enemies, especially to those who think they can control Sis with the Sea Prism Stone. Sis can present them with a grand gift at their most triumphant moments. In summary, whether in terms of practicality or the weakness itself, Sis has no need for a devil fruit that is powerful in the conventional sense. However, the dark fruit is different. Just as Teach waited decades for it, Sis is equally curious about that fruit. A king who cannot dominate all territories is an incomplete king. Even with the ability of the Dark Master, Sis occasionally feels emptiness due to the darkness being beyond his control, especially after battling Blackbeard for his life. That feeling is incredibly intense. He wants to crush the dark fruit within Blackbeard, as his instincts constantly remind him that as long as he devours it, he can achieve a qualitative leap and become immensely complete. Though Blackbeard also covets the darkness within Sis, his different upbringing and perspective prevent him from easily giving up on a powerful force that is almost within his grasp. The tremor fruit holds a unique significance for him. Chapter 164. It turns out on the one surrounded for Blackbeard, the tremor fruit is not just a powerful devil fruit. It is the greatest embodiment of Whitebeard's legacy. If the Emperor's symbol is the Imperial Seal, then Whitebeard's symbol is undoubtedly the tremor fruit. If Edward Weevil were standing before Blackbeard at this moment, he would certainly disdainfully raise his middle finger. The biological son of Whitebeard, and you, a fool, are worthy? Seeing the Imperial Seal in his hand, no, the tremor fruit? He is the true master of Whitebeard's legacy, the man who has inherited everything from Whitebeard in the true sense. If this doesn't count as a son, then what does? The admiration within him gives him a mysterious confidence about the tremor fruit. He must grasp the tremor fruit in his palm. Staring intently at Sis, Blackbeard's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everything else could be negotiable, but the dark fruit and the tremor fruit were absolutely non-negotiable. With new grievances and old grudges, the two had completely turned into a relationship of mutual hostility. I want to let you lay a hand on Dad's legacy, Wilson Sis. Darkness surged like tidal waves. and Sis and Blackbeard stood in confrontation, centered around Whitebeard's corpse, eyes glinting with malice. The new and old members of the Blackbeard pirates surrounded Sis in a circle. Licking his lips, the prisoners just released from Impel Down showed no sympathy for Blackbeard's grand plan. They felt that killing Sis was far more practical than seizing Whitebeard's power. "I can't believe you dare to stand in front of us. Hick us. I heard. Hick, you're quite good at scheming, so did you. Guess you die today, Wilson, Sis." The large barrel, Bacchus choked, with a nose larger than a sausage, hiccuped as he drunkenly spoke to Sis. He was tall, with a robust frame, nearly twice Blackbeard's height, yet he showed no sign of extra flesh, like a person draped in wrinkled human skin. Sis, this guy, always liked to conduct a soul-deep slimming down on others when they least expected it, with half-closed eyes gleaming. There were not just one or two people wanting to open a hole in Sis's head to use as a wine jug. The whole venue was filled with them. "TCH. Sis snorted disdainfully, scanning his surroundings. "Have you made a mistake? This ISNT the New World. This is Marine Headquarters Marineford. Who gave you the audacity to say such things?" Gripping his long knife, he felt confident and showed no signs of panic. Suddenly, a chill surged, and the temperature around dropped several degrees. Crack, crack, the crisp sound like bricks shattering, echoed as the entire sea surface and bay were once again covered with a layer of ice. Kazan had made his move. Although his target wasn't the Blackbeard pirates, it still placed immense pressure on them, and they felt a bit apprehensive, realizing they might have spoken too soon. In terms of numbers, who in Marineford could rival the Marines? Everything wasn't over yet. Soon after, the ground seemed to tremble and thick magma erupted into the sky. "I told you I wouldn't let you escape. Don't even think about living, you foolish kids." Blood soaked on his face. Even Whitebeard wouldn't be able to take his life. Sakazuki stood before the Whitebeard pirates like a demon risen from hell. That temperature, that might. Even the Blackbeard pirates, standing on the other side, felt it. Good grief, it turns out they're the ones surrounded? Sis raised an eyebrow. "Only now do you realize? How slow you are." The bright blade light filled the space in front of him, and Teach's face turned dark with rage. Pointing a finger at Sis, he viciously ordered, "Let us all go together. Help me stop him. His target is also Dad's tremor fruit." Teach's voice was loud enough to make even Sengoku's eyes widen in shock. He seemed to struggle to understand the development of the situation. The target is the tremor fruit? Though it was hard to believe, his pounding heart told him this was definitely not a good thing. Noticing Sengoku's gaze, Van Oken narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger at Sis. Bang! The gunpowder ignited in the barrel, smoke billowing as a gray-black bullet flew straight towards Sis's forehead. If it was just dehydration, the impact on his combat strength could be reduced to negligible levels. As long as the gun could still fire bullets, he was full of combat power. Van Oka's gunshot seemed to serve as a signal. With a swoosh, the surrounding pirates leaped toward Sis, closely followed by the larger encirclement of Marines. "Die for me, Wilson, Sis. Awaken, pirate." The shouts of slaughter once again filled this land, particularly comical, of course, if he wasn't standing at the center of chaos. Sis pulled with his left hand, darkness dragging him to dodge the bullets. With his right hand holding a knife, he swung out a crescent-shaped sword light, and he could see Blackbeard getting closer. Sword momentum, draw, and slash. Blackbeard did not slow down, his right hand also gripping a swirling mass of darkness. "I will not let you succeed. Darkness, release." He turned his body, throwing out a large mass that had once been submerged in darkness, which shattered into countless fragments under the cut of the sword light. With a smirk, he was aiming for this effect, as someone, elongated due to forced defatting, slid across the icy surface toward Whitebeard's body. Shadows tugged, and Sith also accelerated to pursue. "Leave him to me. Sith, I will not let you pass." Lafitte, with wings sprouting from his back, pulled out a long, thin dagger from his cane, the sharp blade glinting as he dove down. Sith glanced at him, accelerating fiercely, a high wall entirely made of fire blocking his path. He had no time to waste on other minions. It was time for kings to face off. With a twist of the knife edge, he drew a bright light in the air, slashing toward Blackbeard's furious eyes. "So close, you bastard." Gritting his teeth, Blackbeard suddenly turned sideways, his right hand becoming pitch black, directly colliding with Sith's blade. Clang! The sound of metal ringing, their gazes locked at close range. It was somewhat strange. After all, this was a gathering of three-eyed beings. Blackbeard's expression was fierce, while Sith wore a smile. If others were unhappy, he was pleased. "You clearly have many choices. Why do you insist on competing with me?" Blackbeard growled at Sith. Sith grinned, eyes filled with mockery. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not like you. I don't have that bizarre ability to rob others of their fruits. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Everyone, do you want to know the secret of the dark fruit? Chapter 165. Don't rush to refuse the secret of the dark fruit. The voice spread across the square. Nearly all ears perked up. The dark fruit, a mysterious fruit shrouded in a veil. If it weren't for Blackbeard's unexpected rise, most people wouldn't have even heard its name, let alone its secret. Curiosity. This truly piques curiosity. Wilson Sith, shut up. Blackbeard hissed through clenched teeth, his fingertips swirling with darkness. He could not let his century-long plan be ruined. Do you want to fight to the death with me? Clearly, your goal is that thing too. No, I just want to annoy you. Darkness surged in his eye sockets, and Sith's gaze became incredibly sinister. This is the truth. He raised his voice again. Everyone listen closely. The dark fruit is an exceptionally special Logia-type devil fruit. It lacks elemental abilities, but on the contrary, it can restrict the powers of other devil fruits and rob them. Blackbeard wants to take away Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. Blackbeard was panting, not immediately refuting, effectively acknowledging Sith's words. Suddenly, everyone present felt as if they had been struck. Not far away, Ghost Spider clenched a cigarette in his mouth. He was well aware of the feud between Sith and Blackbeard, having observed the development of their relationship from mutual wariness to a full-blown fight. His eyebrows furrowed, his already dark face filled with suspicion. What is that kid Sith thinking? A person can only eat one devil fruit. That's common knowledge. Robbing fruit abilities, what a joke. Personal grudges should not be mixed into the battlefield, you brat. No, Spider Kid, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Admiral Crane shook his head, her expression serious. Sith is not a child who speaks recklessly. Since he dares to say it, there must be a reason, and besides. Piercing through the darkness, Admiral Crane's seemingly all-seeing gaze landed on Blackbeard, narrowing her eyes. Furthermore, even the parties involved haven't denied it. Have they? Granny Crane. Ghost Spider's expression grew increasingly grim. If it were just Sith alone, he could dismiss it as personal grudge, but if even Granny Crane thought so, he had to take it seriously. Admiral Crane is a well-known sage in the Navy. What she believes is almost never wrong. If she also suspects Blackbeard, then there is definitely a problem. Worry filled his brow, his pupils filled with killing intent. He nodded toward Admiral Crane. I know what to do, Granny Crane. Pointing the knife edge. Everyone, attack together. We must not let Blackbeard reach Whitebeard's corpse. Out of the corner of his eye, Blackbeard looked at the advancing Navy with a chilling expression. Wilson Sith, you bastard. Squinting his eyes, he tilted his body and looked in the direction of Marco, shouting loudly, Marco, how about we join forces? Not just me, this guy also has the ability to rob everything. Do you want to see Dad's ability fall into the Navy's hands? Marco hesitated in his steps. As Whitebeard's true right-hand man, he was incredibly sharp. Those two damn bastards. He cursed, his hands transforming into wings, rushing out in an instant. He could not let Blackbeard and Sith, those two great enemies, destroy Dad's corpse. Captain Marco, what to do? What to do? Marineford has been cut off by Dad. We can't get through it all. Following Marco, the surrounding pirates began to panic. Akainu raised his head, glancing at the Jinbei blocking his path and the Whitebeard corpse standing at the other end of the canyon. You really like to cause trouble. Blackbeard teach. Saying this, he slightly turned to the side, his gaze extremely cold. Consider yourselves lucky, Jinbei, but remember, there won't be a second time. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Swiftly sidestepping, he jumped through a gap, clearly prioritizing the tremor fruit over the Straw Hat Kid. The other captains exchanged glances. There is no other way. Let us go all out and retrieve Dad's corpse. The number of people flooding in from all directions increased, all experts. And soon they were locked in battle. At the center of the conflict, Sith and Blackbeard remained vigilant against each other, only a few steps away from Whitebeard, a distance that was easily within reach. Yet those few steps felt like an insurmountable chasm. Blackbeard believed nothing Sith said. He only believed in what he saw and possessed. For decades, he had firmly believed he was unique, and after obtaining the dark fruit's power, he further validated his reasoning, convinced he was destined for greatness. This confidence remained until he encountered Sith. Except for being more handsome, younger, more malicious, and colder inside, Blackbeard sees Sis as looking into a mirror. If it weren't for his conviction to keep his hands clean, he might even suspect that Sis is his long-lost child. Therefore, he has always harbored the utmost malice towards Sis. Whatever he can do, Sis has no reason not to be able to do it. Grinning. Blackbeard suddenly burst into laughter. Actually, we don't need to fight to the death here. you have plenty of options. How about Ace's Flame fruit? I think it should suit you better than the Quake fruit. As for this, just let me have it. Consider it a favor I owe you. Hey. Are you negotiating with me? Blackbeard, I told you I have no interest in the Quake fruit. I just want to annoy you. Sis shrugged disdainfully. Don't be so quick to refuse. 50. I can provide 50 devil fruits to the Navy. Blackbeard's tone intensified. The surrounding Navy paused. And Sis could even hear the sound of saliva slipping from his mouth. 50 devil fruits? Regular people can't even see one. What a big deal. A big business. You've really offered me a big deal, but there is no trust between us. I'm not foolish enough to let the enemy grow. Without thinking, Sis shook his head. It was just time. He wasn't in a hurry. Unlike Blackbeard, he couldn't devour devil fruit powers, and he would rather wait until the Quake fruit was reborn. Chapter 166. The next era, I bet on myself to win. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. Before Sis could delay time and negotiate a price with Blackbeard, Akainu's angry voice came through. The Navy doesn't need to make deals with pirates. Hurry up and take the Quake fruit from him. Sis' eyelid twitched. Is he kidding? Does he have that ability? The dark fruit was fine, but he didn't mind Blackbeard's hairy face, while Blackbeard disliked his sharp teeth, making it hard to bite. Across from Sis, Blackbeard's gaze was intense, never leaving Sis' figure. Despite having only one eye, his observation haki was stronger than most famous powerhouses. With a slight smirk, he half closed his remaining eye. Although he didn't know what the guy in front of him was thinking, to be careless in battle was to not take him seriously. However, he didn't care about such trivial matters. Being distracted was precisely the best opportunity he had been waiting for. Time was running out. As Sis was lost in thought, Blackbeard charged out directly, unleashing a powerful attraction from his palm. You've let your guard down. Whitebeard's legacy will ultimately fall into my hands. He laughed loudly. Dense darkness spreading out like a curtain, obscuring the light, as if a gigantic black hole had opened in space, with no gaps in his defense. Sis raised an eyebrow, somewhat disdainful. It might work on others, but facing me, who is also darkness, do you think these little tricks can block me? Suddenly, a swirling flame of red and black shot up into the sky, the sound of conch shells echoing around as two giant snakes, nearly 10 meters tall, rose behind Sis. Dragging black mud, like oil, it intensified the surrounding flames, with lifeless pupils and a killing intent that couldn't be concealed. Opening their massive mouths, Blackbeard could clearly see the dense, sharp teeth inside, glimmering coldly. Glancing up, the darkness hidden in the mist seemed as towering as a mountain. For some reason, he had an instinct that there was something more, even a great thing hidden within. And these two small snakes were merely the tip of the iceberg of that monster's body in the darkness. What on earth is that guy eating? Blackbeard cursed angrily. The darkness in his heart trembled, nearly forgetting to reach for Whitebeard's corpse. Now it was fair. Both had a moment of distraction. With a massive bite, the giant snake's throat also erupted with a powerful attraction. If it couldn't devour the Quake fruit's power, it would destroy Whitebeard's corpse along with it. Sis believed Blackbeard couldn't extract the power from the minced meat. Blackbeard's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect to be outwitted by Sis, just as he was on the verge of success. Vaguely, he seemed to recall a fear of the giant snake. Perhaps that thing was just big, and a couple of swallows would turn into worms. If it were really that strong, what was there to fear? His heart filled with rage, he felt deceived. You damned thing, hurry up and leave my father's body. Blackbeard shouted, his right hand pressing against the ground. Darkness surged like waves towards Sis, twisting into a vortex that rolled toward Whitebeard's feet. As the vortex connected with the snake's body, a loud boom echoed as two massive darkness collided fiercely in the air. Despite both being pitch black, they were distinctly different. Water mist and flame splashed. These were two entirely different kinds of darkness, but both had unparalleled destructive power. The ground shook, with the thick granite either burned to powder by the flames or corroded into pits by the droplets. Sweating profusely, whether from the pirates escaping impelled down or the approaching Navy, they dared only to watch this black curtain from afar, not daring to come close. Under the cover of flames, Sis, holding a knife in his right hand, rushed towards Blackbeard at high speed, turning his body as the blade whistled through the air, aiming straight at Blackbeard's body. He couldn't let Blackbeard touch Whitebeard's corpse. Blackbeard's expression darkened. Ever since he met Sis, he hadn't encountered a single good thing. His arms covered in haki, his fists were harder than gold and iron. Clang! Clang! The metallic screech rang out, sparks flying in the air, illuminating the two incredibly fierce faces. Let the Quake fruit go. I promise I'll find a better one for you. You're not one of Whitebeard's crew. You don't need to cling to what our father left us. Blackbeard bared his remaining teeth, speaking earnestly. The blade flashed, dodging the punch, and Sis' expression was mocking. How many times have I said it? You have abilities I don't. You're special. Besides, aside from the dark fruit inside you, I have no other desires. Do you really not leave any room for yourself? Do you think there's any so-called room between us? I know your thoughts. They're no different from mine. You want to devour me just as I want to devour you. Selfish as you are, you will never let others touch the darkness. Haha, you really know me. From the first time I saw you, I knew you would become my stumbling block. It seems there's no way out, since you refuse to back down. Then go die. Blackbeard laughed loudly. Then his expression turned cold, waving his hand as endless darkness merged into a massive tornado, stirring the air and lifting sand and gravel, descending upon Sis' head. Sis stood firm and unafraid, pulling with his left hand, while another pitch-black giant snake opened its mouth towards the tornado. Crack! The ripples intertwined, and even space was stirred into a mess. As visions tangled, at that moment, Blackbeard suddenly leaped up, his right hand targeting Whitebeard's corpse, which was still suspended in midair. The darkness mingled with flames, instantly igniting Blackbeard's clothes, turning him into a man of fire, yet he had no intention of holding back. On the road to victory, one must sacrifice something. He had wagered a leg and an eye, and mere flames were nothing to him. In the next era, he bet on himself to win. Enduring the excruciating pain, his fingers barely reached Whitebeard's body. He won. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a victor's smile. With just a little more time, he would gain the power to change the entire world. His hate-filled gaze flicked towards Sis, as the black tide rapidly shrank, enveloping him like a giant cocoon. Before gaining power, he needed to ensure his own safety. It wouldn't take long, just enough to block that guy for a brief moment. The serpent's mouth opened wide, biting down on the cocoon, and Sis's expression turned grim. In an instant, he seemed to hear a crack, like an egg breaking, and something vaguely increased within his body. Chapter 167. You ate Dad's hockey. Crack! A crisp sound came from within the giant serpent, not an illusion. And different from the faint sound of an egg breaking within Sis, it was sharp and piercing, like mountains crumbling. Suddenly, the serpent's scales exploded, as if a sharp knife had sliced through a mirror. Then, the ground began to tremble, and the once invincible giant serpent began to wail in the air, constantly writhing on the ground. Darkness mixed with flames, and with a sizzling sound, the entire giant serpent turned into fragments in midair, and a slender figure emerged from the darkness. As the black mist dissipated, clear skies appeared. Ha ha ha, Wilson Sis, do you see it? This is my power. The dark gravity that turns everything to nothing, and the earthquake power that destroys all. Now, I have everything I wanted. I am the greatest in the world. The sharp, maniacal laughter echoed from all directions, and the battlefield fell into a long-lost silence. Many Navy soldiers even collapsed to the ground, holding their heads with expressions of despair. How could this be? Was the threat of that tremor not over yet? Sakazuki punched away Marco, who was blocking his path, his mouth twisted, unsure if it was anger or an old injury acting up. What was Sis doing? How could he let the pirates take the lead? Abandoning Marco. It seemed he still wanted to deal with the successor of the Quake fruit first. The surrounding pirates had grim faces, feeling somewhat helpless, unconsciously leaning towards Marco, who could provide them with a little calm. That guy, gritting his teeth, Marco's gaze turned unfriendly. As the ship's doctor, he understood that bastard better than anyone. A single person possessing 2 devil fruits was something that seemed impossible to ordinary people, but if coupled with a physical anomaly, everything seemed to make sense. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Sis, although unsure of what had transpired between Sis and Blackbeard, based solely on their conversation. Marco had ample reason to suspect that Sis was an anomaly like Blackbeard. Veins bulged on Marco's forehead, and his head throbbed painfully. He wasn't young, and his time, standing alone, was probably longer than most old pirates had spent at sea, but nonetheless, this was his first time taking charge. This world changed too rapidly. He hadn't even adapted to the shift from ship doctor to captain before being thrust into a tumultuous situation. It was frustrating, truly frustrating. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he no longer hoped to avenge Dad at Marineford. He only thought of one thing: how to bring his brothers back to the new world, regroup, and then take Blackbeard's head to avenge Dad. Calculating in his mind, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew's battle circle slowly shifted outward. He was waiting for Blackbeard and the Navy to clash, shattering the ice, at which point it would be their time to escape Marineford. Do you see it? The ultimate victor of this war is still me, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. It wasn't my choice. It was the quake fruit that chose me. It's time to put an end to our conflict. Showing a rotten tooth, Blackbeard appeared spirited. Flames burned away half of his hair, his eyes colder than the fiercest wolf. Full of aggression. On the platform, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. This is troublesome. A failed scheme could lead to disaster. Not only did he fail to seize the quake fruit, but he might have also lost everything. Radiating a golden glow, Sengoku stood like a true Buddha, ready to rush in and seize the person. Haha. Sis's expression remained calm, even managing to let out a few cold laughs, his long knife resting at his waist as two black snakes reformed behind him, gathering. He indeed took something from Whitebeard. It wasn't a devil fruit, although he had never eaten one and wasn't very clear on the principles of devil fruits. It was illogical for one fruit to be eaten by two people simultaneously. Raising his right hand, the long knife crossed over his chest, Haki naturally covering it. From the blade body, the hilt, to his entire being, suddenly his whole body was enveloped in a layer of black, liquid like Haki, black and red intermingled. Full of malevolence. Lifting his head, his gaze intertwined with Blackbeard's single eye. Thanks to you. To be honest, I've never felt this good. You're Haki. Blackbeard's single eye narrowed. The aura emanating from Sis had changed. The intensity of that Haki was something he had never possessed before. Otherwise, the winner would have long been determined. You ate the Haki from Dad. His voice deepened, and Blackbeard was left with only one guess. No, it's impossible. Haki is the embodiment of one's will. How could anyone eat Haki? Shaking his head repeatedly, mumbling, Blackbeard continuously denied it. But soon, his sinister gaze turned towards Sis. His face filled with fervor. In this world, nothing is impossible. Since I could take the quake fruit as power from Dad, why can't you eat Dad's Haki? I understand now. Whether it's just me or you, we are both incomplete. I can only consume the devil fruit, and you can only devour Haki. Only by merging the two can we achieve true darkness. He spread his arms wide, rocks crumbling and scattering in the air, as if responding to his words. Everyone in the audience fell into a stupor once more. Explosive news came in waves. They vaguely saw a future dominated by darkness. Two whale sharks leaped into the sea, and everyone became fish swimming in the ocean, one plundering fruits, the other plundering Haki. The future seas would be a vast hunting ground. Doflamingo's laughter suddenly lowered. Although he still wore a cynical smile, anyone could tell that his face was filled with displeasure. It really was a hassle. The future sea was becoming increasingly interesting, but who would be hunting whom? Arrogant as he was, he felt a bit apprehensive facing the likes of Sis and Teach. Whether it was the devil fruit abilities or the Haki they possessed, he certainly matched the main course on the menu. And if he wasn't careful, how could he guarantee that he wouldn't end up on the dinner table? After all, even the world's strongest Whitebeard had become just a dish on the plates of these two beasts. Taking 2 steps back, even a warlord like him didn't want to linger near these two guys. Chapter 168. The Thief of Hooks is executed. The Thief of Nations becomes a lord regarding the enhancement of Haki. Sis didn't actually understand it well, but one thing he was clear about before encountering Blackbeard. He definitely didn't have that ability. Otherwise, with the rampage he caused and impelled down, his Haki should have been maxed out by now. He had 2 small guesses about this. First, perhaps the darkness within him was too picky, and the strength of those guys and impelled down was too low, making the darkness unwilling to take a bite. It only started to feast when it encountered high-quality Haki, like Whitebeard's. The second guess was that some unknown chemical reaction occurred during his entanglement with Blackbeard, perhaps due to balance. One devoured the Tremor fruit, while the other consumed Haki. Personally, he preferred to believe the latter. After all, no matter how one looked at it, whether it was Katarina Devon or the Bista he killed afterward, each was a rare talent, and the total amount of Haki they possessed shouldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, they could at least serve as appetizers. Vaguely, Sis' curiosity about the dark fruit grew stronger, but there was one thing that felt somewhat irritating. Every time he thought about the Haki that had been squeezed out by the dark fruit, a phrase popped into his mind. Shocked, Junior's sister approaches him, taking away his bloodline, yet he awakens instead. It turns out what was taken was the impurities. His lips twitched slightly. The more he thought about it, the more he resembled his junior sister. Sis shook his head, casting out those unnecessary thoughts. The outcome was still undecided. Who was the impurity was yet to be determined. No matter what others said, he thought Blackbeard's crooked appearance did resemble that of an impurity. Wilson, Sis, to be honest, you really surprised me. From Judicial Island to Impel Down, each encounter brings me new surprises. The longer I know you, the more interested I become. You seem to be shrouded in a fog, suddenly appearing, making it hard to see through. Today, you even devoured my father's hockey right in front of me. After all my hard work, I ended up making you a wedding dress. Blackbeard looked at Sis, his single eye wide open, as power surged from his body, dividing into left and right. Every second, he felt strength pouring out of him. When he clasped his hands, it was as if he held the entire world. Sis' eyes were unwavering, and he grinned as well, eyebrows furrowing with murderous intent. I'm not like you shameless thief who stole the Navy's victory fruit. Ha ha ha, stole the Navy's victory fruit? Blackbeard suddenly burst into laughter, spreading his hands. Don't imagine me to be that bad, nor think too highly of the Navy. A mere Navy isn't worth my attention. If I'm going to steal the entire world. Suddenly, darkness surged behind him, and the entire Marine Fort trembled. Go tell the world, foolish, peace-loving masses, the Navy, the world government, and the pirates. The future of this world is set. The coming era will be my Blackbeard's era. His right fist tightened, glowing with a pure white halo. With a crack, the space split open, and Blackbeard punched toward Sis. To welcome the birth of a king. Let you die together with Marineford. Sis grunted softly. What a bold claim. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he had gained power from Whitebeard. But it wasn't just that. In an instant, Sis' eyes darkened, the surrounding darkness coalescing. He slashed his long knife, creating ripples of black and red in the air. And sparks of electricity exploded, even tearing apart the clouds in the sky. With a loud crack, a violent roar filled his ears, like thousands of bees buzzing at once. The wind howled, dark clouds rolled, and everything touched was wiped out in an instant. Conqueror's hockey? Blackbeard yelled. I didn't expect you to even swallow my father's hockey. You truly deserve to die. With a grimace, Blackbeard lunged at Sis again. It was one thing to steal everything else, but he didn't expect that even the qualifications to become a king had been swallowed by that guy. He wanted Sis dead. His left hand reached out, darkness swirling like a vortex, grabbing Sis, while his right hand clenched into a fist the size of a sandbag crashing down. The darkness surged, gathering like a tide, containing endless light points. Each drop and each speck held an explosive aura, seemingly ready to blow apart his very soul. Sis narrowed his eyes. Before the fist arrived, his woolen suit turned into countless fragments, revealing his dark skin, covered in strange patterns and a few black-gray scales. Bending slightly, he gripped the hilt of his knife, and the long knife leaped from his waist, glinting coldly, resembling a crescent moon, and in an instant, it collided with the fist. The blade's aura met the fist's power. Flames clashed with dark waters, sparks exploded, and space tore apart as both of their bodies were enveloped in dense darkness. Seconds later, the center of the plaza erupted with a massive shockwave that spread out in a circular wave, clearing the surrounding granite. It either shattered into dust or was deeply pressed into the ground. The earth continued to tremble, seawater flowed backward, rushing into the sky, instantly tearing apart the glaciers formed by Kazan, as a tsunami capable of submerging all of Marineford surged upward. That rascal, this is Marineford. Doesn't he know to hold back a little? This concerns next year's budget. Does he really think construction is free? Sengoku clenched his fists, his muscles trembling, snorting and glaring as he cursed, his eyebrows constantly arching. He didn't look angry at all. Admiral, the Navy has finally gained another Admiral-level combat power. Although the overall hockey content still pales in comparison to Whitebeard, it can be said to be far behind, but that powerful strength is undeniable. Sis has consumed enough hockey to make him comparable to an admiral, not to mention anything else. Just Sis acquisition alone made the Navy's participation in this war worth the ticket price, and it could even be said to be a big profit. Compared to the Navy, the ones who were even happier were Judicial Island. If it weren't for the war still not being over, they would have wanted to celebrate with champagne. It had been too hard. After much struggle, Judicial Island finally had someone of significance to present, no matter how others viewed it. Anyone who tried to hinder Sis in the future would face their wrath. After all, he was a top talent they painstakingly unearthed from the Navy's discarded corners. The hope for their entire village to gain power. As for regions, he had long been cast aside to the ends of the earth. In this world, everything must be based on strength. Only those with power have a voice, while those without it are equivalent to nothing. If we can exchange for a few more Sith-level fighters, not to mention a senior prosecutor, even all the senior prosecutors on Judicial Island would willingly give up in tears. Chapter 169. A red-haired man from afar and short. Among the Navy and the high-ranking officials of Judicial Island, the initiation of this war was undoubtedly a great victory. All the damn people are dead. Whitebeard is dead, and Fire Fist Ace was executed on the execution platform. The only unexpected outcome was the emergence of Blackbeard as a variable. However, the Navy did not suffer. The one who gained a significant power boost was not just Blackbeard. Some portion of the fruits of victory still fell into the Navy's hands. Furthermore, the war is far from over. The dominant Navy can fully take advantage of this opportunity to expand their victories and leave the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates and Whitebeard pirates behind. Admiral Sengoku narrowed his eyes and gestured to a nearby vice admiral to take command, diving into the fray. Now that the war has reached this point, there is no need to feign preservation of combat power. Causing as much damage as possible is the hard truth. Besides, Blackbeard is not Whitebeard. Allowing him to rampage in Marineford would truly tarnish the Navy's reputation. Boom! In the square, the space shattered, flames scattered, and two dark forces collided and intertwined, with jagged lightning crisscrossing the sky, as if to tear the entire world apart. On the ground, blades and fists met, separating and returning, exchanging blows dozens of times in just a few seconds, both men unleashing their true power. Blackbeard took a step forward, dragging a false leg beneath him, his right hand swinging in a punch that shattered the air like a mirror, creating a tempest of power. As a native of the pirate world, Blackbeard's talent is astonishing. Having just acquired the Quake fruit, he uses it as smoothly as if he had been training for years. Although he cannot match Whitebeard, one can still vaguely see a trace of ferocity. A golden-scaled fish does not belong in a pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering a storm. For Blackbeard, the dark fruit and the Quake fruit are his storms. Once the storm arrives, the golden scales become a dragon. He is no longer a pawn in Whitebeard's crew, nor a petty tyrant in the first half of the Grand Line, but a true emperor ruling the seas. The pawn has crossed the river. Representing his life's chess game, he has survived. Yet it is still not enough. Your strength is still far from adequate. With your current power, you are still far from defeating me. Blackbeard laughed loudly, charging at Sis without a second thought. Having consumed the Quake fruit, he felt as if he could command the entire world. He could not lose. Buildings, stones, and the corpses scattered on the ground were all swept into his attack at that moment. Space shattered, and everything turned to dust. Oof. A heavy snort escaped his nostrils, and a sword-like roar echoed as dense black lightning seemed to be cleaved into shape. Points of fire ignited like candle flames, surging in intensity, transforming into blazing flames reaching for the sky. He was like firewood soaked in oil, burning fiercely from head to toe. Whitebeard was right. Arrogance and recklessness are your greatest weaknesses. One day, you will pay the price for this. No, it will be today. Today you will pay for your arrogance and ignorance. This is Marine headquarters in Marineford, not a place for you to run wild in the New World. Haha. Today is still Marine headquarters, but tomorrow it may very well become a silent sea. Arrogance and recklessness. I give you these two words as well. In the next moment, the ground let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. The surrounding buildings shook and shattered, and the ground sunk, as if the rolling sea water would drag the entire Marineford into the ocean. Look, I stand here before you, step by step sinking Marineford into the sea. Marine headquarters? After today, it will become history. Sis sneered dismissively. You really can't understand human language, can you, Blackbeard? I've said it, this is Marine headquarters. How could there be only me who wants to deal with you? Blackbeard's pupils contracted. He seemed to have indeed underestimated the situation. Besides the three admirals, the Navy still hides several old-timers from the same era as his father. Sweat dripped down, and he shook his head gently. No, they're just a bunch of old, decaying fools corrupted by time. They cannot pose a threat to him. But before he could relax his expression, an overwhelming killing intent came from behind him. You little brat, this is not a place for you to run wild. His body expanded, clad in armor like gold, his hair puffed up, and a mark appeared on his forehead. His presence was solemn, like a true Buddha descending into the world. With a fierce gaze, he subdued the four demons. With a compassionate demeanor, he showed mercy to the six paths. His eyes narrowed, and his right hand pressed down toward Blackbeard like the five-finger mountain in the hands of the Buddha. For Blackbeard was the demon he would subdue today. Blackbeard's face changed dramatically, terror filling his remaining eye. This old man truly deserves to be from the same era as my father. Crossing his arms in front of his chest in a hurry, a barrier like a thin wall appeared before him. Dark water, blood seeped from his mouth, twisting his already fearsome face into a more sinister and terrifying form. Gulalala, you old bastard. Thud. His emaciated body crashed to the ground, his hands supporting himself, and the broken leg sank directly into a crack in the rock, desperately lowering his body. If it were a direct confrontation, it should not have been like this. It was that bastard Sis who distracted him. Hatred surged within him, and his heart began to race wildly. "Are you cursing me in your heart? I can hear you." A sinister voice echoed in his ear, veins bulging, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The pair of eyes that appeared before him were too familiar, cold, dark, reminiscent of a chilling pool in the deep mountains. Pulling out his false leg, Blackbeard's expression changed drastically. Facing the shockwave, his body soared into the air, twisting left and right, quickly fleeing into the distance. "How did that guy Sis arrive so quickly? You and I are so close. Do you think you can still escape?" The voice was hauntingly calm, and the blade glimmered beautifully. With a whoosh, the blade filled with domineering energy cleaved down. Blood spilled, reflecting the colors of the setting sun, and, as he struggled, Teach was still rapidly retreating. Victory and defeat often come in an instant. If he didn't escape now, it would be over. The shadows around him twisted like a serpent, and Sis hid in the crevices of the shadows. The distance between the two was closing in. Leave the task of beating a drowning dog to him. It would be guaranteed to succeed. With a forceful arm, Sis raised his long knife again, and the blade fell. Clang! That was the violent sound of metal colliding. "Who?" Sis's gaze instinctively lowered, his eyes narrowing. "Red-haired." Chapter 170. "Do me a favor?" It's red-haired Shanks." The crowd around the square finally reacted. The pirates looked surprised. While the Navy appeared alert, their expressions varied. "There, the Red Fourth ship is there. The entire red-haired pirate's crew has arrived. Why would a big shot like him come here? Is he here to assist the Whitebeard pirates?" As the doubts surfaced, the entire Navy felt an immense pressure. "Red-haired Shanks, why are you not properly ruling your seas in the New World, but instead running to Marineford?" The increasingly inflated strength gave Sis unparalleled confidence, and lowering his gaze, even as a sea emperor who shook the world, he had enough qualification to confront and question. With his sword blocking the blade in Sis' hand, Shanks raised his head, his presence erupting. The first key point in negotiation is to always place oneself in a position of advantage. In an instant, two unparalleled conquerors' hockey clashed in place, pressing against each other. Sparks flying, rocks melting, an energy storm sweeping the entire plaza, layers of granite peeling away from the surface. Even the surrounding black mist was cleared. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Sis stepped back 2 paces. In terms of hockey alone, he lost. However, this was also to be expected, as the conqueror's hockey he possessed was not truly his own. Having absorbed hockey from Whitebeard, not to mention the losses incurred, he could not wield that power freely in such a short time due to that one-sided plundering. Like Teach, to truly reach the pinnacle, they still needed time. But if one easily concluded that they had won, then the Sea Emperor was too naive. With his long knife aside, Sis' gaze was sharp, the scars on his left eye clearly visible. "I am here to end this war. This war has been going on for too long. There is no need to continue causing needless casualties. What if we refuse?" Thick black mud rolled up and down in Sis' pupils. They were currently in the advantageous position, and a light-hearted statement wouldn't make them give up their imminent victory. Did he think he was invincible? After all, the last world's strongest had just died here. Refuse? Shanks raised the corner of his mouth, chuckling lightly, exuding a different kind of dominance and charm. "Give me some face, otherwise we'll be your opponents." "Ha ha!" Sis laughed disdainfully, his piercing gaze striking straight at Shanks's face, like 2 sharp knives wanting to peel him away layer by layer. "Give you face? Casualties? Remember your identity. Shanks, you are not a mediator sent by the world government, nor are you a famous pacifist. You are just a pirate. Stop saying beautiful words. What you want is chaos, or that so-called bullshit balance. Once the balance is broken, you feel dangerous, the throne unstable, and you fear that the Navy's next target will be you." The surroundings fell into a strange silence, killing intent piercing the heart. They did not doubt the character of this renowned Sea Emperor, but what Sis said did indeed make sense. Moreover, as the head of a major power, would he really do something so thankless? No. Every move made by big shots has its own meaning and is worth pondering, especially at such a critical moment. Even if red-haired Shanks took the opportunity to absorb the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, it didn't seem so hard to understand. But, sir, the war has been going on long enough. The purpose has been achieved. We do not need to endlessly chase pirates who have lost their fighting spirit, continuing a war that should have stopped, facing those. Kobe, tears streaming down his face, stood up from the crowd and shouted at Sis. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Before he could finish, Sis' harsh roar came, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the crowd. Is there anyone still holding onto such unrealistic fantasies? Reconciliation with pirates? Ridiculous. That is merely sacrificing the future for momentary pleasure. Do you think the Navy's damages come from here? From this rare war that happens once in a decade? He shook his head, his face full of naivety. No, you have been too well protected by the Navy to know the cruelty of this world. Pirates, especially those in the New World, are like tumors in the human body. Every minute, every second, they are eroding us like a wound that never heals, constantly bleeding us dry. If 100 Navy soldiers die in a day, then what about 10 days? 100 days? 10 years? The casualties in the Great War are merely superficial. The continuous small and large naval battles at sea are the biggest cause of Navy casualties. Greed breeds evil. The scale of pirates will only grow larger, and the Navy will only weaken day by day from this continuous bleeding. One day, when the evil dragon breaks free, we will all be torn to shreds. For the sake of justice, we have an unshirkable responsibility, but to win, we must cut through the chaos with a swift blade, never giving pirates even a moment to breathe. If we consume the white-beard pirates today, then tomorrow we can consume red-haired Shanks. And the day after we can take down Big, MOM, Kaido, and whatever nonsense the great pirate era is, it will ultimately end in our generation. Besides peace, we have nothing to leave for the next generation. Flames entwined around him as Sis looked around again. If the victors are not the Navy, then the ones being plundered will still be our brothers and sisters. If the victors are not the Navy, then our sons and daughters will be like us, stepping onto the battlefield against pirates decades later. Do you really want to see that scene? Sis' voice suddenly grew louder, instantly spreading throughout Marineford. And soon, the Navy was in an uproar. I don't want to see it, of course I don't want to. My son is 8 years old. Having one Navy in the family is enough. How can I watch him step onto the battlefield? That's right, victory must belong to the Navy. For justice. With a turn of his body, Sis lowered his head, casting a glance at Kobe. Do you understand? Soldier, pick up your sword and return to where you belong. The war is not over. He fell silent, his black gaze, as if capable of swallowing all light, turned back to Shanks. Red-haired, what you want is merely for your own selfish reasons. We fight for the people behind us, for the justice in our hearts. For this, we must not show the slightest weakness or retreat. Sophistry, this is entirely sophistry. You have no idea how massive a turmoil the world will fall into once the balance is broken. Shanks's eyes were filled with vigilance. He was somewhat afraid of the young man before him, not because of strength, but because of his excessively ruthless ideology. Those deep eyes devoid of light. But Shanks nonetheless saw reflections of iron and fire within them. This was a monster that could drag the whole world into the abyss. He did not believe in balance, nor the games between great powers. He believed in nothing but the knife and fire in his hand. Chapter 171. Give you face? No. I'd rather give you a slap. Turmoil? Even if it is turmoil, it is still far better than a stagnant pool of water. Prolonged confrontation can only lead to bloodshed. To achieve lasting peace, one must resort to force. Justice without the protection of force is equivalent to impotence. Sith's voice was low and oppressive, his fierce gaze locking on his Shanks as darkness clung to him, flames swirling around like countless tragic souls howling on his shoulders. The shadows lifted his figure high, and involuntarily, whether pirate or Navy, everyone conjured a simple drawing in their minds of a hero charging at a demon king. Unfortunately, the script Sith had was that of an arrogant devil, proud and self-appreciating. You really are hopeless, Navy. What do you think human life is worth? Shanks slightly raised an eye, his gaze sharp. It's not me who is hopeless, it's you. The Navy and the world government have been too indulgent with you, making you all unable to distinguish who you truly are. In this sea, there can only be one voice, and that is us, the Navy. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky as Sith wielded his knives, black-red flames blossoming in the square, the intense heat turning the granite ground into steam. In the next second, two massive black serpents shot into the sky, their mouths wide open, diving down with unstoppable force, turning much of the square upside down. Their sharp teeth aimed directly at Shanks. Shanks frowned, his pupils constricting, a mix of shock and anger washing over him. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him like this since his rise to fame. That little brat who showed no respect for the authority of the Emperor of the Sea was truly annoying. Compared to Sith, Shanks suddenly found himself reminiscing about the Straw Hat Kid, that foolish boy who treated him like an older brother. or perhaps like a father. The image of that small face vowing to become the pirate king flashed in his mind, and a slight smile crept onto Shanks' lips. TCH, the Emperor of the Sea? Shanks, you really are arrogant, daring to lose focus while fighting me? Whitebeard has just died. Do you really think you're already the strongest in the world? A haunting voice emerged as Sith was suddenly pulled into the shadows, his expression changing abruptly. The chilling aura in his eyes, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. To be distracted in such a life-and-death battle. Pirates are indeed a bunch of beings who have ingrained arrogance and recklessness into their very bones. From the greenhorns just setting sail to the long-established emperors of the sea and warlords, they are all the same. What a hot-tempered young man, strongest in the world. Not at all. The gap in experience in life-and-death battles cannot simply be bridged by one or two strange devil fruits. Shanks chuckled lightly. Even though he was filled with prejudice against Sith, the difference in identity and status forced him to maintain elegance at all times. As the leader of a major power, to communicate with him on equal terms, one must at least be of admiral rank. Pirates sometimes possess an inexplicable sense of superiority, regardless of the size of their fleet. They always consider themselves independent forces, boasting about being a certain captain without shame, as if achieving something remarkable. In front of the Navy, unless one is a rear admiral or admiral, even the core officers of the Navy pride themselves on appear to be of a lower status in their eyes. Although Shanks had a good reputation, he couldn't escape the quirks of pirates. Perhaps only the carefree straw hat kid could truly see people without color glasses. He could certainly treat his enemies gently, like Kobe, but that felt more like a condescending act of charity rather than equal communication. But it was also true that the Navy sometimes did not see pirates as human. More often than not, they regarded them as a group of two-legged beasts. And when it came to human rights, it could only be said to be half and half. Bang, bang, bang. Avoiding the massive serpent's bites, two figures met in midair, their swords clashing, filling the air with the scent of burning flames, lightning crackling, and sparks flying. Shadows pulled at his body. Sith continuously changed his attack direction in the air. For an agile attacker like him, unparalleled speed was always their best weapon. But Shanks was no slouch either, relying on hockey and swordsmanship rather than a devil fruit. His conqueror's hockey alone was enough to compete with the other emperors. His observation hockey was terrifying to an unknown degree. It was as if he were covered in eyes, no matter from which direction Sith attacked. He could always meet him in midair. Bang! Another loud explosion sounded as the two suddenly separated. After a brief pause, a torrential storm of attacks followed. From any angle, there was still more to fight. So terrifying, teach a man like you if you escape from Marineford could become a real headache. So please die now. In midair, a golden streak crossed, and the distinctive star-like face of Kizaru suddenly appeared on the horizon. Under the pressure from Admiral, he took over the baton of hunting down Blackbeard from Sith. Slacking off is human nature. Every qualified corporate worker fantasizes about slacking off at work. And Kizaru was no exception. One cannot betray their nature simply because of their rank, even if they are an admiral. But if one underestimates him because of this, that naive guy would surely pay a fatal price. After all, he was a monster who had spent most of his life in the Navy. He remembered when he first approached the center of power, standing beside Sengoku at the age of 31. With light shining between his legs, taking advantage of the gap, Kizaru flew up and kicked, slicing a beam of light through the thick darkness. In this world, being struck by light was a tremendous honor. Not long-established strong figures could enjoy such VIP treatment, of course, excluding those supernovas from the worst era who could get a buy-one, get-four deal. What an annoying guy. Do you want my life too, Kizaru? Blackbeard snarled, his face twisted in a grimace, looking extremely disheveled. His only eye was distorted, and stubble covered his chin. He looked nothing like a mighty pirate who roamed the seas, but more like a middle-aged corporate worker facing a job crisis. The wound in his abdomen was still bleeding profusely, and there were faint traces of black mist that seemed completely out of place with him, hissing as if two different colonies of ants were tearing at each other. He was a user of the dark fruit, capable of absorbing others' attacks, except for Sith. That guy, completely shrouded in black, could only incite conflict and chaos. Chapter 172. When the dog has no prey, it really is going to be a fight. I knew those stubborn Navy folks wouldn't easily accept our proposal. However, approaching the center of the battlefield, a strong man draped in a patterned cloak, with dark gray hair, bit down on a cigarette, his expression serious yet somehow feeling nonchalant as he spoke. He was the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. a pirate known for his exceptional intelligence. His voice spun through the air, and his gaze grew increasingly contemptuous. But no matter what, this battle situation has finally fallen under our control. At the edge of his vision, the former high-end combatants, the warlords of the sea, were gradually withdrawing from the fight. Whether it was Don Quixote da Flamingo, the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mihawk, or the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, none of them had the resolve to engage in a death struggle with the red-haired pirates. In a way, they were more inclined to kick someone while they were down. Hee, truly worthy of Marineford. In just one day, so many rare big shots have arrived. First Whitebeard and now Shanks? The clumsy justice before the curtain falls. I wonder what kind of wonderful performance you will bring us. With both hands spread open, Doflamingo let out an incredibly strange sneer, his eyebrows raised high, even through sunglasses. One can see he is indeed a reckless madman who occasionally goes insane. Apart from having no interest in war, Mihawk, who is focused on reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the Empress, who is devoted to love, Doflamingo's attitude represents the ambitions of the Shichibukai. What they want is not the obligation to fight pirates to the death. They only desire that dog skin that symbolizes the world government. Although the 4 emperors rule the new world and seem invincible when it comes to power, the world government is the true king of this sea. But the world government is the world government, and the Navy is the Navy. The two cannot be confused. They are subordinate organizations of the world government, not of the Navy, and if circumstances allow, they wouldn't mind giving the Navy a little trouble. As Sis said, even the Shichibukai fear being abandoned by the world government. When a hunting dog has no prey to chase, it becomes prey itself. After the 4 emperors, ISNT at the Shichibukai that will soon be put on the chopping block by the Navy. A sharp, murderous gaze fell on Sis. Ever since that bastard appeared, the Navy has increasingly resembled a creature driven solely by interests. The slender flintlock in his hand was raised, and with a sneer, Ben Beckman aimed directly at Sis. Wars like this, unless one side is hurt, they will never listen to reason. Farewell, shameless little brat. Who are you talking about? That kid, Sis? A huge mass of lava came crashing in, and Beckman swiftly dodged. As the lava dispersed, a blood-soaked, scalding man emerged from the smoke, his expression dark. As a pirate, just die obediently. This is not a place for you to run wild. As for that guy, he is my subordinate. TCH, what a hassle. Spitting out the cigarette, but Beckman stepped on it, his previously calm face now full of trouble. If there's one admiral he least wants to face, it's undoubtedly Akainu. That body of lava poses a considerable challenge for a sniper. If hiding in the new world, I might indeed have no way to deal with you. But since you dare to come to Marineford, then stay here forever. Magma Fist. Half of his body transformed into lava. Akainu punched forward, and the originally head-sized magma explosion suddenly expanded in the air, instantly growing large enough to obscure the entire view. The power contained within capable of turning a person to ashes. Even heavily injured, he is no ordinary opponent. As an injured person, your energy is truly excessive. His body recoiled. His speed was definitely not slow, in fact quite fast. Facing Akainu on the front lines would be an incredibly foolish act. His intelligence does not permit him to do so. While retreating, his body twisted into an incredibly bizarre arc. The gunstock turned, and his index finger pulled the trigger, firing a perfectly round black bullet covered in domineering aura. With a cold snort, Akainu's face showed a hint of disdain. Is that all you can shoot? An attack no different from playing house? How disappointing. Akainu extended his right hand, and the temperature around him rose higher under the heat of the lava. Before the bullet could approach his body, a high-temperature lava fireball was shot out. The flames corroded, and the bullet was directly burned into steam. A sniper trying to deal with him? He is Akainu. Frowning, Beckman truly felt that Akainu was difficult to deal with. The battlefield was not limited to one side. Holding an ice spear, Kazan was also active on the battlefield. Blackbeard? Red-haired? Who should be dealt with first? The battlefield was indeed changing rapidly. Kazan, your opponent is me. A blue firebird came flying from the horizon as the red-haired pirates launched into battle. How could they retreat first? If given the chance, they would also love to hit the Navy hard. Not planning to escape? Marco, you actually thought of staying to continue fighting. That's quite rare. One ice, one fire. The two birds collided in the sky, steam spreading. Kazan and Marco locked eyes. This battlefield was already chaotic. Except for the Shichibukai who had retreated, nearly everyone was fighting. You really aren't afraid that the Navy will become incapacitated here? A powerful force erupted from Shank's right hand as he deflected Sis' longsword. His expression fierce as he coldly reprimanded Sis. Inactive? Don't overestimate yourself. We have the backing of the entire world. As long as the Navy is willing, we can recruit 3 to 4 admiral-level combatants from the 4 seas at any time. The only ones who will become inactive are you pirates. Chapter 173. This is a battlefield, Empress. Honesty. This is one of Sis' rare, noble qualities. Yes, absolutely. He rarely lies unless absolutely necessary, such as to deceive a fish pond or something. But in front of Shanks, he has no need to lie. A one-armed, rough-faced man does not fit his preference. He loves the long-legged type. As he said, ordinary people cannot imagine the kind of war potential that can erupt from a violent organization backed by the world government when fully fueled and activated. 3 admirals? 100,000 Navy? Sometimes, the difference is only a world conscription order. As Sis said, it's not that the world government has truly exhausted its efforts. Rather, they have been too lenient with pirates. The self-serving, high-ranking officials of the world government, the celestial dragons obsessed with luxury, have not prioritized cleaning up pirates and maintaining regional stability. They're more concerned with whether they can receive kickbacks from various powers. Otherwise, how could such things as Tenryubido come into existence? In short, this is an incredibly distorted government. In the square, Sis looked stern, his aura merging into one. This is not a place where he can think too much. The powerful and proud Sea Emperor is always ready to tear Sis apart. Shanks raised the sleeve of his right arm, and an indescribable aura erupted from him, powerful like a vast ocean falling from sky, making one unable to resist kneeling in worship. In terms of this momentum alone, he was truly worthy of the title of the Emperor of the Sea. The long sword shimmered with dazzling white light, cutting a fine white line directly through the eyes of Sis, before the near-sea king bit off his left arm. He was a swordsman not weaker than Mihawk. Over the years, his strength had only increased. The ever-growing 3-color hockey compensated for his physical shortcomings, and the passage of time had only made his sword sharper. Decline? Decay? Don't underestimate the will of pirates. This is an era where everyone can dream. As long as there are dreams, the era of great pirates will never fade. Shanks let out a fierce roar, and that white line directly entered Sis' vision, growing tighter and simpler, with no extra colors beyond pure white. This aligns perfectly with the laws of nature. The more inexperienced one is, the more they dress themselves up in flashy attire as a disguise. The more dangerous one is, the more their exterior is plain and unadorned, blending into the norm, striking with deadly precision. This is Shanks' sword, devoid of unnecessary moves, neither passionate nor extravagant. The sword's intent is all about the kingly dominance. This kind of sword intent, to claim to love peace, is just a joke. A man who truly places peace in his heart and at the forefront of his actions cannot become the Emperor of the Sea. Sis squinted his eyes. He always speculated about such dominating figures with the utmost malice, his muscles tensed, not daring to be careless. The long sword was raised high, flames swirling around it, and amidst the scorching heat, he could feel a chilling cold. Clang! The 2 swords clashed in the air, and that chilling aura crushed down like a torrent. Black and white clashing, the blade forming a boundary, instantly creating a black and white light curtain. These were 2 unparalleled powerful forces, the scattered hockey ravaging the surroundings like a storm. Instantly tearing the ground apart, debris from buildings surged, as if the entire world was being turned upside down by the 2. Do you think you could defeat me just like this? Naive little brat. Although you are quite good, you are still far from us who have crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Shanks' sword pressed against Sis. TSK. Sis' mouth twisted slightly, the disdain on his face unmasked, his eyes filled with mockery. After so many years as one of the 4 emperors, I think your brain has been fried. This is a battlefield, understand, Emperor? There are many who want her life. Having kidnapped someone else's grandson, do you think you could just brush it off? As soon as Sis' words fell, suddenly, an astonishing killing intent surged from the direction Shanks was facing, that aura even denser than Sis, not stemming from slaughter, but forged from the clash of blades and guns, the most cutting and solid intent, accumulating like a tower of sand, definitely belonging to a battle-hardened veteran. A fine sweat filled Shanks' forehead as he felt an immense pressure from within, his teeth clenched tightly. He deflected his sword away from Sis, and his expression was much graver than before. Are you going to make a move against me too, Vice Admiral Carp? Attempting to step back, Shanks shouted toward his side. Facing 2 powerful enemies at once was not looking good. Even he felt immensely troubled, especially since one of them was Vice Admiral Carp, a truly formidable and battle-hardened opponent. When he was young, Carp was already a legend. Now that he himself had become part of the legend, the other remained a legend. A maritime legend that should never be underestimated. Even if he's an old man, he is still a powerful one capable of tearing a person in half. Red Hair Brat, you are the one who led my dear grandson astray. Don't you think we should settle this score? With bloodshot eyes, Carp charged at Shanks with fury, his voice piercing like a beast that had lost its cub. If going to see meant death, then he would have been better off leaving Luffy and the others in Windmill Village from the start. Even being a farmer or fisherman for life would be better than losing their lives. He is a Marine Vice Admiral, respected as a hero, his former students and officials scattered throughout the Navy. He could protect them as long as they didn't stir up trouble. Even the Celestial Dragons wouldn't dare to disrupt their peace. But one wrong step and everything is gone. Ace died on the execution platform, and Luffy's fate is uncertain. At this point, can he still protect them? There was no way. His two grandsons had completely walked to the opposite side of the Navy. He didn't tea like Sis, even hated him. That guy was almost responsible for all the events leading to Ace's death. However, he couldn't take revenge on him. With a single command from the world government, everyone was just a pawn. But the true culprit, if looks could kill, Shanks would be experiencing a slow and painful death right now. He watched one of his grandsons die right in front of him. To this day, he still felt like he was living in a dream. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Luffy on the execution platform. What if today's nightmare repeated itself? He could hardly bear to imagine it. Red-haired, you really should die. They should have become Marines, all because of you. With bloodshot eyes filled with rage, he wanted the bastard who kidnapped his grandson to pay the price. Chapter 174. Conspiracy? What conspiracy could I have? This is troublesome. Shanks's expression hardened. Even though he hadn't engaged directly yet, he could vaguely guess that he would definitely not have a good time today. Being attacked from both sides was simply infuriating. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the Emperor of the Sea, carrying the title of one of the 4 emperors. Even if he was besieged and targeted, he had no justification to complain, especially since this marine ford was brought upon by himself. Since he dared to wade into the muddy waters of the Top War, he should have long been prepared to face all sorts of crises. Moreover, he wasn't without chances. In fact, he believed his odds were not small. After all, he was still young. No, more accurately, he was at a perfect dividing line of age. Not too old to have declining physical strength, nor too young to lack experience and appear overly naive. In terms of experience, physique, and hockey, he was at the peak of his life, while the opponents, well, were just an old man whose physical abilities were declining day by day and self-important. Even overly inflated guy. He didn't need to defeat them. What he had to do was to hold them down fiercely. Long-term entanglement could help him wear down the old dragon, whose body had long since deteriorated, and also help him expose the hidden weaknesses of the rising stars. The fact is, the longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it is for the Navy. Without mentioning how much high-end combat power the red-haired pirates and Blackbeard pirates entangled. Just looking at the ordinary soldiers in the prolonged war and casualties, who knows how much combat power and morale would remain. With a slight smirk, Shanks's face remained calm, embodying the demeanor of a master. Vice Admiral Carp, I have placed the future of the world on his shoulders. A fork in the road? Impossible. He is a born pirate, the future pirate king. It must be him. Shanks spoke with conviction, swinging his long sword to push Sis away. The sword light cutting through the dark clouds, turning around, the sword tip pointing to the ground, then swiftly rising at sonic speed, a series of movements flowing like water. As if he had demonstrated it in a dream 1,000 times. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the air as the blade clashed against Carp's iron fist. Their eyes locking onto each other, bloodshot and fierce in Carp's gaze. That is my grandson. What kind of nonsense is this pirate king? I just want him to live well. Being a pirate won't end well. Even Roger died alone in the end. You're just a brat with no relation to him. What right do you have to decide his future? With a forceful movement of his arm, a dense layer of armament hockey spread from his fist to his forearm. He didn't have the habit of coating his entire body with hockey, nor was it necessary. Every bit of hockey on him could be wielded as he pleased. Even with just a forearm, no, even just a finger, he could easily pierce through Virgo's entire body of armament hockey defense. Between the fist and blade, circles of white airwaves expanded and exploded in mid-air, faintly leaving afterimages. Crack! The granite at Shanks's feet let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight and shattered into pieces. The immense force overturned the ground, and as he took 2 steps back, Shanks's expression froze on his face. He had somewhat underestimated Carp's strength. Even in old age, could he still unleash such powerful force? Stepping forward, Carp had no intention of giving Shanks a moment to breathe. No matter how strong or glorious one might be, one should never underestimate a seasoned veteran. The cape behind him billowed as Carp moved with incredible speed, delivering a long-cherished justice fist aimed directly at Shanks's chin from below. Sweat involuntarily dripped from Shanks's forehead as he generated a cyclone beneath his feet, raising his sword horizontally in front of his chest. And with another sound akin to metal clashing, the powerful conqueror's haki spread out, lightning flashing, and at the end of the dark mist was an expanse of red, expanding and pressing down towards Carp from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Shadows scattered in the air, remnants of the frantic clashes between Shanks and Carp. Darkness pulled at his body as Sis slipped into the shadows, his gaze fixed on the two rapidly colliding figures, his expression somewhat stiff, unable to suppress a twitch of his eyelid, sighing inwardly. Are all the old folks in this world this strong? Carp, Sengoku, and Whitebeard were all figures from the same era. In terms of age, they were all thoroughgoing old men, and compared to their peers, their energy seemed excessively abundant. Although he was the strongest in the world, Whitebeard seemed relatively normal. Despite still being formidable, his body had long since deteriorated, his heart disease worsening, and old injuries flaring up from time to time. In contrast, Carp and Sengoku were complete anomalies, of the same, if not greater age. Indulging in food and treats like donuts and senbei, over the years, there had been no reports of their old injuries acting up, nor even diabetes. When it came to fighting, they were still just as powerful. Over the years, their intimidation factor had gradually fallen to the second tier under the brilliance of the three admirals. Not because their strength had truly declined to the point of being unable to fight, but because the younger generation's matters didn't require their intervention. Sis had every reason to suspect that if Carp were 20 years younger, he could single-handedly beat Shanks into calling him dad. The shadow coiled around Shanks like a sea serpent, followed closely by his body, the shadow twisting, revealing a human shape in mid-air, and with a whoosh. The long knife descended, aiming straight for Shanks's neck. Emperor, I wonder if you can withstand the pincer attack of two? Shanks's expression turned extremely grim, his body twisting in mid-air into a bizarre arc, dodging Carp and stepping on Sis's blade. Even though he was at the peak of his powers, facing two opponents at once was still a bit too much. Using the blade for leverage, Shanks executed a flip in mid-air, miraculously dodging the attack. Brushing past the tip of the blade, feeling its sharpness. Vaguely, he began to reminisce about his left arm. The sword in his hand danced as Shanks instantly engaged in a clash with Sis's long knife. Clang! Sparks flew as the two brushed past each other, exchanging directions and separating, the continuous assault dissipating in the blink of an eye, both Shanks and Sis temporarily gaining a moment to catch their breath. One was under pressure from two experts, while the other was fatigued and nursing old injuries from prolonged combat. It seemed that Carp was in the best condition among them. Despite his old age, it looks like I was a bit careless, but who exactly are you? A man like you can't have gone unnoticed in the Navy for so many years. Shanks raised an eyebrow, the cold wind around him lifting his hair at the forehead. And when he wasn't putting on a show, he looked quite impressive, especially with the wounds on his face, no matter how one looked at it. He was definitely more masculine than Blackbeard. Me? Who knows? A country bumpkin from a small place. It's normal you Haven T heard my name. Just like Teach, he's much stronger than the average captain. Do you think his reputation is comparable to that of Vista and the others? Sis replied to Shanks nonchalantly, his face stern. Although he was an orphan, in terms of background, he could definitely be considered of proper lineage. After all, he was raised by Victor. As his gaze wandered between Sis and Shanks, Carp continued to clench his fist, finally feeling a bit calmer after venting his emotions. Upon reflection, it seemed Sengoku had also talked to him about Sis's background. Though he could be somewhat carefree at times, it didn't mean he was foolish. In fact, wise yet foolish would be a more accurate description, his expression tense. Since he had stepped into the higher-ups' view, wanting to remain completely uninvestigated was practically impossible. Whether it was on Judicial Island or in the Navy, they had privately investigated Sis. Ruthless, gloomy, and quite appealing to women. He had been like a mass of darkness from childhood, with no visible limits or boundaries. No matter what crisis he faced, he always seemed to have extra energy. He was a man who excelled at hiding. In a certain sense, he was akin to Blackbeard. Dangerous. If one day this man were to grasp power, he would either elevate the Navy to a new peak or plunge it in an endless war in flames. But what does that have to do with him? Living life. Doing his part with all his strength. Why should he care about what happens decades later? Just like 20 years ago when he confidently took custody of Ace from Roger. After all these years, Hadn't he failed to take good care of him? Shaking his head, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. The three were at a standstill, and the surrounding navy and pirates dared not approach. Sensing the imposing aura, they instinctively stepped back, knowing this was not a world they could interfere in. In the square, the Navy's offensive had begun to show signs of fatigue. After all, they had fought from the Whitebeard pirates to the Blackbeard pirates, and now to the Red-Hair pirates. However, with a numerical advantage, the immediate outcome was still unclear. With the withdrawal of the warlords of the sea, the Navy had pushed nearly all their combat strength forward. The three admirals were deployed, and even the fleet admiral and Carp, who hadn't fought in a long time, stepped onto the battlefield. Blackbeard against Kizuru, Akainu against Ben Beckman, Akiji against Marco, and Sengoku the Buddha bullying weaklings. Both sides have put forth their full strength, and the outcome of the battlefield is in the hands of these few individuals. Whoever can defeat the opposing commander first will achieve the final victory. However, from the current situation, it seems that Marco is likely to be the first to withdraw. He has been fighting throughout the war, and in terms of stamina and other aspects, he could be said to be at his lowest point of the day. Facing Akiji, who has been slacking off in the first half, his situation is not good at all. It may take several captains working together just to match Akiji. After all, if he doesn't go all out at this time, then Akiji is not worthy of being a commander. With no time to pay attention to anything else, Shanks shook his head, his gaze fixed on Sis, not deviating for a moment. There is a fundamental difference between you and Teach. Although he's also skilled at hiding, regardless of the circumstances, he has always been active in the New World as a pirate. A pawn cannot nurture a dragon. Hiding the first half of the Grand Line cannot possibly develop such powerful strength without any signs. What exactly are you hiding? What conspiracy do you have? Before Blackbeard made a move against Ace, Shanks was wary of him, but even so, he never viewed Teach at the same level as himself. He is one of the four emperors of the New World, while Teach was merely a small underling of Whitebeard. But the fact proved that even he can misjudge sometimes. That guy, who has been hiding in Whitebeard's shadow all along, ultimately caused a big stir. He not only defected from the Whitebeard pirates, but also ignited a powder keg that led to war, pushing this world into a state he could not predict at all. This feeling is truly terrible, or rather, these habitual schemers hiding in the darkness are too dangerous. This guy named Wilson Sis is so similar to Blackbeard. They're like two sides of a mirror, completely carved from the same mold. It's too dangerous. Having such a dangerous element out there is incredibly risky. You must figure out what they are really thinking. Conspiracy? Targeting whom? Targeting you? As Sis remained vigilant of his surroundings, he pulled out a candy cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, his eyes constantly roaming over Shanks, searching for a flaw in this man. His words are merely a tool. He knocked on his head with his right hand. No. Please don't think of me as too clever. I can't play with schemes and tricks. Up to now, I have just been going with the flow. This world is too crazy and twisted. I try to change. Wanted to do it. And I just follow my feelings to do it. After all, I'm a pirate, a killer. It's natural to kill, isn't it? His voice paused, and his smile suddenly became incredibly eerie, his eyes as sinister as a bottomless ancient well. You should know, even I am prepared to die on a battlefield. Truly, not a single word of truth. He's a tough one to deal with. He didn't believe a single word of Sis' words, retracting his earlier thoughts. He no longer believed that he could easily defeat the two by merely stalling for time. They are both old foxes. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never reveal their weaknesses. Truly hard to deal with. Frowning, he instinctively reached up to scratch his face, and in that moment, Carp disappeared from his spot. He sensed an opportunity and felt a slight unease in his heart. What is this? After not making a move for so long, has his threat level dropped to this extent in others' eyes? He can't even compare to this newcomer Sis. Shaking his head slightly, he initially didn't want to focus on such matters, but today is different. This is not an ordinary day. A low voice rang in Shanks' ear, and he was rarely serious. Red-hair brat, is it really okay for you to underestimate this old man? With a twitch of his mouth, Shanks swiftly drew his sword and turned around, his movements somewhat hurried. This angry old dragon is more difficult to deal with than he imagined. A tremendous force struck his chest, the blade trembled, and his palm went numb. He nearly failed to block it. This is serious, Vice Admiral Carp, grinding his teeth. Facing the now serious Carp, even though he is one of the four emperors, one of the pinnacle figures in this world, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pressure. Shaking his head lightly with a bitter smile, he actually doubted that this man would become too old to fight. But now he realizes how naive he was. There was no time for him to continue worrying. Carp once again increased his strength. This aging body is something that ordinary people cannot accurately estimate in terms of power. His iron-black fist was raised high, smashing down towards Shanks like a storm. Although they were once living legends, Carp is not like Whitebeard. The older he gets, the less he fights, whether it's pirates or anything else. He is no longer the first choice for the Navy to take action. Whether it's the various vice admirals spread across the seas or the 3 admirals stationed at the headquarters in the New World, each of them helps him share the pressure from the outside world. It has truly been a long time. He hasn't fought for his life in a long time. News on the sea changes constantly. Every day, newcomers rise and fall like meteors, only to be forgotten by others. He is the same. His legend still circulates on the sea, but very few have seen him fight seriously. The old ones have either died or retired, and the newcomers don't require him to take action, so he naturally deserves to be forgotten. Over time, everyone only knows that there was a naval hero named Carp in the past, unaware that beneath this aging body lies a raging dragon. Everything else is fine, but you shouldn't reach out to Luffy. I only have this one grandson now. Stepping forward, the ground shook and sand and stones flew. Carp charged forward, moving across the ground, transforming into heavy phantoms close to Shanks, continuously striking him with his fists. The domineering aura spread. He once flattened mountains with his iron fists. Shanks swung his long knife, forcibly adjusting his center. Facing the fist descending like a tsunami, he met them with one strike. Boom! With a clash of titans. The air erupted with a loud bang as they unleashed their immense power, the overwhelming domineering aura creating shockwaves that crushed outward, forming a massive vacuum around them. Sis melded into the darkness, creeping closer like a shadow. His figure was somewhat illusory, almost as if it didn't belong to reality. A slender dagger slashed out from under his clothing, glimmering with light as he executed his moves with precision. Shanks attempted to withdraw his sword to counterattack, but Carp immediately followed up head-on. With fists in front and a knife to the side, Shanks gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat flustered and even exhausted from the defense. Being surrounded by 2 opponents is truly not a pleasant experience. Regarding this matter, Sis has a lot to say, but that is already in the past. The current him is the one launching the attack. The long knife cut across Shanks's chest, and vivid red blood splattered like bright ink. At this moment, he resembled an elegant painter, using the long knife in his hand to create a masterpiece with Shanks's blood, distorting his face. Shanks seemed to be washed in blood as he forced Carp and Sis back, rapidly retreating. He was indeed in a dire situation. This was his first injury today, even though he hadn't been hurt while confronting Kaido. He was strong, perhaps it was a matter of perspective, but nonetheless, Zai's had never encountered another person with such overwhelming charisma. However, charisma aside, no power is omnipotent. Even if his charisma was grand, it couldn't truly replace the missing arm. That was his greatest weakness, which usually didn't show, perhaps because those who challenged him weren't strong enough, or perhaps they hadn't reached the point of life and death struggle. Once he fell into a bitter fight, that weakness would be magnified infinitely. In the raging wind, his body appeared light, almost like a falling leaf, seemingly pushed back by Zai's long knife. Zai was adept at assassination. Those who lurked in the shadows were born assassins. It was his charged strike, the blade slicing through Shanks's shoulder, dragging from his left shoulder to his right chest. However, he wasn't very satisfied. His knife merely grazed Shanks's skin, and he was far from inflicting a serious injury. Shanks retreated like the wind, blood splattering in front of him, just a few centimeters away from a true fatal wound. With his right hand gripping the knife, he swung the long blade forward, an incredible swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the 2 long knives crossed in the air, using the sharpness to gain momentum, and in an instant, Shanks had shaken off Zai's blade. He wouldn't give Zai another chance, as sharp as he was. How could he stumble in the same place twice? At the same time, the sniper Jesusberg pulled out the flintlock pistol he had been hiding at his waist, firing 3 black, blunt Seastone bullets directly at Zai's head. The smoke obscured his vision, and he sneered contemptuously. Surrounding attacks? Such tactics were truly lowly. Floating in midair, Zai glanced back at him with a cold gaze, his long knife swinging like a curtain of rain, slicing the bullets in half with a couple of swift motions. Jesusberg didn't expect to hit his target in one shot, but seeing the opponent handle it so easily made him feel a tinge of displeasure, raising his gun. Bang! 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 Another series of bullets were fired. He and Van Oka were among the top snipers of the era. In some respects, he was even stronger than Van Oka. Those who had survived the trials of the New World were not comparable to pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. The bullets scattered in the air like the Big Dipper, blocking Zai's retreat from 7 different directions. No matter what, he had to help the captain stop one person. Zai's eyes were chillingly sharp, darkness swirling in his left hand. With a gentle pull, his whole person slipped into the cracks of the shadows, seemingly faster than the bullets. His body moved sideways, his observation hockey firmly locking onto the airborne projectiles in Jesusburg. He didn't particularly like this man. Although he was a flirt and even fantasized about one day raising fish in a fenced area, he could never abandon his wife and children. Once a man was married, it meant he was shackled all over, something he willingly donned, hanging around his neck when in a good mood, yet wanting to casually discard it when feeling wild. What a joke. Pursuing that absolute freedom. What was he doing before marriage? Chapter 176. Self-proclaimed scum at the lowest level. Glancing sideways, Zai's displayed disdain. As a scum, he hated those who were even more scummy than himself. He loved raising fish throughout his life and considered himself the lowest scum. His body leaped out, countless slender tendrils extending from the darkness, pulling him away and disappearing from his original spot. Jesusburg frowned, raising the gunstock with his right hand, starting to spin left and right. This was not an easy opponent, even stronger than those he had previously sniped. Sweat filled his palms, and his heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Success and fame were at hand. He regarded Zai's as a rare and fierce prey, but unfortunately, Zai's didn't take him seriously. Or rather, he wasn't viewed as someone worth risking his life to kill. His target was Shanks. It had always been, and it still was. Focusing on the underlings below would not lead to victory. Only capturing the king could bring about success. Undoubtedly, even if someone was a big shot who could stir up a bloody storm with a stomp, here, they were merely reduced to a second-rate underling. His body slithered in the shadows, suddenly closing in, his right hand pressing down on the knife handle, a blade of light slashing towards Jesusburg. The blinding knife light filled his vision, and with his feet on the ground, Jesusburg rapidly retreated, locking on with his vision and observation hockey. In an instant, his face twisted up. That bastard who underestimated him. Zai's made a turn in midair, slashing down with the knife light while darting toward Shanks. 2 enormous black serpents surged from behind him, opening their mouths wide, clearly disregarding him. Jesusburg trembled with anger since he debuted. When had he ever been subjected to such contempt and humiliation? Dodging the knife light, he ran while swinging the gunstock. Bang! Bang! 2 more bullets were fired. Imbued with hockey, although the attack was hasty, he undoubtedly put in the effort. Humph! Zai's slightly curled his lips. He had no intention of underestimating Jesusburg. How could someone serve as a sniper in the 4 Emperors crew for so many years be a mediocre hand? Not to mention, Shanks was unlikely to be so blind. Even if he were truly blind, years of battle would help him sift through the sand to find the real, capable masters. However, time was pressing. He couldn't afford to waste time on everyone, so sometimes he had to use a bit of wit. Just as Jesusburg was filled with rage, his face contorted. The 2 giant snakes suddenly changed direction, descending from the sky, their mouths bursting with astonishing suction, as if wanting to swallow him whole. The bullets pierced through the scales of the giant snake. It humanized a roar, and its tail, hidden in the thick darkness, whipped its body, producing a thunderous sound, while its dark eyes flickered with crimson fire, seemingly adding to its ferocity. Shadows flickered, the giant mouth approached, even from a distance. Jesusburg could see the serrated teeth above and below, glinting coldly. It was obviously a solid form made of energy, yet he could vaguely smell a hint of blood. His eyelids twitched, and Jesusburg's face suddenly darkened. That was a feeling more annoying than being underestimated. That bastard above was actually exploiting his personality weakness. Although he was the sniper personally invited aboard by Shanks, his status on the ship was not as high as outsiders imagined. Due to his abandonment of his wife and children, many people on the ship held grievances against him. To repay Shanks's kindness, he had to do better than anyone else. He feared being underestimated. For that flag, symbolizing freedom, he had already abandoned too much. Did he not deserve just a little recognition? With red eyes, the more he clung to being recognized by others, the more he feared being looked down upon. Unknowingly, this had become a weakness in his character. And today, this weakness was actually used against him on the battlefield. For a moment, he felt both fear and shame, as if his hidden dark history had been exposed. Standing on the ground, he could even hear his own heartbeat, thumping rapidly. What a pathetic man. He turned his head and spat on the ground, unsure whether he was cursing Zai's or himself. The reflection of his son appeared in his pupils, and he suddenly longed to see Usopp. He wasn't a good father. If he hadn't left his hometown back then, would Usopp be better than he is now? He didn't know the answer to that question. Blood surged through his body, and he suddenly realized he had to escape. He had already missed too much. No matter what, he had to see his beloved son at least once. On a whim, perhaps just a momentary impulse, he would forget after his emotions settled down, but at this moment he was serious. A wandering soul in the wind couldn't just casually throw away his life. The bullets flew, his toes pressed against the ground's raised horns, and his cloak billowed behind him as if it were catching the wind to escape. Could he get away? Shadow strike. Zai's had a hint of disdain on his face. With a flick of his left hand, a semi-transparent black line stuck between his nails. Crack! Crack! The ice surface shattered, black mist surged, and countless black blades shot into the sky, forming a rain of swords on the ground. Stepping on the black swords, Jesus leaped into the sky, beginning to flee left and right, creating a vortex beneath him. Zai smirked, his pupils sparkling with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment. With a slight bend of his left hand, a long black spear was gripped tightly. For those without the ability to fly, the sky was not a friendly place. Even if they could briefly stay using techniques like moonwalk, their movements would not be agile. Squinting, the dense observation hockey firmly locked Jesus in the center. His lips moved. Farewell, Jesus. In an instant, the black spear trailed a brilliant tail in the sky and shot directly towards Jesus' heart. His pupils contracted, and Jesus clenched his teeth tightly, the enamel cracking, and a little foamy blood even seeped from his gums. For a sniper, wouldn't such an attack be considered out of bounds by that bastard? Slightly turning his body, he fired 2 bullets, not expecting to stop the spear, but at least to deflect it a bit. In the blink of an eye, he used his gun as a knife, the gun barrel positioned against the spear tip. The immense force felt like a mountain pressing down, causing his tiger's mouth to crack, and he gasped for breath. Crash! The spear scraped against the gun, creating sparks, and the armed hockey spread out, staining the gun barrel a black iron color. His muscles tensed, and finally, the spear's trajectory shifted just a bit. Blood sprayed as the spear pierced through his chest, nearly grazing his heart. He could vaguely feel a burning sensation, but regardless, he was still alive. Shank's face was terrifyingly dark, and Carp held him back. By the time he broke free, Jesus had already collapsed to the ground, nearly on the brink of death. With killing intent filling his eyes, if he couldn't save him, then he could at least take revenge, right? He slashed at Carp, obscuring his vision, the speed astonishingly fast, silent, creating several afterimages in the air. His right hand holding the knife, the blade aimed straight at Zai's neck. Chapter 177. Oh no, face-saving pills. They came really quickly. Zai's eyebrows twitched. Shank's attack was completely within his expectations. If he didn't strike under such circumstances, he wouldn't be himself. However, the speed was much faster than he anticipated, and the angle was also much more cunning. His body bent slightly downwards. The blade sliced through the hockey-covered back of Zai's, dark scales sparking as they scraped off and shattered. Blood splattered, and if Shanks had been just a bit faster, he could have dealt a heavy blow to Zai's. Retracting his knife, lowering his body, Zai's spun in the air, his long knife slashing towards Shank's knee. The blade gleamed coldly. If this knife hit, it would be more powerful than stabbing him in the chest. Shanks squinted. The difficulty of his opponent exceeded his imagination. He understood Zai's intent clearly. By targeting his knee, he aimed to restrict his movement, a truly cunning and ruthless tactic. Despicable. The blade turned. The slender edge was as agile as his hand. With a ripping sound, the air exploded as the blade sliced through. Clash! The 2 long knives collided in midair, red and black clashing, thunder shaking, dense lightning scattering like bursting spring water. Curiosity is curiosity. The strange attack method made it difficult for Zai's to exert his strength. The air produced a sound like shattering glass, and Zai's was knocked back by a blade, a new long wound appearing near his chest. It didn't matter. He had no idea how many injuries he had sustained today, just like many in the Navy, often relying solely on willpower to keep going. With his long knife bound, Shanks hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a wave of killing intent surged from behind him. A black fist slammed into his chest. He couldn't expect one blade to hold Carp back for long. Could he? That would be underestimating himself, or overestimating Carp. This was troublesome. He sighed inwardly, feeling a series of pains pulsating on his forehead like a throbbing headache. Darkness surged around him, again supporting Zai's body, carrying an overwhelming force as he charged at Shanks once more. On the ground, it wasn't just Shanks who felt a headache. Doflamingo felt an immense headache as well. the veins on his forehead bulging. The Navy's strength was truly beyond his imagination, subtly suppressing the red-haired pirates, the remnants of the white-beard pirates, and the black-beard pirates combined. If he didn't intervene soon, the Navy might actually capture 2 of the 4 emperors today. Thinking of this, cold sweat involuntarily trickled down his forehead. This was not good news for him, or rather, for all pirates. Eliminating 2 of the 4 emperors, he could easily imagine how the navies might would soar, reversing the balance of power, continuing to dominate the new world. In a prolonged war, it would no longer be the pirates in an advantageous position. If that were the case, the warlords of the sea would lose their original status. Once the reckoning began, he didn't believe the Navy would overlook him, even though he was a former celestial dragon, holding on to some unknown secrets. Those who kick someone when they're down attract the most hatred. He was the one who withdrew from the battle, the one who tried to watch the Navy's joke, and having done all that, he wanted to get through safely without being resented. What a joke. He wasn't that naive. He needed to find a way to stab someone in the back and turn the tide. That was the adult world. Returning kindness for enmity. Being able to still be friends after a glance only happens in fairy tales. His narrow eyes scanned left and right under his sunglasses, the hidden smile on his face tightening his fists. This wasn't for anyone else. It was for himself. He turned his head slightly and nodded. Standing next to him were Mihawk and Moonlight Moria. "Excuse me for a moment, everyone." Holding a thin thread in his hand, with a swift motion, he vanished from his spot, holding a light pink transponder snail. Shanks tightened his grip on the sword, and with a powerful motion of his right hand, he pressed down fiercely towards Carp, creating an opening. Quickly, he drew his sword and turned, bringing the blade to bear against the white blade in Sis' hand. Shadows surged up the blade, and 2 slender tentacles shot towards Shanks' eyes. Bending his spine, he dodged the tentacles, but he felt as if he was already at the end of his strength. A black fist came from the left, and in a moment of panic, he had no way to evade it. Bang! The fierce punch tore his shirt to shreds, and he was sent flying through the air. A sharp pain gripped his chest. He felt as if Carp's punch had shattered his lungs. His facial muscles twitched, and he coughed up blood mixed with bits of internal organs. Cough, cough. A massive crater was created in the ground, and Shanks crawled out from it, looking somewhat disheveled, his clothes in tatters like a beggar. What does it mean to be elegant? To be alive is what elegance is. If a person is gone, wearing a well-tailored suit means nothing. Admiral Carp, are you determined to fight me to the death? We just want to end this war. Shanks roared, his right hand trembling. He might not be able to match the combined strength of these 2. Today, he had miscalculated the situation. The losses for the Navy were not as heavy as he had imagined, at least not enough to force them to bow to pirates. On the contrary, the pirates were in a worse position. Of the 16 divisions of the White-Beard pirates, excluding Sachi and Ace, there were 14 captains, each a master in their own right. And the ones who eventually withdrew from the battlefield were not just 1 or 2. Then there was Blackbeard, although his crew had also attracted considerable fire. It was utterly impossible for them to coordinate with the White-Beard pirates to advance and retreat together. Without discussing cooperation, they would occasionally drag each other down. This was an alliance even more unstable than the Navy and the 7 warlords. According to the plan, he was supposed to make a grand entrance, turning the tide and gaining praise through his reputation. How did it come to this? Gritting his teeth, he put on a fade. He needed to appear more formidable. He absolutely could not fall here. For balance, to prevent the new world and the seas from falling into the hands of the Navy, and to ensure that the wheels of history turned according to his design, this world absolutely could not exist without him. With his right hand gripping the sword, he steadied himself. He was betting that Carp and Sis would not dare to exchange their lives for his. Unbeknownst to him, the darkness around him thickened once again, and the voices within were somewhat eerie, as if someone were whispering in his ear. What are you thinking? Do you think we wouldn't dare to risk our lives in exchange for yours? Chapter 178. An eye for an eye? Who isn't an expert? Shanks's pupils constricted, and his body spun rapidly, the long knife crossing in front of his chest. Clang! The blades clashed, and the 2 locked eyes in midair. Fish may die, but the net won't break. You are too careless. This Marineford is not a place you can come and go as you please. With both hands gripping the hilt, Sis' eyes narrowed, the veins in his arms bulging as he exerted more force. The darkness around them seemed to swirl like a tidal wave, suddenly parting, and the immense power even pushed Shanks back. Carp followed suit, as if they had coordinated their attack, surrounding Shanks from both sides. You! Gritting his teeth, Shanks found himself at a loss for words. The 2 were flanking him and even launching sneak attacks. It was truly shameless. Admiral Carp was clearly not like this before. Who was it? Which bastard led him astray? The fierce punch struck again, the iron-black fist colliding with the long knife. The western sword emitted a thunderous roar, the shock reverberating through his body, causing his right hand to tremble as he nearly lost his grip on the hilt. What immense power! These old veterans should not be underestimated. Unconsciously, he began to speak respectfully in his heart, his expression growing more serious. Hiss! The sound of flames crackling filled the air, dark red flames swirling as a massive fire dragon shot up into the sky, accompanied by waves of dry hot wind, rushing forward with great intensity. Flame shield, overkill. Shanks's expression changed. These reckless kids only knew how to create grand spectacles. Not realizing how dangerous this was, Shanks's lips turned a bit pale. Just as he was about to pull away, Carp's fist forced him back, the frequency of attacks increasing, leaving him no time to think. There were only two choices: either endure Sis Fire Dragon or take a punch from Carp. He steeled himself. Only children make choices. Adults choose neither. The long knife met Carp's fist, his body twisting in midair to form an incredibly strange arc. The rich haki spread through his legs as he kicked out in midair, actually slicing through the air with a blade of light. He was a true sword master, even without a sword in hand. His whole body could embody the essence of a sword. Boom! The blade of light collided with the fire dragon, like a fiery red meteor flickering in the sky. The surrounding light grew increasingly brilliant, starting as a small point and suddenly transforming into a blinding curtain of light. Beneath the beautiful scene lay a terrifying firestorm, sparks flying as it swept through the surroundings, instantly reducing everything to ashes like a disaster. The dazzling light obscured his vision, and suddenly, a cold gleam sliced through the light. Not good. Shanks felt a sense of dread. It was the only thought left in his mind. His body instinctively wanted to retreat. The air buzzed like a swarm of bees. It was a dark fist as hard as steel. Carp blocked his escape, and Sis' long knife came at him head-on. Since becoming one of the four emperors, when had he ever been pushed to this extent? The muscles on his face twitched before relaxing again. He had made a decision. He could disregard his back, which only added to his pain. What he truly needed were two intact legs and an arm capable of swinging the sword forward. If they wanted to kill him, he would never let that bastard in front of him have his way, nor would he let him off easy. He was one of the four emperors of a new world, not some random nobody. Even an admiral couldn't make him bow down. Why should he? Just because he had just absorbed a bit of someone else's haki? He had to teach Sis a lesson. The dignity of a ruler was not to be provoked. As the light of the knife danced in his hand, in the blink of an eye, Sis appeared right below him, flames wrapping around the blade as he swung from bottom to top, the long knife slicing through the air. Slash! That was the sound of metal scraping against flesh. Shanks did not choose to withdraw his knife to block. Instead, he enveloped his body in a thick layer of haki. Blood gushed from his body like a fountain, and Shanks received a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Gritting his teeth, he swept his gaze backward. There was still time in this moment of vulnerability. Blood foam bubbled from his lips as he opened his mouth, even his teeth stained with blood. Is it over? If it's over, then it's my turn. Don't underestimate the power of the New World pirates. With a roar, the overwhelming haki surged towards Sis like a collapsing sky, his muscles quivering. The ferocious hellish dragon seeming to be targeted by an even more ferocious beast, adrenaline surging through him, almost causing him to lose his mind. In the sky, the originally dense black mist suddenly dissipated, transforming into a fiery red streak of light. Not only did Shanks feel it, but everyone on the battlefield trembled, staring in awe. Such a powerful conqueror's haki could not be compared to the half-baked version of the Straw Hat Kid, even though Sis had drawn a lot of haki from Whitebeard. His mastery in conqueror's haki was far from comparable. In that moment of trembling, Shanks grimaced, swinging his sword towards Sis' chest. It was just an exchange of injuries, wasn't it? Before he achieved greatness, who wasn't an expert? The scale shattered, and the blade nearly sliced off half of Sis' body. From the darkness behind, tentacles reached out, grabbing Sis and pulling him back forcefully. Thin threads penetrated his skin, piercing blood vessels, and with a tug, his body was rejoined. Want to cut off my hand? It's not that easy. No matter how much he struggled, he was still a puppeteer. As long as they were willing, they themselves were the best puppets. Modification and even mechanization were just basic operations. Not doing it was the core. That got breathing heavily before Shanks could make his next move. A fist like forged iron slammed into his back. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs splattered into the sky. and he was smashed into the ground. "Captain!" Ben Beckman shouted, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He spun his gun and fired at Akainu, leaping forward. "Want to leave? Did you ask me first?" Raising his head, Akainu glared, seizing the opportunity. He could already envision the Navy dominating the seas, and he couldn't let Beckman ruin it all. His body transformed into lava, covering the bullets with haki, leaving a deep blood mark on his face, and magma erupted, blocking Beckman's path. With a sickly smile, Sis couldn't take his eyes off Shanks, and the shadows pulled him away, disappearing from sight. "Finally, it's my turn. That slash of yours really hurt." Chapter 179. Laugh. But can't laugh rolling on the ground. Shanks was in a dire situation, his mind hazy, as if he had returned to the past, to when he was not yet the Emperor of the Sea. Back then, he was still young, just starting out, accompanied by Buggy, with Captain Roger standing in front of him. They roamed the seas, crossing the entire Grand Line. They were the first and only fleet to conquer the Grand Line. Every day they fought, whether against Whitebeard or Gold Lion. Anyone who dared to stand in their way would be torn apart by them. They were incredibly powerful. Yet he felt incredibly fragile. In front of those who seemed powerful enough to destroy the world, the young him could only curl up in the corner of the cabin, cuddling with Buggy. The long sword came down, and he felt like he was back in the past. He had changed, hadn't he? The captain was gone. The crew scattered. Some dead, some retired. He was no longer young. Eventually, he had his own fleet and a group of people who laughed and called him captain every day. He had everything he was supposed to have. Compared to Shanks, he had a brand new name. The Emperor of the Sea, red-haired. He had finally reached the same height as Whitebeard and others. Even as captain, he was just one step away, with the world painted in red. Only he stood blood-red among them. He was at the pinnacle of this world, and he shouldn't have been so fragile. He needed to raise a pirate king, yes. He needed to raise a pirate king. No one could stop him. The things the captain couldn't finish, he would do them. If he couldn't do it himself, he would cultivate someone who could. With red eyes, Shanks began to struggle violently, his right hand gripping the long sword, trying hard to stand up from the ground. His face twisted in pain. With such injuries, an ordinary person would have been done for long ago, but he was not an ordinary person. Give him some time, and he could still stand up and take down a couple of fishermen. But unfortunately, the fishermen clearly didn't intend to give him time. The darkness pulled at his body, and he appeared like a slender shadow emerging from the ground, the blade glimmering. Even from a distance, Shanks could see the muscles on his face gradually twisting. A narrow wound ran across his chest, as if he had been sewn together with fine threads, resembling a cursed voodoo doll. The longest wound was left by him. Shanks recognized it. Besides that, the guy was covered in wounds. To be honest, it was quite impressive that he had held on until now. Shanks couldn't help but sigh in admiration, but now was not the time to admire his opponent. That guy wanted his life. Shadows surged from all around like long snakes, moving at incredible speed, almost impossible to evade, and at the end of the shadows was Sis, gripping a long blade, flames wrapping around it, slicing through space, seemingly leaving a dark streak in midair. The corners of his mouth lifted, his pupils cold as ice. Whether it was him or the other Navy members, everyone felt their hearts in their throats. This opportunity was too rare, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If they missed today, it might take ages to kill a monster of this level again. The pirate haters clenched their fists, maliciously tightening their grip on the long sword. Not far from the battlefield, Mihawk was watching coldly. The massive black blade looked very intimidating to everyone, and its aura began to gather. He was ready to make his move. But this was a battlefield. How could everything go as one wished? The moment he tightened his grip on the long sword, 2 or 3 powerful auras locked onto him. His relationship with Shanks was never a secret. Not only him, but also Gecko Moria, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Each of them was a key focus. The 7 warlords, after all, were a bunch of untamable dogs. Kicking Blackbeard aside, even Kazuru was rushing toward the center of the battlefield. This opportunity was too important. If they could really kill Shanks, the era of great pirates might truly end at their hands. Sis' lips moved, and the black mud in his eye sockets almost overflowed. It's over. Everything is over. The war is over. Your life is also about to end, and the era of great pirates must also end. The blade's light stirred up a torrent, distorting space under the shadow's turmoil. Shanks's eyelids twitched, his teeth clenched, right hand gripping the long sword, gasping for breath. He would not give up until the last moment. He still had a chance. His reign as a king was far from over. As long as he could block this blade, as long as he could endure until he got back on his feet, he would still have the strength to fight. Moving at high speed, The darkness around his eyes had completely faded. The fierce wind swirled, igniting two black flames. The darkness formed a storm, tearing everything apart. The blade trembled, and before Shanks's sword could get close, an incredibly powerful force deflected it, leaving a small opening. The black blade swept past, leaving a dark line in the air. Clang! The air burst, producing a sound like a bronze bell ringing, followed by the sound of collapse and the cracking of bones mixed within it. The power in his right hand was incredibly strong. Even without a knife, it felt as though a speeding truck was crashing through everything in sight. Boom! Buildings in the distance collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. His eyes bulged with endless rage, erupting from his chest. Who was it? Straining his neck, Sis shouted to the sky, his murderous gaze locked onto the dust. He could feel it. It was not the feeling of having succeeded. At the last moment, his knife had been blocked. The dust obscured his vision, and all his senses were focused on Shanks. He wanted to see which bastard dared to ruin his plans. Cough, cough. A persistent coughing sound came from the dust. He waved his hand to disperse the mist around him, revealing the elongated face of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Balancing on one leg, a massive wound stretched from his left ankle up to the root of his thigh. Just a couple of centimeters more, and he might have had to bid farewell to his royal life and become a chief of the palace. However, since they were both playing with strings, perhaps the sunflower manual really suited him. Fine beads of sweat crawled from his forehead down to his neck. He took a long breath, still shaken, his heart racing just as fast. He wiped his right hand, wanting to instinctively put on his grinning poker face, but the muscles on his face wouldn't cooperate. It was too dangerous. This bastard was far too dangerous. Chapter 180. I said I would leave you something. Staring intently at Sis, Doflamingo almost cursed out loud. He was not a lone wolf. His palace in Dressrosa still housed a deposed princess. If that knife had been off by a few centimeters, his happy life could have ended. However, he dared not express that dissatisfaction. Years of struggle had taught him one thing. One must be aware of the situation. Some things should just be thought and not spoken, especially in inappropriate places. If one speaks what should not be said in an inappropriate place, then who deserves to die? If not them? Before he could say anything, the man across from him furiously opened his mouth. Don Quixote Doflamingo, what do you want? Are you a warlord of the sea who no longer wants to fight? Or do you want to devour something like Teach and establish your own faction? With wide open eyes, Sis was engulfed in fiery rage, gripping the long blade tightly, the icy killing intent pressing down like an ocean. That bone-chilling, murderous intent was like December snow, spreading out endlessly, suffocating, causing the sand and stones to tremble. It was the purest killing intent. Perhaps to an ordinary person, it might not compare to Conqueror's hockey, as everyone could possess it, but it was entirely his own. He had always been someone willing to stain his hands to achieve his goals. Huff! He exhaled a breath of foul air. Despite it being summer, the vapor he exhaled turned into a layer of white frost. The air was indeed freezing. With both hands gripping the knife, his momentum sank and merged into one. He was no longer interested in explanations. Since someone dared to stand in his way, then they should pay with their life. His eyes showed no emotion. Doflamingo's heart trembled, and he quickly shouted, Hey, Wilson Sis, what do you want? The war is over. The Gorosei have ordered a ceasefire. No, you bastard. Do you want to kill me too? In a flustered state, Doflamingo spoke incoherently. Even as the king of the dark world, he could only reveal a fearful expression in the face of true darkness. Sis remained silent, his fingers slightly twitching, still regulating his breath in place. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he stood. The air roared past his ears. To Doflamingo, the man diving toward him had completely transformed into the wind. He was like a grinning weasel, ready to slice someone's throat silently. Cursing under his breath, his lips trembled. He must have been blinded by greed to have stood up for the red-haired. His pupils shook in their sockets. Don't you believe me? Those are the Gorosei, the 5 most powerful people in the world government. They said the war is over. It's over. Can't you understand? Sis raised his eyes, his malice nearly bursting forth, grinning as the originally white teeth were stained with foamy pink blood. Who cares about that? Right now, I only know one thing. You block my path. Do you understand? You block my path. So why aren't you dead yet? The veins in his neck bulged. The wound stitched with black threads wriggled like a centipede, and his speed did not decrease. Instead, it accelerated. With both hands gripping the knife, he slashed through the air, creating a dark band that resembled a black hole. That guy, Doflamingo's facial muscles twisted into a knot as he shouted madly at the surroundings. The 5 colored threads whipping towards Sis like long whips. Myhawk Moria, what are you two waiting for? I spoke with the Gorosei. The war is over. It's over. Hurry and come save me. No, hurry and stop this madman. Listening to Doflamingo's voice, Sengoku and the others became somewhat dazed. The transponder snail in their arms buzzing. Clenching their fists tightly, the anger surging from their chests was like a raging fire igniting in an autumn forest, unstoppable. They knew very well that what Doflamingo said was not empty words. The cold sea breeze from afar hit them. What were they really fighting for? Is this what the world government is about? Did those brainless celestial dragons overindulge? What do they really think the Navy's justice is? Biting their teeth until blood seeped out. No one took the initiative to answer the call, and everyone's mood was extremely low. Unbeknownst to them, a thick wall had formed between them and the world government. Once a crack opened, it could never close. They were like a massive volcano hidden beneath the ice and snow, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment, burning the entire world, regardless of friend or foe. Shadows stretched in midair as Sis dove at nearly supersonic speed, darting left and right, and not a single colorful thread could touch his clothes. Breathing heavily, Doflamingo's eyes turned red. He had not yet become the pirate king. So how could he easily fall here? An endless aura radiated outward, and with a pull of his fingers 4 or 5 massive white threads like shields were drawn from the ground. Shield white threads. Thousands of fine threads, white waves raging. He pushed his string fruit to its limit, capable of crushing even the hardest steel in one blow. His expression slightly relaxed as the threads spreading out from the ground gave him a bit more sense of security. If it's like this, it should be able to block that guy, right? His voice trembled. Once upon a time, he even began to doubt his own power. Is the devil fruit awakening? What incredible ability, but it's useless. Do you understand that you're blocking my way? A faint voice echoed, and behind Sis, a conch shell sound emerged as his fingers lightly moved. The sword intent, horizontal slash. The pitch-black long knife drew a fine line in the air, and with a swift sound, the huge white line didn't even stand a moment's chance, and was cut in half by the blade's light. Doflamingo's expression froze on his face as he suddenly felt immense fear. His pupils contracted, and the thread shot out in all directions, pulling his body as if to flee. Provoked, even a lazy fat cat would fight back fiercely, leaving a mark. You left nothing and still want to leave? The body spun in the air. The sharp blade in hand whirled like a steel top. The cold wind howled, striking straight towards Doflamingo's head. Clang! Suddenly, a massive black blade descended from the sky, blocking the angle and interrupting Sis' attack. An unfamiliar swordsman. Are you interested in having a practice match with me? Hee, you survived. Myhawk, I owe you a favor. Seeing that figure clearly, Doflamingo halted his steps and started to laugh heartily, beads of sweat pouring down his face. But he survived, didn't he? Wilson, Sis? What did you want me to leave behind just now? Boom, boom, boom. 2 black knives rapidly clashed in place, leaving afterimages. Sis' eyes darkened. He groaned softly, gripping the knife in his right hand, using the momentum to turn. Before anyone could react, a slender spear engulfed in black flames was thrown out by him in a reverse motion. I told you to leave something behind. Didn't you hear me? Ah! A piercing scream erupted as the spear pierced through Doflamingo's left arm. In a flash, the black flames burned violently as if they encountered grease. Moisture evaporated, and in just the blink of an eye, it turned into a withered stick. The flames continued to burn, rising up, threatening to scorch his entire body. Sweat soaked his clothes, and he couldn't even remember the last time he was forced to this extent. A deep sense of regret continually grew within him. Why did he provoke that bastard? After regret came hatred. He looked down at his left arm, as if making an immense decision. Closing his eyes, his right hand pulled, and the threads sliced down like a long knife. A flash of white light. Thud! A severed arm fell to the ground, the flames still raging, as if to dye the entire earth a dark color. Chapter 181. The 2-8 big bar on his shoulder. Ha! Ha! Doflamingo gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his forehead, gathering into a small, murky stream. His eyes filled with fierce intent as he looked at Sis. They're all comrades in the same trench, all dogs of the world government. How could he be so ruthless to sever his own hand? His gaze pierced through the rising dust, directed towards Shanks, who was falling. Shanks propped himself up with his sword, struggling to stand from the ground. His once white shirt now stained with blood. Originally a king of the sea, but once injured, it seemed he couldn't stop himself, continuously getting hurt, and the situation was dire. Raising his eyes, blood vessels filled the whites of his eyes, his gaze fixed on Sis. He resembled a wounded beast, muscles tense all over. His senses were keen. Although the distance increased, that murderous aura never faded. Wilson Sis' target was still him. That guy wouldn't give up easily, even if the Gorsi ordered the war to end. That guy might still come at him with a knife. Wilson Sis was that kind of person. He could feel it, compared to the rules and constraints set by others. They preferred to set the rules themselves for others to follow. Like Teach, they were that kind of people with that kind of ambition. Shanks's mind was highly focused, his fingers constantly moving on the knife handle. He was waiting. In this world, there is no attack without flaws. As long as Sis was willing to strike, he could find a flaw, and in that moment, he would deliver a fatal blow. Doflamingo withdrew his gaze. It seemed the red-haired one was in decent shape. With a cold smile, he thought about the enormous price he paid. If red-haired met with an accident, he'd truly be at a loss. The red-haired must survive, and he must live well, not just for the balance of the world, but also to add trouble to that bastard. Both sides had become deadly foes. Could they still expect to smile at each other and turn swords into plowshares? The world of adults is not that simple. Interests without sufficient interests. Can swords truly be turned into plowshares? The interests of the red-haired pirates might align with the Navy at times, but they could never align with that guy. Doflamingo was very sure of this. They had to fight to stir the winds and clouds of the four seas, to give him time and opportunity to take revenge for the severed arm. The corners of his mouth curled up. Moreover, he had done such a huge favor for the red-haired one, even sacrificing an arm. Shouldn't the red-haired one repay him properly? An arm is nothing. The key is that this is the perfect time for the Don Quixote family to extend its reach into the red-haired territory. Scanning the surroundings, he grinned fiercely and shouted, "The war is over. The world government has declared that the war is over." Stunned in place, the surrounding navy showed little reaction. Entangled in battle, bloodshed. After a day, they had become accustomed to the acrid smell of blood. Fierce gazes locked onto Sengoku's face. "Aren't you going to answer the phone?" "The war is over. That was an order from the Gorsi." "Humph." Sengoku grunted, exhaling a puff of hot air from his nostrils, his right hand resting on the din mushy handed over by his subordinate, refusing to lift the receiver for a long time. "Hurry up, Sis, faster. Kill the red-haired one. After today, we will never." "No." His eyes shut tightly, looking up at the sky. "Not we, but I. After today, I will have no more chances. This great pirate era, which rose in my hands, should also end in my hands. What are you waiting for?" Doflamingo emphasized his tone, urging Sengoku. A cold glare swept over, and Sengoku didn't show him a good face. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Instantly, Doflamingo was somewhat stumped. Today's Navy was indeed full of fire. Could it be that their backs have straightened? No wonder the Gorsi suddenly said they wanted to weaken the Navy. No one knew what political musings Doflamingo was contemplating. They only knew that Sis had a little time left. The dark threads were densely packed around Sis, mixed with fine gray-black scales, exuding a captivating magical aura, a kind of incomplete, startling beauty. The right hand swung the knife down. The dark flames were pushed backward by a powerful stance, bursting forth from Sis' body with unparalleled strength, following the knife's momentum, like a bone-eroding gale, pressing down fiercely towards Mihawk. Bang! The large knife was held horizontally, directly blocking Sis' slash. That was the world's strongest blade, the Chaos Blade, the supreme great knife, the Black Blade. Knight. If Victor were here, he might happily shout out. To be able to engage with a sword of this caliber is a dream he has long sought to achieve. A faint smile crept onto the corner of Zeise's mouth. The mountain doesn't need to be high. It becomes famous with a celestial being. The water doesn't need to be deep. It becomes spiritual with a dragon. This long knife, Song, in his hand, is expected to shine alongside him this time, even if it might not bring a good reputation, but in any case, it finally takes the first step towards fame, doesn't he? He had no time to think further. Swinging the long knife, Zeiss grew faster with each swing. Each strike from the sky was a forceful descent. The tremendous power even made Hawkeye's Mihawk feel a tingling in his palms. He is a swordsman, not a brute who mindlessly swings a heavy hammer without any technical skill. Who do you think you're bullying? The ground beneath his feet shattered, revealing the damp earth, and the swirling sword energy carved out one scar after another on the ground. Pressing down on Mihawk, Zeiss used the force to leap, shadows lifting his body, and with a raise of his left hand, a massive black fireball was drawn out from the shadows. Burning shield, overheating kill. The flames twisted the space, darkness surged, and vision became partially obscured, followed by two black snakes revealing their jagged teeth. Time was so urgent. He had no time to continue entangling with Mihawk. Caught off guard. Battling such a master, determining a winner, was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short time. The shadows pulled his body like an arrow released from a bow, shooting towards Shanks with fierce killing intent. Their gazes intertwined in the air. Closer, closer. He could see the fine hairs on Shanks fluttering in the wind, and Shanks could see the blood-soaked scales on his body. Both of their hands were tightly gripping their swords, their spirit, energy, and mind all elevated to the peak as much as possible. One last time, this was the final opportunity of the day, whether to transform the bicycle into a motorcycle or to continue carrying the Phoenix brand 28-inch bike on his shoulders. All depended on this one move. Chapter 182. The war is over. The biting cold wind brushed across his face. Today's wind was indeed tumultuous. The sun pale and dim. Through the sunlight, his eyes had firmly locked onto Shanks's position. Who, taking a deep breath, he raised his sword over his head, holding his breath, and then entrusted everything to fate. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted like a grand bell, mixed with a storm of dominance as their gazes intertwined in the air. An opportunity? They both saw a fleeting spark of inspiration in each other's eyes. Putting forth their utmost effort, life and death were left to fate. The only thing the two sides could rely on at the end of their strength was their own will. The white blade lifted. Shanks' western sword slid down along Zai's knife edge. The two blades sparked in midair, aiming straight at Zai's right hand. His pupils slightly constricted. Gripping the knife with his right hand, Zai's increased his strength, a Tyrannosaurus hidden within his seemingly weak body. Facing the knife edge, his right hand, covered in blood scabs, fell back and flipped over, attempting to deflect Shanks' western sword. Both were top swordsmen born from hundreds of thousands, the pinnacle of countless sword masters. If the Conqueror's hockey in the New World was as common as fish crossing the river, they were the golden koi that leaped over the Dragon Gate. A flick of their tail enough to stir the winds and clouds. Without outside interference, they exchanged blows dozens of times in just a few seconds. Dazzling sword lights falling like white snow in winter from all around. Slash! A prominent mark was left on the hard granite, followed closely by the surrounding floor being shattered to pieces. With the long knife pressing down, in terms of power, Zai's would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Shanks thought he would have the upper hand in the swordsmanship contest, but in the face of such a powerful physique, all advantages were firmly suppressed. His injuries were too severe, and unlike Zai's, he did not have strong recovery abilities. As the white blade came at him, he could only exert all his strength to block. Sweating profusely, his muscles tensed, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Here it comes. He tried to calm his heart, but his pounding heart wouldn't stop boiling his blood. Being overly focused on power would only breed a brute. In this world, it ultimately remains a realm of skill. Using skill to transform power, the sharp western sword deflected the long knife. A slender white light flashed through the air, and in an instant, it severed Zai's tendons. Clang! The long knife fell to the ground, making a loud ringing sound, and Shanks laughed. Zai's also laughed. He was waiting for this moment. Shanks' heart trembled. Suddenly, an abnormal change occurred in Zai's body. Countless dense shadows squeezed into Zai's body as if they were playing for their lives. Thin scales grew on his right hand. Black threads stitched up his wounds, and a claw made entirely of darkness replaced his original right arm. You were careless, red-haired. You miscalculated my strength. This will be the root of your failure. What I possess is not merely swordsmanship. The massive black claw pinched Shanks' sword in an instant, and darkness twisted around his left hand, as if something was stirring restlessly. Shanks' face changed dramatically, gritting his teeth, reluctantly discarding the sword in his hand. His body quickly retreating backward. He could not care about so much. A lost sword could be found again, but a lost life was truly gone. Zai's expression turned cold. With a merciless gaze, he hurled a bright black spear from his hand, the black tail feathers twisting the space, as if carving two long black holes around. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face changed drastically, his expression darkening. Fleet Admiral, the war is over. Are you really not going to stop that madman? The world government has stated. Balance must not be broken. Are you intending to defy the world government's orders? Or have you prepared to lead the Navy away from the world government? Sengoku's face twisted. His fists clenched tightly. You dare to use power to pressure me? How annoying this balance is. Releasing his fists, he picked up a nearby transponder snail and nodded. I understand, Borsellino. You go bring him back. The war is over. This is the world of adults, dirty. Power, money. And the favor of big shots can elevate people to great heights. Yet only hard work cannot bring about the torrent that changes the world. Not enough. The Navy's strength is still not enough. Without the world government, the Navy cannot control such vast territories. A momentary lapse could lead to being attacked from all sides. This sense of helplessness is truly annoying. The spear broke through the air. The dark ribbon rushed toward Shanks's chest. Clenching his teeth, was he really going to end here today? His eyes filled with unwillingness. After finally showing his face, he had gained nothing, and he might even lose his life. Boom! The sound of gunpowder exploding rang in his ears. It was a black bullet covered with hockey. Bracing himself, Jesus Burgess ran desperately, the stock of his gun spinning as he fired bullet after bullet. Faster! Faster! The captain is destined for great things. How did he fall here? Blood flowed down from the wound. Simple bandaging could not stop the continuously flowing crimson blood. Piercing through the fierce wind, bullets struck the black-red spear tip. Ding! 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 The sound was like summer raindrops sliding off the eaves, hitting the ground, shattering, breaking apart, simply beautiful to the extreme. Those round raindrops had only a short life of mere seconds. Before Jesus Boo left his hometown, this was his favorite sight. Knowing that his life was about to end, he always moved forward without hesitation. In the reflection of the droplets, he seemed to see courage and the endless freedom he could wield at will. His life was not something others could take away. Only he could take it from himself. If one day he died, it would surely be because he found something far more important and precious than life itself. No one could take away the chance for a man on the sea to enjoy freedom. Everything was voluntary and self-chosen. Who could blame him for meeting that man who changed his life all those years ago? Bullets could not alter the spear's trajectory. He gripped the spear tightly with both hands, and the black spear pierced his body without him noticing. Blood slid from the corner of his mouth, sparkling like the tiny raindrops he had seen in his youth. Wilson Sis, don't underestimate the will of a pirate, you bastard. His consciousness grew increasingly blurry, and he seemed to see his wife far away in his hometown, still as beautiful as ever. He reached out his right hand, wanting to touch her cheek. But everything around him was an illusion. He had heard she was gone, taken to heaven many years ago, no matter how he called. She never waited for him to return to her side. He truly wasn't a good husband. Even in heaven, he probably wouldn't have the face to see her. To have such a husband was truly unfortunate for her. Yet even so, he wanted to see her one more time. In this world, he owed it to everyone, whether it be the captain or his companions. But he only felt he owed his wife and Usopp an apology. He really wanted to see her again, but unfortunately, a man with his hand stained with blood probably wouldn't make it to heaven. He just didn't know if there was a direct bus between hell and heaven. How nostalgic. Jesus Boo. Shanks let out a mournful howl, frozen in place, veins bulging on his neck, eyes bloodshot. I will kill you. Sisei's face twisted in a snarl, flexing his wrists, his heart showing no signs of wavering. Is that so? If you can do it, then come and try. With a wave of his large claw, his body instantly leaped forward. All right, don't be angry. The war is over. A slightly leisurely yet unrefusable baritone echoed in his ears. A golden light flashed, and Kizaru directly grabbed his arm. Sisei turned his head slightly. Kizaru's face appeared indifferent. He also wanted to kill Red-Haired, but as a superior, he couldn't disregard the so-called bigger picture. With the sound of footsteps, Beckman also stood beside Shanks, his gun stock raised, pointing directly at Sisei's forehead. Enough? Red-Haired, didn't you want peace? I'm giving you peace. What else do you want? Do you want to continue fighting? In the tense atmosphere, Sengoku shouted, the veins on his forehead testifying to his bad mood. Red-Haired froze for a moment, glanced at the corpse of Jesus Boo on the ground, then looked back at the continuously tortured pirates, as if he aged in an instant. Navy, this time you won. But don't get too proud. I will keep an eye on you. Sengoku exhaled a heavy breath, turned around, and despite the howl of a defeated dog, he couldn't help but feel angry. They should have been left here. Looking up at the sky, he raised his voice. The war is over. For a moment, everyone stopped fighting, whether Navy or pirates, their eyes somewhat vacant, tears in their eyes. Is the war over? They hesitated to believe, their ears frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Without choosing to stay, Blackbeard glanced at Sisei from afar, turned, and walked away, placing himself in an unpredictable place. That was not his style. Live well, Wilson Sisei, I will be waiting for you in the new world. There is something to update later. I have a course that's ending soon and need to make a presentation PPT, so I'll update in the afternoon or evening. Chapter 183. In Care. The secretary is already in care during the Marineford War. In the dream world, an endless gray fog enveloped the surroundings. Extending from the distant wasteland to the pristine high-back chair at the center of the world, everything was hazy. This was an unchanging world for 10,000 years. Time seemed to have pressed the pause button here, tranquil and soundless, with only the blue-purple soul fire quietly burning behind the high-back chair, the only thing that could be called life. Suddenly, a sound broke the rare tranquility. Someone yawned, disrupting the stillness. The blue-purple soul fire flickered, and a slender yet somewhat immature figure appeared on the pristine high-back chair, tapping their index finger on the table. That forehead protector, symbolizing the identity of a sand ninja, was particularly eye-catching. Today I'm the earliest again. Those lazy folks. Stretching lazily, the doctor complained. There weren't many people as diligent as him in this year. Hey, don't sleep. You really are something? I've seen people rolling in bed in dreams, but I've never seen anyone sleeping in a dream. Doctor, wake up. With both hands together. A cold palm lightly slapped the doctor's face, startling him awake from his dream, his body relaxing in response. I thought it was someone else. You scared me. Is everyone here? The doctor opened his eyes wide, brushing off the hand, murmuring as he scanned the surroundings. Missionary, hermit, merchant, poet. Poet? No, poets aren't this small. Is it a newcomer? Instantly, his eyes lit up, fingers pointing at a little figure directly opposite him. His expression a mix of surprise and delight. Wow, you are home? How did you end up like this? Before the doctor, a little boy around 7 or 8 years old, wearing children's pajamas, glanced at him, slumped in the chair, his eyes bright, like black gemstones yet devoid of life. The silver fork manifested by his soul, incessantly scraping against the table. Why are all you so big? Why am I the only one like this? 8 years old. 8 years old. What can I do as an 8-year-old? Can I toughen up? The doctor's eyelids twitched slightly. This certainly didn't sound like something an 8-year-old child would say. If every 8-year-old had such awareness, what would aging populations matter? Good genetics, fewer births. Family planning should be the mainstream thought. Turning his head, a man with healthy limbs couldn't understand the pain of a writer, although he had endured such days. After all, who didn't have a childhood? But back then, his sister Yetsong was also small and cute, fed with pure white milk every day. The joy of childhood friendship. How could a mere writer understand? Although he was the one being fed and trained, and it was real milk, but in any case, they were not from the same world. Raising his head, the doctor looked down on others, his handsome face showing a sense of superiority over the world. The long chain of disdain extended from one end of the stone round table to the other. The writer's eyes twitched, and his expression grew increasingly stiff, as if he had been struck down a dimension. Those bastards! Hearing the synchronized voice, the writer turned his gaze to his left, where the hermit was huddled. A black-gray tail that shimmered with a metallic sheen resting on the high-back chair, equally gnashing his teeth in hatred. The writer was just a bit smaller, but at least he still had it. Growing up, it would only be a few years away, but that bastard didn't even have that organ. Determined in secret, he resolved to capture an Achilles beast when he had the time to see the secret of transformation. He had to figure it out. As for the secretary, he was raising it. The snowball beast was already being raised. With a pronounced nasal sound, the writer shot a sidelong glance at the hermit, his disdain nearly overflowing. A man without even a partner. No, a male beast actually had the face to sit here, with a darkened gaze. The hermit's mechanical dragon face showed no expression. He was actually being looked down upon by an 8-year-old child. The steel sea dragon beast could endure, but the infinite dragon beast could not. He sought revenge. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted to the silent merchant, whose gloomy little eyes were clearly those of an old virgin. What is revenge? Finding a sense of superiority from others is called revenge. The disdain chain among men is everywhere. But he must never stand at the lowest point of the disdain chain. Feeling the hermit's provocative gaze, the merchant subtly smiled and then quickly turned innocent. His melancholy aura as if he would never experience joy or sorrow again. Before joining the hero squad, I actually worked as a reviewer of exotic customs for a while. In that instant, the entire space felt as if it had become so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Hey, you can't blame me. It's not my fault. They always acted on their own. I was quite the gentleman, never laid a hand on them. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart, no greater sadness than silence. The hermit almost wanted to give him a friendly middle finger, but unfortunately, he didn't even have one. Bang. All right, enough reminiscing. Let us talk business. The missionary gently knocked on the table, interrupting the merchant's Versailles behavior. His eyes filled with indifference. He had a sister, a house, busy parents, and the ghost lady on his shoulders. She was just an exotic woman. Did he ever say anything? Did he show off? This group of personalities was really immature. Today's meeting still had to be chaired by him. Straining to maintain his spirits, the group, having been struck down a dimension by the merchant, looked over with dwindling interest, regardless of strength, once the disdain chain formed. It would be easy to turn it around next time. Scanning the surroundings, today's missionary had an extraordinary aura of a big shot. Where's the poet? The poet didn't he come today? The missionary asked with some confusion. After all, he didn't he come every day and couldn't he know everything? The hermit lay limp like a long elder beast's dead snake, weakly lifting his thin tail. Before discussing size or whether there was an issue, he was actually the big brother, but now he had burned out. I ran into him the night before last. He said he wanted to fight and hasn't he been back lately? The newly empowered missionary nodded quite impressively, skipping that topic, his right hand gently tapping on the table as he turned to look at the writer. All right, the poet's absence isn't a big deal. Today's main event is the writer's welcome party. So, which world are you hanging out in now? Feeling. The gaze swept up and down. That SpongeBob pajamas really couldn't he be taken seriously. The writer rolled his eyes. Asian, lives in Hell's Kitchen, not a mutant, not a demon from hell, not a wizard. I'm just an ordinary person. Chapter 184, Chicken Flavor Crunchy. 8 years old, lives in Hell's Kitchen, an ordinary person. A few people exchanged looks with expressions that said, "Are you kidding me?" Scratching their faces. This is a bit hard to swallow. You don't have a relative named Matt Murdock, do you? Out at night. Aren't you afraid of walking in the dark? The writer shook his head, expressionless, shrugging his shoulders. Daredevil? Forget it. He is a star figure in Hell's Kitchen. I'm just an orphan. I can't reach that kind of person. A few of them tilted their heads, exchanging glances. The pungent sourness was so strong that even from a distance, they could smell it. There must be a story between these two. But that had nothing to do with them. They never had the habit of prying into others' private lives. If they focused on every trivial matter, their relationships would have long since fractured. People, to maintain good relations, must always keep a bit of mystery, like black lace. That's the essence of the ancestors' wisdom. Ahem. The missionary coughed twice, covering his mouth. The topic had strayed, and the muscles on his face twitched. Are you sure an 8-year-old orphan could survive 3 days in Hell's Kitchen? The writer spread his small hands. What else? I'm the officially designated spokesperson for Hell's Kitchen. A 3-time recipient of the Good Citizen Award. Don't overthink it. Over there, it's a law-based society with the right to bear arms written in the Second Amendment. If you have the power, use it. If something goes wrong, just bang, 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 and that's it. That is how it is over there. Don't think about special treatment every day. Saying this, he lifted his legs, lifted again and again and again, until after 4 or 5 times, those short legs barely rested on the table, exuding the aura of a big shot, but that short stature and cute SpongeBob pajamas just couldn't he seem to grow up. He pointed his middle finger at his temple, his voice delicate, yet seemingly indifferent to everything. The good thing about modern society is convenience. As long as you have a gun, don't say 8 years old. Even a 3 or 4-year-old child can be lethal. Don't look at me like this. In the eyes of ordinary people, I'm a sharpshooter, super strong. Shaking off the writer, the four exchanged knowing looks, nodding in agreement, reaching a consensus. Confirmed. This is a waste with a cute face. A sharpshooter? Can an AK-47 kill Uchiha Madara? The answer, perhaps, but the ninja world doesn't have AK-47s, which is frustrating. Don't go overboard. The group straightened up, the disdain chain unfolded once more, and after the poet, the writer fell to the lowest tier among them. However, being weak doesn't mean being abandoned. Potential can be tapped. Look at the poet. He was once so useless, but now he has developed. Isn't he quite impressive? This Marvel world clearly has great potential. After all, it should be stronger than One Piece, especially Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. A rare big shot in the multiverse, probably tastes like chicken, crunchy. The group couldn't help but lick their lips. It was getting late, and they were a bit hungry for a midnight snack. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, the missionary impatiently waved his hand. Forget it. Let us not worry about that anymore. Let us start interacting. Listening to the missionary, the writer looked a bit confused but pretended to follow along, stacking his hands with the others. Another round of enticing moans followed. The writer exhaled a cloud of black mist. Powerful energy surged from his chest. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Is this true power? with his small eyes wide open. He felt that the little pride he had in the past was thrown to the dogs. Firearms, in the face of this power, are nothing at all. The missionary grinned. So how is it? Have you come to enjoy this feeling of strength? Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to grow up? His smile was incredibly warm, and as a religious figure, when he was serious, he could even fool himself. That behavior was no different from a strange uncle luring people with lollipops to look at goldfish. The rider nodded, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with fervor. Of course, I've never felt this good before. The missionary leaned sideways from his chair and patted the rider's shoulder, his left hand seeming to carry immense weight. Good. Then I'll leave so many mamu to you. Huh? The rider's expression stiffened. He seemed to have taken on a significant task. Another commotion ensued, and the doctor suddenly knocked on the table and stood up. Right, I almost forgot, there's one more thing. I'm going to the front lines in a few days, so I won't be attending the meeting. The land of bears is hardly a remarkable great power in this vast world of ninjas. Referring to it as a small country might be more appropriate. This is not an ordinary small country. It is a country that cannot even maintain the most basic governance. Situated between the land of wind and the land of earth, this ninja world is cruel. Not only are there the high-end 5 great nations, but even the small countries are divided into ranks. The most transcendent of these are naturally the land of iron, the home of samurai, and the land of ghosts. The domain of priestesses. Located on the fringes and being a permanent neutral country, they hardly participate in ninja conflicts, possessing independent economic systems and armed forces, with living standards rivaling the 5 great nations, and even surpassing some of them, as they lack water scarcity and dust storms. Next is the land of rain. Although its economic strength is not impressive and its living standards are lacking, and it occasionally becomes a battleground for the great nations in terms of armed forces, it is absolutely top tier in the ninja world, firmly holding the first seat below the great nations. As long as Hanzo the Salamander is alive, even the 5 great nations cannot underestimate the power of the Rain Ninja Village. Following that, the land of grass ranks high, with independent armed forces and a relatively stable regime swaying between the great nations. While life may not be exceptional, it is always possible to scrape by with the leftovers. As for the lowest tier among the small nations, that would be the land of bears, not to mention independent armed forces. Even the daimyo and ministers are in exile abroad, having thoroughly become a buffer zone between the great powers. If it weren't for the hindrance of other great nations and avoiding domestic warfare, perhaps even the name of the land of bears would be stripped away by the land of wind and the land of earth. The ninja world is this cruel. The strong survive, and the weak perish. The border of the land of wind is the heartland of the land of bears, and it is also the place where the wars between the sand ninjas and rock ninjas are most intense. The wind howls. A dry, hot wind from the south sweeps through, carrying sand and grit, with not a hint of humidity felt inside. The eyes filled with pockmarked rocky hills and sparse yellow sand, occasionally spotting 2 yellow-green shrubs. This is the scenery of the land of bears, slightly better than the land of wind. Chapter 185. What an exciting name. Shoo, everyone be careful. Someone is coming. A rustling sound emerged from the pile of rocks, faint and easily drowned out by the strong wind surrounding it, quickly disappearing into the gusts. This is the land of bears, the actual border between the land of wind and the land of earth, with a climate slightly better than the land of wind, but still harsh. The dry wind mixed with gravel made the surrounding rocks rustle, and aside from the small shrubs in the corner, no trace of life could be seen. And the voices from earlier seemed like an illusion in a dream. Creak! That was the sound of shoes stepping on gravel, coming from afar and getting closer. As the view shifted upward, a figure cloaked in black appeared in the vast yellow sand. Light-footed, the person seemed to stroll leisurely, showing no signs of vigilance. They looked like a seasoned desert dweller, as one could not cultivate such calmness without 7 or 8 years of desert life. A few people hiding under the rocks smacked their lips, displaying slight discontent, their eyes filled with fierce intent. They really didn't know where this young master came from. This is the battlefield where the land of wind and the land of earth confront each other. Could he be a bit more serious? This isn't your backyard. Walking so slowly, are you looking for death? A few of them signaled to each other and moved toward the person in the center. A battlefield is a life and death domain, and they wouldn't mind teaching a lesson to those who scorn the battlefield. Just a little blood, just a kunai, a quick swipe across the throat. And perhaps in their next life, they would learn to have some respect. This was a patrol squad that could be considered elite even within the great land of earth. In just 1 year of rotation, they had experienced numerous battles and the number of sand ninjas killed by them had reached an astonishing 10. Never underestimate these 10. They are sand ninjas, not mountain bandits or farmers called from some corner. As the nation with the fewest ninjas and the most meager economic foundation among the 5 great nations, every ninja from Sunagakure is elite, capable of taking on 2 opponents easily. If they returned home after killing 10 sand ninjas without losing a single person, that would be a record they could brag about for a lifetime. No, wait, perhaps it's 11 now. Raising an eyebrow, the one who seemed to be the leader lifted his right hand and pointed towards the shadow in the dark, making a slashing motion across his neck. The others nodded, and within a few seconds, they decided the fate of that person. The earth-toned outer clothing blended into the gravel, and they seemed to hear their own heavy breathing. Although this was not their first attack on sand ninjas, each action made them tremble with excitement. They nodded to each other, their dark pupils suddenly turning sharp, like 2 sharp blades holding kunai in their hands. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of sharp weapons cutting through the air filled the surroundings, and almost simultaneously, 4 black kunai shot towards the figure in the center as if they had been coordinated. The kunai glinted ominously, not wrapped with explosive tags. Someone who disregards the battlefield wasn't worth their high-grade consumables. Oh, so you finally made a move? Little mice hiding in the dark. A faint laugh came from not far away. Looking up, a slightly youthful face was revealed beneath the black hood. The skin was delicate and somewhat fair, almost uncharacteristic of someone living in the desert for years. His pitch-black eyes darted side to side, sparkling, colder than the deepest pool, captivating even the scorching sun in the sky, almost ensnaring it. What is that? The person hadn't made a move yet. The others merely glanced at him from a distance, their hearts trembling as if locked in the gaze of a T-Rex, fear blossoming deep within, quickly spreading and crushing their previously high morale into a corner. This is not someone they can handle. Only this thought remained in their minds. The captain opened his mouth wide, starting to turn his head and roar, the veins on his neck bulging like sea snakes, his pupils filled with horror. His clothes were soaked through, and he looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Run, he isn't. Before he could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly got stuck in midair. Chill. A finger gently placed on his lips. A chilling aura suddenly poured out from him, overwhelming as the sea, profound as the abyss. The shuriken that flew towards him froze in midair, neither falling nor able to advance a single step, just like that. Everything around seemed to have pressed the pause button. His facial muscles stiffened, and the surrounding rock ninjas looked terrified. They realized an astonishing fact. Their bodies no longer obeyed them. They couldn't make a sound, their legs wouldn't move, and they couldn't even shiver. What kind of monster had they encountered? After the fear, what remained in their hearts was only endless desolation and coldness. This invasion by the rock ninjas had caused trouble. Be quiet. You are the opponents my sister arranged for me. If you escape, it would trouble me. The corners of Zeise's mouth curled up, and a rare hint of gentleness appeared on his otherwise calm face. The darkness in the space surged, and they looked like beings from another dimension. To eliminate an entire middle ninja team at once was an impressive achievement for an ordinary middle ninja, but for him, it was a bit of bullying. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, the commander of this war zone was his sister, Yetsong. Being able to go out on a mission instead of being left in the big tent to be fed was already good enough. How could he be picky? In short, Yetsong's protection of him was a bit excessive. But then again, the leading figures of the younger generation in Sunagakure were Yetsong and Rasha, and neither of them had yet reached the level of a Kage. If he jumped out claiming to be incredibly strong, no one would believe him. Regardless of whether others believed it, Yetsong certainly didn't. How could her adorable little brother be a great menace? Shaking his head, Zeiss raised his right hand slightly, and dense darkness surged like a tide from all around, instantly ready to engulf several people. He had no intention of killing, but that wasn't out of mercy. On this battlefield, death was the greatest mercy. Once in the hands of the interrogation department, no one knew what would happen to them. In the tide of darkness, the rock ninja's eyes widened, their lips turned purple, and they continuously emitted muffled sounds from their throats. L-Lord Purple. Crack. The air exploded as a right hand swiftly reached out from in front, grabbing the neck of the rock ninja captain, lifting him up. It seemed he heard an exhilarating name. What are you saying? Lord Purple? Chapter 186. How is this possible? She's my real sister, the kind that would break your legs. Lord Purple? The Four Tails Jinchuriki? Zeiss casually discarded the rock ninja he had almost toyed with, his expression somewhat cold, recalling a name that was indeed nostalgic. It was a rare opportunity to come to the border, and he unexpectedly encountered the Four Tails Jinchuriki. What can I say? A narrow road for enemies? Delightful. He vividly remembered that tailed beast ball that came flying towards him. He never expected they would meet again so soon. It truly felt like heaven was helping him. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he might as well retire early, get married, and have kids. The high-end circles of the ninja world weren't suitable for him. Compared to being torn apart by Uchiha Madara, he might as well lie down early and wait for a golden-tailed beast-clad figure, stepping on a red fox, to come save him. After all, he was considered high-end combat power, just maintaining composure and surviving until the end shouldn't be a problem. But who would want that kind of life? He had strength, a bit of influence, and even opportunities. Why should he hand over his fate to others? The destined child, who could change the fate of the ninja world? If conditions allowed, he would really like to collect all 9-tailed beasts to try. Not for anything else, just to taste some fresh exotic flavor. In short, this monkey brain, he had it all figured out. If a monkey could go, he could eat too. Zeiss was no longer the Zeiss of the past, while the Four Tails was still the Four Tails of the past. Offense and defense had changed, and life and death were unknown. With a smirk, as the shadows around him dragged, Zeiss disappeared from the spot. Deep in the desert, a solitary smoke rose, surrounded by clusters of yellow tents. Roughly estimated, there were nearly 100 tents. This was a temporary garrison of Sunagakure, as two countries that had been in constant hostility for years. The land of wind and the land of earth had been facing off at the border for more than just a day or two. One could even say that since the end of the Second Shinobi World War, the two countries had never experienced a single day of true peace. Without the Rain Country's little brother attempting to provoke the major powers, Sunagakure and Iwagakure nearly fought until their brains exploded, both itching to take a bite out of each other. Unable to compete with Konohagakure to the east, they could only stubbornly struggle in this barren land. Even a mosquito leg was better than nothing. However, over time, the glaring weakness of Sunagakure became evident. Sunagakure was simply too poor. The missions barely sustained themselves, and the daimyo was reducing funding every year. If it weren't for the third Kazakage leading Russia to mine resources everywhere, the village's finances would probably be worse than they were now. No money and no people, this battlefield was like a deep quagmire, dragging the sand ninjas to bleed year after year. From the Second Shinobi World War until now, Sunagakure's defenses had been forced back hundreds of miles, with dozens of outposts captured. The situation of the war had changed from a back-and-forth stalemate to forced defense. This was a vicious cycle. The more Sunagakure struggled, the more land they would lose, and the more land they lost, the more the daimyo would doubt the strength of the sand ninjas, finding excuses to cut Sunagakure's funding year after year. This was a quagmire, a swamp, a long-standing wound, the shame of the sand ninjas. However, this battlefield was also a forge for merit and strength. Whether it was Rasha or Yetsong, they had gained great fame on this battlefield, especially Yetsong. She even earned the title of Hero of Sunagakure by repeatedly repelling rock ninjas. As they approached the camp, two sand ninjas dressed in middle ninja vests directly stopped Zeiss. Though the camp was small and incomplete, it was related to the lives of hundreds of sand ninjas and could not be taken lightly. They crossed their arms in front of Zeiss. Halt! They exchanged signals, followed by a series of questioning. Confirming identity was a tedious process. After about a minute or two, the two let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at Zeiss. "Welcome back, Lord Zeiss." Their backs were straight, and their eyes were filled with respect. Not because of Yetsong, but a sincere and heartfelt respect. In this ghostly place of the Land of Wind, there were not many who could truly be called medical ninjas. Each one was worthy of their respect, as their lives might depend on someone else someday, especially on the battlefield. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, Zeiss discarded the unfortunate rock ninja into the hands of the sand ninjas. Trying to walk out was almost impossible. "These guys are up to you. Is Lady Yetsong in the command post?" Zeiss casually asked. Even as a younger brother, he still had to observe the hierarchy in the camp. The sand ninjas skillfully dealt with the captives and nodded. "She is in the command post. Lady Yetsong has been waiting for you for a long time." Without further delay, Zeiss walked briskly towards the command center, a hint of eagerness in his heart. As the tent flap opened, at the end of his line of sight stood a tall, beautiful woman with her hair styled up, dressed simply yet exuding an air of sharp efficiency. Zeiss's eyes curved into a smile as he jumped forward to give her a bear hug. Their sibling bond was strong, and they enjoyed expressing their feelings this way. "Sister, I." Before Zeiss could finish his sentence, a slender, not overly soft and fair hand skillfully pressed against his face. Yitsong supported her forehead with her left hand, her expression one of helplessness. Her brother was just too clingy. It was all her fault for pampering him too much in childhood, being too informal. This couldn't go on. No, she had to put on a serious face. After a long struggle to maintain her sternness, she finally rolled her eyes, unable to do it. They had relied on each other since childhood, and besides her, this kid was exceptionally reclusive. How could she bear to hurt his tender heart? Forget it, she had decided. From now on, she would smile while educating him with a stick, protecting his heart while also pleasing herself, cough, and providing education. Perfect. His eyes shivered all over, goosebumps rising. He always felt there was malice hidden in Yi Tsong's orange-red eyes. He quickly shook his head. How could that be? She was his sister. The kind that would break your legs if you caught her. How could she possibly mean him harm? What a joke. He gently brushed Yi Tsong's hand away. Sister, stop it. I know you're anxious, but this is the camp. Save the face rubbing for when we get home. Mind your image. Yi Tsong's eyelids twitched slightly. This guy was hopeless. She let out a long sigh, forcibly suppressing her desire to teach Zais a lesson, and turned her head to ask, Camp? You still know this is a camp? Stop joking around. How's the mission going? Have you checked the sentries and hidden guards around the camp? To divert this overly clingy brother, Yi Tsong had specifically chosen a mission with an extremely long time span. Compared to a raid, patrols indeed wasted more time. If she didn't manage to get this guy occupied a bit, she wouldn't be able to look at any documents all day. It would all be about him. There was a small test in the afternoon, and she would update later. Chapter 187. Sister Yi Tsong is beautiful. Minor Luo Sha is wealthy. So I nominate Scorpion for president. Speaking of the mission, Zai's expression became slightly serious. Being a Jinchuriki was a big deal. No matter how much he teased his sister, he wouldn't joke about this matter. And of course, that had a lot to do with Yi Tsong being a workaholic. Although she was female, in terms of ambition and ability, let alone ordinary men, even many veteran strong figures in the ninja world found it hard to match her. Elite Jonin? Elder advisor? You must not underestimate her ambition. Once she set her mind to it, she aimed to become the Wind Shadow. If she didn't aim high, what kind of ambition was that? What men could do, she could do. What men couldn't do, she could also do. Whether it was talent, effort, or a meticulous attitude, she was among the top in Sunagakure. In terms of age, she was younger than Luo Sha, but when it came to the leading figures of the younger generation in Sunagakure, her name would definitely be at the top. Even Luo Sha couldn't compare with her in terms of reputation. Her fame was earned with the blood of enemies. The name Scorch Release Yi Tsong was associated with countless corpses, while Luo Sha as prestige relied almost entirely on mining in the desert. So, if it came to voting for Wind Shadow between Yi Tsong and Luo Sha, Zais would undoubtedly cast a vote for Luo Sha. There was no way around it. In this day and age, whoever had money was the boss. Without a strong economic base, formidable military strength was just a castle in the air. Money represented not only wealth, but also the living standards of the people, post-war pensions, infrastructure development, and the training of the new generation of ninjas. Of course, most importantly, it represented how many people were willing to fight for you. Yi Tsong only had this one weakness, but this single weakness had ruined her path to becoming Wind Shadow. Simply relying on ideals couldn't put food on the table. Without enough manpower and resources, even if she became Wind Shadow, she'd just be a puppet. Even if you were strong, could you do everything yourself? The situation of the village was such that in Sunagakure, where there weren't enough resources to train the next generation, there were hardly any powerful figures among the commoners. All were representatives of noble clans. Even Yi Tsong and Zais were rare bloodline ninjas, each backed by the third Wind Shadow and the elder advisor Chio, two great mountains. Without that, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to sit at the table. On one hand was the prince of a faction with ample resources. On the other was a rising leader with nothing but strength and passion. The choice seemed rather easy. Moreover, Luo Sha's own strength was not weak. It was just that the miner's abilities were more prominent. If it weren't for this, Zais wouldn't be so adamant about having Scorpion become president. Only another faction could challenge a faction, and only the Puppet Master faction, which occupied half of the industrial domain, could defeat the miners. Puppets, poisons, and medicines were also lucrative enough to support a large force. Zai sighed slightly, no matter how hard Yi Tsong worked or how capable she was. In the tangled web of noble clans in Sunagakure, her path to becoming Wind Shadow was long and arduous, almost impossible to achieve. Zais secretly sighed and shook off unnecessary thoughts, focusing on the matter at hand. The Jinchuriki was more important now. His gaze sharpened slightly, and with a hint of seriousness, he spoke. There's no problem with the camp. Even if there are some IWA ninjas, they are just routine patrols. However, I heard some news from a few IWA ninjas. What news? As soon as work was mentioned, Yitsong's eyes became sharp, like those of a decisive and efficient woman. Her gaze resembled that of a hawk rather than a poisonous snake. The Jinchuriki, the four-tailed Jinchuriki Uji from Awagakure, has come to the front lines. The four-tailed Jinchuriki? Yitsong's eyes narrowed slightly. This was not a good omen. The four-tailed Jinchuriki was not an easy opponent to deal with. Moreover, IWA ninjas wouldn't just send one Jinchuriki to support the front lines. Besides Uji, there would definitely be a large number of lower ninjas, middle ninjas, and even upper ninjas. It seemed that IWA was determined to take the nearby strongholds. Rubbing her forehead, Yitsong felt a tremendous pressure. She estimated that she couldn't handle the four-tailed Jinchuriki, and as for Zai's, she subconsciously overlooked him. They both had the same bloodline limit, but she was older and more experienced. If she couldn't handle it, Zai's certainly had no reason to think he could. Last time he managed to escape from the four-tailed Jinchuriki, it was purely due to luck. Letting out a light sigh, she found herself starting to envy the IWA ninjas. Sunagakure was among the first villages to use tailed beast weapons, yet they still didn't have a stable Jinchuriki to act. It was truly frustrating. However, fortunately, Sunagakure had also prepared well in advance. A while ago, they heard that an open gold mine had been discovered nearby, and the Wind Shadow was just about to come to mine it. By coincidence, they were indeed quite lucky. Now it was just a matter of who could act faster. She pulled out a scroll from the drawer and handed it to Zai's. Forget it. You don't need to worry about this matter. Lord Kazekage has long predicted that the Rock Shinobi will soon make a big move and is preparing to personally inspect the border. The day hasn't collapsed yet, and there happens to be a reconnaissance mission here. You can take this opportunity to complete it and enhance your resume in front of Lord Kazekage. I've also arranged your teammates for you. Just go to the main camp to meet them tomorrow morning. Zai's frowned slightly and took the scroll from Yetsong's hand. The third Kazekage? What is he coming for? First, it was the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and now it's the third Kazekage. The connections between these events made him ponder. What on earth is hidden in this desolate sandy land that has attracted so many powerful beings to fight over it? His curiosity was piqued. However, he didn't ask too many questions. As long as he was still on the Sand Shinobi side, he would eventually figure it out. The primary issue now was how to fish in troubled waters to capture the Four Tails. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Old Purple. Having repeatedly gained advantages from various personalities, he was now undoubtedly at the shadow level. He was confident that he could match the shadows of other villages, but he was still uneasy as long as Uchiha Madara was alive. Even if Uchiha Madara was an old man with little time left, he had once been at the pinnacle of this world, incomparable to the likes of Uchiha Obito. Whether in terms of cunning or insight, Zai's felt he couldn't be too cautious. Frowning, Zai's unfolded the task scroll in his hand. Investigate the mercenaries in the Rock Shinobi village? Zai's looked over at Yetsong, who sighed helplessly. You should know very well that the Rock Shinobi village is wealthier than us. Every year, we spend a fortune importing minerals from surrounding countries, and a significant portion of that money flows into the pockets of the Rock Shinobi village. After daily expenses, they can still allocate a considerable amount to hire mercenaries. This has almost become a tradition for the Rock Shinobi village. Chapter 188. The stench of money, truly enchanting. Yetsong tilted her head, her smile taking on a somewhat sinister meaning. Things like wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas, although their strengths vary, the price is set, and once the numbers are in, even we are troubled. After all, the vast majority of our troops are still genin. But who says this is a battlefield? Even if the means are despicable, we have to grit our teeth and swallow it. After speaking, she raised her hand. Go ahead, seize this opportunity well, and strive to become a chunin as soon as possible. Yes. Seeing Yetsong's lack of enthusiasm, Zai's could only nod and turn to leave. With no one around, Yetsong looked through the window and gazed at the sky. Finding a low-risk S-rank mission to escort her brother was indeed not easy. But there was no other way. This was the path that ninjas had to take. Even as his sister, she couldn't protect Zai's for a lifetime. The road ahead still had to be walked by him. With a long sigh, Yetsong felt a bit melancholic, but she quickly discovered something that troubled her even more. Clearly, she had made her intentions clear, promising to help him become a chunin. Yet Zai's didn't pledge his loyalty to support her in becoming Kazekage on the spot. Is this really her little brother? Could it be that brat named Scorpion was more important than her? Puffing her cheeks, Yetsong believed that Zai's had no secrets from her. Biting her teeth, she thought that her brother truly hadn't been trained well. How could these things be more important than her? Returning to his tent, Zai's formed hand seals with both hands and pressed down on the ground, causing a bunch of bottles and jars to appear before him. He was a researcher, not to the extent of treating himself as research material like Orochimaru and Scorpion and turning his body into something bizarre, but he could at least keep basic experimental equipment close at hand. As for the task assigned by Yetsong, as long as he didn't run into someone like Uchiha Madara, there was no reason for him to fail. However, he couldn't shake off a premonition in his heart that he would hit it big after this mission. And not just a little. He would be able to throw explosive tags by the handful. Zeiss took a deep breath and then exhaled, spinning in the air. The stench of money was indeed intoxicating. With a sigh, Zeiss spread out the bottles and jars around him. In the huge cultivation tanks, there were various experimental subjects, including mice, venomous snakes, and humans. This was the ninja world. Discussing human rights here was a foolish thing to do, not to mention the many scum that existed. It was easy to find a couple of experimental subjects. Just like Orochimaru, his biggest mistake wasn't using people as experimental subjects, but aligning himself politically with the wrong team. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct disciple, he chose Danzo as his political partner. Who else could he blame? Of course, aside from that, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably also made considerations about control. Orochimaru was already powerful and, unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, had strong opinions of his own, making him hard to control. To satisfy his own desire for control over power, it was only logical to design a plan to kick Orochimaru out. After all, without Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence, Orochimaru and Danzo could never have advanced their human experiments to such a degree. Even if Kishimoto agreed, the crystal ball in his Hokage office would not. If it could spy on women's baths, surely it could detect a hint of something amiss? Zeiss shivered all over. This ninja world was truly filthy. No matter how dark his heart as a ruler of darkness was, it probably couldn't compare to the hearts of those who played politics. Shaking his head, he found that experiments could warm him up a bit more. Darkness unfolded, instantly coating the inside of the tent with a layer of black film. Apart from himself, no one could disturb him now. His strength might not be the most powerful among all his personalities, but when it came to intelligence and combat ability, he was definitely among the top. The other personalities couldn't even catch up. Dominance, chakra, and superpowers. These three could be said to constitute his current ability system. Among them, chakra was what he understood best. The energy extracted from the body's 130 trillion cells mixed perfectly with the mental energy accumulated through training. And that was the chakra they usually utilized. On the other hand, dominance was also an embodiment of one's will, supplemented by physical strength. Tracing back to the essence, dominance and chakra should have no essential difference. However, that wasn't the case in reality. Although dominance and chakra couldn't be said to be irreconcilable, they definitely couldn't be described as harmonious. No matter what ratio they were mixed in, dominance remained dominance, and chakra remained chakra. Dominance couldn't turn into chakra, and chakra couldn't turn into dominance. Zeiss had experimented with the differences for a long time, and in the end, he could only attribute it to subtle differences between worlds. That being said, no matter how the other personality's scorching escape burned, it should not reach the power possessed by the original version. Just like a gasoline engine. Although it could burn with alcohol added, it just wasn't suitable and would be hard to achieve the same effect as gasoline. In the early stages, scorching escape did indeed conform to this theory, but with the emergence of the dominance of darkness, this theory encountered a bug. The two mixed, and the scorching escape of various worlds began to spiral out of control, even threatening to surpass the original version. Aside from him, it was now the abilities of the missionaries that were even more impressive. If chakra and haki are two parallel lines, then the ability of dark domination should be above them, possessing a strange power that transforms decay into the miraculous, transcending the boundaries of time, space, and even between worlds. Dark domination is certainly not as simple as a superpower. Suddenly, the cultivation tank began to boil, and the roaming darkness resembled tiny worms, starting to bite into the skin of the specimen, attempting to invade through his ears, nose, mouth, and even his skin, showing great aggression. The specimen began to struggle, splashing in the cultivation fluid. Boom! Within just a few dozen seconds, the human body in the cultivation tank exploded along with the tank itself. The 43rd dark transplant experiment failed. Apart from him, no one could withstand that power. The corrosive nature of darkness was simply too strong. It would devour not only the chakra and life force within a human body, but also turn them into its own nourishment. Zeiss exhaled deeply. He still had a long way to go for the experiment to succeed. However, vaguely, these experiments provided him with some insights. What could nourish darkness was not limited to darkness itself. Certain clusters of chakra with extremely strong life force were also useful. The monsters of the ghost country. He thought it was a mistake to choose the iron country as a backup plan, but it didn't matter. Tailed beasts like the Four Tails should also be useful. For a moment, his malice towards Old Purple intensified. Summary for April, from January until now. This book has been updated continuously for over 3 months. I personally think it's quite principled, as it hasn't missed a single day. Thanks to everyone for their support, and I wish you all a happy May Day. As a third-year medical student, being able to write 4,000 words daily has basically exhausted my efforts. Ever since I started writing, I haven't gone to bed before 1 a.m. Not even once. Staying up until 2 or 3 a.m. is the norm for me. I can't skip classes because that means elimination. So, for me, this is a huge challenge, both physically and mentally. I want to clarify that I don't mean to stop writing. I just want to explain why my updates are so infrequent. In the future, whether it's catching up on missed updates or decreasing the frequency, I will try to squeeze in time during winter and summer breaks, as it's really not possible during the regular times. Although I initially transferred to clinical medicine and went through a period of resistance and slackness, I am now quite satisfied with this major and am mentally prepared to be a doctor for a lifetime. For me personally, relying on writing to make money seems like an unattainable dream, or to put it bluntly, it's an unrealistic fantasy. The reality I will soon face is the postgraduate entrance exam. Not only do I have to take it, but I must also pass it. This is the reality faced by most medical students in the country. If one wants to become a qualified or even excellent doctor, one must take the postgraduate exam, undergo standardized training, and even pursue a doctorate. This is a long, seemingly endless journey, and without some mental preparation, it would be impossible to continue. But since I've made up my mind, there is no reason to give up easily. As for writing, I think I mentioned before that it started during last year's pandemic when I was bored at home. Watching Fu Huan got me so excited that I impulsively began to write. Later, I earned some full attendance, which just about covered the internet fees during online classes. And over time, I persisted until now. Honestly, writing is a deeply touching endeavor, especially continuous writing. Although the time isn't long and the results aren't great, after hundreds of thousands or even millions of words, I can still feel my progress. Of course, it's not about the plot arrangement or the so-called satisfying points. Even now, I still haven't figured out what is satisfying about it. I just vaguely understand it based on the fluctuations in subscriptions. However, in terms of writing ability, I have indeed improved a lot. In the past, I could barely produce anything in half a day. Now, writing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of words feels like play. Let us talk about this book itself. After 3 months of updates, it has achieved a very dismal result. If one day I can't maintain the daily 4,000 word update and miss a day, or if the 3-month period after it was launched ends, I estimate I won't even be able to cover my internet fees since it takes at least 200 yuan to get paid on the platform. However, this was expected. The writing itself isn't good, and I haven't received any recommendations, so it's surprising that the results are as good as they are. Furthermore, this book was indeed launched in a hurry. The original idea was rejected by the editor, and I spent 2 days writing an introduction before proceeding. Thus, from the beginning, 2 seniors advised me to delete it while the word count was still low, saying I had no future with this book. Indeed, I knew at that point that this book would fail, but I had already sent out the contract. If I deleted the book, wouldn't that be toying with the editor's feelings? Would I still want to continue in this field? There was no choice but to grit my teeth and carry on. Having learned from the past experience of being unable to produce anything, this time I chose an infinite flow. As long as I could gather around 100,000 words in each place, accumulating 10 places would give me 1,000,000 words. Fearing that I wouldn't be able to gather enough words in just one place. In the end, I realized I was wrong. I easily produced over 300,000 words just for the war on top, which I hadn't anticipated. Jumping around made it seem chaotic. If I hadn't approached it this way, the results might have been much better than they are now. I might just not be cut out for infinite flow, nor the system. But it has come to this, and there is no way around it. I still have to push forward. I can't just give up easily. Otherwise, how would I face the readers next time? Learning from this experience, I'll take it 1 book at a time, at least trying to earn some money for phone bills. Finally, I wish everyone a happy May Day and have fun. Note, if any students interested in medicine want to chat, feel free to leave a message for me. We can exchange ideas. Chapter 189. Yashimaru, your sister is awesome as the sun rises and sets. Another day has passed. Outside the tent is still the unique, boundless desolation of the desert. Discussing time in the desert is indeed a bit foolish. However, today is also a day that, while ordinary, has a hint of the extraordinary, albeit just a little. To carry out a reconnaissance mission, Yetsong specifically assigned him 2 teammates. Since the death of his previous teammates, this was his first time teaming up with someone other than Scorpion. On the battlefield, encountering a few reliable teammates is certainly better than facing survival alone. But for him, teammates were not something essential. With his current strength, ordinary teammates could at most serve as a little embellishment, and more often than not, they would just drag him down. However, since it was his sister's good intentions, he wouldn't refuse. He just hoped the teammates would be somewhat competent. If a god brought 2 pits, and they could still create a 6-point situation, then he wouldn't hesitate to be harsh. The Rock Ninjas should be more than willing to bear that blame. Squad leader. Long time no see. Senior's eyes. In the camp, Yetsong's assigned teammates didn't keep him waiting long. As soon as he arrived, 2 figures lifted the tent flap and walked in. Yashimaru? Juan? Zai's frowned slightly. He wasn't too unfamiliar with the 2 teammates Yetsong had assigned him. One was the younger brother of Luo Sha's sister-in-law, Yashimaru, and the other was Yetsong's little apprentice Juan. One plays with fire, the other plays with cloth. I really don't know how Yetsong and Juan, this master-apprentice pair, ended up together. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it's not harmonious at all from Shisei's perspective. I never expected the class leader to still remember me. It really takes me by surprise. With a playful flick of his brownish-yellow hair, Yakimaru smiled lightly and teased Shisei, while Juan, standing aside, interrupted during others' conversations, which is not the behavior of a lady. How could it be? After all, he's Karura's brother. To be honest, your sister is amazing. It's like a flower growing on cow dung in the case of Rasha. Shisei waved his hand and gave a thumbs up, earnestly saying to Yakimaru, "Haha, well, that's not entirely true, although my sister is the best, but big brother Rasha isn't as hopeless as you say, class leader." Yakimaru shrugged, his face full of thunder attitude. Although he appreciated Shisei's words, Rasha, after all, is a high-ranking figure in Sunagakure and his brother-in-law, so it's not good to mock him in front of outsiders. Oh, really? Then how do you think Rasha should be described? Well, Yakimaru scratched his chin, his expression suddenly becoming serious, his eyes revealing disdain. His face stiffened, a talking weed, a biting bug. My evaluation of him can't be any higher than this. He even dared to take away my beloved sister. Even in front of you, class leader, I can only defend him to this extent. Shisei's eyelid twitched. This was even worse than his line about a flower on cow dung. After confirming with a glance, it was clear that Yakimaru was definitely of the same kind. Having Rasha as a brother-in-law, Yakimaru must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of bad luck. As a husband, as a father, as a brother-in-law, Rasha is utterly unqualified. The 4th Hokage died, and that's why Naruto's childhood was so miserable. But with Rasha gone, Gaara's life began to improve. The death of Minato Namikaze turned Naruto into a burden in the later part of the story, while Rasha's survival turned Gaara into a withdrawn child in the early part. To tarnish his mother's image in front of his son, and even force his uncle to assassinate his own nephew. What kind of enmity existed between Rasha and Gaara in the previous life to do such things? Even in dealing with enemies, Shisei might not be as harsh as Rasha is towards his son and Yakimaru. Choosing to let Karura marry Rasha might be the worst decision Yakimaru's family ever made. Rasha indeed became Kazekage as he wished. Not only he is Kazekage, but so is his son, and perhaps for generations to come. But just thinking about that nest of troublesome matters and the tragic ending of family destruction, any normal person would think twice about marrying such a purely political animal. No matter how others think, Shisei absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. He even wants to eliminate harm for the people. As for Yakimaru himself, this thick-browed, big-eyed guy, can you believe he is a mole sent by the Kazekage faction into the Puppet Master faction? Because of Chiyo, the medical system in Sunagakure can be said to be dominated by the Puppet Master faction, and the Kazekage faction has no say in it. Strength aside, being a doctor isn't about who is stronger, but about skill. As a medical ninja, Yakimaru is a nail inserted into the medical system by Rasha and the 3rd Kazekage. He not only worked in the Sunagakure clinic, but also openly showed his interest in him. For political players, this is just basic operation. Otherwise, why would Rasha, as the 4th Kazekage, want his eldest son Kankuro to become a puppet master? Was it just to protect Sunagakure's traditional craft from being lost? Those who dare to step onto the stage are not easy characters to deal with. Even a biological son can be a tool to divide and win over other powers. Yakimaru's family made significant contributions to Rasha's Kazekage plans. only to end up in such a situation. It is truly sad. Unknowingly, a hint of sympathy appeared in Shisei's eyes when he looked at Yakamaru. It's fine, no worries. Yakamaru felt uncomfortable under Shisei's gaze. He sensed a strong sense of indifference from that guy. Pouting, he retorted, don't just talk about me, class leader. Lord Yetsong isn't married either, right? What kind of brother-in-law do you want to find in the future? We're all sister-con victims. Who is afraid of whom? Let's hurt each other. Shisei squinted his eyes. This kid has some meaning. With malice on his face, Shisei shot Yakamaru a sidelong glance, his voice suddenly turning extremely cold. My sister will always be my sister. I will never hand her over to anyone. Anyone who dares to have ideas about her must first defeat me. If they can surpass me, then we can talk. If they can't, they should seriously consider where their grave is. I can give them a free urn, but as for a whole corpse, that's impossible. Cough. Yakamaru choked on his own saliva, shivering all over, goosebumps falling all over the place, feeling the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. That expression, that killing intent, this guy is actually serious. Stealing a glance at himself, then at Juan, thinking about the younger generation in the village, and roughly estimating the gap between himself and Shisei, he suddenly realized that ordinary people really can't deal with him. In Sunagakure, who is the strongest among the younger generation. Some say it's Rasha, others say it's Yetsong. After them, it's Sasori and the medical class leader Shisei. Bloodline ninjas, definitely formidable in the future. Trying to take him down would require at least 2 enhanced squads, and even then, maybe they still couldn't do it. You can't let Sasori chase after Yetsong, right? Compared to Yetsong, Sasori might even be more interested in Shisei. The village has long been rumored that Sasori likes Shisei, and Shisei is in love with his sister. This dramatic love triangle is something he also wants to be a part of. Why couldn't he defeat Rasha back then? Chapter 190. What is the best 2 seniors? Can you please tone down your disgusting thoughts a bit? This is the border camp, not your little apartment. If some ill-intentioned people overheard this, how could the teacher still command the troops? The teacher's image is so noble and righteous. How could her brother be a pervert? Shisei-senpai, should you reflect on yourself a bit? Before Yakamaru could speak, Juan, who had been silent, suddenly got angry. She slammed her right hand on the table. Her cheeks puffed up in anger, her gaze exceptionally sharp, even daring to make eye contact with Shisei, who was exuding malice all over. That expression, that look. She was like a loyal dog protecting her master. For Yetsong's honor, she was even better than the top 10 disciples, leaving no room for criticism. Cough. Shisei coughed awkwardly. His expression was a bit embarrassed. He was actually intimidated by Juan's aura, something even the Four-Tails Jinchuriki couldn't achieve. Could this be the legendary righteousness? Truly terrifying. But Yakamaru immediately burst out laughing, unable to hold back. He really didn't expect to see this scene from Shisei. He didn't expect that Shisei, who had just been so strong, could be rendered speechless by a little girl. Indeed, like water and tofu, one thing overcomes another. So you have your day today. Class leader? With a smug little look, he turned to Shisei, but before he could gloat for too long, one shot him a fierce glare, as if looking at a piece of trash, deeply piercing his heart. And you, Yakamaru-senpai, what are you so proud of? If you're sick, you should stay at home to recover, not discuss your condition with fellow patients as soon as you see them. Being a sister complex is not something to be proud of, is it? You're simply beyond help, even worse than Senior's eyes. In terms of age, Senior's eyes is younger than you. In terms of position, Senior's eyes is higher than you. And in terms of strength, ask yourself honestly, can you defeat Senior's eyes? It's heart-wrenching. Yakamaru's face turned red, feeling worse than after eating something unpleasant. The bloodline ninja, impressive? Well, that really is impressive. He is useless. What can he do? He is just an ordinary person. Fighting against someone like Zai's ISNTA contest, it's bullying. Zai's and Yakamaru exchanged glances, their hostility lessened, replaced by a mutual sympathy for their shared predicament. Discussing the topic of sister complex in front of a child, that's their problem. They need to reflect on it. Being pushed to this point by a child is even more of a problem for them. They still need to reflect. Unknowingly, Zai's forgot his age. He was actually only 13, not yet 14, not much older than June. They're all peers, but if that's the case, should he reflect more? Thinking she was angry because of Yakamaru and Zai's acting up? No, how could that be? She wouldn't be that boring. She admitted it. She craved Yakura's body, gentle yet domineering, one body with 2 experiences. Who could resist that? But wanting to monopolize Yakura, an easy task. Yakura's brother is too clingy. A seasoned sister complex, notoriously double-standard, and incredibly strong. she simply can't compete. With high innate talent, a bloodline ninja, and the backing of Elder Chio and Elder HZ, surpassing him in this lifetime is basically impossible. It's frustrating. The key is this guy keeps spouting nonsense, saying that only by defeating him can one lay a hand on Yakura. This is truly absurd. Yakura is everyone's master. How can he monopolize him? Despicable. This guy is truly despicable. Of course, if she could monopolize him, that would be another story. She shot a fierce glare at his eyes. To be honest, he is not bad-looking, somewhat resembling Yakura. If it were a monogamous relationship, having both wouldn't be unacceptable. The key is she can't compete with Scorpion. Her little hands clenched tightly, her lips turning purple. There is no way she can accept Scorpion. She is wholeheartedly devoted to Yakura. Shaking her head with a sigh. Yun fit de minskakil. Why was she so weak that she couldn't even handle one? Stealing a glance at June, Zeiss and Yakamaru exchanged looks again, feeling a sense of shame, competing in quality and still losing to a kid. Then came endless confusion. Is the sense of honor among sand ninjas really this strong? Just a simple exchange of insights on Sister Complex, and it escalated to this. The three of them were filled with thoughts and doubts. What was supposed to be a simple meeting lasted for over 2 hours, and they didn't even discuss any real matters. Their minds were in a jumble. These two teammates were not ordinary people, and they were hard to deal with. Leaving the Sand Ninja camp, the three of them headed north at a moderate pace. Not wanting to speed up too much, especially since they had June, a lower-ranked ninja, to take care of. However, since Yakura dared to send June out of the camp, investigating the mercenaries in a Wagakure, probably isn T2, difficult a task. In the case of Zeiss, whose true strength is unknown. Recklessly sending a lower-ranked disciple into enemy territory isn T, helping her earn achievements. It's putting her life at risk. But if there aren't any strong opponents among the mercenaries, the situation would be very different. After all, this is a large-scale investigation task across villages. Entering enemy territory, despite being under 2 different major countries, the surroundings still looked desolate. Even the withered grass was a rare sight. Life in the desert is that cruel. Yet despite this, they could still endure. Ninjas raised in the desert are simply not comparable to the pampered children raised in Konoha. Lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha might not have seen blood by the time they graduate, while lower-ranked ninjas from Suna have been fighting against nature since birth. If it weren't for holding the richest resources in the ninja world, having the largest population, and controlling the most powerful bloodlines, along with destiny favoring them, how could Konoha compete with other countries? Setting aside bloodlines and the endless family secret techniques in a real fight. Zeiss absolutely doesn't believe sand ninjas would be weaker than them. But reality is reality. The richest resources in the ninja world belong to others. The strongest bloodlines belong to others, and even the sages stand on their side. Sand ninjas have nothing. They only have their insignificant lives. The brave survive, while the cowardly perish. If one truly has lofty aspirations, what is stopping them from wagering everything on Suna? Just to see if he can tear a piece of flesh from Konoha and carve out a chance for survival. The wind was light, stirring his long hair, carrying the two with him. Zeiss' movements became faster until June and Yakamaru could barely keep up with him. The sand and dust swirled, and the whole world seemed to lie beneath his feet. A Chu in the occupied area of a Wagakure, a scarred man wearing a black mask suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and withdrew that greedy gaze he had been casting on his colleagues, as if they were prey. He shivered, feeling a chill all over. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition, unrelated to life and death, but it felt very grim. Chapter 191. Kakuzu's premonition grows stronger. The target is nearby. Everyone be cautious. As night approached, Zeiss raised his right hand, and June and Yakamaru stopped, looking towards Zeiss in unison. Although they were a makeshift team formed from Yakura, their personnel configuration was genuinely lacking. Yakamaru was a medical ninja, while Zeiss was the leader of the medical team. Yakamaru excelled at using chakra threads, and Zeiss was a disciple of Chio. June's family specialized in hidden techniques, while Zeiss had mastered the principles of the Assassin Brotherhood, firmly believing that eliminating all informed individuals and witnesses is the best form of concealment and defense. Aside from a few clumsy sealing techniques, whatever Yakamaru and June could do, Zeiss could do too, and even better. The roles of the three almost completely overlapped, but they lacked a sensory-type ninja. However, relying on the observation haki he obtained from the poet, he could also serve as a sensory-type ninja, and quite effectively at that. When trained to a high level, he might even surpass the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Nagato's Rinnegan, or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. the vast network of the sky island, akin to Wi-Fi signals, and the ability to momentarily foresee the future like katakuri. These are advantages that ninjutsu does not possess. In summary, aside from truly advanced sealing techniques, the all-rounder's eyes doesn't need any teammates. The day he pulls in a fully leveled Vortex clan member into the team, he will be flawless. He made a somewhat helpless gesture. The target is 500 meters ahead. Everyone stay alert. Casually mentioning this, he lowered his body and leaped forward, blending into the night, a textbook example of stealth. For him, who possesses dark domination abilities, using the natural world to conceal his body is quite pointless. However, since he's leading people, demonstrating some basic operations occasionally isn't out of the question. Yashimaru and Wan exchanged glances and nodded, quickly following along. Shishi is not someone who jokes with life. Compared to them, he can be considered exceptionally shrewd. Keeping up with him is not a problem. Before them stood a tall, low sand dune, illuminated brightly in the night, with dense tents extending like a spider web in all directions. This is the camp where the mercenaries of IWA Shinobi are stationed. Although they are mainly mercenaries, this does not mean that there are no stationed troops in IWA Shinobi. They are engaged in life and death work, and if no one is watching them, it wouldn't be surprising if rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas took the money and ran. However, compared to other camps, the proportion of IWA Shinobi here is relatively low. In the Shinobi world, whether it's a large ninja village or a small one, every village's survival is without any luck, especially for large ninja villages like IWA and Suna. Without some hidden strength, they would likely face the threat of being swallowed by other large ninja villages. Suna has barely kept up with the population and resource gap with other large ninja villages through individual combat and the popularization of puppet techniques, while IWA has compensated for individual strength shortcomings through large-scale troop battles, representing two extremes. Disorder mixed with order ultimately breeds chaos. No one likes unruly and undisciplined wandering ninjas. But compared to using their own ninjas as expendables, hiring wandering ninjas as mercenaries is undoubtedly much more cost-effective. The advantage is simply two words: cheap. For IWA Shinobi, who have adopted the capitalist model, exploitation must not stop. However, wanting the boss and the laborers to live together is impossible. Because of this, even though they are both part of the IWA Shinobi camp, they are separated with only a portion of elite ninjas left to monitor. As for whether this would cause a mercenary uprising, IWA Shinobi has ample experience with this issue. One should not overestimate that group of rabble. Being able to avoid killing each other is already impressive. Wanting to unite to launch an uprising is either underestimating wandering ninjas or overestimating themselves. A non-united internal environment and scattered forces present an opportunity for Yakura. In the hazy night, leading the two, Shishi resembled a ghost that had escaped from hell, covered in black threads, moving in an indistinct manner, creating a dreamlike illusion. The bone-chilling flames ignited, and amidst the thick malice, Yashimaru and Wan shivered. They should have felt the heat, yet it was so cold. This guy is truly bizarre. Senior Shishi, what should we do? As the three approached the camp, even faintly seeing the lights and shadows within, Wan began to feel flustered. This was different from what her master had told her. Turning her head, she anxiously asked Shishi. Yashimaru also furrowed his brows. Due to his age, he wasn't as flustered as Wan, but his expression was certainly not good. His face tense as he fixed his gaze on Shishi, needing an explanation. Do you know what constitutes a perfect infiltration? Shishi's lips curled slightly, his voice slightly teasing. What? Yashimaru's frown deepened. This was not the explanation he wanted. His footsteps unconsciously slowed, feeling a bit regretful for handing over command to Shishi. Unsure if they had overestimated Shishi's rationality or underestimated his strength. Ignoring the racing thoughts of Yashimaru and Wan, Shishi's speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. With both hands opening and closing, his fingers rhythmically moved up and down, for 5 black threads shot out from his fingertips like sharp steel blades, slicing a nearby sentinel in half with a tearing sound. The sentinel gaped, one hand pointing at Shishi, his pupils contracting as if preparing to shout, but blood gushed out, filling his throat with blood foam, and in the end, he couldn't make a sound. Yashimaru swallowed hard, looking at the chakra thread he had gathered in his hand, then at the black threads at Shishi's fingertips. Though they were both threads, how could the difference be so vast? However, he also realized one thing. Shishi's strength was likely even greater than he had imagined. It was the most perfect infiltration, killing all witnesses and involved parties so that no one sees you. That is the most perfect infiltration. As for the materials needed for investigation, you can find them however you wish. Yashimaru and Juan trembled, being completely stunned by Shisi, remaining frozen in place, staring blankly as Shisi charged into the IWA shinobi camp. What is that? Hurry, hurry, everyone move. Someone is invading. A shrill scream rang out, and, in an instant, the entire camp was thrown into chaos. Flames flickered, resembling a blood-dyed red cloud. The guards looked up at the tents outside, their ominous premonition growing stronger. Chapter 192. IWA Shinobi, where's your grit? What is going on? Is it those wandering ninjas causing trouble, or is someone raiding the camp? Amidst the thick smoke, a slightly coarse voice sounded. A man emerged from a tent. He was Oishi, Heijanin from IWA Shinobi, and also a supervisor sent by IWA Shinobi. Grabbing a nearby IWA ninja by the collar, he frowned tightly and asked fiercely, not trusting those mercenaries. The IWA ninja trembled and shivered, not strong enough to meet the gaze of an angry Jainin. It's the Sand Shinobi. They are raiding the camp. The Sand Shinobi, huh? How many of them? A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Oishi's eyes. It was audacious for the Sand Shinobi to dare raid his camp. He had to present a great gift to Lord Uji this time. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed further. About. The IWA ninja's gaze was evasive. How many people? Oishi's tone intensified, his voice extremely sharp. About. No, there are only 3 of them. 3 people? Are you sure? Igriagajis. There are only 3 of them, and 2 might just be subordinates. They haven't made a move. So, one person managed to put you all in such a predicament? Oishi's face darkened completely, casually tossing the IWA ninja to the ground, his mood sour. What a bunch of useless fools. Just one person broke through his camp? When did IWA Shinobi become this useless? Truly, the mercenary trash has eroded the grit of IWA Shinobi, each generation weaker than the last. Thinking back to their generation, they fought through sand and endured the shuriken and poison needles of the Sand Shinobi, gnawing a breach from their defenses and carving out a large piece of land. Unlike now, clearly having the upper hand, yet still being delayed for so long by one woman with inferior forces, ultimately leading to Lord Uji having to intervene personally. Grit. The new generation of IWA Shinobi really needs to train hard. With a cold gaze sweeping around, he commanded, "Get everyone up. I want to tear that bastard to pieces. If he escapes, you all will stay here and eat sand for the rest of your lives." Yes. The rock ninja shouted loudly in response, calling for reinforcements, and charged towards the direction of Sis. Compared to spending a lifetime eating sand in the desert, Sis didn't seem so terrifying anymore. In the rock ninja camp, with a whoosh, a black flame serpent lunged forward, sweeping over the tents, and, in an instant, formed a tall wall of fire in the center of the camp. Just with Sis alone, he threw this camp, which housed hundreds of ninjas, into chaos. The bloodstained rock ninja slightly raised his head. The blood on him was mostly from his comrades, with some from rock ninjas. In his line of sight, he only saw a shadow darting by rapidly, moving swiftly like a ghost through the crowd, getting closer and closer, even causing double vision in his eyes. His pupils constricted. It was as if he saw a line, and then he could no longer make a sound. With great difficulty, he turned his head, and his vision spun. A tall figure with calloused hands fell straight back, somewhat familiar. It was him. That guy did it beautifully. He felt almost no pain at all. To possess such powerful swordsmanship. He must have trained for many years, right? This was his last thought. His eyes darkened, and he breathed no more. What the hell was that guy? Why was he so strong? The number of deaths was increasing, and they were dying faster. Blood nearly soaked a large area of sand. Yet they hadn't even touched the enemy's clothing. All they could see were dark shadows. When did such a ruthless character appear among the sand ninjas? Secret technique. Camouflage concealment technique. Dashi formed a hand seal with one hand. Chakra surged from his limbs, and he instantly vanished from his spot. Unlike the transparent technique possessed by Tsukuyami and Kazekage, he didn't truly disappear. Instead, he blended into the surrounding environment. He was very confident in this technique, as many renowned experts had fallen to it. Of course, his greatest achievement was abducting Noera Rin and taking one of Kakashi's eyes. Such accomplishments were enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. Unfortunately, his life was coming to an end quickly. Clang! A shiny black metal-long knife blocked a shuriken, and Dashi's pupil shrank, feeling somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Someone actually blocked his secret technique? How could that be? He looked up and met those black eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Dark and deep, as if devoid of any emotion. like a god delivering judgment upon the world. What the hell are you? What kind of monster is this in Sunagakure? Another shuriken appeared in his hand, and he slashed upward, determined to leave a wound on the enemy, as it was related to the pride of rock ninjas. Very good, commendable courage. But courage is just courage. Your strength is far from enough. With his left hand gripping Dashi's arm, a gentle twist resulted in a crisp sound of bones breaking. His entire arm was almost dislocated by Sis, twisted into a very strange angle. Not only the bones, but even the muscles were soft, like a worm without bones. Glistening coldly, the shuriken in his own hand instantly cut his throat. The rock ninjas and mercenaries fell too quickly, so quickly that they could hardly believe it. However, one thing they could be sure of was that this guy was definitely not someone they could handle. Run! Everyone run! Someone in the crowd shouted, and many people tried to escape through the nearby exits. Sis smirked slightly, his eyes filled with coldness. Do you think you can escape? With a tug of the shadows, the long knife in his hand danced rapidly, slicing through necks. Those trying to flee died even faster. Whether rock ninjas or mercenaries, they had begun to despair. Not far away, Yashimaru and Kankuro stood frozen in place, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Is this really the Sis they know? This is too strong, right? Even the commander, Yitsong, probably wouldn't he be this formidable. When did he acquire such power? Filled with confusion, but soon the situation on the battlefield changed again. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Suddenly, several large wind bullets shot out from deep within the tent, with such immense wind pressure that it even suppressed Sis's black flames. Sis's expression tightened, revealing a faint smile. With a wave of his right hand, the blade directly tore the wind bullet in half. What luck! I didn't expect to encounter a master while just dealing with a mercenary. Chapter 193, Kakuzu, a bloodline ninja from Sunagakure, disciple of Chiyo. Brother of the scorching release Yitsong. Sis, the tent shattered, and a man with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Takigakure, his face hidden beneath a gray-black mask, covered in scars, walked out from the flames. In his hand was a piece of brown-yellow paper filled with Sis's personal information. If it weren't for someone going out of their way to send a paparazzi to investigate him, there must be someone selling him in both his village and Awagakure. Sis, possessing the scorching release bloodline limit, skilled in shadow techniques, escaped from the encirclement of hundreds of elite rock ninjas and the four-tailed Jinchuriki, fond of sweets, unmarried. A bounty of 13 million for his head, 20 million for him alive. This little brat truly is remarkable. This trip is turning out to be more profitable than I imagined. Kakuzu casually tossed aside the paper in his hand, looking at Sis with greedy eyes, treating him like a precious item, filled with admiration but absolutely no fear. Killing a few useless ones is nothing worth his attention. As for the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Old Purple, escaping isn't considered an achievement. Capturing the four-tailed Jinchuriki and locking him in a cage, that's the real skill, and he just happened to have that skill. What he didn't expect was that Sis opposite him also had that skill. Kid, are you coming with me willingly? Or should I break your hands and feet and then take you? After all, what others want is your bloodline limit. Losing a few things doesn't matter. Sis squinted, curling his lips upward, his aura surging again, like a ferocious beast opening its mouth wide. The rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu? To be honest, not just you. I actually feel quite lucky myself. We Sand ninjas are poor. Encountering you outside makes me feel like my luck has turned around. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he sensed a similar aura from Sis. They were both hunters and regarded each other as prey. This is quite interesting. But he couldn't smile at all. When he assassinated Senju Hashirama 800 miles away, Sis wasn't even born yet. Facing such an old senior, someone actually dared to act recklessly? He had always been the one capturing others. When did it become others' turn to capture him? Truly a newborn calf, not fearing tigers. Thinking they can turn the world upside down just because they have some strength? With a grunt, you're seeking your own death. I guarantee that after breaking your limbs, I will find a good buyer for you. Is that so? If you can do that, then come and try. After saying that, Sis leaped out, dark clouds swirling around, and the black flames scattered like a storm, burning the tent along with the remaining wandering ninjas and rock ninjas to ashes. Watching this scene, Yakimaru and Wan felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat unconsciously pouring from their backs. The overwhelming aura made even them, as teammates, feel alarmed. They clenched their fists and exchanged a glance. It's time to retreat. This is no longer a world we can stay in. Yakimaru gritted his teeth and, slightly out of breath, spoke to Wan. Wan nodded, turning back to glance at Zeiss again. letting out a quiet sigh. Her eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. The gap between her and Zai's was growing wider. Compared to the boundless Zai's, it seemed that Scorpion was easier to deal with. Her mind raced, constantly thinking about how to improve her relationship with Yakura. After a brief pause, she couldn't come up with any solution. Even a marriage alliance was impossible, as her family was staunchly Wind Shadow. A sense of helplessness flashed in her eyes as she nodded, hiding all her thoughts deep inside. All right, let's go. With the decision made, they dared not linger any longer and ran towards the distant valley. With a long sword pressed against his waist, the shadow drew closer, and when it was about a meter away, the blade's light erupted from Zai's. Sword technique, draw and slash. Flames gathered and compressed on the blade, suddenly bursting forth like a crimson-black moon, charging directly into Kakuzu's sight. Kakuzu's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively retreated backward after decades of experience. He knew he couldn't take this hit head-on, but if he thought he could easily resolve this, he underestimated the veteran's struggles. With both hands forming seals, tentacle-like threads spread from the seams of his body, and two mysterious masks appeared on his shoulders. Wind release, pressure damage. High-pressure wind balls shot out like bullets, propelling him backward. A slight sweat formed on his forehead. Looks like I underestimated you. With this speed, you'll have a place in the future ninja world. But that's not enough. Having experienced the Warring States period, we are not someone a little brat like you can compare to. You have no idea what kind of despair we have endured. Kakuzu, refusing to lose face, taunted Zai's while increasing the distance between them. Oh really? As the long sword swung, what started as a regular slash transformed into an incredibly brilliant curtain of blades, impenetrable and unyielding. Clang, clang, clang. The blade continuously struck against the wind balls, producing crisp sounds, and dozens of high-pressure wind balls merely ruffled his hair, failing to even part it before being shredded into pieces. With another pull, Zai's technique was anything but intricate. He was simply fast, which made it even harder to block. Just like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who typically relied on the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan combo, how many in the ninja world could withstand such a combination? At most, enemies barely saw his hair before being taken out. In terms of ninja classification, Zai's and Minato could actually be categorized similarly, especially when it came to speed. With the long sword pressing down, he felt somewhat relaxed. Are you talking about Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha? They are indeed strong, but you don't seem to be as strong as you claim. Is this really all that's left of the Warring States period? Slash! The blade fell from midair, and the threads expanded, cutting through the strands controlled by Kakuzu's Jiangu without any resistance. Crack! Following that, his heart, symbolizing wind release, was split in two by Zai's. How could this be? He was just a little brat. Kakuzu cursed under his breath, completely losing his previous calm demeanor. As a member of the younger generation, isn't this a bit too strong? Zai's eyes were filled with mockery. Keep struggling. Perhaps in a while, you'll be willing to cooperate with me. Chapter 194. The Drowning of the Good Waterer. The fall of the good rider. Kakuzu's body trembled. He couldn't see any hint of mockery in Zai's eyes. Only seriousness. This guy wasn't joking. He really believed he could beat him to near death. What an arrogant little brat, thinking he could challenge the heavens as an ant. The Warring States period can be summed up in 4 words, 2 names, but how would someone who hasn't experienced it know its horrors? You little brat. You've really made me angry. Kakuzu shouted angrily, and the remaining 3 masks were pulled from his black tentacles, unfurling into 3 monsters made of threads and masks. Jiangu, a secret technique that steals others' hearts for one's own use, is indeed excellent from a ninjutsu perspective. The phrase living as long as the heavens and the earth is not just for show. The Warring States of the ninja world belong to Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, not to Kakuzu, but who has remained active until now, never stepping off the historical stage. Isn't it Kakuzu himself? Even Madara Uchiha can only hide in the shadows, licking his wounds. When it comes to the elderly's health and fitness, Madara should be called number 1. But the moon has its phases, and there is no absolutely perfect technique in this world. Regardless of how others see it, Zai's would never practice this ninjutsu, no matter what. He absolutely couldn't stand that kind of deep throat play. In Zai's disdainful gaze, Kakuzu felt a pain in his heart and charged forward, even covered in modified scars. He thought he looked pretty cool. Lowering his body, he used several different ninjutsu at once. Lightning release, false darkness, water release, water curtain, combining left and right. The lightning and water merged, almost forming a massive water tornado that descended, devouring Zai's. Zai's expression remained unchanged, It was merely a combination ninjutsu, nothing to be surprised about. In the ninja world, there are many who can smoothly use multiple attribute ninjutsu. Not to mention others, even Sis himself can proficiently use wind, fire, earth, and several other attributes. But very few can use 5 at once, let alone combine them. Famous ones, if counted, are just a few. In terms of ninjutsu mastery, there are not many who can match Kakuzu, but that doesn't pose a threat. With a pull of his left hand, he instantly summoned a massive fire serpent from the darkness, opening its mouth wide to meet Sis head-on. Boom! A dull explosion sounded, and a layer of water mist rose into the air, further obscuring visibility. Moonstep, stepping on sound waves, taking advantage of the water mist. Sis quickly moved through the air, aiming for Kakuzu's neck with another overhead strike. In terms of speed, Sis was much faster than Kakuzu. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Kakuzu cursed under his breath, dodging while forming hand seals with both hands. Earth release, earthly return. A massive rock rose from beneath his feet, and as his body was retreating, he didn't need to try. Being struck by him was definitely not pleasant. The long sword sliced through the stone surface, and in the blink of an eye, the huge rock was split in two. He was like a cat toying with its prey, his eyes filled with mockery. He didn't want to kill Kakuzu. A butcher would do that, killing a fat pig all at once. What he valued more was a steady stream of benefits. If he killed Kakuzu, all he'd get was a small wallet, but if he left Kakuzu to work for him, he could potentially reap enormous benefits comparable to an entire industrial chain. After all, Kakuzu was not a one-time use resource. His body rapidly retreated, and the long knife grazed Kakuzu, leaving a huge wound. He looked up to meet the gaze of Sis, whose frivolous eyes were truly irritating. This arrogant guy would regret it. How dare he underestimate him? After all, he was just a kid. How could he dare to look down on him? Fire release, head hardening. Flames erupted from a mask on his shoulder, turning the area into a sea of fire, as if trying to reduce Sis to ashes. The wild winds of the wilderness stirred up dust, amplifying the might of the flames infinitely. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, his expression serious and filled with murderous intent. Those who excel in water drown, and those who excel in riding fall. Someone like you, who loves to set fires, deserves to die in flames. Oh, really? Sis scoffed dismissively, lightly grasping with his left hand, causing the once surging flames to quiet down, becoming as docile as a sheep in his hand. Flames aren't played with like this. If you want to discuss properly, we have the whole night to talk slowly. With a push of his palm, the flames he had held rushed towards Kaku, tinged with a faint black edge, even more powerful than when they were in Kakuzu's hands. Kakuzu's face changed. Was he offending someone in front of him? Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon quickly collided with the sea of fire, producing a sizzling sound. The flames were not extinguished by the water dragon. If his flames were only at this level, then he wouldn't need to boast. Kakuzu gritted his teeth, seemingly fleeing and dodging, whether through ninjutsu or close combat. It seemed he had no way to defeat Sis. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, the mask shattered, and the heart, symbolizing the fire attribute, was crushed by Sis. Kakuzu's heart bled. Why did he provoke this guy? This was 2 hearts. The little money from the Hidden Rock Village wasn't worth it. Did he really think finding hearts was easy? He glared fiercely at Sis, no longer intending to continue wearing him down, and in an instant, he fled into the distance. What reputation? What qualifications? Those were all lies. Living was the only truth. Look at how glorious Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were back in the day. Who in the shinobi world could stand against their partnership? Even the other major countries had to bow down in their shadows. But now what? The one laughing last would still be Kakuzu. Temporary success or failure meant nothing. At worst, he could wait another 50 years. He wanted to see how Sis, with his old arms and legs, would resist. If that didn't work, then 60 years. He didn't believe an old man in his 70s or 80s could still defeat him. One step forward turns to ash. One step back dances on the grave. Everyone knows how to choose. Body flicker technique? Truly worthy of an old master. Even his escape appeared particularly flavorful. But can he escape? With a twist of the long knife in his hand, Sis also transformed into an afterimage in the air. With a gentle pull, he stood right in front of Kakuzu. Kakuzu's pupils contracted. He truly hadn't expected Sis to be so difficult to deal with. All right, I acknowledge your strength. I admit you could have a place, even in the Warring States period. How about it? Let me go, and I can walk far away, never to touch the battlefield of the land of wind and the land of earth again. Chapter 195. dying for money, Kakuzu. Have you been messing with your brain all these years? Letting you go? Are you really that foolish, or do you think I'm foolish? Sis looked at him coldly, diving down again. What he needed was not a rebellious Kakuzu, but one completely subdued and obedient to him, an ATM from the heart. The blade light flashed, and Kakuzu deftly dodged, leaving a wound on his arm. Lightning release, false darkness. Sweat dripped from his forehead as Kakuzu formed seals again, and a blue-white lightning spear shot out from the mouth of his mask, not far away. The lightning crackled through the air, the aura of destruction unmistakable. Useless. Your attacks are of no use to me, whether it's fire or anything else. The gap between us is not about technique or chakra amount. It's a fundamental qualitative gap, a thin line separating us like a chasm. With a slight grasp of his left hand, he pulled out a black-gray spear from the darkness. The two spears flew at each other, their tips facing off, the black tail feathers burning with flames particularly bright against the night, like a stroke of bright red lipstick on a black canvas. The flames danced ethereally, fiercer than burning clouds, and Kakuzu's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air, and in Kakuzu's view, the lightning spear capable of piercing gold and splitting stone developed a tiny crack. This was just the beginning. Soon the entire spear shattered and collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spear completely dissipated in midair, and the black spear flying from Sis's hand became even more brilliant. Kakuzu instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but before his body could lean away, he stopped. The spear's target was not him. It never was. His eyes widened, blood vessels bulging in his irises, feeling immensely insulted. Bang! Another mass shattered. The spear's target was it. The lightning attribute heart. Straining his neck, he angrily glared at Sis. What do you really want? Kakuzu roared. This was too humiliating. The guy had never regarded him as an opponent. It was as if he were toying with him like a cat with a mouse. If he had dodged earlier, he would have truly hit him. What do you think? Fighting, of course. What else would you think we're doing? Sis tilted his head, the mocking expression on his face almost unhidden. He just wanted to toy with Kakuzu, leaving him utterly helpless. The smile completely ignited the anger in Kakuzu's heart. Even a mudman has some fire, let alone he was a living person. Earth release, earth spike. While Kakuzu maneuvered through the sand, he formed seals to release ninjutsu. It must be said that without the restraint of the earth grudge fear, his speed increased significantly. But likewise, he only had 2 hearts left, which meant that if he couldn't find a way out before both hearts were pierced, he would be finished. The sand solidified, and rocks like spikes tore through the ground. Aiming straight for Sis's feet, Kakuzu did not expect to defeat Sis so easily. That was a bloody lesson. 3 hearts after all, 3 hearts, and he hadn't even left a mark on his opponent. How could someone who made him feel so stifled be easily defeated? As he anticipated, Sis's feet stirred the wind, and with a couple of steps, he agilely dodged Kakuzu's attack. Indeed, this trick was good. If you really like stabbing people's feet, I can do that too. Shadow assault. The dense darkness surged up like a storm, instantly transforming the entire sandy ground into a spiked hell. He was not yet at the super shadow level, and he knew that himself, but aside from someone like Uchiha Madara, there seemed to be no one he needed to fear. That endless, profound darkness, he always believed, was far more terrifying than chakra. Damn it, what is someone like you trying to bully us wandering ninjas for? Your opponents should be the rock ninjas, Inoki, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and not me. Why are you so hell-bent on me? Kakuzu let out a thunderous roar. This despair, this sense of powerlessness, he had only felt from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Of course, he also knew that the guy in front of him was far inferior to those two. It's not an exaggeration to say they were worlds apart, but how old is he? Such a youthful face. Give him another 10 years, no, 5 years, and wouldn't this ninja world produce another god of ninjas? The key point is that this god is not at all merciful. A situation like that of Hashirama maintaining the balance of a ninja world, where everyone coexists harmoniously, will absolutely not occur under his control. He is like a devil without a heart or emotions, where everyone and everything else is unimportant. He only seeks to please himself. Kakuzu increasingly felt that he was nothing but a toy targeted by this Sith. He neither wanted to kill himself, nor let himself go. He simply wanted to play with him like a monkey. Why? Sith smirked coldly, and a black sword that pierced through the ground punctured the last water attribute mask Kakuzu had left. Sometimes he really wanted to compare with Vlad III to see whose spear was more accurate. Whoosh! A loud bang echoed through the air. and Sis suddenly vanished from his spot. Almost simultaneously, Kakuzu's eyes flashed, and a sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen. It was a foot pressing down on his heart, forcefully crushing him into the sand, while a long knife brushed against his ear and stabbed into the ground. I think I mentioned that we sand ninjas are truly a group of poor souls, lacking money, people, and food, especially me. My back isn't strong. I don't have any legitimate support behind me, and I really need money. And you just happen to have it. Ha! Ha! Kakuzu gasped for breath, astonished that someone would come to him for money, and for such a trivial reason, beat him half to death. Ha! What a joke. Go ahead and make your move. I will never give my money to anyone. You can give up on that thought. I absolutely will not sell my money, even if it costs me my life. Kakuzu said fiercely to Sis. He was a man who had been betrayed. For his village, he even dared to assassinate the god of ninjas, risking his life. But what awaited him in the end? Torture and betrayal from the village. He vowed to make the betrayers pay. He succeeded. He took away the secret technique of the village. The earth grudge fear killed all the high-ranking officials in the village, took their hearts, and led Takigakure down a path of decline. Chapter 196. The bolder the man, the greater the harvest. But a man cannot survive on hatred alone. After hatred comes endless emptiness and regret. He needed to fill the void in his heart. Ninja? Village? He no longer wanted to find himself another shackle. Nor could he easily trust others' goodwill anymore. Humans are a pack of hyenas constantly chasing after benefits. As long as there are sufficient interests, even their closest friends can betray them. Behind every show of filial piety lies immense interests. He did not trust ninjas, but he trusted interests. He believed that interests would never betray him, and thus he also believed in money. He was a man willing to betray himself, but not betray interests and money. With both hands spread on the ground, Kakuzu surprisingly revealed a relieved smile. You can give up on that thought. My money isn't with me. I've hidden it in a place that no one can find, except for me. Sith's eyes narrowed. As the ruler of darkness, he was exceptionally sensitive to human nature and hearts. Kakuzu wasn't lying. As a man who had love for money etched into his bones, he actually went out without any money. What a tough man to deal with. Boom! The darkness stirred, and a massive black throne suddenly rose behind Sis, its blade pointing to the ground, making a crisp sound like flowing tides. Don't be so rigid, Kakuzu. I'm not someone who likes to extort. I want to do business with you. It's a win-win. Win-win, do you understand? Win-win. Kakuzu grunted, his face filled with disdain. Such words could only deceive children. Is there really any so-called win-win in this world? The essence of everything in this world is plunder, and in the end, it's just about how ugly each side's eating habits are. He didn't know how others feasted, but this guy in front of him must have a very ugly way of doing so. Beaten half to death, and then told about a win-win? The only reason he's still alive is that he didn't bring any money. If he had all his possessions on him, would Sis still speak to him with a friendly face about win-win? Don't think too badly of me. After all, I'm not a devil. Give me a chance, and I believe we can pull off some big deals, Sis said, spreading his hands and wearing an even warmer smile. Kakuzu turned his head away, saying nothing. He didn't give a good face to those who were eyeing his little money. He didn't even want to look at them. Sis was not angry. Cultivating a qualified ATM still required some time. He was not in a hurry. He had plenty of patience. Kakuzu, do you know what treasure is the most valuable in this era? What? Still turning his head away, Kakuzu's voice was somewhat muffled. Whether it was because of the anger inside or the sand covering his nose, regardless, it wasn't a normal sound. The most precious and valuable thing in this era is, of course, talent. Sit's lips curled up. A village without talent is a village without a future. A country without talent is a country without a future. Whether the big ninja village, a small ninja village, or the 5 great nations, it's all the same. The most typical examples are your land of waterfalls and a land of rain where Hanzo resides. Kakuzu's attention was slightly piqued. Before you betrayed your village, your land of waterfalls wasn't without its glory. It was the only country with tailed beasts beneath the great powers, and even the 5 great nations couldn't underestimate its strength. But what about now? Hasn't it fallen to the status of a small ninja village? This is because you lack talent. Furthermore, the land of rain is completely opposite to your land of waterfalls. Not for any other reason, but because of a salamander named Hanzo. Now, which country would dare to easily call for attacks against them? What are you trying to express to me? Kakuzu struggled to lift his head, glaring fiercely at Sis. Sith's lips curled up, his right fist thumping against his chest, his expression suddenly becoming very serious. What I want to express is just one thing. I am currently the most outstanding talent in the ninja world, Investing in me will absolutely not lead to losses. Oomph. Going around in circles, you're still probing for my money, Kakuzu sneered with disdain. No, 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 what do you mean by spying? Don't make it sound so harsh. We call this a win-win collaboration. Zeiss tilted his head, a bright smile on his face, showing no hint of malice. He was like a black intermediary wholeheartedly serving his clients, even though a black intermediary could never truly serve clients wholeheartedly. You're delusional. Jiao, don't be so rigid. Think about it. I'm only 13 years old. At 13, I already possess power equivalent to that of any major ninja village's leader. Do you know what that means? Zeiss lowered his head and locked eyes with Jiao, continuing to speak animatedly. Jiao turned his head away, silent. He understood the implication. A 13-year-old with peak leader-level power was undoubtedly a rising new god, right? It seems you have some awareness. Today, I am who I am. But who can guarantee that I won't be the god of ninjas in 10 years? You should know my temperament. I could never be satisfied with merely dominating a region like Senju Hashirama. The future Suna village will be very large. And if you don't find a way to climb aboard my big ship early, you actually want to get off? A step fast leads to a quicker pace. This is a great opportunity that others can only dream of. Are you sure you're willing to give it up? Furthermore, I truly have no power in Suna village. I can say I don't even have a trusted aide. You should have heard a bit about Suna village's situation. If I dare to delegate power today, tomorrow a bunch of reckless guys will dare to use my banner to make money for their families, to swindle. Do you think I wouldn't want to find someone truly reliable, someone who would never betray me for money, to manage my finances? Tell me, who do you think that absolutely trustworthy person would be? Jiao, today you only need to invest a little bit to support me. And tomorrow you can become a consultant elder managing the finances of a major ninja village. Don't you think that that's worth it? Moreover, I never intended to keep those daimyos who only know how to eat and wait for death. What you might end up controlling is not just a village's finances, but the finances of a great nation or even the entire ninja world. Don't you think that's better than being a bounty hunter? Besides, I don't need to spend much. I only need a little bit of startup capital, which is nothing to you. Jiao hesitated, constantly weighing the pros and cons of this matter in his mind. On one side, he could cling to his money and face death. On the other side, he could spend part of his money to earn more, but someone might turn against him. The bolder a person is, the greater the rewards. Jiao said with narrowed eyes. How much do you want? Chapter 197. 20 million? Why don't you go breed with someone else? That's right. That's the choice a smart person should make. The era of going solo is long gone. Nowadays, we need to unite to make big money. Letting go of his foot, Zeiss helped Jiao up, dusted off his clothes, and wore a friendly expression, as if he hadn't just been the one hitting. Jiao still didn't show Zeiss a good face. No matter how much he could earn in the future, he was definitely the one bleeding today. Frowning, he said in a low voice, "Go on, how much of that little startup capital do you really need?" Zeiss smiled and held up 2 fingers. 2 million? Jiao furrowed his brow. 2 million? That's acceptable. It's just the price of 2 S-rank missions. I can still manage. Zeiss shook his head with a smile. 20 million? The wrinkles on Jiao's forehead seemed to deepen instantly. 20 million? That's 20 S-rank missions. Why don't you go become a stud? You could get that price and enjoy it while earning more. Zeiss still shook his head with a smile. 200 million? Jiao's eyes bulged, and he lay back on the ground as if he had seen through the entire world. Forget it. Do whatever you want. 200 million? That's 200 million. Why don't you go rob a bank? 200 million. And you call that a little startup capital? Are you trying to rebuild Suna village in the desert? Hey, no, that's wrong. I was wrong. 20 million, just 20 million, not 200 million, really. Seeing Jiao looking as if he could kill or maim at will, Zeiss hurriedly pulled him up again, earnestly saying, 20 million? You think 20 million is a small amount? Jiao looked at Zeiss, still with dead fish eyes, clearly feeling that 20 million exceeded his psychological expectations. No. Is it not? Zeiss asked tentatively, his eyes full of innocence. Jiao's eyes twitched twice, and he turned his head away. You say it is, so it is. I can introduce you to my previous employers. I think they would be quite willing to pay you that sum. Zeiss's expression stiffened. That was definitely not something a mature ATM would say. He sighed. All right, how much can you give me? 10 million, almost 10 million. Jiao, with a serious face, extended one finger towards Zeiss. This was the maximum he could bear, although it was much less than 200 million. Jiao still felt a pang of pain. 10 million, that's 10 million. A D-rank mission to find a dog is 5,000. How many dogs is that worth? He felt like he was bleeding inside and had to keep comforting himself. It's okay. This is all an investment. this is all an investment. Just like rich people like to buy land, it's all an investment. As long as in 4 or 5 years, I can earn more, I can earn more. Watching Jiao Du continuously deceive himself, his eyes also revealed a comforting smile. Although it was only 10 million, it was an excellent start. Today it's 10 million. Tomorrow it could be 100 million. A qualified ATM needs careful nurturing. Besides, sometimes this investment is like gambling. Once you're in, it's hard to get out. To prevent his initial investment from going to waste, Zeiss asked Jiao Du for an additional 5 million. Would Jiao Du refuse? He had already invested 10 million. Would he still hesitate over this 5 million? 10 times 5 million adds up to 50 million, totaling 60 million, rounded off to 100 million. By then, 10 million might not mean much anymore. In the long run, Zeiss could completely make Jiao Du work for him for a lifetime. A sinister smile flashed by, and Jiao Du shivered, feeling as if someone was plotting against him. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he didn't touch money soon, he would almost go into withdrawal. Turning his head, he looked at Zeiss. 10 million, 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I'll come to you with the money. Zeiss nodded, turned to the side, and made a gesture inviting him to leave. Please. Jiao Du was slightly taken aback, almost not reacting, and furrowed his brow again. You're just going to let me go so easily? Is that not okay? Zeiss spread his hands, his smile particularly sincere. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Zeiss smiled, patted Jiao Du on the shoulder, shook his head, and sighed lightly. Jiao Du, don't worry. We're collaborating, not kidnapping for ransom. A little more sincerity, a little more trust. The future days are still long. Jiao Du didn't speak for a moment, standing in place for a long time before finally nodding, unsure of his feelings. Is it trust? No, he trusted nothing but money. Is it a man's promise of 1,000 gold pieces? No, not at all. He's not that naive. That feeling, he himself doesn't know, can't articulate, only able to meet Schurz with a gaze. 3 days later, right here, I will definitely bring you 10 million. After saying this, Kakuzu rushed towards the other end of the desert, disappearing into the night. Schurz glanced at Kakuzu's back, then sat down on the black throne beside him, his eyes curved in a smile, looking like a fox. A backup plan? Don't think too badly of him. He genuinely wants to cooperate with Kakuzu. In this day and age, there aren't many who qualify to be his ATM. But don't think he's that foolish. Trust? How could someone he has only met once inspire trust? It's just that he has the strength, enough to suppress any unexpected events. And with strength comes the freedom to do as one pleases. Isn't it just deception? Kakuzu can certainly deceive him this one time, but only this once. If he's caught next time, he will definitely be crushed to dust, not knowing how he died. The ninja world is small, just a palm-sized area. Finding someone is quite simple. Retracting his gaze, with a pull of the shadows, Schurz also disappeared from the spot, as if he had never appeared, leaving only a ground full of corpses and flames. The night wind was still strong, which had become a characteristic of Sunagakure, filled with wind and sand every night. This was the night before Schurz met Kakuzu. Click! That was the sound of a key being inserted into the lock and turned. Who would have thought that at such a late hour, the Sunagakure village clinic would welcome an uninvited guest? Bang! The lights turned on, and this thief was indeed quite brazen, showing no intent to hide at all. When the tiger is away, the monkeys take over. Could it be this? The intruder skillfully made his way to Schurz's refrigerator, pouring himself a glass of strawberry milk, as if he were at home. Although Schurz wasn't there, his medical team subordinates still remembered to change his milk daily. If he found something had gone moldy, or if he couldn't drink it as soon as he got back, that guy, who has a penchant for sweets, might just shut down on the spot. For him, nothing is more important than sweets, except for his sister. Chapter 198. He escaped, Scorpion took all of Schurz's belongings, and fled. Following the light, the intruder adjusted his collar, with bright red hair. Who else could it be but Scorpion, the strongest second-generation official of Sunagakure? Without giving any face, he drank all of Schurz's strawberry milk, revealing a content smile. He loved stealing things from this old friend, even though many times he was the one being robbed. Someone who understands puppet techniques exceptionally well, skilled in swordsmanship, and fast, is truly unfriendly to puppet masters. Dodging all the hidden traps, Scorpion continuously advanced deeper into Schurz's room, where everything had been meticulously prepared by Schurz. Normally, entry would not trigger any traps unless someone was snooping around his treasures. Of course, even if there were traps, they might not be foolproof. Some despicable thieves know Schurz's home too well, probably better than their own workshop. Zing! Clang! The sound of wheels grinding followed, and a huge metal door was pushed open, as if a large piece was missing from Shirz's wall. That guy is still the same. The place to hide things hasn't changed at all. Scorpion muttered to himself, then stepped through the doorway. The iron door closed, and inside and outside the door were two entirely different worlds. A huge metallic dissection table, cultivation tanks taller than a person, countless various specimens. Aside from a bowl of instant noodles left forgotten in the corner, there was hardly a trace of life here. In front of the testing table, Scorpion unknowingly tightened his grip on a test tube sealed with a wooden stopper, filled with a black liquid that slithered up and down. Quite strange. Shaking the test tube, he widened his eyes, feeling as if this mass of liquid had a life of its own, with a deep malice wanting to swallow both him and his puppets whole. Scorpion couldn't help but shiver. How ridiculous! This is just a mass of liquid. How could that be? Shaking his head, his expression finally relaxed a bit, narrowing his eyes. He murmured in confusion. Could this be the new drug Shirz mentioned? It certainly looks wicked, just like that little guy Shirz. It should be able to poison a few Kaga-level ninjas. Take it, take it. Saying this, he drew a scroll from his waist and began rummaging through Shirz's laboratory. Modified humans? Not bad. Good material for human puppets. Take it, take it. Chakra metal? That miser Shirz could actually have such a large piece of chakra metal. This is something only obtainable in the heart of the Earth Country and the Iron Country. Take it, take it. Rare medicinal materials? Take it. Potions? Take it. Money? Oof. Only 20,000? Even a newly graduated genin would probably have more money than you. Forget it, just take it along. Half an hour later, Scorpion looked at the empty laboratory in front of him and revealed a satisfied smile. Being able to visit Shirz's laboratory before leaving the village was truly wonderful. He really didn't know that the usually stingy guy could save up this much wealth. He had come to the right place. With a sinister grin, Scorpion's smile was even more wicked than Shirz's. 3 days later, although Kakuzu was a money-hungry type, he didn't deceive Shirz in this matter. He almost arrived just in time to meet Shirz, his face dark, as if he had eaten a fly, delivering 10 million. After agreeing on a means of contact, using an extremely fat orange cat, which he didn't know where Kakuzu had found, as a summoning beast, although it lacked combat power, its ability to relay messages was outstanding, making Shirz envious. However, it didn't matter. Today was Kakuzu's stuff, tomorrow it might be someone else's. Everything had come gradually, step by step. The development of an ATM couldn't be rushed. After handling everything outside and giving Kakuzu orders to gather funds and cultivate trusted subordinates, Shirz took Yashimaru and Kurinai back to the Sunagakure camp overnight. In the camp, bonfires were lit against the wind and sand, and tonight's Sunagakure camp had a particularly grim atmosphere, giving one the illusion that a storm was brewing. Shirz frowned slightly, instinctively quickening his pace. Even someone with a dull political instinct should know that something big was about to happen, let alone him. However, he couldn't shake off waves of doubt. Could it be that Noki personally came to the front lines? Pushing aside the curtain in front of the tent, Shirz hurriedly walked in. All the prominent figures in the camp were present, and there were even a few unfamiliar faces who had just rushed in from the village. Although he didn't truly not recognize them, they certainly weren't the ones who should be at the front lines at this time, such as Maki, who was a confidant of Raza. Something has happened. Shirz was increasingly certain of this fact. With a serious expression, Shirz instinctively moved closer to Yakumo. Raising an eyebrow and exchanging glances, no matter what, he had to find out what was happening, as this feeling that everyone in the room was hiding something from him was quite uncomfortable. Yetsong sighed and waved at Shisi. She had heard about Shisi wiping out the hired mercenaries of Awagakure, which was somewhat unexpected. Even she, as an elder sister, had not anticipated Shisi's rapid growth. However, this was not the time to reflect on that, as Sunagakure had more pressing matters to address. She pulled a scroll from the table and handed it over, her expression not easing even a bit. The current situation did not allow for excessive personal emotions. She glanced around and said, Shisi, listen carefully. This matter is extremely important. Once you walk out that door, no one can be told. Anyone attempting to pry into this secret must be killed without mercy. Shisi's brow furrowed deeper as he held not just any document, but one that promoted him to Jonin. Although he had anticipated this, the speed was still too fast. Something was amiss. The higher-ups of Sunagakure were definitely not acting out of kindness, even if his teacher was the elder advisor Chiyo. He nodded and replied, rest assured. I understand the intricacies involved. That's good. Yetsong squinted, locking eyes with Shisi. Lord Kazakage has gone missing, along with the grandson of Elder Chiyo, Sasori. Huh? Shisi was taken aback, his expression darkening significantly. Sasori is acting out of line. attempting to assassinate the Kazekage? He is only 13. How could he even think of assassinating the Kazekage? Who raised him to be so arrogant? According to the plan, Sasori was supposed to pressure the Kazekage into submission once fully prepared, claiming the title for himself, with Shisi guiding him into the position of president, while also conceding some interest to have Raza appointed as the elder advisor in charge of finances, and Yetsong as the head of the Umbu. All he needed was to control Sasori in Yetsong. But now, it was clear that Sasori did not intend to follow his plan. Chapter 199. This is a long-planned assassination. Shisi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a long time. This was not a minor change. Someone had flipped the table, and Sasori clearly did not want to remain a pawn on a chessboard, though it might be impolite to describe an old friend as a chess piece. The fact remained that without reaching the level of a Kage, one didn't even have the qualifications to be on the board. Even if one reached that level, they could merely be a spectator, a clear example being Kisame. Being a pawn in someone else's game is not shameful, but it requires that the person is guaranteed to win. Shisi was confident of maintaining his winning streak, but Sasori clearly did not plan to continue being his major piece. He wanted to break away and act independently. It's hard to say who was right or wrong in this situation, but one thing Shisi was sure of was that his initial plan might need to be completely overturned and restarted from scratch, and he might even have to take the lead himself. He did not particularly like Raza. He was too ambitious and ruthless. Aside from his inadequate personal strength, he had almost all the qualities needed to become an outstanding politician in the ninja world. A man who could even harm his own son would likely eliminate the Kazekage position the next day, thinking of ways to make Shisi's life difficult. An elder advisor should be content to be a minor for life. As for Yetsong, she was also not someone who would obediently remain a puppet in his hands. Her political resources were lacking, making her a poor choice as well. But if he had to take center stage himself, what could he use to sway the puppeteer faction to support him as they did Sasori? Kill a few, win over a few, and during a team meeting, ask who agrees and who opposes? If circumstances permitted, this indeed seemed like a feasible option. A flash of killing intent flickered in Shisi's eyes but quickly retracted. However, once the thought arose, it could not be taken back. The situation was serious. The village could not be without a Kage. Now, passing on the orders from Elder Chiyo and Elder Hiro, you are promoted to Jonin of Sunagakure and will personally lead the search for Lord Kazekage, whether alive or dead. We must find him, understand? Huh. Shisi's eyes narrowed. Chiyo had indeed given him a difficult task, clearly wanting him to cover for Sasori. Do you have any questions? Yetsong's sharp gaze shot over. Shisi smiled and replied, of course not. Rest assured, I will definitely find Lord Kazekage. Good, then let us set off immediately. Yes. Yetsong was a decisive person. Once she ordered to leave, Shisi had no reason to remain in the camp. After assembling his team, they headed into the vast desert. A group of several dozen, all in Umbu attire except for him and Maki, although he was the nominal commander. A considerable portion of the team seemed to regard Maki as their leader. Shisi could see that they did not truly trust him and remained cautious around him. The surrounding wind and sand grew stronger, and it was nighttime, nearly obscuring visibility. Even the stars in the sky were hidden. Today was indeed a good day for murder and arson. Every season, one or two people from Sunagakure would disappear into the sandstorm. Don't look back, Shisi said. His eyes squinted. He resembled a smiling raccoon, making it difficult for ordinary people to guess his true thoughts. Maki, what is wrong? I feel like you're always wary of me. Is there something I did wrong? Shisi's expression remained gentle, with no hint of malice, making it seem as though he was simply inquiring. It's nothing. We're all colleagues, all for the village and Lord Kazekage. Why would I be wary of you? Sir, you must have misinterpreted. Maki maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, the gray cloth hanging down, making it hard to discern his thoughts. He did not trust Shisi, or rather, he did not trust anyone from the puppeteer faction. He graduated from a ninja academy at 8, became a chunin at 12, and had a smooth journey, highly trusted by Raza and valued by the third Kazekage. But only those who truly approached the centers of power knew how much hidden strife lay beneath the seemingly calm surface of this village. The Kazekage faction and the puppeteer faction managed to maintain a semblance of peace while Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were still alive. At least the puppeteers still saw hope in becoming Kazekage. But now they were dead, two top-tier experts below the level of Kage, who had died without a ripple on the battlefield. White Fang was strong, but the puppeteers never considered themselves weak. These were two top puppeteers, backed by the strongest Kazekage. How could they have been so easily eliminated? The mindset of the puppeteer faction collapsed, and the apparent tranquility of Sunagakure also shattered. In the eyes of many puppeteers, this was a conspiracy, the third Kazakage's attempt to keep power in his grasp. He did not want to retire. He even wanted to pass the Kazakage position down. If Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had not died, could Raza alone truly compete for the Kazakage position with him? When it came to qualifications and strength, this question sometimes sent chills down Maki's spine. The coincidences were just too uncanny. However, Maki is ultimately a loyal member of the Kazakage faction. He has always been regarded as a trusted aide by Raza, and even if he wanted to switch to another faction, he couldn't do so. Moreover, he had no reason to flatter the puppet masters. With Raza's competitors eliminated, this only benefits him, and as long as Raza becomes the Kazakage, he would be a loyal minister under the dragon. When he reaches his 50s or 60s, the position created by Chiyo and Aiz may very well be his. However, unexpected events occurred. He never anticipated that before Raza could become the fourth Kazakage, the puppet master faction would take action. Before leaving Sunagakure, he checked the house of Sasori, and it was cleaned out more thoroughly than if it had been robbed. Almost nothing of value remained. This time, Sasori had also gone missing alongside the third Kazakage, giving him ample reason to suspect that this was a long-planned coup, a murder with the third Kazakage as the target. The puppet master faction's plan was intricately connected. While the Kazakage faction was still fighting for power, Chiyo had already arranged for a commander for the search operation. Sisu was sent to the front lines between the land of wind and the land of earth, which was not a coincidence but part of the conspiracy. A powerful bloodline ninja, once promoted to Jonin, certainly had the qualifications to lead a search independently, and he was also the head of the medical team in Sunagakure, so his status was not low. Of course, the most crucial point was that he was Chiyo's disciple, and the brother of Ikura. He wouldn't be restricted by either side, and given his close relationship with Sasori since childhood, he could easily let Sasori go. Chapter 200. Is this the world of big shots? The more Maki thought about it, the more he felt this was a conspiracy, a revenge of the puppet master faction against the Kazakage faction after many years. What they wanted was probably not just the life of the third Kazakage. They aimed to become the Kazakage themselves and seize power over the entire Sunagakure. No, Maki quickly realized another problem. The one executing the assassination was Sasori, Chiyo's only biological grandson. Even if Chiyo became the Kazakage, to whom would she pass the position? At her age, how many more years could she serve? Thinking this, Maki sneaked a glance at Sisu. He momentarily couldn't distinguish who was the biological grandson of Chiyo between Sisu and Sasori. Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking. The puppet master faction might not have any so-called conspiracy, and everything could be coincidental, merely his own imagination. However, he quickly dismissed this idea as it was too ridiculous. The conflict between the puppet master faction and the Kazakage faction was so significant. How could there be no conspiracy? Therefore, the only fact was that the puppet master faction had prepared another scapegoat. A shiver ran through Maki's heart, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Speaking of scapegoats, weren't they, the Kazakage's direct descendants, the best scapegoats? They would not only absolve Sasori of guilt, but also eliminate dissenters. His back chilled. Maki's body trembled in the wind. This was not a simple task. It was like gods were fighting. He suddenly began to envy Raza, who had chosen to stay in Sunagakure. He originally thought Sunagakure was the center of struggle, but he didn't expect that there were also people here who wanted his life. Whether it was Chiyo's military independence or the collusion between the search officers and the criminals, the puppet master faction had already laid a web of traps. Both sides were caught in a deadlock. The night wind filled with sand blew in, and Maki tightened his collar, feeling a prickling sensation on his back. Is this the world of big shots? It was truly terrifying. With every step Maki took, he felt his legs heavy as if filled with lead. Observing Maki's back, the Umbu members who had come with him were puzzled, unsure of what had gone wrong with his mind. He seemed fine when they arrived, so why did he suddenly appear so cowardly? Sisu rubbed his chin, equally confused about Maki's true thoughts. He knew that just a moment ago, Maki was filled with killing intent. He led the team and didn't need rebellious subordinates who caused trouble. Yet Maki had suddenly lost his nerve, so he had to keep his own small thoughts to himself. Today's young people seemed particularly perceptive. As soon as a hint of malice appeared, they would retract their heads, not even giving him a chance to set an example. If only he knew Maki's true thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have a stiff expression, dumbfounded, and then burst into laughter. You, Maki, are truly a genius. Why didn't he think of such a perfect plan? In the end, Not only would he not kill Maki, but he might even help him out, making him work for him for a lifetime. After all, in this day and age, ninjas who could concoct a grand drama with their imagination were quite rare. If he switched to writing palace intrigue, perhaps he could compete with Jiraiya for the title of best-selling author of the year. One targeting male readers and the other targeting female readers. No conflict, no conflict. The next literary figure of Sunagakure would have to rely on him. The wind had not stopped, the sand had not settled, and the moonlight was desolate. Sisu silently quickened his pace. Without the rebellious team, it was much easier to lead than before. The Kazekage's direct descendants did not dare to speak. Their leader was already intimidated, and as for the puppet masters, they dared not speak either. Faced with Chiyo's disciple, they could only obey. Besides, they were already in a hurry. The charge of assassinating the Kazekage was not as easy to bear as Maki and the others imagined. While it could be summarized in 4 characters, it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds in the eyes of ordinary ninjas. Just like the emperors of feudal dynasties. As long as there weren't a few ruthless people pulling them down, they would always be shrouded in a layer of mysterious veils. Killing the emperor, killing the emperor. This banner was hard to raise. Overthrowing the usurper was the first choice in the minds of rebels, even if they ultimately faced retribution themselves. As for Sisu, he cared more about his own plans than the life or death of the third Kazekage. Here in the Land of Wind, the largest nation in the ninja world, and also the one with the most uninhabited areas, looking out over the vast sea of sand. It was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack to find 2 people. Even if Sisu possessed the observation haki, it would still be the same. Fortunately, they did not need to search every single place. Is Lord Kazekage missing in this area? Stepping onto a sand pile. Sisu glanced at everyone and asked in a deep voice. Maki nodded, clutching a yellowed map, his brow tightly furrowed. He had come to terms with it. Damn it. There was no escaping it. Those who should die wouldn't be killed, and those who shouldn't die couldn't be killed. His only path to survival now was to find the third Kazekage. As long as the third Kazekage could counterattack, they would still be the ultimate winners. But if the third Kazekage was killed, no matter how anxious or flustered he would just be meat on the chopping block, of no use at all, ultimately accompanying the third Kazekage to the grave. His life was no longer in his hands. The lives of the weak had always been in the hands of the strong. Yes, Lord Sisu, the last contact we had with Lord Kazekage was in this nearby desert. Sisu nodded, his expression unreadable. He raised his right hand and made a gesture. Since he went missing in this desert, hurry up and search for him. We need to see the living or the dead. Yes. A group of Umbu members knelt in unison, transforming into shadows as they swept out in all directions. The only one left following Sisu was Maki. Although following the Sith is dangerous, Maki knows that focusing on the man in front of him is the wisest choice. As a bloodstained ninja, the Sith can kill him at any time, but if the Sith finds the third Kazekage first and teams up with Scorpion to take him down, then they will really be finished. Time passes second by second, and the Sith is also searching in his own way. His observation haki spreads from him, monitoring every inch of land he can see. As long as he has breath, not even an ant can escape his perception. My lord, we have a discovery. After about another quarter of an hour, a member of the Umbu suddenly knelt before him. The Sith's sharp gaze swept over the ground, and he nodded slightly. All right, I understand. Gather everyone and take me to see what you have found. Yes, the subordinate had discovered clues ahead of him. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, observation haki is not omnipotent. Clues are not limited to living things. Chapter 201. When can there be a little more trust between people? My lord, it's right here. A few Umbu swiftly guided the Sith through the desert. Even with the rushing sand and dust, they did not reduce their speed. Sand ninjas are different. Returning to the desert feels like returning home. Stopping, the Sith squinted. This area can be considered the center of the desert. Along the path the third Kazekage must take to the border. The wind howls, swirling up fine sand, each layer of sand bearing the traces around them. If they hadn't arrived in time, even the last clue would have been buried by the wind and sand. Such things are common in the Land of Wind. Many mountain bandits like to use the extreme weather in the desert to deal with the innocent merchants they have killed. Ninjas also like to use this weather to handle the bandits they have cleared out. It can only be said that what goes around comes around. The Sith crouched down, rubbing the sand between his fingers, and took a gentle sniff in front of his nose. The smell of blood was strong. A fierce battle had occurred here. Besides the bloody smell, there was also a very familiar scent. Not Scorpion, but his own. Frowning slightly, the Sith didn't think too much about it. It was normal since he had grown up with Scorpion. It was natural for him to carry some of his scent. Nodding, he casually tossed the sand aside and looked back at the surrounding directly giving the order. Right here, dig up the sand for me. Yes. Although ordering the to dig felt a bit beneath him. In this place, there was no one brave enough to openly defy the Sith's orders. The older members of the clan might think about challenging the Sith and educating the younger generation, but for them, it was better to avoid trouble and peacefully return to the village. As the sand was dug up, the buried bones quickly emerged, emanating a foul odor from the desert's self-regulation. Small insects were gnawing at their corpses, and whether they weren't taken by wild wolves was uncertain. Was this their luck or misfortune? With a solemn face, the Sith showed no emotion. This was not too terrifying in his eyes. Never think too highly of the ninja world. Konoha is Konoha, and a ninja world is the ninja world. The two cannot be confused. People like Nagato can sometimes be considered lucky. After all, most war orphans don't even survive the first year. In this world, the most terrifying scenes never happen to the dead. They quietly appear among the living. The Sith tilted his head, raised his index finger, and gestured to the nearby Go confirm their identities. Yes. Soon, several put on gloves and began to inspect the surroundings. Wearing gloves was not out of fear or disgust. For the those feelings were a luxury. They did this simply to guard against disease. Even tools must follow survival rules. Their lives should be spent in more meaningful places. Checking around the corpses, the quickly had some news. Numbers 027, 049, 077. Lord Sith. It has been confirmed that they are members of the Shadow Guard team who accompanied Lord Kazekage to the border. Is there any other discovery? The Sith nodded and continued to ask. Based on the scattered bodies and puppet fragments around, Lord Kazekage should have been fighting while fleeing from the attackers, likely heading east. That replied, not fully stating some things, such as Scorpion's involvement. An assassination of a shadow by a ninja from this village was not a glorious matter. The Sith nodded again, his gaze sweeping roughly over the battlefield. He did not doubt the professional's words. In terms of assassination and pursuit, ninjas are professionals, and among ninjas, the are the most professional. Since they dared to say it, it must be true, they wouldn't boast without some confidence. However, the Sith still felt something was off. There were some things he was too familiar with. The pile of scattered parts looked so much like special materials he had collected. And that wound, that sharp, spike-like wound, resembled his shadow strike. This was not damage that ordinary ninjutsu could cause, but it was clear that something had been here. But why? This was truly strange. Could it be that his experimental subject number 1 left in Sunagakure succeeded? That shouldn't be the case. He had left many safeguards, and without external intervention, it wouldn't be possible for it to move. Could it be that Scorpion invaded his place? No way, that is a joke. In terms of wealth, he and Scorpion were worlds apart, like a millionaire stealing from a $100 household. Moreover, he had prepared anti-theft mechanisms. Even Scorpion shouldn't have been able to find his little treasury. Shaking his head, the Sith became a bit dazed. The people around him did not dare to disturb him, just accompanying him as he stood in the wind, eating sand. It seemed his authority had deeply rooted itself in their hearts. After a while, the Sith sighed. Doubting his friend like this was wrong. Although Scorpion is not a good person and occasionally likes to trick him, even want to turn him into a puppet, he would never spy on a friend's property. Well, should I? Perhaps. In any case, he should have a little more understanding and trust in Scorpion. The Sith's heart grew more uncertain. Putting himself in Scorpion's shoes, he felt like he was prying into Scorpion's wealth. Shaking his head, his gaze became sharp again. Leave 2 people to collect the bodies and send them back to the village for burial. They sacrificed their lives for the village, and we cannot let them die without peace. As for the rest, continue following me. Before nightfall, we must find Lord Kazekage. Yes. After speaking, the surrounding split into 2 groups, one remaining in place and the other rushing out with the Sith. Bang! In the rock ninja camp, the old purple, who had just arrived at the front line, slammed his fist on the table, shattering the originally solid wooden table. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's him again, that little poisoner under Chiyo. A mercenary? Those worthless fools, with so many of them, they couldn't even keep a little brat. And he killed them all? Lord Ozzy this." The surrounding rock ninjas exchanged glances, and seizing an opportunity, one of them kicked out a hapless person. The Jinchuriki's wrath must be borne by someone, but that person absolutely cannot be them. Lord Ozzy, you can't blame the mercenaries entirely. After all, that guy is also Chiyo's disciple and a bloodline ninja, so it's normal that they couldn't take him down. Chapter 202. Ultimately becoming a Kage, are you making excuses for them? Or are you covering up your own incompetence? Lord Ozzy's gaze was extremely cold, making those around him shiver. They felt as if they were being targeted by a beast. What they were facing was not just anything else, but a Jinchuriki, the most terrifying weapon in the ninja world. The Wagakure's control over the Jinchuriki stemmed from the fall of the land of whirlpools. Except for Sunagakure, several other major ninja villages shared in this feast, obtaining unimaginable sealing technique data from outsiders, thus having more stable and powerful Jinchuriki, while Sunagakure did not. However, even so, a Jinchuriki is still a Jinchuriki. They are not little kittens in a cage. As long as they're normal humans, they cannot help but feel fear towards them. Moreover, Lord Ozzy, this false monk, had a notoriously bad temper, was stubborn, and even a bit violent. The person targeted by Lord Ozzy swallowed hard, his expression stiff. After playing around with the entire wandering ninja mercenary group, when it comes to accountability, none of them are innocent. Lord, please allow me to explain. No need to say more. Lord Ozzy raised his hand to interrupt the stuttering ninja, too lazy to listen to such mutual blame. With his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes were fierce and sharp. Defeat is defeat. There are no many reasons to discuss. Winning back on the battlefield is what you should do. Turning around, he squinted his eyes. Prepare a team for me, the best kind. I have something to do with them. And if this is accomplished, the entire pattern of the ninja world will be rewritten by us. After speaking, he strode out of the tent, tightly holding a small piece of paper in his hand. The third Kazekage has been attacked, his life or death unknown. Hurry. To the east, continue to accelerate. With a cold face, Zeiss turned and shouted loudly. Yes, Lord Zeiss. In the desert, dust was billowing and the landscape was vast. A star or two had already faintly appeared in the sky. The third Kazekage and Scorpion were indeed quick on their feet, escaping and chasing. They managed to run quite a distance. Zeiss thought to himself, however, no matter how fast they are, this matter should come to an end. He had already spotted them. Just 5 or 6 kilometers away, on a gravel plain, 2 figures were still entangled with each other. One had short red hair and a faint smile on his face. That damn sweetness could cause countless girls to scream if seen outside. His fingers flew up and down in the air, with 4 or 5 precise puppets seemingly alive under his control, charging towards a man opposite. Lord Kazekage, you can't escape. That poison is Zeiss's latest masterpiece. Even I can't dispel it. Its potency is enough to kill a Kage-level ninja, so just go ahead and die. Scorpion's eyes suddenly became fierce, and the surrounding puppets moved faster and faster, with one particularly clinging to him like a shadow. Let me think. How did Zeiss use it? That's right, shadow attack. The darkness flashed in the puppet's hand, as 4 or 5 pitch-black spikes shot up from the ground. The third Kazekage flailed in midair, his expression extremely grim. The situation was dire. Magnet release, sand iron. With a fierce face, the third Kazekage was about to form a hand seal with one hand. But before his chakra could concentrate, he fell from midair, his face dark and lifeless, his lips purple, and most critically, one of his left arms was severed at the elbow. Even after simple bandaging, dark red blood continued to flow out. He was poisoned with a deadly toxin, or rather, a deadly toxin refined by his subordinates. Compared to the physical pain, his inner despair was even greater. Had the internal conflicts within the village reached such a point? Had they actually provoked 2 genius youths to join forces to assassinate him? Strictly speaking, this was his failure as Kazekage. He could vaguely foresee the chaos that would erupt in the village once he died. Scorpion, you are dragging the village into the abyss. With a grim face, the third Kazekage shouted angrily at Scorpion. Abyss? Third, are you talking to me? With a waste like you as Kazekage, Sunagakure will always be in the abyss. I'm not harming it. I'm ensuring it can rise from the ashes. 4 or 5 puppets surrounded the third Kazekage in the center. Scorpion walked over with a cold smile, his right hand stroking a tall puppet in front of him, his eyes hiding a trace of darkness. This was Scorpion's masterpiece, a natural puppet, a super puppet that could be brought to the battlefield with little effort, and he was also the first experimental subject of Zeiss. A little white mouse infused with a bit of darkness, also a masterpiece. Sunagakure could not withstand such turmoil. The third Kazekage stared fiercely at Scorpion after the anger. His expression calmed down, cold, as if questioning. Scorpion glanced at him sideways, his face equally calm, very rational, showing no signs of being blinded by anger and hatred. He emphasized his tone. Of course it can withstand. You're just an outsider. Your vision is limited to the small area you can see. You don't even know what kind of powerful force that guy possesses. Scorpion's eyes began to dance with excitement, his right hand tightly gripping the puppet. That kind of power, that deeply resonating power, once unleashed, could overturn the entire ninja world. But he was not ruthless enough. As a friend, he had to help him. He had to make him realize a fact. Some people cannot be negotiated with, whether it's you or the old fossils behind me. You all should be buried in coffins. Only when I leave can he truly grasp Sunagakure in his hands. Is that so? The third Kazekage sneered, even disdainfully snorting. Age is there. Even if one possesses a bloodline, how strong can they be? Looks like I have no choice. Of course. Scorpion nodded. The third Kazekage's eyes flickered with resentment. Since I can't see it anyway, let's wait and see how you will explain to the past Kazekages of Sunagakure after you die. Ha, explain. Scorpion laughed wildly. What do I have to explain? The village's Kage is you, not me. On the contrary, they should thank me for correcting your mistake. Should I be sent on my way now? Then there's no choice. Magnet release. Sand iron giant needle. The third Kazekage chuckled lightly, his face drastically changing. The only remaining hand quickly forming seals, and his entire power surged out, tearing a few iron shavings into long spears in the sky. Yes, it's time to be on my way. Scorpion's expression remained unchanged, his smile still as charming as ever. Immediately, the puppets around him moved simultaneously, and with a sweep of a long knife, it plunged into the heart of the third Kazekage. Everything had come to an end, whether it was this meaningless chase or the era of being beaten after the Sand Village had ended. Chapter 203. So slow you're much slower than I expected, Zais. The night grew denser, quickly laying a thin veil over the sandy ground. Scorpion was cleaning up the corpse of the third Kazekage, resembling a meticulous craftsman as he pulled out a small arm broken in the middle from his pocket, sewing while greeting Zais. Zais raised his right hand, and a group of over 10 people halted simultaneously, their muscles tense, their eyes never leaving Scorpion and the third Kazekage. From a professional doctor's perspective, Scorpion's technique was very sophisticated. Even he might not be able to sew better than Scorpion. The sky of the village had collapsed. The once most powerful Kazekage, the third Kazekage, had simply died at the hands of teenager. The Umbu felt dizzy, their vision darkening, struggling to stand. This world was too crazy, far beyond their comprehension. Zais lowered his head, casting a sideways glance at Scorpion, then raised his head again, his expression calm, his eyes deep like a lake, barely rippling even if a couple of stones were thrown in. He could have been faster. As long as he sank into the shadows, this distance was nothing to him. But he hesitated. Was the third Kazekage really that important to him? He and Scorpion had been friends for nearly 10 years. The existence of just one third Kazekage seemed not so significant. Whether he became Kazekage or pushed Scorpion to the top as originally planned, the third Kazekage's existence seemed somewhat obstructive. He convinced himself with this reasoning. After all, it was him who had voluntarily given Scorpion the opportunity. With a stern face, Zais looked around at the wreckage from a high vantage point. How does it feel to complete your revenge? Zais asked teasingly, showing little respect for the third Kazekage. But now no one could control him, be it Maki or other Umbu. If they weren't trembling, their stress resistance was decent. So how could he demand too much from them? Silently taking a step back, he observed with his eyes focused, having no intention of stepping forward. Some things were better left unknown, and some people were better left alone, even if they were Umbu of the village. But with the Kazekage dead, what could they do? The only thing they could hope for now was that these two wouldn't kill them to silence them, though they were Kazekage's trusted subordinates. They didn't want to jump out and accompany the third Kazekage to the grave if they could avoid it. Scorpion shrugged, his expression relaxed, eyebrows raised. It's just that. He's not a remarkable figure. Compared to him, I'm actually more interested in you, but I also know that trying to kill you is difficult, even harder than taking down the third Kazekage. But I still want to give it a try. No matter what, I must know the gap between us. Licking his lips lightly, Scorpion stood up from the ground, holding 2 scrolls in his hands, containing weapons he had specially crafted to deal with Zais. As for experiment now, 1, he wouldn't bring it out to embarrass himself. Playing with such trivial darkness in front of the main character always felt like inviting death. Oh, you could try actually. I also want to know what your puppets can achieve. Zais smirked. Over the past nearly 10 years, he had long adapted to this mode of interaction with Scorpion, treating it as a bit of fun in life. After all, he wouldn't lose. In the hundreds of confrontations he had faced, he had never lost. Scorpion was a pure person. He was much purer than Zais. In his eyes, there were only puppets or materials that could be made into puppets. If he didn't try it himself, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. After saying that, he pressed his hands onto the scrolls. Boom! A cloud of grayish-white smoke filled the air, and 10 puppets dressed in black robes suddenly stood before him. The number could have been more, but it was meaningless. For a master like you, even more cannon fodder would just be cannon fodder. Quality and quantity combined, 10 was the perfect ratio. Zeiss' expression grew, slightly serious, as his right hand slid toward the knife handle. Among these 10 puppets were quite a few familiar faces. Similar to explosive release, many had once been their opponents. If he hadn't come quickly, there might have been an additional third Kazekage among them. Enjoy this. It's a grand gift prepared for you by an old friend. Ice release, one-horned white whale. Scorpion's eyes sharpened, and the 10 puppets moved simultaneously. Fingers raised as they skillfully formed seals in the air, leaving the Umbu speechless. Truly worthy of being the village's once-in-a-century genius puppeteer. But before they could express their amazement, a massive, icy white whale came crashing down on them. Maki and the others' expressions changed drastically as Zeiss raised his hand lightly, his smile widening even more. Ice release, truly worthy of Scorpion. He even managed to acquire such high-level goods. He really liked this grand gift, but it was outdated. You all step back. Leave this to me. Without looking back, Zeiss directly commanded Maki. Maki glanced around and nodded, signaling to the others. Yes, my lord. They dared not intervene in this matter. Whether it was the man before them or Scorpion, who had just killed the third Kazekage, neither was something they could handle. The waters here were too deep for him to grasp. Being able to conjure such a huge one-horned whale in the desert. He could tell at a glance that this man was not ordinary. Planting his feet on the ground, Zeiss leaped out as well, his speed slightly faster than Scorpion's puppets. And this was still a result of him deliberately slowing down. Too fast, Scorpion couldn't see clearly. So how could he know just how vast the gap between them was? Scorpion, pay attention. This is the gap between you and me. Zeiss glanced at Scorpion in midair, their gazes intertwining as they each saw something in the other's eyes. One was glaring desire and greed, while the other was teasing and playing. To some extent, they actually had quite a few commonalities. They were both obsessed with manipulating dolls. Only one used dead ones, while the other used living ones. The pieces on a chessboard and the puppets on a stage are essentially no different. It's just that Zeiss chose a slightly larger stage, the entire ninja world. However, Scorpion didn't believe he would fall short, mixed in with the wolf pack. Even a dog would reawaken its wildness, not to mention he was a wolf himself. If conditions allowed, he wouldn't mind putting on a puppet show on the grand stage of the ninja world. Otherwise, how could he have these new puppets? When Zeiss went to the Land of Iron, he actually encountered something quite unbelievable, such as a black and white striped pitcher plant. Chapter 204. Zeiss ran away with his sister, but didn't take him. That was something that happened in the Land of Rain. Zeiss ran away with his sister, but didn't take him. But that was unavoidable. They say there's a 7-year itch. He had been with Zeiss for over a decade. How could a new girl from the Uzumaki clan be fresh? A greedy person knows how to choose. However, he was not without luck. While strolling in a Land of Rain, he spotted 3 little ones died in red, yellow, and blue from a distance. The DNA hidden within his body stirred. If he guessed correctly, one of those 3 was a young boy from the Uzumaki clan. Was he starting to turn his luck around? Scorpion began to ask himself. As it turned out, he really was turning his luck around. He saw a black and white pitcher plant in a tree. From a human perspective, this thing was hardly aesthetically pleasing, and from the perspective of a pitcher plant, it might only see him as an oddity. 2 bare leaves without even a pair of shorts. How ridiculous. But from a puppeteer's perspective, this strange thing might just be good material for making puppets. Strange things aren't necessarily strong, but they could be unexpected in use. Encountering 2 different batches of good materials on the same day, he felt incredibly lucky, something he had never experienced in his more than 10 years of life, making him unable to help but wonder, could it be that this scissors was a hidden generator of bad luck? This incident evolved into the opportunity for his defection. However, there is always a gap between ideals and reality. He was unable to kill that pitcher plant, and while he was dealing with it, the 3 little ones had vanished without a trace. He was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but at that moment, the pitcher plant spoke. The pitcher plant spoke? He didn't know whether this world was too crazy or he was not perverted enough. He couldn't react in time. The pitcher plant was ambitious and had a big heart. It wanted to make a big deal with Scorpion, one that could encompass the entire ninja world. No matter how Scorpion acted, it had only one requirement. It wanted the entire ninja world to be thrown into chaos. The more chaotic, the better. and the reward would be 10 high-quality corpses of bloodstained ninjas. Indeed, Scorpion was tempted. He took 30% of the deposit from the pitcher plant. And to deal with Scissors, he even used a corpse from the Ghost Lantern clan to replace one of the bloodstained ones. Along with Mizuki and Kagaya, he successfully gathered the 3 great families of Kirigakure. He didn't care who the boss behind it was, nor did he care what conspiracy the pitcher plant had. He was a true artist, and apart from the art in his hands, happiness was all that mattered. Why bother with so much? With a smile on his face, Scorpion withdrew his gaze. In a way, this was his money for selling himself. If he couldn't enjoy it, he would have to continue working for the pitcher plant. Fine puppet threads wrapped around the ice-release puppet, and his fingers danced nimbly up and down. The Mizuki puppet moved like a ghost wandering the wilderness, gently pulling to block in front of Scissors. Your speed is much slower than I imagined. Ice release, snow blowing, cold winds blew, and snowflakes began to fall in the gradually darkening desert, whistling like countless white shurikens, beautiful and dreamlike, as if falling into someone else's illusion. Scissors' expression remained unchanged, still wearing that smiling face. If you don't slow down a little, how could you understand the gap between us? Saying this, his body lunged forward. Although he reduced his speed, it was still astonishingly fast, even leaving behind after images in the air, pure physical strength. Ninjas may be suitable for killing, but in terms of physical skills and physical fitness, they were far inferior to him. With his right hand on the blade, as he passed, the sword came out, as if tearing a cold rain curtain from the sky. The cold wind rose sharply, and the blade shone brightly, appearing even colder than the pure, white snow falling from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of sharp weapons clashing constantly rang in his ears, and the shurikens were dense, but not a single one could brush past his clothes. With his feet creating whirlwinds in the air, Scissors approached the puppet like a shadow, and with a swing of his long knife, the blade instantly sliced through the puppet's body. The innards were clean, full of mechanisms, and even had a bit of metallic skin covering them. Scorpion's puppet defenses were tight. He had been learning from experience. But those things were no different from tofu in Scissors' eyes. With a slash, sparks flew, and a puppet made primarily of blood-stained ninjas, mixed with countless high-level materials. Didn't he even last a moment before being cut in half by Scissors? Scorpion, let me remind you once again at this point. Puppet techniques have their limits. No matter how much of genius you are, once you reach a certain critical point, you can only go downhill. If you want to climb to the top, it's best not to rely on external objects, as that will make you look like a clown in front of true power. Scorpion neither refuted nor agreed with Scissors. As he was not a fool, he was very shrewd, so he had his own thoughts. Puppet techniques have limits? No, rather, humans themselves have limits. In his nearly 10 years as a puppeteer, he gradually understood a principle. To surpass humanity, one must abandon the human body and transform everything into eternal art and puppets. If there is truly a limit, it must be that the materials are not good enough and the skills are not high enough. As long as the materials and techniques are in place, there is no limit that cannot be crossed. Raising his head, Scorpion's gaze intertwined with Scissors, and that smile seemed to indicate he had seen the truth. My own power? Thank you for the reminder, but I never intended to rely on external forces. One day, I will merge with the puppets. Scissors' body continued to move forward. No puppet could stop him, and his deep-set eyes seemed capable of seeing through Scorpion entirely. To be honest, you aren't thinking of turning yourself into a puppet, are you? Scorpion narrowed his eyes. Scissors shook his head and chuckled lightly, letting out a slight sigh, his whole demeanor exuding a leisurely stroll. If you truly have this idea, I advise you to dispel that thought early. No matter how things are elsewhere, this path absolutely won't work in the ninja world. That broken shell is probably more important than you think. Scorpion finally couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. To an artist, you can insult him, but you must never insult his art. How can you know without trying? The paths that predecessors Haven T walked, I will walk. The waters that predecessors cannot cross, I will cross. They couldn't do it. So how dare you assert that I cannot? To be honest, you haven't changed at all. You're still so self-righteous. Really thinking that the path you try to lay down for others is necessarily good? That is what I hate most about you. Chapter 205. The wind shadow is yours. Scorpion shouted angrily. Wanting to kill Scissors had become a luxury, but he did not intend to leave just like that. He had to make his arrogant old friend suffer a bit. He wanted him to know that his puppet techniques, his art, were not childish play. They were true death arts capable of inflicting fatal wounds. You remind me of something. I also advise you to put down that unnecessary pride in your heart, or one day it will get you killed. Scorpion snorted coldly, letting out a fierce remark, and the surrounding puppets rushed forward simultaneously. Although their strengths in life were somewhat uneven, when combined, they were definitely not to be underestimated, subtly surpassing Chiyo's white secret technique, the 10 people of Chikamatsu. Even a normal timeline red secret technique, the hunter machine manipulation, might not be able to unleash such powerful combat power in a confined space. 10 fingers penetrating bullets. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. Explosion release. Landmine fist. 9 puppets suddenly burst out from all 4 directions, each using the secret techniques they possessed in life. If other puppet masters were to witness this scene, they might be left speechless. Even if a puppet can utilize the techniques of the deceased, simultaneously executing so many ninjutsu is something that ordinary puppet masters cannot achieve. It is somewhat regrettable that the one fighting against Scorpion is Sis. Although he is also a slightly clumsy puppet master, he has never regarded using puppets as an art. They are merely tools in his hands, no different from regular ninjutsu or taijutsu. In the realm of puppetry, Scorpion is the true solitary madman, and he has nothing to discuss with those who do not respect the art of puppetry. However, coincidentally, Sis also does not wish to discuss. After all, we're a few puppets to him. He doesn't take them seriously. Pride comes from strength. Without strength, it is merely foolishness. You cannot hold a prejudice against me just because I have strength. As he spoke, Ziz's speed increased slightly, and a dense darkness gathered behind him, creating a large shadow that was terrifying, fierce, yet exceptionally elegant. As he strolled leisurely, the ninjutsu, striking from all around, could not even touch the hem of his clothes. He seemed like someone who did not belong to this world, incredibly composed in the midst of chaos. Scorpion's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Did you see that? Scorpion, this is the flaw of human puppets. Although they can also use ninjutsu, puppets are still puppets. Their sensitivity cannot compare to that of a living person. They're too slow. Perhaps they're sufficient to deal with ordinary people, but for real masters, especially for someone like me who excels in speed, such a slow pace is enough for me to kill you several times over. Sis shook his head, a slight sincerity in his smile. He was not lying. Puppets are still puppets. Even if they surpass the limits of ordinary puppets, they cannot disguise the artificial traces on them. With the current technology, no matter how the chakra strings are manipulated or what kind of mechanical materials are used, puppets cannot match the reaction speed and sensitivity of human nerves. Under Ziz's observation, every time a human puppet struck, there was a brief pause, which was the limitation of human puppets. Perhaps in lower-tier matches, they might be able to bully weaklings. But in the eyes of true masters, such subtle differences are undoubtedly fatal. Just like how the reincarnated Uchiha Madara believed he could not compare to a living being. Everything original is always better. Scorpion was not unaware of this truth, but the human puppet was his masterpiece, and having no predecessors to follow, he was undoubtedly at the forefront of this path. Unlike the third Kazekage, who was severely poisoned and had significantly reduced reaction speed and attack sensitivity, it was only natural for the puppet to keep up with his speed. But Sis was different. He was already extremely fast and was at the peak of his abilities, and the gap between the two was instantly revealed. The stronger the strength, the deeper the research into puppetry. In fact, the more Scorpion understood why his parents had been killed by White Fang, it was precisely because of reaction speed. Controlling a puppet and activating its mechanisms both require time. While White Fang's time to swing his sword is much shorter than the time it takes for a puppet master to manipulate the chakra strings. Thus, the failure was hardly surprising. Knowing is one thing, but correctly recognizing it is another. Before trying, he never thought this weakness would be so significant, to the extent that his puppet could not react at all. The corners of Ziz's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed he was not prepared to give Scorpion more time to think. With a flick of his long knife, 4 or 5 sharp blade lights were sent out, shattering the puppets in midair. It seems I win. Are you ready to come back with me, Scorpion? Back. Scorpion's expression suddenly became strange. How can I go back? I just killed the third Kazekage. You don't really think you can push me out of the Kazekage's position, do you? Sis shrugged slightly and glanced back at the increasingly distant Umbu. Why not? If I don't say anything, no one would dare to speak. I guarantee that I will bring them all under my command. As long as my teacher exerts some power, the position of Kazekage will be nothing but yours. Scorpion shook his head with a smile. Haven't I said it before? What I hate most is your self-righteousness. I know you, perhaps even better than you know yourself. Given that, do you really think I would have no defenses at all? As he spoke, a massive lead-like sphere came flying in from the edge of his vision. The immense power, even distorting the space around it. Tail Beast Bomb? Zaiza's pupils constricted, and his expression changed slightly. He had been careless. Too focused on bullying Scorpion to observe his surroundings. Is it here? Scorpion's expression suddenly became deranged. Tilting his head, he said, "Enjoy it well, Zais. This is the last grand gift I prepared for you, from the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z of Awagakure. The news of the Third's ambush was leaked by me. You know, you set up so many traps, but in the end, I won this round." Following that, he crushed a scroll, and a tall, black-haired puppet was pulled out. Experiment no. 1. Now Zaiza's expression truly changed. This blow was even greater than what the tailed beast bomb could bring. It was over. His place was definitely in trouble. From experiment number 1 down to those 20,000 Rio, probably none escaped. Scorpion entering the laboratory would likely be cleaner than an invasion. "Oh, have you realized?" Scorpion raised an eyebrow, being pulled away by the puppet while laughing. "Be sure to thank me, Zais. One laboratory in exchange for the shadow of a large village. You made a profit. The fourth Kazakage of Sunagakure is yours now." Chapter 206. This is a disdain and insult to my profession. Controlling the puppets with both hands, Scorpion's movements were extremely quick. He had to escape during the gap when Old Z arrived. According to the original plan, he intended to team up with Zais to eliminate the Four Tails Jinchuriki, then take the opportunity to ignite the Third Great Ninja War, achieving his goal of stirring up chaos. But now it seemed better to run. He had no idea how long Old Z could hold out against that guy. It was all those guys from Awagakure who weren't strong enough. Would it kill them to send out Inoki? Having two Kage die on the same day would indeed be a significant event that could shake the entire ninja world. Just one Four Tails Jinchuriki couldn't possibly fill that giant beast's mouth. However, that was none of his concern. Escaping was the more realistic option for him. As long as he could escape this small desert, he would be free as a bird in the sky and have fish leaping in the sea. A black and white pitcher plant would be waiting for him ahead. To be honest, being called out suddenly had left Zetsu perplexed. Scorpion's actions were completely like a casual game, and he had never made any earnest plans. Scorpion was too young. Even though he had good talent and a high status, at most, he could only add fuel to the fire when chaos arrived. But who would have thought that this casual game would move so quickly? It had been less than half a year since his last grave robbery, and Scorpion was already sending messages about assassinating the third Kazakage. Zetsu definitely held a reserved attitude toward this matter. It wasn't that he thought too highly of the third Kazakage, but rather that he looked down on Scorpion. A 13 or 14-year-old wanting to assassinate a Kage. Was he joking? If it were really that easy to assassinate a Kage, wouldn't the ninja world have been thrown into chaos long ago? In his heart, he felt disdain, almost letting out a cold laugh. The little ghost is really naive. He must have spent so many years plotting just to barely deceive a useful fool, truly thinking that playing some tricks and using some means could make him the mastermind behind the scenes? This is simply an insult to his expertise in darkness. He came with the intention of watching a joke and almost left with his jaw dropped. It turns out that this thing called shadow can really kill when it says it will. With a stiff expression, he had some doubts about Absolute. But anyway, it could be considered a good thing for the ninja world to be in chaos. After all, Uchihamadara is not too old to be unable to move. And if he gets serious, he can still fight for another 2 years. However, a new problem arose. Who would be Uchihamadara's heir? The child he originally had his eyes on is only over 10 years old and is not particularly clever. In his opinion, Uchiha Obito is still far from being suitable. It's troublesome, but those are all matters for later. He still has to hurry and escape with Scorpion and maybe sell a couple of corpses in the meantime. Who knows? Scorpion might be a promising new generation of underworld figures, but unfortunately, he still lacks a pair of Sharingan, which does not please Uchihamadara. Otherwise, it would really be perfect. Haha, where's the third Kazakage? Accompanied by the tailed beast bomb, Old Purple's roar came, deafening and shocking the entire Umbu. Sir, run. It's the Four Tails Jinchuriki from Awagakure. Seeing that Scythe remained motionless for a long time, Maki shouted loudly in his direction. Although he was not particularly fond of Scythe, he wasn't too stupid. Without Scythe, their strongest combat power, they would definitely not survive long. In the presence of the Four Tails Jinchuriki from the enemy, they really had no chance at all. At that point, death might become a luxury. They too wanted to dig out more secrets from the IWA shinobi, especially those with higher status. Scythe snorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Scorpion from afar, advancing rather than retreating, holding his knife in his right hand, and directly moving towards Old Purple. He was somewhat angry, but it was not because of Old Purple. Old Purple was merely the target of Scythe's misplaced anger due to his timing. However, it didn't matter. Scythe didn't plan to let him go anyway. It was just a matter of time. Putting aside past grudges, he was inherently curious about tailed beasts, but due to the threat of an old immortal, he had refrained from acting. However, that did not mean he would back down. Since they dared to come to him, he dared to gladly consume them. The darkness behind him tugged at him, dragging Scythe into the shadows with great speed. He resembled a shadow drifting outside the world, his left hand clawed. And endless black flames were drawn out from the crevices of the shadows. Blazing release. Overheated killing technique. A fire dragon howled, opening its massive mouth in midair, as if everything around would be devoured by it. Boom! Two giant energy masses collided violently, and the storm of flames and energy dispersed, as if a massive black hemisphere had been spread out from the ground. The dazzling spectacle was particularly eye-catching in the night, even from dozens of miles away. One could see this magnificent scene. The surrounding air rapidly heated up. The space was instantly scorched and distorted, and the ground trembled as if a huge hole had opened up in the vast distance, with hot magma flowing beneath. Fortunately, it wasn't detonated in the city. Otherwise, this single strike would have been enough to turn an entire city into hell on earth. The Umbu ran faster and farther until they stopped in a daze, their pupils slightly dilated, their expressions blank, and their legs trembling uncontrollably. They didn't actually know how powerful this strike was, nor did they know who was stronger between Old Purple and Scorpion. But one thing they were absolutely clear about was that the impression of this strike was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Dust and sand rose around them, obscuring the sky, as if a sudden sandstorm had arrived. Even the power of mortals can sometimes rival the might of nature. A long knife extended from the shadows, and Scythe waved his right hand, creating a fierce wind that tore a giant hole in the sandstorm, revealing a pair of deep, dark eyes. Old Purple, you are seeking your own death. His slender and explosive body twisted in the air, falling from the sky and slashing with a massive blade of light. As sharp as a cold moon, everyone felt its edge from a distance, and Old Purple was no exception. The muscles on Old Purple's face twisted. His beard and eyebrows were a mess, and he looked somewhat horrified. Scythe's carelessness was nothing compared to his. He was truly careless. Not only careless, but had completely fallen into someone else's trap. How could such a great Buddha be hidden here? Moreover, it seemed he had bullied this Buddha not long ago. Old Purple, run. You are not his opponent. The four-tailed son Wukong, hidden within Old Purple, suddenly began to howl loudly. He sensed a familiarity from Scythe, as if something equally terrifying was hidden within Scythe's body, something that could even surpass the Nine Tails. He couldn't see the figure of that unknown entity, apart from endless tentacles and a gigantic spiral shell. He seemed to see nothing else. It was a mass of darkness, a void. Chapter 207. Four-Tails Scythe suddenly frowned. He had just sensed a probing presence, one that saw through him from head to toe, including his innermost thoughts. The surrounding black mist began to surge and boil. As the ruler of darkness, how could he, who placed himself high upon a throne, be probed intermittently? The Four-Tails was not the first, and though he had no relevant memories, he felt inexplicably annoyed, as if someone was not only looking at his body, but also coveting it. This could not be tolerated. If even bugs had the right to probe the body of a dragon, then the dragon was no longer a dragon, especially since this was an unparalleled evil dragon hidden deep in hell. A sound resembling both an elephant's trumpet and a conch echoed from the darkness, sharp and piercing, sending shivers down the spine, even from a distance. What is that? Absolute, who was fleeing rapidly with Scorpion, suddenly stopped, looking up in Scythe's direction. Fear, rare on his black and white face, emerged. He felt a threat from the black mist, a deadly threat. Fear, doubt, curiosity. Countless emotions surged in his heart simultaneously, and he had never lost composure like this since his birth. This was impossible. He must have felt wrong. He was the embodiment of his mother's will. The creation of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the god of creation in the ninja world, the ancestor of chakra. Even Uchiha Madara could only be toyed with in his palm. How could he sense a deadly threat in the poor mountains of the Land of Wind? He must have been mistaken, absolutely. The non-existent heart in his chest suddenly thumped, and that deadly killing intent showed no sign of diminishing. Absolute's face began to twist horribly, glaring fiercely at Scythe without daring to look back, fleeing toward the edge of the desert, looking as pathetic as a beaten Shar-Pei. This place was too strange. It could even induce hallucinations. Haha, I'm going crazy. I must be going crazy. Old Purple's body involuntarily trembled, as if he had unleashed an incredibly terrifying monster, baring its teeth and wishing to tear him to pieces at any moment. The muscles on his face twisted into a mass, and deep within, he was roaring and growling. Look at him. Just look at him. Clearly he is the Jinchuriki. He is the one standing at the top of the ninja world, the most ferocious beast. What exactly is this guy who suddenly appeared in the darkness? How dare he provoke the tailed beasts? I want you dead. Old Purple yelled loudly. His originally human form began to rapidly swell. A bright red, translucent coat quickly crawled all over his body. A fierce and brutal aura spread out. He was originally the main character on this battlefield, but compared to that existence in the darkness that couldn't even reveal its form, he felt pitifully small. Roar! Opening his big mouth, for blood-red tail swayed left and right in the air. On this land, there was no longer the Four Tails Jinchuriki Old Purple. Only the Four Tails Sun Wukong. I had no desire to fight you, but since Old Purple insists, then I will fight you. Anyway, you can't truly descend, can you? Breaking free from the seal, the Four Tails became arrogant instead, his whole body filled with wildness. Every inch of muscle seemed to contain explosive power. Unlike being in Old Purple's body, the freed Four Tails felt invincible. His perception ability increased exponentially. He could feel the power that could tear him to shreds. But he could also sense that the guy on the opposite side seemed to have quite a few problems. It was like an outer path magic statue that had its chakra drained, possessing a powerful shell, but lacking the strength to match it. Although still powerful, it was definitely not as strong as he imagined. The huge beast mouth opened. Chakra within the Four Tails surged up and down, mixing the yin and yang in a ratio of 2 to 8, and in just the blink of an eye, it compressed into a super high-density spherical object in the air. Bang! Cracks appeared on the surrounding spatial walls, and suddenly, the tailed beast ball, infused with a destructive aura, surpassed the speed of sound. Looking up, Zeiss frowned slightly, raised his hand and pointed, and 2 black, giant pythons that were still spitting tongues poked their heads out from the darkness. This time they were surprisingly huge, as if responding to the anger of the unknown entity behind them. Just one black python was almost the size of the entire Four Tails. Size doesn't represent everything, but when it reaches a certain point, even just flipping over or moving a finger is enough to cause mountains to collapse and the earth to shake. The lips of the Four Tails twitched, and his monkey face covered in red fur displayed a human-like gaze. What on earth is this thing? His pupils constricted. It seemed he had never looked up to anyone before, but today he truly felt the need to look up at that massive figure in the black mist. It was simply too big, so big that he felt that even the 10 tails wouldn't be much different. Hissed, the snake tongue flicked out, and one of the giant pythons opened its mouth, revealing sharp hooks that were very conspicuous in the eyes of the Four Tails, densely packed, definitely capable of tearing a monkey to shreds. Boom! Burp! The tailed beast ball exploded in the giant python's belly, and it opened its mouth, letting out a satisfied burp. The Four Tails began to hesitate, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. This must be a trick, right? Ever since Senju Hashirama and Uchiyamadara died, could anyone still play with the tailed beast ball like a ball? No, that's not right. This time it's even worse than a ball. It's simply a ball of dough. The Four Tails suddenly felt like crying. Clearly, he had just emerged from Old Purple's body. Why did he have to face such a freak? This time, he really felt he had lost big, and he might even have to die once. Although he could be resurrected, dying was still very painful, okay? Moreover, good tailed beasts are common, but good Jinchuriki are not. And whether he could encounter someone like Old Purple again was completely uncertain. The muscles on his face twitched. There's no way out. Since I don't want to change Jinchuriki, then let me fight you and see if your 2 broken mudfish are truly unstoppable. Humph! Zeiss grunted, his power stemming from darkness. So he would actively respond to the anger of the dark. In an instant, nearly all the power in his body surged out, the darkness filling the sky like a sea pouring down from above, making it hard to breathe. Even he didn't expect the power within his body to be so immense. For ordinary people, the chakra within the tailed beast body could be considered endless, but for the 9 tails, the other 8 tailed beasts seemed to be nothing much. However, in Zeiss's view, the 9 tails might just be like that. His right hand extended, the darkness swirling around him pressed down, and 2 black, earthly giant pythons rushed out, exposing their sharp fangs. The beast roared thunderously, and then it was time for beasts to fight beasts. Chapter 208. I will always profit from blood. End of this volume. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and a cool breeze blows. In the land of wind, today is another rare good day, perfect for sightseeing. The desert in the night is particularly rich in charm. Roar! Suddenly, A piercing beast roar came from deep within the desert. That massive roar was enough to instill fear from the heart. It was the apex predator of the food chain. Even wild wolves, fierce tigers, lions, and the killer whales in the depths of the ocean could only lower their heads and tremble in the face of that beast roar. That is the strongest weapon in the ninja world, the tailed beast. Maki looked up at the sky. His muscles trembled from head to toe. The fear penetrated into his soul, as if carved into his bones. That is not a power that humans can contend with. Only monsters can fight monsters. He couldn't help but begin to doubt and wonder how humans had tamed the tailed beasts. Roar. The beast roar interrupted his thoughts. The howls exploded in his ears like sonic booms, penetrating his eardrums until blood flowed. Dust rose. It was the battle between beasts under the moonlight. The massive shadows nearly obscured the moon. Bloody, brutal, it made one's blood boil and heart race, involuntarily immersing them in that strange, enchanting beauty. The black mist surged. It was something more suitable for obscuring the moon than shadows, spreading around like a pitch-black curtain, eager to swallow light, vision, and human life together. Scrape. Claws scraped across scales, a noisy and piercing sound. The black claws collided violently with the steel-like scales, followed by sparks flying, bringing a hint of brightness in the darkness. The completely tailed beastified Old Purple fought with the giant python in the desert like a real ape, his eyes bloodshot, arms tightly coiled around the snake's body, and sharp fangs as sharp as daggers bit down, leaving a large gash on the giant python. Black blood splattered out, turning into thick black smoke in midair before dissipating. The giant python did not scream. Just like Zai's, it only let out a simple grunt. Despite feeling the pain, when the scales broke, there was no need to shout. Suddenly, the giant python pressed down, its long snake body like a steel whip made of black iron, with immense force, slammed the four-tails monkey head into the sand with a clang, leaving him dizzy and producing a loud sound of metal clashing. Shaking his head, the four-tails was almost dazed by Zai's blow. Supporting himself with both hands on the ground, he struggled to get up. "You're going to die." A furious roar erupted from his mouth, and it seemed he was completely triggered. Chakra surged from every part of his body, and he instinctively wanted to launch a tailed beast ball at close range once again. But the Sith clearly did not intend to give him a chance. After a successful strike, the next attack followed immediately, resulting in another violent collision, with the four-tails head almost being pressed deep into the sandpile. This was just the beginning. Opening its large mouth, the venomous fangs shot out like steel needles from the upper jaw and bit down on the four-tails tail, injecting a rich, corrosive darkness akin to poison into its body. Roar. The cries became increasingly tragic, and its strength was continuously being suppressed. Killing one monkey with two snakes seemed to be easier than imagined. As the vision in its eyes swayed, the four-tails caught off guard, found the massive python's strong body coiling around it. The snake twisted, muscles tensed, and the sound of bones cracking filled the air. Crack! A sound erupted, followed by a series of cracking noises like an avalanche. From its arms to its waist, then to its legs, the once arrogant wild monkey was nearly coiled into a soft-bodied creature by the giant python. With its mouth agape, the four-tails had lost the strength to howl. Its huge red eyes fixated on the Sith below, the emotions in them unclear. Was it hatred or fear? "You, what exactly are you?" it asked the Sith with difficulty, saliva dripping from its mouth, its body feeling faint, as if it would dissipate into the thick night at any moment. "Me?" The Sith raised an eyebrow and tilted its head. "As you can see, I'm just an ordinary sand ninja." The four-tails gave the Sith a meaningful look as the crimson chakra cloak faded away, revealing the figure of Old Purple. The remaining chakra was no longer enough to fully support its tailed beast transformation. Its eyes returned to rationality, and it was even prepared to die once. Deep down, it made a silent determination. As long as the Sith was alive, it vowed not to come out of the mountains, preferring to suppress its nature and hide in the deep woods for decades rather than causing chaos while the Sith was still alive. ISNT, it's just a human? Not a big deal. Human lifespans are so short, it'll pass in no time. Think of how glorious Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were back in the day. Weren't they all turned into piles of bones in the end? Thinking this, a hint of ruthlessness arose in the four-tails' heart. Once the Sith passed away, it would definitely hold a dance party over the grave, not using a human pillar-esque body, but its own, and it would dance properly on the Sith's grave using the tailed beast's body. Cough, cough. Old Purple opened his eyes again. This time the body was controlled by a human, no longer the ferocious, bloodthirsty beast. Looking back, the elite shinobi from Awagakure who had come with him had completely vanished, with only a few clumps of blood and mud vaguely visible, leaving him uncertain of how many had survived. His eyes were filled with desolation, unsure how much was for others and how much was for himself. Lowering his gaze, he found himself suspended in the air by black tendrils, perfectly aligned with the Sith's position. He managed to force a smile, and after the rage, he had rarely returned to calm. You won, but I haven't lost. Iwagakure has only lost an inconsequential four-tails Jinchuriki. But you, Sunagakure, have lost a Kage. Inoki will take revenge for me. Absolutely. A village without even a Kage, a scattered mass, is definitely no match for us, IWA ninja. Heh. The Sith scoffed disdainfully, offering no further explanation, and simply plunged a hand into Old Purple's chest. Blood spilled out, and Old Purple's pupils constricted as he stared intently at the Sith's face. The Sith's voice was haunting, like a cold spring from the depths of the earth. Don't be too naive. Some debts aren't that simple to settle. One Kazekage for a tailed beast's eternal death. Who gains and who loses? Blood-soaked, Old Purple's vision began to blur, his mouth opening and closing as if questioning. How? Is that possible? How could tailed beast die? The corners of the Sith's mouth curled up. An endless darkness surged like a long snake into Old Purple's chest wound. The Four Tails, who had already prepared for death, began to howl in fury, its voice trembling with fear. How did you get in? Get out now. What exactly are you? The invading darkness spread like sludge in Old Purple's consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, the Four Tails lost its footing. The more it struggled, the deeper the black mud dragged it down. A bubble rose in the black mud, and the Four Tails, along with the chain and monkey, was pulled into the Sith's body, never to make another sound. Although it wasn't dead yet, digestion was only a matter of time. Burp! The Sith let out a satisfied burp and casually discarded Old Purple's corpse. The previously distant Maki and others had somehow gathered back, their faces pale, their pupils flickering, looking somewhat unsettled. And Master, has the Four Tails Jinchuriki from Awagakure died? Maki asked cautiously, glancing at Old Purple, fearing that he might end up like him if he wasn't careful. The Sith expressionlessly nodded, offering no reply. It was an obvious matter. He gazed towards the horizon, as if seeing the entire ninja world ablaze. He sighed deeply and turned around. Let us go back. The war is about to begin, and this time no one will escape. Chapter 209. Afternoon at Marineford. A few seagulls flew by, and the air was filled with a lazy and peaceful atmosphere. This was the Marine headquarters, Marineford. More than a month had passed since the end of the Paramount War, and this sanctuary in the hearts of countless Marines had finally begun to radiate vitality once again. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew, making it seem as if nothing had ever happened. However, the memories of the battle would not be so easily forgotten. With a slight twitch of the nose, one could still catch a whiff of the faint smell of blood and gunpowder. Every corner of this city bore the scars left by that battle. Some things may be forgotten over time, but others would not, just like wounds. Just like the obsidian Long Street in the center of the square. It hadn't always been like this. It was once just a simple square paved with granite. However, after suffering the destruction of Whitebeard and the restoration by Akainu, it had taken on a distinctly unique character. Just like that Long Street, many things in this city were new and unfamiliar. This city was starting to become unrecognizable even to itself. But did that matter? This world is too complex and chaotic, constantly in a state of upheaval. After Whitebeard's death, how many could still see themselves clearly? Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded from the high-level sanatorium in Marineford. Gumin, a robust voice, came from within the room. Dropping the rag, the Sith waved his hands, then sheathed the long knife he had been wiping. He looked up, revealing a face as cold and sharp as if chiseled from stone. Having experienced growth through adversity, he appeared much more mature than before. Of course, his maturity was not just in temperament. There were many aspects. The fall of the Whitebeard pirates was like a massive whale fall, feeding countless. If this had been in the past, he wouldn't have qualified to be hospitalized in a place like this. This was the sanatorium in Marineford, though it was as dilapidated as a shabby shack, leaky in sunny weather, and leaking in rainy weather. Did he care about the building? No, what he valued was face. After a great war, 9 out of 10 lieutenant generals were injured, and the remaining one might well be a general. Those who could stay here were basically all high-ranking naval officers. He had effectively caught up with the gap of decades with others in one go, transforming from small soldier into a player stirring up the winds and clouds on the sea. marking a qualitative difference. When one person achieves greatness, even the chickens and dogs rise to the occasion. Not only him, but even the long knife in his hand became famous far and wide, earning the notorious reputation of the blood song. This could be considered the fulfillment of one of Victor's wishes. However, this was not the most exaggerated part. The most exaggerated was Blackbeard Teach. The Blackbeard who made a crazy appearance during the Marineford War is now the brightest star in the New World. Whether in territory or manpower, his influence expands daily, and he's just a step away from the title of Emperor of the Sea. Hey, my boy, are you missing your dear, Officer Clara? Bang! The solid wooden door was pushed open with great force, and Clara swaggered in, walking with a bold gait that could be likened to a tiger or perhaps a crab. In his hand was a bottle of red wine, and, as he grinned, his big gold tooth shone, his smile still as distinctive as ever, capable of lowering the overall attractiveness of those around him. With his head held high and nostrils almost touching the sky, he couldn't wait to tell everyone that he was the deputy of Sis. Although he would not use Sis's name to do anything illegal, boasting isn't against the law, right? This kid had grown up under his watch. Sis twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. He was quite happy that his subordinates could treat him with a normal mindset. But could this guy show him a bit more respect? He was now a big shot whose slightest stomp could shake the seas. Could he not be a little more serious? All right, stop pretending. Just put on a show in front of outsiders. We're all on the same side here. Doesn't it tire you to keep that stern face? Clara waved his hand in front of Sis, revealing several scars on his arm. He had participated in the Marineford War and didn't dare to mix in the Corps circle, only suffering some minor injuries, leaving him with a couple of scars. They were not remarkable, but he didn't embarrass the joint forces or his father, so he considered himself lucky to have gone to the battlefield intact and returned whole. Clara rummaged through Sis's room without any politeness and pulled out 2 chipped glass cups, filling them to the brim. He held one in his hand and handed the other to Sis. I'll come to terms with it. Once you're on the battlefield, nothing matters anymore. No matter who you are, death is inevitable. Surviving is all about luck. Those with good luck soar high, while those with bad luck die in the mud. And no one will even come to collect their bodies. People like us rarely have a good ending, so why not drink to the moment? Come, let us toast. Not for anything else, but for the fact that both of us are still alive today. Sis took the wine, glanced at him sideways, and it seemed this guy had indeed grown quite a bit. He raised his cup and took a gulp. Sis smacked his lips. It was good wine, better than anything he had ever drunk before. Wiping the corner of his mouth that was stained with wine, this man seemed to let go of everything when he drank. Whether it was the high and mighty authority or the self-proclaimed elegant restraint, once a person drank, they all became the same, saying whatever came to mind, free-spirited. It was pointless to always carry caution and malice. Let's talk about the situation of the joint forces. How many have sacrificed? Seeing the wounds on Clara's body, Sis couldn't help but think of those members of the joint forces who were forcibly sent to the battlefield by Regans, trying to carve out a bright future for themselves. They were just scraps pulled from the 4 seas. How could they be considered elites? Some officers from her second-rate forces might not even compare to ordinary non-commissioned officers from Marineford. If they died, they would definitely die in vain. They were cannon fodder from the very beginning and could only be cannon fodder. The battlefield was for the strong. It was a slaughterhouse for ordinary people. As Clara drank deeply, his face turned slightly red, and his eyes carried an indescribable melancholy. Many had died. When they arrived, everyone was quite happy, much like young people going on a spring outing, believing the war would end soon, thinking that leaving the small pond of the 4 seas would lead to a bright future. But many even had a moment to catch a glimpse of this world before they died on the battlefield. Looking up Clara's side, they were just a group of ordinary people, possibly seen as mud loaches in the eyes of the monsters in the New World. They knew nothing and mistakenly thought that the white beard pirates were just a rabble. Chapter 210, with a sharp blade. The killing intent arises the wine in hand was poured 1 cup after another as Clara shook his head. I'm not saying they can't die. Once you become a Navy and set sail, don't fantasize about retiring peacefully. Dying an untimely death is our norm. But they should die like this. They should die more like men, not as cannon fodder for someone else's promotion. That's just wrong. Sis sighed, patting Clara on the shoulder with his right hand, softly comforting him. All right, Regans is dead now, isn't? Yeah, Regans is dead, Clara echoed with a sigh, suddenly looking up with eyes sharp as swords, piercing right into Sis's heart. Regans is dead, but what about you? You're now the commander of the joint forces. Can you guarantee that you won't send the joint forces as cannon fodder? A lump caught in Sis's throat, and he froze in place. Regan's wasn't here to reminisce or to check on him. He was here with some political considerations. Indeed, such words shouldn't come from a subordinate like me. But I see ambition in your eyes, far greater than Regan's is, a sharp blade in hand, the killing intent arising. Can you guarantee you want to become someone like Regan's? Clara stepped closer, gripping Sis's wrist with his right hand, continuing to press on with a serious expression. Sis narrowed his eyes, straightened his face. Since Clara was already saying this, if he didn't give some response, he probably wouldn't be able to lead this team anymore. You should know me, Clara. Using the lives of subordinates to build my own future is something only the weak and cowardly would do. Though I'm not yet strong. I haven't fallen to that extent. Oh, really? Regan's looked up at the sky, then suddenly shifted his tone, his voice still sharp. But what if one day we have no way to avoid it and must face death? Then I will make sure you understand your death, that it is more meaningful, and go without regrets, and then I will avenge you. Sis's expression darkened, his gaze steady, locking eyes with Clara. There were some things he couldn't promise, and being honest was all he could offer. Clara chuckled lightly, leaning slightly, resting his hands on the railing by the window, his eyes gazing at the clouds in the sky, seeming to drift into a trance. Yet his lips kept moving up and down. Let us die with clarity, die more meaningfully. This truly has your style. Only someone completely insane could say such things. But enough of that. My lord, please remember what you said. If one day you wanted to go to my death, don't keep me in the dark. Living in confusion is a blessing, but when it comes to dying, one must do so with clarity. Zeiss furrowed his brows. He realized he had never fully seen through the man before him, while Clara's brow relaxed. Don't overthink it. My lord, we are not forcing you to promise us a bright future. We just don't want to die without understanding like last time. As for now, we still have a bit of business to discuss. With that, he raised an eyebrow and pulled out a leather file from his suit lining, handing it over to Zeiss. Congratulations, you've been promoted 3 ranks. You are now a rear admiral in the Navy and the senior prosecutor of Justice Island. This is not the former empty position. You have real power and a formal appointment. Zeiss shot him a meaningful glance. Was this a test? He took the file, opened it, and his previously scattered attention immediately focused. Rustle. The papers flipped, and Zeiss rapidly read the contents. Joint Forces Reorganization Plan, tentatively fully staffed with 3,000 personnel, 10 warships. Establishing a new base in a new world, with the highest command led by Justice Island. There was nothing wrong with the text, but the content was quite significant. Although not every warship was the type with a full crew of 800, deploying 10 warships at once was enough to initiate a small-scale demon-slaying order, which was a bold move for a newly formed second-rate force. Moreover, the base was not placed elsewhere, but directly in the New World. What kind of place is the New World? It's a place where entering can turn one into a dead loach. Has Justice Island become overconfident? He did not go to the New World to be someone else's nanny. With such a big step, weren't they afraid of repercussions? No. Zeiss's mind quickly turned around, a hint of a cold smile appearing on his face. Indeed, this was not a simple reorganization plan. It was the world government's division of the Navy. Since the highest command was completely given to Justice Island, everything made sense. Big moves require heads to fill the numbers. As long as the 3,000 people drawn are no longer weaklings from all corners, but elite forces cultivated by the Navy over the years, and with him added in, it seemed not entirely impossible to gain a foothold in the New World. The world government aimed to use the Navy's backbone to support an armed force that could rival it, an armed force not under the Navy but under Justice Island, an equally ranked institution. Shaking his head, Zeiss let out a disdainful sneer. Truly, the world government was still playing these convoluted games in this day and age. What? Is there something wrong with the document? Clara leaned in to ask. Zeiss casually handed over the document, his eyes full of contempt. He muttered about the Joint Forces Reorganization Plan, but the text only conveyed the notion of checks and balances, suggesting that the motives of Justice Island and the world government were not pure. Clara frowned, flipping through it carefully twice. Realizing that Justice Island might take action against the Navy's carefully cultivated elites, but she couldn't see what the checks and balances were about. Justice Island might be slightly overbearing, but checks and balances, surely not? As for why not? Without the backing of the world government, would Justice Island dare to reach out casually? This time they wanted elites, and they were even taking away the highest command. If there wasn't some kind of conspiracy, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. What do you say? Zeiss shrugged and slumped against the wall. As a prosecutor from Justice Island, do you know the inside story of this war's ceasefire? The inside story of the ceasefire? What could there be? It's just that the world government is afraid of heavy Navy casualties, reducing losses, right? Huh. Afraid of heavy casualties? Think about Ruijins, think about Spandam, think about Spandang. This is the style that high-ranking officials of the world government have always upheld. Reducing casualties? Would you believe it if I told you? Clara narrowed her eyes, her expression beginning to turn sour. To be honest, the quality of the high-ranking officials of the world government was truly touching. Such words could only deceive ordinary people. The one who holds the upper hand is not the pirates, but us, the Navy. If it weren't for a decree from the world government, do you believe we could keep Red-Haired Shanks and Blackbeard Teach in Marineford together? Zeiss glanced at Clara, sneering. Clara's expression grew increasingly silent. He had been to the top war, so he naturally knew the Navy held the upper hand, but being on the fringes, he didn't realize just how significant the Navy's advantage was. Eliminating 2 emperors and a candidate for emperor all at once. He could hardly imagine the meaning behind that. The end of the great pirate era was entirely within reach, yet the world government let such a great opportunity slip away, and the implications were troubling. What benefits did the pirates give the world government, that they would protect Shanks so much, as if fearing the end of the great pirate era? It seems you've realized it too, my friend. Zeiss patted Clara's shoulder, his expression full of disdain. The world government isn't afraid of anything else. They are afraid of the end of the great pirate era. Everyone says the Revolutionary Army is the greatest enemy of the world government. But is that really the case? Without pirates, the Navy becomes the world government's greatest enemy. Unmatched prestige, influence spread across the world, and the strongest military power of the age, that is the Navy. It's hard to imagine that such a powerful force is merely a subordinate institution of the world government. Once the pirates are gone to distract the Navy's attention, would the Navy really remain as loyal as today? Would the world government still be the world government? Or could the Navy become the new world government? Clara's face suddenly changed, his pale complexion showing no hint of color. He was not an ignorant person. He received elite education at Justice Island as well, but even so, Justice Island had never taught him such rebellious words. The world government has been established for hundreds of years, with power covering every aspect of this world. Even the 3 major institutions under the world government only dare to think about how to dig for more power from the world government. Replaced? That is something they have never contemplated or dared to think about. Clara's expression stiffened, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before leaning closer. Lowering his voice to say, "No way. That's the world government. Those are the celestial dragons. How would the Navy dare?" Umph. Zeiss chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Don't be so naive. You need to understand what the essence of the world government is. Is it a place to resolve disputes between nations? Is it a guardian that maintains the stability of the common people's lives? No, it is neither. The core interest of the world government is the interest of the celestial dragons, as well as that of high-ranking officials like Spandam. The reason the world government is that it possesses the most powerful military force in the world. Once other powers have enough strength to compete with it, and if it also has prestige abroad and faith at home, do you think the Navy won't have new demands? Even if they don't, do you think the world government would believe them? If the world government wanted to take action against the Navy, would the high-ranking officials of the Navy easily accept their fate? Clara's face changed drastically, as if struck by a heavy blow. It wasn't that he hadn't thought through the intricacies. He just didn't want to accept it in his heart. If it truly came to that point, it wouldn't be a matter of whether the Navy wanted to rebel. They would have to rebel whether they wanted to or not. Not rebelling would mean death. A lion's den cannot accommodate 2 lion kings. If the conflict between pirates and the Navy disappears, then the conflict between the Navy and the world government would escalate to a fundamental contradiction. This is human nature. As for the Revolutionary Army, let alone that Sis looks down on them, they're simply too weak, lacking both theory and program, let alone faith. They do not have the conditions to wrestle with the Navy. Who are their friends? Who are their enemies? Who will they try to win over? It doesn't matter if they are weak. The key issue is whether they can find their own positioning to win over a large group and strike down a small number. Only in this way does the Revolutionary Army have a slim chance of success. But the current reality is not like that. Compared to the Revolutionary Army, the Navy, which primarily aims to combat pirates, better represents the demands of the vast majority of people. As long as this problem is not resolved, the Revolutionary Army cannot be called a revolution. They are just a group of idealists lost in their fantasies. So what should we do? Gritting his teeth, Clara couldn't help but ask Sis. This matter was simply too large, too overwhelming for him to know how to handle it. What should we do? Of course, we should recruit personnel according to the arrangements of Judicial Island. What else can we do? Sis shrugged, spreading his hands, saying it nonchalantly. Sis didn't care, but he did care. People who only say half and leave half are truly despicable. With such a significant matter, can't you take a bit more seriously? Clara finally couldn't help but complain. Stay calm. Stay calm. The world government has already taken action, right? Sis shook his head and sighed. It was just that Clara didn't know his ambition to replace the world government. Otherwise, he would have had a heart attack. Wouldn't he? Balance. That is the truth behind the world government's emphasis on balance over the years. They don't care how many civilians die, nor do they care about the harm caused by the Great Pirate Era. They're more concerned about whether the seat beneath them is stable. Because of this, they let go of the incense burner Sis abroad and supported Judicial Island and the Navy in fighting each other domestically. All to avoid a monopoly. This is what is commonly referred to as the Emperor's Heart. Huh. Hearing Sis' words, Clara actually felt relieved. He didn't particularly like the world government's bad practices, but he was afraid that the world would change too quickly and he wouldn't keep up. He tried to suppress his excited heart and slightly restrained his expression. It seems that things will end here, right? Not necessarily. It still depends on whether we are strong enough. If we do not have enough ambition and cannot bring enough powerful military force to Judicial Island, then balance will only be talk. This world ultimately is one that values strength, and without strength, one cannot move an inch. Clara nodded. I understand now. I will go find the Navy for warships and strive to set up the base in the new world as soon as possible. Wait. Sis raised his right hand, interrupting him. This matter is not urgent. There are a few people I want to invite. Saying this, Sis' smile suddenly turned strange. This invitation probably wasn't for anything good. Invite whom? Clara frowned and asked. CP9, I'm quite interested in those guys. Chapter 212. Don't be too cold to your own people. CP9? What do you want them for? Clara frowned. He had a bad impression of CP9, a group of useless people who lost Judicial Island killing machines. Sis seemed to see Clara's disdain and shook his head. Don't let personal emotions cloud your judgment. In this matter, Teach sees things more clearly than I do. In the new world, having powerful companions is very important. The word companions was emphasized by Sis, his expression somewhat strange. Regarding the matter of recruiting people, Sis had thought about it for a long time. If he wanted to take down Blackbeard, he couldn't do it without a few people helping him share the pressure, especially when there was no absolute gap in strength between him and Teach. If surrounded, he could only face defeat. But who to recruit became a new problem. Should he dig people directly from the Navy? Not to mention whether others are willing to leave. Even if they are willing, the Navy might not be willing to let them go. He needed to find those with a clean background, strong strength, and even greater potential. He went through a lot of information, and in the end, only a few like CP9 and Trafalgar Law barely caught his attention. Both groups had one commonality. They had a criminal record, but it wasn't to the extent of being irredeemable. This level was just right for him. Purely clean people, like a blank sheet of paper, were not within his reach. Either they held key positions in various Navy agencies or were too weak for him to consider. He wanted those who could rival the strength of the 7 warlords in a short time. However, these people were either already taken or had committed heinous acts. Or like the Straw Hat Kid, were just reckless. He didn't have many choices. After a long consideration, he decided to relax his criteria for selection and give CP9 a chance for reemployment. As for their minor issues, Sis believed that wasn't a problem. As long as they were willing to work hard, he could help them overcome them one by one. Once they followed, it wouldn't matter. The key was that they were willing to reason. Sis loved to reason with people. Clara maintained a serious expression, thought for a while, and finally nodded. Strength was indeed very important, and without strength, they would be completely unable to move in the new world. He let out a slight sigh. All right, I understand. But they are currently wanted criminals, Judicial Island. They will agree. Sis smirked, interrupting Clara's words. The world government wants to balance the strength of the Navy, and Judicial Island wants greater power. They all need me. I am an insurmountable hurdle for them. As long as my demands are not too excessive, they will meet them. Moreover, this matter is inherently beneficial to them. The only one I offend is Spandam, which isn't a big deal. Yes, just a clown. All right. Since that's the case, I will handle it now. Clara nodded slightly, not asking further. The matter had been made quite clear, and continuing to ask would only make him seem incompetent. The logic was there, rather than continue to dwell on Judicial Island's attitude. It was better to think about how to use Sis' privileges to exchange for more budget from Judicial Island. After speaking, Clara turned and left Sis' hospital room. The surroundings returned to silence, and Sis' fingers continued to tap on the edge of the bed, his eyes gazing at the sky, shadows gathering in his gaze. It's coming. It's coming, Blackbeard. Once I have gathered my team, I'll come to take your life. Clouds gather and disperse, and suddenly, The temperature in the air seems to drop a few degrees. Marine Ford, the office of the Marine Admiral. Knock knock. Come. The sound of knocking echoed, and Sengoku raised his head, his originally resolute face showing signs of aging. Only a month had passed, yet he seemed much older, his hair turning gray. The world government was truly disappointing in some aspects. This era of great pirates should have been ended by him personally. Those good-for-nothing individuals ruined his efforts. They cared for nothing but how much profit they could gain for themselves. Damn it, the world government would eventually be destroyed by them one day. Clenching his fists, Sengoku gritted his teeth in silent resentment, but that expression only lasted a moment before he quickly returned to calmness. This was no longer his concern. He was about to step back to the second line with Garp, and who the new Marine Admiral would be was uncertain. However, he personally wanted Kazan to take over, as he was the one recommended from above, but the call for Akainu was also quite high. It was indeed a tricky situation. Admiral, a civilian staff member of the Navy, walked in, carrying a pile of documents, and bowed to him. Sengoku slightly nodded, signaling him to put down the documents, and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "It's a document from the world government. They are requesting our assistance in rebuilding the joint forces on Judicial Island and establishing a new garrison base in the New World." New World? Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly. His instincts were sharp, and he instantly caught the key point of this matter, his expression turning grim. Could they not go a day without scheming against each other? He exhaled a breath of frustration and continued with a serious face. Who does Judicial Island plan to have take over this newly established force? The Navy is always in a weak position before the world government. Sometimes, even knowing it's a trap, they have no choice but to jump in. However, there are differences in how they jump. There are policies from above and countermeasures below. They can't just throw away all their treasures. Sometimes, it depends on who to bet on. The civilian officer beside him thought for a moment and replied, "It is the newly appointed senior prosecutor, Lord Sis, from Judicial Island." Senior prosecutor Sis? No, that is Rear Admiral Sis. Do you understand? From now on, he must be called this way. Sengoku warned with a serious expression, and the Navy officer beside him was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, nodding and smiling. "I understand, Admiral. It is Rear Admiral Sis." Correct. Sengoku nodded slightly in satisfaction, then scoffed. Those guys on Judicial Island are truly naive. Have they read so much that they've become foolish? Do they really think that just because of a senior prosecutor's position, they can win over Sis? He's been a Navy officer for so many years, with a foster father in the Navy and relatives and friends in the Navy. Such bonds are not so easily severed. Saying this, he smiled and turned to say, "By the way, there's one more thing. You will help me draft a document later to transfer Colonel Victor from the West Sea Branch 177 to headquarters temporarily. Let him report to the training camp for now." "Yes." The civilian officer standing next to Sengoku also grinned. The people from Judicial Island are still too young. When it comes to building connections, they are far behind the Admiral. "Oh, right. Regarding the request from the world government. Approve it. We can't treat our own people too poorly." "Yes." Chapter 213. The Spring Queen City. St. Popular. About 3 or 4 days passed, and before Sengoku could gather all his personnel, Sis made a brief visit to the high-ranking officials of the Navy, took a ship, and set sail, heading straight for the Spring Queen City, St. Popular. The Spring Queen City, St. Popular, is a city shrouded in spring rain all year round, with scenery different from the outside world, much like Water 7. Although the place is nice, it is remote, with no military strategic points along the way. And unlike Glamour Tesalo, it is not a place of indulgence, so it has not attracted too much attention from the world government and the Navy. From the perspective of a hiding place, Rob Lucci and the others had made a good choice. However, it was only a good choice. Individual strength seems too fragile in front of the vast world government. Perhaps they themselves have not realized this. But someone from Judicial Island had long since leaked specific information to Sis. If one were to say that Sis really put in a lot of effort to investigate, that would be unfair. There were others who had ulterior motives to find them, even wanting to take their lives. After the Judicial Island incident, CP9 had taken the blame for Spandam, and if no one wanted to silence them, that would be abnormal. Some matters didn't even require him to investigate personally. He could just use the investigation results of Spandam. Strictly speaking, Spandam had indeed done him a huge favor, not only sending people, but also providing clues. If he had the chance to meet, he would definitely thank him properly. Not to mention anything else, he would definitely give him a makeover. How much longer? Standing at the bow of the ship, Sis crossed his arms, a piece of candy cigarette in his mouth, and turned to ask the navigator beside him. These days had been suffocating for him. just staying in the hospital to recover from his injuries, he didn't expect to have to control his sugar intake as well, which was quite absurd, especially since he wasn't smoking. The temporary navigator on this military ship was Melinda, Clara's fiancée, with long hair tied in a ponytail, giving her a particularly capable look. In Sis's eyes, she was a more versatile talent than Clara. Before the reorganization of the joint forces, Melinda was also a candidate for the deputy officer sent from Judicial Island, but unfortunately, her partner did not survive the War of the Top. So she was forced to follow Clara to Sis's pirate ship. Melinda glanced down at the nautical chart in her hand and replied much more seriously than Clara. Soon, the Spring Queen city, St. Popura, is not far. At our current speed, it will take about 2 more days to arrive. Sis nodded, conducting business as usual. Not daring to engage in much conversation with Melinda, Clara's gaze was very dangerous, making his back feel cold. It seemed Clara had heard of Sis's reputation in the West Sea and was extremely wary of him. This was quite unfortunate. He hadn't paid attention to the outside world for too long. He had no idea how his current reputation had been spread. Sis took the initiative to withdraw, but Melinda kept talking. Her ambition was not small. She wanted to be Sis's deputy and, most importantly, she wanted to be above Clara. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Sis's warship soon docked at the port outside St. Popura. The sky was drizzling, and St. Popura was filled with the breath of spring all year round. Enchanting and particularly fragrant, it was a city very suitable for retirement. Sis moved boldly, not hiding his arrival, and he couldn't hide it anyway. The military ship he was on, although not especially customized flagship of the Navy, was still a large military ship capable of carrying 800 people, generally used for demon-slaying orders and escort missions. Such a large commotion could not be concealed at all. The arrival of the Navy was a complete sensation. It had been many years since the city of Spring Queen, St. Popura, had seen such a large contingent of the Navy. It looked like something big was about to happen. Although some were surprised and even rushed to see the spectacle, there was no panicked escape like when facing pirates. Overall, the Navy held a high status in the eyes of the ordinary people, and it could even be described as friendly. The Navy deserved such treatment, despite having scoundrels like Monka among them. In terms of overall military discipline, the Navy was absolutely the top force across the seas, with countless Navy personnel dying or being injured each year in battles against pirates. Sir, should we lock down the entire city to search for CP9's whereabouts? Melinda asked, bending towards Sis from behind him. She had clearly immersed herself in the role of a deputy, deciding to flex her muscles in front of her man. Sis glanced at her sideways. As a woman, she was even a head taller than him. This was quite unfortunate. Was she too tall, or was Sis underdeveloped? That was a question. However, compared to Clara, that unreliable deputy, Sis preferred Melinda more. After all, her serious demeanor looked quite reliable, although the constant display of affection was a bit sickening. Sis waved his hand, his smile very kind. No need to make such a big fuss. We are not here to capture a fugitive, but to invite our companions aboard. Since they are companions, it's better not to create any gaps. He emphasized the word companions, but to be honest, he had no ill intentions and even felt a hint of goodwill. He had already reviewed the information on CP9. As a group with absolute military power, they did not think about looting or vandalism, but chose to earn money by performing on the streets and cleaning rooftops, relying on their skills to make a living. This was a rare thing. Based on this quality alone, CP9 stood out from a large number of others. Melinda nodded, not contradicting him. But she also knew that the invitation Sis mentioned was certainly not as pleasant as outsiders imagined. Shall we stay in St. Popura? Clara raised her hand, eager to make her presence known in front of Sis, almost wanted to grab him by the collar and shout. Look at him, really look at him. He is Sis's official deputy. For the first time, he had someone worthy to follow and a chance to work alongside his fiancée. The overlap of these two joyful things brought him even more happiness. What he had gained should have been a dreamlike, blissful time. But why did it turn out like this? Watching his work being gradually taken over by Melinda, Clara felt like crying. The corners of Sis's eyes twitched slightly. The youngsters really knew how to play. Were they really competing to do their jobs? Shaking his head, what a joke. He certainly did not intend to meddle. He was not the mother of Clara and Melinda. Could he manage their work and their harmonious relationship too? Let us stay put and procure the missing supplies for the ship. Remember not to disturb the residents. Please rest assured, Clara and Melinda replied in unison, bowing gently. Chapter 214. CP9, a fine drizzle lingered in the sky year-round. This was the city of Spring Queen, a city said to be favored by spring. Holding an umbrella in his right hand and wearing a baseball cap adorned with the Navy's insignia, a gift from Sakazuki, Sis chose to persuade CP9 alone. To invite someone out, one must carry some sincerity. His overwhelming observation hockey spread out, and the hiding places of Rob Lucci and others were completely unable to escape his notice, as obvious as a torch in the night. Of course, CP9 should have sensed him too. His aura was not hidden at all, and he felt more like a bright and scorching black sun than a torch. After turning several corners, CP9's hideout was not on the main street, but on the outskirts of St. Popura, making Rob Lucci and the others look quite shabby. However, the more this was the case, the more Sis regarded them with a higher level of respect. There were many strong people in the pirate world, but few with integrity. Thieves, robbers, and bandits were rampant, all wanting to make quick money. There were too few people like them who sought jobs to support themselves. But then again, if everyone could follow the rules, what would the Navy be needed for? Wouldn't it be better for him to switch careers and become a fish pond owner? Oh, have we arrived? Sis gently adjusted the brim of his hat and looked around. This was a small clinic that wasn't too large. The front was very clean, with a strong smell of disinfectant. Sis could tell that its owner must love this place. Suddenly, a sharp noise came from inside the clinic. Dr. Fink, you should leave first. Today we have caused you trouble, but please rest assured, we will absolutely not. Enough. What are you talking about? Lucci is my patient. I won't let anyone take him away, and besides, you are not bad people. As he pushed the door open, a big-headed doctor with an afro was arguing and shoving with Khalifa and others in front of Sis. Rob Lucci was still wrapped in bandages, indicating that his injuries had not fully healed. With Sis's appearance, the space fell into a strange silence, and everyone turned to look at him. Sis Shuja, his expression somewhat helpless, scratching his head. Am I disturbing you? No worries. You can completely pretend I don't exist. Please continue. The air grew even more silent. Rob Lucci was the first to react. Although he was still injured, his strength was far superior to the others in CP9, and his senses were much sharper. He pushed away Kaku, who was supporting him, and stood in front of Sis with narrowed eyes, his body slightly hunched like a tiger or leopard, muscles tensed, feeling an immense pressure from Sis. If it weren't for the fact that he stood at the top of the food chain, his body wouldn't instinctively feel fear. Who are you? Did the world government send you to kill us? Rob Lucci squinted and asked, the others also reacting simultaneously, all taking up battle stances, ready to pounce and tear Sis apart at Rob Lucci's command. With his right hand holding the umbrella, Sis leisurely pulled out a piece of candy cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and showed no signs of panic. Don't be nervous. I'm not interested in your lives, nor am I familiar with that guy Spandam. Then what do you want with us? Do you simply want to send us to impel down? Lucci interrupted him. Sis's expression turned slightly displeased. Be more polite. Don't interrupt when someone is speaking, or I might teach you how to be polite. His voice turned cold, carrying a threat. After some time, someone finally recognized him. Glaring at Sis, Bruno's pupils constricted. Many in CP9 have been too busy working to pay attention to the outside world recently, but he still read the newspaper. It was a habit. Gently tugging on Rob Lucci's sleeve, Bruno leaned closer and whispered, Lucci, this guy is the new chief prosecutor of Eni's lobby. The eyes of the crowd grew increasingly unfriendly. How they ended up in such a predicament was inseparable from Judicial Island. If it weren't for Judicial Island and that Spandam guy kicking them while they were down, they might still be government officials today. A senior prosecutor from Judicial Island? Are you trying to curry favor with your new master? Gabra was the first to strike, his temper volatile after eating the Inu no Mi Sis's eyes narrowed, and his aura surged, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees in an instant. If you can't speak, then sew your mouth shut. Saying this, Sis vanished from his spot, a sonic boom resonating as he left a blur in the air, his armed hockey erupting, and the original black umbrella transformed into a long baseball bat, instantly appearing in front of Gabra. Gabra's pupils constricted, seemingly not expecting Sis's speed. His mind hadn't caught up when his body instinctively used iron block, his limbs beginning to exhibit wolf-like changes. This was the body memory he had honed through countless trials. He was confident in his strength, never believing he was weaker than Kaku, only slightly below Rob Lucci. A man like him would never be weaker than prosecutors who only knew how to sit in an office all day. Bang! With a metallic clash, Gabra felt his stomach churn violently, nearly vomiting everything he had eaten yesterday from Sis's strike. Even a lump of pure iron couldn't withstand such a simple hit. His abdomen took a massive blow, causing his body to twist grotesquely, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, like a drenched black dog. He didn't even see how Sis had attacked. What the hell is this guy? When did Judicial Island gain such a powerful figure? Struggling to lift his head, Gabra's first thought was that just a few months ago, they were still the strongest forces of Judicial Island. It had only been a few months. Why had things changed so drastically? His eyes reddened, filled with fierce intent as he looked at Sis. Sis placed a hand on his head, a warm smile on his face like a spring breeze, gently patting his cheeks and leaning his forehead closer. This gaze is pretty good, very wild. A man should have such expressions. However, as a pet dog raised at home, you need to know your place before you show your teeth. Boom! Then, Sis slammed his head down into the ground, the surrounding bricks cracking with a crisp sound, and blood gushed from his forehead. Chapter 215. You can all come at once, that guy? Khalifa and the others were stunned, filled with both anger and fear. They hadn't even seen how Sis attacked. It was too fast, so fast they couldn't react at all. With red eyes, their bodies tensed up, fists clenched, their spirit and energy rising to the peak in an instant, forming a half-encirclement around Sis. Their eyes filled with hostility, but none dared to act recklessly. They didn't think they were stronger than Gabra. If Gabra couldn't do something, they couldn't either. Acting recklessly would only lead to destruction. And not only would they fail to save Gabra, but they might also end up getting caught themselves. The only one able to remain calm was Rob Lucci, the true ace of CP9, known as the strongest in the history of Eni's lobby for the past 800 years. Although there might be some exaggeration involved, his strength was indeed formidable. If the Straw Hat Kid hadn't had an incredible stroke of luck or a protagonist halo, there was no reason he could have defeated him. His gaze wandered over Sis, his brows slightly furrowed. He was calm and clear-headed, naturally possessing a big heart. The more critical the moment, the more his abilities could shine through, of course, provided he didn't encounter a freak like the Straw Hat Kid with such extreme luck. His strength was at least a tier above other CP9 members, and even against Sis, he could see some clues. That kind of speed, power, and armed hockey was not something ordinary people could compare to. It was an unattainable peak that many would never even glimpse in their lifetime. If he were to strike, he could also break Gabra's defenses in an instant, but to do so with the same ease as Sis, he still fell a bit short. Yet, that little difference often seemed small, but was, in reality, unreachable, a gap as wide as heaven and earth. Many people might spend their entire lives without crossing that step. But that was for ordinary people, not for him, Rob Lucci. He was a true genius, both in innate talent and effort, and he dared to guarantee that he was among the best of his time. He could reach the realm where that person stood. He would definitely reach it, just needing a little more time. After being defeated by the Straw Hat Kid, he thought a lot, especially during his recovery period, where he contemplated the gap between himself and the Straw Hat Kid every day. Gradually, he understood. He had been too smooth sailing along the way, causing him to miss many wonderful sights. Before the age of 25, he was the best among youth, claiming to be invincible in the world. Even an admiral of the Navy was nothing to him. He didn't need teammates, nor did he have any feelings. The weak shouldn't exist in this world. But ultimately, he was surrounded by people. Kaku, Bruno, Khalifa, the Silent Owl, and Gabra, figures that had long since become familiar in his life. However, he didn't pay attention. They were merely tools. True strong individuals didn't need the company of others. It was only now that he truly realized how absurdly wrong he had been. Those without feelings were merely machines, and the sky, symbolizing the strong, was not meant for machines. He lacked a will that represented himself. A treasure worthy of passing down to future generations, just like that guy who had defeated him, who inherited the will of D from Roger. He needed to see this world with his own eyes, measure this land with his own feet, understand how vast this sky truly was, how heavy this earth was, and find back the things he once had but missed. Kaku, Bruno, Khalifa, the Silent Owl, and Gabra. How could they be tools? They were his family. This might already be his second hometown. After the rain, the scent of fresh grass lingered at his nostrils, every bit of it bringing him joy. A gentle breeze blew, and he could feel the land pulsing. He seemed to merge with his surroundings. A newborn power surged from his limbs, and he was about to undergo a transformation. So what if that guy across from him was stronger? As long as he stood on this land with that group of people behind him, he had no reason to lose. He had promised his family that he would take them back to their hometown and pass on the will that belonged to them, CP9. You bastard. Gabra was still struggling, having completely transformed into a giant wolfman several meters tall, roaring as he tried to rise from under Sis's hand. Oomph. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Showing your teeth needs to be directed at the right target. Sis snorted lightly, increasing the pressure with his left hand. The veins on his arm bulging like a little snake, his aura as heavy as a mountain, instilling fear in others. Crack. The cracks on the ground have increased, and with the shattering of the stone slab, Gabra's entire head was pressed down by Sis into the ground, creating a circular concave area around him, as if it had been polished by someone specifically. Sis was too strong in Gabra's eyes. They were simply not on the same level. No matter how much he struggled or how much strength he used, Sis remained unfazed, holding him down without even changing his posture. This was not a manifestation of devil fruit powers or hockey. It was purely unadulterated physical strength. Like Blackbeard teach, Sis's body had long been extraordinary. They were true monsters of the sea. With a slight lift of his chin, Sis's eyes scanned Rob Lucci and the others, calm, deep, dark. These were words that could describe his eyes. Suddenly, there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation on him, like a spring dozens of meters underground, where one cannot see how deep it truly was. To be honest, I actually don't want to fight you, but fight might help you realize who the boss really is. With a swift motion, he threw Gabra towards Rob Lucci and the others. I want to take advantage of you. You can all come at me together. Then he turned his gaze towards the doctor beside him. Oh, right, your name is. Dr. Fink. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could help evacuate the nearby civilians. Any losses can be accounted to me, and I will compensate you threefold. Hey, are you a Navy officer? What are you doing? I want to file a complaint against you. Dr. Fink suddenly became furious, hopping up and down, unafraid of Sis. After all these years of traveling, besides that cursed place, the kingdom of magnetic drums, what else has he been afraid of? Chapter 216. You come from all directions. I only go one way. Don't. Quickly pull Dr. Fink away. This is not where he should be. Bruno, go evacuate the nearby civilians. Before Dr. Fink could finish, Rob Lucci turned sharply and ordered Bruno. I understand. Bruno nodded. He seemed reliable, turning to shield Dr. Fink behind him. Please come with me, Dr. Fink. No. As a doctor, how can I leave my patients? Fink was still angry, struggling left and right under Bruno's grip. They had indeed changed. The once single-minded killing machines had gained a hint of humanity. Sis shrugged and suddenly showed a smile. All right, you always make me out to be a bad guy. There's no helping it. I'll try to keep the destruction within the hospital. With that, he raised the black umbrella in his hand, gripping it like a knife. His eyes sharpened as the surroundings grew cold like midwinter. He was serious. He needed to fight while controlling the destruction, a significant challenge, but one he could handle. With Bruno's departure, Rob Lucci's muscles swelled like granite, instantly tearing his clothes apart, his body rapidly rising, transforming into a standing leopard adorned with black patterns. His long tail struck the ground, leaving a distinct mark, radiating explosive power. Facing me now, can you still maintain that calmness? For big cat? I wonder how much pleasure you can give me. Sis smirked, raising the long umbrella in his hand, the rich color of hockey enveloping it. For a moment, that bamboo-structured umbrella seemed more lethal than a finely forged steel sword. He was not afraid of any challenge. Having experienced the Marineford War, he had enough courage and confidence to face anyone, let alone a Rob Lucci who was not even fully healed. He would dare to fight against the 4 emperors of the New World. Rob Lucci grunted. He did not like the tone of Sis's voice, his brows instinctively knitting together, looking quite imposing. Being too arrogant can invite disaster. Esteemed prosecutor for Judiciary Island. Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see whether I am arrogant or confident. With that, Sis bent down, fingers gripping the umbrella handle tightly, taking a deep breath, merging his aura into one. At his level, there was no need to deliberately display his strength. Like the Dark King Rayleigh, he appeared as an ordinary old man. But when he got serious, how many in this world could match him? I can grant you the right to strike first. You. Gritting his teeth, the CP9 members glanced at Rob Lucci, who nodded slightly, then decisively issued the command. Attack. With powerful legs, Rob Lucci kicked off, creating a sonic boom in the air, charging straight at Sis like a speeding jet, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see his shadow, zooming right in front of Sis. Finger gun. With fingers together, his right hand shot straight into Sis's abdomen, the hockey enveloping it fiercely like a cannonball just fired. In these days, he had not only mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, every inch of his body was a killing weapon. Clang! Metal clashed, and the air rippled. Sis's black long umbrella had somehow blocked Rob Lucci's finger just in time. With his right hand bent, Sis used leverage to spring upward, the black umbrella still pressing against Rob Lucci's hand. But he had already soared into the air, rising, spinning, and delivering a flying kick, all movements smooth as flowing water, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times, his face showing not a hint of emotional change, all of it seeming completely natural. The air crackled as it was swept through, and a sweeping kick aimed for Rob Lucci's head. Lucci's eyelids twitched, his right arm hurriedly blocking his forehead. Bang! With tremendous force, Sis kicked Lucci several meters away, the power perfectly controlled, causing Lucci's muscles to tremble without kicking him out of the hospital. Lucci's expression grew darker, as if he could scrape mud off the ground. The strength of the man before him exceeded his imagination, making him the strongest enemy he had encountered since his debut. His entire body was pushed to the limit of observation hockey, trying to find a flaw in Sis. At that moment, Kaku and the others, who had been waiting for an opportunity nearby, also charged out, standing on two legs, transforming into their half-human, half-beast forms. They knew that they couldn't win by fighting alone. They had realized this harsh reality from the beginning, but they still had each other. If they coordinated well, they could create a winning opportunity for Rob Lucci. Kaku held a sword in each hand on the left, with Gabra on the right, both running and accelerating while exchanging glances, their movements perfectly in sync. Their relationship was not good. One could even say they were at odds, both wanting to establish themselves as the second strongest in CP9, but when they cooperated, they still showed great synergy. The competition brought them not only a fighting spirit, but also an unparalleled understanding of each other. Stormfoot, pack of wolves. As they ran, Gabra's legs churned the air, the mist exploding, resembling 4 or 5 fierce magic wolves lunging towards Sis. Sis's expression remained unchanged as he actively dove towards the wolf-shaped airflow. With a flick of his long umbrella, the blade light he unleashed formed a dense net in front of him, instantly shredding the magic wolf to pieces. But this was not the end. At the moment Kaku made his move, he leaped into the air, moving at high speed, while slashing downward to unleash a wave of energy. Stormfoot, chaos. The chaotic airflow rushed down like raindrops in summer, dense as arrows. This was not an attack that ordinary people could withstand. But Sith was no ordinary person. He drew his sword to meet the attack. Kaku was fast, but his sword was faster. As he parried, the surrounding sounds resembled the sound of rain hitting banana leaves. A series of clangs echoed. After failing to land a hit, Kaku quickly changed his stance, wielding 2 swords as he advanced. He was indeed a rare and powerful swordsman. 4-sword style, reverse scale, with 2 swords in hand. Combined with Stormfoot, Sith felt as if he had fallen into the attack range of 4 blades. The corner of his mouth curled up as he slightly raised his eyes towards Kaku. Not bad with the swordplay, but you're still a bit lacking to deal with me. With a fierce shout, Sith's black umbrella moved as he pleased, as if cutting a white line through the air. No matter how dense his sword net was, he would simply slice through. Chapter 217. General? How could they be as handsome as me? What a fast sword. This thought was all that remained in Kaku's mind, as his vision split the world into 2. Everything was a blinding white line, and the blade light shattered. Whether it was his slashes or the energy waves from Stormfoot, they were all torn to pieces in the face of Sith's sword. With a rip, his muscles tore, blood gushed from his chest, followed by intense pain. He couldn't find the words to describe this sword. There was no hatred in his eyes, only joy. For a swordsman, witnessing a more powerful sword technique was the greatest gift, even if that sword was aimed at their own chest. Kaku! A loud shout came from behind, and suddenly, he was caught in the embrace of Gabrala, who quickly retreated, while Rob Lucci and Khalifa moved into support, coordinating with Gabrala to encircle again. They couldn't wait any longer. This was just the first one, and if they delayed, they would be picked off one by one. Oh, can't you wait? In a situation of overwhelming strength disparity, surrounding the enemy was indeed a good choice, but with a twist of his black umbrella, Sith suddenly accelerated, like a shadow, instantly wrapping around Gabrala, his arm exerting force as his long knife sliced through the air, unleashing an energy wave. But in a situation of such overwhelming strength disparity, running away was your only option for survival. Gabrala's face changed dramatically. Sith's speed was frighteningly fast, and he couldn't react in time. Rob Lucci and Khalifa were too late to provide help. In this moment, it was just him and Sith locking eyes. His expression struggled. He was very clear about the gap between him and Sith. From the moment he was slammed into the ground, he understood that Sith was not someone he could match. Although he was arrogant, he knew his limits, and those 2 strikes made him more cautious than a pet dog. Feeling a sense of despair, but faced with the reality, he had no choice but to avoid it. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms in front of him. There was no other way. He could only use his life to block. Boom! Sith's umbrella struck directly against Gabrala's arms, an aura as deep as the sea, like a god or demon. The ground beneath them cracked, and Gabrala's arms broke under the force of Sith's umbrella. Turning, a flying kick followed, and Sith kicked Gabrala flying. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Gabrala joined the ranks of the injured. That was the second one. In silence, Rob Lucci and Khalifa had nothing to say, only hatred in their hearts. Soap sheep cloud, great tsunami. In an instant, a massive soap bubble surged like a tidal wave in a small room, rushing towards Sith. Unable to compete in physical combat, Khalifa simply gave up on using the 6 styles to continue the attack. Whether it was Kaku or Gabrala, they were both stronger than her in terms of raw power. However, she did have her advantages. She was a Paramecia-type devil fruit user with a bubble fruit. And in terms of attack diversity, she was far richer than Kaku and Gabrala. Using soap bubbles to reduce friction, Sith did not evade. Instead, he actively moved towards the soap bubble, as he had never faced such an attack before, finding it particularly novel. The abilities of devil fruits in this world were incredibly diverse, and he took the opportunity to experience 2 more that might help him deal with some strange characters. In an instant, the soap bubble engulfed Sith's body, and Khalifa shouted towards Rob Lucci. Lucci now? Rob Lucci nodded. He also thought this was a rare opportunity. The foam obscured Sith's vision, and he stepped forward to pounce on him. All his strength surged from his fists, and at the moment he approached the foam cluster, it erupted explosively. 6 styles ultimate, 6 king's gun. Boom! The surrounding air exploded, accompanied by a fierce wind, crashing towards the figure in the foam like a mountain. Suddenly, the clustered foam burst open, scattering throughout the entire space. Rob Lucci slowly lifted his head, finding his fist firmly gripped by a pair of long, slender hands. You! His pupils constricted, filled with shock. Sith's strength exceeded his expectations. Since he fully mastered the Navy's 6 styles, no one had ever taken his attack head-on. Even Straw Hat Kid had only managed to turn things around after taking it. The soap bubble was good, but it wasn't enough. It neither resisted fire nor water and needed improvement. Sith commented, steam still rising from his body. Black flames flickered across his skin, turning both the soap water and anything else into invisible steam in the presence of his flames. Cold sweat accumulated from his forehead to his back. They had never lost their composure like this, even when facing the demon slaughter order. Unable to fight back, unable to block, this was their true reflection now. General? The word slipped from Rob Lucci's lips instinctively. Only someone of that level could suppress him like this. This made him even more curious about how the Judiciary Island had managed to recruit such a master. When he was on Judiciary Island, he held a high position. Although he wasn't a true core figure in terms of combat power, he was at the peak of Judiciary Island. In comparison to the past, he was like a Navy general. Although there was a significant power gap, the meaning wasn't much different. Therefore, he had more say in the matter of Judiciary Island than others. This workplace, composed of greedy, cold-hearted people who liked to stir up trouble, was certainly not an ideal place for the strong. For someone who could go anywhere in the world, why would they choose Judiciary Island? He found it perplexing. Hearing Rob Lucci's words, Sith turned his head, shook it, and chuckled lightly. General? No. Don't speak nonsense. How could they be as handsome as me? No, that's wrong. I'm not as old as they are. Not right either. In any case, the 3 of them are still well in Marineford. If you want to meet them, I can introduce you, but as a former CP9 ace, you should not know them. As he spoke, Sith's strength surged once more. And in an instant, a formidable aura swept over like blades. The umbrella in Sith's hand had long been thrown somewhere, and he had no intention of moving the long knife at his waist. With his fingers curled, he tightly grasped Rob Lucci's hands in his palms, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. You've had your turn, now it's my turn. You'd better hold on. It won't hurt too much. With a swift lift of his right knee, Sith delivered a knee strike to Rob Lucci's abdomen. Lucci instinctively raised his leg to block, but the immense force caused him some pain. The gap in strength and physical resilience between the two was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Chapter 218. United Forces? Is this a newly established espionage agency? Bang, bang, bang. Their legs flew through the air, striking rapidly and leaving after images. The more Rob Lucci fought, the more alarmed he became. This guy seemed excessively powerful, or rather, it felt as though he wasn't taking himself seriously at all, as if he were merely toying with a child. Rob Lucci felt a mix of anger and hatred. Since his debut, he had never suffered such humiliation. His teeth trembled in his mouth, making a cracking sound, and the force between his legs continued to increase as he exerted nearly all his strength. Sith continued to smile lightly, adding another measure of force to Rob Lucci's efforts, keeping him firmly pinned down. Rob Lucci's muscles trembled as he began to struggle violently. A glint of mockery flashed in Sith's eyes. He loosened his left hand and suddenly kicked out with his right foot. Rob Lucci instinctively raised his leg to block. And at that moment, Sith's right hand swung directly, slamming him into the ground. Boom! The bricks shattered, leaving a massive crater on the ground. Mist swirled in Sith's left hand, forming into a gigantic black spear. Hiss! The dark gray bricks were sliced open like tofu by the sharp tip of the spear, and the black spear grazed Rob Lucci's cheek, directly pinning it beside his head. What's wrong? Are you still going to struggle? A crystal droplet of blood slid down the spear tip. Rob Lucci's eyelids twitched. Now he was willing to believe that Sith did not harbor murderous intent. If that person wanted to take their lives, he could do so at any moment. But to treat a senior prosecutor from Judicial Island as a meddlesome Good Samaritan would be too naive. Striking without killing and not letting them go meant there was something about them that drew attention. But the only thing capable of attracting such a master was the blueprint of Hades. However, that item was not in their possession. Their mission had failed. Narrowing his eyes, Rob Lucci took a deep breath. Rather than continuing to play guessing games, he decided to get straight to the point. Staring intently at Sith, he said bluntly, "We don't have what you want." Rob Lucci's response left Sith confused, and he shook his head with a smirk. "Of course, you have what I want. It's just that what we're talking about might not be the same thing. What exactly do you want? If you let them go, I can accompany you to find what you need as long as we have it." "Oh, is that so? That won't do. What I want is far more than you can imagine." Sith chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with mockery. Rob Lucci trembled with anger. He disliked people who were evasive and unwilling to lay their cards on the table. Not only do they refuse to speak up, but they also enjoy making you guess, under the pretense of gauging intentions. In reality, it was just a sign of foolishness. There were many people in the world who liked to act foolishly. Those with a bit of status often did so, as if it made them seem superior. He had seen many such people while at Judicial Island. Aside from the truly foolish, others enjoyed playing this pointless game. No wonder you're from Judicial Island. Even with great strength, your mind is still cast from the same mold. I told you, the blueprint of Hades is not in our possession. As for the rest, I can accompany you to find it. Let them go, Rob Lucci shouted loudly. Sith sighed softly, shaking his head. You've changed quite a bit. Once known as a cold-blooded killing weapon, yet now you're willing to sacrifice your life for your companions. But that's just fine. I can't stand overly cold people, even though many enjoy teasing me. Rob Lucci's gaze intensified. All right, no more jokes. I'm not interested in any so-called Hades blueprints or the bounty Spandam placed on you. What I'm more interested in is that you are people. Lucci's face turned completely cold. They had clearly abandoned them. Yet now he was saying he wanted them as people. Was there some kind of death mission related to them? This group of scum from Judicial Island, were they trying to squeeze the last bit of value from CP9? Looking at Rob Lucci's pale face, Sith raised an eyebrow and simply let go of the black spear, allowing it to turn to ash in the air. He could still control the situation. If he could pin CP9 down once, he could do it again. With a smile playing on his lips, he said condescendingly, "Although I don't know what you're thinking, I truly came here with sincerity. So what do you say? Would you like to become my subordinate and join the Judicial Island Navy United Forces?" Judicial Island Navy United Forces? Rob Lucci muttered the name, somewhat surprised. He was genuinely astonished because, after so many years in Judicial Island, he had never heard of this unit. Is this a newly established espionage agency? Ha ha ha. Sith burst into laughter. An espionage agency? I, Sith, do everything except work as a spy under Judicial Island. You have no idea how foolish they can be. As for this United Force, Sith stroked his chin, tilting his head. This United Force can be considered a newly established secondary unit under Judicial Island. However, Judicial Island and the world government have grand ambitions. They want to establish their first base in a new world. I need to find a few people to help me maintain appearances. So what do you say? Would you like to come work for me? Rob Lucci's lips twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what expression to show. Fortunately, it seemed he might not die, and he wouldn't have to return to his old profession. If given the choice, he would also like to lead CP9 to be a group of respectable people under the sun. But unfortunately, would they really let this beating go to waste? Is this your attitude when you're asking for people? After holding back for a long time, his words were almost squeezed out between his teeth. The ones who struck first were you, not me. Sith raised an eyebrow. Besides, if I didn't properly teach you a lesson, would you really listen to what I have to say? After the Judicial Island incident, you viewed the Navy and Judicial Island as enemies. You probably wouldn't want to hear me out and would think of ways to take me down instead. There's no need to be evasive. That's human nature. Rob Lucci fell silent for a moment. When he first met Sith, he indeed wanted to take him down. He had no good feelings towards people from Judicial Island. He could even say they were mortal enemies. Even if he were to become a dog for the Celestial Dragons, he wouldn't want to work for Judicial Island again, showing just how intense his hatred was. Chapter 219. This is not a negotiation, it's a notification. Do you understand? Sith was not a person skilled in negotiations, but he had a trick that always worked. When faced with a situation, he would strike first and talk later. As long as his fists were strong enough, it didn't matter how eloquent his opponent was. Even if they spoke grandly, he could firmly maintain the upper hand. If he hadn't shown off his muscles, he wouldn't have believed that Rob Lucci and the others were willing to negotiate properly with him, even though their definitions of a good negotiation might differ slightly. In the cramped hospital, amidst the ruins, the inside and outside of the door were like two different worlds. One side was battered and broken, while the other was largely intact except for some damaged floor tiles. Sith had a firm grip on his strength, effectively confining the battle to within the hospital. At the long table, tea in hand, Sith sat across from Rob Lucci, with one leg crossed over the other. He took a sip of the red tea brought by Karifa, making it seem as if he were the master of the place. Kaku and Gabra were still being fixed and bandaged with the help of Dr. Fink, which was a deeply memorable experience for them. But their discomfort was their problem, not his. After staying in the hospital for so long, wasn't it refreshing to finally stretch his legs? Still, the question remained. Would they come work under him? He could help them deal with Spandam, and the matter of Judicial Island could be wiped clean. He raised his head slightly and raised an eyebrow at Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci's expression didn't improve. He still looked as if he had lost his parents and shot him a sidelong glance. We don't want to work under Judicial Island. Oh, really? That's fine. You're working for me, not Judicial Island, Sith grinned. What's the difference? Your people are Judicial Island-esque people. Working for you is no different than working for Judicial Island. We can't trust a group of people who push their problems onto their subordinates, Rob Lucci said through gritted teeth. Knock, knock, knock. Sith tapped his knuckles on the table. Hey, don't be so rigid. IME, Judicial Island, is Judicial Island. The two cannot be mixed. Don't confuse me with that bunch of useless people. Sith was known for my integrity when I was with the Navy. Rob Lucci grunted, turning his head away and saying nothing. If he weren't at a disadvantage, he would have even wanted to sneer at Sith. Integrity? You? He thought it would be better for him to go home and take a good look in the mirror. He had no idea how dark he had become. Yet he dared to insult the word integrity? Do you have any objections to what I said? A ripple of darkness stirred within Sith, like a tiny wave rising. No more than the size of a fingernail. It wasn't dangerous. Something so small must mean someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. Rob Lucci's mouth twitched slightly, ignoring Sith. He wasn't the type to grovel. If he wanted him to lower his voice, he could wait and see if he learned that behavior in his next life. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of Sith's perceptive abilities. Such keen intuition would make him excellent spy material, as his strong intuition and perception could help him avoid many crises. Seeing that Rob Lucci was silent, Sith didn't press further. He wasn't petty. He was magnanimous enough not to put his yet-to-be-hired employees in a difficult position. Would he be foolish? At most. After Rob Lucci joined, he would train him a couple of times, considering it physical exercise. Over time, he estimated he could help Rob Lucci develop a tough skin like iron. With a raised brow, he said, I'm a magnanimous person. If you really don't want to be under Judicial Island, that's fine. We could talk about it. How about the Navy? I can also put you under the Navy's banner. You would just continue to accept my leadership. Magnanimous? Rob Lucci couldn't help but scoff internally. Truly magnanimous people wouldn't need to constantly boast about their generosity. Only small-minded people would always flaunt things they didn't actually possess. Noticing Rob Lucci's expression had improved slightly, Sith seized the opportunity to continue. Besides, even if you don't think of yourself, can't you think of the others in CP9? Today I can find you. Tomorrow Spandam can find you too. The feeling of being hunted by the world government is unpleasant. I sent it. Don't you want to live under the sun again? As long as you're willing to work for me, tomorrow, I can find a way to help you get your names off the wanted list. Not only that, but you won't have to do the sneaky things that CP9 does anymore. You can live like other Navy members. Thump. Rob Lucci's heart raced twice. Indeed. He felt a bit tempted. Living under the sun, this guy named Sith truly understood him. He wasn't afraid of risking his life for others nor of fighting. What he feared most now was spending a lifetime hiding with CP9, experiencing separation and loss. He had a soft spot now. His family was his weakness. He couldn't be as carefree as before, unbothered by externalities. He had truly changed. Nevertheless, If he thought he would easily capitulate, he was underestimating him. As a member of the world government, he should understand their value. If they truly wanted to ally with someone, they still had plenty of options. Even the celestial dragons? Sith interrupted him with a light laugh. Rob Lucci's expression stiffened, but he nodded nonetheless. Including the celestial dragons. Seriously, I didn't expect to be ranked below those low-intelligence brats. How sad. TCH, Rob Lucci sneered. The CP0 under the celestial dragons was even more powerful than him. As the strongest CP9 member in 800 years, they should not refuse him. No, they absolutely would not refuse. Right, their ambitions are huge. How could they let go of a skilled person delivered to them? Sith seemed a bit disheartened, lowering his head momentarily, then lifting it again. The smile on his face vanished in an instant, and his eyes became incredibly cold, like the chilling winds of winter, creating a frosty, imposing aura that pressed down like facing a vast ocean. The kind of pressure made Rob Lucci's muscles twitch. He felt like a small boat in the ocean, tossed by wind and rain, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Perhaps my excessive kindness has led you to misunderstand something. What I present to you is not a choice, but a notification. Do you understand? You either come to work under my united forces, or you stay here forever. You. Before Rob Lucci could respond, the agitated Wakey beside him was the first to express anger. Fortunately, Bruno caught him in advance, preventing him from making a scene. Chapter 220. A stubborn melon is worth eating crack. The gray-blue bricks emitted a sound of shattering. Sith's aura grew increasingly powerful. He resembled a tyrannosaurus that had just awakened from slumber, fierce and imposing, like a sharp blade unsheathed. Tiny grains of sand trembled and rose into the air. The entire area seemed to be drawn into a vacuum by Sith. With one hand resting on his teacup, Sith suddenly smiled again, sending chills down people's spines. A coldness that pierced to the bone. I am a magnanimous person, and at the same time, I am a diligent and responsible person. I will do my utmost to accomplish what I need to do. If you cannot create sufficient value for me, then tell me, why should I keep you? The Navy captures wanted criminals. It is only natural for the Navy to catch wanted criminals, right? I have plenty of patience. At this moment, there is only one thing for the Sith to say. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. If you're not convinced, we will fight until you are. Conditions can be negotiated, but his matters cannot be disregarded. Give me an answer, Rob Lucci. Are you going to work with me, or openly defy the law? The 7 lives of CP9 are all in your hands. Are you threatening me? Rob Lucci shot a predatory glare at Sith. Bang! His right hand slammed down on the table, shattering the porcelain teacup along with the round table. Darkness surged behind him like a torrent of raging river water. You are not wrong. I am indeed threatening you. What can you do about it? After all, you have been in Judiciary Island. Don't be so naive. My meaning should be quite clear. Rob Lucci furrowed his brow, trying hard not to roll his eyes. Can't you see? How can you not see? They and CP9 were once the ace spies of the world government, living off reading people's expressions and gathering intelligence. Beating people could be said to be a side job. Would he fail to see Sith's malicious intentions? Even if he couldn't see it, he wouldn't be so foolish. Life on Judiciary Island is filled with intrigue, and the principle of the winner takes all is almost ingrained in their bones. Since Sith could effortlessly defeat them, he could just as easily tear them apart. One side is too strong, and the other is too weak. This was never a fair negotiation from the start. But why does he still mention the Celestial Dragons and CP9? Isn't this just a standard negotiation routine? Raising oneself up, finding more backers, constantly boasting about one's excellence and desirability, then seizing the opportunity to raise the price. Don't we all do this? This man doesn't play by the rules. How can negotiations happen like this? Slamming the table at every turn. What kind of negotiation is that? Rob Lucci gritted his teeth in frustration. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't defeat Sith. This world is like that. Whoever has the stronger fist is the boss. He was already prepared to be crushed to the ground in price negotiations. Then CP9, once independent of the Navy and the strongest intelligence agency under the world government, were about to be sold off cheaply. Helpless, veins bulging on his forehead, Rob Lucci couldn't help but utter a harsh remark. You are forcing us like this. Aren't you afraid we will betray you? Betray? Sith shook his head, a look of disdain and contempt on his face. Of course you can, if you have enough confidence in your own strength. However, you must kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure that the traitor is ground to dust. Sith's voice was like it came from the depths of hell, pressing the entire room into silence. Huh. Rob Lucci exhaled deeply, glancing left and right, locking eyes with Khalifa, Kaku, and others, shrugging his shoulders. Did they have any choice left? Was there any difference in who they worked for? They were just getting by. Could they still risk it all? They didn't know if the net would break in the end, but the fish would definitely die. After a brief exchange of glances, several of them stood up. Even Kaku and Gabra, who were still bandaging their wounds, faced Sith and slightly bowed. From now on, our lives will be in your hands. Your Excellency, Prosecutor. Of course, I won't let you down. Sith smiled lightly, raising his chin slightly, as if wearing a crown. His wings had already begun to take shape. Although it was a forced situation, at least there was something to eat, right? When his wings are fully grown, and the Kuan Pung spreads its wings, he will make the 4 emperors bleed and celebrate his birth across the entire new world. The sky began to darken, and the spring rain in the city had not yet ceased. Coming here was just Sith alone, but leaving, he was not going alone. The team had grown significantly, leaving only Sith's gradually deflated wallet. This old man was very cunning, even counting Rob Lucci's hospitalization expenses on his head. Before even starting his job, he had already spent a considerable amount on relocation costs. He put up with this, and now, bringing in a few high-level talents, how could he not distribute some benefits? The fine rain fell, and Sith held a black umbrella in great spirits, turning to the others to paint a rosy picture. Tomorrow I will call Admiral Akainu to arrange for your onboarding. Follow me, and your future will be bright. Rob Lucci and the others felt somewhat disheartened, almost rolling their eyes. The entire CP9 had been sold off cheap, and they still wanted a future? The future Marine Admiral. No, the commander of the 3 armies. Would it be your turn, Sith? It was just that Sith didn't know their thoughts. Otherwise, he might burst into laughter. Who could predict the future? Just then, a series of rhythmic footsteps approached, splashing rainwater, and they were surrounded. The sound of heels clicking was not from a rabble. This was a group of regular troops who had undergone rigorous training. Who? Rob Lucci and the others stopped in their tracks, eyes fixed on Sith's back, their faces showing a hint of vigilance. What's going on? Can you give us an explanation, Lord Sith? The last few words were pronounced with emphasis. Although they didn't really believe these would be Sith's men, it was better to be cautious. They couldn't fathom the thoughts of the man before them. Sith's face darkened as well. He turned to give them a sideways glance. This was a disregard for his authority. He had just boasted to his new subordinates about helping them clear their names, and now someone was surrounding them. Where was his face to be placed? They are not my people. I can kill you without anyone's help. I'm enough by myself. Rob Lucci and the others felt even more heartbroken. It would have been better if Sith had immediately acknowledged them as his people. At least that would be a recognition of their strength. A cold gaze shot over, the chilling aura like a bitter wind and rain. I am a senior prosecutor of Judiciary Island, Marine Major Sith. Who are you? A man dressed in a black suit stepped out from the rain curtain, slightly taller, wearing a black top hat, looking up to meet Sith's gaze. We are from CP5, under the command of Spandam, and we are here to retrieve this group of defective product from CP9. Chapter 221. Golden Emperor? Spandam? Sith had an impression of Spandam. He was the bastard father of Spandam, equally despicable. The father and son were competing on the same stage. Who knows who would win? If they could investigate who their old man was, it would be a 3-generation family reunion, and perhaps Sith could identify a new hereditary disease, not called anything else, just called stupidity. Stupid is stupid, but they are indeed real bastards, yet their luck in their careers is undeniable. Spandam was the chief of CP 920 years ago, and Spandam was the chief of CP 920 years later. Spandam obtained the golden transponder snail from the hands of the warlord of the sea and launched the Buster Call, destroying Robin's hometown, O'Hara. Spandam obtained the golden transponder snail from Kazan and launched the Buster Call, collapsing Judiciary Island. Going round and round. This family has a connection with the Buster Call and Robin, making them standard but uncharming villain characters. The poor quality of officials makes Zeiss sometimes doubt whether the world government has specifically selected these officials, eliminating all the good people. Otherwise, how could they all be a lineage of bastards? This is true for Spandam. This is true for Spandine. And every high-ranking official from the world government that Zeiss has encountered has been a bad person. This is definitely not the world's problem. The world is so lovely. Stop shifting the blame onto others. This must be the problem of the world government. The internal rot of the world government is why it breeds parasites, turning a good administrative system into something resembling a primogeniture inheritance system. Of course, there are issues with the Wano War and Kazan as well. How could something as important as the golden transponder snail be given out so casually? Zeiss pulled out a scarlet-black cigarette candy from his pocket and held it in his mouth, glancing at the CP5 member in the rain, his expression unreadable. The air around was slightly cold, accompanied by the rain, which was the feeling that spring should have. Tilting his head, Zeiss raised an eyebrow slightly. It turned out to be Spandine's man. All right, you should go back where you came from. I've spared these few people. Spare them? The visitor's forehead was bulging with veins, and his voice grew sharper in the rain, allowing one to easily conjure a picture of a mean-spirited person in their mind. They are wanted criminals, people that the world government has specifically ordered to be killed. Before coming, Lord Spandine had already instructed that CP9 must not be allowed to escape, and Lord Zeiss should not let his subordinates be put in a difficult position. Once the higher-ups get angry, even you will have to face the consequences. A cold laugh followed. He was too lazy to even pretend to cooperate with Zeiss. He had heard of Zeiss's reputation, a lucky one who had risen from the position of Navy Major to a higher rank with the potential of an admiral. Did he even deserve it? Wasn't Rob Lucci also claimed to be the strongest CP9 member in 800 years? He was still defeated by an unknown minor character. What use is a famous name? In the end, one must show their true capabilities. Having taken full advantage of the situation, he really thought of himself as a significant figure. What if I insist on protecting them? The corner of Zeiss's mouth slightly curved, his smile warm like a spring breeze, making it hard for anyone to find fault. Anyone who saw it would probably be unable to help, but let out a heartfelt admiration. This truly is a well-read and reasonable person. One wonders what could stir any waves in his heart. Please, do not make it difficult for my subordinates. Otherwise, if things escalate, it won't look good on anyone's face. And in the end, if something goes wrong, the higher-ups will find trouble for my subordinates. Zeiss disdainfully huffed, and suddenly, his expression changed drastically. A wave of overwhelming killing intent surged down from the sky along with the rain, and he vanished from his spot. Whoosh! The black sleeves sliced through the rain, making a loud crack in the air, and the visitor only saw a blur. He was lifted off the ground by Zeiss by the neck. I don't know if they'll find trouble for you, but today you are the one looking for trouble with me. You should know in your heart that I fear nothing, but I've always been most afraid of trouble. Tell me, what should I do with you? You, being held in midair. Lack of oxygen turned his lips blue, his legs flailing, struggling to make a sound, his eyes turning white. I am Lord Spandine's man. Do you dare touch me? Spandine? I know him. Isn't he just that big fool? If there's anything, have him come find me personally. I want these few people. Crack. Saying this, Zeiss directly twisted his neck, tossing him toward the group of soldiers. Did you hear what I said? If there's something, have him come find me personally. I want these few people. The tone grew sharper, and the momentum surged into the sky with a voice, like thunder exploding, tearing a huge gap in the overcast sky, sunlight pouring down. It had been several months since St. Poplar had seen such bright sunlight. Looking around, the difficulty of the task seemed to exceed their expectations. Helplessly, they clasped their legs together and saluted Zeiss. They accepted today as matter. Lord Zeiss, Lord Spandine will call you. I'll be waiting. Once the words were said, none dared to continue with threats. They shouldered the corpse and retreated from the alley. Holy land, Mariehua. Crash. A clear sound of shattering, followed by the sound of a plate breaking on the ground. A swollen-faced, beaten-up person was angrily venting his emotions in the room, knocking countless exquisite porcelain tea sets to the floor. He was the current CP9 chief, Spandam, temporarily recuperating in Mariehua due to serious injuries. Dad, we failed. That group of guys all failed. CP5, they are useless in that thing. Right, Zeiss? How could he interfere? I want to kill him. I want to kill him, Dad. How dare he look down on us? Bang! The black carved cane struck the ground, and Spandine's face was equally grim. With his current position, there were still people who dared to take him seriously. This was truly courting death. But no matter what, he was still slightly more mature than his son. Even if he wanted to trip someone up, it had to be done secretly. He couldn't afford to lose himself. All right, behave yourself. It was all because you pressed the golden transponder snail that there were so many problems. Wilson Zeiss is now the lifeline of Judicial Island. How could it be so easy to touch him? Moreover, he is still Akainu's person. So what do you suggest? Shall we just let go? Spandam shouted. Let go? Of course not. ISNT Judicial Island, supposed to establish a new base in the New World? Coincidentally, there's a place called Silver Island in the New World. That's where Guild Tesoro is. Let those two fight it out. Surely that renowned Golden Emperor 1T let us down. Chapter 222. the turbulent undercurrent of Marineford. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Akainu's office. Has Wilson Zeise's deployment order come down? Where do those parasites from Judicial Island want to send him? Chewing on a thick cigar, Akainu wrapped gauze around his wounds while asking his aide beside him. His injuries had not fully healed, with a massive scar extending down from his neck, looking quite frightening. However, he didn't care. If he wanted to compete with the strongest man in the world, how could he not pay a price? The aide clasped his legs together, respectfully saluting Akainu. With wounds all over his body, even the civil officials beside Akainu might have crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The documents in his hand rustled as he turned the pages, and after a while, he said, "The situation on Judicial Island has been settled. The new base of the Joint Forces should be arranged at a place called Silver Island." It is said that the suggestion came from Spandam, the former chief of CP9. Spandam? Silver Island? Akainu pondered for a moment. He knew Spandam, but not Silver Island. However, when the two came together, he believed there was bound to be no good outcome. This is not because he knows much about Spandam. The title of former CP9 chief is already quite significant in the eyes of ordinary people, but to him, it's just that. Having been stationed at the front lines of the New World for years, he doesn't have the leisure to concern himself with the world government's affairs. However, Spandam is a person close to Admiral Sengoku, and something as important as the Den Den Mushi cannot be temporarily controlled by anyone who is not a trusted individual of the Admiral. Not to mention others. Sakazuki would never easily hand over his Den Den Mushi to anyone, not even to Sis, his longtime subordinate. It's not a matter of distrust. It's just that the significance of the Den Den Mushi is too great for them to handle. This shows just how much trust Sengoku has in Spandam. Spandam is from Sengoku's faction, his son Spandam is from Kuzan's faction, and Sis is from his faction. Admiral Sengoku has recommended Kuzan as the next admiral to the world government, and he also wants to be admiral. An inappropriate timing and unsuitable people have all come together, which makes him ponder deeply. Of course, he doesn't doubt Admiral Sengoku and Kuzan. It's just that he has too many fools under him. If he's not careful, they might do something foolish. In Sakazuki's eyes, today is just like that. But once a foolish act is done, it cannot be undone. It's impossible for Kuzan to take the initiative to step back. After all, they are his subordinates. If he keeps retreating, the team will fall apart. Kuzan won't do such a thing, and neither will Sakazuki. What is the problem with this island? Sakazuki slightly raised his head and asked tersely. The lieutenant looked down at the documents in his hand, squinting his eyes, his expression darkening considerably. According to the investigation, this island is under the control of Guild Tesoro, who receives a large amount of pure silver from Silver Island every year. Guild Tesoro? The master of the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, known as the Golden Emperor? Sakazuki's face remained calm. His strength gave him the confidence to face everything. The lieutenant nodded. That's him. Spandam's intentions are not pure. He wants Sis and Guild Tesoro to fight, using the opportunity to weaken our strength. Should we notify Judicial Island to come up with a plan to select a different location? No need. Sakazuki lifted his eyelids, his expression unchanged. A flash of red light passed through his hand, emitting thick smoke, instantly turning the bandage in his hand to ashes. They might have good intentions, but they miscalculated one thing, Sis' strength. The strength is there. No matter how many tricks Spandam plays, it won't work. Guild Tesoro? Let Sis test his mettle. Saying this, Sakazuki even wore a slight smile. Although Sis was not under his command, in terms of factions, Sis could be considered his most capable person. Seeing Sakazuki smile, his lieutenant also grinned. It was not easy to see the smile of such a hard-nosed military man. Oh, by the way, are we going to ignore Sis-side? The lieutenant laughed for a while, adjusted his glasses, and asked Sakazuki. Sakazuki grunted. Since Kuzan's people have made a move, how could we ignore it? Give him some of this year's graduates from the training camp. They're all old acquaintances, and he can use them easily. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. After speaking, the lieutenant saluted and exited Sakazuki's office. The surroundings fell silent again as Sakazuki took a big puff of his cigar, his gaze sharp. Kuzan? If he can't even keep track of his subordinates' little antics, how can he aspire to be admiral? The Navy cannot be entrusted to such a careless person. The position of admiral should be mine. As night fell and the sound of cicadas echoed, it seemed that beneath the seemingly calm Marineford, there were turbulent undercurrents. As the wise strategist who had steered the Navy for decades, Sengoku the Buddha was about to step down. Meanwhile, Sis also received news from Judicial Island. Standing at the bow of the ship, letting the waves crash against the hull. He could hardly recall the place of Silver Island. It was a small place, with small characters, and it was somewhat difficult to catch his eye. Sis, their essay problem with Silver Island. Clara stood to Sis' right, her brow furrowed, warning him in a low voice. Is it related to the Four Emperors? No. Is it a covert, experimental site of the world government? Neither. Then what's the matter? Since it's neither this nor that, what are you afraid of? Sis turned his head and laughed lightly, with a hint of disdain. But this place might be more difficult to deal with than directly intruding into the territory of the Four Emperors. Clara stepped forward, emphasizing her tone. He has some connections over at Judicial Island and managed to gather some information at a cost. That's the Golden Emperor, the richest man in the world. From common folk to the noble celestial dragons. Who doesn't he know him? In some ways, he is even more troublesome than the celestial dragons. As long as he is willing to spend money, many celestial dragons would be willing to work for him. Oh, really? Do tell. Sis raised an eyebrow, showing a bit of interest, but just a bit. He didn't think there would be anything comparable to the Sea Emperor in the New World. Sis, do you know which faction occupies Silver Island? Clara took a step forward and asked. Which faction? Sis appeared somewhat indifferent. Even having the leisure to condense darkness into a fishing rod. Capsizing was impossible unless several Four Emperors teamed up to kill him. Otherwise, he could easily retreat from just one Four Emperor. This is the confidence that strength brings. There are only so many strong people in this world. To have them join forces to attack him, he is not yet qualified. The only forces that can mobilize multiple admiral-level experts, or even Four Emperor-level figures, are the Navy and the world government. And the possibility of the world government directly taking action against him is almost zero. This time, he is very stable. Currently, the faction occupying Silver Island is called the Silver Pirates. From a Navy's perspective, this Silver Pirates group is relatively worry-free. They do not rob passing merchants, but instead have conflicts with notorious pirates. They are a pirate group that specializes in hunting other pirates, Clara continued. Oh, is that so? So according to you, they're a force worth recruiting? Sis said lightly, having already cast the fishing rod into the water. Since he was out to do business, he couldn't afford to be too picky. If they were truly decent and sensible, he wouldn't mind relaxing his selection standards a bit. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures. Even big companies have their startup phases, and needing people is nothing to be ashamed of. No, it would be fine if it were just the Silver Pirates. But behind this seemingly harmless cauliflower, snake hides an overbearing dragon. Clara's expression clearly turned urgent. Oh, who has such great power to dare call themselves an overbearing dragon in that hellish place of the New World? Sit's interest was suddenly piqued. Gilded Tesalo. Clara squinted her eyes, her voice deep. The captain of the Silver Pirate crew, Byru, had once fallen into Tesalo's hands, and of course after that fall, he never got back up. Although he hid it well and gathered a large following with the slogan of dreams, in reality, he was still working under Tesalo. Gurin Tesalo was the largest entertainment city in the world, where nothing was impossible for them. Gurin Tesalo was not only the largest casino and amusement park in the world, but also the largest slave market, even bigger than the one in the Flamingo Islands. Supporting such a massive slave market was impossible without dedicated supply channels, and the Silver Pirate crew was one of their supply channels. Those pirates defeated by the Silver Pirate crew were officially sent to the Navy for bounties, but in reality, most were sent by Byru along with the refined high-density silver to Gurin Tesalo as auction items. Compared to slaves, what was the little bounty offered by the world government worth? This Silver Island should not be taken lightly. Gurin Tesalo was not easy to deal with. Gurin Tesalo? The richest man in the world? The Golden Emperor? This could be interesting. Perhaps this journey would be more exciting than I imagined. Listening to Clara, Sid not only didn't hold back, but instead smiled, even more grimly and strangely. Rich people are great. He loved making friends with the wealthy. Times have changed, and the cost of starting a business outside cannot be compared to working for others. He was really short on money. He had suddenly become very short on money. With money, everything is negotiable, but without money, one cannot move an inch. Without money, how could he support a powerful force capable of contending with the Four Emperors? Without money, what could he talk about in terms of replacing them? It was impossible to extort protection fees like pirates do and in impoverished areas. One probably wouldn't pay much tax either, so he could only find a couple of friends to help him out. No way around it. Who told him that Gilded Tesalo was rich? Money can make everyone excited, but lacking the strength to protect that wealth means one must rely on balance and dancing on the edge of a blade to preserve oneself. If he encounters someone reasonable, that's fine. If he meets someone unreasonable, he would just be left staring blankly. But who said Sith was kind? He was willing to be friends with Gilded Tesalo and help him preserve this massive fortune. Gradually, Sith even began to look forward to it. With a slight movement of his fishing rod, he raised it up and caught a huge sea creature. The blade flashed, and a small part of the ocean was drenched in crimson. Looking at Sith's back, Clara let out a quiet sigh. She had reminded him, but it only made Sith more spirited. The gleam in his eyes was almost spilling out. In his confusion, he didn't even know who he should be worried about. None of them were good birds. Fight it out, and maybe getting rid of a couple would eliminate a disaster. After leaving the spring queen city of St. Popura, Sith and his group had no reason to continue fooling around in the first half of the Grand Line. Just in time, Marineford had equipped him with personnel. What remained was to head to the Holy Land, Mariehua, for the reception. They traveled across the Red Line to the New World, and the Navy had prepared a ship for him on the other side of the Red Line. This is the benefit of being backed by a powerful force. He didn't have to compete with the Sea Kings for Fishman Island, nor was he bound to a specific ship. The most crucial point was that this ship was better than most others. Without a stable base and sufficient manpower, ordinary people wouldn't dare to play like this, nor could they. According to the plan, Sith actually intended to try capturing Trafalgar Law, but submarines are not like pirate ships. They are hard to locate. Even the world government found it difficult to provide accurate locations for Sith. Furthermore, Judicial Island was indeed pressing hard, so he had no choice but to hastily conclude, considering Trafalgar Law lucky. After giving up on Trafalgar Law, Sith's group picked up speed and reached the Red Line from St. Popura in just a few days. Although both the Holy Land Mariehua and St. Popura contain the word holy, the two are completely worlds apart. St. Popura, charmingly referred to as the Spring Queen City, can also be described as a remote and impoverished place, while the Holy Land Mariehua is the genuine center of power, the location of the world government. Even the kings of the world government's member states have to hustle to Mariehua every year for meetings. If it weren't for the fact that the residents above are those foolish celestial dragons, Mariehua could very well be a true holy land. Chapter 224, Departure to the New World. Crossing the doldrums, Sith's ship approached the Red Line, a legendary continent in every sense. As a continent, it is surprisingly circular. Can you believe it? Even if Sith believed it, the theories of plate tectonics and continental drift would not dare accept it. It is unclear how this continental shelf formed. Covered in red soil, the Red Line does not serve the usual purpose of a continent, rather than being a human settlement. It plays a larger role in dividing the four seas along with the Grand Line. This gives rise to another bug. The Grand Line and the Red Line form a standard cross, which one must admire the creator's ingenuity. When it comes to the entanglements between the Grand Line and the Red Line, one must mention their two intersection points. One is the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain, also known as Levis Mountain, an incredible mountain with 5 water channels for leading in and 1 leading out, connecting the 4 seas with the Grand Line. Strictly speaking, there are more than 2 paths leading to the New World. Besides Fishman Island and Mariehua, occasionally, a fool attempt to climb over Reverse Mountain. Beyond Reverse Mountain lies the end of the New World. However, the difficulty is too high, and so far, no fool has successfully crossed Reverse Mountain. So, generally speaking, to enter the New World, one must go through Fishman Island and the Holy Land Mariehua. The Holy Land Mariehua is the second intersection point between the Red Line and the Grand Line, symbolizing the end point of the first half of the Grand Line, and also the end point for most pirates. For the people of this world, seeing the Red Line once symbolizes the beginning of adventure and sailing. Seeing it twice represents the ability to stand on one's own, even if one is a renowned pirate across the 4 seas. Seeing it 3 times? Congratulations. Raftel is right in front of you, and you are the new pirate king. Geographically, the Red Line is already legendary. But when discussing the deeds of the Red Line and the Holy Land Mariehua, the Red Line can be considered a miracle. Over 800 years ago, the world government established the Holy Land Mariehua at the second intersection of the Red Line. 13 years ago, the fishman hero Fisher Tiger stormed into the Holy Land Mariehua, firing the first shot to abolish slavery. The slogans of liberation and freedom echoed across the seas. Even the celestial dragons were terrified of that man. Personally, Sith has no good feelings for the so-called Pirate King Joel D. Roger admires the bravery of the great pirate Edward Newgate, but has profound respect for Fisher Tiger. He did not liberate the demons beneath hell, nor the judicial center in name. He liberated the slaves. His actions should not be defined by piracy. He is a true adventurer and revolutionary who yearns for freedom, a man courageous enough to wield a sword against the world government. Compared to him, the romance and freedom spoken of by other pirates on the sea are merely child's play. To fully embody liberation and freedom is the true romance of a man. Having also been a slave to the celestial dragons, Gilda is entirely the opposite of him. No, Gilda is not even worthy of comparison. Regardless of what others think, Sis knows he could never be as pure as him. Sis slightly raised his head, feeling a mix of emotions. Here we are, Mary Geos. In Sis's eyes, the entire Mary Geos unfolded like a meticulously crafted painting, with towering domes standing amidst the clouds. Compared to the outside world, it resembled a divine residence. But the image of a god instantly brought to mind the appearance of St. Charlos. Sis's eyelid twitched. No, it was a bit nauseating. The looks of these so-called sons of gods are simply uncomplimentary. Just the thought of this being the residence of the celestial dragons made Sis lose interest. Otherwise, he would have liked to pay homage to the place where Fisher Tiger rescued slaves, treating it as a pilgrimage. But with the celestial dragons around, he decided against it. After all, he occasionally has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, while occasionally, not lingering in Mary Geos, Sis quickened his pace as if evading some malevolent force. As his new subordinates were still waiting for him on the other side of the red line. Rear Admiral Sis, ahead is the new world. May you have great success. At the other end of Mary Geos, the casually guiding Navy suddenly stopped, legs together, and saluted Sis with a standard military salute. Thank you for your hard work. Sis nodded. He never hesitated to express verbal gratitude. As the accompanying personnel left, Sis and the others continued forward. Not far ahead was a large port where the Navy, traveling between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line, would congregate to change ships. However, today was slightly different. 10 warships of varying sizes were lined up, creating quite an impressive scene, making one wonder if the Navy was about to launch a demon-slaying order again. To show his support for Sis, Akainu not only assigned a group of familiar and capable personnel, but also voluntarily allocated 500 men from his elite troops, changing the 2 large warships into 3. In terms of warships and soldiers, launching a small demon-slaying order was indeed not difficult. That said, Sis had no intention of actually launching a demon-slaying order. Moreover, his current movement might attract even more attention and nerves from the prominent figures in the New World than a demon-slaying order would. The High Prosecutor from Judicial Island, who had shone brightly in the Top War and had shared Whitebeard's last inheritance with Blackbeard Teach, was about to step into the New World. This would not only cause tremors, but also panic. The various underlings gathered around the 4 emperors still managed to remain somewhat calm, while those in the vacuum created by the 4 emperors, or those who had not yet found a new backing after Whitebeard's death, were completely anxious. The intrusion of such a ruthless character was unknown to what kind of bloodbath it would incite. However, compared to others, Blackbeard was completely excited. Darkness leaped in his chest. And once he dealt with Whitebeard's remnants, it would be time for him to settle things with Sis. Rear Admiral Sis, Navy Lieutenant, Major Kent, Betty. Judy, Barry is here to report. Upon reaching the warship, the Navy personnel who were supposed to board had already done so, and a group of 4 figures approached. Raising their hands in salute, their voices loud, all familiar faces. With half-closed eyes, Sis's mouth curled into a heartfelt smile. The long-awaited moment had come, and his crew was finally coming together. Since everyone was ready, it was time to set sail. The voice carried from the sea surface up to the sky, lingering for a long time. Chapter 225. Silver Island? Is this Silver Island? Standing at the bow, Sis turned to Melinda and said that until a suitable replacement was found, Melinda was still temporarily serving as the navigator on Sis's ship. Holding the map, Melinda glanced down a couple of times and nodded. Yes, this is Silver Island, an island entirely formed by massive mines. Oh, really? A mine, how lucky. Then he raised his right hand, pointing toward the land, his expression serious as he ordered. Build a temporary port, prepare to land. Yes. The echoing response rang out. With Sis's command, 10 warships carrying a swarm of Navy personnel headed toward the nearby island, riding the winds and waves with great momentum. Before the Navy could truly approach, the pirates hiding beneath Silver Island were thrown into chaos. Vilru's back was drenched in sweat as he peered from a mining tunnel at the Navy pouring in from all directions, his legs trembling slightly. No matter how strong he was or how solid his backing was, he would not foolishly think he could fend off so many Navy personnel. 10 warships, thousands of Navy soldiers, just for a silver pirate crew? This was simply a waste. It wasn't that he looked down on himself, but even if he had a high opinion of himself, he wouldn't dare to dream such an unrealistic dream. Taxpayers should closely investigate where their taxes were going. The Navy's actions were simply outrageous. Boss, the Navy is here. What should we do? The arrival of the Navy left everyone panicked. Not just the ordinary pirates. Even the cadres of the Silver Pirate crew were anxious, repeatedly scurrying through the mining tunnels, questioning Bilru. Bilru's mouth twitched slightly. Don't ask me. I don't know what to do. There are too many enemies. Even if I wanted to stop them, how could I? Steeling himself to remain calm, he thought, don't panic. I have reinforcements. I have sold my life to Gilda Tezelo for so many years, helped him capture so many slaves, and provided so much pure silver. The Golden Emperor will definitely not abandon me. Absolutely. Bilru consoled himself in his heart. What was there to panic about? He had backing. It was just a navy. In front of that lord's financial might, it was nothing. As long as he was willing to lower himself to ask, that lord would definitely not give up on him. Taking a secret deep breath, he glanced at his subordinates and said in a deep voice, don't panic. This is Silver Island, our home ground. It's just a group of Navy personnel, right? No problem. As long as we work together, we can take down even the 4 emperors. A mere navy is nothing to worry about. Bilru's rhetoric was built on a foundation of continuous victories. Because he maintained a good habit of not going solo and trying to face many foes at once. He indeed led them to many victories, having defeated over 100 million pirates, which barely gave them confidence to face their opponents. The boss is right. There's nothing to fear from the Navy. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't overcome. Yes. Are a few Navy personnel harder to deal with than over 100 million pirates? Impossible. We will definitely win. For Boss Bilru. For the boss, for the great Silver Pirate crew. With their morale forcibly held up, the surrounding pirates surged into the mining tunnels from all directions, ready to engage in a guerrilla warfare with the Navy. The pirates left, and only one person, Bilru, suddenly found it hard to cope. No matter how he motivated himself, the vast army of Navy soldiers was all too real, and there was no way to fake it. Mr. Tanaka, are you still there? He bent down, and the leader of the Silver Pirate crew, who once seemed high and mighty, suddenly became humble, speaking to the walls around the mine tunnel, making one wonder if he was insane. The surroundings were silent. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the wall, distinctive. What's wrong? Bilru, are you scared? The rocks seemed to twist, and a comically plump man wearing a black security uniform and a green bow tie, resembling a big-headed doll, emerged from the rock. Mr. Tanaka, what do we do now? The Navy is coming. There are thousands of them. What should we do? Upon seeing Mr. Tanaka, Bilru felt like he had found his anchor, hurriedly moving closer and looking at him with eager eyes. The corners of Tanaka's mouth lifted slightly. Bilru's panicked expression didn't affect him. He remained calm. He had seen many grand scenes before Guild Tesoro became the king of Grand Tesoro. He didn't know how many bullets he had taken and how many times he had been besieged. He had survived those times, and there was no reason he couldn't now. Besides, his emperor was still in Grand Tesoro, and it only took a phone call. Whether this battle would happen was still uncertain. Panicked? What are you panicking about? Am I not here? Just do a good job for that lord, and we won't mistreat you. A mere few thousand Navy soldiers are not worth the lord's attention. That's good. Bilru kept muttering as if he had taken a calming pill, feeling much more composed inside. But before he and Mr. Tanaka could exit the passage, the pirates of the Silver Pirate crew rushed back, covered in blood, trembling, clearly having gone through a one-sided battle. Captain, we can't win. It's impossible. Monsters. The Navy outside is a bunch of monsters. They're elite Navy comparable to the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Let's escape. We must escape, Captain. Just as Bilru had suppressed his excited heart, he fell into panic once again, his muscles twitching as he seemed to hear the Navy getting closer. Get them all. Don't let a single pirate escape. Yes. The footsteps drew nearer, and Bilru had to look at Mr. Tanaka again. What do we do? Mr. Tanaka squinted and raised his right hand. Don't panic. I want to see who dares to act recklessly on that lord's territory. He shot a glance at Bilru. No matter how others panicked, he remained calm, not to mention his own backing. Even relying solely on the power of the Mera Mera and Nomi was enough to keep him undefeated. Found them. They're right here. Someone shouted, and the Navy poured in from the surrounding passages, with dozens of bloodied Navy soldiers hiding behind Bilru, the two sides not even on the same level. Captain! The subordinates looked at Bilru, who felt his scalp tingle. Gritting his teeth, he drew 2 long knives made of high-quality steel from his boiling chest. Everyone, don't panic. I'm here, he said, forcing himself to hold up his body, and swung a knife at the advancing Navy. Chapter 226, The Power of Belly Boom. Before the knife could reach, a fist struck first. Before Bilru's knife could come down, a claw-like fist with long black nails sent him flying. As the dust settled, Rob Lucci stepped out from the crowd, a slightly plump pigeon perched on his shoulder, wearing a tie, his face bearing bruises, his expression grim. resembling a diligent worker. "You're the leader of the Silver Pirate crew, Bairu?" With the cold gaze of a leopard, Rob Lucci asked. He had been part of Cypherpole for some time, having left the city of Spring Queen, St. Poplar, and removed from the world government's wanted list. These days had not been easy for him, no longer pursued by the Navy and CP, but he endured beatings from his superiors, who had only a little bit of common sense and liked to drag him out for practice. This kind of life was worse than when he had been hiding from the law. Although he had been wanted, Spandam was foolish, sending people after them every day without success. But the situation with Cypherpole was different. Not only were they incredibly strong, but their perception and intuition were astonishingly accurate. Even the slightest disturbance would not escape their eyes. And even if someone cursed him behind his back, he could sense it, which was absurd and made it hard for them to operate. It was like encountering a game master in a video game, with no gaming experience at all. Bairu was sweating profusely, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Rob Lucci's aura made his arm numb. This power, this force, was beyond what he could withstand. Without answering directly, his subordinates looked at him from behind. If he bowed his head now, he would completely ruin the image he had worked hard to build over the years. With a strained face, he fixed his gaze on Rob Lucci and asked, "Are you the commander of this Navy?" "Commander?" Rob Lucci snorted coldly, as if he had been pricked by something painful, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. He didn't dare to curse or complain in his heart. That guy could hear it. "How could I be the commander? Our commander is someone else, far more terrifying than I am. Right now, our commander wants to see you. Will you come with me? Or do I need to invite you?" Bairu's face grew increasingly sinister. Even such a powerful guy, wasn't he qualified to be their commander? Who exactly was their commander? Such a terrifying existence? He stepped back, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Mr. Tanaka. He couldn't make this decision, nor did he dare to. If a subordinate was already this difficult to deal with, he couldn't imagine how tough the big boss behind him would be. This person exuded a great terror, and he didn't dare to retort. Mr. Tanaka's eyes narrowed slightly. Following a sufficiently powerful boss brought not only protection, but also a broader perspective. He seemed to have seen this person in some confidential intelligence. Rob Lucci, the #1 expert of CP9 in 800 years. How could he be here? Doubts arose in Mr. Tanaka's mind. The Judicial Island had been raided and looted, which was no small matter. Even the New World was shaken. Few dared to provoke the world government so boldly. They were either fools or mere fledglings. Whether the Straw Hat Kid was a fool or a fledgling, he didn't know, but he didn't know Rob Lucci was wanted. This man didn't flee. Instead, he had been taken in by the figures behind this Navy, who had such audacity, or rather, who had such powerful connections, to dare to directly protect someone from CP. A defector who knew so many secrets should have been eliminated. Mr. Tanaka secretly signaled Bairu with his eyes, indicating he should follow Rob Lucci. Sacrificing a small subordinate in exchange for significant intelligence was worth it, very worth it. The muscles on Bairu's face twitched. Indeed, there were no good people among those in power, all a bunch of bastards who didn't value their lives. But did he have any other options? No, for many years now, his life has not belonged to him, but to the monster of the New World, the man known as the Golden Emperor. If he does not follow Mr. Tanaka's orders, even if he miraculously survives this time, he will still not escape death. Gil Tesoro will not let him go. Gritting his teeth, he nodded slightly and shifted his gaze back to Rob Lucci. "All right, I'll go with you." The pirates below instantly began to howl loudly, showing that his usual authority was quite good. If it were ordinary pirates, they would probably be reveling in schadenfreude or celebrating their survival by now. Silence. With a sharp command, Rob Lucci subtly turned his piercing gaze left and right. He came from CP9, a professional spy, whose acting skills and observational abilities far exceeded those of his peers. Moreover, he was a true genius, learning quickly. It was an insult to his professional interest that Bairu and Mr. Tanaka were playing tricks right under his nose. With a cold grin, he pointed his right index finger at Mr. Tanaka. "You come with him too." "Me?" Mr. Tanaka pointed to his own chest, a look of confusion on his face. "Yes. You come with him." "All right." Mr. Tanaka shook his head helplessly, his face displaying every emotion except fear and dread. The existence of Gil Tesoro gave him great confidence. As long as the money was sufficient, they could even borrow the power of the world government. 20% of the world's belly, that's the power of adults. Rob Lucci stared at Mr. Tanaka like a fierce cheetah, his two fingers pointed in front of his eyes before reaching towards him. "Don't play tricks in front of me. You can't bear the wrath of that guy, and neither can the people behind you. No matter who they are, I advise you to follow the rules here. Abide by the Navy's rules and follow his rules. As he spoke, Rob Lucci added silently in his heart. He couldn't bear that fire either. A trace of disdain flashed across Mr. Tanaka's face, even somewhat mocking. Could the people behind him not bear it? What a joke. His backer was the Golden Emperor. Would the Golden Emperor not be able to bear it? Was he looking down on Guild Tesoro, or looking down on Belly? Can the power of money be imagined by mortals? It seemed that after years of hiding his fangs, these scraps of the sea really thought of themselves as someone important. Rob Lucci sneered coldly, ignoring Mr. Tanaka's contemptuous gaze. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. You just want to laugh too. Look at him now, can he still laugh? A fist as big as a sandbag keeps hitting the face. Even a god wouldn't be able to laugh. Chapter 2:27. We are all neighbors. The sound of seabirds echoed, and the waves continuously crashed against the surrounding coast. The sun was just right today, and a gentle breeze blew from the shore. One could even see the rocks at the bottom of the sea. With Clara and Melinda, Sis had already disembarked from the warship. A dark brown cigarette candy clenched in his mouth, exuding an indescribable aura. His gaze swept over, and in front of him stood Bairu and Mr. Tanaka, who had just been brought out from the corridor. You are Bairu and, who are you? Mr. Tanaka's mouth twitched slightly as he bowed towards Sis. You can call me Tanaka, sir. Upon seeing Sis, Mr. Tanaka's earlier calmness vanished, replaced by a hint of apprehension. He knew this man, and even if he hadn't seen him in person, the various data and information bombardments were enough for him to understand. Wilson Sis, an absolute rising star in the Navy, a monster capable of overwhelming all his contemporaries, the final victor of the Marineford War, a hunter with a domineering presence. Although he had not formally entered the New World, legends of him circulated in every corner of it. As the first tier under the four emperors, Blackbeard Teach never hesitated to praise his enemies, especially Wilson Sis, whom he regarded as a lifelong rival. Ordinary people might not imagine how strong Sis truly was, but just look at Blackbeard, who turned the New World upside down, causing countless devil fruit users to suffer under his wrath. If it weren't for his master Guild Tesoro being strong enough, he might even find himself on Blackbeard's hunting list. He was a madman, willing to offend the entire New World for his own sake and that of his underlings. Madmen are not to be feared. What is frightening is that this madman is uncontrollable. Without the four emperors stepping in, who would dare to claim they could suppress Blackbeard? He was just one step away from the position of the four emperors. Once he dealt with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, he would become the new maritime emperor, on par with Big Mom, Kaido, and red-haired Shanks. This was not the kind of fake fifth emperor like the Straw Hat Kid, but a world-recognized, genuine article. Faced with such a figure, even if his master was Guild Tesoro, he had to be on high alert. A moment's carelessness could lead to heavy losses. Tanaka? You are Guild Tesoro's man? Sis looked down at him, his face showing no change in emotion. There were few things in this world that could make him change his expression. Although there were still some, Guild Tesoro was definitely not one of them. Mr. Tanaka was more perceptive than Sis imagined, lowering his body. The thoughts of powerful people are always unpredictable, whether it's Blackbeard or the man before him. He did not want to easily lose his life. For this man, killing him might not be harder than strangling a dog. Yes, Lord Wilson Sis. I represent Lord Guild Tesoro in greeting you. Greeting? How novel. I haven't heard of the Golden Emperor greeting anyone. Doesn't he adhere to a money-first philosophy? I'm just a poor guy who can't even afford a meal. I can't afford that. Sis replied with a light laugh, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Sweat oozed from Mr. Tanaka's forehead, and every muscle in his body trembled subtly, as if a fierce beast were staring at him. The name of this predator was certainly not just sweet talk. Mr. Tanaka was increasingly firm in his thoughts. His heart trembled, and his body instinctively wanted to run away. He should not face such a person, or he would die, forcing down the instinct of a prey before a predator. He wore a forced smile and lowered his posture even further. You are the rising star of the Navy and Judicial Island. That position of Admiral or Chief Judge of Judicial Island will eventually have your name on it. If you're just a poor guy, then people like us ordinary folks might as well be dead. Oh, is that so? You think death is better? A sharp gaze swept over, and an imposing aura pressed down from all around, causing alarm bells to ring in Mr. Tanaka's heart. He would die. He would definitely die. This man in front of him had murderous intent, and he was more certain of this than anyone else. He even saw death in his pupils. There was no escape, no matter what, not even if he were a Pika fruit user. He had a premonition that before he could merge with the ground, the long knife at the waist of Sis would first sever his head, splitting his body in half, and his blood would surely splatter high into the air. He was confident of that. Sweat trickled down his back, and his scalp tingled. Anyone targeted by a madman must also be a madman. Was this lunatic really planning to go on a killing spree as soon as he arrived in the new world? Trembling all over, he leaned towards Sis. You must be joking. Who would want to die if they could live? You're right. It's better to live poorly than to die well. As long as one is alive, no matter what kind of suffering they've endured, there's always hope, right? Sis grinned, and the pressure on Mr. Tianzhong dissipated, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he hadn't gone so far as to kill him, right? As long as one is alive, there is still room for negotiation. Stealing a glance at the surrounding navy, Mr. Tianzhong cautiously asked Sis, Lord Sis, I wonder what you brought these people here for. Oh, you mean this time? After site selection, Judicial Island will now be the Navy base under my jurisdiction. It's not too far from Gulen Tezelo, and from now on we will be neighbors, so we must look out for each other. If someone causes trouble, don't give him face, just call me. I'll be there whenever you need. Sis spoke with a righteous demeanor, making Mr. Tianzhong's mouth twitch. They actually wanted to turn this place into a Navy base? Which bastard came up with such a terrible idea? With such a massive figure here, how were they supposed to do business? Were they going to discuss relocation with Lord Tezelo? No, he wouldn't agree to that. If he bowed his head today, tomorrow that group of pirates would dare to swarm around like hyenas smelling blood. Compared to that situation, Sis seemed particularly lovely, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He flattered, You're right. I will definitely convey your words to Lord Tezelo next time. I wonder if we can leave now. After all, we are all law-abiding citizens. Leave? Sis narrowed his eyes, pointed at Bailu with his right hand, and chuckled softly. You can leave, but he must stay. You are a law-abiding citizen. But he is not. He is a pirate. What? Do you have an opinion about how I handle this? No, I dare not. Mr. Tianzhong's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved his hands at Sis. This madman, whoever touches him will be unlucky. He would never get involved to avoid ending up in a mess himself. You're right. He is just a pirate. It's only natural for you to kill or cut him. I will take my leave now. Excuse me. Saying this, Mr. Tianzhong attempted to step back, showing no sign of reluctance on his face. Mr. Tianzhong, you? Bailu was so furious, he trembled all over, pointing at Tianzhong, unable to find his voice. How could he be so shameless? How could he be so shameless? He had sold his life to Gilded Tezelo for so many years. He must have some merit, right? Was he really being thrown away like a pawn? Mr. Tianzhong, you can't do this. We are in this together. How can you leave me behind and run away? In this together? What do you mean in this together? Let me tell you, don't slander me. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and you are a pirate-wanted criminal. How could I possibly be in cahoots with you? Get lost, or I'll make a move. Mr. Tianzhong screamed sharply, his expression as ugly as it could be. Sis let out a cold laugh, watching the performance of the two with indifference, his right hand resting on the hilt of his knife. Have you all had enough of the commotion? If you're done, hurry up and leave. Don't dawdle here. I still have business to attend to. With a sharp glare at Mr. Tianzhong and Bailu, to be honest, Sis actually had a good opinion of Bailu. Not because of his strength, there were many stronger people in the New World, but because of his devil fruit ability. The melt fruit? What is this? It's simply a natural forging assembly line. By mastering Bailu, many things could be produced and sold in-house. A major force without a sweatshop is certainly not a true major force. Yes, I understand. I'll leave right away. Mr. Tianzhong nodded and bowed. Looking at Sis, he bowed his head while stepping back. He really didn't want to stay here even a moment longer. Being with someone beyond his control felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Under Sis' gaze, Bailu grew increasingly fearful, his body instinctively wanting to retreat. But who could he hide behind now? Even Mr. Tianzhong, who he had always regarded as his savior, had already abandoned him. What other trump cards could he have? He was just an ordinary pirate. He had once shared the dream of becoming the pirate king like others. But this world was much more realistic than he had imagined. He had never been elevated to the clouds, but had tasted the feeling of being trampled in the mud. The sea? This stage belonged to those great figures, to those born rulers, and it certainly did not belong to them. Thinking of this, Bailu's face twisted, and he somehow summoned the courage to draw a steel knife from his body, glaring fiercely at Sis. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Saying this, he raised his legs, and the long knife fell straight towards Sis' head. Sis' expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand and directly grasped the long knife, delivering a knee strike that instantly knocked Bailu to the ground. Commendable courage, but it's of no use. Saying this, he turned his head and glanced at Clara. Cuff him with Seastone and take him down. Yes, I understand. Clara nodded. As a professional aide, he could not fail to see Bailu's strategic value. Such talent should be held in their own hands. If If they couldn't, then it was better to eliminate him early. In comparison to combat value, the strategic value of certain devil fruits was even more important. After Clara took Bailu away, Melinda approached and stood behind Sis. Major Sis, we just want to let that Tianzhong go? She asked softly, her tone reflecting a slight lack of the usual Sis demeanor. Let him go. Sis sneered coldly. Do I look like the kind of person who is casual about such things? Once it's gone through my hands, it won't be that easy to end it. Don't be anxious. This matter has just begun. Gulen Tezelo. Smash. The sound of a plate breaking echoed in the room. Since Mr. Tianzhong returned, Gilded Tezelo had summoned all his cadres and locked himself in the room, seething with rage. Wilson Sis, how dare he? Silver Island is my territory, and he just occupied it without a word? He took my place, beat my people, and still wants to get along with me. How arrogant can he be? Mr. Tianzhong lowered his head, his face dark as he stood below. He had the most say in this matter. He had witnessed the entire process and was a first-hand experiencer. Yet, he was also the most unqualified to speak. He was the biggest supporter of appeasement policy, and Silver Island was lost in his hands. Not only did he lose Silver Island, but he also lost Gilded Tezelo's face. Burying his head deep, Mr. Tianzhong did not dare to breathe loudly, only daring to confess softly, "This is all my fault. I didn't handle the Navy well." Another crystal goblet filled with golden liquid was crushed in his hand. His cold gaze fixed on Mr. Tanaka. Do you think I'm lamenting over Silver Island? I cannot tolerate anyone daring to slap me in the face. Navy? Judicial Island? What a grand title. I really can't let him off easy. Baccarat sent out a message to let the nearby pirates give him more trouble. Yes. Baccarat smiled gently and nodded at Tezelo. But sir, won't this make it difficult for that person to save face? He is a senior. Mr. Tanaka's eyelids twitched, taking a step forward to ask softly, "Save face? He has already made me unable to save face." Saying this, he angrily opened a nearby cabinet, which was filled to the brim with money. Under the bed, between the curtains, there was money everywhere in this room. Unable to save face? Then I will use money to build a staircase for him to tiptoe on. When this matter passes, I will call him over to collect the money. Whatever amount he wants, I will give him, and let's see if he can save face. Even if he refuses, I can find someone to report him to the world government, to have him transferred back to me. Money can make the devil push the millstone, right? The people from the world government are just devils. I have money. It's no problem for me to make him kneel. Isn't he just a dog of the celestial dragons? Thinking too highly of himself, the few people below were timid and did not dare to speak, not daring to touch Tezelo's brow. However, one thing they believed was that as long as the money was sufficient, there was nothing in this world they could not handle. Then I will arrange it now. Baccarat broke the surrounding silence, and Tezelo nodded. The few exchanged silent glances. Chapter 229. Gulen Tezelo. The cold wind at night made people involuntarily tighten their collar. The swirling electric lights were like two sharp swords, shattering the silence of the night. This is Silver Island. Just as no one knows how much money Gilded Tezelo actually possesses, no one knows how much power a person can unleash under the whip. Crack! The slender, spiked whip struck fiercely against the ground. Wearing high heels, Califa walked by with a cold face, the huge searchlight shining on her, surrounded by the sound of shovels clashing with rocks. Continue. You're not allowed to rest until today's work is finished. The murderous gaze fell upon her. What did this woman think they were? They were renowned pirates, not ordinary laborers who could be summoned and dismissed at will. Just wait, woman. Once I get out, I will make sure you have it easy. I will tear your limbs one by one. Crack! The whip struck the pirate's mouth, the spikes tearing flesh and staining his entire face with blood. Califa stepped on the rocks, bent down, and with her black leather-gloved hand, she grabbed his hair. Never think too highly of women. She had also fought her way out from among countless elites, her hands stained with blood. The world government didn't know how many dirty deeds had passed through her hands. Pirate, do you think you still have a chance to take revenge on me? This is Silver Island, the place of that lord. The only road awaiting you is death. Do you understand? To ensure I can live a few more days. Now go to work for me. The murderous gaze in the pirate's eyes grew more resentful as he glared at Califa, shouting, "Why are you doing this to us? We are just chasing our dreams." Dreams? Califa sneered, full of disdain. Dreams are not something to be played with at the expense of others' lives, you scum. After saying this, Califa directly threw him out. Discussing dreams with a murderous villain is simply a waste of time. Thinking of oneself as superior has never been the privilege of the celestial dragons. There are too many self-righteous people who believe the world revolves around them, that the lives of others are merely their playthings. Little did they know, in the hands of some, their lives are not worth more than an ant or a catfish. It's just because of a group of commoners. Watching their comrade beaten half to death by Khalifa, the others silently lowered their heads, only daring to curse quietly in their hearts, their eyes flashing with fierce light. They were far from hopeless. Being captured does not mean the end. As long as they can escape successfully, they're still good men. Think about how glorious it was for Impelled Down initially, with its copper walls and iron bastions. Who knows how many big shots died inside? Yet now, they have all been beaten to a pulp. Their fame may not match that of the Straw Hat Kid. But this is not Impelled Down. If others can do it, they have no reason to be unable to. The fall of Impelled Down truly opened a new chapter for a group of pirate prisoners. However, Impelled Down is Impelled Down, and Sis is Sis. He does not have as much money as Impelled Down and often doesn't bother to waste that food. Whoa! A sharp police siren sounded, and a flash of light suddenly cut out the silhouettes of two pirate ships on the sea. Khalifa frowned slightly. This was already the third attack today. She really didn't know what had gotten into the pirates during this time, rushing to their deaths one after another. Looking at the approaching pirate ships, the pirates below who were being forced to work exchanged glances, revealing knowing smiles. Another unlucky one is about to fall for it. They have all been fooled by the black market news about the Navy fleet escorting gold to the heavens. This is clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex hiding here. All hands on alert, bring the warship closer. Bruno was handling everything with considerable experience. The dead are dead, and the living will be sent to work. It's something he is quite familiar with. Having someone work for free is originally a joyous thing, but the constant harassment day and night is also annoying. On the high ground, in a makeshift camp, Sis crushed a unicorn round table made of granite with one hand, his smile sinister and cold. In front of him stood Rob Lucci, Clara, Melinda, and other newly formed high-ranking members. Gilded Tesolo? Good neighbor. He truly deserves to be my good neighbor. I haven't even made a move, and he is already rushing to send me gifts. What do you think I should do? Sis's voice grew colder, clearly reaching a boiling point. The heads of several people turned to each other, their gazes intertwining in the air, confirming their thoughts. Clara instinctively wanted to step out from the crowd. The second in command of the joint force still had to be him. Major General Sis, if someone offends me, I will return the favor. A drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring. We must settle this account. Clara had just taken half a step when Melinda's crisp voice rang out, staring directly at Sis, speaking while not forgetting to show Clara a provocative smile. Sis ignored Clara and Melinda, placing his hands on the table, glancing at everyone and saying, "Yes, if someone offends me, I will return the favor." Golden Emperor? A big shot indeed. He deserves to be called a big shot. Just a word from him has countless pirates rushing to their deaths. If I don't show some response, I might really be looked down upon. Prepare for me. Tomorrow morning I will pay a visit to Gulin Tesolo. I want to see if this big shot is really as formidable as others say. Understood. Even the commander has made up his mind. What can the subordinates say? Moreover, as their subordinates, they never intended to swallow their pride. This is a world that values strength. Perhaps their power is not the strongest, but Tesolo undoubtedly lacks the kind of force that would make them feel apprehensive. The next day, at dawn, standing at the bow of the ship, Sis cast a sideways glance at Clara behind him. Is everything arranged in the camp? Surrounded by standing Navy personnel, Clara did not dare to joke at this moment, slightly bowing her body towards Sis. Rest assured, 9 warships, over 2,000 Navy personnel, and Melinda personally coordinating. Everything will be fine. That's good. Let's set off. Yes. The sea breeze picked up, and a massive warship sailed through the waves, heading straight for Girantizzolo. With 2,000 Navy personnel and CP-9. Although it cannot be said to be foolproof, safety is definitely guaranteed. As for Rob Lucci, he is, of course, kept close. He has not yet earned the level of trust that would allow him to be left alone in the camp. After all, someone must be able to keep him in check. The warship's speed is fast, faster than most ships in the world. And since Girantizzolo is not too far from Silver Island, before it was even time for a meal, Sis's warship stopped right in front of Girantizzolo's main entrance. Girantizzolo, in its essence, is the massive ship Grandisuro, one of the largest ships in the world, a mobile city on the sea. May I ask if this is the ship of Prosecutor Sis? Before the warship even entered Girantizzolo, a small boat came out to greet them. Looking down from above, Sis coldly regarded the small boat, where a beautiful woman in a black corseted dress stood, wearing black silk gloves and sporting a somewhat sweet smile. Sis's gaze was icy and intimidating, showing no emotion whatsoever, not even the slightest ripple. He certainly appreciated beauty, but he had never been in the habit of keeping a viper close, especially when he already had two at his back. I am Bakala, under the command of Lord Tizolo, and I have been ordered by Lord Tizolo to lead you all on a tour of Giran Tizolo today. With a businesslike fake smile, Sis slightly raised an eyebrow. That was quick. Gilded Tizolo is really fast in his actions. Does he have eyes all over the new world? My ship hasn't even arrived, and he has already arranged for someone to welcome me? Babilla elegantly bowed to Sis, her actions perfectly in line with proper ladylike behavior, always wearing that seemingly habitual smile on her face. Like Sis, her smile was also fake, but hers was of a much higher caliber. She even deceived herself into believing it was a genuine smile. You're overthinking it. It should be your navy that has spread across the seas. Lord Tizolo would never do anything that would annoy the world government. It's just that you're too dazzling, making it hard for people not to pay attention. I'm too dazzling? Sis's right hand bounced on the hilt of his sword, slightly tilting his head. Are you sure that person is me? I've just stepped into the new world. It's Gilded Tizolo who is truly dazzling, the Golden Emperor. He has sent me several grand gifts in the past few days. Turning his head, Sis did not actively show any intent to kill towards Babilla. But Babilla felt as if she was being locked onto tightly. She had a premonition that no matter how good her luck was, as soon as that person drew his sword, she would not be able to escape, and she would die. Luck is sometimes really important, especially when it comes to life and death, but luck is not everything. To reach their current level, relying solely on luck is not enough. Those who depend only on luck are already dead. If luck were everything, then the 4 positions of the Sea Emperor would not be held by Big Mom, Kaido Shanks, and the future Blackbeard, but by Gilded Tizolo instead. That one T happened. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Sis looked at her with a hint of business intent, interrupting her. If it's a misunderstanding, then please lead the way. This way, please. The small boat led the way, and Sis's warship followed behind. A massive golden waterfall cascaded down from the cave entrance, resembling a golden curtain. Sis squinted his eyes as the surrounding darkness loomed towards the sky, coating the warship with a layer of black film. He did not allow even a drop of the golden liquid to enter. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, even though he does not fear Tizolo's abilities. He also does not have the habit of watching his subordinates fall in a crisis. Standing on the small boat ahead, Babilla took a furtive glance back, her facial muscles twitching, revealing a difficult expression. This opponent is indeed not easy to deal with. Retracting her gaze, once the boat completely entered Giran Tizolo's golden waterfall, her expression finally relaxed. This is their territory. The dragon must curl up for them, and the tiger must lie down for them. The warship can stop here. Please follow me. I can give you a tour around, and Lord Tizolo will arrive shortly. After disembarking, Babilla proactively positioned herself at Sis's right side, smiling at him. Sis's gaze wandered around the city. From personal experience, Giran Tizolo is one of the largest cities Sis has seen in the 4 seas. With only the holy land Mary Geos, where the celestial dragons reside, being more luxurious. Both have huge similarities. Behind the splendor lies endless blood, both cities built on corpses. Lucci, you follow me. Clara, the others follow you. Remember to keep seawater on you. Yes, I understand. I'm nodding. Sis turned his attention back to Babilla. Since you want to show me around, then lead the way. In a room, Gilded Tizolo was immersed in a pool of golden liquid, grinning broadly. Is Wilson Sis here? Shaking the crystal goblet in his hand, Tizolo tasted the wine while asking Mr. Tanaka below. Mr. Tanaka appeared mysteriously, suddenly popping his head up from the ground, his voice quite distinctive. He has arrived. Babilla is currently showing him around. Showing around? Get ready. A performance by a senior prosecutor from Judicial Island is bound to be quite a spectacle. I can't help but feel excited. Tizolo's smile grew even more audacious. Mr. Tanaka's facial muscles twitched, and beads of cold sweat inexplicably appeared on his forehead. That aloof figure just wouldn't leave his mind. He stole a glance at Tizolo and then lowered his head. Lord Tizolo, won't this offend him too much? The world government? Mr. Tanaka asked in a low voice. Offend too much? Tizolo's sharp gaze swept over Mr. Tanaka, carrying an indescribable gloom. Are you afraid, Tanaka? Not daring. I just think it's unnecessary to stir up trouble. Fear is fear. There is no need to cover it up. The world government is that kind of despicable thing. If you don't slap them a couple of times, they won't remember. This is the new world, not Judicial Island or Mariewa. Oh, by the way, are there still a few celestial dragons outside? Send a few slaves to them and let them help keep an eye on things. Mr. Tanaka squinted, thought for a while, and nodded. If there are celestial dragons backing him up, then there is no problem. No matter how powerful the Navy and Judicial Island are, they're just dogs of the celestial dragons. I understand. I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, he disappeared into the floor again, feeling a bad premonition. It would be better for this matter to be settled sooner rather than later. Chapter 230. The casino, a huge golden fountain shot up into the clouds, and the entire city was filled with golden tones. Its owner truly loved gold. Gil Tesoro was not a man of great taste. He was simply very wealthy. But when a person is wealthy to a certain extent, even if they have no taste at all, many people will forcefully attribute deep meanings to their actions. For example, in Grand Tesoro, many were willing to flatter Tesoro. And if it weren't for this, he might have been much more restrained in his temper than he is now. However, those people didn't truly appreciate his talents, nor were they attracted to him. They were simply coveting his money, their intentions pure yet fragile. But Sis had no right to mock others, as he too was coveting Gil Tesoro's money and resources. The streets were bustling with people, and Grand Tesoro was filled with a lively atmosphere, so extravagant that it felt unreal, a falsehood built on drunkenness and decadence that could be easily pierced by a single finger one day. Prosecutor Sis. Right ahead is the largest casino in Grand Tesoro. Vice Admiral T. Pudding and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit come here for vacation every year. Don't you want to try your luck? Standing beside Sis, Baccara smiled and slightly bent forward. Sis glanced at Baccara. A woman who could thrive in such a place was not someone easy to deal with, full of hidden schemes. Mentioning Tea Pudding and Peach Rabbit, was she implying that she had connections within the Navy? Unfortunately, it was useless. The Straw Hat Kid had already outshined them, and Sis' ties as a tourist probably couldn't compare to a night of passion. Turning his head, Sis adjusted his expression and raised an eyebrow at Rob Lucci. Since this is a place visited by 2 candidate admirals, shall we broaden our horizons? As you wish. Rob Lucci only dared to lower his head in agreement. This guy could easily resort to violence if displeased, and only by going along with him could one live comfortably and gracefully. Tesoro gave them plenty of face, and as they entered, the entire world seemed to take on a dreamlike color. A wine-red carpet extended from the entrance, seemingly endless, and the gray-white marble was polished to a shine, embedded with peacock feathers. Occasionally, one could see a few genuine masterpieces that would likely excite art collectors to the point of fainting. Towering crystal chandeliers were filled with gold powder, adjusting the light to a color nearly like the sun, captivating from the corridor onward. Surrounded by beautiful women gathered from all over the world, they stood on either side of the path, cheering and crowding around Sis from the moment he stepped in. What met the eye was a dazzling sight. A sugar-coated bomb aimed at the LSP. But unfortunately, he wasn't he admitted that he was moved. He was a normal person, after all, and how could he not have some normal physiological reactions? However, having seen the world, he was not easily swayed. He had once been the top in the West Sea and had met the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. So it wasn't as if he would be distracted by a few women. Please. Baccara bent and extended her right hand towards Sis, making a gesture of invitation. Sis nodded, and along with Rob Lucci, they walked into the crowd of girls. Crossing the corridor, ahead was a grand, gold-trimmed sculpted door. Unlike ordinary casinos, this one was particularly large, resembling a small gladiatorial arena. Gil Tesoro was a man who infused his personal style into every aspect of Grand Tesoro. All the decorations and arrangements only reveal the ostentation and luxury of a nouveau riche. Lucci, do you want to try your luck? Sis asked, sitting down to one side, tilting his head towards Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci appeared somewhat silent. He didn't have a gambling habit. Seeing his expression, Sis chuckled lightly. Don't worry. You can't lose, at least not in the first few rounds. Not only will you not lose, but you might even win big. Let your guard down. Our failures are for the big shots behind us, right, Miss Baccara? Sis tilted his head, a smile on his face mixed with a hint of coldness, while Bacara's expression became somewhat stiff. Gil Tesoro indeed liked to play such tricks. The higher his status, the more he enjoyed it. You're joking. Baccara felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, feeling awkward and lacking confidence. Sis didn't think much of Bacara's reaction, fiddling with the decorations on the table while his gaze drifted to the ceiling. Bring the main character over. This so-called foreplay is meaningless. Bacara's face darkened terribly. But the person before her was indeed someone she couldn't provoke. She lightly flicked her fingers, signaling to a woman beside her. The woman nodded and, while retreating, conveyed the message. Lord Wilson, Sis, what a rare guest. You really are a rare guest. Why did you come here instead of enjoying yourself on Judicial Island? Gil Tesoro didn't make Sis wait long. Within minutes, he hurried over from the other end of the hall, smiling, arms wide open, as if he were welcoming an old friend he hadn't seen in years, overly enthusiastic. However, only he knew his true thoughts. Rather than building a good relationship with Sis, he wanted to embarrass Sis and then use money to break his backbone. Sitting cross-legged opposite Sis. "I heard you were very interested in me, so I came. What do you say, sir? Would you like to gamble with me? What a bet on? Let us keep it simple. How about rolling dice?" Someone as busy as you probably isn't too familiar with gambling. Tesoro chuckled, casting a glance to the side, preparing to bring Days over, as that would be grand enough for him. But before Days could enter the central plaza, a simple set of gambling tools was abruptly thrown out by Sis. "Do it yourself." Tesoro narrowed his eyes. There were few people like Sis who didn't give him face, but he restrained himself and ultimately chose to smile. He was not the kind of fool who relied on his subordinates to cheat. "Of course, but what do you intend to use as the stake?" Sis shrugged his shoulders, leaning forward, malice evident on his face. "I'm a well-known miser. If you think you can get money from me, you're overestimating me. However, Silver Island is originally your territory, right? If you win, how about I return it to you?" A fierce glint flashed in Tesoro's eyes. Or perhaps it was a killing intent. He seemed to hear the sound of a slap echoing in his ears. "All right, as you wish." The two fell silent. The background music soothing and the sound of dice continuously hitting the barrel echoed around them. Chapter 231. Not embarrassing. Guild. Tesoro did not emphasize the stakes like Sis did. He was the richest man in the world, holding over 20% of the world's berries in his hands. No matter how large the stakes were, he could handle them. Instead, what will Sis push onto the gambling table after losing Silver Island? Tesoro is very curious about this. The Navy pension is not much. Not enough to support him at the last poker table. Thinking of this, Tesoro's smile becomes even more unrestrained. He has never considered that he would lose. Whether in card skills or tactics, he is not comparable to a newcomer like Sis on the gambling scene. Those who underestimate him will pay the price. No matter what their identity is, they all seem pale and powerless in the face of his financial assault. The court pops open, and a fragrant aroma wafts out as the aged wine is poured into cups in front of Sis and Tesoro. One is red, the other gold. Barbira knows that Sis will most likely not drink the same wine as Tesoro. He is an extremely cautious enemy. But doesn't he matter? Their secret weapon is not in the wine at all. The black silk gloves she was originally wearing have been removed at some point, her fingers long and delicate, like a finely crafted work of art. You really don't look like someone who's touching gambling for the first time. Your technique is as skilled as a veteran who's immersed in casinos for many years. Leaning closer, Barbira suddenly bends down to flatter Sis, her right hand resting on his back as if caressing a lover. Sis' expression remains unchanged. At the moment Barbira's hand touches his body, he genuinely feels something unknown leaving him, temporarily flowing into the embrace of the woman beside him. Is that luck? More elusive than dominance, more untouchable than darkness. The devil fruit can sometimes be a strange thing, puzzling and hard to decipher. Tesoro and Barbira's gazes collide in the air, both feeling an extraordinary tacit understanding. Sis is still too careless. No matter how much he guard against it, their trump card has indeed landed on him. They firmly believe this, and, in a way, they're not wrong. Sis has indeed taken the bait, but whether he is flustered or aware is another matter. Shaking his head, Sis smiles instead of getting angry, his fingers lightly nudging the dice cup, which instantly stops shaking. With a powerful grip of his right hand, he pulls Barbira into his embrace. "You will make me sad like this. While being with me, you are still thinking about another man, Barbira." Sis' gaze is deep, filled with mockery, meeting Barbira's eyes, allowing her to see this man more clearly. There is only ridicule, not the desire between men and women. This is what Barbira reads from Sis' eyes. She begins to self-doubt, even unable to resist looking at her own hands. Helpless, she can only try to touch Sis' chest a couple more times. Guild. Tesoro's eyes nearly burst into flames. This damned woman is addicted to touching, and that detestable prosecutor, where's his hand going? Shameless. He certainly cannot fall in love with Barbira. He is a man who has sold his body and soul for money. He will not love anyone other than money and himself. But men, after all, always have an unforgettable first love. Too similar, Barbira and Stella are just too alike. Aside from their completely different personalities, they seem to be cut from the same mold. He admits that he only sees Barbira as a substitute for Stella. But that body is not something just anyone can touch. Sis glances sideways at him. Tesoro's every expression is seen by Sis, and he lightly raises the corners of his mouth, gently pinching Barbira's chin with his left hand. appearing somewhat frivolous. It's not all acting. After all, who hasn't been young? One could say it's a natural performance. Teselo becomes even angrier, the ivory dice cup in his large hand creaking with pressure. Teselo, are you angry? Because of Barbira? Sis tilts his eyes, the mockery and teasing on his face unabashedly displayed. No, let me think. How could a man like you easily develop feelings for a woman, especially one within reach, a subordinate? That doesn't seem like you. Teselo rolls his eyes, clenching his teeth tightly. He will not easily change his mind because of a simple remark from an enemy. And besides, does this man really understand him? Don't joke. He is so profound that even he cannot see through himself. Let me guess again. Teselo does not interrupt Sis, so Sis continues speaking. Could it be that you're the type of man with a strong desire for control? That it, the Golden Emperor, wanting to control everything with money. That's very normal. Humph. Teselo lets out a contemptuous and disdainful laugh. Sis' absurdity even temporarily makes him forget his anger. Sis is not annoyed, only shifting to grip Barbira's forearm, increasing the pressure so that she neither suffers from a fracture due to excessive force nor can move freely. The smile on his face grows colder as he raises his head, looking directly at Teselo. A woman? Is it because of another woman? Teselo's face instantly darkens, exuding a beast-like aura. There is nothing shameful about it. It is normal for a man to have an unforgettable first love. And wanting to use another woman who looks very similar as a substitute is also normal. After all, you already have power and money, don't you? Money cannot fill the emptiness in your heart. You need to pursue something unattainable from the past, present, and even the future. Shut up, Wilson, Sis. You shut your mouth. What do you know? You're just an outsider. Teselo begins to roar loudly, interrupting Sis' words, throwing the exquisite card set towards Sis' face. If according to the theory of luck, this blow could likely deal a critical hit, the dice might just get lodged in his nostrils. The surrounding darkness swells, like long tentacles reaching out, snapping the card set into powder in an instant. Barbira's pupils tremble in shock, and it is unreasonable for someone who has had their luck taken away to block it. Sis presses one hand on Barbira's head. Luck is not omnipotent, Miss Barbira. The abilities of the devil fruit are indeed quite good, but in the face of absolute strength, luck can only ensure that you die a little later. Chapter 232. Stella, the temperature has unknowingly dropped, and Barbira trembles in Sis' embrace, unsure if it's from fear or anger. She raises her forehead until her gaze meets Sis. Those deep, ocean-like black eyes make her feel as if she's been stripped bare and thrown onto the street, completely exposed. What an unlovable man. For a smart woman, it's better if men are a bit foolish. This gives them an illusion of control over everything. But that's how the world is. It can never be completely satisfying, and sometimes things go against one's wishes. She and Sis are like actors in a stage play, except she is the one playing the clown. Her fingers grip Sis' clothing tightly, tried to express the anger inside her, wishing she could crush Sis' bones. But when she looked down at her own forearm, which was being held in the palm of the Sith, the muscles on her face twitched slightly, and she gave up her unrealistic thoughts. It was definitely her hand that would be crushed first. Not paying attention to Barbilla's small movements, he had the confidence to snap her neck in an instant. As long as he wanted, he could take Barbilla's life at any time. Turning his head, his sharp gaze landed on Teselo's face. Gilded Teselo, I have investigated you. You are the king of the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, a world-renowned top artist. A business genius who in just 12 years went from being worthless to becoming the world's richest person. Your experiences are legendary. But there's a problem. Neither the Navy nor Justice Island has any records of you before you turn 29. Why do you think that is? Wilson Sith, what exactly do you want to say to me? Don't provoke me. Wouldn't it be better for you to focus on being your Justice Island senior prosecutor? Teselo began to tremble all over, regretting provoking Sith. Unlike others, this man was obsessed with others' pasts, and he would lay bare all your unmentionable experiences, even rubbing salt in your wounds. From the perspective of a senior government official, his IQ was excessively high. Barbilla held her breath. She had followed Teselo for many years, but she actually didn't know much about her boss's past. Some secrets shouldn't be pried into by outsiders, but curiosity surged like 100 claws scratching at her heart, making it impossible to stop. She was curious. Rob Lucci frowned slightly. This was intelligence that even CP9 had never obtained. Did this guy have control over other information channels? Now, not only Barbilla, but even Rob Lucci was aroused by curiosity. Everything around was observed by Sith, but he had no obligation to satisfy others' curiosity. What he did was merely habitual, placing him in a position of advantage during negotiations or various affairs. In short, gilded tezelo was the main course. Everything else was merely a side dish. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I have used many connections and means, and finally found a name, Stella. What exactly have you found out? You bastard. Tezelo's expression suddenly became extremely ferocious, like a completely enraged beast, constantly waving his sharp claws at Sith. You know nothing. You understand nothing. This world is a game for the wealthy. How could someone like you, in a high position, understand our suffering? But that secret is something I absolutely cannot let outsiders know. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding golden ornaments seemed to come alive, suddenly rushing towards Sith from all directions. No, not just Sith. Everyone here must die today. Anyone who heard that name must die. Barbilla's expression changed drastically. She hadn't seen such an expression on Tezelo's face for many years, as if he had gone mad, even wanting to kill her, his right-hand woman. Clearly, she had sacrificed so much for Tezelo, yet now he wanted to kill her, because of a woman who had been dead for who knows how many years. Huh, man. What a heartless species. Rob Lucci had already transformed into a half-beast, half-human form, like a big cat with its fur standing on end. He sensed a threat from Tezelo, second only to the threat from Sith. Lord Sith. He instinctively glanced at Sith, estimating that he couldn't take him on. Sith's right hand reached out, darkness swirling like tides on the sea, instantly knocking down the gold rushing from all directions, expanding like an inflating balloon, eager to envelop Tezelo. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, Tezelo suddenly became much clearer. This guy was not a rubber toy he could mold at will, but a fierce dragon capable of causing bloodshed. Impulsive, he kicked the air to create a cyclone, his right hand wrapped in domineering aura, and suddenly punched toward a nearby wall carved from rock, instantly creating a huge gap, as he had sensed the presence of gold. With confidence, even his smile became arrogant again. Strong, who isn't? Wilson Sith. Challenging me, you picked the wrong battlefield. This is my territory. I am God. Golden splash. A massive golden water column shot into the sky, hiding gold powder within. Anyone who touched it would be unable to escape his control. God? Don't have such unrealistic daydreams. To call yourself a god? You are far from it. Casually tossing aside Barbilla, Sith pressed forward with his right hand, the darkness swirling, rumbling like thunder, and in the blink of an eye, an incredibly dense layer of black clouds enveloped the area above Gorin Tezelo. It was pitch black, as if the heavens were collapsing, with not a hint of light visible. Dark red lightning exploded in the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Sith's power seemed to exceed his expectations. The gold trembled as if alive, starting from his limbs, attempting to turn him into a towering golden giant thousands of meters high. Sith remained expressionless, his right hand still pressing down towards gilded Tezelo. The darkness completely enveloping Gorin Tezelo, as if trapped in eternal night, the spreading black mist separating this area from the outside world into two worlds. Regardless of life or death, he still needed the name of gilded Tezelo. A person could die, but a reputation cannot. Some things are better kept from the outside. What is that? In the golden giant, Tezelo's face changed drastically. He suddenly felt a slight difficulty in controlling the gold, as if it had rusted. Chapter 233. Golden Giant. Before facing Sith, Tezelo had not had direct contact with him. All his understanding was merely on paper. The young senior prosecutor of Justice Island. The Navy's supernova, Blackbeard's enemy. The domineering hunter. These were all things Tezelo had heard about. He didn't actually know who Sith was. Not only did he not understand his past, but he also did not comprehend his abilities. He only knew that Blackbeard was constantly hunting devil fruit users in the New World. And the one inside Sith was the one he wanted most after the Quake fruit. Blackbeard had publicly stated more than once that within Sith's body resided the other half he was missing. Only when the two fruits merged could they be truly complete. Absolute darkness. He had only heard that this person could negate the abilities of devil fruits. He never expected the other half could have the same effect. Tezelo's expression grew darker. This situation was hardly friendly to him. He wasn't incapable of using hockey. Anyone who could thrive in a new world would not have obvious shortcomings. Whether hockey or physical skills, they were top-tier existences. But things always have their emphasis. People always have one or two aspects that stand out, just like him. His hockey and physical skills could not compare to the development of his devil fruit, as he had successfully awakened the devil fruit and earned the title of the Golden Emperor. If the power of the devil fruit cannot be used, his strength would be reduced by more than half at least. The more the enemy fights, the stronger they become, while our side grows weaker. Isn't this dangerous? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to end this quickly. When darkness enveloped him completely, he might not be able to use his abilities anymore. Die for me, Golden Iron Fist. The huge sound masked Taizolo's inner panic as his massive fist crushed towards Sis' direction. Perhaps Taizolo's own strength was inferior to Sis, but this punch relied not just on raw power, but on mass and inertia. With such bulk, even a regular expert could be smashed to death in the valley. His enormous form, covered in strange patterns, gave Taizolo a divine appearance hidden within the golden giant's body, although whether it truly resembled a god was another matter. With a step forward, Sis charged out, his speed so fast that it left afterimages. Drawing his sword, he executed a series of fluid movements. Yet he remained as cold as ice. Sword momentum, drawing slash. The sword light was as cold as the clear moon, and Sis met it head-on, without deviation. Clang! The blade collided with the golden iron fist, producing a sound like a great bell, with the shockwaves scattering around, leaving chaos in its wake. Sweat trickled from Taizolo's temples. He could feel the force of Sis' strike, even within the giant's body. This guy's power is so strong. This was Taizolo's most intuitive feeling. With such strength, even if he only had power, this guy could carve out a place in the new world. This was a talent he had never possessed. If he had this talent, perhaps he could have rescued Stella from the celestial dragons back then. He felt jealous and hated Sis for being so exceptionally gifted. Golden divine fire. Suddenly, a highly concentrated ability rapidly gathered towards the giant's eyes, and with a whoosh, a massive ray shot towards Sis. Attacking with light, he intended to catch Sis off guard. A regular person might have fallen for it. Who would have thought that a giant could still shoot lasers? It's not like he's a Gundam, and a real man like Taizolo could probably only pilot a Zaku. Gundams belong to the protagonists of mainstream shonen manga. Once you hit 40, you'd be lucky to just occasionally fire a Kamehameha to get by. The surrounding darkness pulled at Sis like tentacles, with a slight tug. He vanished into the crevice of shadows. Dodging the laser, Sis' body danced in the air. As if stepping on a staircase made of darkness, he began to run. Faster and faster, resembling a black line cutting through the dawn. The blade in his hand twisted, dark hockey crawling up the blade's edge. He began to try to learn to apply every bit of hockey to where it needed to be used, just like Carp. Sis had never seen him display the full extent of his armed hockey. His body twisted in midair, using the wind to his advantage. And the blade slashed down along the golden giant's left arm. Slash! Sparks erupted from the golden armor, and the overwhelming hockey exploded like lightning, accompanied by a shattering sound. The giant's massive arm was actually severed by Sis. Taizolo's face contorted. Since awakening his devil fruit, he had never faced such a scene, not even in his imagination. He had imagined being defeated one day, but he never thought it would be like this. Could a normal person really chop off his layered defensive golden hand with a single strike? No, that's impossible. He must not be in his right state. Wilson, Sis, you damn thing, golden inferno, he shouted again. Perhaps even he did not anticipate that his voice trembled slightly. His heart was already starting to panic. Even a true deity might make mistakes when their heart is in turmoil, let alone this self-proclaimed false deity. The power within him surged towards his right arm recklessly. Liquid-like golden energy suddenly expanded, as if a layer of solid armor was being formed. Metal exploded, gold burned, like igniting a layer of brilliantly bright molten gold, giving the sensation of incinerating everything in its path. Guild Taizolo, are you playing with fire against me? Watching the giant's massive fist descend from the sky, Sis instead sneered, retracting his long knife as both fists ignited with black-red flames. Since you want to play with fire, let me show you what true fire looks like. He thrust both fists forward, flames climbed up his arms, and two flames, one black and one gold, violently collided in midair. Boom! An explosion erupted, and a massive firestorm barreled down, turning the originally towering casino into a land of flames. The fire obscured his vision, and Sis smirked, charging into the flames with no intention of retreating, his right hand holding the knife, aiming directly at the giant's core. The long knife danced rapidly, slicing through the air at nearly the speed of sound, producing a whirring sound. Ding, ding, ding. Following that, all they could hear was the sound of metal clashing. The swiftly flashing blade, the sharpness continuously cutting through gold, seemingly dismembering the giant. Chapter 234. Panic Strong? Guild Taizolo is undoubtedly strong. He is a true monster of the new world, and even among the 7 warlords, few can match him. After awakening his devil fruit, although Sis did not know how Impel Down was managed, he only knew 2 names in the new world besides Guild Taizolo, one being Don Quixote Doflamingo. Don't look at how Doflamingo was pinned down by Sis during the Marine Ford War. It depends on who was doing the pinning. If Sis or several other admirals wanted to pin him down, they could do it however they liked. But try someone else, and see if he wouldn't hang you on a line to feed the fish. However, being strong depends on who the opponent is. Doflamingo cannot defeat him. Can Guild Zolo defeat him? Of course not. Those who should be pinned down will still be pinned down. The admirals are a watershed. Only by crossing it can one have a place in this world. If you can't cross it, then you're still doomed to die. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin can casually call for a fight against the Straw Hat Kid, but try it with an admiral. Winning may not be possible. But if they want to escape unscathed, it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Because of this, the Straw Hat Kid being called the Fifth Emperor seems extremely ridiculous. Those who understand know that there is at least a C between him and the four emperors. Having consumed Whitebeard's haki, he might not have reached his peak yet, but he undoubtedly crossed the threshold that separates admirals from others. This crossing represents a gap between heaven and earth, meaning he can fight Guild Zolo however he likes. The sword momentum was like wind, resembling countless slender black threads, slicing down along the giant's patterns. It wasn't just a blade. It was a personal showcase of art, with each slash seemingly following the grain. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous golden giant was rapidly being reduced to a pile of golden fragments by Sis. His pupils jumped within their sockets. Guild Zolo began to panic. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Why is that guy so strong? The body leaped backward, and rather than being shattered by the Sith, he would rather disperse this golden giant himself. Golden splashes. The gold scattered like a fountain. Lifting him into the air, every muscle tensed, all his energy focused on the Sith. The current situation allowed no room for carelessness. One misstep would mean death, absolutely. He was incredibly certain of this, harboring no illusions, nor did he want to gamble with his life. Golden divine punishment. Several golden drill bits, infused with armed color haki, emerged from behind him like dancing spirit snakes, aimed directly at the Sith, projecting straight towards his head. The immense power was enough to pierce gold and shatter stones. To block it, one would probably need the kind of special alloy used in the encirclement wall plan. But matter is just matter. It does not represent everything. This is a world where a mortal body can rival natural great powers. One should never underestimate personal strength. With his right hand's fingers resting on the hilt, the Sith's eyes glinted sharply, flashing with a lightning-like intensity. In an instant, the blade sliced out. Not just shadow, but even space seemed to be torn apart. Clang! The sound of collision was incredibly crisp and piercing. With a horizontal slash, the Sith directly blocked the golden drill bit in front of him. Several drill bits attacked from his sides, and with a forceful push of his arms, the veins on the Sith's hands bulged, and the tremendous power instantly sent the drill bits back at an angle. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clanging sounds echoed together. Zolo had exerted all his strength, gathering all his power and haki towards the drill bits, but the more he exerted himself, the more shocked he felt. He simply could not break through the Sith's defenses. In his eyes, the Sith's blade was not fast. Each strike was traceable, clear as day, seemingly full of openings. But openings were openings, always just right. No matter how he attacked, no matter what openings he found, the Sith's blade always appeared in front of his drill bits. That guy is getting closer. Into Zolo's vision. It seemed as if there was only a step left between him and the Sith, and that long blade he was wielding seemed poised to land on his neck at any moment. Damn! He cursed silently. It felt like he had been forced into a corner. But he could not stop. The only outcome of stopping was death. There were far too many people in this world who wanted his life, whether in the New World, the World Government, the Grand Line, or the Four Seas. He did not know how many were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, waiting to feast on his corpse, to rise from his remains. He would not fail so easily, absolutely not. Wilson Sith, how about a deal? You let me go, and I'll give you money, heaps of money. Don't you people in the world government love money the most? Zolo spread his hands, putting on an incredibly gentle smile toward the Sith. He might not be able to win in a fight, but his weapon was not just the devil fruit. He had another weapon capable of blocking everything. Money. There is nothing in this world that money could not solve. If there was, it must be that your money was not enough. Zolo, who had been a slave in his youth, firmly believed in this. His life as Giran Zolo had given him immense confidence and assurance. No one could refuse money. As long as the money was abundant enough, couldn't the power of the world government be mobilized too? The Sith was just a prosecutor from Judicial Island, a rear admiral in the Navy. He could not refuse himself, absolutely not. TCH. The Sith scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. His speed did not decrease, but instead increased slightly. The light of the blade twisted in his hand, refracting illusions. Tizolo grew even more flustered. His blade and momentum grew more composed. Having fought to this point, you suddenly tell me to back off. Don't you think that's a bit naive? Bastard, I've humbly begged you, and you still dare not stop? Tizolo's teeth were clenched tight. Since he consumed the gold fruit, he had never bowed down to anyone like this. Not even the world government or the celestial dragons. How could he dare? Though his heart was tumultuous, he did not dare to show it on his face. He could not defeat the Sith. Whether he could survive today depended on whether the Sith was willing to let him go. His eyes rolled in their sockets. Tizolo continued, adding a hint of earnestness to his voice. Wilson Sith, do you know the celestial dragons? The Rosward family is vacationing in Gurin Tizolo. If you kill me, they will not let you go. Absolutely. Chapter 235, The End of the Golden Emperor. TCH, even the Golden Emperor seeks help from the celestial dragons? The Sith scoffed disdainfully. His gaze towards gilded Tizolo filled with contempt. Tizolo's eyelids twitched, a pang of pain in his heart. If there were any other way, he would not have invoked the name of the celestial dragons. However, it did have an effect. Didn't the Sith's movements seem to slow down compared to before? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This was the flaw of the world government. No matter how strong their own power was, they still could not defy the orders of the celestial dragons. Move aside quickly. If you retreat now, I can treat it as if nothing happened. Otherwise, the celestial dragons will definitely make you suffer later. Gilded Tizolo began to roar at the Sith, feeling a sense of triumph. The Sith shook his head, as if watching a clown. Gilded Tizolo, will you consider this? The one who slaughters dogs becomes a dog? Don't forget your past. Begging the celestial dragons for mercy. Are you really willing to do that? After finishing his words, the Sith's blade struck again, deflecting the golden drill bit. The whole person in the air became an elusive shadow, merely a flash, and he was already beside Tizolo. With a swift strike, the blade fell like a white ribbon. Tizolo's expression changed repeatedly, filled with both fear and extreme anger. The guy really found out about his past. Compared to the sudden attack from a Sith, what he was more concerned about was this. That was the pain he had hidden deep within himself, something no one could touch, and he dared. No, would he not dare? With immense power and a solid backing, even the celestial dragons did not dare to look down upon him. What was there for someone with such exceptional talent, a rising star, to fear? Abandoning the last thread of luck in his heart, Tizolo's face grew increasingly fierce, his expression resembling that of a beast fighting for its life in the jungle. The celestial dragons could not save him, and neither could his money. The only one who could save him now was himself. With bloodshot eyes, Tizolo's body twisted in an eerie manner, the surrounding gold wrapping around him, forming a magnificent armor. Turning, he swung his fist, and with a loud bang, he was sent flying by the Sith's blade. Spit! Scarlet blood spewed from his mouth, like a slightly bright blood-colored rainbow. His gaze became somewhat vacant, as everything from the past replayed in his mind. Absolute power is absolute power. It will never change because of some petty tricks. He could not hold on much longer. He could feel it. His life was slowly ebbing away. A massive wound extended from his neck down to his lower abdomen, blood pumping out, and even if he wanted to cover it, he could not. Stella. He saw Stella's gentle, clear eyes once again. This was not a good omen. I won't let you have it easy, Wilson Sis. I won't let you have it easy. Die, all of you die. Let this giant ship, Grantasero, accompany me to the grave, the golden ocean. Tizolo's power was fully activated, and the gold that had been stored throughout the giant ship began to tremble almost simultaneously, then shattered, transforming into a golden torrent. He didn't want to use gold to limit Sis' movements. He simply wanted to drown the entire Gurin Tizolo. Since this city rose because of him, why not let it accompany him to the grave? The world's largest entertainment city, hundreds of thousands of tourists, and 3 celestial dragons. Worth it. Hiding away to accompany him to the grave was worth it. He wouldn't leave everything he had to his enemies. If it couldn't be in his grasp, he would rather destroy it. Destroy? That wouldn't do. Your identity, your status, everything about you is an indispensable part of my plan, so you'd better stay with me. Don't draw your sword. Sis' hands reached out simultaneously, covered in darkness, unfathomable. Suddenly, that darkness surged like a forest fire in the mountains on an autumn day. It exploded with the wind, chaotic and ethereal, as if the apocalypse had descended. It wasn't fire nor darkness. It was souls. It was spirits. Sis' back seemed to be cloaked in a robe woven from souls, wrapping that golden ocean in an instant. Tizzolo's expression stiffened. He had completely lost. Whether it was Sis or the attempt to destroy Tizzolo, he couldn't do it. The boundless darkness seemed to separate him from the world. Those outside could neither feel him nor could he influence the outside. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his chest. He struggled to lower his head, his body pierced by a slender right hand that grasped his heart. It was Sis Wilson Sis. He didn't need to look up. He knew whose hand it was. It was over. His grand life ended in his own territory. His eyes narrowed. Tizzolo no longer had a breath of life. The shadows and darkness dispersed. Due to Sis' deliberate suppression, the disaster was limited to a radius of a kilometer. Like drawing a large circle with a compass over Tizzolo, inside and outside the circle were two different worlds, one like the apocalypse ringing, the other still indulging in pleasure and excess. Although no one had the heart to seek enjoyment at that moment. The gold that spread around was pressed into a gold pancake by Sis' darkness. Boom! A few broken walls were lifted. Rob Lucci crawled out from the ruins. Covered in black ash, his once customized handmade suit was now tattered, showing no elegance, instead resembling a wild person fleeing. Looking up at Sis, Rob Lucci threw the Barbie he was holding out. He didn't save Barbie out of pity. People like them from CP9 had no such traditional bad habits. He saved Barbie's life because he felt she was still useful, as a former sword in the hands of the world government. He was well aware of Sis' thoughts. He merely wanted to replace Tizzolo and seize his wealth. Without a couple of familiar guides, what he would ultimately gain would likely just be an empty shell. Barbie, this woman was still needed. No, not just him, but also Tanaka, Deus. Each of them needed her. Except for the Golden Emperor, they could mobilize the original team. Such replicas could easily be mistaken for the real thing. Collapsed on the ground, Barbie trembled all over. She was a little afraid to look up at Sis, even though he was crouching beside Tizzolo's corpse, right hand reaching down, not knowing what he was fiddling with. Swallowing hard, she was very clear about her current situation. Her life was in that man's hands. Whether she lived or died was entirely up to him. Chapter 236, Puppet. After being stunned for a moment, Barbie knew it was time to show loyalty. She didn't want to die. There were very few people in this world who wanted to die. She wanted to live well. She still had plenty of youth. How could she die so easily? In the past, she might have carved Sis' figure firmly into her mind, trying every means to avenge Tizzolo. But now forget it. The most important thing for a person is self-awareness. Regardless of her strength or status, she should have a clear position. In terms of strength, Sis could probably crush her with no more effort than squashing an ant. In terms of status, she saw through it now. Men were unreliable, not dependable at all. She once thought she was Tizzolo's right-hand person, an indispensable confidant. But today he actually wanted to kill her. For a woman who had been dead for who knows how many years, he actually wanted to kill her. After all these years, even if she had no achievements, didn't she have any hardships? Wasn't there a part of her hard work in Tizzolo? Killing the donkey after the grind. That's what Tizzolo was like. Since Tizzolo didn't speak of benevolence, why should she insist on the duties of a subordinate? If he wanted her to accompany him to the grave, he could forget it. Wasn't he just money? Such things were everywhere in Tizzolo. As long as she could live safely, she could give it all up. Not only money, but also power. She could bundle all that together and sell off. Over the years, she had grasped many secrets of Tizzolo. Except for Tanaka, who was responsible for external relations, no one understood everything about Tizzolo better than her. Of course, the half that Tanaka had wasn't unattainable either. She believed Tanaka was a smart person. He should know how to choose. Barbie subconsciously put herself in the role of Sis' subordinate. She believed she still had value. Otherwise, she should have been dead long ago. Calming down, she secretly glanced at Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci, the man who was always by Sis' side. His actions reflected that man's will. They still needed her. But there was a difference between being used and being valued. Like a piece of scrap paper that is used and then thrown away, or being held as a treasure. It depended on how to choose and whether she could seize this opportunity. Now was her chance. Tizzolo was dead, and Tanaka and Deus were not around. She was the first to pledge allegiance to Sis, rounding up to be irreplaceable. Huff! Barbie exhaled deeply, gathering her courage, stood up from the ground, forced a smile, and walked toward Sis, softly asking, Lord Sis, about Tizzolo. Not in a hurry. Sis raised his left hand to interrupt her. The darkness still surged in his hands, wave after wave, endless black threads falling from the sky, dense as March rain, with no end in sight. Crack! Barbie's pupils constricted, and a chill suddenly ran through her heart. It was as if she saw something that shouldn't appear. Small stones scattered, and suddenly, Gil Tizzolo's fingers seemed to move. Impossible! How could a dead person's fingers move? Her eyelids twitched, and beads of sweat crawled across her forehead as cold air surged from her feet to her head. It must be an illusion. She kept comforting herself in her heart. But before her heart could settle completely, the corpse's movements intensified, its limbs trembling up and down. Crack! The bones creaked from the friction, and the once cold body suddenly stood upright. Its eyelids opened, revealing pupils devoid of any spirit, stiffly resembling the legendary zombie. Darkness spread around, tinting the golden sea with a layer of gloom. As Gil Tizzolo's eyes opened, the surrounding gold began to bubble again. Sis couldn't directly steal others' devil fruit abilities like Blackbeard could, but Blackbeard did inspire him. If darkness could limit devil fruits, could he use darkness to confine a devil fruit within a dead body? Combined with the puppet technique he learned from Scorpion and his control over darkness, he began his first attempt. Although using a high-level material like Gil Tizzolo felt somewhat wasteful, the result was ultimately good. That coveted gold fruit was indeed preserved by Sis. Although the puppet itself had various issues, its operability was undoubtedly much greater than before, with territory, subordinates, and a devil fruit ability. Who else could this be but the Golden Emperor himself? This wasn't just a case of calling a deer a horse. It was practically a recreation of a new Golden Emperor in a new world. Looking at his masterpiece, Sis smiled with some satisfaction. Barbilla's mouth twitched slightly, finding it hard to believe what she was seeing. If Tizzolo were alive, what would happen to her, the double agent? Should she find a god to pray to in advance? Leaning slightly towards Sis, her scalp tingling, she quietly asked, "My lord, what about Tizzolo?" "He's dead." Sis glanced at her sideways, knowing what Barbilla wanted to ask. A puppet could replace many things, but some things could not be replaced. Like the power Tizzolo had under his command. The puppet could move under Sis's control, but it couldn't speak. Some people still needed to be won over. Dead? That's good. That's good. Barbilla muttered cautiously, letting out a long sigh, her face breaking into a smile again. Then, "My lord, what about Tizzolo?" Feeling relieved didn't mean she was completely at ease. Some things she didn't understand still made her fearful. She hoped Sis could explain a bit, as this constant uncertainty wasn't good for her heart. Her big eyes sparkled with a hint of moisture. Sis's facial muscles twitched, turning his head away. Who was he showing this dirty look to? Even Boa Hancock wouldn't look good in this getup. He rolled his eyes slightly in indifference. The puppet. I've turned Gil Tizzolo into a puppet. This is my fruit ability. Just like Blackbeard can deprive others of their devil fruit abilities, it's a very special devil fruit ability. A fruit ability. Barbilla sighed, thoughtfully, momentarily stunned. Sis shot her a sideways glance. He didn't trust someone like Barbilla, who had come late to the game. Power needs checks and balances. At the very least, she needed to know she wasn't irreplaceable. By the way, Miss Barbilla, why don't you call the other officers to meet? Chapter 237. The stinger Barbilla's expression stiffened. She had imagined many scenarios of communicating with Sis in her mind, comforting, scolding, or even directly taking action. But she never expected Sis's first command would be to call the other officers over. Biting her lower lip, she realized Sis didn't trust her. But such blatant suspicion caught her off guard. Standing there in a daze, Barbilla momentarily didn't know how to respond. She still wanted to act like a dragon's minister. Sis narrowed his eyes and glanced at her, vaguely realizing the flaw in his words. As the first to pledge allegiance to him, it would be too harsh not to give her some sweet dates. Clearing his throat with a light cough, he added a hint of a smile. "All right, go call the others over quickly. I'm not familiar with Gil Tizzolo, and I'll need you to look after things from now on." Barbilla's eyes widened. She understood. Sis was entrusting the entire Gil Tizzolo to her. She could hardly believe her ears. Happiness had come so suddenly. Before Sis arrived, although she was also a high-ranking member just below Gil Tizzolo, the feeling of being the top dog was different from being second or third in command. As long as Sis wasn't around, she could act as the local emperor of Gil Tizzolo. Her cheeks flushed, and Barbilla looked at Sis with more eagerness. If Sis beckoned her now, she might even be ready to wash herself clean and present herself. Rest assured, I'll call them over right away. Seeing that Sis had no intentions in that regard, she could only awkwardly express her determination. Sis nodded and gestured to her, completely unaware that he had just missed a romantic encounter. Barbilla didn't keep Sis waiting long, quickly bringing Tanaka and Deus in front of him, while also sending her subordinates away to prevent anyone from causing trouble. From now on, this Gil Tizzolo was not Gil Tizzolo's Gil Tizzolo. It was hers. It was Sis's. For her own sake, She couldn't let things get chaotic. This was the difference between having shares and not having shares. Shadows twisted behind her, forming a giant high-back chair. Sis sat on it, crossing one leg, his imposing presence making everyone feel breathless. Smiling at Tanaka, he said, "Well, Mr. Tanaka, we meet again. So, how about working under me?" Tanaka was a clever man. Although he didn't know why Sis was sitting here so openly, one thing he was sure of was that Guild Tesoro had definitely fallen. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow Sis to be so arrogant. With the boss down, what could they? Be small fry do? Continue to jump around and oppose Sis? Wasn't that a joke? The combat strength of Guild Tesoro was Guild Tesoro without him. Their overall strength might not even match that of a regular warlord. This was a big problem. Whether to settle the score later or to incorporate and utilize them was a thought-provoking question. He opened his mouth, his rather comical face full of flattery, bending slightly, planning to pledge allegiance early and try to raise his salary. But before he could speak, Deus, the burly man, started to make a scene. He held great respect for Guild Tesoro. He was the dealer of the big casino and one of Guild Tesoro's subordinates. Due to not being very bright and being addicted to BDSM games, he had never been given much responsibility and had always been trained as a thug. But even so, his admiration for Guild Tesoro was unmatched by others, or rather, it made him seem especially pure. "Navy, where's Lord Guild Tesoro? What have you done to him?" Deus shouted loudly at Sis. Sis leaned his head on one hand, a teasing expression on his face, raising an eyebrow. "You mean Guild Tesoro?" Clapping his hands together, he pointed to the shadow beside him, revealing a figure devoid of any spirit. "Guild Tesoro, wasn't he right here?" As he gazed into the darkness, Deus's eyes widened in anger. He saw no trace of vitality in Guild Tesoro, like a doll stripped of its soul. "Sir, what happened to the sir?" Deus's body swelled with rage, his already muscular frame appearing even more menacing, ready to strike at any moment. Sis leaned forward, his eyes filled with provocation. He had a lackey willing to work under him, and now he just needed a troublemaker to establish his authority. What to do? Of course, kill him. If he didn't kill him, should he keep him around for New Year's? "Navy, you bastard." Veins bulged on his neck as Deus charged straight at Sis. The ground trembling beneath him, his momentum fierce like a bull, the dark aura around him resembling a thick layer of armor. Armed with a full body of hockey? In terms of strength, Deus was competent as a security chief or enforcer, even somewhat underutilized. This level of power could make him a significant officer even among the Yonko crews, but unfortunately, he had picked the wrong opponent. Suddenly, Sis's figure flickered, leaving an afterimage in midair, and before Barbira and the others could react, Sis's right hand caught Deus's fist. Crack! With a twist of his forearm. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Sis contorted Deus's arm into an unnatural angle. A cry of pain erupted, and in the blink of an eye, Deus was pressed into the ground by Sis. He could hit Guild Tesoro however he wanted, not to mention a security chief far inferior to Tesoro. Darkness and flames surged along Sis's arm, instantly scorching Deus to a withered husk, as if a demon had taken away Deus's soul and vitality. When Sis released him, Deus was left nothing but skin and bones. Sis was doing this for Tanaka and Barbira to see. If he wanted, killing Deus wouldn't require much effort. It was far simpler than this. Some things weren't that he couldn't do, but that unappreciated people couldn't understand what it meant to show off. Just because you're strong doesn't mean it's showing off. It needs to look good and be understandable. Otherwise, why is Holy Light so popular? What Sis was doing now was no different in essence from Holy Light, both utilizing visual shock. Chapter 238, Don Quixote da Flamingo. All right, the troublesome person has been dealt with. Tanaka, you can continue. Are you willing to work under me? Sis clapped his hands, shook off the dust from his body, and turned to Tanaka with a warm smile like a spring breeze. Tanaka's eyelids twitched, swallowing the words he intended to say along with his saliva. Negotiate conditions? Salary? Benefits? What a joke. He should be discussing how to survive with Sis. Demotion and retention? 996,007. Working overtime until his limbs cramp? No problem. All of it is fine. Tanaka was like a brick. Wherever he was needed, he would go. With a fawning expression, Tanaka lowered his body even further, not daring to make eye contact with Sis. He was not someone he could handle or deceive. Lord Sis, since you think so highly of me, I am definitely not someone who lacks awareness of the times. Just say the word, wherever I can be of use. Tanaka, will never hesitate. He immediately pledged loyalty to Sis. Although he had given up on further bargaining with Sis, this did not mean Tanaka had no ambitions. He knew that since Barbira could stand here, she must have already sided with Sis. Cutting off the past will only bring chaos. He couldn't fall too far behind Barbira. Everything from the past would be reshuffled, and Gil Tesoro's power was about to enter a period of vacuum. Whoever could win Sis's favor would grasp greater power. When it came to winning a man's favor, aside from few with unusual preferences, his advantage was not obvious, or rather, to put it bluntly, he was at a disadvantage. Men always preferred women, especially beautiful ones. But nothing is absolute. Gil Tesoro liked him because he was obedient. He was more obedient than others, and also very useful. He believed that no one disliked such subordinates. If it were a situation where a small head decided over a big head, he would certainly not harbor thoughts of defeating Barbira. But Sis was different. Someone who fought their way out of the top war could not be obsessed with romantic feelings. He might just be a workaholic, and this was his opportunity. A useful subordinate was far more important than a decorative vase. Before Sis could speak, Tanaka took the initiative to stand next to him, pulling out a stick of candy from his pocket and respectfully offering it. He had already prepared 2 proposals, having figured out Sis's preferences. This time, he was in the upper hand. Sis gladly accepted the candy. Tanaka smirked, then pulled out a narrow black notebook, flipping through it while saying to Sis, "Lord Sis, I have sorted out all the subordinate forces of Gil Tesoro. Would you like to review them now?" Sis glanced at him. He was someone who knew the times. Standing on Sis's other side, Barbira's eyes narrowed, nearly sparking a confrontation with Tanaka. He was a formidable opponent. Sis raised an eyebrow, pleased to see this scene. Having his subordinates in harmony was unacceptable, especially with such newly acquired ones. Sis did not waste any more time on Gil Tesoro. Once he had handled everything, he set off on his journey back to Silver Island. As for the loyalty of Tanaka and Barbira, he was not too worried. He was someone who had fully immersed himself in darkness, most aware of the darker sides of human nature and hearts. Barbira and Tanaka were genuinely not harmonious. Or rather, their harmony was based on Gil Tesoro. Now that Gil Tesoro was dead, it meant that the bond they used to maintain superficial peace had broken. Although it couldn't be said they were in a state of open conflict, there was certainly mutual restraint and existence that hindered one another. Of course, Sis could not leave just this little backup. The body he had refined from Gil Tesoro's corpse was certainly not that simple. Although it was troublesome, it could occasionally serve as an informant. If anyone dared to stir trouble under his nose, he wouldn't mind letting them taste the strength of his former boss. Dressrosa. Hey. Wilson Sis actually went to Gil Tesoro. What a grand show. I really want to know if that guy Gil Tesoro is dead yet. With his feet on the table, Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed loudly, surrounded by cadres from the Don Quixote family. "Young master, our spies and Gil Tesoro have returned. Gil Tesoro is not dead yet, but he's in pretty bad shape. The entire core area of Gil Tesoro almost got flattened." Torpole stuffed food into his mouth while smiling at Doflamingo. "Flattened?" Doflamingo pouted, wearing a clearly dissatisfied expression, knowing full well that he had paid the price of a hand for this explanation. One hand. At this thought, the end of his left arm suddenly began to ache faintly, the burning sensation still unforgettable to him. He appeared to be a complete person, but that was a facade. His prosthetic arm, woven from silk threads, was exquisite and indistinguishable from a real arm, yet it was fake, and it would never become real. He ran his right hand through his hair, forcibly suppressing the malice in his heart, and feigned a casual smile, saying, "What a pity. I thought he wouldn't survive this. That madman doesn't care about anyone." Even if he didn't care, he was still a Navy officer. I've heard that Gil Tesoro threatened him with hundreds of thousands of lives from the entire Gran Tesoro. Torpole continued. Threatened him with Gran Tesoro? Doflamingo shook his head and smiled, a look of disdain on his face. You could just listen to that kind of talk. A person who will stop at nothing wouldn't care about such things. Moreover, that guy, when he gets angry, Gil Tesoro won't have a chance. He can chop off Tesoro's head before he even makes a move. But, alright, let's stop discussing this for now. Only they know what kind of deal they made between them. Now, let's talk about something else like red-haired, Blackbeard, and how Marco's movements are. Doflamingo shrugged, interrupting Torpole. He was not someone who liked to dwell on the past, rather than spending time uncovering the truth. It was more meaningful to find a way to deal with those who created problems. Torpole had been following Doflamingo for a long time. He understood him well and would not question his decisions, but would carry them out in his own way. I've already informed Squard, Locky Lou, and Lafitte about Wilson Sis situation. I believe we will have news soon. That's good. With this thought, Doflamingo began to laugh loudly. Chapter 239, Five-Way Chaos. The sky was clear with a few scattered white clouds. Even in the New World, there weren't thunderstorms and howling winds every day. Occasionally, there would be a couple of good days like today, which felt quite peaceful to Sis. Reclining on a lounge chair, A gentle breeze from afar made him drowsy. General Sis, something has happened. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Clara rushed over, sweating profusely, looking quite flustered. What's happened? Has someone rebelled over at Gran Tesoro already? Sis jolted awake, turned to look at Clara. Not Gran Tesoro, it's Silver Island. Someone is stealing from us. Clara shook his head, his expression more frantic than Sis. Silver Island is lost. Sis has only a shortage of soldiers. If he really needs more, he can get them from Judicial Island and Marineford. But he is different. His fiancée is on Silver Island. If he loses his wife, can he expect Marineford to send him another one? Who dares to steal from my territory? The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the Blackbeard pirates, the Redhair pirates, and a guy claiming to be Whitebeard's biological son. Do you think they dare? Clara continued irritably. Now Silver Island is in chaos. You hit me, I hit you. It's a complete mess. Monocle, Teach, Shanks, and Edward Weevil. This group of misfits has actually come together? Do they think I'm easy to bully? Sis exhaled deeply, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and he crushed the armrest of the lounge chair. Stealing from us? What novel term. I never expected that I, Sis, would have a day where someone steals from me. How long has it been since I left Silver Island? Has it only been 3 days at most? In such a short time, so many major forces have gathered. They really think highly of me. Whether this was a coincidence or a conspiracy was no longer important. Those who dared to run wild in his territory should be prepared to be sliced. He didn't have the leisure to investigate each one. With cold eyes, Sis' aura grew increasingly imposing, like winter ice, full of chill, making it hard for people to approach. But Clara couldn't care less about that. Was Sis' anger more important than his fiancée? When weighing the two, of course it was not. Even if the world government fell the next moment, it would not be more important than his fiancée. If you're angry, just hurry up and go. Melinda is still on Silver Island. If anything happens to her, I will definitely not let you off. Sis turned his head and shot him a glance, nodding slightly, neither reproaching nor comforting, simply raising his right hand and directly ordering the nearby Navy. Accelerate. Head back to Silver Island as soon as possible. Yes. Silver Island. How's it going? Did you get through? In the underground fortress, Melinda, dressed in military attire, scanned Khalifa with a serious expression. The current situation for the Navy is quite bad. If it were just ordinary pirates, that would be one thing. Even if they were a bit more numerous and better equipped, it would just be a few cannonballs. The key is that Squard from the Whitebeard pirates and Lafitte from the Blackbeard pirates appeared simultaneously, catching us off guard. Clearly, they are enemies in the New World. Yet they joined forces against us. It's hard to believe. Do they see Sis' Navy as a greater threat than each other? But this is not the worst part. Not long after the war started, Latchy Lou from the Red-Haired Pirates, I don't know where he got the news, brought a group of people to join the fight, followed by a guy claiming to be Whitebeard's biological son. In this five-way chaos, Edward Weevil is chasing Squard. Lafitte is taking advantage of the situation, and Latchy Lou is teaming up with Squard to confront the Blackbeard pirates. Just as the five-way chaos was evolving into a three-way standoff, Whitebeard too swung his knife towards Lafitte, shouting that he wanted to avenge Whitebeard. Lafitte's eyes turned red, deciding to set aside his grudge with Squard to deal with this hot-headed youth first. But Squard clearly had no intention of accepting Lafitte's goodwill. He wants to fight the Navy, and he also wants to fight the Blackbeard pirates and Whitebeard too, pulling out a din mushy to call for reinforcements. Although Squard was criticized for his performance during the Marineford War, that was an internal matter of the Whitebeard pirates. Soon, nearly 10 affiliated pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates gathered outside the island, with even 2 or 3 captains showing up. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Before Melinda could react, it turned into a siege of a navy by the Whitebeard pirates and Red-Haired pirates against the Blackbeard pirates and Whitebeard too. Overall, everything is going terribly. If it weren't for her and Khalifa decisively executing the pirate prisoners attempting to cause chaos, the situation could be even more severe. Khalifa nodded and replied to Melinda, I've already informed Lord Sis. They are on their way back and should arrive soon. Like Melinda, Khalifa's expression was equally grim, perhaps even worse than Melinda's. Melinda could barely still be considered a direct subordinate of the Sith, and even if something went wrong, she would probably just receive a scolding. But they, CP9, were different. Guarding Silver Island was the first official mission they accepted after joining the Sith. If they failed at their first mission, it would not just be a matter of luck, but a matter of capability. How could she expect the Sith to trust them after that? Her expression changed repeatedly, and she still couldn't suppress the turmoil in her heart, letting out a long breath. I'll go take a look outside. All right, thank you. Outside. You bastards, I am the real son of Whitebeard. Hand over my father's inheritance. The large sword in Edward Weevil's hand danced swiftly, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a sweeping motion, he blocked the gunfire from Izu, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and with both hands pushing down, the fierce blade was aimed straight at Squirdo. In terms of strength, Edward Weevil did indeed have some of the charm of Whitebeard in his youth, holding his ground against multiple opponents. Clang! Squirdo gritted his teeth, gripping his sword with both hands to block Edward Weevil's slash. The tremendous force made his arms tremble. So strong, not wanting Squirdo to face Edward Weevil alone for too long, Harta, the captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, lunged forward with his sword, trying to create an opening for Squirdo. Edward Weevil remained unfazed, holding his sword in his right hand while his left formed a fist, aiming his dark fist directly at the tip of Harta's sword. Boom! The sword tip and fist collided, creating a shock wave that instantly formed a significant vacuum on the sea surface. Chapter 240. Don't order. Sent wrong, he can't really be Dad's son, can he? A strange thought suddenly arose in Harta's mind. This was certainly not something he liked to ponder. It was simply that Edward Weevil's strength was somewhat unexpected. The upward curved mustache, the exaggerated strength, the sword that danced like a windmill. He had never seen such traits in anyone other than his father. Although Dad was much more handsome and charismatic than Edward Weevil, perhaps Dad had been blind in his youth and couldn't keep it in check. Men make mistakes, especially someone like Dad who had a penchant for drinking. After a few beers, he might have made the kind of mistake all men make. It was hard to fathom, really hard to fathom. Clang! Another strike came, and Harta hurriedly withdrew his sword, almost losing grip of the long blade due to the immense force. Squirdo quickly flanked from the other side, both hands wielding his sword, aiming a direct chop at Edward Weevil's neck. Harta, how can you still be distracted at a time like this? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Sweat broke out on Harta's forehead as he realized his lapse in focus. Taking advantage of the opportunity Squirdo created, he stepped back 2 paces, withdrawing his large sword. There won't be a next time. Harta gritted his teeth in response. He had been careless, no matter how much Edward Weevil resembled Dad. This was not the time to explore blood relations. This was a life-and-death struggle. In such moments of distraction, one could be split in half without anyone to blame. But the similarities between the two were just too many. Once the suspicion arose, it was hard to suppress it. No, this thought shouldn't exist. It was clear that the Whitebeard Pirates were the ones who inherited Dad's will, while Edward Weevil was just an unknown bastard. Whitebeard des son? Don't joke around. Does he even deserve that with his foolish appearance? If they retreated today, Dad might just jump out of his coffin in anger, regaining control of his racing heart. Harta steeled himself, making his blade even sharper, the edge aimed as if ready to sever Edward Weevil's arm in the next moment. Edward Weevil remained unflustered. Although he seemed foolish, his strength was undoubtedly top-notch. Almost simultaneously, he pressed down with his large sword, dark aura wrapping around the blade, charging forward and deflecting Harta's long sword. With one successful strike, the next followed. Although it was a large sword, in Edward Weevil's hands, it swung like an endlessly wielded sledgehammer, the blade's momentum surging like a raging tide, one wave following another. With immense power paired with unparalleled, unique swordsmanship, Edward Weevil was no ordinary opponent. Describing him as a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. Just from Harta's perspective as the captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he knew he couldn't withstand such an assault. Forcing someone to bow down is never easy, so when the moment came, it was particularly terrifying. With his pupils dilating, Harta hurriedly raised his sword to block. Boom! The massive sound of the explosion engulfed the entire sea, and Harta was directly sent flying. Even his long sword cleaved in half by Edward Weevil, leaving a half-man-high wound on his chest, blood spraying like a fountain. I am a true son of Whitebeard. Hand over my father's inheritance. Both Izu and Squirdo's expressions changed completely, dark as muddy water in a deep pool. You unknown bastard. How dare you hurt Harta and impersonate Dad's son? Huh. Only the Whitebeard Pirates are Dad's sons. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from the flintlock rained down like they were free, and Izu had somehow moved closer, attacking from increasingly tricky angles, constantly targeting Edward Weevil's eyes and mouth. Undeniably, the body's vulnerabilities were indeed Edward Weevil's weak points, but weaknesses are just that. Executing them still depended on one's strength. In Edward Weevil's case, he didn't take Izu seriously. Although Izu was strong, he was still far behind him. Edward Weevil twirled his large sword, slicing from top to bottom, creating a bright blade curtain in air. and all that could be heard was the continuous clanging of metal, sparks flying. The originally round lead bullets were all knocked down to the ground in an instant. Squardo's brow furrowed tightly. Edward Weevil's strength exceeded his imagination. However, it was fine. He still had a trump card, calling for reinforcements. This sea belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, and only Whitebeard's sons could claim it. Unbeknownst to them, pirates were surging in from all directions. No matter how low the morale of the Whitebeard pirates was, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Their influence was not something ordinary pirates could compare to. Looking around, even Melissa and Califa couldn't help but turn pale. So many. However, as time passed, the few of them gradually felt that the atmosphere was off. The battle was intense, and the casualty ratio was quite large, but there was an indescribable eeriness. No matter how far the battle progressed, the reinforcements weren't from the Whitebeard pirates, were they? Where were the reinforcements from the Blackbeard pirates? The red-hair pirates could still be explained by their small numbers, but what about the Blackbeard pirates? Clearly, the Blackbeard pirates were the greatest enemies of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, yet up to now, only one officer, Lafitte, had appeared. What on earth was Blackbeard thinking? In their eyes, Blackbeard Teach is an absolute maritime overlord, having hidden himself for decades. When he strikes, it is earth-shattering, and within just 1 year, he is transformed from a worthless pawn into the closest maritime big shot to the four emperors. For someone like him, they would be overly cautious no matter what. Every action he takes should be carefully analyzed, as it could very well be a grand conspiracy against the Navy. This is the tragedy of the week. The strength of the Allied forces is still too weak. How far is it to Silver Island? With narrowed eyes, Sis turned to Clara and asked, arms crossed. His observation hockey spread from him, almost covering the entire sea area, detecting a dense concentration of pirates. Not only were there pirates, but the overall quality of the pirates was quite high, with many familiar presences mixed in. Gently scratching the ground, Sis's face suddenly turned extremely grim. Am I really that hated? With so many pirates, wouldn't a small battle be enough? Could he really be the old man's son? A strange thought suddenly arose in Harda's mind. This certainly wasn't due to him overthinking. It was that Edward Weevil's strength was somewhat unexpected. With his upturned mustache, exaggerated strength, and a large sword that danced like a windmill, he had never seen such a thing in anyone other than the old man. Although the old man was much more handsome and charismatic than Edward Weevil, it was possible that the old man was blind in his youth and lost control. Men make mistakes, especially alcoholics like the old man. After a few beers, he might have committed the mistakes that all men do. He couldn't understand it. Truly couldn't clang. Another strike came down. Harda hurriedly withdrew his sword, the tremendous force almost causing him to lose his grip on the long sword. Squardo quickly approached from the other side, wielding two swords, and aimed a direct slash at Edward Weevil's neck. With his left fist raised, Squardo shouted towards Harda, "Harda, how dare you lose focus at a time like this? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Sweating from his forehead, Harda finally realized his mistake and took the opportunity created by Squardo to dodge back 2 steps. There won't be a next time. Harda gritted his teeth in response. This time, he had been careless. No matter how much Edward Weevil resembled the old man, this was not the time to explore bloodline compatibility. This was a life-and-death struggle, and losing focus at such a moment would leave him no one to blame if he were cleaved in two. But the similarities between the two were just too many. The suspicion in his heart couldn't be stopped. No, this thought shouldn't exist, clearly. The Whitebeard pirates were the ones who inherited the old man's will, while Edward Weevil was just a wild child that appeared from nowhere. Whitebeard's son, don't joke around. With that foolish look, does he even deserve it? If they retreated today, the old man's name might very well jump out of the coffin in anger. Regaining control of his rapidly beating heart, Harda steeled himself. The blade in his hand became even sharper, the edge raised as if he could sever Edward Weevil's arm at any moment. Edward Weevil showed no signs of panic. Although he looked silly, his strength was undoubtedly top tier. Almost simultaneously, he pressed down with his large sword, black hockey wrapping around the blade, charging forward and deflecting Harda's long sword. One hit landed, and another followed. Although it was a large sword, in Edward Weevil's hands, it swung like an unending hammer, waves of force crashing one after another. With immense power paired with an unparalleled unique swordsmanship, Edward Weevil was no ordinary foe. Describing him as a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. Not to mention others. From Harda's perspective, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 12th Division, he could not withstand this kind of assault. Forcing someone to lower their head is no easy task. So when the moment came, it was especially terrifying, pupils constricted, Harda hurriedly held his sword to block. Bang! A massive sonic boom swept across the entire sea. Harda was directly sent flying. Even the long sword in his hand was cleaved in half by Edward Weevil, leaving a wound on his chest that was half a person tall, blood spraying like a fountain. I am the true son of Whitebeard. Hand over my father's inheritance. Izo and Squardo's expressions changed completely, dark as mud in a deep pool. You wild child who doesn't know where you came from, bastard. How dare you hurt Harda and pretend to be the old man's son? Ha! Only the Whitebeard pirates are the old man's sons. Bang! 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 The bullets from the flintlock guns poured out like they were free, and Izo had somehow crept closer, attacking from increasingly tricky angles, aiming for Edward Weevil's eyes, mouth, and other vulnerable spots. It was undeniable that the openings on the human body were indeed Edward Weevil's weaknesses, but weaknesses are weaknesses. Executing an attack still depended on personal strength. As for Edward Weevil, he didn't regard Izo as a threat. Although Izo was strong, he was still far from Edward Weevil. Edward Weevil swung his large sword, drawing a bright arc in the air, producing a continuous clanging sound as sparks flew, and the originally round lead bullets were all knocked to the ground in an instant. Squardo's brows furrowed tightly. Edward Weevil's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. However, it was fine. He still had his trump card, calling for reinforcements. This sea belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, and only Whitebeard sons belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. Unbeknownst to them, pirates were pouring in from all directions, and no matter how downcast the Whitebeard pirates were at the moment, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Their influence was not something ordinary pirates could match. Looking around, even Melissa and Califa couldn't help but turn pale. Too many. However, as time passed, the few of them gradually sensed something was off. The fighting was intense, and the casualty ratio was considerable, but there was an inexplicable oddness. No matter how far the battle progressed, wasn't it the Whitebeard pirates who were continuously increasing their numbers? Or were the reinforcements from the Blackbeard pirates? The red-hair pirates could at least bluff with their small numbers, but what about the Blackbeard pirates? Clearly, the Blackbeard pirates were the Whitebeard pirates' greatest enemies in the New World. Yet up to now, only Lafitte, a single officer, had appeared. What on earth was Blackbeard thinking? Gently shaking the ground, Sis' face suddenly became incredibly ferocious. Am I really so hated? With so many pirates around, isn't it enough to have a small-scale battle? Chapter 241. Causing trouble in my territory and wanting to run? Using Silver Island as bait was a joint decision made by the Blackbeard pirates. Although the Blackbeard pirates are strong, they are not strong enough to face two powerful forces at the same time, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Teach didn't believe Sis would remain silent while he and the Whitebeard pirates engaged in a decisive battle. He was like a venomous snake, ready to bite his neck at any moment. As soon as the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates moved, Sis' knife would surely greet them from behind. He was capable of such things, and likewise, they desperately wanted to avoid it. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and enemies must be dealt with one by one. The first step to becoming the Emperor of the Sea is to divide the enemies. Like many great deeds in history, what Blackbeard lacked now was an opportunity. This opportunity did not make him wait long. Soon, in just a few days, the eastern wind he had been anticipating was personally delivered to him by Wilson Sis. That guy Wilson Sis actually went to Karan Tezelo. He didn't know why Sis went to Karan Tezelo. He only knew that his opportunity had come. Like him, the Whitebeard pirates also disliked that guy Sis, or rather, it would not be an exaggeration to say they had a blood feud. With just a little provocation, his two-front battle could easily turn into the Whitebeard pirates. First, they needed to find an impulsive fool and a black intermediary. Don Quixote Doflamingo's appearance not only played the role of the black intermediary, but also helped him refine the plan, providing that fool squad. The appearances of the red-haired pirates and Edward Weevil seemed a bit self-satisfied, although this grand play would appear more realistic. They did not want to face Wilson Sis directly, as that was too dangerous, and they might lose a core cadre any day. In summary, Lafitte had a run. Although it was still early, being cautious was never a mistake. A supporting character like him should exit before the protagonist appears. Hee, lackey, you want me to stay? But I don't want to clash with you. The master of this island is coming back soon, so goodbye. With that, Lafitte tipped his top hat to Lackey in a curtain call, a pair of white wings sprouting from his back, abandoning the pirate ship beneath him, riding the wind. And as soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to escape. Damn it, fire the cannons. Don't let him get away. Lackey slammed his palm on the railing, pointing at Lafitte in anger. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, round cannonballs rained down, all aimed straight at Lafitte. Lafitte smirked, a look of disdain on his face. His movements were nimble. Even an impelled down, not even the Navy and the prison guards could stop him, let alone a few pirate ships with far less firepower than warships. Ridiculous. Besides the Blackbeard pirates, there would likely be no winners today. Wilson, Sis lost subordinates. The red-haired pirates stirred up a hyena, and the white-beard pirates suffered heavy losses. Although the process was somewhat twisted, the result was still good, and everything was proceeding according to his plan. He won. After today, the New World would welcome a new Emperor of the Sea, Marshal D. Teach. Goodbye, everyone. Have fun. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Huh? Before he could finish speaking, Lafitte suddenly felt a chill. As if he'd been targeted by some prehistoric giant beast, goosebumps all over his arms. The cold wind lifted the corners of his clothes, and Lafitte's expression stiffened. Feeling a storm was brewing. No, the wind direction has changed. Unlike Melinda, an amateur navigator, Lafitte was a talent carefully dug out by Blackbeard from the Four Seas. From the perspective of a navigator, there were not many people in this world who could surpass him. Whether it was wind direction, course, or weather, he calculated everything clearly. According to his calculations, it should be a southeast wind now. Something seemed off. Certain uncontrollable factors exceeded his plan. Although he had wings behind him, he still did not have confidence in flying a long distance. Gliding with the wind was his secret to escape. He had arranged for a ship to meet him in the nearby waters, just waiting for him to fly out of this small sea area, and they could escape from the territory that man could influence. If he didn't have absolute confidence in his escape, Blackbeard probably wouldn't have entrusted him with this plan. He valued his life. Before Blackbeard reached the pinnacle of Pirate King, he did not intend to give up his life. But what the hell is this strange wind direction? Could it be that he calculated it wrong? He couldn't help but begin to doubt himself, but suddenly, his pupils constricted. In his line of sight, a small black dot appeared, about the size of a firefly in summer, suddenly appearing, then growing, rotating, and rising with the tide, completely disrupting the originally accurate wind direction. That guy is so fast. This can't possibly be a coincidence, nor could it be some supernatural event. It's that guy, the master of this island. He has returned. The only thought left in Lafitte's mind was this. Fine beads of sweat unconsciously oozed from his forehead, from his back, from all over his body. So cold. He didn't have the extra time to continue marveling. Endless darkness surged toward him from all directions like tentacles, with spikes growing on them. And Lafitte had no doubt about their power. Just a gentle roll, and he would be finished. His body, his bones would be crushed to pieces by that tentacle. He had to escape. His ambitions had not yet begun. How could his subordinate fall first? Gritting his teeth, the wings behind Lafitte began to flap desperately, stirring up a whirlwind as he danced in the air like a real bird. That guy still can't kill him. His conjunctiva became congested. Lafitte's eyes turned red. His body like a white ribbon, swiftly darting toward the end of darkness, never giving up hope. He bet everything. He bet he could survive. Whoosh! Another cold wind blew in, pouring into his collar. He had never felt wind this cold before, not even during his time in the Drum Kingdom. The wind there only made your body shiver, but this wind pierced to the heart, freezing into the soul. He felt as if his soul was trembling up and down. Is it really this cold? He didn't know if it was his illusion. He only knew that his biological instincts were screaming. Escape! Hurry and escape! Where do you think you're going, Lafitte? You hit me, messed up my place, and just want to settle it like this? Who gave you the courage? Was it Teach? If it was him, why not let him come himself? To be honest, I actually miss him, but he should feel the same, probably imagining my death every night. Instantly, the hairs on his body stood on end, thick goosebumps piling up. Here it comes. Gripping his cane tightly, Lafitte instinctively turned around. The cane crossed in front of his chest. Between life and death, the body's memory might be more useful than reason. Crack! A violent roar sounded in his ears, and the air that had been filled around him was instantly torn apart by the fist's power, as if a vacuum zone had been ripped out at incredible speed. The fist, the size of a sandbag, was coming faster and closer, expanding rapidly in his eyes, making it feel incredibly real. The aura above the fist was imposing, like a weapon forged from black steel, heavy and solid, yet full of lethality. Crack! The fist clashed with the cane, producing a crisp sound, and the dark red cane, meticulously crafted from iron birchwood, couldn't withstand even a moment before it was torn in half by the force of the punch. Damn it! How could he come back so quickly? Lafitte silently cursed in his heart, his expression suddenly turning hideously fierce, as if he had seen the most ferocious and malicious ghost. How could this be? His brain raced, desperately trying to find a way out of this crisis. Dodge? Yes, dodge, as long as he slightly turned his body. Wilson Seth might not be able to hit him. A seemingly reasonable thought suddenly arose in his mind, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. The brain commanded the body, but the body remained frozen, as if it were petrified in place. He was like a small cat facing a giant dragon, unable to do anything but tremble in fear. At that moment, his body was no longer under his control. Everything about him was firmly held down by something called fear. His facial muscles twitched, and he tried to put on a pleading expression. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he lowered himself, attempting to beg for mercy. If he could live, who would want to die? Hiss! The muscles in his body were sliced open by some sharp object, followed by a deep, soul-piercing pain. Ah! The sound was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. With a slight bow of his head, a slender, pale yet exceptionally strong hand pierced through his chest, directly grasping his heart in its palm. Blood sprayed down, and he could even feel his heart beating powerfully, never having felt so alive before. It's over. This was his most instinctive thought. Life was slipping away along with the blood. Their plan was supposed to be so perfect. But why did it cost him his life? Was it power? At that moment, Lafayette truly understood that in the face of absolute power, any technique was meaningless. Thud! A large splash erupted on the sea surface as Seth discarded Lafayette's corpse like trash, no matter how glorious he had been in life. In death, it was all the same. A cold, indifferent gaze swept over the scene, and the surrounding sea area seemed to fall silent in an instant, with even the temperature dropping several degrees. Blackbeard pirates? Whitebeard pirates? Red-hair pirates? Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard? Good, everyone is here. If it weren't for the occasional outings, I wouldn't even know I had so many enemies. One by one, do they want to put me to death or turn my territory upside down? Wiping the blood from his hands, Seth's aura began to spread. Red and black lightning exploded in the sky, and an overwhelming aura pressed down like mountains and seas, while a fierce wind howled, creating an apocalyptic scene. Even Edward Weevil couldn't help but look serious. Although he wasn't very bright, he still had basic judgment. It was like a wild beast in nature that instinctively wanted to avoid a lion. Weevil, come back. It's time for us to leave. An old yet sharp female voice suddenly broke the silence, belonging to a short woman leaning on a cane, wearing a small round hat and a fur coat. Deep wrinkles covered her face. Time had harshly carved its marks on her, with red lips coated in gloss. She was a woman whose heart remained young despite her age, still eager to grab a share in the era of great pirates. Mom? Edward Weevil turned to respond to Miss Backen. Mom? Is this a mother-son relationship? Many people present, including Zong, felt a sense of confusion arise in their hearts. However, Miss Backen clearly had no intention of clarifying, turning around to cast her gaze towards Seth. We want to leave. Lord Wilson Seth won't stop us, right? After all, the world government recently sent my son, Edward Weevil, an invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Warlord of the sea? Seth shook his head, letting out a disdainful sound. Shadows pulled, and he vanished from his spot, his fingers clawing, instantly appearing behind Miss Backen. The warlord of the sea is a matter for the world government. What does it have to do with me? Wilson Seth. Old hag, don't flaunt your little schemes in front of me. If you cause trouble on my territory, you'll have to pay the price. His voice was low, and his fingers, like eagle claws, reached for Miss Backen's neck. Miss Backen's face changed drastically, seemingly not expecting Seth to act so quickly. This was hardly how the world government operated. The small shoes stomped hard on the floor, and the cane swung out. Miss Backen's movements were even faster than Lafayette's. What can I say? Truly deserving of being a woman who had sailed with Whitebeard. Seth's lips curled up slightly. He wasn't angry. He launched into the air with a kick, sending Miss Backen flying like a cannonball. Respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue, but it depends on the person. If he showed pity to such a dangerous woman, he might end up dead today. Weevil. In midair, Miss Backen's face twisted in pain from her abdomen, and she shouted towards Edward Weevil with difficulty. For an old woman, dealing with Seth was still too much of a challenge. Mom, Wilson Seth, I want you dead. Watching Miss Backen being kicked away, Edward Weevil's eyes turned red instantly, and he unleashed a shockwave beneath his feet, bringing down his large sword towards Seth. Sword technique, draw and slash. Seth gripped the sword hilt with his right hand, and his hand created an afterimage in the air. The blade glimmered like a silken thread, instantly clashing against the large sword above, their eyes unwavering. Two immense forces colliding in midair. Chapter 242. Who'll be next? Clang. The metallic sound erupted as the two steel swords crashed together. The air exploded, and the overwhelming force instantly shattered the pirate ship beneath their feet. Blinding light flashed, and lightning scattered from the blade, blinding those who couldn't open their eyes. Both Seth and Edward Weevil were absolute powerhouses, capable of crushing ordinary strong individuals with sheer physical strength. When they suddenly erupted, their might was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. The pressure dissipated as the two struggled in place, and the energy storm rapidly spread to a small area of the sea. The seawater within 100 meters surged upward as if tons of high explosives had been buried beneath, causing the entire space to tremble. The deck splintered, sweeping debris and pirates into the air, creating a scene of devastation. "Wilson Seth, how dare you bully my mother? I want you dead." Edward Weevil's eyes widened in fury, blood vessels creeping across his irises, an aura of killing intent enveloping him. The power in his hands increased by twofold, his arm muscles bulging, veins resembling writhing green snakes, and his long knife cleaved down from above with an unstoppable momentum. In terms of sheer strength, Whitebeard, too, truly lived up to his name, even making Sis feel quite challenged for a moment. Sis had experienced the Marineford War and had even fought one-on-one with Whitebeard himself, making him one of the few who could speak authoritatively about Edward Weevil's strength. Those who had witnessed Whitebeard's power might not have seen Edward Weevil's, and those who had seen Edward Weevil's strength might be from a time after Whitebeard's era. Only those like them, who stepped onto the world stage at the intersection of two eras, were qualified to judge the strength of these two individuals. In terms of strength, Edward Weevil was naturally no match for Whitebeard, not even the old Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard possessed more than just physical strength. He had the Tremor fruit and a hockey so powerful it could change the color of the heavens. The combination of the three made Whitebeard what he was. Sis absorbed some of Whitebeard's hockey, and Blackbeard consumed the Tremor fruit, instantly elevating them from warlords to admiral level. Although this was partly due to their inherent strength, it also showcased Whitebeard's power. But Edward Weevil was different. He neither had a devil fruit developed to its extreme like Whitebeard, nor sufficient hockey. He relied purely on his physical body, supplemented by armament hockey. Sis could assert that Edward Weevil absolutely had further potential. But potential is just potential. Strength is strength. Before potential is transformed into actual power, everything is in vain. Sis narrowed his eyes, his 5 fingers twisting on the hilt, and his power surged along the blade. Boom! The two blades collided, an imposing aura radiating from both of them, a force so powerful it was beyond words, like an ocean falling from the sky, suffocating those present. Sis was no longer the Sis of the past. He had surpassed the warlord stage, and everything he possessed, his qualifications, potential, had transformed into tangible strength. Even if he had the strength of Whitebeard in his youth, what he possessed was a combination of strength, hockey, and the ability to control darkness. This was far from a simple sum. When the three were combined, it represented a qualitative difference. As his strength accumulated, his leverage increased, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of Sis' mouth. Click! Under the immense pressure of Edward Weevil, Sis took a step forward, raising his head to meet Edward Weevil's gaze. "What's wrong? Are you wishing for someone to die?" The veins bulged on Edward Weevil's neck, and his eyes quickly turned to shock. Someone had actually suppressed him in strength. It was simply unbelievable. No, it was impossible. Since his debut, he had never been this helpless. He was the son of Whitebeard, with the blood of the world's strongest flowing through him. How could he be casually suppressed by someone? Wilson Sis, unforgivable. He roared, his muscles swelling again, all his power concentrating on the blade, causing the water's surface to tremble as he nearly stirred up a sea. Humph! Sis smirked, a disdainful sound escaping his lips, as his fingers slowly slid on the hilt, tightening his grip. Click! Against the immense force. His right foot stepped forward once more. Useless. Your strength is still far from enough. In an instant, boundless darkness erupted from Sis, like a sword piercing the heavens, splitting the world in two and forming a visible vortex in sight. A violent energy storm surged back and forth, wreaking havoc and leaving chaos in its wake. He came with darkness and fire, as if opening the gates of hell. The closer one got, the more oppressive the force became, and Edward Weevil emitted a mechanical sound as if he were under unbearable strain. Boom! The sword's momentum slashed horizontally, creating a wave of air, and Edward Weevil, along with his blade, was sent flying by a single strike from Sis. How could this be? Miss Bakeen was dumbfounded, her eyes wide as saucers. How could this person be so strong? She nearly screamed in her heart, momentarily forgetting to pay attention to Edward Weevil's life or injuries, her mind buzzing as if millions of bees were flapping their wings at once. to realize her own ambitions and to carve out a share during the Great Pirate Era. She had deliberately suppressed her ambitions, waiting until after Whitebeard's death to stir up trouble. And now, with her grand plans unfulfilled, how had they encountered such a formidable opponent? This was utterly unscientific, let alone metaphysical. In a struggle for kingship, shouldn't it be step by step? It was like encountering a max-level boss right after leaving the beginner village. Suddenly, Miss Bakine's expression turned extremely ferocious, and with her wrinkled face coated in thick lip gloss, she resembled a demon escaping from hell. Turning her head, her gaze intertwined with the members of the Whitebeard Pirates and Locky Lou of the Red-Haired Pirates. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, sounding particularly harsh. "What are you doing? Hurry up and take action. Do you think he will spare you after killing us?" Locky Lou's stout body froze, his previous smile vanished, his eyes becoming razor-sharp, like a vicious wolf in the wilderness. This old woman was right. Izang scored. It's time to set aside our grievances. If we don't join forces now, we're all going to die today. The word death seemed to hang over everyone's heads like a curse that could not be shaken off. Just like during the Marine-Ford War, it was time to fight for their lives again. Squard exchanged glances with Izang, nodded, and gestured towards Locky Lou and Harda. "Got it. We won't hold you back. Let us take down that bastard Wilson Sis first. All right, then let us all strike together." In this fragile alliance filled with contradictions, Locky Lou, who had no fundamental conflicts with Sis, instinctively took command, shouting to everyone. In an instant, Locky Lou, Izang, Harda, Squard, Locky Lou, and even the old woman, Miss Bakine, all attacked together, charging towards Sis. Sis shook his head, marveling at the wonders of this world. Just moments ago, they were enemies fighting to the death, and the next moment, they became brothers entrusting their lives to one another. It was truly ironic. However, he was not angry. In the face of such a disparity in strength, an encirclement could indeed be a path to survival. Even if they were challenging beyond their level, it was not impossible. But in any case, it had to be a genuine life-or-death trust. Such a wary, guarded, plastic alliance could easily become a pitfall, with every corner filled with vulnerabilities. To win, he had plenty of patience. He was the one in an undefeated position, not that group of plastic allies. The ones who should be anxious were them. But instead of being anxious, they should pray that they wouldn't make any mistakes in battle, or else this would coil around them like a venomous snake, crushing them to dust. With cold eyes, Wilson Sis stepped forward, his body surrounded by afterimages. The knife moved with his heart, directly clashing with the attacks of several people. The air exploded, and it was difficult for the naked eye to capture their shadows for a moment. All that could be heard was the dense sound of metal colliding. "Damn it, Wilson Sis, I want you dead." In the hold of one of the ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Weeble, the son of Whitebeard II, crawled up from a huge gash, a massive wound on his body. Blood poured out, extending from the left side of his neck to his lower right abdomen. The person opposite him clearly meant to kill. He gripped the large knife tightly, his expression filled with deep resentment. But it was understandable. Anyone who received such a severe cut would not be in a good mood. Edward Weeble's eyes turned red with rage, wishing he could rush up and tear Sis in half. However, the intense pain in his chest brought him back to his senses. While he wasn't particularly sharp, he wasn't foolish enough to joke with his own life. The joint attack by the others seemed evenly matched against Sis, but in reality, they had already fallen into Sis' rhythm. This was the tragedy of the weak. They could only passively adapt to the strong, and then be mercilessly torn apart in the areas where the strong excelled. He had already witnessed Sis' power. Rushing over now would be futile. He could not disrupt Sis' tempo, and would ultimately become a victim of Sis' attack. His head throbbed from overthinking, which was quite a strain on the limited capacity of Edward Weeble's mind. A way to break the deadlock? How could he possibly come up with that? He tightened his grip on the large knife, feeling an indescribable anxiety in his heart. Shaking his head down, he noticed something. His bleeding seemed to have stopped. This was his innate talent. Besides having immense strength, he also possessed a self-healing ability that was hard for ordinary people to imagine. From head to toe, he had suffered many injuries, including wounds where whole patches of his scalp had been sliced off, yet he had managed to endure. As long as he didn't die on the spot or damage his heart, he could get through it. It seemed he had found an opportunity for victory. As long as he could hold on, Sis could slash him 1,000 times, but if he could cut Sis once... He didn't believe Sis had the same powerful self-healing ability as him. With a swing of a large knife, Edward Weeble charged forward with heavy steps. "Mom, I'm coming to help you." The large knife danced wildly in the air, creating not only shockwaves, but also countless sharp edges, slashing directly at Sis. Sis squinted slightly, his body dodging left and right in midair, the darkness twisting, occasionally pulling his body into the layers of shadow. Edward Weeble's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Although powerful, it was rushed and inevitably chaotic. Suddenly, they didn't know whether to feel relieved or angry, and all that showed on their faces was a bitter smile. They had helped, but the rhythm they had painstakingly found was thrown into disarray by this sudden attack. This wouldn't normally be a big deal in typical battles, as experts like them could quickly readjust, but Sis was not an ordinary person, and this was not an ordinary battle. In that brief moment, it was as if Sis had glimpsed some hidden truth, his eyes flashing with sharpness. With one hand holding the knife, he dove toward the direction of Squard and the others. Both man and knife moved at incredible speed. In an instant, before they could fully react, Sis was upon them. Following his heart, the knife moved as he wished, the world vast and empty, as if only a dark hue remained in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Squard was decapitated by a single strike. His expression was still frozen on his face, his pupils constricted, as if he had not expected to be defeated so quickly. Shock, fear, and then a sense of calm followed. In the last moments of Squard's life, he seemed to experience the myriad states of existence. He had not anticipated dying so early, nor had he expected to die so late. These two entirely opposite thoughts filled his mind. He did not want to die. He still had to atone. He had not yet twisted Blackbeard's head off. How could he die first? Revenge. What a beautiful word. But he should have died. Should have died during the Marineford War. It was all due to his foolishness, all because of his betrayal. Otherwise, Dad would not have died so easily, and the Whitebeard pirates would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. He was a sinner, the sinner of the entire Whitebeard pirates. The best outcome for a sinner was death. This was his redemption. His eyelids closed, and he could no longer hear the sounds of others around him. Squard, Izang, and Lakyu shouted angrily, their mouths almost cracking from the tension, tears streaming down their faces. After Sachi, Vista, Ace, and Dad, another brother of the Whitebeard pirates had fallen, a brother who was not a blood brother, but was closer than a blood brother. The flames surged up, almost burning them. But once they calmed down, it was followed by endless desolation. Now it was Squard. Who would be next? Chapter 243. Intermission, you should die. Izang's voice squeezed out through his teeth, his hateful gaze wandering around, not just at Sis, but also at Edward Weeble. One can be weak, but one cannot be both weak and greedy. If it weren't for Edward Weeble suddenly disrupting their rhythm, how could Squard have died? His eyes turned red. A useless teammate was more detestable than an enemy. Facing the murderous looks from Izang and the others, Edward Weeble ignored them entirely. He had done nothing wrong, so why should he care? Useless is useless. A bunch of useless people together are still useless. Compared to him, they were simply far behind. As long as he could defeat the man in front of him, it would be right for this group of useless people to perish. After all, they were enemies with irreconcilable contradictions. Edward Weeble prided himself on being Whitebeard's biological son, while the Whitebeard pirates claimed to be the inheritors of Whitebeard's will. Who is real and who is fake is unknown to outsiders. But one absolute consensus must remain between the two. They were only cooperating now due to the immense external pressure. Once this was dead or gone, just watch how the two sides would turn on each other. The fragile plastic alliance appeared on the verge of collapse under Sis' attack. Lakyu watched this unfold, feeling the pain deep in his eyelids. He couldn't believe he thought he could rely on this motley crew to defeat Sis. It was clear now that even he should laugh at his naivety. A mud that cannot be propped up, this was what described this group of useless bastards. Was it time for infighting now? Others at least saved their infighting for when the enemy was gone, but now with a great enemy before them. Wasn't mutual hostility just asking for a quicker death? These idiots. Lakyu cursed inwardly, feeling his resolve to team up against the enemy diminish significantly. Turning his head, he signaled to his subordinates not far away. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan and had not put all his bets on this group. The nearby pirates nodded, also hiding in the shadows, pulling out a den mushy. After all, this new world was ruled by the four emperors. It didn't matter if they couldn't win. The key was to have backing. As long as the backing was willing to invest. No one in this new world was beyond the protection of the four emperors. Is it Captain Beckman? I am under the command of Captain Riki Lu. As for the pirates' reactions, Sis didn't want to care, nor did he feel like it. If they dared to stir trouble on his territory, they should be prepared to face death. He didn't care whether they were part of the Yonko crew or not. If they were not part of the Yonko, they had to die. If they were part of the Yonko, Sis wouldn't waste his energy preparing a thin wooden coffin. If it wasn't taken to feed the fish, that would be a stroke of luck. He wouldn't bother with so many things. Have you come to an agreement? If so, then let South hit the road. Saying this, Sis stepped forward, drawing his knife with his right hand, and pressed forward again. He slashed diagonally with his knife, the force scattering, directly stirring up a wave several people high on the sea, cutting through the wind and waves, the sound of metal roaring in the ears. Ricky Lu's expression changed drastically. While dodging left and right, he yelled toward the others, "Get moving! Why aren't you moving? Do you really want to die here today?" The members of the crew exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. They had no choice. "We understand," with helplessness and resentment in their voices. They ultimately had to grip their weapons and advance. Bullets whistled, blades gleamed sharply. It seemed no different from before, but they could no longer summon the courage to believe in anyone other than the Whitebeard pirates. If cooperation meant being sold out, it was better to stay vigilant from the start and not give trust. Faced with the alertness of the crew, Edward Weevil was not angry. He never intended to rely on the Whitebeard pirates to achieve anything significant in this battle. He was always confident that he was the main attacker. Edward Weevil didn't care. Rather, Miss Backen was somewhat displeased. Although she was old and unrecognizable, her insight was still sharp, even more so than most. She had been a companion of Whitebeard, had seen the heights of this world, and knew how high the sky was, how thick the earth was, and how vast the sea was. The world's number one, invincible in the world. Such words could only be used to deceive children. Even Whitebeard could be killed. How could there really be someone invincible in this world? She neither believed that anyone in this world was truly unbeatable, nor would she indulge her son in unrealistic dreams. She knew there was a qualitative gap between Edward Weevil and Sis. Figures at the admiral level were indeed at that level, not something just any fool could jump around in front of. This was also the fundamental reason Miss Backen wanted to board the big ship of the world government. Besides controlling resources, the world government held the most admiral-level figures, undoubtedly making it easier for her to get money. But strong as he was, Sis was not yet invincible. At the very least, with so many of them joining forces, there were always 2 to 3 points of chance out of 10. But she calculated the strength and failed to account for the human heart. Even if the alliance was not solid, if they were ruthless and sold out a wave of teammates to cover their retreat, it was not impossible. In short, she did not blame Edward Weevil for selling out his teammates. She only blamed him for doing it too early, as he hadn't gained any of the benefits he should have. As an incredibly shrewd woman, Miss Backen felt distressed. If it didn't work this time, it would be difficult to sell out her teammates next time. On an island somewhere in the New World, Shanks had just downed a beer when Ben Beckman rushed in, his expression terrifyingly grim. Striding over, he snatched the beer from Shanks' hand. "Captain, stop drinking. Ricky Lu is in trouble." "Trouble?" Shanks' expression suddenly became stern, the light in his eyes flashing like a drawn sword. "What happened? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on the Blackbeard pirates and Whitebeard? Did that guy take action against him?" The remaining hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze directed toward Beckman. "It's not Teach, it's Wilson, Sis." Ricky Lu went to Silver Island to stir up trouble with Sis, Beckman said, his face grim, his voice growing more urgent. "What? Wilson, Sis? Didn't I say before? Don't stir trouble with that guy. Don't provoke him until the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard pirates is decided. Why don't you ever listen?" Shank's expression twisted in response. This isn't Ricky Lu's fault. He fell into a trap. It's Teach's scheme. Now surrounding Silver Island are not only Ricky Lu, but also some members of the Whitebeard pirates, including a dozen subordinate crews and 3 captains, while Blackbeard only sent Lafitte. At the same time, Teach has also stirred up war against the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. "This is a conspiracy," Beckman continued. "Teach, bah? So Teach wants to use Wilson, Sis to tie down part of the Whitebeard pirates' strength? And us?" Shanks rubbed his forehead, looking pained. Beckman nodded, his expression serious. His hands clenched tightly. "It seems that way now. Teach wants to quickly have a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates, but is afraid that Sis will strike from behind. So he dragged us into this scheme, not only weakening Marco and their forces, but also keeping an eye on us and that guy Wilson, Sis. This is a significant chess game." Beckman was in a very bad mood, not only because Ricky Lu was in crisis and uncertain of his life or death, but also because he had become a pawn in Teach's hands. He was exceptionally intelligent, always comparing himself to the Wano country, but now he had become someone else's chess piece, which was utterly unforgivable. Knowing there were pits on the road, yet they had to jump into them. This was the problem the red-haired pirates were facing. Even if they knew it was a trap, could they ignore Ricky Lu? Others might let Ricky Lu off the hook temporarily for Shanksake, But Sis was different. If he could kill, he would definitely not let him live. As long as the red-haired pirates dared not to take action to save him, he would dare to take Riki Lu's head to the world government. Things have become troublesome. Holding his nose, even Ben Beckman felt it was difficult to handle. After standing in place for a moment, Shanks ultimately stood up, letting out a somewhat helpless sigh. Pass the word down. Tell the brothers to pack their things and prepare to head to Silver Island. All right. Beckman nodded, then turned and left the cave to convey Shanks' orders. In the cave, Shanks gripped the long knife at his waist tightly, his eyes narrowed, staring intently at the outside of the cave. I hope it's not too late. On the other side, not far from Silver Island, a naval fleet with several large warships was slowly advancing. In terms of numbers and manpower, it was even more impressive than Sis's fleet upon his arrival. A man wearing black sunglasses and with a massive mechanical arm attached to his right arm stood solemnly at the bow of the ship. With a thick cigar in his mouth, the sea breeze stirred his black cloak behind him, making him appear imposing. Bins, I've heard that Sis has come to the New World. Is his base around here? Zephas suddenly turned his head to a man on his left, who was dressed in an unconventional style and carried a long sword. That was Bins, Zephas' student, a senior to Sis and Smoker, and a junior to Akainu, as well as one of the few survivors from the attack 9 years ago. Bins lowered his head to glance at the navigation chart in his hand, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had heard about his junior, the hunter who had made quite a name for himself during the Summit War. Major General Sis Station Base was on Silver Island, which happened to be not far from our current target. If the timing was right, it would be a good opportunity for you to go see him. Zephyr nodded lightly, taking deep draws from his cigar, not saying much more. To be honest, he was quite eager to see this disciple of his. He had invested a lot of effort into Sis, almost like a father to a son. Now that the child had become successful, how could he not want to take a look? Moreover, he had heard that a few others from the elite training camp had also been transferred under his command, so it was impossible not to feel the desire. But what would he say if he went? Just some small talk to encourage them? While Zephyr was still hesitating over whether to go to Silver Island, the phone bug on his ship rang. Moses, this is the Pirate Guerrilla Squad. I'm Officer Ain, please respond. This is the Navy Joint Forces. I'm Major General Sis Aide, Clara. Silver Island is under attack, and we are issuing an emergency distress signal. The enemies are the Blackbeard Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Red-Hair Pirates, and Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Major General Sis has already gone ahead to provide support. To prepare for the possibility of the 4 Emperors personally intervening, we are now issuing an emergency distress signal to the surrounding navy. On the other end of the phone bug, Clara's distinctive voice rang out, and Zephyr was momentarily stunned, nearly dropping his cigar as the ash almost fell onto himself. Ain and Benz exchanged glances, both seeing shock followed by ecstatic joy in each other's eyes. They nodded and handed the phone bug to Zephyr. I am former Admiral Zephyr of the Navy. Repeat, who are the enemies? Holding the phone bug, Zephyr's left hand trembled uncontrollably. He doubted his hearing, unsure if his age had caused him to mishear. Upon hearing it was Zephyr, Clara instantly perked up. Originally, she just wanted to pull in a few small fries for appearances, but unexpectedly, she had caught a big fish. This was a former admiral of the Navy, a figure who had stirred up storms at the pinnacle of the world. As long as he was willing to step in, even if a 4 Emperors showed up, they could retreat calmly, and perhaps even attempt a counterattack. Unknowingly, Clara's voice became heavier, even somewhat rough. Yes, Admiral Zephyr, the enemies are the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Blackbeard Pirates, the Red-Hair Pirates, and Edward Weevil. Zephyr could no longer hear what Clara was saying after that. All his attention was captivated by the name Edward Weevil. Edward Weevil? It had been 9 years, 9 long years. He had lived a life worse than death during these years, waking up every night to the haunting images of his students dying in front of him. He wanted revenge. At over 70 years old, he was well past the age of shouting for blood, and he had only a few years left to live. If it weren't for revenge, what was the point of coming out? As long as Edward Weevil was alive, he could not rest easy, not even in death. As a teacher, he couldn't avenge his students. It was unforgivable. His piercing gaze swept over Ain and Benz, 2 of his students who had followed him and were survivors of that attack. Discarding the cigar in his mouth, Zephyr wore a rare smile. So Ain Benz, are you willing to accompany this old man for one more fight? Ain and Benz exchanged glances, then lowered their heads simultaneously. Of course, teacher, this is what we have been longing for day and night. Chapter 244. The day of suffering for the Whitebeard Pirates. In just a single day, the entire New World had turned into chaos. The remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Blackbeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, all major forces that had stirred up storms in the New World, were now involved. The flames of war instantly engulfed nearly half of the New World, and even the remaining 2 Yonko crews could not enjoy their peace, fearing that the flames of war might reach their doorstep. The combative were eager to join the fray, while the timid were anxious, forced to stay in their territory with wide eyes, afraid of missing any small details. As for Sis, who had been dragged into the fray, he was now at the center of the storm, with both pirates and Navy gathering forces to swarm towards Silver Island. Clang! The clash of blades rang out, metal clanging violently as Sis exerted force in his arm, deflecting Edward Weevil's massive sword that was coming down upon him with great speed. He leaped forward, the air rippling beneath his feet. He had no intention of wasting time fighting Edward Weevil and the others. While their combined strength was indeed formidable, their weakness was glaringly obvious. They lacked a true powerhouse capable of holding him down. As long as he could find an opening, he could easily send Edward Weevil and the others down to hell in batches. Sis' movement immediately caught the attention of Ai Zhang and the others, and with the flick of his flintlock gun, several black, blunt bullets shot towards Sis' direction. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air, and neither Ai Zhang nor Harda was unprepared. The guy was simply too strong, so strong that he left them no room for counterattack. A moment's inattention could lead to death here. With grim faces, Harta, Ai Zhang, and Lakyu attacked Sis in a triangular formation. Ai Zhang was in the middle, using his flintlock to suppress Sis, while Harta and Lakyu flanked him on either side, attempting to incapacitate Sis' arms. Humph! Sis snorted coldly, his expression unchanged, as he accelerated his speed, effortlessly dodging the bullets. His speed was already incredibly fast, and with this acceleration, the others could barely keep up with his rhythm, only catching a fleeting shadow as he zipped past. What do we do, Ai Zhang? Lakyu began to panic and turned to shout at Ai Zhang. Among the 3 of them, Ai Zhang had the strongest observation hockey. Without him, they had no other options. How could they fight if they couldn't even see? Initially, they could rely on their teamwork to narrow the range and restrict Sis' speed, but now that was impossible. Ever since Squard's death, they could no longer trust other forces, fearing they would be betrayed at any moment. They couldn't even manage the most basic level of trust, let alone the high-difficulty coordination required for a fight. Although they were still nominally working together, it had devolved into 3 separate groups. A group from the Whitebeard Pirates, a group led by Edward Weevil and his mother, and Lakyu from the Red-Haired Pirates acting independently. Edward Weevil was powerful, tough, and resilient, while Lakyu was crafty, avoiding direct confrontation whenever possible. Compared to them, the Whitebeard Pirates, with the largest numbers, had ironically become the easiest to deal with, or rather, the weakest link. This couldn't entirely be blamed on them. Even if they were part of the same pirate crew, they were all captains of different divisions, who would spend their days training joint attacks. This was the Pirate King, not an adventure story. With that kind of free time, they might as well go home and hone their hockey. Furthermore, the strength of Ai Zhang and the others is still not strong enough. Even among the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, they can only be considered average. Whether in terms of attack or other aspects, they're somewhat unable to keep up with Sis's pace and have completely fallen into a passive position of being beaten. If their strength were a bit stronger, with Marco and Jaws working together, Sis might have to seriously consider what to do next. The gap between captains might be greater than that between a captain and an ordinary crew member. Harda was urging them urgently, and Ai Zhang was equally anxious. When it comes to life and death, how could he truly maintain inner peace? His clothes were already soaked with sweat seeping from his back, and all his attention was focused. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. To the left, quick! Bang! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, bullets shot out from the flintlock's barrel. Harda and Lackey exchanged glances, not daring to delay even for a moment, and dove towards the direction Ai Zhang was shooting. Their faces were ashen. Besides anger, there was an unmistakable sense of relief. Finally, we've caught you, Wilson, Sis. Caught? Since I've already revealed myself. I won't dodge anymore. Holding the knife in his right hand, he stepped forward, drawing a black line across the surface of the sea. What do you mean you caught me? It's clearly me who has captured you. Unerringly, Sis brought his long knife down at an angle from above. The bullets were fast, but the knife was faster. With a series of clinks, the 4 or 5 bullets that Ai Zhang fired were sliced in midair by Sis. Sparks flew, and then he engaged in close combat with Harda and Lackey. Clang, clang, clang. In the cramped space, 2 long knives and a meteor hammer clashed rapidly. The cloak behind Sis billowing as he moved like a beast released from its cage, launching a series of consecutive attacks. The blade moved like a fine moon. With a flick of his wrist, Sis's knife wrapped around Harda's arm. Harda was one of the earliest people to arrive at Silver Island. Not only did he fight Sis, but he also fought Edward Weevil, leaving him with old wounds. Even the knife in his hand had been split in half by Edward Weevil. And now he was using a shabby weapon he picked up from somewhere. It could be said that his current strength was at a long-time low. In this fight against Sis, he was relying not on strength, but on his long-standing will. If his strength far surpassed Sis's, his will could indeed help him find a glimmer of hope. But the problem now was that he was not the strong one. Sis was. As the two long knives clashed, Harda only felt his arm go numb, the bright white blade pressing down on the knife in his hand. Following this, Sis turned and struck down, his movements smooth as flowing clouds. Suddenly, Harda saw a flash of red in front of him, blood gushing from his chest like bright red dye. Damn it! Cursing, Harda quickly retreated, his whole body drenched in blood as if he had just emerged from a pool of it. With his old wounds unhealed, now he was injured again. Lackey and the others watched this unfold with urgency, and the meteor hammer in Lackey's hand swung fiercely towards Sis. "Wilson, Sis, you bastard, get away from Harda." Sis sneered, a look of contempt on his face. "You tell me to leave, and I'll just leave? Do you think you're that important? When I killed Bista, even Whitebeard couldn't do anything to me, let alone you." Sis continued to leap forward, light as an autumn maple leaf, swinging his long knife, and he soared out along with the blade. Shadows closed in, and a thick black tentacle shot out from behind, directly blocking Lackey's meteor hammer, while Sis continued to advance rapidly. If the limit for an ordinary person is bolt, then Sis at this moment was definitely faster than any creature in nature, surpassing the speed of sound in an instant, appearing out of nowhere like a lightning bolt. Harda hurriedly turned around. He knew one truth well. Leaving his back exposed to the enemy would lead to a quicker death. He held the long knife horizontally in front of his chest, tried to rely on instinct to withstand this blow. Clenching his teeth, he had no other choice. But ideals are ideals, and reality is reality. And the severity of reality exceeded his imagination. He could not even withstand Edward Weevil's desperate strike, let alone Sis's. The white light flashed like lightning. Speed might not represent strength, but when speed reaches a certain level, it itself becomes power. With a single swing, Sis seemed to cut through space itself. Clang crack, the sound of the long knife breaking was crisp and piercing, and shortly after, there was the sound of flesh being sliced by a sharp weapon. From the left side of his chest, Harda was almost torn in half by Sis. His pupils constricted, blood spurted from his body like a fountain, and the expression on his face changed, then froze forever. "Harda!" Lackey shouted in pain, witnessing his comrade die before his eyes once again. Sometimes, one cannot help but lament the unpredictability of life and the fragility of human existence. Since the Marineford War, the Whitebeard pirates have been suffering losses, continuously losing comrades. First Bista, then Ace, followed by Pops. Today, they lost Squard and Harda, and soon it might be him and Izang. He sometimes could not help but doubt whether the Whitebeard pirates had exhausted all their luck over the past few decades. Otherwise, why would they have to endure so much suffering? He could not provide himself with an answer, nor did anyone proactively answer him. But he had a vague premonition that today was just the beginning, and things were far from over. Although he did not know why Marco and the others had not continued to send reinforcements, he was sure that there was no good news behind that. They would not easily abandon their comrades. The reason no one came must be that they were in danger themselves. He was very confident about this. It was too hard to guess who was holding them back, that damned bastard Teach. Cursing inwardly, his hatred for Blackbeard instantly surpassed his hatred for Sis. The Blackbeard pirates had never sent reinforcements from the beginning. Could they not see the conspiracy behind this? Even if he couldn't think of it right away. After fighting for so long, they should have realized they were being set up. If nothing unexpected happened, Teach should be concentrating his forces to attack Marco and the others now. Whether it was them or the other Whitebeard members with Marco, none of them were having it easy. After today, it would be a matter of life or death for everyone. Just like on the day of the Marineford War. Today was also a day of suffering for the Whitebeard pirates. Lackey thought this way, and before he could adjust himself slightly, Sis was already closing in again. The blade danced, clearly not intending to leave him even the slightest chance to survive. Lackey took a sweeping glance at Sis, his previous anger suddenly sinking. And with the thought of death, he instead became open-minded. Even the meteor hammer in his hand turned more fierce. Was he thinking of exchanging his life for a wound? Killing Sis was something he didn't even have to think about. The gap between the two was too great, already to the point where even risking his life couldn't he make up for it. So he just gave up like that, willingly lowering his neck to be slaughtered? No, that's a coward, not a member of the White Beard Pirates. Even if he gets a little hurt, he must leave a mark on Sis today. Sis narrowed his eyes. He could see through Lackey's intentions, but he was not afraid at all. As shadows stretched, Sis accelerated forward, his spirit, energy, and willpower merging into one. His observation hockey pushed to the extreme, he could see every muscle twitch on Lackey's body. How would he lose this fight? The actions of Sis and Lackey did not scare others. Instead, Lockie Lou and Miss Bikini were terrified. They originally couldn't defeat Sis, and even if they teamed up, they could only barely ensure they wouldn't die temporarily. If Lackey died too, wouldn't it be their turn soon? Lockie Lou was anxious and furious. It was all Edward Weevil's fault. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen to this state. Edward Weevil, hurry up and save someone. Don't expect us to clean up the mess you caused. Get lost, who are you? Why should I listen to you? Edward Weevil clearly didn't take Lockie Lou's words to heart. He wasn't even bigger than Lockie Lou, acting tough in front of him. Miss Bikine's face turned pale, her gaze darting around the battlefield, weighing the pros and cons. No matter how she looked at it, they couldn't defeat Sis this time. It was time to think about their escape route. Her murky eyes turned, and a bad idea rose in Miss Bikine's heart. She turned her head and shouted towards Lockie Lou, that little brat from the Red Hair Pirates. Don't think you can use us as cannon fodder. If you want to attack, let us all attack together. All right, then let us count down to 3 and attack together. 1, 2, 3, attack. As the words fell, Lockie Lou jumped up, his dark hockey wrapping around his arms, moving at an astonishing speed, completely unlike someone of his bulky size. Wilson, Sis, take my punch. Sis couldn't be bothered with him. Darkness coiled around him, and he turned around, sending a thick black tentacle toward Lockie Lou. Lockie Lou's face twisted in rage. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and turned his head, realizing that Miss Bikine and Edward Weevil hadn't attacked at all. They were trying to run. Anger surged from his feet to the top of his head. Edward Weevil, you tricked me? Chapter 245, None Shall Escape. Lockie Lou was furious, his head steaming, wishing he could snap Edward Weevil's and Miss Bikine's necks with his claws. A bunch of useless scum. At a time like this, instead of thinking about how to unite against the enemy, they were thinking about betraying their teammates, truly unworthy of being human. Lockie Lou cursed inwardly, regretting it immensely. He must have been blind to trust these two. Who would betray their teammates like this? The tentacle struck. Sis glanced over, narrowing his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in his pupils. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Since you're here, then stay. Black flames erupted from him, distorting the light. Even under the sun, a thick layer of black mist could be seen. The flames spread like a dragon, centering around Sis, creating a thin mist over the sea, as 2 massive black serpents emerged from the fog, lunging towards the direction Miss Bikine and Edward Weevil were fleeing. Roar! The giant mouth opened. The serpent, though an embodiment of energy, emitted a strange stench, a smell of decay, as if it would turn anyone caught in its jaws into a pile of bones in the next second. Damn it, Weevil, be careful! Miss Bikine shouted, quickly turning her body, using her staff like a long sword, and with a wave of her hand, 2 pale sword lights sliced towards the serpent's mouth. Her technique exceptionally skilled. Before coming to Silver Island, Miss Bikine had never encountered Sis. All her knowledge was based on newspapers. She had no idea how strong Sis truly was or where his strength lay. Their fight relied solely on rich experience. And she had no idea Sis had this trick up his sleeve. In her haste, even she became flustered, dragging the sword lights to try and block the giant snake. Mom, compared to Miss Bikine, Edward Weevil was much more straightforward, with far fewer schemes in his mind. He didn't even want to escape. He wanted to stay and fight Sis. However, obeying Miss Bikine's orders seemed more important than his fighting desire and instinct to not back down, hence his panic-stricken retreat. But even so, he still didn't view Sis as unbeatable and didn't intend to run. He thought of it as giving Sis a chance. But despite that, Sis still showed no gratitude, summoning 2 giant snakes from the darkness. Unforgivable. His anger surged uncontrollably, causing his eyes to turn red. Wilson, Sis, you are simply unforgivable. Hockey surged from his limbs, covering his arms, and with a diagonal slash of his large knife, he created a wave several meters high on the sea. With a swift step, he charged towards the giant serpent like a speeding truck. Boom! The blade met the serpent's body, sparks flying, and the surrounding waves exploded. Edward Weevil leaped up, flipping in midair to gain momentum, and struck down again with a swift blow. The Naginata struck with great force, sinking into the serpent's body. Its scales flipped, and darkness splattered like liquid, resembling real blood. Roar! The howl was piercing. The serpent's eyes grew more animated, and instead of retreating, it coiled up. The sound of collision echoed as waves surged, resembling two sea kings battling on the surface. Sis merely glanced at them from a distance, then withdrew his gaze. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Edward Weevil and Miss Bakeen. He would clean up Izang and Lackey first, then deal with them one by one. Seeing Sis's gaze turn, Izang felt a shiver run down his spine, and sweat began to slide down his forehead involuntarily. This guy really didn't leave them any chance to breathe. In contrast to Izang, Lackey had somewhat come to terms with it. After all, he was going to die today, so why not die gloriously? Why not fight Sis with everything he had? He didn't believe he couldn't leave a scar on Sis. The meteor hammer in his hand spun rapidly as Lackey charged forward without retreat. Wilson, Sis, I want you dead. Izang's eyes turned fierce. Lackey had gone in. What else could he do? Abandon his comrades like Miss Bakeen and Edward Weevil? What a joke. They were family, the closest of family. They had risked their lives in the Marineford War, let alone today. Gritting his teeth, Izang also changed direction, his hands frantically pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets shot through the black mist in all directions. Winning or losing was one thing, but he had to give Lackey a chance with all his strength. Lackey didn't turn back to look at Izang. Everything felt natural. They were brothers, and trusting each other completely was a matter of course. Wasn't it? Come on, Wilson, Sis. Let's have a good fight like men. Oomph. Sis let out a cold snort, his right hand tightening around the hilt of his long knife, his body slightly bent, muscles taut, like a leopard on the hunt. Tulp! Tap! Tap! Raindrops splashed onto the deck of the pirate ship, echoing beneath their feet with a crisp and rhythmic sound, like slender, graceful fingers dancing over piano keys, producing a melodious waltz. Here it comes. Suddenly, Sis shouted, his speed increasing, his momentum surging, even his hair spreading out in the wild wind. With a slash of his knife, the bullets flying through the air were cut in half, and Sis' aura reached its peak. On the other side, Lackio's eyes bulged with rage, even the corners of his eyes cracking with fury, the smell of blood spreading, his body leaping into the air, both hands gripping a hammer, using all his strength to smash towards Sis. With the long knife firmly held, Sis' eyes also held a hint of ferocity, his left foot suddenly stopping, turning his body, and the long knife met the oncoming attack with momentum. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a storm of energy erupted from the point of contact between the two, like a spherical barrier being raised, the wind sweeping away the surrounding deck into fragments. Debris shot up into the sky, and the seawater within a radius of several dozen meters exploded, sending columns of water soaring, as if someone had detonated high explosives. Crack! The two were locked in a moment of stalemate, when suddenly, the meteor hammer made a sound of metal shattering, followed closely by the hammerhead, originally made of fine steel, exploding into pieces in midair. The knife was sharp, beautiful like a phantom moon, and with a slicing sound, Lackio slightly tilted his body, only to be cut in half by Sis. Blood burst forth like a pillar, and he cast a sideways glance at Sis, unsure if it was hatred, regret, or a hint of relief. In the end, he still failed to land a blow on that guy, but it was enough. Closing his eyes, Lackio breathed his last. Chapter 246, The Agile, Fatty Lackio. Izang's eyes nearly bled. One brother after another had died, and he never expected Lackio to fall before him today. Wilson, Sis, I want you dead. Izang shouted angrily, his heart filled with the will to die, rapidly pulling the trigger of his flintlock pistol, rushing towards Sis as if seeking death. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke slightly obscured his vision, and Sis glanced at him with an unchanged expression, flicking the long knife to shake off the blood droplets. His footsteps shook the ground, splashing rainwater, like a narrow shadow, flipping in the air, dodging bullets, and like a ghost, he slashed towards Izang's neck. His speed was simply too fast. Izang could vaguely sense a shadow, but his body couldn't react in time, only managing to bring his arms together in a desperate attempt to block. Sis let out a light snort. His body could completely follow through with the movement. As he approached rapidly, Sis changed his tactics mid-flight. The originally downward slash of his knife flipped and turned into an upward attack. He never intended to spare anyone. Since Whitebeard was a remnant of the old era, Why should the Whitebeard pirates not perish along with him? Whether in retreat or defeat, Sis only wanted to tell them one truth. The era they stirred up had long passed. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes, blood splattering. And Sis' knife instantly sliced through the muscles on Izang's chest. The immense impact was like a rampaging bull, tearing his wound wide open, even his intestines spilling out. His life nearing its end. His eyes widened. When a person is about to die, their words may be good, but such words can only be said. Not everyone can let go easily. Filled with hatred in his heart, Izang died without being able to release his resentment towards Sis and Blackbeard. If it weren't for them, perhaps the Whitebeard pirates would still be sailing the seas. But hatred was all he had left. Sis didn't care at all, even when he was alive. He couldn't do anything to him. And what could he do now that he was dead? This was the world of pirates, not a fantasy realm. Could he really harbor endless hatred and somehow transform into a red-haired ghost after death? Without wasting more time on the dead, Sis coldly turned and headed towards Lucky Lou. Lucky Lou's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat soaking his sleeveless shirt. Two captains, two division leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, had been so easily taken down? Was this easier than killing a chicken? Though Lucky Lou was very confident in his strength, believing he was stronger than the average captain of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't match several division leaders teaming up, including Squardo, in such a short time, for captain-level figures had already died. Four. This was not like buying fish at a market where you could get an extra one for free. These were renowned pirates of the sea, figures so formidable that even the New World would tremble in their presence. Today, they were as worthless as cabbage, dying without any value. He couldn't care less about others' worth. But he certainly didn't want to become worthless himself. Being a pirate was better when you were alive. His small eyes constantly darted under his sunglasses, growing increasingly anxious. Where was his way out? The Whitebeard pirates? With 3 division leaders dead and Squardo, a subordinate pirate captain, lost, even if he called the remaining people over. What could they accomplish? Would they just serve as cannon fodder? Even if he was willing, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be. Their lives were their own, and Lucky Lou wasn't familiar with them. Why would they take the blade for him? Moreover, with Sis' strength, whether they could hold him off and for how long was still unknown. If he got excited and decided to run, and Sis struck him from behind with a knife. That would be interesting. If he couldn't hold him off head-on, how could he expect to fend off a surprise attack from behind? For Sis, killing him would be as easy as playing a game. The safest method was to wait for the arrival of the reinforcements. Looking south, Edward Weevil and Miss Backen were engaged in close combat with a giant black python, exchanging blows. Although they barely suppressed the massive snake thanks to Edward Weevil's formidable physical prowess, snakes were unpredictable and could retaliate at any moment. The two clearly couldn't spare any hands. Gritting his teeth, Lucky Lou's expression became increasingly grim, his hatred for Edward Weevil and Miss Backen deepening. If it weren't for these two incompetent teammates starting a fight, they would still have 7 against 1 and could have dragged things out until the reinforcements arrived. How could it have turned out so badly? Sis' figure was getting closer, an inexplicable sense of pressure making it hard for him to breathe. It was truly terrible. After thinking for a long time, the most reliable method he could come up with was to rely on himself. He was clearly a gentle little fatty who avoided conflict. How could he possibly be dependable? In an instant, the Busashoka haki covered his body, and Lucky Lou threw a powerful punch at the tentacle in front of him, breaking free from its grasp and swiftly retreating. Even if he couldn't win, he absolutely could not confront Sis head-on. He had to evade and stall for time. As long as the main force arrived, he would win. Without subsequent support, Sis would be at their mercy. He was internally trying to convince himself with such words, and his hefty body erupted with a speed and vitality unimaginable to ordinary people. Ricky Lou was definitely a nimble fat man. However, there are differences between people. What he considered nimble in the eyes of ordinary people, or even in his own eyes, may not be seen as unreachable agility by Sis. After all, Sis was someone who relied on speed for a living. The blade skimmed across the water's surface, sending ripples underfoot, and Sis dashed forward like a dragonfly, skimming the water. The dark mist swirled, and a powerful presence pushed the surrounding seawater to fly backward, resembling a series of steel blades slicing through the air, rapidly rotating and forming a massive hemispherical barrier. Ricky Lou's eyelids twitched. What a tremendous force it was. He couldn't describe it. As if his body would be crushed to pieces at any moment. There was no other choice. Wilson, Sis, die for me. Sis's figure drew closer, with only a few body lengths left between them. Suddenly turning around, He felt he had no choice but to fight for his life. It seemed there was nothing else he could do. The air whistled, and his fist cut through the air as Riki Lu put all his strength into this punch. Sis showed no fear, his eyes cold, with a hint of bloodthirst. Chapter 247. Whose rules Riki Lu? You shouldn't be wreaking havoc on my territory. If it were somewhere else, I might not be able to do anything to you, but this is Silver Island, my base, Wilson, Sis's domain. As long as I am the New World, this place is not for you to run wild. A flash of ferocity crossed Sis's eyes as he leaped forward, shadows pulling him to just a meter away from Riki Lu. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Sis's heart sank like water. He could see every breath Riki Lu took, every beat of his heart. For a truly top-tier swordsman, even without the observation hockey, their heart has eyes. The long blade struck out, a brilliant arc from the lower left to the upper right, slicing through the air, dazzling like the shimmering water curtain after a rainstorm, breathtakingly beautiful. Clang! A burst of white light erupted as the blade's edge collided violently with Riki Lu's fist. The air exploded on impact, shock waves rippling outward. As if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake, sending waves crashing up like a column of water shooting skyward. Sis rapidly changed his moves, the long blade continuously separating from and then merging with the fist, the sound of metal ringing in his ears. The muscles in his arms bulged as Sis suddenly exerted force, pressing down with the long blade, an immense strength like a mountain. The pirate ship beneath Riki Lu let out a groan of unbearable burden, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Riki Lu's pupils contracted, his mind ringing. With no time to marvel at Sis's overwhelming brute strength, his tensed muscles emitted a cry like tearing paper in an instant. Bang! Following that, Sis raised his foot and delivered a straight kick, leaving an incredibly clear imprint of his shoe on Riki Lu's chest, sending him flying back like he had been struck by a truck. A mouthful of hot blood surged up his throat, and Riki Lu's face instantly turned pale. Riki Lu was not someone who would shy away from a fight. Despite his pale complexion, the blood in his chest had not yet cooled. He slammed both hands on the ground and flipped himself up, his eyes fierce like a wild wolf. You think I'm just a soft persimmon you can easily crush? With a roar, a hint of red, killing intent flickered in his pupils, and he leaped up, his bulky body bursting forth with steam, entwined like crimson flames. As the fat burned, Riki Lu's body visibly shrank, his enormous belly revealing a distinctly defined six-pack, and his fiery fists surged toward Sis like a dragon emerging from the sea. The waves parted, creating a massive whirlwind. Oomph! A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Sis's mouth, his face filled with mockery and disdain. A soft persimmon? Don't think too highly of yourself. To me, you're no different from a weed by the roadside. Would you target a weed just because it was particularly sturdy? Bastard! Riki Lu cursed loudly, his anger intensifying, as if he had been gravely insulted, even bloodshot in his eyes. Sis coldly snorted, showing no fear, and with a twist of his blade, he charged forward. The white light flickered, arriving in an instant, like igniting a dazzling firework in the quiet night sky. Suddenly, a hint of confusion flashed in Riki Lu's eyes, followed by endless fear, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Bang! The sword light sliced through the fist's momentum, the dragon shattered, and with a crack, the bones in Riki Lu's hand broke under the immense force. His pupils dilated, blood seeping out. He felt like a ceramic doll smashed into pieces. Fragile to the touch. Defeated, utterly defeated, they were simply not on the same level, and their actions were no different from suicide. Memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, and he seemed to hear the voice of Xiang Kasi. Riki Lu, then the voice grew closer and louder. And Riki Lu suddenly reacted, forcing himself to turn his head. Captain? Just as he was about to get up, Sis stepped on his chest, a cigarette candy in his mouth, locking eyes with the approaching figure not far away. The pirate ship crashed through the waves. Xiang Ku-si took the lead, leaping from the deck, rushing over while stepping on a few remnants on the sea, moving at incredible speed. Sis sneered, and with a flick of his wrist, a knife aura several meters high was dragged across the surface of the sea, leaving a massive scar. Xiang Ku-si frowned slightly, his right hand also sliding along the blade, countering with a similar sword light. Boom! The two powers clashed violently, the sea churning and boiling in the impact. Neither side an easy opponent. So fast, Xiang Ku-si. I thought you would arrive late after I killed everyone. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Sis stepped on Riki Lu, his left hand gathering dark mist, forming a long black spear, its tip pressed against Riki Lu's throat, coldly addressing Seong Kasi. Seong Kasi's brow furrowed, his face dark with anger. Wilson, Sis, let Ricky Liu go, and I will leave immediately with my men, never to touch Silver Island again. Let him go. Sis's eyes widened as he looked at Seong Kasi, then back at Ricky Liu, applying more pressure with his foot. You want me to let him go? On what grounds? Should I give you face? Seong Kasi's face darkened even further, clearly still harboring resentment from the Marineford War. And this guy before him was giving him no face at all. This is good for both of us. You let Ricky Liu go, and I will leave with my men, or do you really think you can stand firm in your new world base? A flash of murderous intent crossed Sis's pupils, and his voice undoubtedly grew colder. You are threatening me? This is not a threat. This is a statement of fact. This is not Judiciary Island, nor Marineford. This is the New World, and the New World should abide by the rules of the New World. Rules? Whose rules? Yours? Or the pirates? Kankas's hand also pressed against the knife, and the sarcasm reached his ears clearly. This guy just didn't want to let him go. An electric tension filled the air, and an unmatched dominance bore down on them. As the crew of the red-haired pirates stood behind Kankas, Ben Beckman aimed his flintlock at Sis' forehead, ready to shoot the moment negotiations failed. Kankas drew his sword, with brothers standing behind him, feeling particularly confident. Wilson, Sis, I've advised you before. Release him now, and I can still pretend nothing has happened. Oh, or what? Do you plan to uproot my little Silver Island? Sis growled, his eyes fierce, showing he was not intimidated. Chapter 248. Take a step back. With that, Sis lowered his spear slightly, breaking the skin, blood seeping from the tip. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? Kankas's veins bulged as he raised his voice, angrily confronting Sis. He was the maritime emperor ruling the New World. Everyone had to flatter him, give him some face. When did it become Sis turned to slap him in the face repeatedly, making him lose face? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to part ways, amicably? TCH. Sis sneered, his face full of disdain. Ricky Liu is in my hands. Are you talking about pretending nothing happened? What if I don't come back? What will happen to my subordinates? Will they just be slaughtered by you? He was only fit to play the good guy here. Kankas's face turned from green to purple to black, his expression dark and terrifying, as if someone had ripped away his last shred of decency, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Perhaps his original intention was not so despicable. He simply wanted to rescue Ricky Liu. However, to others, the red-haired pirate's actions were truly unscrupulous, and he, who valued his reputation immensely and even liked to flaunt his noble character, found himself in a somewhat awkward position. Sis glanced at Kankas with disdain, seeing him as a hypocrite who wanted to be both a saint and a sinner. Feeling the contempt in Sis' gaze, Kankas's anger burned. Not only him, but the entire red-haired pirates felt insulted. Suddenly, Ben Beckman could no longer hold back, his observation hockey locking on his Sis, and he pulled the trigger. Smoke erupted. The bullet fired. Negotiating with Sis was like playing music to a cow. Pirates were pirates, and if they didn't release him, they would fight. Why so much nonsense? A plan is best executed with overwhelming force. Sis smirked. He had long anticipated that the red-haired pirates would take action. There had always been irreconcilable conflicts between the Navy and pirates, and now they had reached a point of mutual confrontation, where neither side was willing to back down. Regardless of whether the red-haired pirates were willing to retreat, he certainly was not. If the red-haired pirates could come and go as they pleased, then a Navy Rear Admiral and High Prosecutor of Judicial Island might as well quit. He would lose face and even fail to stand up for his subordinates. What was the point of being a leader? He might as well abandon his new base, without the courage to face pirates. He would soon become a laughingstock among his peers. With a swing of his long knife, Sis thrust his black spear directly at Ricky Liu's neck. At that moment, Kankas also moved, incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning leaping forward. He was more urgent than Sis. He had to shatter Sis before the spear pierced Ricky Liu's neck. Sis didn't dare to be careless. Arrogance was a sin, but Kankas underestimated him if he thought he could easily save Ricky Liu. Crack! The long knife sliced through the bullet, and the white blade shattered the black spear, both events occurring almost simultaneously. Relief, emotion, fear. Countless feelings flowed through Kankas and Ricky Liu's eyes. Just when they thought Ricky Liu had survived, suddenly, the dark fragments that had been cut into pieces surged and boiled again, like little snakes twisting in the air, instantly biting through Ricky Liu's skin. Flames burned. Black smoke filled every pore of Ricky Liu's being, and his skin visibly shriveled. Captain, save me. Ricky Liu stretched out his right hand, his eyes vacant as he screamed at Kankas, clearly feeling his life slipping away. Looking down at this scene, Kankas's eyes turned red, the veins on his forehead bulging, making one wonder if they would burst at any moment. "Wilson, Sis, I want you dead." With a movement of his right hand, Kankas swung his knife at Sis, driven by fury like a wild beast. Come on, let us see if you can kill me today." Sis widened his eyes and swung his knife to meet Kankas, both powerful conquerors' haki exploding simultaneously, red and black lightning almost tearing the sky apart. Boom! With one clash, the shockwave from their blades had yet to dissipate when a storm of blows followed, like two phantoms. Only collisions, nothing but collisions. The tremendous sound echoed continuously, countless white shockwaves expanding and exploding in the ocean, in an instant, changing rapidly. Ordinary people couldn't see their shadows, only hearing the relentless booming sounds. Violent energy rampaged across the sea, destroying surrounding pirate ships, leaving debris scattered across the sea. Not far away, Miss Bakine coldly observed the scene. Absolutely a seasoned survivor when it came to self-preservation, the kind who would run at the first sign of danger. Pushing back a giant python with her cane, her mind became increasingly agile. If things went well today, she might survive. She couldn't provoke Sis, nor could she provoke Kankas, but if the two were together, maybe she could manage. No matter how one looked at it, this was the best time for her and her son to escape. No exceptions. Staying behind to wait for an opportunity to counterattack Sis was certainly an option. Regardless of how strong Sis was, he should die facing so many opponents. But one thing must not be forgotten. The Navy and the world government were the strongest forces on the sea. Amir Raki Lu could summon a Yonko for help. Could it be that Sis was even weaker than Raki Lu? That was impossible, in both strength and strategy. Sis' importance to the world government far surpassed Raki Lu's to the red-hair pirates. The Navy would never allow a vice admiral-level powerhouse to be surrounded and killed by a Yonko. If she was not mistaken, Navy reinforcements would arrive soon, and in numbers, continuously pouring in. Even a large-scale battle like the Marineford War was not out of the question. In short, they had to leave. If they didn't, they might end up staying here forever. As a third force outside the Navy and the red-haired pirates, their situation was quite awkward. "Wibulu, stop lingering. We're leaving." Miss Bakine shouted loudly towards Edward Wibulu. "No, Mom. I can kill it right now. Just wait for me a moment longer." Edward Wyber was clearly blinded by rage, wielding his large knife relentlessly against the giant python, wishing he could chop it into minced meat. Chapter 249. Zephyr watching Edward Wyber's relentless determination to clash with the giant python. Miss Bakine couldn't help but feel furious. How could someone as intelligent as her not raise a son with a decent IQ? Although it's easier to control someone a bit foolish, one still needs to be able to assess the situation. Why stay here and be a target when he could run away? Miss Bakine gritted her teeth in frustration, her tone growing heavier, her voice rougher. "Enough, Wyber. Are you going to listen to your mother or not? I told you to leave quickly. Can't you understand?" Edward Wyber suddenly shivered, a tremor running through him, even causing the knife in his hand to shake slightly. This fear was something even Sis could not instill in him. He was so strong, so fierce, that even the generals dared to challenge him. Yet for some reason, he felt an unusual intimidation from Miss Bakine, making him break into a cold sweat and not have the slightest thought of resistance, as if Miss Bakine's cane was sharper than Sis' knife. "I understand, Mom." Edward Wyber's voice dropped, sounding much like a child who had done something wrong. Miss Bakine nodded, a look of relief on her face. After all, her authority in front of her son was still intact. However, just as Edward Wyber was about to strike down the giant python and escape, a heavy aura suddenly swept over from a distance, like an arrow released from a bow, filled with murderous intent. "Edward Wyber, it's been 7 years. I've been looking for you for 7 whole years, and now that I've found you, you can die." Accompanied by a furious roar, a man with purple hair and a massive mechanical arm lunged at him. The sea surged and waves exploded as Zephyr's speed was incredibly fast, closing the distance to Edward Wyber in the blink of an eye, raising his giant mechanical arm high above his head and smashing it down towards his head. Edward Wyber was caught off guard. He never imagined he would encounter Zephyr here. It was a surprise, definitely a surprise. He hurriedly positioned his knife in front of him, channeling all his strength into his arms. Boom! The massive mechanical arm crashed into the blade, creating a shockwave that sent Edward Wyber's body sinking. The deck beneath him instantly shattered. He looked up and met the gaze of those old, sharp eyes. Thud! The murderous intent and hatred that surged from deep within his heart made even someone as stubborn as him tremble. Today might not end well. Zephyr shot him a cold glance, his eyes almost spitting fire. Have you been living well these years? I've had a hard time. Give me back my student-esque life. After a brief pause in the air, Zephyr unleashed a flurry of attacks like a violent storm, his massive metal fists crashing around him like a pile driver. Edward Wyber quickly retaliated, wielding his long knife, trading blow for blow, creating afterimages in the air and unleashing waves of pale energy. The giant snake writhed, and the fierce black python took the opportunity to coil towards Edward Wyber, opening its mouth to unleash raging flames, showing no intention of giving him any chance to survive. Watching this scene, Miss Bikini felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't expected that despite all her scheming, they would end up in this situation. Especially with Zephyr, their sworn enemy. When Edward Wyber managed to win and even cut off one of Zephyr's hands, it was purely out of luck. If Zephyr hadn't been soft-hearted and occasionally let them off the hook, mother and son would have long been dead in some corner. Not managing to kill Zephyr back then was her mistake, but now that they met again, surviving wouldn't be so easy. Enemies meeting, especially fierce ones. Wouldn't stop until they had torn them to pieces. Boom! 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 Full round cannonballs came crashing in, following closely behind Zephyr, with dozens of warships covering a significant part of the sea surface. Miss Bikini's face turned completely pale. Now, even the last bit of escape route was firmly blocked. She should have realized that someone like Zephyr would never come alone. The cannon fire roared. Not only Edward Wyber and his mother, but even Ben Beckman and Shanks felt the situation was dire. The first batch of Navy reinforcements had arrived. For Shanks and the red-haired pirates, stability in the sea was crucial. They wanted to put forth a pirate king, which inevitably required a relatively stable environment for Luffy to develop. Thus, they didn't want to completely sever ties with the Navy. However, given the current situation, it seemed they had no choice but to confront them. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released, whether against the Navy or themselves. With a forceful motion, Sis deflected Shanks, a smirk appearing on his face. Here it comes, Shanks, and this is just the beginning. What are you going to do? Continue to reenact the defeat of the Paramount War with me? Clang! The blade turned, and Shanks directly responded with his own sword, his face dark with anger. The current situation was very unfavorable for the red-haired pirates. They had set out hastily. Unlike the white-beard pirates, who could summon thousands of subordinate pirate crews, they hadn't even gathered all their own officers. It would be one thing to engage in an encounter with Sis on Silver Island, but to compete with the Navy in mobilization capability was naive. The Navy could easily muster thousands of personnel in a short time. Don't be too arrogant. The advantage is on our side now. Shanks didn't speak, but Ben Beckman roared, moving his finger, and several bullets shot towards Sis along his line of sight. Sis narrowed his eyes. He had no intention of underestimating Ben Beckman. From the beginning, he had been wary of him. Anyone considered a vice admiral was not easy to deal with. The darkness behind him pulled him back, dragging him into the shadows. Seeing Ben Beckman take action, Shanks didn't remain idle either. A spark flashed in his eyes, and his observation hockey began to swell. Shanks was a principled person. Either he wouldn't strike, or if he did, he wouldn't leave any room for himself. Being indecisive and flip-flopping between seeking peace and calling for battle would only lead to disaster for his allies and himself. He understood this principle well. Stepping out, Shanks leaped forward without calculating, acting on instinct, positioning himself in front of Sis, holding a knife in his right hand. The sharp blade struck directly towards the darkness before him. Chapter 250. Intensifying the observation hockey of Shanks was incredibly strong, or rather for the Four Emperors. Whether it was Conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, or armament hockey, they were all extraordinarily powerful. In a certain sense, they had no weaknesses. With his right hand holding the knife and swinging down, Sis' movements were entirely within Shanks's expectations. Every action had been rehearsed in his mind thousands of times. Sis forced a stern face. The pressure Shanks brought was not small. Never underestimate a Four Emperor, especially when you're not their match. In the external world, Sis can indeed be considered a powerhouse among strong individuals, capable of shaking the seas with a stomp. Even the three major organizations of the world government, like Judicial Island, must cater to him. However, when facing Shanks, he truly has no advantage. On the contrary, it might be more accurate to describe his current situation as a disadvantage. Whether in the use of hockey or physical combat, he is not as seasoned as Shanks. Moreover, he is currently fighting two opponents, which makes him absolutely dangerous from every angle. But if one thinks that this means he can be easily defeated, that would be too naive. Shanks has his allies. Does Sis not have anyone? In terms of mobility, unity, and overall strength, the Navy is far superior to the red-haired pirates. Once Zephyr takes down Edward Weevil, it will become a 2-on-2 situation, and when the Navy stationed in the New World reacts, it will be a full-on ambush against the red-haired pirates. Sis can hold on, but Shanks and the red-haired pirates cannot afford to drag it out. He is very aware of this, so from the very beginning, this battle was destined to be a war of attrition. As the shadows partially shattered, Sis burst out from the gap in the shadows, gripping his long knife with a fierce gaze. His eyes locked with Shanks in the air, radiating killing intent, as if lightning was sparked between them. Clang! As Sis emerged from the shadows, Shanks' knife fell. In an instant, a shock wave erupted, creating a water wall several meters high on the surrounding sea. They separated, taking a brief pause. Ding! 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 The sounds rushed in like a storm. The world was one of knives and swords, filled with flashes of blades and rain of swords. In the blink of an eye, the aftermath of the clash between Shanks and Sis stirred the entire sea into chaos. Bang! Ben Beckman pulled the trigger, aiming a bullet at Sis' head, his expression emotionless and rational. There was no need to overthink it. Since Sis wanted to engage in a war of attrition, what he needed to do was to disrupt Sis' rhythm as much as possible, whether through cunning, a lack of martial ethics, or sneak attacks. As long as they could take down Sis before the Navy arrived, they would be the winners. The smell of gunpowder filled his nostrils, blood began to boil, and Ben Beckman swung the butt of his gun, sending bullets from 4 directions towards Sis. With Ken Bunchiko hockey locking on, the bullets, already fast, became even more unavoidable with Shanks's flanking attack. Gritting his teeth, Sis exerted strength between his arms. Every muscle in his body tensed, not daring to relax his spirit or attention for a moment. Pressing down with his long knife, his body twisted in an odd manner, and the shadows stretched like threads, pulling at his body. Whoosh! The air whistled past his ear as Beckman's bullet grazed Sis' face, and he could even feel the stinging pain and the blood droplets that began to seep out in that moment. His body was no ordinary body. Both his strength and flexibility far exceeded that of others. If he wanted, he could even coil his body like a snake. With a solid foundation, an array of techniques, and a unique physique, this was the confidence that allowed him to dare to fight 2 opponents. The metallic taste of blood intensified in his nostrils, mostly from others, with a small portion being his own. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer his heart became. His body flipped in the air, using the wind for leverage. And with his right hand dragging the knife, Sis charged down like a wheel. Clang! The immense force brought inertia, causing even Shanks to tremble his right arm. This minor tremor was nothing for top swordsmen at their level. It posed no threat, and it was hardly even a small inconvenience. He merely frowned slightly before quickly stabilizing himself again. Though small, this trouble was a rare opportunity for Sis. He had been waiting for this moment. With his left hand clawing, he gently pulled at the void, and a giant python engulfed in black flames was yanked out, baring its fangs and lunging at Ben Beckman with a fierce bite. Bullets, bullets, attacks, attacks. He was not known for having good temper. With Beckman's repeated sneak attacks, how could he possibly not feel a bit of anger? If he didn't find a way to retaliate, he might even be looked down upon by Beckman. The flames contained extreme heat, scorching the air with a crackling sound. This was not something that could be taken head-on. Ben Beckman's expression changed slightly. It was unavoidable to feel some resentment at having his rhythm interrupted so easily. However, he had witnessed Sis' strength during the Marine Ford War and had a clear understanding of it, so he was mentally prepared and felt no shame in retreating. Stepping back, creating a vortex, the distance between the 3 widened. Ben Beckman dodged the fire snake, and Sis seized the opportunity to catch his breath, evading Shanks' attacks while fiercely engaging him. All of them were individuals with extensive battle experience, having faced life-and-death crises more times than ordinary people would in several lifetimes. If they truly wanted to entangle themselves in a deadly struggle, the outcome could not be decided in a moment, especially when Sis was the agile type. Vaguely, it seemed that the outcome of this battle might depend on others. They all needed an opportunity, one created by someone outside the 3. The sound of cannon fire roared, and splashes of water erupted. At this moment, the waters surrounding Silver Island were undoubtedly divided into several sections, with the most intense being the area where Sis, Shanks, and Ben Beckman clashed. A fierce wind swept through, and a storm of hockey stirred the surrounding weather, making it impossible to approach within hundreds of meters. Aside from the area with Sis and Shanks, CP9, along with newcomers Ein and Binns, were also entangled with the cadres under Shanks. While the pirates of the New World were strong, the newly formed CP9 and pirate guerrilla forces also had their merits. Winning might be out of reach, but stalling was not an issue, especially with two fierce characters from the red-haired pirates already down. As for Zephyr, being observant and listening attentively is just basic operation for true strong individuals. Although he was older and physically weaker, his experience far surpassed that of others. And he kept a close watch on all the changes in this battle. His eyes narrowed slightly, and unconsciously, he exerted a bit more strength in his hand. Chapter 251. Enemy? Friend? Clang. Zephyr's fist struck the sword, applying immense force that caused Edward Weevil to shudder. In this battlefield, apart from Edward Weevil, who wasn't very bright, there were no fools. All were top experts forged in countless battles. Zephyr likely understood the trajectory of the battle better than Sis himself. Who wins and who loses, who lives and who dies. Today it all depends on whose moves are faster and more ruthless. If the Navy is quick enough, then they will be able to compensate for the regrets of Fleet Admiral Sengoku during the Marineford War, leaving the red-hair pirates and pushing the pirate forces into a trough again. If the red-hair pirates are faster, then they might be in danger today. Life and death can hinge on a moment, and they might find themselves forever trapped here. This is a gamble where both sides bet their lives. Indeed, Zephyr detests gambling. To him, the act of recklessly pushing the entire army into a gamble is simply foolish. In his view, a qualified Navy officer should plan ahead and strategize before taking action. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. The situation has deteriorated to this extent. As blades clash, can he still afford to flee? Moreover, such an opportunity is rare and could be said to occur once in several decades. The Blackbeard pirates, leveraging the power of the Sea Kings, managed to hold off the red-haired pirates and some remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, while the Navy could also use the influence of the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates to divert the attention of other major forces in the New World. Human energy is always limited. If one side is managed, the other will inevitably be neglected. The New World is already in chaos, with many unable to care for themselves, while others watch from the sidelines, and only a few dare to take action personally. As long as the Navy is willing to strike, today could very well become a one-on-one battle between the Navy and the red-hair pirates. With insufficient support and manpower, even the Whitebeard pirates, who have the best relationship with the red-hair pirates, are struggling to protect themselves. If this isn't a good opportunity, then what is? Are they supposed to wait for the red-haired pirates to present themselves for slaughter? Anyone with clear eyes wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity, and neither would he. Staying back and keeping a low profile may be safe, but taking a gamble could yield even greater rewards. In a narrow encounter, the brave triumph. Being able to personally end the era of great pirates is something every ambitious Navy officer dreams of. With a firm resolve, Zephyr's entire body began to surge with power, his veins pulsing like green snakes. Etwart Vifel, D. The force of his punch was like a fierce wind, sharp as a knife, chilling to the bone, descending from above and striking Edward Weevil's cheeks, causing him pain. Gritting his teeth, he swung his long knife upward from below, directly colliding with Zephyr's machine-like attack. Don't joke with me, you damn old man. I'm the son of Whitebeard. How could I possibly die here? Boom! The surrounding sea erupted with waves, splashing water everywhere as two vastly different forces clashed in the air, the hockey swirling like chaotic energy, instantly shattering nearby wooden debris. On the other side, Miss Backen also noticed the change in the battle situation, using her staff to deflect the approaching Navy soldiers, her mind deep and agile. What is the ideal situation? Finding an opportunity to escape and no longer getting involved in the chaos between the Navy and the pirates is the ideal state. Their mother-son duo is tough, but it depends on who they are compared to. Compared to ordinary pirates, they are indeed tough, but when compared to the red-haired pirates and the Navy, they are soft targets. Neither of these two forces is something they can afford to provoke. They could engage in guerrilla tactics, secretly adding to their troubles. But to fight head-on with real weapons is essentially akin to seeking death. However, at this point, pursuing that so-called ideal state has likely become a luxury. To survive, they must make choices. They are mortal enemies with Zephyr, with deep-seated grudges and a desire for revenge. It can be said that they cannot coexist. Now that they have met, one side must perish. Compared to the Navy, the conflict between the red-haired pirates and them is much smaller. They are chasing the Whitebeard pirates, not the red-haired pirates. At most, they have a bit of animosity. Do they expect the red-haired pirates to lose two teeth for them? As long as they appear strong and adopt a reckless attitude, Perhaps today's situation could just pass. Without the Navy, the red-haired pirates, who are close to the white-beard pirates, would naturally be enemies, but if the Navy poses a threat, what do their internal conflicts matter? As long as they're willing to join forces, they could be closer than family. Having understood this key point, Miss Backen's gaze toward the red-haired pirates became suddenly friendly, and she shouted towards Edward Weevil. Weevil, hold on. If you can hold Zephyr, we will definitely win. Got it, Mom, I want this old man dead. Edward Weevil responded loudly, and the force of his knife became even fiercer, the blade shattering the air as he aimed to cleave Zephyr in half. Zephyr had long noticed the movements of Miss Backen and Edward Weevil. As long as he didn't soften his heart easily, their little actions could not escape his notice. Moreover, he wanted to end this battle quickly, and Edward Weevil's proactive actions were precisely what he needed. His eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent flashing through them as the giant finger of his mechanical arm opened up and moved towards the blade's direction, his body bending in a way that allowed him to deflect the force with minimal effort. In the air, the force dissipated, and with a loud clang, he firmly clamped down on the blade. Edward Weevil frowned, increasing the pressure in his hand, but Zephyr remained steady, his legs trembling slightly while his hand did not budge. That mechanical limb was not some cheap street vendor's goods. It was a sea prism stone prosthetic meticulously crafted for Zephyr by the scientific unit at great expense. It contained the wisdom of many top geniuses, including Vegapunk, and combined with Zephyr's overwhelming haki, it was a perfect blend of intellect and strength, making it impossible for Edward Weevil to easily destroy it. If not for Zephyr's advanced age, relying solely on this hand would give him the confidence to reclaim his peak. Raising his head, Zephyr's eyes directly met Edward Weevil's, a glint of killing intent shining within. I've got you. Go to hell and repent. In an instant, Zephyr's free hand shot towards Edward Weevil's abdomen. Edward Weevil's pupils constricted. Zephyr's movements were incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. His pupils shrank, and a shadow flickered in his eyes as that sturdy arm struck his belly. Chapter 252, Experience Bang. The fist sank into his abdomen, causing Edward Weevil's eyelids to twitch, followed by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, his stomach churning, almost causing him to vomit up his last meal. However, he remained tough, veins bulging on his forehead. Suppressing a groan, and despite the overwhelming pain, he gathered his haki and kicked towards Zephyr's abdomen. Humph, Zephyr sneered. While he may not be young and strong, in terms of combat experience, even 10 Edward Weevils would not equal him. Edward Weevil's combat ceiling was defined by his battles with the likes of Sis, having fought only once or twice. But who was Zephyr's combat ceiling? It was Whitebeard, it was Shiki, it was Roger, it was Rayleigh. Fighting strong opponents was his daily routine, and the killing instincts honed in life-and-death battles were not something someone like Edward Weevil, who relied on talent, could compare to. His failures were never due to his strength, but rather his mindset. The title of not killing the commander weighed him down. This is a dirty world filled with slaughter, and it cannot accommodate a heart that is too kind. With a firm resolve, Zephyr's elbow drove downwards. Bang! The elbow collided with Edward Weevil's right leg, creating a sound like metal clashing, the shockwave spreading as Zephyr's sharp gaze turned toward him. Do you think I would make the same mistake again? It's better for pirates to be dead. Saying this, Zephyr swiftly changed tactics, pressing down on Edward Weevil's right leg with his left arm while simultaneously lifting his massive knife with his right mechanical arm. Edward Weevil's pupils constricted. In that instant, Zephyr's strength exceeded his, and with a shake of his arms, the large knife almost slipped from his grip. With a grimace on his face, he hurriedly exerted more strength, trying to regain control of the blade's momentum. But before he could muster his power, Zephyr's legs began to move. The shadow of his leg crossed the gap, sweeping towards Edward Weevil's waist like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the powerful calf directly sent Edward Weevil flying, and seizing the opportunity, his right arm exerted force, bringing down the large knife in a fierce smash. Bang! 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 The deck of the ship was shattered, and the sharp sound of explosions continued incessantly as Edward Weevil, gripping the handle of the knife, was ruthlessly smashed into the deck like a hammer. Miss Backen grew increasingly furious as she watched, wondering which side of the family had such poor genes to produce such a reckless offspring. With a scowl, she shouted sternly towards Edward Weevil, "Weevil, what are you doing? Can't you just let go of the knife and reclaim it?" Edward Weevil pretended to realize something, loosening his grip, dropping the large knife, and standing up from the ground. He looked somewhat disheveled, and with a leap, he pounced towards Zephyr like a mountain crashing down. Zephyr lifted his eyelids, casting a sideways glance at Edward Weeble. Making reasonable choices was what one should do in battle. He had thought that Weeble would abandon the knife this morning, but he didn't expect to have to wait so long. With a gaze mixed with disdain, Zephyr felt contempt for Edward Weeble's combat experience. Without guidance from true masters and lacking systematic training, he was just a real brute. Talent and inherent courage could determine a person's lower limits, but only continuous hard training could determine a person's upper limits. The experiential gap between the two was not something that could be easily compensated for with a bit of reckless courage. Whether it was jumping or pouncing, every move Edward Weeble made had been rehearsed 1,000 times in Zephyr's mind. The surrounding observation hockey converged, and Zephyr's attention was entirely focused on Edward Weeble. Narrowing his eyes, the large knife he had taken was gripped even tighter by his mechanical arm. Tap, tap, tap. Edward Weeble's footsteps were heavy, splashing the accumulated water on the deck everywhere. Old man, die for me. With a grimace, Edward Weeble was very confident in his strength. In terms of power, the second Whitebeard was never weak. After all, he had Whitebeard's blood flowing through his veins. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Zephyr's expression turned cold. He was waiting for this moment. Suddenly, the overwhelming armament hockey burst forth, instantly filling the entire handle of the knife like a steel pipe filled with lead. Heavy and powerful. Whoosh! The air was torn apart with a mournful cry as the handle struck horizontally towards Edward Weeble's lower abdomen. Zephyr's speed was incredibly fast. The handle in his hand moved like a high-speed train racing forward. Edward Weeble had no time to react, feeling a flash of darkness before the handle struck him. The muscles on his face twisted grotesquely, and excruciating pain spread from his abdomen throughout his body, as if Zephyr had pierced through all of his muscles and organs in an instant. It seemed simple to come straight in, but this one seemingly simple strike contained more than 60 years of Zephyr's skill. The energy and power of his entire body merged into one, with timing precise to the split second. Too fast, and he might miss the enemy. Too slow, and Edward Weeble might have enough time to react. Everything had to be executed perfectly. Crack! The bones in Edward Weeble's body emitted a sound of being overwhelmed, as Zephyr's strike nearly shattered his spine. Ah! Edward Weeble let out a shrill scream, his neck's veins bulging like small snakes. This pain, penetrating to the marrow, was something he could not endure, no matter how tough he was. Weeble! Miss Backen's eyes bulged, veins crawling across her iris as she shouted towards Edward Weeble. Pain, hatred, and anger. Countless negative emotions surged from her heart. With a murderous look on her face, she raised her cane and stepped forward, rushing towards Zephyr. Let go of my son, you old bastard. The exquisite redwood cane spun in her hand, and a layer of dark armament hockey crawled up the cane's body. She was indeed a ruthless woman. Whether it was her son or anything else, they were merely pawns in her hands. But that didn't mean she would sit idly by and watch her son being beaten to death. Zephyr's eyes were bloodshot, and his iron-like fist struck Edward Weeble again, glaring fiercely at Miss Backen, unable to restrain his roar. Let him go. Who will let my disciples go? You? Chapter 253. Revenge twice in Zephyr's eyes. He had experienced 2 failures in his life. Once, failing to protect his wife and son, and once, failing to protect the disciples who had followed him for many years. He was already over 70, having spent nearly 60 years in the Navy. How many people have a lifetime of 60 years? He dedicated his entire life to the Navy. In the end, his wife died, his son died, leaving only a few disciples by his side to grow old with. He poured his heart and soul into it, treating his disciples as if they were his own sons. If life were to be like this, it might not be so bad, but what was the result? Edward Weeble and his mother didn't even want to leave him this small wish. His disciples, his dreams, the pillars of his survival, were all gone, destroyed by these 2. Hatred surged like flames within him, and gritting his teeth, he wished he could tear these 2 apart. His face was twisted, blood splattered from Edward Weeble, staining his cheeks. At this moment, he was like a vengeful demon crawling out of hell. Let go! Let go! If I let you go, who will let my disciples go? Zephyr's lips trembled as he repeated this phrase, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had fallen into a trance. Bang! 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 His fist kept striking Edward Weeble. Today, he only wanted to kill this guy, or be killed by him. You bastard! Edward Weeble's face was swollen. One eye seemed to be blinded, while the other eye glared defiantly at Zephyr. His massive body struggled desperately under the pressure of the crushing force. Even a beast would fight back when cornered, let alone him. He was a man who inherited Whitebeard's blood. How could he die here, at the hands of such an old man? Edward Weeble kept telling himself in his heart, pushing his palms against the deck, trying to get back up. His physical condition was truly frightening, aside from beings like Sis, who could draw strength from other personalities, and Charlotte Linlin, who was a freak with maxed out physical stats. Edward Weeble was nearly the limit of what a mortal could achieve. As his energy surged, he almost managed to push himself up. Unfortunately, he was facing Zephyr, a man who had been through the battlefield for nearly 70 years. He had seen all kinds of storms, and these little tricks were nothing but leftovers for him. Just because of an Edward Weeble, he thought he could turn the tables? No way. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zephyr formed his fingers into a blade and struck down on Edward Weeble's left arm with a knife hand. The overwhelming power in his hand was beyond comparison, and with a sharp sound, Edward Weeble's muscles and bones were severed. Blood splattered as that arm was instantly chopped off. Letting go of his teeth, a scream involuntarily escaped Edward Weeble's mouth. He trembled in pain, cold sweat pouring down, momentarily forgetting to struggle. The pain of the severed arm was far worse than he had imagined. But this was just the beginning. How could Zephyr's attack be so simple? Just as Weeble was momentarily dazed, Zephyr's right hand, the crusher, struck down towards his elbow joint. No matter how strong a person's physical condition is, they are still human, with weaknesses that have remained unchanged for thousands of years. The joints are a hurdle that every martial artist must face. In an instant, Edward Weeble's other hand was also crippled by Zephyr, and the grudge of the severed arms was ultimately repaid in kind. Upon witnessing this scene, Miss Backen's eyes widened in fury, nearly causing her to faint from anger. Crippled. Her son had actually been crippled by someone. This was not just about Edward Weeble's 2 hands being destroyed. It was also about her hopes for the rest of her life. It's over, it's all over. Zephyr, I will fight you to the death. With a loud shout, Miss Backen's hair stood on end, and her steps quickened. She wanted Zephyr dead, regardless of the cost. Without Edward Weeble, her ambitions could not be realized, so what difference did it make whether she lived or died? Wealth and status, without these, she was nothing but a walking corpse. All her strength surged into her staff, and with a wave of her right hand, a cold, crescent-shaped sword light was unleashed. Zephyr squinted, glancing sideways at Miss Backen. He had never relaxed his observation of the enemy, and all her movements were within his expectations. Miss Backen had the same problem as him. They were both too old, so old that they could hardly remember how strong they had once been. But they were different. Backed by the Navy and the world government, Zephyr enjoyed the most luxurious, personalized medical care in the world, and with the Crusher as his weapon. The power he could unleash was absolutely incomparable to that of an old woman. Moreover, he was already much stronger than Miss Backen. But that didn't mean Zephyr completely underestimated Miss Backen. He still took her seriously. A dying wolf is far more terrifying than a well-fed hound. With a cold gaze, just as the sword light was about to close in, Zephyr grabbed Edward Weeble and hurled him towards Miss Backen. Bang! The sword light collided with his solid body in midair, and the blood that erupted instantly obscured both of their views. Holding the staff, Miss Backen continued to charge forward at high speed, her eyes showing no hesitation, even though the person she was striking was her own son. A single strike didn't matter. If Zephyr wasn't dead today, then they would all die. Leaping over the blood mist, Miss Backen stepped on Edward Weeble's body and jumped up, bringing both hands together, channeling all her power into the staff. Using the staff as a sword, she pressed down with a sword aura, and her entire being seemed to unleash a storm of energy particles. With a flash of sharpness in his eyes, Zephyr had been waiting for this strike for a long time. They were all the culprits who had harmed his disciples, and he wouldn't let any of them escape today. Placing his foot on Edward Weeble's head, all his strength surged, and the Conqueror's hockey had long since filled his left hand. Come on, let us end this. Blood vessels filled his eyes. It was hard for an ordinary person to imagine the powerful hatred he harbored in his heart. Boom! A massive white wave of air spread out from around them, producing a sound like a mountain roaring and a sea tsunami, the momentum clashing and pressing against each other. Even Miss Backen's skin twisted grotesquely under the pressure. Crack! Suddenly, a fine, nearly invisible crack appeared on the exquisite staff in Miss Backen's hand, followed by a second, a third like an avalanche. Chapter 254. Nothingness. How could this be? Miss Backen's pupils constricted, her expression instantly turning to terror. Was the gap between them really this great? In her heart, Miss Backen quietly cursed Zephyr for being old and frail, unaware that she was no longer the young girl who had once wandered the pirate ship with Whitebeard. Now she was just an old woman covered in chicken skin and wrinkles. Crack! Suddenly, The originally exquisite staff shattered into countless fragments in midair, mixed with Conqueror's hockey. Like sharp, piercing swords. Die, you damn old hag. With blood-red light flashing in his eyes, the moment the staff shattered, Zephyr leaped up with a grim smile. His crusher tightly clenched, and he swung a punch towards Miss Backen's head. The sound of his fist echoed, exploding into waves of white air. Miss Backen's face became even more twisted. The gap between them filled her with dread, and no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a way to break the deadlock. Bastard! She appeared somewhat frantic, instinctively raising her arms to shield her chest. All her strength surging into her arms, but she could do nothing else. Crack! Again, a sound like stone shattering echoed as the air wave broke apart, and Zephyr's fist instantly struck Miss Backen's wrists. Pain, followed by a piercing agony, as the crusher in Zephyr's hand tore apart Miss Backen's hands without any hindrance. It's over. Old hag. With bulging eyes, Zephyr's expression was slightly mad and ferocious, contrasting sharply with Miss Backen's face of fear and disbelief. The sensation of death clung to her like a shadow. Every piece of flesh and every cell in her body seemed to tremble. She had never felt death so close since she was born. Frantically shaking her head in the air, Miss Backen screamed like a clown. No, Zephyr, you can't kill me. I am Whitebeard's most beloved woman. You can't kill me. TCH. Zephyr sneered, his fist not slowing down, landing a blow on Miss Backen's face, blood splattering, making her already sharp and bitter face even more twisted and ugly. Jumping into the air, Zephyr's fingers turned into claws, and just as Miss Backen was about to land, with a swoosh, he grabbed her head in his hand. His eyes were fierce and mocking. What nonsense are you talking about, old hag? Whitebeard is dead himself. Let alone you? Go to hell and atone for your sins, pirate. Saying this, Zephyr tightened his grip, raising his hand and slamming Miss Backen's head onto the deck. Boom! The giant force crushed down, blood splattered, and even the heavy deck was smashed by Zephyr, creating a huge gap. Shh! Zephyr, you can't kill me, I'm the woman Whitebeard loves the most. Blood spewed from her mouth, her pupils dilated. Miss Backen was still struggling in Zephyr's hands. She hadn't fulfilled her ambition yet. How could she just die like this? No, she wouldn't accept it. I won't die, Zephyr. Her voice was hoarse, like a crow wailing in the treetops. Zephyr didn't even raise an eyebrow. The massive crushing machine lifted, turned its head, and struck down towards Miss Backen's head with all its might. Boom! That immense force instantly shattered Miss Backen's skull. Blood mixed with brain matter gushed out from the deck. Edward Weevil felt like he was going insane. This world was so unreal. Just hours ago, they were still hunters. Why had it suddenly turned into this? His mother was dead. His hands were crippled. It was all so unreasonable. Mom, Zephyr, you damn bastard, die. Trembling, he crawled up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, and he screamed as he charged at Zephyr, his momentum like a train rushing off a cliff, with no return and no survival. Zephyr glanced at him coldly, his hatred showing no signs of fading. Pitiful? Who in this world isn't pitiful? His middle-aged son was lost, his family was shattered, he lost his disciples in old age, and he died alone. He could pity others, but who would pity him? The massive crushing machine was once again raised in front of him, and Zephyr's aura surged. Now it's your turn, Edward Weevil. Go reunite with your family in hell. Following that, Zephyr charged straight ahead onto the deck, water splashing beneath his feet. The mechanical arm swept forward, sending Edward Weevil's bulky body flying. The punch was fierce and swift. Zephyr moved astonishingly fast, like a fleeting phantom. Before the sound arrived, the fist struck first. With a tearing sound, the black fist pierced through the enemy's chest. Edward Weevil's eyes widened, strength drained from him, and he froze in place, looking down at his wound, then fixed his gaze on Zephyr, murmuring, pink blood frothing continuously from the corners of his mouth. How could I die? I'm Whitebeard's son. Before he could finish his words, Edward Weevil's expression froze on his face, his massive body toppled backward, creating a huge splash of white foam, just like his brief life, leaving nothing but a splash in the torrent of the world. It seemed powerful, but in reality, it was empty. It's over. Zephyr raised his head, taking a long breath. Both he and the others on the field had this thought in their minds. Whether it was the feud that had lasted nearly a decade or the one-sided hunting of Shanks and Beckman towards Sis, it was all over. It's over, finally over. Are you ready, Shanks? The roles of hunter and prey are about to reverse. Are you ready to leave your life here forever? With a sinister smile, Sis casually looked toward Shanks, his pupils shrouded in black mist, filled with malice. Holding off two masters, Shanks and Beckman, was no easy feat. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife. A slight misstep could result in death. Even Sis could only barely cope with his speed and agility. In the pirate world, the strong usually have three capability systems: devil fruits, hockey, and martial arts. As long as one of these is cultivated to the extreme, it can dominate a region. Shanks was a top-tier expert who had mastered hockey and martial arts to perfection, and with Beckman, the finest sniper in the sea, they were hard to match. Chapter 255. In a dilemma compared to Shanks and Ben Beckman, Sis's power system was much flashier, with bloodline limits, superpowers, hockey, and martial arts. Various abilities fused into one, making him a patchwork monster. A patchwork monster isn't necessarily stronger than traditional skills. After all, power at its peak leads to similar outcomes, and in the end, it's always those few moves. But one thing is certain: Sis's abilities and tactics were definitely more diverse than Shanks and Ben Beckman. Diverse abilities may not bring overwhelming advantages or combat power, but they can certainly make him more troublesome. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew rapidly. Ben Beckman had a grim face, his right index finger continuously pulling the trigger, and his observation hockey spread across nearly 100 meters. Too fast, that waste Edward Weevil. Cursing inwardly, he was in a foul mood. Always priding himself on being the wise one among pirates, Ben Beckman was very rational and clear-headed. He almost never let hatred cloud his judgment, not even when Jesus Burgess was killed. Every action he took was a choice made after deep consideration. He could take the opportunity to join Shanks in the hunt against Sis. This aligned perfectly with his strategic thinking. Even a small difference in level can make a world of difference, let alone two people joining forces to hunt. Sis's defeat was only a matter of time. Not only would he be defeated, but he would also die. The conflict between Sis and the red-haired pirates was not just because one was a Navy and the other a pirate. More importantly, Sis challenged the authority of the red-haired pirates in the New World. What is authority? It is strength, it is power, but for the red-haired pirates, the most important thing is face. Without the face that allows them to operate in both black and white, wouldn't they be just like several other Yonko crews? If so, how would they highlight their superior position? How would they showcase their positive image? How would they ignite the first spark to entice young people to go out to sea and become pirates? Therefore, this face could not be lost. Sis had humiliated Shanks, which was a slap in the face for the red-haired pirates. This feud had become serious. If they didn't find a way to regain their honor from Sis, how could the red-haired pirates maintain their standing in the New World? In short, this battle had to be fought, and it had to be fought fiercely to show the might of the red-haired pirates, preferably leaving Sis behind forever. But fighting was one thing. Risking their lives recklessly was another. A pirate crew's strength ultimately has limits. No matter how strong they were, how famous they were, trying to contend with the entire Navy in a hurry was still impossible. The Navy had the capability and the will to engage in a large-scale encounter at sea, as long as Sengoku gave the order. All Navy bases in the New World could back Sis up. Compared to the Navy, the red-haired pirates were significantly weaker. No, they were simply not on the same level. This time, he actually started to envy the many subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates. If they had so many subordinate pirate crews, their situation would probably be much better. A glimmer flickered in his pupils, and a thought of retreat suddenly jumped into Ben Beckman's mind. Zephyr had already killed Edward Weevil, and they couldn't instantly eliminate Sis. Should they retreat? The gaze drifted and landed on the face of Sykes. Sykes' expression was serious. Having known Ben Beckman for so many years, he could tell what the other party was thinking with just one glance. Moreover, he wasn't foolish. How could he not see that they were gradually being dragged into a dilemma? On one hand, completely obliterating the Sith would undoubtedly be the ideal scenario. But the problem was he couldn't achieve that. If he could reduce the Sith to ashes, they wouldn't have to be so entangled. They could go home early and each find their own mother. Wouldn't that be nice? On the other hand, retreating with the red-haired pirates would be safe. But he couldn't accept that. Is Jesus Burgess and Lucky Rue not a deep-seated vendetta? If he were to retreat today, not to mention how other pirates in the New World would view him, he wouldn't be able to get over that hurdle himself. This was more than just pride. Beckman, let's try once more. We will retreat after this attempt, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, but during this attempt, I hope you can assist me with everything you've got. With a serious gaze, Sykes fixed his eyes on the Sith, exuding a unique charm as he earnestly spoke to Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman turned to glance at him, shook his head slightly, and revealed a helpless smile. No matter the time, place, or situation, this was not a good time to fight the Sith to the death. Staying would mean risking their lives. And every moment represented a crisis. A rational person like him shouldn't agree. However, who could refuse the captain's request? Perhaps he followed Sykes precisely because he was an incurable fool? Although it didn't align with Beckman's inner thoughts, he vaguely guessed Sykes's intentions. If he didn't stay and give it one last shot, he wouldn't be Sykes anymore. Letting out a soft sigh, he lit a cigarette, somewhat easing the tension. He was a member of the red-haired pirates, wasn't he? Whether as the first mate or as an outsider's so-called second-in-command, in the captain's eyes. Weren't they all just crew members? Following the captain to turn the impossible into possible was the duty of a crew member. They were the red-haired pirates, seasoned in battle and invincible. With a slender flintlock raised on his shoulder, he glanced at the Sith, then at Sykes, and nodded. Of course, my captain. With that, their momentum once again descended upon the Sith. On the other side, the Sith squinted, every nerve and muscle in his body tensed. Bullets came flying, pulling his gaze and also stirring his nerves. In terms of marksmanship, Ben Beckman was undoubtedly one of the top figures on the seas, and he was confident about that. Van Augur, Jesus Burgess, they were undoubtedly talents that could emerge from tens of thousands of snipers, capable of challenging the Seven Warlords with just their marksmanship and observation hockey. Yet, there remained a thick wall between them and Ben Beckman. The gap was not trivial. Huff! He exhaled a breath of stale air, and the shadow dragged the Sith forward. The long knife danced in his hand, leaving behind afterimages. Sparks flew in the air, and the crisp sounds echoed as the blade collided violently with the bullets. Chapter 256, Pressure Clang. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was unending. The long knife unleashed afterimages, and the Sith's movements were terrifyingly fast. While cutting through bullets, he rapidly advanced toward Ben Beckman. To hold back was not merely about defense. A singular rhythm meant vulnerability. And how could the Sith make such a fatal mistake? The balance of offense and defense was crucial for longevity. Go for it, Beckman. Fixing his gaze on the direction of the Sith, Sykes's eyes grew sharper, his whole aura like a sword piercing the clouds, sharp and straight, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. His right hand gripped the long knife tightly. Even the air crackled under pressure, electricity crackling in the void. Beckman glanced at him, nodding. Understood, Captain. With that, several round bullets were pressed into the barrel, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Click! The bullets were chambered, aimed. Bang! Smoke erupted from the gun's muzzle. And at the moment the gun fired, Sykes also charged out with his knife. Are you ready to die, Wilson Sykes? A beast-like roar erupted from his throat, his eyes wide with anger, and with a twist of his long knife, he raised a wave of sea water over 10 meters high. The fierce wind whipped around, and the tsunami howled. He was practically a walking natural disaster. The Sith's eyes narrowed, not retreating, but his expression was serious. The momentum had shifted. If Sykes and Beckman were like experienced hunters in the forest earlier, now they were undoubtedly beasts, provoked, reckless beasts. It was time to fight desperately. The Sith exhaled a long breath, his own momentum rising as well. Between life and death, he couldn't afford to hesitate for a moment. When it came to madness and desperation, when had he ever feared others? Black mist swirled around him, flames even igniting from his feet towards the sea surface, creating a unique fiery cloud above the water. Before the attack arrived, the rising waves first collided with the intense heat, like two extremes, instantly stirring up a massive cloud of steam around them. The waves mixed with the steam obscured visibility, bullets partially hidden, and for a moment, even the Sith found it difficult to locate the tiny projectiles. However, at this stage of the battle, attack and defense were no longer limited to sight. Hockey, intuition, and even fleeting inspiration could influence the outcome. Without hesitation, the Sith's body moved first. His arm bent, his body twisting into an odd arc, and the long knife slashed through the gaps in the mist. The instinct embedded in him might be even more reliable than he imagined. Thud! A tremendous force struck the knife, sparks flying, and the Sith's right hand felt slightly numb. This was not the previous strength, not only Sykes, but even Ben Beckman had begun to fight with all their might. Bang! 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 In response, several bullets shot towards the center of the Sith's forehead. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, the Sith's face suddenly contorted in rage. With a twist of his long knife, he drew a clear curtain of water in front of him. The knife's light shattered the bullets, but before he could catch his breath, Sykes seized the opportunity and charged forward fiercely. Leaping into the air, all his strength converged on the knife. The mist parted, and lightning erupted from the blade, as if it were an omen of the apocalypse. You will pay for your actions, Wilson Sykes. With his forehead slightly raised, sweat trickled down the Sith's temples, his muscles tensed, hastily withdrawing his knife and turning around. The pressure Sykes exerted was no small matter. As the king of the seas, even in normal circumstances, he could exert unparalleled pressure on others, let alone during a sneak attack. Clang! The two knives clashed, and the explosive sound wave was like a grand bell tolling. The Sith's legs buckled slightly, and the deck beneath his feet shattered. That immense force felt like a mountain to him. Veins bulged on his forearm as he braced against the knife, dark ripples appearing in his eyes. The sneak attack from one of the four emperors was indeed difficult to withstand, but it wouldn't be so easy to crush him. A swordsman? No, it's impossible. He is not a swordsman. To him, any power that can kill the enemy is good, a force he can wield with ease. Darkness surged from all around, entwining up and down, as a black tornado shot up into the sky, engulfing flames, and struck directly at Seong Kess's chest. The air crackled as it burned. That flame could definitely shatter stone and sever metal. Seong Kess's expression changed slightly. Even the Sea Emperor is just a mortal, so he despised ability users. Cursing inwardly, Seong Kess pressed down with his long knife. Using the force to leap from midair, the blade flicked, and he hurled out a knife light over 10 meters long. The knife light was fierce, the tornado was fierce, and they collided violently in an instant. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, flames scattered, and a small area of the sea was showered with fire rain. Who? Wilson let out a long breath, taking a moment to catch his breath, as the shadow behind him tugged, pulling him away, his left hand grasped in the air, and two huge black-scaled snakes appeared beside him. Edward Webro was dead, and the situation between him and Seong Kess had reached a point of no return. It was better to hold back some strength. He wanted to catch his breath, but Seong Kess and Ben Beckman didn't want to give him the chance. Wilson was like a venomous snake. If he couldn't kill him in one blow, they would be uneasy. Bang! Bang! The firing pin lifted. Beckman tossed out 2 bullets again. But this time he didn't shoot them. A huge mechanical arm intercepted the bullets. Red-haired pirate's little rascal. Do you think I don't exist? Blocking the bullets. Zifa grinned and dove towards Ben Beckman, his cloak still stained with blood, looking just like a vengeful demon from hell. His anger was not yet extinguished. But Zifa still understood the simple principle that the big picture was paramount. An enemy dead is dead, even if he vented his anger on the corpse. He was still dead. The key was how to kill those who were still alive. With a chilling aura, even at over 70 years old, Zifa's momentum suddenly burst forth, still somewhat frightening. His eyes unconsciously narrowed, staring at Zifa. Ben Beckman's expression suddenly became extremely serious. 2 against 2, this was troublesome. Jokingly, he skillfully moved his hands between the guns, locking onto Zifa in an instant. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't fear this old man Zifa, although difficult to deal with. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But today was different. Today, the protagonist of this grand play was not him, but Seong Kess, the captain. If he couldn't take Wilson's head for a perfect finale, then everything they had done just now would be meaningless. Chapter 257. Gambling Ben Beckman felt troubled, and Seong Kess was equally headachy, not because anyone was afraid of anyone, but in the new world, those without guts couldn't live long, let alone become the Sea Emperor. Life is a gamble. If it were just him, he wouldn't hesitate to risk it, regardless of whether it was Wilson or Zifa. Even with 1 or 2 more people, he would still dare to go all in. But now it was different. He had others to think about. Even if he didn't care for himself, he had to consider the well-being of his crew. Since encountering Wilson, the red-haired pirates had already lost 2 cadres in a row. A loss this significant had never happened since the establishment of the red-haired pirates. He could certainly gamble, but he couldn't gamble with the entire red-haired pirates, making the situation particularly tricky. Trying to kill Wilson in a short time was also a considerable challenge for him. Frowning deeply, Seong Kess's expression was extremely fierce, and the force in his hands suddenly increased. He needed to be fast. His speed needed to be fast. Things are determined by people. Until the last moment, who would dare say he couldn't seize Wilson's head at the critical moment? One-handed with the knife, Seong Kess lunged toward Wilson, lightning flashing between the blade, directly cutting out a wave of air several people high in midair. Wilson, die for me. His eyes bloodshot. Seong Kess looked crazed. But the truth may only be known to him. What is revealed on the surface may not be a flaw. It could also be a disguise. Until the last moment of battle, who knows who the truly insane one is? Unwavering, Wilson also charged towards Seong Kess's blade, his long knife spinning, facing the blade head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing roared, followed by a flurry of blades and swords. As the two long knives filled with domineering energy clashed dozens of times in the narrow space. Whether it was Wilson or Sis, both were undoubtedly the top swordsmen on the sea. Now nobody was here to disturb us. Sis, how do you plan to kill me? If you can do it, then come and try. Let us see if you die or I die today. Through the gaps in the blade light, their gazes collided fiercely. Both faces as cold as water, both eyes red as blood, and they bore a striking resemblance to each other. Wilson's strength was formidable. From any perspective, he could definitely rival an admiral. Whether in physical skills, hockey, or abilities, he was quite difficult to deal with. But that doesn't mean he was without flaws. Nor does it mean he was on par with the four emperors of the New World. Although the four emperors of the New World are still in a semi-vacant state, no one dares to underestimate them, nor make a wrong evaluation of their strength, influence, and power. Sis's strength is extremely strong. No, to be precise. Each of them is extraordinarily powerful. But even so, they're not strong in every aspect. Kaido and Big Mom are stronger in physical quality, one being the strongest creature, the other a natural destroyer. Though their strengths differ, their physical resilience is undoubtedly their guarantee of invincibility. Compared to these two, Sis's physical quality is much more normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost an arm to the Near-Sea King. In terms of physical strength, he still falls within the normal range. Becoming a four emperor, his strength lies more in hockey and swordsmanship, not in physical strength. This is the fundamental reason Wilson dares to face Sis one-on-one. Although he may not compare to Sis in hockey, he can still hold his own on the stage. Sis can do what he can do, and he can even do it with an extra hand. With such a significant advantage, why wouldn't he dare to fight? The advantage lies with him. As long as luck is on his side, today he might just take down a four emperor's head. Both sides were each harboring thoughts, fantasizing about how to put the other to death. Unintentionally, their blade momentum grew stronger and faster, almost becoming a force that could shatter the earth and mountains, stirring the entire sea into chaos. The blade light was fierce, filling the four corners, turning a radius of 1,000 meters into a forbidden zone. The sea kings around didn't even get close before being sliced into sashimi by the blade light. Clang! Again! A heavy metallic impact echoed as the two continuously left afterimages in the air. In a short time, they had exchanged blows nearly 100 times. But the outcome still seemed distant. Relying solely on swordsmanship and hockey, it was difficult for either to determine the victor. With narrowed eyes, Wilson exerted force with his right hand, deflecting Sis's attack, while his left hand grasped. A mass of darkness began to cover his body. The darkness tugged at his body, pulling him into the layers of shadow. Since swordsmanship couldn't defeat Sis, then he would use his abilities. Shadow Strike. With a swift press of his hand, Sith unleashed a flicker of black and red light that shot up like a spike towards Sis. In an instant, Sis's pupils dilated as if he hadn't reacted in time, and with a tearing sound, the black spike pierced his thigh, blood gushing forth and his face contorted in pain. Captain! Ben Beckman's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Sis's condition, and he screamed in madness, unable to believe his eyes. How could the captain be defeated? Beckman couldn't believe it, and neither could Sith. Ever since he mastered Shadow Strike, it seemed he had never faced a worthy opponent. It was unbelievable, but there was no doubt that this was the only opportunity he had since the battle began. Even if it could be a trap, he was willing to take the risk. With a grab of his left hand, several black fireballs, resembling small mountains, were pulled from the black mist by Sith. Scorch release, over boil, kill. In an instant, a violent red light flashed, contracted, and then erupted, as if dyeing the entire world in a chilling red hue. The sea boiled, followed by a thunderous roar, as if a black-red sun had risen above the surface. Steam surged, and everywhere one looked was a haze of gray. Sis's breath vanished. Captain! Ben Beckman was truly panicked this time. In that moment, he couldn't even sense Sis's presence. Shadows lifted Sith's body, his gaze looking down with a serious expression. As the black mist continued to surge below, he couldn't believe that a sea emperor would die so easily. Alive? I want to see you. Dead? I want to see your corpse. His knuckles slid along the hilt of his sword, and Sith's muscles tightened even more. Whoosh! Suddenly, the air exploded, and Sis appeared behind Sith without him realizing when, adding new wounds to old ones. Looking particularly ferocious as he tightly gripped his sword and lunged at Sith's back. Looking for me? Wilson Sith. Sith's pupils contracted sharply, and alarm bells went off in his heart. When did this happen? Chapter 258. Tides ignoring his shock. An endless darkness surged towards Sith's back, wrapping around him like an impenetrable layer of iron. Sith's face was contorted, but perhaps more so with astonishment. He truly hadn't expected Kong Sis, this Sea Emperor, to resort to such a trade of injury for injury. This was a serious problem. Sith was acutely aware that the roles of hunter and prey could flip in an instant, and how to minimize losses was what he should focus on. The blade's light was fierce. Kang Sis's sword was astonishingly fast, like a fleeting shadow. Go to hell and repent, Wilson Sith. His eyes wide open. Kang Sis's face was covered in blood. Even while plotting schemes, he had managed to endure a hit from Sith, his body riddled with injuries and feeling terrible. But one thing he knew was that his heart was truly filled with exhilaration. How many years had it been since he felt this way? 10 years, 20 years. Or perhaps since the captain's death, he hadn't felt this way again. He couldn't give himself an answer, nor did he care. All he wanted now was to take Sith's life. Breathing heavily, blood surged through him, and a powerful aura erupted from his body as he dragged his sword, slashing through the air and creating a sword light over 10 meters high. Lightning exploded, and even space seemed to tear apart in that moment. This was the swordsmanship he took pride in. Damn it. Sith roared continuously, shadows pulling at his body as he tried to dodge to the side. Darkness surged up and down, and he had never so frantically driven the darkness within him, even his muscles and bones creaking under pressure. Boom! Suddenly, darkness and sword light collided violently, and the world became a blur. The torn darkness resembled ghostly flames drifting away with the wind. Lightning intertwined with sword energy, and the darkness carried flames, creating a storm on the sea. The sword energy sliced through, tearing the darkness apart like dawn breaking, ripping into Sith's shoulder, blood splattering. And with a whoosh, Sith was sent flying. The sea erupted in white waves as Sith struggled to control his body in midair. Darkness and shadows flickered, flipping. He executed a series of flips in the air before barely stabilizing himself, and with a press of his right hand, the darkness spread across the sea surface like a tangible substance. Stabilizing himself, he landed, breathing heavily. The cut from his shoulder extended downwards, nearly tearing him in half. The darkness unfolded and then gathered, two massive black serpents coiling around him like a barrier, protecting Sith securely. One man and two snakes, 6 eyes fixed intently on Kong Sis. Cough. Truly impressive, Kong Sis. I didn't expect even a man like you would resort to such tricks. Fixating on Kong Sis, Sith sneered coldly. His situation was dire, as Kang Sis's blade had injured his internal organs, even severing a small portion of his lung. Sweat mixed with blood on his forehead, and he looked utterly disheveled. Tricks, you say? Kong Sis squinted at Sith, his smile particularly cold. Combined with his burns and blisters, he looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. To deal with someone who stops at nothing, one must also stop at nothing, right? Haha, you're right. To deal with someone like me who stops at nothing, one must also stop at nothing, but your methods aren't ruthless enough. It's still far from defeating me. With a fierce roar, the surrounding darkness surged again. Kong Sis coldly observed all this, his eyes half squinted, murmuring to himself, "Do you still have the strength to fight?" Truly a difficult opponent. Following this, the darkness seemed to solidify, rising from the sea like soil, wrapping around Sith's body. That grandeur, that malice, seemed to contain endless sins of the world. A sound like a trumpet echoed from the black mist, countless black tentacles suddenly extending from the fog, striking towards Kong Sis. Don't underestimate people, red-haired one. I'm the ghost that crawled out of hell. The mist thickened, the tentacles multiplied, flames scattered across the sky, the trumpet-like sound echoing like the end of days. Not only humans, but even the fish in the deep sea were desperately thrashing their tails, trying to escape this area. That was the devil's paradise. The crematorium for the wicked, the dark stronghold. Living beings should feel fear because of it. Damn it, what is that? Retreat. From a distance, the Navy and pirates were screaming, their faces filled with shock, abandoning their struggles and hastily rowing their ships to escape further away. The Navy fared somewhat better, with many warships and a new batch of reinforcements arriving. In the chaos, they managed to escape relatively intact, but the pirates were in dire straits. Their ships were already too few and too small, having suffered the ravages of Sith, Edward Weeble, and other powerful foes, and now they had nowhere to flee. Many fell directly into the sea, their screams not even having time to escape before being crushed into a pile of mush by the tentacles. I never expected he had such a trump card. Looking at the scene before him, Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. Zeiss was simply not human in any way. He began to doubt the correctness of his own approach of exchanging injury for injury. With Zeiss's current demeanor, it was clear that a few cuts wouldn't suffice. It might require 1,000 cuts to subdue him. In comparison, his own injuries seemed even more difficult to handle. Holding his knife upright in his right hand, his eyes narrowed, and Xiong slashed horizontally with his blade. The blade's light pierced through the darkness, instantly shredding the tentacles into countless fragments. However, before he could catch his breath, more tentacles wound around him again. Indeed, he needed to find the true body of Wilson Zeiss. Standing on a few planks floating on the sea, Xiong began to move rapidly, his mind racing as he searched for Zeiss's weaknesses using observation hockey while running. "Come on, Redhead, it's round 2 now." Zeiss's voice echoed from the darkness, ethereal as if it descended from the heavens, omnipresent. To some extent, the darkness was an extension of Zeiss's body. He had merely reintegrated into it. As the black flames rose, they surged towards Xiong like a tidal wave, the entire sea surface appearing as if it had been crumpled into black, wrinkled paper. "Is this guy really unscathed?" Xiong thought to himself, slashing back with 2 more strikes, moving with the agility of a ghost. The tentacles danced, and Zeiss certainly could not do so without consequence. However, his endurance was greater than that of an average person. This was not a human body, but a Tyrannosaurus-like evil god cloaked in human skin. Chapter 259. Counterattack. Never use a human perspective to gauge a Tyrannosaurus. Their physical qualities are simply not on the same level. Xiong blade was powerful, impressive both from a human perspective and a non-human one. Strong enough to alter the terrain with a single strike. But that was still not enough. It was insufficient for Zeiss. His body had been forged through various powers, a manifestation of darkness, an incarnation of an evil god. Since the moment Xiong long sword fell, the power within Zeiss's body had been boiling, desperately trying to mend itself. This was Xiong mistake, though it couldn't be entirely classified as such. It was more about the significant information gap between the two. Zeiss was well aware of Xiong attack methods, whether it was swordsmanship, martial arts, or hockey. These were all things worn out in the pirate world, whereas Xiong had little understanding of Zeiss, still treating him as merely a powerful devil fruit user, a formidable marine rookie. Limiting his vision to a single realm, it was inevitable that Xiong would suffer losses. In a way, the person best suited to deal with Zeiss would actually be Kaido of the Beasts. Both possessed equally formidable regenerative abilities, and once the battle started, it would definitely not be a short affair. Whether it was darkness, superpowers, or other bizarre abilities, Kaido would have ample time to adapt, greatly increasing his margin for error. In contrast, Xiong was significantly weaker in this regard. Xiong was a typical high-attack, low-defense type of speedster. Under normal circumstances, he was incredibly powerful. Even typical strong opponents could hardly withstand a single strike from him. However, correspondingly, Xiong margin for error was much lower than that of the other 4 emperors. He dealt with others in one strike. Others could do the same to him. A mortal body simply could not endure in human battles, and that was the reality now. Roar! The beast's roar grew louder. The dense tentacles and thick black mist made it seem more like a myth than reality. "Xiong, weren't you going to kill me? Why don't you come up and try?" A furious roar echoed in the air, as if it came from an unknown space. Suddenly, a thick black tentacle shot towards Xiong, complete with barbs and glinting coldly, exuding a different kind of menace. Sweat beaded on Xiong forehead as he quickly dodged across the sea surface. Raising his long knife, he struck the tentacle back, but his expression was grim. "Where are you, Wilson's eyes? Where's your body hiding?" He roared inwardly, unleashing all his observation hockey. He did not believe Zeiss could transform into a mountain-sized monster in such a short time. Aside from the monster itself, most of the body must be a bluff. Narrowing his eyes, Xiong knife moved faster, the blade's light resembling cold, pale ribbons wherever it passed. He dodged the tentacles, advancing instead, relying on a small target and high agility. With a quick step, he dashed toward the massive creature before him. The veins in his arms bulged as his muscles contracted, and a blade of light was swung from his knife. Whoosh! The air emitted a sound of being sliced apart as the blade instantly penetrated the tentacle. In an instant, scales shattered, black mist dissipated, and the surrounding air seemed to clear. Watching this scene, Xiong let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of comfort appearing on his face. He guessed right. Compared to a completely monstrous entity, the thing Zeiss had transformed into was indeed more of a facade. With a cold gaze, this was the greatest comfort he felt since the battle began with Zeiss. Those who had never fought Zeiss would not understand. When a human faced a creature as massive as a mountain, the pressure and despair were not something an ordinary human could provide. Otherwise, why would the giants be so highly regarded in the Marines? Compared to two-handed giants, Was and Zeiss, who resembled an indescribable entity, even more imposing, Sionkes desperately needed reassurance, or rather, he needed to find a glimmer of hope within himself. Indeed, he had bet right. He believed he could win. With his eyes widening, the edge of his knife became sharper, and with a swift slash, 2 blades of light were sent flying. Sionkes was not mistaken. If Zeiss could fully materialize the giant beast he envisioned in his mind, then why would he bother fighting Sionkes? He could simply sweep across the seas without any trouble. The giant beast was a fake, but the power he possessed was undoubtedly real. Tentacles spread out, and the surrounding darkness formed a massive wave suspended above the sea, like an overwhelming tsunami. That power, that momentum was akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking, instilling fear at a mere glance. As Sionkes ran, he swung his long knife, his speed undiminished, though his brows knitted unconsciously. What is wrong with this guy? Was he not a devil fruit user? Sionkes thought to himself, his expression puzzled. Zeiss's actions did not align with his perception of devil fruit users. He believed all devil fruit users were, without exception, incapable swimmers, and it should not be possible for them to stir up such massive waves on the sea. However, he had no time for further contemplation. The giant wave approached in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the wave crested above his head. His expression remained stern as he turned the edge of his knife, unleashing a magnificent conqueror's hockey that pressed down around him, cutting the tsunami in half as if drawing a pale line on black cylindrical paper. The black mud fell, and Zeiss' mood momentarily relaxed, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. But just then, a brilliant flash of blade light came from behind him. "Oh, Zeiss, you are being careless. This is my home turf." The voice grew increasingly frenzied. The black mud surged, transforming into a human form, and Zeiss charged out from the black mist, slashing down towards Zeiss' back with a single stroke. When did this happen? Is this also a conspiracy? His pupils trembled as Zeiss quickly turned around, the long knife in his hand moving with agility. But at this moment, how could Zeiss give Zeiss a chance to defend himself? The blade in his hand was incredibly fast, flashing and slashing across Zeiss' shoulder. Damn it! Zeiss cursed under his breath. He was not Zeiss. The kind of pain was unimaginable. But no matter how weak his body was, he was still the Sea Emperor, a being whose will and other attributes had reached the pinnacle of humanity. How could he be so easily defeated? Chapter 260. I'm going to die. Zeiss' expression grew increasingly ferocious. How could the Sea Emperor die in the ocean? I won't let you have your way, Wilson Zeiss. I won't let you have your way. You think I'll die this easily? Dream on. With a mournful cry, Zeiss rolled over and swung his sword towards Zeiss. Zeiss let out a cold laugh, dodging the sword light, his body crashing into pieces and transforming into specks of black mud in the air. The surrounding clouds and mist swirled like frantic snakes. The black mist obscured his figure, yet Zeiss seemed to be everywhere, his voice echoing from all directions. The wails of a defeated dog. Zeiss's indifferent voice came from the mist, and at almost the same moment, the black mist surged up, pressing down towards Zeiss' feet. Its intent was like a stabbing sword, its momentum like a mountain crushing down, as if it were going to directly grind Zeiss into pieces. One should pursue the remnants of the brave and not seek fame like a tyrant. You understood this principle well. And how could he give Zeiss a chance? In an instant, he nearly used all his strength. The darkness rolled, the sea water hung upside down, and this small area of the sea became increasingly chaotic, as if a massive black vortex had erupted on the surface of the ocean. Damn it, this monster Wilson Zeiss. Zeiss nearly cursed out loud, his body twisting and turning in the air, the long knife in his hand constantly slashing at the incoming black tentacles. The blade light was sharp, the tentacles shattered, turning into fine pieces of debris in the air. Zeiss took a deep breath. Although there were many of them, Zeiss truly could not handle them all. He still had weaknesses. Since he chose quantity, it was bound to have quality flaws. The strength was far weaker than he had imagined. Restabilizing his mind, Zeiss' fingers slid over the hilt, and he slashed horizontally into the darkness before him. The sound was like thunder, the sword like lightning, cutting a huge gap in the darkness. Light radiated forth, and he seemed to see hope of victory again. But before this glimmer of hope could rise for long, The seemingly endless darkness swiftly extinguished it. In the black mist, the sound of trumpets rang out, and two giant snakes soared up, their wide mouths opening, blocking out the sun and devouring that ray of brilliance completely. Two rows of giant teeth glimmered with a cold light, and Xianx could even smell the decaying breath coming from the snake's mouth. Son of a bitch, he cursed, not daring to relax in the slightest under his feet. With every 2 steps, he kicked up 2 massive whirlwinds in the air, his right hand gripping the hilt, retreating while swinging out a sword light several people high. Boom! Ah! The sound of the black mist exploding and the giant snake's scream came together. It seemed he had passed through the crisis, but he dared not let his guard down. Suddenly, the wind by his ear stirred, and he heard a whoosh as a knife flashing with bloodlight slashed towards him. Clang! Xianx hurriedly raised his long knife to block, the sharp blade clashing, and Zai's force bore down on him like a mountain. His arm trembled, and Xianx's pupils constricted. He nearly couldn't block it. Their gazes collided in the air, and Zai's suddenly sneered. You can't win against me, Xianx. You are human. As long as you are human, you will tire. This is the iron law of nature. We have been fighting continuously for so long. I want to see how much strength you have left. As soon as he finished speaking, Zai's knife began to dance wildly, rising and falling. The 2 movements continuously alternating in the air, gaining more and more force, as if he were swinging a mountain, relentlessly smashing down. Xianx's expression grew increasingly ferocious. He is human. He will tire. Is Zai's not human and will not tire? Furthermore, he had just struck Zai's with a knife not long ago. That blow was definitely solid. He could guarantee it. After fighting for so long, with injuries still on him, how could Zai's become stronger and stronger, seemingly unaffected? This was abnormal. In an instant, Xianx's eyes turned blood red. He would die. He might die today. This Sea Emperor might die today. He could hardly believe his eyes. This guy was simply a monster, an unwearied, ruthless monster. For the first time, fear rose in Xianx's heart. A fear he had never felt when facing the Golden Lion or Whitebeard. Because he was accustomed to death, he was not afraid of it. The deaths of those on land were just a pile of yellow earth. The deaths of men at sea merely meant being buried in fish bellies. He had already sent off his captain, companions, and a large number of people he once knew. Even if he died today, it would just be stepping ahead of others. He had not lost in this life. He had followed the Pirate King, witnessed the scenery at the world's end, shaken the world, and been a sea emperor who roamed the seas. From any perspective, he was an absolute success. He had not lost in this life. But that did not mean he was not afraid. He was scared. He was afraid that the balance of this world would shatter, that demons would be unleashed. If he died, would this guy Wilson Zai's be uncontrollable? If he died, would this world be dragged into an endless war by the Navy and the world government? If he died, would the era of great pirates that his captain, his most respected predecessor, had bought with his life come to an end? If he died, what would happen to Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King? What to do? What to do? He did not dare to think. These thoughts seemed to be gradually becoming reality. No, Xianx shouted loudly, like a beast letting out the most sorrowful roar from its throat. I cannot die. I cannot die so simply. I want to see Luffy become the Pirate King. I want to see the dream era described by my captain become reality. I absolutely cannot die so simply. He seemed to be shouting at Zai's, but also at himself. The long knife swung down from the sky, and he used all his energy and strength, lightning exploding, the violent energy stirring the sea into chaos. The voice tore through the air, and the long knife was suddenly before Zai's. Zai's faced him with a cold glare, and at that moment, the knife in his hand also leaped out. Clang! The strong clash released surging energy and force from both sides, and as they attacked recklessly, the energy spread nearly 1,000 meters, causing all the sea water to surge. Useless, Kankas, you cannot defeat me here at this time, in this place. You can never defeat me here. You will ultimately die. The muscles in his right arm bulged fiercely as the Sith's long knife pressed down, directly forcing Kankas's knife down. He was simply too exhausted. The surrounding darkness seemed to pull at his strength like muck. He couldn't win. He couldn't win. Kankas really didn't want to face this reality. He was going to die. Chapter 261. Our world is not that simple. The black mist rose higher and higher. This was the funeral of the Sea Emperor. Even Kankas began to despair. He didn't think he could survive today. The fog was too thick, obscuring his vision. From eyes to heart, from body to soul, his world was extremely dim. Echoes continued to ring in his ears. Kankas, Captain. The voices grew closer. He seemed to hear the captain. He heard the voices of Jesus and the others, each of them standing on the ship waiting for him to conquer the sea shrouded in mist. Illusions and reality began to overlap. The past and present began to shine together. His body grew more and more fatigued. Even his eyelids began to droop. "Captain!" Beckman began to roar loudly. How could this happen? How could a man like Kankas lose? How could he die? His eyes were bloodshot, looking almost mad, as the flintlock in his hand continuously spat out flames. Bang! 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 A series of rounded bullets were fired. "Zephyr, old man, get out of my way!" He shouted angrily at Zephyr, rushing quickly towards Kankas's direction. He had to be faster. If he hesitated even a little, their red-haired pirate crew would be finished. "Umph!" Zephyr snorted disdainfully, taking deep puffs from his cigar. A hand wielding the grinder swung through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, and with a series of metallic clangs. The bullets fired by Beckman were all blocked. The sniper, having lost his composure, found it quite easy to catch the bullets. With his legs tense, Zephyr leapt up and instantly positioned himself in front of Beckman. "Want to leave? Did you ask this old man?" With another loud shout, Zephyr exerted all his strength, his aura surging. The grinder aimed a direct blow at Ben Beckman's face. Beckman's face twisted in anger. He admitted he was panicking, scared, more so than he had ever been. He was the strategist of the red-haired pirate crew. No one in the crew should be more composed than him. But he couldn't be the anchor in his heart. That position belonged to Kankas. Without Kankas, he couldn't do many things alone. "Bastard!" Cursing loudly, he unwillingly stopped. His body flipped, leaping back to evade Zephyr's direct hit, his right hand holding the flintlock across his chest, eyes narrowing as he aimed, the gunstock swinging. 2 bullets aimed directly at Zephyr's eyes. Zephyr was not angry. Instead, he laughed happily. The more fierce the enemy's attack, the more it proved their inner turmoil. Kankas was failing, wasn't he? He was anxious. He was anxious. This great age of pirates would end in their generation. Thinking this, Zephyr's mood improved. His fists moved faster. And he wanted to pin Beckman down here. "Useless, little brats of the red-haired pirate crew. None of you can leave today. You all have to stay here." The sea breeze howled, making the cloak behind him flap loudly. Zephyr stretched out his hand to block the bullets and charged towards Beckman again. "Beckman?" Kankas finally reacted a bit, a bitter smile on his lips. "Beckman hasn't retreated yet? Hurry up! Beckman, you shouldn't be here with me to die." Gripping his knife again, Kankas turned and shouted. This was his battle, his destiny. The red-haired pirate crew shouldn't continue to pay the price for his mistakes. Beckman continued to charge. How could he abandon the captain and escape alone? Kankas did not wait for Beckman's reply. What answered him was a sharp long knife. Whoosh! The air crackled as the long knife sliced through. The knife was incredibly fast, containing a power strong enough to sever rivers. Clang! The 2 blades clashed in the air. The immense force made his right hand tremble, a performance he had never exhibited before. "You're getting weaker, Kankas." Again, that face he hated so much. The Sith gripped his knife with one hand, using brute force to press Kankas's knife against his chest. His gaze was mocking, red light and black shadows flickering. That was the bloodthirsty glow. Today he would bury a sea emperor. Wilson Sith. Looking at that familiar, maddening face, Kankas suddenly went berserk. "I won't let you have it easy. Even if I die, I will drag you down hell with me." All the potential within Kankas erupted. Blood surged. All his wounds seemed to bleed at the same moment. He completely abandoned defense and began to fiercely attack Sith. This was a suicidal assault. Kankas pressed down his final weight on the scale of victory and defeat, his life, the life of a sea emperor. Come on. Let me see how much strength you have left in this body. Let me see if you can actually take my head." Sith also grinned savagely, facing Kankas head-on, swinging his knife up to meet him. Why dodge? Why escape? In terms of vitality and the capacity to wield a knife, he, who gathered the strengths of multiple worlds, should be stronger. In an instant, all of their strength and will converged on the blades. The air crackled around them. Crack! After several clashes, suddenly, Kankas's knife developed several cracks. Kankas wore a bitter smile. He was unwilling, unable to kill Sith, and even unable to perish together with him. The sound of shattering grew louder and more piercing. Even the black mud crawled up his calves. Boom! Finally, the 2 knives distinguished between victory and defeat in the air. One still bright and clear, the other shattering into pieces. Blood splattered like ink across the entire sky as Kankas fell backward. "It's over, Kankas." Sheathing his knife, Sith walked up to Kankas, looking down coldly. "No, it's not over yet." Lying on the surface of the sea, Kankas stared at Sith, shouting like a madman. It won't end this easily, just as the will of D won't end. Neither will my will end so easily. One day someone will inherit my will. Avenge me, overthrow the rule of the world government, and rebuild a new world on the ruins. Just wait, that day won't be long. New world? Who are you talking about? The Straw Hat Kid? Sith laughed derisively. Don't view our world as such a simple thing. Entrusting the future of a world to one person is an incredibly foolish act. He can't change anything. Our world, our future, has always been in our own hands. After finishing his words, let me send you off in peace. As he spoke, a dark spear was thrown down by Sis, piercing directly into Xianx's heart. Chapter 262, a good thing? Xianx died so easily at sea, without even causing a splash. Sis always felt a sense of unreality. Clearly, he had grasped a corner of history, yet he felt there was nothing before him, both dreamlike and false. Staring intently at the body floating on the surface of the sea, Sis couldn't shake the suspicion that Xianx would rise from the water at any moment. Pick up his long knife and stab him. Are you really dead, Xianx? Narrowing his eyes, the flames around him gathered like long snakes, forming a huge fiery storm on the surface of the sea. If you're dead, then I'll consider this my farewell to you. If you're not dead, then I'll send you off to die. In an instant, the flames erupted, resembling a black sun rising on the sea. Following that, light burst forth, the intense heat turning the seawater into steam, surrounding everything in hues of red and dark, like a volcanic eruption, where all living things would burn to ashes in the flames. Sis kept his eyes fixed on Xianx, not blinking until his body turned to ashes in the flames. Dead beyond doubt, at which point he let out a sigh of relief and gripped the hilt of his knife again. It's over. No, not yet. Beckman roared loudly, veins bulging on his neck, charging at Sis like a madman, completely disregarding Zephyr's obstruction, his eyes bloodshot, raising his right hand to fire several round bullets. How could Xianx die here? This is all your conspiracy. Die for me, Wilson, Sis. Bang, bang, bang. Beckman had completely lost his sanity, unable or unwilling to accept the fact that Xianx was dead. The captain of the red-haired pirates, the emperor of the sea, how could he die so easily here? Like a stray dog by the roadside, on this silver island that was still unknown just a day ago? He didn't believe it, he wouldn't allow it. Legends should have a legendary ending. Even in death, he should fall at Raftel, at Mariehua, lingering in places worthy of a legendary name. The bullets flew towards Sis, who tilted his head, revealing a fierce and terrifying smile to Beckman. It's Beckman, I almost forgot about you, but what can you do now? Even Xianx is dead, let alone you. With a twist of the knife's edge, Sis charged forward as well, the darkness under his feet forming like a tangible staircase. The blade danced wildly, slicing through the air, creating bright red streaks of light, and there was a series of crisp explosions as the incoming bullets were cut in half by Sis. Your breath is erratic, Beckman. Is Xianx's death affecting your usual calm? Sis sneered, his face full of mockery, pouring oil on the flames. Someone like him deserves to go to hell. Bastard. Beckman cursed under his breath, the hatred and anger in his chest nearly solidifying. However, Sis was right about one thing. His heart was disturbed. For the red-haired pirates, Xianx was everything. Without Xianx, the red-haired pirates would fall apart in an instant. But what was a red-haired pirates to Beckman? Was it a career? A partner? A family? Or perhaps all three? Regardless, he wanted to die an old man on the ship. He was different from Xianx. He didn't have the habit of putting all his bets on one person, which was very irrational. But he believed in Xianx, believing that following that man would lead to success. Yet this time they were wrong. Wilson Sis was more formidable than they had imagined. Lose once and lose everything. Their gazes met in the air. Beckman's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to send that bastard Sis to hell. With both hands on the gunstock, Beckman ran while aiming at Sis. Bang! He missed. That bastard turned into black mud. Suddenly, he felt that he might die here today as well. Hey, don't pretend I don't exist, kid. Before Beckman could unleash a more ferocious attack on Sis, Zephyr leaped up and pounced directly at him. There was no talk of fairness. Once on the battlefield, it was a life-or-death situation. The remaining pirates began to despair. Their captain was dead, and Vice-Captain Beckman was on the brink of danger under the siege of Sis and Zephyr. The red-haired pirates, who ruled the entire New World, might soon become history before the white-beard pirates. One couldn't help but lament the absurdity of fate. Slash! Another swift thrust. Sis' long knife plunged directly into Beckman's lower abdomen. Raising his head, their gazes met in the air once more. Sis's face showed no clear expression of joy or anger, just as Beckman's face showed no sadness. But indeed, the situation in the world would change in their hands. Is this over now, Beckman? Sis coldly addressed Ben Beckman, his whole body engulfed in black-red flames. Like the reaper of souls from hell. Cough, cough. Beckman lowered his eyelids, coughed up blood, and the strength continued to drain from his body. Perhaps he couldn't even pull the trigger anymore, but his expression grew increasingly frenzied. No, it's not over yet. You've only destroyed the red-haired pirates. But that doesn't mean you've completely won. The balance of the world is about to be shattered. You will soon join us, soon. That day will not be far away. Just wait. Straining his throat, Beckman was almost shouting with his last strength, his voice sorrowful like the most vicious curse. In an instant, the sound abruptly stopped in the air, and Beckman's life came to an end. Sis glanced at him again, as if tossing away trash. The corpse still smoldering with residual fire, enough to reduce it to ashes. His eyes swept across the entire sea, like a newly born azure dragon. Clean up the nearby pirates, leave none alive. Yes, in an instant, the war machine in this sea area began to operate again. Holy Land, Mariewa. Hidden in the darkness, the 5 elders were wiping the knives in their hands, and the surrounding air felt somewhat heavy. Have you received the news? Xianx is dead, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have also become history under Blackbeard's sudden attack. Someone suddenly spoke up, and the atmosphere seemed to grow even heavier. Who killed Xianx? The newly appointed High Prosecutor in the New World, Sis. Is it him? What about the Navy? Sakazuki was excited, encouraging Sengoku and others to relocate the Navy headquarters to the New World together. This could be considered a good thing. The era of great pirates is about to end. Suddenly, a meaningless cold laugh rang out, and a huge question loomed over the minds of the few. Is the absence of pirates really a good thing? Chapter 263. Disgusting good thing? This question was one the 5 elders could not answer. Strictly speaking, expanding the authority of the world government into the New World could certainly be considered a good thing. However, without pirates, it seemed that even the Navy began to feel superfluous. The birth and rise of the Navy was originally to combat the increasingly large pirate forces. For decades, even a century, outsiders find it hard to imagine just how large and bloated the Navy has become today. It spans the 4 seas, with an independent military-industrial system, administrative system, and even a tax system, so large that it seems capable of firmly grasping the world's power, even without the world government. The world government does not need such a powerful Navy. As a watchdog, the Navy's strength does not need to be so great that it could turn against its master. But will the Navy truly comply with their wishes and actively reduce its own power? No, of course not. Throughout history, there has never been a blindly loyal leader in the Navy. They're the rulers of the world government's subordinate agencies and also collaborators of the world government. This is ultimately a world where power is paramount. Even the scattered pirates around the world dare to defy the world government, let alone the Navy, which is united and possesses even greater strength. This is a fact that the 5 elders find hard to accept. If not handled properly, releasing this fierce beast of the Navy from its cage could lead to unforeseen changes in the world. Why not reach out to those pirates in the New World? Someone suddenly suggested in the darkness, and the rest stared wide-eyed as if looking at a madman. What are you talking about? How could the world government? No, this isn't bowing down. It's a transaction, mutual exploitation, all for the sake of world balance. After a long silence, they sighed as if in compromise. Then it settled. The surroundings fell silent again, as if nothing had ever happened. Half a year passed quickly, although not long. The world situation became increasingly elusive under the manipulation of the 5 elders. Red-haired Shanks was dead. Whitebeard Edward Newgate had fallen in battle, leaving a huge vacuum in the new world created by the 2 emperors. Even with the new Emperor Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach around, the apparent situation in the world continued to improve. But only people like Sis, who were close to the power center, knew that the Navy and the world government had already become superficially united but fundamentally estranged. Power is toxic unless one is truly selfless. No one is willing to give up the power they have, be it the world government or the Navy. Bang! In a mud house somewhere inside Silver Island, Clara slammed her fist on the table, her face full of anger. What are those people in the world government doing? Why hasn't T the warship we reported for repair arrived yet? Are we supposed to rely on that bunch of CP idiots to fight pirates? Next to her, Rob Lucci twitched his mouth, feeling that he had been hinted at. Ahem. Coughing a couple of times, Melinda rolled her eyes. Come on, be content. I heard that many Navy bases in the New World are having their budgets cut by the world government. We're lucky we Haven T reached that point. After all, supporting pirates to fight the Navy is the world government's national policy now. Melinda sneered coldly, feeling that the world was absurd and everyone was going insane. As if in a dream, Clara sighed deeply, feeling a bit helpless. This is because Major Sis is not only a Navy major, but also a senior prosecutor of Judicial Island. Otherwise, we would be in trouble now. Before she finished speaking, the door creaked open, and Khalifa walked in with a strange expression on her face. All right, stop talking. The problem has just arrived, she said, rolling her eyes while holding a freshly received document. What's going on? Clara frowned, and everyone's gaze turned towards Khalifa. Raising the document in her hand, she announced, the latest news from the world government orders the joint forces under Judicial Island to withdraw from the New World and leave Silver Island. Everyone's expressions turned strange as they exchanged glances. Withdraw from Silver Island? Where to? Judicial Island. The world government hopes that Major Sis will become a lock, one that nails the Navy to Marineford. Clara sneered contemptuously. Will Major Sis listen to the world government? Major Sis has only joined Judicial Island for a few days. He has been in the Navy for so many years. Would he help Judicial Island deal with the Navy? Khalifa shook her head, her expression suddenly serious. The world government promised that as long as Major Sis is stationed at Judicial Island, he will have full authority over it. Those guys in the world government really know me well. Such a large organization as Judicial Island, they dare to say it will be given to me. With a knife in hand, Sis suddenly walked out of the room, his expression quite mocking. Major Sis. Melinda and the others were about to rise, but Sis gestured to them, stopping their inclination to bow. Since Shank's death, Sis's presence had grown heavier, making even others in the troop hesitant to look him in the eye. He directly sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over Khalifa's face. What about Silver Island? What do they plan to do with Silver Island? Will it be directly abandoned? No, according to the world government's meaning. Silver Island will have designated personnel come to take over. Who? Sis's eyes suddenly became sharp. Khalifa hesitated, a bit afraid to speak, and, after a long time, reluctantly said, according to news from Giran Tezelo, someone from the world government is currently in talks with the Blackbeard pirates, so there's a high possibility. Her words trailed off, her voice lowering, and she sneakily glanced at Sis's face, which did not show the furious expression she had imagined, but rather a calm demeanor. The world government is trying to discuss me. They also want to warn me that if I do not choose to stand with them, they can still support Blackbeard to take me down? Khalifa nodded. For now, it seems so. Sis's contempt grew stronger. So, Major Sis, what should we do now? Khalifa asked cautiously. Holding the knife, Sis stood up. I've said it before, I want to be threatened, whether it's the world government or Judicial Island. Send a message to Giran Tezelo. Tell them I want money, I want cannons, I want warships, I want to expand the military, and I want Blackbeard's life. I will make the world government's plans go awry. Chapter 264, I am not the world government's dog. Come on, come on. The sea breeze blew, and Silver Island was bustling with activity, with steel and concrete everywhere, and occasionally, a few newly delivered giant cannons could be seen. This was certainly not the appearance of a naval base that was about to be abandoned. Sis was determined to turn Silver Island into a fortress of steel. Standing at the bow of the warship, Spandam, the former CP-9 chief who had come to urge Sis to depart, felt a bit uneasy in his heart. It had been 10 days since the world government ordered Sis to withdraw from the New World and relocate to Judicial Island. And seeing that Sis showed no intention of moving, the world government could no longer hold their impatience and sent a special envoy to urge him, even warning and questioning him. However, Sis is ultimately not the inexperienced little character he once was. With the strength of a great general, he completely surpasses the power of the 7 warlords. Describing him as a regional governor is not an exaggeration at all. Even if the world government wants to hold him accountable, they must carefully select someone of equal status to confront him. This person is not easy to find. At the very least, they cannot involve the Navy, as Sis's deployment was originally to keep an eye on them. To question him about why he has not moved would be akin to pulling down one's pants to fart, with the Navy unable to act. This task should naturally fall on CP, specifically on Spandam and Spandine. However, coincidentally, Sis is still just a senior prosecutor and a Navy rear admiral for now. Once he goes to Judicial Island, he will likely be promoted further, and by that time, it might even require a personal call from the Gore CI. Oh, it turns out to be Admiral Spandam. You've had a long journey. You've worked hard. As the warship docked, Khalifa stood at the port, looking at her old employer with a faint smile. She had heard that Spandam was coming and had actively snatched this task from Clara and the others. As a former CP9 member, the hatred between them and Spandam is well known. It could definitely be described as irreconcilable. If not for taking the blame for Spandam, they wouldn't have had to hide for so long, now that they finally have a new backing, which is also at odds with their old employer. How could she pass up this golden opportunity? If it weren't for not wanting Sis to completely offend the world government, she would have loved to whip him hard. But even so, seeing the defeated expression on Spandam's face still brings her joy. As Spandam stepped off the warship, he didn't want to pay any attention to Khalifa. His expression as if he had eaten a fly. CP9 is a thorn in his side. As long as they are alive, he will always remember one thing in his heart, and this matter was never his to take on. He and his son are not on good terms with Sis. They're very clear about that. Even this Silver Island is a trap they set, but they didn't expect Sis to be so strong. Not only did he resolve the matter with Tezelo, but even one of the 4 emperors, Kazuru, fell at his hands. From any perspective, Sis is someone they cannot afford to provoke. Unable to provoke him, and with a conflict between the two parties, wandering around someone else's territory is simply looking for death. But this task is one they cannot refuse. Although the father and son have great influence in the world government, this task is different. It was directly assigned by the Gorosei, and even they cannot refuse. With a sideways glare at Khalifa, Spandam's scarred face was filled with disgust. Where's Wilson, Sis? Get him to see me quickly. This is an order from the Gorosei. Maintaining a stern face, Spandam dared not show any signs of fear. That kind of fear is not a joke. He genuinely fears that Sis will kill him here. Once he grabs the flag of the Gorosei, he won't dare to let go. He doesn't believe Sis would take the risk of offending the Gorosei to kill him. TCH, Khalifa sneered disdainfully, the corners of her mouth curling up as she snapped her fingers. The surrounding navy first surrounded them, and then made way for Spandam in the encirclement, clearly showing their authority. Since Admiral Spandam can't wait any longer, please come this way. Spandam's expression became even more ferocious, his eyes hiding fear. This damn bitch. He cursed inwardly, giving a glance to the 2 CP members beside him, and cautiously walked down. At this moment, Yi was sitting by the sea fishing, a piece of candy in his mouth, and didn't even raise his head when he saw Spandam enter. Are you Wilson, Sis? Spandam forced himself to ask Sis, trying to maintain his composure, constantly encouraging himself in his heart. The Gorosei. As long as I remember the Gorosei's words, no one will kill me. What's the matter, Mr. Spandam? Sis glanced at him with one eye, a glint of killing intent flashing in his pupils, and a murderous aura burst forth from him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees suddenly. Spandam shivered all over, his right hand pointing at Yu, his voice starting to stutter. WL, the world government has ordered you to immediately withdraw from the New World. Why? Why aren't you listening? Yu narrowed his eyes. Are you questioning me, Spandam? In an instant, the pressure around them bore down on Spandam, making it hard for him to breathe. The oppressive force Sis exerted on him was on a completely different level than Khalifa's. If Khalifa was like a mother leopard, then Sis was like a prehistoric giant beast, capable of crushing him with just a hint of its aura. His body instinctively took 2 steps back. Wilson, Sis, what do you want? This is a government order. Are you going to defy the world government? The world government's order? Sis sneered derisively, tilting his head, and bit the candy in half. What do you want? You. I will report your attitude word for word to the world government, Spandam stammered. Sis's expression suddenly turned playful as he beckoned to Khalifa. Khalifa, bring me the den mushi. Khalifa's expression changed abruptly, as if she had thought of something, and even her voice became stuttered. Wait, sir, we should think this over. No need, I have it under control. Sis continued to look at him indifferently, but his voice was completely unrefusable. He snatched the den mushi from Khalifa's hand and shoved it into Spandam's arms. Come on, there's no need to wait. Just call now. It's best to include Blackbeard in the call too. Do you really think the world government now is the same as 20 years ago? Want to slap my face? TCH, I tell you, I'm not a dog begging at the door of the world government. Chapter 265. Behind the scenes, this is too interesting. This world is really too interesting. Torpol, have you heard? That guy Wilson Sis has refused the world government's transfer order and is preparing to make a big move in the new world. It's just too interesting. It makes one's blood boil. In Dressrosa, the one-armed Don Quixote da Flamingo was laughing loudly in the courtyard, his expression and demeanor exuding an indescribable arrogance, as he is also a dangerous individual who feels no gratitude towards the world government. What should we do, young master? Should we cooperate with the world government to impose sanctions on Wilson Sis? Torpol asked with a smile, standing behind Doflamingo. Doflamingo's expression became even more mocking. Sanction. A short piece of rope cannot bind a runaway dog. Besides, don't you find it interesting? Watching this world become more chaotic day by day. Watching the world government and the celestial dragons being dragged down into the abyss day by day is just too interesting. The show has just begun. Why the rush? The outcome is still undecided, and the winner is uncertain. Young Master is right. It was reckless of me. So, are we doing nothing? Torpole asked nervously. No, Torpole. Isn't Silver Island expanding its influence? Sell weapons to them. Not to aid the enemy, but to make this world as chaotic as possible. If there is no chaos, how would we have an opportunity? When the Sioux and Bang fight, the fisherman benefits. That's me. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo laughed loudly again, while Torpole lowered his head and retreated backward. Rest assured, I will make that person turn the new world upside down. After speaking, Doflamingo raised his hand to signal Torpole to step back, but not long after, his expression became serious again as he snapped his fingers. Cool me. Bring me the den mushy. I need to contact Wilson Sis. Wilson Sis. The subordinate beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. The two people with a grudge against each other actually planned to make contact. He must be crazy. This is completely impossible. Holding the den mushy. Doflamingo's subordinate was completely stunned. Doflamingo shot him a sideways glance, and he shivered, handing over the den mushy. At this moment, Silver Island was still bustling with activity. Countless figures crawling like worker ants on the ground, continuously building thick fortresses with steel and concrete. This island, which originally wasn't too large, was gradually becoming more and more menacing. Moses, this is Silver Island. Who are you looking for? The voice of the den mushy rang out in the office, and Melinda walked out with a serious expression. Clara had been sent by Sis to Guerin Tesalo, and now the deputy work at the base was basically all on her shoulders. With a serious expression, she approached Sis, who was wiping his knife, holding the den mushy in one hand and lowering her head towards him. Lord Sis, Doflamingo is calling. Who? Doflamingo? What does he want from me? Taking the den mushy, Sis's brow instantly furrowed. He had no business dealings with Doflamingo, and their private relationship could hardly be called friendly. Not only was there no friendship, but there was also animosity. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind stepping on Doflamingo. In fact, Doflamingo's ability to live peacefully now was entirely because Sis hadn't had the time to deal with him. Who knows? One day Sis might feel like taking over Dressrosa and wiping out his Don Quixote family. Filled with doubts, Sis still held the den mushy. Oh, it's the Flamingo. What's up, do you need something? A teasing voice came from the den mushy, and Doflamingo laughed as well. Ha ha ha. Don't be so distant, Wilson Sis. I'm here today with sincerity. You're making me sad. Sis rolled his eyes. Just get to the point. I don't have time to play games with you. You're still so eager, just like you were during the Marineford War. But listen to me, we really don't need to be enemies. We can totally be friends. Friends? Sis shook his head, followed by a light laugh. All right then, we are friends. So, my friend, can you tell me what you need from me today? Doflamingo naturally didn't take Sis's words seriously. If the time was right, he wouldn't mind devouring the forces Sis had worked hard to build. But for now, he still needed Sis. Or more accurately, he needed Sis's strength. If there weren't stubborn people like Sis standing in his way, how could he develop in peace? Letting out a long breath, he continued. Sis, you should know that the world government wants to get rid of you. According to my informants, a few days ago, CP agents were spotted in Blackbeard's territory. Nothing good ever happens when they gather together. Moreover, the world government has also contacted me. What do you think? Of course, I'll firmly refuse. Believe me, I'm on your side. Besides, you know my situation. I'm not really fond of the world government and the celestial dragons. If you need help with revenge, I wouldn't mind stepping on them with you. So how do you plan to help me? Do you know about a thing called artificial devil fruits? By the time Sis hung up the phone, the sun was setting. Outside the window was a golden scene, but his face displayed an indescribably strange expression. Lord Sis, are you really going to trust Doflamingo? Melinda, taking the den mushy away, approached with a doubtful look. She didn't trust Doflamingo at all, and if Sis planned to do something irrational, she was prepared to die in protest as his deputy. Sis glanced at her, shook his head, and his expression became increasingly mocking. What a joke. Trust? He talks about friendship, but he's thinking about business. How could I trust him? It's just that he still has some use, so I can't afford to overlook him for now. As he spoke, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly bizarre. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo did not disappoint Sis, quickly dialing the phone again. Hello, is it Spandam? This is Doflamingo. I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Chapter 266, The Five Elders. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed, and round-lead bullets stirred up heat in the air, smoke billowing as shattered decks flew up and down. The sounds of gunfire and slaughter made one want to cover their ears. Looking around, two pirate crews, newly entered into the New World, were fiercely battling in this unknown sea. Since Whitebeard's death, the New World has truly been getting worse day by day. Whether big pirates or small pirates, none have had a peaceful day. The four emperors vie for power and profit, and the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard pirates are locked in a life-and-death struggle. It's unexpected that even Shanks has gotten himself caught up in this, and the once grand red-haired pirates have seemingly vanished without a trace. But then again, even a morning star in the sky has its day of extinguishment. What can mere mortals do? To be able to shine for decades and have a reputation that spreads across the seas is already a legendary feat among pirates. Compared to these great battles, the skirmishes between other pirates can only be considered child's play, akin to kids playing house. Yet for those just stepping into the New World, this is an incredible battle, worthy of risking their lives for putting everything on the line. However, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted out, "Damn, what is that?" Looking over, the originally fierce sea battle bizarrely came to a halt. The sound froze in the air as both fleets suddenly reached an understanding, parting like Moses parting the sea. A massive ship, resembling a swordfish, pierced through the gap between them, followed by dozens of massive flagship vessels comparable to warships. The hull was pitch black, with dozens of dark cannon mouths that were quite eerie. Compared to ordinary pirate ships, these vessels seemed over-equipped, yet there were no naval flags hanging from the masts, leaving one to wonder where this monstrous fleet had come from. The deck was filled with fully armed crew members, dressed neatly in sharp suits, exuding a uniquely military aura. However, compared to the Navy, they seemed overly grim, with an added hint of cruelty and ruthlessness in their demeanor. But compared to gangs under people like Capone Beach, this is far too formal. At least they seem to follow the rules. However, in the eyes of truly knowledgeable people, this is just a group of domesticated dogs. Their spines broken, the sea breeze swayed, the view widened, and among the pirates' gazes, an old man in a white kimono slowly walked out of the crowd. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, always with a knife at hand, exposing his chest, yet he bore a different air of someone who had long held power. This was not a kind old neighbor. This was a butcher, a rule-maker, a true power holder whose thoughts could determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands. Lord Tenjetsu, these pirates you see. On the deck, a man who looked like a secretary bowed to the old man, his tone quite respectful, even somewhat trembling. If one looked closely, they might notice a few beads of sweat on his neck. "Aaron, do I need to teach you these things? Kill the people, sink the ships. I do not want to leave any trace of my presence here." "Yes, I understand. Please rest assured." Tenjetsu's gaze was sharp, his tone somewhat displeased, and Heron hurriedly nodded in agreement, his expression growing more serious. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Heron's eyes as he signaled to his subordinates behind him. The war machine beneath them roared to life, crushing its way toward the pirates like a meat grinder, and soon the cries of the pirates echoed in pain. Tenjetsu raised his head, seemingly enjoying the scene. Heron's eyes twitched. The higher he climbed over the years, the more he felt the precariousness of the power game. Each step fraught with danger, and the world had suddenly slipped into a territory he had never dared to imagine before. Judicial Island was attacked. The Marineford War. Impel Down fell. Unexpectedly, even the Navy was having issues, forcing even figures like the Five Elders to personally come out and clean up the mess. Indeed, the bald old man standing on this ship was one of the controllers of the world government, possessing the immense power capable of subduing the first generation of the Blade. The Five Elders. Smoke billowed. The sound of cannon fire gradually drowned out the surrounding noises. Heron took a deep breath and stepped closer to Tenjetsu. The closer he got to someone who could turn the world upside down, the more unsettled his heart became. "Lord Tenjetsu, is the situation really that serious? Clearly, that guy Sis only needs his subordinates to handle it. Why must you personally?" Heron inquired softly. Tenjetsu raised a finger to interrupt him. "Shh, quiet. Do not disturb me while I admire the scene before me." Heron swallowed hard. The world said pirates were madmen, but he thought the Five Elders were the real ones. What normal person would admire cannon fire and slaughter as a spectacle? At a loss for words, he could only deeply lower his head. After all, he was just a humble cog in the national machine. "What'd you just say?" The two pirate crews couldn't hold out for long and were soon easily wiped out by Tenjetsu's fleet. Tenjetsu relaxed slightly and nodded, asking Heron behind him. Heron did not dare delay and quickly took a step forward. "Lord Tenjetsu, I don't quite understand. Wilson Sis should just be a small character before you. Why must he take action personally? Small character? Tenjitsu glanced at him with a cold smile on his face. He is not small. He and the Navy behind him represent the face of the government, the hunting dogs raised by the government to target pirates. This young, powerful, and destructive dog could even bite its own master if not careful, and now this dog is baring its teeth at its master. Shall I not focus my strength to break one of its legs first? Heron hesitated to respond. In this situation, he dared not oppose the five elders. Nor could he follow the line of conversation to liken the Navy to hunting dogs. After all, that guy across the sea had killed a Yonko. That was a Yonko, the emperor among pirates. At first hearing, what a shocking piece of news that was. Ha, cowardly-man. Tenjitsu loudly mocked Heron. The Navy and that kid are nothing to fear. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Let this old man stretch his muscles and demonstrate the government's might. With me here, Wilson Sis cannot turn the tide. As he spoke, Tenjitsu unconsciously tightened his grip on the handle of the first generation of the blade, a faint smile on his lips. In an era of great contention, who could truly laugh in the end? Tenjitsu couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. For hundreds of years, they had always won, and they would continue to. He had always believed that. Chapter 267. Waiting to die? The five elders actually want to cooperate with me? In a certain sea area of the New World, Blackbeard looked mockingly at a man in black in front of him. He laughed, and the pirates on the ship followed suit, soon erupting into a roaring laughter that made the man in black feel quite awkward. Fortunately, he was professionally trained and did not lose his composure so easily, merely staring blankly at Blackbeard. The golden ring on his finger twirled as Blackbeard's remaining eye glimmered with cunning that surpassed others. Unlike a fox, he resembled a venomous dragon with its eyes wide open, ready to devour. His short, oak, prosthetic leg thudded as he paced back and forth on the deck, his expression shifting between bright and dark. No one could guess his thoughts. Is it true? Oka, did you hear? The five elders, those self-proclaimed sons of gods, are groveling at my feet, begging for mercy. TSK, that bastard Sis really did something significant. He paused, suddenly stopping, his eyes rolling as he tightly gripped the rum at his waist, half teasing, half inquiring toward Van Oka. Van Oka hesitated for a moment, glancing sideways, noticing that the legs of the CP agent sent by the world government were slightly shaking. Although the tremor was slight, it did not escape his notice. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The world government was truly declining day by day. If it weren't for a few old men holding on, it would have likely collapsed under internal and external troubles long ago, Van Oka thought. But this thought only lasted a moment in his heart. After all, regardless of what the future held for now, the world government was still a fierce beast capable of suppressing the pack of wolves. Does the captain have no thoughts? That bastard Wilson Sis has killed quite a few of our men, Van Oka said quietly. As a subordinate, he naturally should not interfere with Blackbeard's personal thoughts. But as a companion of Lafitte and others, he was quite displeased with Wilson Sis. If he did not step up today, what would happen tomorrow if he fell in his Sis hands? Blackbeard glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curling up, and he chugged down the rum at his waist. Of course. His gaze swept over the CP agents like a hawk, an indescribable boldness in his brow. You go back and tell the five elders that I have agreed to this matter, and I will go as promised to trouble that guy. However, we agreed that from now on, Wilson Seth and the territory of the Shankers will belong to me. You shouldn't be greedy. We clearly agreed to split it in half. CP was somewhat exasperated, his cheeks flushed red, as if he were dissatisfied with the division of spoils. Just as he was about to argue, a formidable pressure, like a mountain collapsing, erupted from Blackbeard, shattering the space around them. And the darkness felt like an ocean descending from the sky, making it hard to breathe. The people on the ship were already feeling this way. And the CP standing before Blackbeard was even worse, his legs going weak, cold sweat covering his body. He clearly wanted to crouch down but dared not, forced to stand there stiffly. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm notifying you. Do you understand? The killing intent bore down on CP, and he could only nod. I understand. I will report your request to the higher-ups. Saying this, he trembled as he took out a letter from his clothes. This is a letter from the five elders for you. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. He handed over the letter and immediately ran towards the ship's exit as if fleeing, trembling as he ran, making him look quite ridiculous. Blackbeard did not stop him, only let out a cold laugh before tearing open the envelope in his hand. His gaze quickly scanned the paper, and his expression grew increasingly strange. Van Oka was about to step forward to inquire when he saw Blackbeard crush the letter into pieces with his left hand and laugh to the heavens. The five elders? Wilson Seth? The world government has treated me well, but who am I? I am the emperor of pirates, the king of the seas. I want this world, and I want Seth's life too. Lord Seth, everything is packed up. We're just waiting for your command to set off. On Silver Island, Clara was reporting to Seth with a serious demeanor, her usually playful face showing rare seriousness. The times have changed. The current Seth is no longer the fledgling Navy captain of the past, but the leader of a powerful force capable of wiping out an entire Yonko crew. Even he must feel awe. Seth glanced up. The sunlight streaming through the window was somewhat blinding, but also dim, and as far as the eye could see, there was a chilling and murderous air of an impending storm. However, for him, this was just a small scene. Having participated in the Marine Ford War and fought against the Yonko red-haired, the tumult of these few years surpassed the lifetime of an ordinary person. How could a bit of pressure stir his heart, even if the enemies were Blackbeard and the world government? Since we are ready, let's set off. The whole army withdraws from Silver Island. Adjusting his cloak, Seth placed one hand on the hilt of his sword and stood up to speak to Clara, a teasing expression on his face. Everyone knows that Silver Island is his base, so what if he abandons it? Withdrawing from Silver Island, the enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. He wants to see what the world government can do to him. Can they really devour him? Clara was slightly taken aback. Regardless, this order to withdraw was not something that could make people happy. Lord Seth, are we really going to give up Silver Island entirely? We have invested so much manpower and resources and managed it for so long. Seth slightly raised his hand, his smile becoming even brighter. To keep the land and lose the people, both land and people are lost. To keep the people and lose the land, both land and people are gained. Clara, do not be blinded by Silver Island. This war still has a way to go. But can't we seek help from the Navy? With your relationship with Admiral Sakazuki and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, they definitely won't let Blackbeard and the world government besiege you. Clara's frustration lingered. Seth shook his head and turned to pat her shoulder. Since the world government dares to act, their preparations must be thorough. The Navy will definitely not intervene. So we will just abandon Silver Island and wait for death? Wait for death? Seth seemed to have heard something funny and began to laugh loudly. Wait for death? What a joke. Wilson Seth, would wait for death? Of course not. I will only pull out their teeth and send them to hell. Chapter 268. On the boundless sea, a massive fleet was slowly advancing, flags flying, stretching nearly several kilometers. Even the Sea Kings had to take a detour, fearing that some reckless guy on board would turn them into lunch. Long knives were drawn, bullets loaded. If it weren't for familiar faces, one might think the Navy had launched another demon-slaying order. The last time such a large scene occurred was during the Marine Ford War. Lord Seth, Blackbeard and the five elders are coming on strong. What do you plan to do? Clara quietly asked Seth while standing on the deck. Although Seth had never indicated any intention of retreating, giving up Silver Island still came at too great cost. It was equivalent to turning all their past efforts into bubbles in an instant. Even he would feel anxious, or perhaps more so, a sense of confusion about the future. He needed some reassurance, or rather, he needed to hear the next order from Seth's mouth. He needed to keep himself busy. Are you afraid, Clara? Seth was sitting cross-legged on the deck fishing, his back to her, speaking calmly. Not all, my lord. The worst outcome of our trip is just death. This is not unfamiliar for men of the sea. It's just that the situation has changed too quickly, making it hard for me to adapt. Clearly, one moment we were friends, and the next we had to turn our blades against each other. Just a moment ago, we were enemies, and now we must unite to deal with our friends. This world is too crazy, Clara said, shaking her head and sighing. Releasing the fishing rod casually, Seth instead began to laugh. This is politics, my dear Clara. He then stood up, leaning on the railing, gazing at the horizon casually. Moreover, there is nothing shameful about being afraid. Even I feel panic when facing the torrent of the times. In this world, a person is like a tiny grain of sand. Insignificant. He then spread his hands, and black flames slowly slid towards the sea like sludge, and in the intertwining shadows, he looked like a ghost unfurling its wings. Terrifying, dark, yet irresistibly captivating. The allure of that black flame was soul-stirring. But what use is fear? To be honest, this world is terrible, to the point where it's unbearable to look at. No matter how bad it gets, how much worse can it be? Should we welcome destruction in the flames? But if a revolution truly needs to happen, then why can't I be the one to lead it? Why can't it be us? This sea is so tranquil and bountiful. Why hand it over to those insects? Seth sneered, casually tossing his right hand, setting the sea ablaze. Clara fell, silent for a moment. Destruction might be better, turning all the petty squabbles into ashes, and then reshaping a new world from the ashes. Her gaze was intense. The man before her undoubtedly resembled a madman. Although he always believed that there were hardly any normal people in this world, where every day was about you killing me or me killing you, compared to other madmen. Wasn't this guy a bit less crazy? He actually didn't know whether what he was doing was right or wrong. He just felt a vague sense of weariness and wanted to put a definitive end to this era. Since the world is led by madmen, why can't they be the ones to do it? He didn't believe the world could get any worse. Huff. After exhaling deeply, Clara's gaze became resolute again. What does confusion matter? The path is chosen by oneself, and life or death is up to one's own decision. So what should we do now, Lord Sis? Clara asked again, but her tone was much more decisive than before. Haha, that's the spirit. Sis chuckled, covering the sword sheath with his right hand. The 5 elders and Blackbeard thought that by teaming up, they could put me to death, but didn't I also want to take this opportunity to wipe them all out? Open fingers were as powerless as pale paper. Teammates with ulterior motives would only be swiftly defeated one by me. As long as our speed is fast enough, I can defeat them all before they gather. Territory? Base. I can give all that up. All I want is their lives. Clara looked up at the man before her. He really was crazy. Those were the 4 emperors and the 5 elders, not just some random characters you could kill on a whim. But this world has gone mad to this extent. So what's the harm in taking a gamble? What if the final winner is myself? A storm brewed in the sky. Thunderclouds piled up, and bolts of lightning struck like the blade of a deity. The tide of the era seemed to whirl like a vortex in the ocean, quickly reaching an unpredictable point for everyone. On the other side, aboard Blackbeard's fleet, holding a bottle of wine, the one-eyed Blackbeard stood at the bow of the ship, the cold wind causing the wounds on his body to sting painfully in the salty seawater. He took a swig of rum. Wilson, Sis, it's been too long. I've waited for this moment for too long. You and I will ultimately determine the true king of darkness, and that person will only be me. His mouth let out chilling, maniacal laughter, but suddenly, a pirate lookout on the lookout tower interrupted his laughter, shouting down, "Captain, not good. There are Navy ships ahead." The Navy? Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, his smile unchanged. Is it my dear 5 elders coming? I can see they are eager to take Sis's life. No, wait, it doesn't look like CP0's fleet. The lookout continued shouting. It's a very large fleet. Look at the flag. It's Wilson, Sis. It's Wilson, Sis's fleet. He's gonna find us. The lookout's voice trembled. Even though they were pirates under the 4 emperors, how many of the 4 emperors' fleets had fallen under Sis's hands? A person's name, a tree's shadow. This was a battle where both sides would give their all. How could a small character like him not tremble? Sis Blackbeard's eyes squinted completely. Then he laughed at the sky. As expected of you, Sis. I knew you wouldn't sit idle, but I didn't expect you to come looking for me first. He then turned his body, drawing his flintlock pistol that had accompanied him for many years. Since the enemy has come, how can we, as the masters, retreat? All crew, prepare for battle. As he spoke, the massive fleet beneath him began to stir, like 2 gigantic sea monsters, seemingly about to collide at any moment. The waves surged, the fierce wind howled, and the smell of gunpowder seemed to shroud the entire sea. Chapter 268. In the vast sea, a huge fleet was slowly advancing, flags flying, stretching for nearly several kilometers. Even sea kings had to take a detour, fearing that some careless person on board would turn them into lunch. Swords drawn, bullets loaded. If it weren't for trusted companions, one might think the Navy had once again issued a demon-slaying order. The last time such a large scene occurred was during the Marineford War. Lord Sis, Blackbeard, and the 5 elders are coming on strong. What do you plan to do? Clara quietly asked Sis while standing on the deck. Although Sis had never indicated any intention to retreat, the price of giving up Silver Island was still too great. This would mean that all their past efforts would turn to dust in an instant. Even he would feel a sense of panic, or perhaps more so, a confusion about the future. He needed some comfort, or rather, he needed to hear their next orders from Sis to keep himself busy. Are you afraid, Clara? Sis, sitting cross-legged on the deck fishing, replied calmly without turning his head. No, my lord. The worst outcome of our journey would only be death, which is not unfamiliar to men of the sea. It's just that the situation is changing too fast, and I feel a bit lost. Clara sighed and shook her head. Casually releasing the fishing rod, Sis instead smiled. This is politics, my dear Clara. He then stood up, leaning against the railing, looking at the horizon casually. Moreover, there's no shame in being afraid. Even I feel panic when facing the torrent of times. In this world, a person is like a tiny grain of sand, insignificant. His hands then opened, and black flames slowly slid toward the sea like sludge. In the intertwining of shadows, he looked like a ghost spreading its wings, terrifying and dark, yet irresistibly drawing the gaze away. The power of that black flame was captivating. But what good is fear? Honestly, this world is terrible. Terrible to the point where it's hard to look at. No matter how bad it gets, how much worse can it be? Facing destruction in the flames? But if change is truly to happen, then why can't the one leading that change be me? Why not us? This sea is so tranquil and bountiful. Why hand it over to those bugs? A cold laugh escaped Sis as his right hand casually tossed something, and the entire sea seemed to ignite. Clara fell silent for a moment. Destruction might be better, burning all the petty skirmishes to ashes, and then reshaping a new world from the ashes. Her gaze was intense. The man before her undoubtedly resembled a madman, although he always believed that there were hardly any normal people in this world, where every day was about you killing me or me killing you. Compared to other madmen, wasn't this guy a bit less crazy? He actually didn't know whether what he was doing was right or wrong. He just felt a vague sense of weariness and wanted to put a definitive end to this era. Since the world is led by madmen, why can't they be the ones to do it? He didn't believe the world could get any worse. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Clara's gaze became resolute again. So what if she was confused? The path was chosen by herself, and whether she lived or died would be up to her. So what should we do now? Lord Sis? Clara asked again, but her words were much more decisive than before. That's more like it. Sis smiled, his right hand covering the scabbard. The 5 elders and Blackbeard think that by joining forces, they can put me to death. But don't I want to take this opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop? My outstretched fingers are as powerless as pale paper. Teammates with ulterior motives will only be defeated by me one by one. As long as our speed is fast enough, I could defeat them all before they converge. Territory? Base. I can give those up. All I want is their lives. Clara looked up at the man in front of her. He was truly insane. Those are the 4 emperors and the 5 elders, not just any random people you could kill at will. But this world has gone mad to this extent. What's the harm in taking a gamble? What if the last winner is me? A storm brewed in the sky, thunderclouds piled up, and bolts of lightning struck like divine blades. The tide of the era swirled like a whirlpool in the sea, turning to a point that no one could predict. On the other side, aboard Blackbeard's fleet, standing at the bow with a bottle of rum in hand, the one-eyed Blackbeard felt the chilling sting from his wounds as the seawater soaked into them. He took a swig of rum. Wilson, Sis, it's been too long. I've waited for this moment for far too long. Ultimately, one of us will prove to be the true king of darkness, and that person will be me. His mouth let out eerie bursts of laughter, but suddenly, a pirate lookout on the watchtower interrupted his maniacal laughter, shouting down, "Not good, Captain. There's a Navy ship ahead." Navy? Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, maintaining his smile. Is it my dear 5 elders coming? They really can't wait to take Sis' life. No, wait. It doesn't look like CP0's fleet. The lookout continued to shout. It's a very large fleet. Look at the flag. It's Wilson, Sis. It's Wilson's Sis fleet. He's come to find us. The lookout's voice trembled. Even though they were pirates under the 4 emperors, how many of the 4 emperor fleets had fallen to Sis? A person's name, a tree's shadow. This was a battle where both sides would exert their full strength. How could a small fry like him not tremble? Sis. Blackbeard's eyes narrowed completely. Then he burst into laughter again. You never failed to surprise me, Sis. I knew you wouldn't sit back and wait. But I didn't expect you to come find me first. He then turned his body, drawing his flintlock pistol that had accompanied him for many years. Since the enemy is here, how can we, as the masters, not advance instead of retreating? All crew members, prepare for battle. As he spoke, the massive fleet beneath Blackbeard began to stir, like 2 giant sea monsters, seemingly about to collide at any moment. The waves surged, the fierce winds roared, and the smell of gunpowder seemed to envelop the entire sea. Announcement. Urgent news. We interrupt this program for an emergency message. Judicial Island has been attacked by terrorists, and the Straw Hat Pirates have claimed responsibility. Newly appointed Navy Lieutenant Sis glanced at the screen on the wall, unable to suppress a cold laugh. The laws and justice of the 4 seas ultimately depend on me.